How far is the distance between an ordinary person and a divine maiden? For in Yōubái, it may only be a magical app that separates them. This marks the beginning of her transformation into a deity. Is the haunted house terrifying? When she herself becomes a ghost, it seems less daunting. Yet she soon encounters a professional ghost collector. A luxurious cruise should be a leisurely escape, but she receives warnings that her heartbeat must not exceed a certain limit, leading a handsome man to employ his charms on her. Moreover, there are bizarre case-solving tasks that require her to uncover the true culprit behind a city massacre. One strange task after another unfolds. This peculiar application is guiding in Yōubái on an extraordinary path to divinity in unexpected ways. Chapter 1. Survival in the Haunted House. And Yōubái reclined on the carpet in front of the sofa, savoring the spicy, fragrant pot that had just been delivered. The rich flavors compelled her to take a sip of the icy drink she had retrieved from the refrigerator. The exhaustion from her daily commute seemed to drain her vitality, and her fingers unconsciously scrolled through her phone, yet everything she saw felt exceedingly dull. As she aimlessly swiped the screen, a new app she had never encountered appeared before her. Asking bored? When did I download this? Another useless app, I suppose. As her thumb hovered over the delete button, an electronic voice suddenly resonated in her mind. Bored? Come on. Everything you love, I have. With the conclusion of this mechanical voice, and Yōubái felt an inexplicable and powerful pull, causing her vision to darken. When she opened her eyes again, she found herself in a dilapidated house. Glancing around, she observed a very old structure, with wooden doors and windows clearly decaying and weeds wildly growing on the roof tiles. She was now standing in what appeared to be the yard of the house, which looked utterly abandoned, revealing the ravages of time through its overgrown wilderness. Momentarily stunned by the scene before her, she thought she was imagining things, so she blinked vigorously. Upon reopening her eyes, the desolate house remained unchanged, and once again, the electronic voice echoed in her mind. Congratulations, player in Yōubái, you have entered the board game. The aim of the game: cherish life and banish boredom. Newbie task: survival in the haunted house. Task requirements: survive for 5 hours in the haunted house. Simply staying alive is sufficient. Task success reward: 10 points, 1 random item card. Task failure penalty: 10 years of life span deducted. Given that this is your first task, the game kindly offers you a random item card. Please retrieve it from your backpack. Participants in this newbie task: 3 individuals. The task will officially commence in 5 minutes. Enjoy your game and cherish life. No more boredom. As the electronic voice faded, a game interface appeared before her, displaying a backpack with 20 available slots. In the first slot lay a card with a large question mark emblazoned on it. She reached out to click it and selected confirm. After the question mark disappeared, the front of the card revealed an introduction and details. Transformative skill card, beginner level, upgradable. Usage instructions: usable 10 times. Skill summary: you can conjure items from your imagination. The clearer your vision, the more authentic the transformation. The transformed items last for 30 minutes. The newbie task, survival in the haunted house, has commenced. The timer starts now. Countdown: 5:00, and Yōubái was still diligently studying how to use this skill when she suddenly felt someone tugging at the hem of her clothing. Following this sensation, she looked down and was instantly terrified, her breath catching in her throat for 3 seconds. Before her hovered a pale little face, with dark circles under its eyes and bloodless lips. Most alarmingly, the girl's legs were missing below the knees, and she was floating in mid-air. Yes, the little ghost extended her small, dirty hand to tug at Yōubái's clothing, and Yōubái instinctively closed her eyes, quickly stepped back, and screamed, "Ah, a ghost!" Wow! A cry even louder than her own pierced the air 2 seconds later, overshadowing her scream. This wailing possessed an indescribable penetrating quality, sending shivers down her spine and chilling her to the core. Trembling, she opened her eyes, peering through her fingers at the source of the sound. It was the little ghost, now wailing loudly. The cries were laced with sorrow, as if something dear had been snatched away, exuding profound helplessness. And Yōubái's mind momentarily froze, and before she could react, a multitude of ghosts surged forth around her. It was unmistakably clear that they were all ghosts, as a single glance was sufficient to confirm they were definitely not living beings. These ghosts not only floated with their feet off the ground, but some bore marks of their demise that were all too evident. For instance, the male ghost to her left had a fist-sized, gaping hole in his chest, presumably where his heart had been removed. The female ghost on her right was smeared with blood, and a significant portion of her head was missing. Furthermore, there was another ghost ahead whose head and neck were entirely severed, separated by at least a hand's breadth. And Yōubái could hardly believe her eyes. How was it possible that this fine young woman had truly encountered a host of ghosts? Muttering to herself, "Heavenly spirits, earth spirits, all gods and Buddhas, please manifest." Yet, she still felt her legs weaken, her body trembling uncontrollably, and she collapsed to the ground, her teeth chattering that a ghostly figure dressed like an old-fashioned peasant woman swiftly floated to the side of the sobbing little ghost. Tenderly, she embraced the child, and though she had no visible pupils, her voice exuded maternal warmth. "Dear child, do not cry. Do not cry. What troubles you?" The little ghost gasped for breath between cries, but shed no tears. Nevertheless, her dirty little hand trembled as she pointed towards Yōubái. As the assembly of ghosts turned to look at her, and Yōubái found herself too frightened to scream. At that moment, a male ghost dropped from a tree nearby, a white ribbon hanging from his neck. This new girl just screamed out of nowhere. Surely she must have been frightened by her own voice. As soon as he finished speaking, the other ghosts rolled their eyes at Yōubái. "Why scream? We are all ghosts. What is there to be afraid of?" Staring blankly at them, and Yōubái felt terrified. Yet upon hearing this, she promptly retorted, "I am not a ghost. I am a human, a living person." The ghosts exchanged incredulous glances, their expressions tinged with pity. "Take a look at yourself before you speak." Yōubái, confused, looked down, and in an instant, her scalp prickled with fear. She realized she was floating in midair. Panic set in as she desperately attempted to stand, only to discover that her hands could not touch the ground, and she felt no surface beneath her. Her eyes widened in disbelief as she stared at her hands for a long while, then reached out to grasp the thatch in front of her, only for her fingers to pass through it. Effortlessly, staring at her hands, she was momentarily unable to accept the shocking truth that she had become a ghost. The other ghosts observed her reaction and sighed, shaking their heads in pity. Alas, such a fine young lady, yet she does not even know how she met her demise. It is truly pitiable. Isn't this kind of incident commonplace every year? The last girl who was pushed off the mountain was in a similar predicament at first. Indeed, and what about that one who was murdered and buried on the hillside? When asked about her death, she too was oblivious. That man from a few years back, the one whose climbing rope snapped, insisted he was not dead for the longest time, didn't he? Yes, let her ponder it. She will surely feel better in due time. As these ghostly whispers floated around her, and Yōubái found herself unable to believe a single word. However, the scene before her starkly contradicted her understanding of reality. What on earth was happening? She recalled the prompt she received upon entering. Was this perhaps a novice task within the game? Considering the skill card Qian Bian Wan Hua in her backpack, she silently invoked the ability, and suddenly, a takeout order of mala xianggua appeared in her hands, complete with the food container. To her astonishment, every ingredient within the dish was precisely what she had ordered: duck blood, beef, prawns, bullfrog, bamboo shoots, mushrooms, cauliflower, and bean curd. Skin, even the 2 servings of cilantro were identical. In that instant, clarity dawned upon her. All of this was orchestrated by the game application. She had been placed here by that board app, truly transformed into a ghost, and her mission was to survive for 5 hours. The little ghost, drawn in by the aroma of the food, had ceased her silent wailing and approached once more. "Sister, do not be sad. We are all ghosts. There is no need for fear." Now that she understood the nature of the game, and Yōubái felt no trepidation. It was merely a game after all. She could regard it as a different kind of adventure. 5 hours of survival. She was now a ghost. So what was there to fear in a ghost den? Turning to face the little ghost, she found that the girl no longer appeared frightening. Remembering how she had previously frightened her to tears, and Yōubái felt a twinge of guilt and lowered her voice to gently inquire, "Are you hungry? Come, let's share a meal." As she was enjoying the mala xianggua with the little ghost, she casually attempted to extract useful information. Unfortunately, before she could ask many questions, a hanging ghost floated in from outside the front door, its white silk scarf trailing behind it like a specter. Upon entering the courtyard, it shouted loudly, "A group of Taoists are approaching. There are quite a few of them this time. If you're not fond of fighting and are of a younger age, hurry to the back mountain." Upon hearing this, and Yōubai's mind raced. Taoists? Here to capture ghosts? But she was a ghost. Without hesitation, she grabbed the little ghost, who was still munching on her food. "Taoists are coming. Quick, where shall we flee?" The little ghost, still savoring the spicy dish, showed no signs of fear. "Sister, there's no need to be afraid. Taoists come here regularly. They cannot defeat us and will leave soon enough." The little ghost calmly led Yōubái, drifting along, while her gaze remained fixated on the mala xianghua in Yōubai's hands. And Yōubái felt a twitch at the corner of her mouth and promptly shoved the mala xianghua into the little ghost's embrace. "Here, it's yours. Enjoy it." The little ghost beamed with delight, revealing a grin filled with dark teeth smeared with duck blood and bits of meat, which, juxtaposed against her cherubic face, sent a shiver down Yōubai's spine. It was utterly chilling, reminiscent of a horror film. Suppressing her emotions, she calmly turned her gaze. "It is fine, as long as you enjoy it." Are the incoming Taoists formidable? At that moment, and Yōubái could only hope that the arriving Taoists were nothing more than self-promoting charlatans, allowing her to safely endure these 5 hours. Some are quite powerful. The last time, there was one particularly strong Taoist who nearly dispersed old ghost uncle. Thankfully, Grandfather Wu intervened, or old ghost uncle might not have made it. Is old ghost uncle truly that powerful? Yes, he is the strongest among us. Then let us hurry, and Yōubái urged the little ghost as she quickened her pace. It was startling to learn that there were such formidable Taoists among them. Although she was unsure of their presence, it was prudent to hide. The task required her to survive for 5 hours, and not even an hour had passed when the Taoists had already arrived at the entrance. While Yōubái hurriedly sprinted toward the back mountain, the Taoists had already reached the grand entrance of the mansion. The Taoists stood silently at the entrance, where 3 elder Taoists were briefing 12 young Taoists about the situation within the mansion. This ghostly residence harbors over 20 spirits. You 12 will have 4 hours. Each must rely on your skills to capture the 3 ghosts with the most intense energy to successfully complete this trial. The reward for the top capture is a purple-black level Tian Lei talisman. This talisman is immensely powerful. Even a 1,000-year-old malevolent spirit would be severely wounded upon confrontation. All 12 of you must remain vigilant for your safety. If you find yourselves at a disadvantage, retreat immediately. Once the elder Taoist concluded, the young Taoists began to check their belongings, organizing their talismans in preparation to enter. Among the 12, the only female Taoist discreetly grasped the robe of another. "Are we truly going in?" These 2 were the newcomers participating in this task alongside Yōubái. Li Fani, female, ranked 12th among the 12. Zhao Ziyu, male, ranked 11th among the 12. Zhao Ziyu inhaled deeply, suppressing his inner trepidation, and calmly replied, "This task requires us to remain in the ghostly residence for 4 hours. How else can we complete it without entering?" He secretly thought, capturing a ghost will yield additional rewards. We must at least attempt it. Li Fani, filled with fear, averted her gaze to the ground and softly murmured, "But this may not even be real. It could just be a trick of the game." Zhao Ziyu simply regarded her quietly, meticulously organizing his pouch of talismans. "Do as you wish. I, for one, am determined to enter." Upon hearing this, Li Fani felt a surge of urgency. At the start, the prompt indicated 3 participants, yet there are only the 2 of us. The third person has yet to appear. What if he knows something? Chapter 2. Survival in the Ghostly Mansion. Zhao Ziyu raised an eyebrow at Li Fani, feeling a wave of impatience rise within him, which was evident in his expression. This is a novice trial. We are all newcomers that he may not know any more than we do. Now let us proceed inside. With that, Zhao Ziyu followed the other young Taoists into the ghostly mansion. Li Fani, watching the figures disappear through the entrance, bit her lip, her heart fraught with conflict. Fearing ghosts was human nature, and she was genuinely terrified. After a moment's hesitation, she clenched her teeth and, with a determined stomp, hurried forward to join Zhao. As they stepped through the threshold of the ghostly mansion, an electronic prompt echoed in their minds. Novice task: survival in the ghostly mansion. Countdown begins. For a clock observing the overgrown weeds reaching half their height, a chilling wind rushed towards them, causing both to shiver as the temperature plummeted. The young Taoists gripped their peachwood swords tightly, adopting a tense posture as if facing a formidable adversary. The two individuals promptly emulated their companions, tightly grasping their peachwood swords as they followed the group into the dilapidated, ghostly abode, shrouded in overgrown grass. Upon entering the courtyard, an eerie laughter echoed ominously in the ears of the Taoists, intertwined with cries of anguish, sounds of slaughter, and feral roars. The cacophony fluctuated between distant and near, distorting the emotions of the group. Indeed, under such circumstances, several younger Taoists exhibited palpable anxiety, their hands gripping the peachwood swords trembling slightly. At that moment, a seemingly composed young Taoist stepped forward, advancing 3 paces to stand before the others. Reciting incantations, he swung his peachwood sword vigorously, diminishing the sinister wind in ghostly wails. Turning to face the group, he declared, "Junior brothers and sisters, today this haunted residence serves as our trial ground. Do not let these specters intimidate you. Our 3 masters remain outside. We must rally our spirits." "Yes, senior brother," the young Taoists replied in unison, their eyes reflecting determination. As they steeled themselves for the trial of exorcising spirits, outside the grand residence, and Yōubái trailed a group of ghosts as they drifted towards the back mountain. Yet, before reaching the foot of the mountain, the spirits discovered they were obstructed by an invisible barrier. Though the deep mountains loomed just within reach, they were thwarted by an unseen force, unable to escape. "Damn it, these vile Taoists intend to trap us within this dwelling." A female ghost seethed, striking the barrier with fury that a flash of golden light erupted at the point of impact, causing her to shriek in agony as her arm blackened, as if seared by an unseen flame. The other spirits quickly pulled her back, creating distance from the blinding light. "Curse those Taoists. They aim to eradicate us completely by embedding a yang talisman within their formation." A male ghost with a disjointed head exclaimed, anxiously eyeing the spot where the golden light had appeared. "Let's explore other directions. Perhaps they too are similarly ensnared." The other spirits hastened to drift in various directions, yet despite their efforts, they remained within a kilometer of the grand residence. With no alternative, they were compelled to return to the mansion, and Yōubái followed silently, deep in thought regarding the yang talisman the spirits had mentioned. Unlike the others, her reaction was muted. Could it be due to her status as a newly formed ghost, or perhaps because she was merely a false specter? Regrettably, even upon returning to the mansion, she could not unravel this conundrum. Meanwhile, the battle within the mansion commenced. 12 young Taoists dispersed in pairs, meticulously inspecting each room in one chamber. Li Fani and Zhao Ziyu collaborated with another Taoist, examining the space intently. As they entered, the door creaked shut silently behind them. Unnoticed in their fervor, Li Fani, already somewhat fearful, felt her trepidation amplify in the oppressive silence. Suddenly, a creaking sound pierced the stillness, startling her into a shriek that echoed through the room, alarming her companions. They rushed over only to discover it was merely the sound of a dilapidated window frame. Another creak resounded, and the accompanying Taoist shot Li Fani a reproachful glance, pursing his lips in discontent before turning away. Zhao Ziyu began to depart. Li Fani clutched his arm tightly. "Don't leave. There truly are ghosts here. It's terrifying." Observing her pale visage and the tears welling in her eyes, Zhao Ziyu shook his head, suppressing an instinctual urge to protect her. He gently pried her fingers from his arm, advising, "If you are genuinely frightened, wait by the front door and arm yourself," gesturing toward the instructions on how to use the talismans. "Just sit there until the time is up." Watching him turn away toward another corner of the room, Li Fani yearned to follow, but recognized the logic in his words. Wiping her tears, she resolved to heed his advice and retreated to the entrance to wait out the ordeal. Upon reaching the door, she pushed it, but it did not budge. Uncertain, she exerted more force, yet the door remained obstinately shut. Placing her hand against the doorframe, she pushed with all her strength, only to realize in horror that it was firmly locked. "Someone help! The door is stuck!" she cried out in panic. Turning around, she found her 2 companions ensnared by white silk draping from the ceiling, their limbs bound and mouths gagged. Struggling in vain, and emitting muffled sounds. The silken strands coiled around them like serpents, constricting tighter and lifting them toward the ceiling. After 2 seconds of shock, Li Fani's piercing scream of help shattered the air, reverberating throughout the mansion. And Yōubái, having just returned with the spirits, heard the chilling cry. Before she could react, a small female ghost seized her hand, pulling her into a gap between the roof tiles. "Sister, do not fear. Hide here while I assist everyone." The little ghost's eyes sparkled with mischief and excitement as she swiftly vanished. "Do not go." And Yōubái attempted to protest, but the ghost had already disappeared, leaving her to watch the Taoists below. The young Taoists, armed with various talismans, congregated at the door, relentlessly assaulting the battered entrance. Yet the door remained unyielding, the anguished cries and pleas from within intensifying. "Everyone, step back," the eldest brother commanded, advancing a step. Chanting an incantation, he flung a vial of blood at the door. With a crack, the door finally swung open. The young Taoists rushed inside, emerging moments later with the 3 individuals from within. "Eldest brother, they are unharmed, merely unconscious for the moment. They will recover with some rest." One of the Taoists reported after examining them, relieved. "Xiao Ba, Xiao Jiu, carry them to the front door." "Understood, second brother." "Xiao Shi, how are you?" The eldest brother exhaled in relief upon hearing the 2 were fine, then turned his gaze to Li Fani. Though she had not fainted, her face was ashen with terror, her expression betraying lingering shock. I need to go to the front door and rest," Li Fani stammered, trembling uncontrollably. After receiving a nod of approval from the eldest brother, she awkwardly shuffled to the entrance, leaning against the doorframe as she slid down to a seated position. Her body continued to shiver in fear, coldness enveloping her. Instinctively, she retrieved a Vajra talisman from her pouch, clutching it tightly in her palm as she took deep, calming breaths. The senior brother glanced around at the others and turned to the second junior disciple, instructing, "Allow Xiao Shi and Xiao Shi to rest here for a while. I will keep an eye on them along with Xiao Shi. You, second junior disciple, take the others to continue the trials. Everyone must exercise utmost caution." "Understood, senior brother," the disciples replied. Before re-entering the grand mansion to resume their earlier inspection, Yōubái lay quietly on the rooftop, holding her breath in fear of being discovered by the young Taoists. However, after holding her breath for an extended period, she realized she felt no discomfort. After all, she was a ghost, and ghosts do not breathe, thus there was no need for her to hold her breath. Before she could indulge in self-deprecation, the sight before her made her tense up once again. That little female ghost was stealthily making her way towards Li Fani by the door, using the walls and thatched grass for cover. The petite form of the little ghost, combined with the pervasive energy in the mansion, made her presence nearly undetectable. Among all the spirits present, her ghostly aura ranked second weakest, with Yōubái being the weakest. Thus, as she passed by 2 young Taoists, less than 3 meters away, she attracted no attention whatsoever. The little ghost successfully reached the door, playfully extending her dark little hand from the ground to tightly grasp Li Fani's ankle. Having just calmed her racing heart after sitting down, Li Fani suddenly felt an icy chill at her ankle, as if it were pressed against a slab of ice. Pulling back her robe, she was met with the sight of a little ghost, whose head was barely visible above the ground, along with a small, pitch-black hand gripping her ankle. The ghost's sinister smile startled her, causing her to leap up in fright. In her panic, the talisman she had been gripping tightly slipped from her hand and fortuitously landed on the little ghost. With a resounding bang, the talisman flashed, and the little ghost let out a wailing shriek as her ghostly form became apparent. Hearing the commotion, the senior brother immediately turned and rushed over, and upon seeing the little ghost materialized, he wasted no time in throwing a yellow talisman, pinning her in place. Xiao Shi quickly used the copper mirror to capture her. He commanded that moment. Li Fani finally reacted, trembling hands hastily searching for the copper mirror, nearly dropping it in her frantic state. When she finally managed to lift the mirror and direct it at the little ghost, a piercing cry echoed in her ears. The little ghost, immobilized by the Taoist's yellow talisman, floated in midair, twisting and turning, her ghostly energy scattering around her. Her anguished cries drew the attention of the ghost mother, who disregarded the peril of being discovered by the Taoists and charged forward. A sudden gust of wind rose, and the senior brother, with keen eyes, sidestepped the ghost mother's attack. He swiftly retaliated, thrusting his peachwood sword with a flick of his wrist. The ghost mother, fixated solely on rescuing the little ghost, lunged towards her without a hint of caution. Unprepared, she was unexpectedly pierced from behind by the senior brother's counterattack, the peachwood suppressive force rendering her powerless. With a desperate cry, she gazed at the little ghost before her, but could only retreat, albeit reluctantly, lingering nearby despite her injuries, her ghostly energy still emanating. Fiercely, anxiety and concern etched across her form. It was evident she sought another opportunity to save the little ghost. And Yōubái, observing the entire sequence from the rooftop, felt a surge of urgency when she witnessed the ghost mother fail to rescue her child. She longed to assist the ghost mother in reclaiming the little ghost, yet fear gripped her heart at the thought of being discovered by the Taoists, that a ghost captured by the Taoists might not survive, and her own mission required her to remain alive. As her mind spiraled in conflict, she noticed two young Taoists rushing back towards the door due to the commotion. Resolute, she decided she could no longer afford to hesitate or waste time. Her actions needed to be swift. Otherwise, if the other Taoists returned, the little ghost might truly be beyond rescue. Chapter 3. Survival in the Haunted Mansion. 3. And Yōubái expended all her ghostly energy to conjure a chilling wind. In her scheme, this wind was intended to envelop the Taoists as the previous gust from the ghost mother had done, creating a barrier that obscured their vision and allowed the ghost mother another opportunity to advance. Unfortunately, her efforts merely stirred the thatch, falling short of her expectations. Was that a chilling wind just now? One of the two returning young Taoists, squinting and clutching a peachwood sword, turned to his companion with a puzzled expression. It must be, though perhaps the ghostly energy was too feeble, the elder Taoist replied, thoughtfully narrowing his eyes. Xiao Wu, do not underestimate it. Our master warned us that the spirits in this grand mansion are numerous. While some may possess formidable strength, others are undeniably weaker. Such a weak one must have just become a ghost, Xiao Wu retorted. I'll go and find it. Even Xiao 12 has captured one already, and I have yet to do so. Hearing this, the elder Taoist smirked, glancing at him with amusement. I fear this ghost might be even weaker than the one Xiao 12 caught. Even if he managed to capture it, it wouldn't be of much use. While the two Taoists busily deliberated, and Yōubái realized this strategy was ineffective and promptly conceived another approach. She resolved to use the sound of ghostly wails once more. It is said that the cries of the damned are unbearable. If they cannot endure the sound, they might instinctively cover their ears, granting the ghost mother another chance. Recalling the terror she felt upon encountering the little ghost upon her entry, she summoned all her strength and let out a mighty wail. Regrettably, the outcome once again failed to achieve her desired goal. It seemed the weakness of her ghostly energy, stemming from her recent transformation, rendered her wail less piercing than that of the little ghost. Xiao Wu, positioned near the entrance, nodded in agreement after hearing her wail. Elder brother, you were right. This ghost is indeed too weak. Even if we catch it, it would be of little consequence. With yet another plan thwarted, and Yōubái anxiously glanced below. The little ghost's rolling had slowed considerably, and her cries were beginning to weaken. She was nearing her limit, and Yōubái forced herself to remain calm, her mind racing for alternative methods to distract the young Taoists. Countless ideas surged forth, only to be dismissed one by one. A hand grenade? This thought suddenly surfaced. This could work, as it would not only produce sound but also possess considerable destructive power. She resolved to utilize her transformative metamorphosis skill to conjure a hand grenade. However, just as she prepared to throw it, an electronic notification echoed in her mind. Use of high-tech weaponry is prohibited in this scene. The item has been returned to your inventory. Why tell me now that it's unusable? And Yōubái felt a wave of frustration wash over her, but she had no time to lament as the little ghost's cries had ceased, and her ghostly energy was nearly depleted. Think. Are there any other viable options? She compelled herself to continue contemplating all possibilities in her mind. In her desperation, she grasped her hair tightly. Then, a breakthrough emerged. and she quickly used her transformative metamorphosis skill to create a piece of frosted glass. Using her ghostly energy to lengthen her nails, scratching incessantly at the glass. As the sound erupted, the young Taoists below shuddered involuntarily, their bodies beginning to convulse at the relentless noise. Li Fani, upon hearing the sound, involuntarily twitched, causing the hand holding the bronze mirror to tilt awkwardly, redirecting its light away from the little ghost. Seizing the opportunity, the ghost mother swiftly moved to envelop the little ghost in her ghostly energy, making a rapid escape. When the elder brother noticed the little ghost being taken away and stepped forward to pursue, another fierce gust and the sound of ghostly wails filled the courtyard. Meanwhile, Yōubái continued to generate the unbearable distraction. As a result, his Peachwood sword failed to strike its target. Seeing the ghost mother safely retreat with the little ghost to the rear courtyard, Yōubái quickly followed. Is she all right? She wondered, noting that the little ghost had lost her form, reduced to a mere wisp of dark energy. Was this what it meant for a ghost to be shattered? The ghost mother appeared utterly distraught, but reassured herself. It's all right. She can be restored. Carefully cradling the little ghost, she continuously infused her with ghostly energy. Yōubái glanced at the task timer, which now displayed countdown 2:18. The hanging ghost floated over in a panic. You all need to find a place to hide. Remember, do not go near the well in the rear courtyard. That group of insufferable Taoists has begun sealing the house. Why can't we go to the well? Yōubái questioned, confused. The ghost mother cast her a gentle look and explained, You are new here and may not know, but there lies a vengeful ghost from 1,000 years past. Her temper is particularly volatile, and she attacks indiscriminately. Last time, a new ghost ignored the warning and was consumed by her. Upon hearing this, Yōubái felt a chill run down her spine, her lips quivering. Does that mean ghosts can devour each other? Where can we hide? Let us go to the rooftop. If that fails, we could take refuge in the trees of the rear courtyard, the ghost mother declared, pulling Yōubái back into the crevice. By now, nearly all the spirits in the mansion had gathered in this spot. The Taoists in the outer courtyard had commenced an extensive sealing operation, having learned from their previous mistakes. This time, they remained united, meticulously inspecting each room one by one. They refrained from dispersing, making it impossible for the spirits to strike back. The ghosts could only watch helplessly as the Taoists confirmed the absence of spirits in each room, subsequently posting talismans on doors, windows, and walls, drawn with vermilion ink to prohibit the passage of spirits. As the young Taoists sealed each room within the mansion, the spirits, though devoid of heartbeat, felt an excruciating sense of helplessness. If this continued, once all the rooms were sealed, they would be trapped in the courtyard by the Taoists. With the formation outside, escape would be impossible, and they would be ensnared without a chance of escape. As the young Taoists completed sealing the outer courtyard, they began to move inward. I'm going to confront them. A ghostly figure charged forth. Nearby, another spirit attempted to stop him. But it was too late. The elder brother, sensing movement, turned to throw 5 yellow talismans. One of them immediately immobilized the charging ghost. He swiftly produced a bronze mirror, chanting incantations. Before the spirits could devise a plan for rescue, the elder brother completed his spell with a commanding shout, Capture! The ghost was effortlessly contained within a jade gourd. Turning to face the others, the elder brother cautioned, Everyone, be vigilant. These spirits are becoming desperate. Heighten your guard, and do not fall prey to their ambushes. Yes, master. The young Taoists responded in unison. The crowd responded in unison, and with this victory, the young Taoists appeared as if they had been invigorated, their confidence soaring and their spirits high. Even Li Fani seemed to have overcome his fear of ghosts. Though his body still trembled slightly, he clutched the talisman tightly, diligently affixing them to the doors, windows, and walls. And Yōubái felt a deep sense of urgency, allowing these young Taoists to continue at this pace. They would seal the backyard in under an hour. With 2 more hours needed to complete the task, time was too tight. She needed to devise a plan to slow their progress, at least for the remaining 2 hours. What to do? Her mind raced with frantic thoughts. Her current ghostly powers were far too weak to confront the Taoists head-on. Turning her gaze to the gathered spirits, An idea began to take shape. She promptly began to discuss with them, stating that they needed to strike back as they had before. For those with lower ghostly powers, scratch the glass. For those with higher powers, blow the chilling winds. We must ensure they cannot open their eyes. One of the elder spirits glanced at her, curling his lip in skepticism. These tactics are futile against a group of young Taoists. They are united. Such efforts cannot harm them. And Yōubái looked at him earnestly and explained, "There is one crucial step left, the ghostly veil. Timing is of the essence. We must strike when they begin to retaliate against us, so they will believe their eyes." Upon hearing this, the elder spirit turned to Yōubái and suddenly grinned. "Little ghost, do you wish for them to harm each other? I like this plan." Indeed, the timing of the ghostly veil was critical. If they acted too early, they would not fall for it, and if too late, they would be discovered. And Yōubái narrowed her eyes and asked the gathered spirits seriously, "Who can perform this final step? Let me handle it." "I am the oldest here and have fought against many Taoists," replied the elder spirit, twisting his skeletal neck. "I have faced dozens of Taoists over the past 5 centuries, and my survival speaks to my abilities." And Yōubái's eyes widened in surprise, though she concealed her astonishment. A 500-year-old spirit. How remarkable! The spirit known as the Hanging Ghost nodded in agreement with the elder's plan, pointing to several spirits. "You few will accompany me to blow the chilling winds. The rest follow the new little ghost to scratch that glass." Once the spirits had conferred and positioned themselves, the counterattack commenced. The young Taoists, busy sealing the room, were suddenly jolted by a chilling noise that sent shivers down their spines. Immediately, they huddled together, forming a small circle. "Cover your ears," shouted the eldest brother, and the group began stuffing their ears with whatever they could find to avoid the sound that made them tremble uncontrollably. At the same time, the winds howled and dark energies surged around the young Taoists. Dust swirled and debris flew, blinding them. In a flash, the elder spirit seized the opportunity and targeted a vulnerable young Taoist. With a swift strike, he incapacitated the youth before vanishing into thin air. The struck Taoist let out a pained cry before collapsing, blood trickling from his mouth, his face bruised. "Xiao Jiu, second brother." Upon hearing the cry, the second brother forced his eyes open and saw the fallen Taoist, his heart racing. "Everyone, be alert. A ghost is attacking," he shouted, flinging a talisman at the place where the elder spirit had just been, but alas, it was too late. The elder spirit had already retreated, leaving the talisman to drift aimlessly before landing on the ground. The shout startled the Taoists into opening their eyes, and they were met with the terrifying sight of being surrounded by ghosts. The spirits lunged at them with fierce expressions, their claws outstretched, emanating a palpable aura of malice. In panic, the young Taoists fought back desperately, hurling talismans with all their might at the approaching specters, wielding their peachwood swords with ferocity, chanting incantations without pause. Cries of explode, break, hold, and capture echoed among them. Yet, despite their desperate resistance, the sounds of wounded cries rang out persistently. As the eldest brother turned to retrieve his sword, he noticed 3 of his companions had already fallen, with 4 more visibly injured, either coughing blood or struggling to remain standing. Anxiety gripped him as he swung his sword at an approaching ghost, causing it to distort and dissipate, only to reconstitute itself and continue its advance. Suddenly, a realization struck him. He swiftly retrieved pomelo leaves, reciting an incantation and wiping them before his eyes. Upon gazing around again, he found no trace of ghosts. In that moment, he comprehended the situation. They had fallen victim to the ghostly veil. Anger and urgency surged within him. It was infuriating that all 12 of them had been so easily deceived by such a simple trick. "Stop! Quickly stop! Wipe your eyes with the pomelo leaves," he shouted repeatedly. At last, they halted, and after wiping their eyes, they all regained their senses. A profound silence enveloped them, aside from those who had fainted. The remaining Taoists, even those who could only sit on the ground, were filled with indignation, wishing to scatter the ghosts before them. They could not accept that they, a group of Taoists, had been simultaneously outsmarted by spirits. Chapter 4. survival in the ghostly abode, just as the Taoists grappled with this harsh reality. Their minds clouded by fury, the elder spirit reappeared before them, swift and decisive. He did not reveal himself, but instead executed a rapid ambush against one of them. This time, however, his attack did not go unnoticed. The vigilant second brother detected the approach. As the elder spirit struck, he swiftly reacted, launching a talisman with precision. Though the elder spirit attempted to retreat, he was struck on his left forearm by the talisman, which bore formidable power. Even a 500-year-old spirit felt the sting of the blow. Clutching his injured arm, the elder spirit concealed his form and controlled the dispersing energy as he withdrew. Other spirits, sensing the elder's attack, surged forward to ambush the young Taoists. Caught off guard and already nursing previous injuries, several Taoists struggled to defend themselves, and 2 more were injured by the ghosts. Seeing the dire situation, the eldest brother shouted, "We must retreat to the entrance," as he flung 5 talismans into the fray. The crowd hoisted the Taoist, who lay on the ground, and began to retreat towards the entrance of the grand mansion. The Tianlai talisman proved to be the nemesis of specters. 5 of these talismans unleashed formidable power, granting them a momentary advantage to withdraw. Although the spirits encountered some setbacks in their counterattack, they still achieved notable successes, despite 2 of the spirits being injured by subsequent Tianlai talismans. The others were eager to pursue their advantage and continue the assault. One spirit even shouted frantically, declaring their intent to eliminate all the young Taoists right there. And Yōubái, exasperated, listened to the frenzied shouts, feeling powerless to criticize. They had just been suppressed by the Taoists and were nearly out of options, yet with a slight victory. Their demeanor had become so reckless. Just as she was about to call out to the spirits, an elder spirit stepped forward, emitting a chilling wail that resonated in Yōubai's mind, sending shivers down her spine and instilling a deep sense of fear. This cry momentarily stunned the other spirits as well. The 3 elder Taoists outside did not enter. They advised against pursuing the retreating spirits, suggesting they first discuss their next steps. Clearly, these Taoists intended to completely overwhelm them today. Observing the elder spirit halting the others to strategize, and Yōubái decided not to prepare for death any longer and quietly retreated to the back. Approaching the window, which was adorned with talismans, she sought to test whether this talisman would have a similarly negligible effect on her as those outside the mansion. The results of her experiment aligned perfectly with her expectations. Her reaction to the talisman was not as intense as those of the other spirits. Could it truly be due to her being a new spirit with weaker, ghostly powers? She promptly initiated a second experiment, pressing her fingertip against the talisman. Instantly, a wave of searing heat surged through her finger, yet she found it bearable thus far. Turning her gaze back to the spirits, she noted their prolonged deliberation yielded no effective strategies. In confrontations between Taoists and spirits, the Taoists inherently held the upper hand. Moreover, they were faced with a formidable group of capable Taoists. If the conflict escalated to the point where the 3 elder Taoists could no longer tolerate their disciples being bullied by spirits, they would undoubtedly intervene. At that moment, the spirits would certainly stand no chance. Contemplating this, and Yōubái resolved to find a place to conceal herself. As the spirits continued their discussions, oblivious to her presence, she stifled the burning pain and carefully tore a portion of the talisman from the window. This created a minuscule gap between the talisman and the window, nearly imperceptible unless viewed up close. With this gap, the talisman lost its original power, enabling her to come and go from the room freely. After several attempts, she finally sighed in relief and quietly returned to the assembly of spirits. The young Taoists at the entrance were tending to their injuries, each exhibiting a sense of defeat. "Senior brother, will Master scold us when he finds out we were deceived by the spirits? Is that even a question?" "Of course he will. We were tricked by spirits, and even injured our own." "Sixth senior brother, be gentle. That hurts. Who struck me earlier? Endure it. We need to work out this bruise." "Second senior brother, are Xiao Jiao and Xiao Shi all right? They'll all be fine. They just got overwhelmed by the Yin energy. Just have them carry Yang talismans, and they'll recover once the Yin energy dissipates." Xiao only fell because he shielded me. Li Fani sat quietly aside, contemplating the completion of her additional task. The moment she glimpsed the little ghost in the bronze mirror, the task was fulfilled. Although the little ghost had been rescued later, the notification of her task completion remained. Now, she was unconcerned about anything else, prepared to sit and wait for the time to conclude. The first thing she would do upon returning to reality was delete that app and never play that wretched game again. Zhao Ziyu glanced at Li Fani, who curled herself into a ball by the door. He thought she was still frightened and shook his head discreetly, turning back to listen to the others' plans. As they were preparing for another assault, once the discussions concluded and they were ready to depart, Li Fani stepped forward, suggesting she remain at the entrance to tend to the fallen 5 young Taoists. The remaining 6 Taoists, adhering to their previously established plan, once again entered the grand mansion. This time, upon stepping into the outer courtyard, they formed a formation, continuously shaking the Sanqing bell in their hands, producing a crisp, ringing sound. To the spirits, this sound was akin to a haunting melody, piercing like needles into their brains. Upon hearing this sound, the spirits immediately understood that the young Taoists were launching their counterattack. Observing the spirits clutching their heads and rolling in distress, and Yōubái realized the source of their turmoil was the sound of the bells. She sighed inwardly. While she used the sound of scratching glass against the young Taoists, they employed the sound of the Sanqing bells against the spirits, a true case of retribution. Looking down at the young Taoist straining to hear, she fell into deep thought. The previous method had failed. What could she do now? Among all the spirits, she was currently the most composed. Even the 500-year-old elder spirit was howling, indicating their considerable discomfort. What method could compel these Taoists to cease their ringing? Without bells, they would no longer shake them. She needed to take the bells from them. Yes, if she could gather all the bells in her backpack, the Taoists would be unable to ring them. The pressing question was how to snatch the bells away. As she observed the Taoists below, various strategies swirled in her mind, weighing which was feasible given her current state. Raising her gaze and curling her lips, she suddenly conceived an idea: possess a spirit. This was a common trope in many ghost stories, though she was uncertain if her meager, ghostly power would suffice. Glancing at the spirits in a state of turmoil, and Yōubái narrowed her eyes and slowly descended. Her ghostly aura was weak, allowing her to drift behind the others without detection. As she approached the Taoists, she felt the ringing of the Sanqing bells affecting her as well, causing slight dizziness, but she managed to endure it. Observing the 6 Taoists closely, she noted that 5 exhibited clear eyes and resolute expressions, reciting their incantations fluently. However, one Taoist appeared evasive and fearful, his incantation unclear, and he clutched his Sanqing bell tightly without shaking it. Lucky one, it's you. And Yōubái seized the opportunity, rushing forward. Catching him off guard, she suddenly manifested before him. Startled, he widened his eyes in shock, unable to scream before she successfully possessed him in that fleeting moment. Zhao Ziyu suddenly found himself immobilized, his body seemingly beyond his control. Panic surged within him as he attempted to shout, but could produce no sound. At that moment, a feminine voice echoed in his mind. Young Taoist, be good. Don't worry, I won't take your life. Yet the sensation of being unable to control himself filled him with dread. He struggled violently, but his efforts proved futile. Then he watched in astonishment as his arm, seemingly possessed, raised the peachwood sword high and struck fiercely at the person beside him. The unsuspecting victim was struck squarely, letting out a pitiful cry as the Sanqing bell in his hand was sent flying. In the midst of this sudden assault, the attack unfolded rapidly, in the blink of an eye, and Yōubái had seized 4 Sanqing bells from the hands of others and knocked one away, finally bringing the cacophony of bell sounds to a halt. At that moment, she found herself pressed against the wall by 2 Taoist priests, their grip firm upon her arms. Xiaoxi, what troubles you? The second senior brother asked anxiously, observing his struggling junior. It's a ghost. Bind him. The eldest brother's expression changed dramatically at this revelation, and he quickly produced a rope. While they were occupied with binding her, a sudden scream pierced the air. Another Taoist was brandishing a peachwood sword, his shoulder marred by a bloody wound, blood streaming down his entire left arm. Eldest brother, a ghost is approaching. and Yōubái turned to see the old ghost charging toward them, inwardly praising its impressive combat experience honed over 5 centuries as it executed a timely, finishing blow. The eldest brother glanced at the injured junior before turning his attention back to the Banshee, and Yōubái, wearing a smug smile, suddenly noticed the intense anger in the young Taoist's eyes directed at her. Realizing the gravity of the situation, she attempted to flee from this body. But the eldest brother swiftly affixed a Vajra talisman to her. In an instant, she felt as though she had been struck by a 10-ton truck, being forcefully expelled from the young Taoist's body. In that moment, she felt utterly weak, as if she were disintegrating. In her heart, she lamented her fate, exclaiming that she was doomed. She had not anticipated the young Taoist's ferocity. The mission was destined to fail, and she wondered what would happen if she lost the game. Would she lose 10 years of her life? And Yōubái felt an overwhelming heaviness in her heart. She had merely been lamenting the monotony of life, never intending to lose a decade. From this moment forth, she would no longer perceive the tranquility of life as mundane, truly, as her thoughts swirled in regret. A surge of dark energy rushed into her body. With this support, she managed to halt her disintegration and gradually regain her composure, feeling herself enveloped by a shroud of ghostly energy which silently drew her back towards the inner courtyard. When she was finally able to move, she realized that it was the old ghost that had brought her back. At this point, half of the old ghost's arm had vanished, and it appeared significantly weakened, with ghostly energy swirling around it, quite different from when she had first encountered it. Upon glancing back, she noticed that more than half of the ghosts were in a similar state, each wounded, some severely so, their ghostly energies nearly depleted. What has happened to everyone? And Yōubái immediately inquired. Those Taoists are throwing heavenly thunder talismans everywhere. If struck, the ghostly energy will disperse. The ghost mother floated over to explain as she saw Yōubái's condition improve. And Yōubái turned to observe the Taoists beneath the rooftop. The initial 6 Taoists had either succumbed to severe blood loss from the old ghost's attacks, or had fainted due to her possession, leaving only 4 of the strongest Taoists from the original 12. After conferring, the 4 concluded that their vulnerability had arisen while they were affixing talismans to the room, indicating that the ghosts feared being sealed within. Thus, they resolved to persist in completing this task. Watching the 4 hastily affix the talismans, and Yōubái wrestled with her thoughts, contemplating whether to lead the ghosts away to hide. A glance at the task timer revealed a countdown of 118 seconds. Yet, the current situation was evident. The 4 Taoists would soon finish affixing the talismans, leaving the ghosts with nowhere to escape. If she merely hid herself, she might evade capture. But there was also the risk that once the ghosts were captured, she would be discovered. At that point, with her current ghostly power, she would be unable to contend with any Taoist. Furthermore, she recalled how the old ghost had saved her when she was on the verge of dissipating. Otherwise, she would likely have already failed her mission. Having clarified these thoughts, she floated upward and addressed the gathered ghosts. "Follow me. There's a place where we can hide." The ghosts trailed behind her as she led them to the front of the room where a talisman had been torn. She pointed to the gap and explained, "It's right there. I specifically tore that talisman. Be cautious and remain silent. If we stealthily conceal ourselves inside, we should be safe." One ghost suddenly inquired, "How were you able to tear the talisman affixed by the Taoists?" This question seemed to trigger curiosity among the other ghosts, and another asked, "It is indeed strange. Why aren't you affected by the sound of the Sanqing bell?" In that moment, and Yōubái felt utterly embarrassed under the scrutiny of the ghosts, her mind racing for a suitable answer. How could she respond? She couldn't simply state, "I'm not a ghost. I am human." Even if she did, the ghosts would not believe her. With the weight of their gazes upon her, her anxiety surged, and after contemplating countless responses, she could only blink and wear a bewildered expression, replying, "I don't know." The ghosts regarded her with disbelief, her innocent demeanor eliciting their skepticism. "I know." The old ghost raised its head. She is a new ghost, likely having died not long ago. Her young energy has not yet dissipated. Thus, her reactions to these things are significantly less than ours. We are fortunate to have her. Otherwise, we would have faced dire consequences. The ghost mother sighed deeply, her voice resonating with a haunting tone that made Yōubái shudder. One by one, enter quietly. Do not make a sound, the old ghost commanded, and the ghosts lined up in silence, one by one drifting inside. The old ghost, lagging behind, turned to cast a deep glance at Yōubái, remaining silent before following the others into the room. Yet that glance filled Yōubái with trepidation, her thoughts racing. Have I been exposed? Have I been discovered? It shouldn't be possible. Consumed by anxiety and guilt, she stealthily raised her eyes to observe the old ghost once inside, finding it still appeared as it had moments ago. Only then did Yōubái feign calmness and position herself on a beam within the room, suppressing her urge to continue peeking, constantly reassuring herself. The ghosts gathered in the room, finding temporary safety. Meanwhile, on the other side, the four Taoists had completed sealing the room, but were unable to locate the ghosts, their impatience beginning to surface. Eldest brother, how could this happen? A young Taoist exclaimed, his face flushed with irritation. Third brother, don't be like this. The eldest brother is also devising a plan. Let us think this through. Another Taoist quickly interjected, grasping the third brother's arm in an attempt to calm him. The third brother, unable to contain his rage, vented, "We've been outsmarted by this group of ghosts. All the rooms are sealed. Where could they possibly hide? Perhaps they are right here in this courtyard. Let us search this courtyard thoroughly from the inside out." The second brother, suppressing his own anger, clenched his fists tightly. His frustration matched that of the others. 12 had set out, and now only 4 remained, possibly with the addition of the little 12th at the door. How could he possibly endure this? If they could not capture every last ghost, how could they show their faces when returning down the mountain? How could they still call themselves disciples of their master? What would they say about exorcising evil and banishing ghosts? If they were to fail today, it would surely be a disgrace for them all. And he was unwilling to accept that. After the 4 individuals once again searched the inner courtyard without yielding any results, the second senior brother could no longer contain the surging anger within his chest. He raised his hand and hurled a talisman at an empty room. With a thunderous explosion, the roof was immediately breached, creating a large hole. Without hesitation, he cast another Yang talisman through the opening, sending it directly into the sealed room. The other 3 looked at him with expressions of confusion and concern. Second senior brother, this will not help us find those malevolent spirits. The first senior brother, thinking he was merely venting his frustration, approached and gently patted him on the shoulder. Despite his ashen face and overwhelming fury, the second senior brother gazed resolutely at the others. First senior brother, those spirits must still be hiding within this estate. The grand formation outside was personally set up by Master. It is impossible for any spirits to escape unnoticed. Therefore, they must still reside within this mansion. Since they are not in the courtyard, they must be in these rooms. We have already covered the surroundings of each room with talismans. The only area left is the roof. We shall lift each roof one by one and unleash the Yang talismans inside. I refuse to believe they can evade us. His suggestion instantly sparked inspiration in the other 3. Little 4, quick-witted, chimed in, "Second senior brother, let us not use the Yang talismans. Instead, we should employ the Tianlei talismans to strike down each room. If we combine all the Tianlei talismans from our 12 siblings, we can strike each room twice over, which will surely suffice." Upon hearing this proposal, the second senior brother's lips curled into a satisfied smile as he nodded at little 4. "Very well, it is settled then. After all the injuries inflicted upon us, it is time for these wicked spirits to pay the price." Little 4, invigorated by this declaration, dashed toward the front door while shouting, "I shall fetch the Tianlei talismans from our junior brothers. You all act swiftly and begin the strikes." With a swift flick of his wrist, a Tianlei talisman soared from little 4's hand, descending mercilessly upon a rooftop. The booming sound of the Tianlei talismans echoed throughout the estate, creating a relentless cacophony. To the spirits, this was not merely alarming. It was the harbinger of their annihilation. Any spirit, particularly those like Yōubái with diminished strength, would be unable to withstand the force of the thunder and would dissipate into nothingness. Now, these young Taoists were systematically dismantling the rooms with the Tianlei talismans. Each thunderous boom brought the spirits closer to panic. How could they possess so many of these powerful talismans? And Yōubái could not help but grumble, feeling a surge of frustration as she recalled being forbidden to use hand grenades, while the Tianlai talismans seemed comparably potent. There cannot be many of such power among the Taoist talismans. Old Ghost listened intently to the thunder, turning to the other spirits. We must leave this place, or else the Tianlai will truly descend, and you will all be annihilated. Where can we go? We cannot escape the estate, and there is nowhere to hide. A female spirit lamented, her voice tinged with despair and reluctance. A profound sense of hopelessness enveloped the spirits at that moment. Indeed, they were trapped with no escape. With another rumbling thunderclap, the sound grew ever closer, causing the spirits to shudder at the speed with which the young Taoists were approaching. Why not flee to the well in the backyard? The hanging ghost suggested, rising into the air. Do you wish to be consumed? Do you not know how fierce that vengeful spirit is? You dare provoke it. The ghost mother retorted. It is far more formidable than this group of Taoists. The hanging ghost shouted, the outcome will be the same regardless. Perhaps the well might offer a chance for survival. After all, we are all spirits. The other spirits fell silent, realizing the truth in his words. They had no other options. The well might indeed provide a glimmer of hope, especially since they were all spirits. The conflict between spirits and Taoists was inherently adversarial, and remaining here offered no chance of survival. With another resounding clap of thunder, the danger was palpably close, even across an empty room. They could not afford to wait any longer. The young Taoists would be upon them. The old ghost swiftly ascended, making a decisive choice. To the backyard well. Whether we escape this calamity is left to fate. He turned to the other spirits and earnestly stated, going is entirely voluntary. Those who wish to join may do so. Those that do not can continue to seek hiding places. Though he emphasized voluntary participation, even he prepared to head to the well, leading the other spirits to distrust the safety of remaining behind. After all, the old ghost possessed far more experience in dealing with Taoists than all the spirits combined. Just as the spirits prepared to exit the room, ready to risk everything for a chance at survival, the ground beneath them began to tremble, and even the house shook. While the floating spirits felt little, they could still perceive the disturbance. What is happening? And Yōubái exclaimed in astonishment. Have the Taoists arrived so swiftly? She was about to rush outside when the old ghost, using his ghostly energy, pulled her back. At this moment, he appeared relaxed, his voice devoid of the tension from before. It is all right now. We are safe. What? And Yōubái was taken aback by this declaration of safety. She looked at the old ghost with wide eyes, bewildered. Had they not just been preparing for a desperate escape? How could they be safe now? The ghost mother, noticing her confusion, pulled her closer and patiently explained, the house spirit has emerged. These young Taoists are dismantling the rooms one by one, and the house spirit could no longer contain itself. House spirit? And Yōubái was even more perplexed. Who is that? Seeing her continued bewilderment, the ghost mother elaborated. This mansion has developed a spirit at some point, which typically remains indifferent to us but occasionally makes an appearance, often unnoticed. Upon hearing this, and Yōubái suddenly comprehended, the house grandfather mentioned by the little female ghost must refer to the house spirit. Turning to the old ghost, she asked with curiosity, you have been around for 500 years. Do you not know when it became sentient? The old ghost nodded affirmatively. Indeed, it has always been reluctant to show itself. It is rare to encounter it. This response reassured Yōubái. Surely, a spirit that had existed longer than 500 years would ensure their safety. The young Taoists would not be able to harm them now, though whether they could protect themselves was still uncertain. Once enveloped in despair, the spirits now floated joyously from the room, watching as the young Taoists were unceremoniously expelled through the front door by the house spirit. Beside the large tree in the outer courtyard, the tree under which the hanging ghost had previously been bound, stood two young Taoists, struggling futilely against their bonds. They had yet to comprehend how they had found themselves in this predicament, utterly at a loss. Outside, three elder Taoists sat calmly, playing chess and sipping tea as they awaited the return of their disciples. Suddenly, they noticed the front door swing open, and as they turned, They beheld their disciples being unceremoniously tossed out, thudding onto the ground. After being thrown to the ground, Lao Si immediately sprang up and rushed towards Lao Dao, exclaiming, "Master, we must seek help. De Shixiang and Air Shixiang are still inside." Lao Dao's expression darkened, his gaze intensifying as he commanded, "Do not panic. Articulate the sequence of events clearly." As Li Fani was cast out, she immediately turned her attention to her task, only to find that the countdown timer had halted. She glanced at Zhao Ziyu, whose serious demeanor indicated a mutual understanding. They must return to the mansion without delay, and Yōubái hung from a branch, observing the multitude of spirits relentlessly assaulting the two Taoists. Were it not for the old ghost's command to spare their lives, fearing that Ghost Mother might charge in and tear them apart, the situation would have escalated further. Had they not intruded, the little female ghost would not have been reduced to her current vulnerable state. While everyone remained inactive within the mansion, this group of detestable Taoists insisted on causing trouble, inciting the spirit's wrath. Why can't we eliminate them? They have brought us such suffering. Outside, 3 elder Taoists posed a far greater threat than these novices, and the array of the mansion, likely set by them, prevented any escape. The old ghost surveyed the faces of the gathered spirits, noting their indignation. Soon enough, those 3 old codgers will enter. Keeping these 2 alive will deter them from acting too ruthlessly. With the mansion's spirit present, what we have to fear? One spirit suggested, indeed, with more preparations, having battled Taoists for so many years, my counsel is sound. The old ghost snorted, waving his hand, causing ghostly energy to surge forth, silencing the spirits opposite. As the spirits conferred on how to respond, a thunderous sound erupted from outside the door. The old ghost immediately instructed 2 spirits. Once that old Taoist burst through the door, "You will confront those 2 young Taoists and inform the elder that should they dare to enter, you will take your own lives, sealing the fate of those 2 young Taoists." Understood. Just then, the door suddenly flew open and crashed to the ground as the 3 elder Taoists, accompanied by their disciples, stormed in, halting upon seeing their 2 bound apprentices. The elder raised a hand, commanding everyone to stop. "Step back to the door." The 3 elders exchanged glances before cautiously advancing a few steps. "Halt! Do not approach. If you take another step, we will collect their corpses." The elder gazed at his 2 disciples. Anguish etched across his features as they convulsed, their eyes bloodshot and faces darkened. Sadness and reluctance were evident on the faces of the 3, and in that fleeting moment of distraction, they were instantaneously separated and sent to 3 different locations. Chapter 6. Survival in the Ghost Mansion. As the 3 elder Taoists vanished, the young Taoists at the door clenched their jaws, their eyes wide with rage, fists tightly balled. Despite their evident frustration and anxiety, they remained silently poised, standing straight at the door without rushing in or shouting. Li Fani and Zhao Ziyu stood quietly behind them, relieved to see the countdown resume and exhaling a sigh of relief as they awaited in silence. The mansion spirit had separated the 3 elder Taoists, dispatching them to 3 distinct directions. The old ghost swiftly led several spirits to the scene, setting up a ghostly barrier with remarkable efficiency, aided by the mansion spirit. Within no time, their preparations were complete, and Yōubái glanced at her task timer, which now displayed countdown 0:30, indicating she had 30 minutes left before she could depart. Floating among the branches, she observed the 3 elder Taoists, now scattered throughout the mansion, aimlessly wandering within a confined space. It appeared that the ghostly barrier, enhanced by the mansion spirit, was proving effective, and she silently urged, "Just a little longer. Keep them turning." The spirits hovered atop the treetops, mocking the elder Taoists as they cautiously navigated the area, trapped in their futile circling. One spirit, brimming with confidence, declared, "I will go in and see if I can land a few hits." The old ghost shot him a sharp glare, smirking slightly, "Do not cause trouble. The elder Taoists possess numerous talismans. A single strike will disperse you. Are we merely to watch?" Another spirit protested, frustrated at the sight of their scattered brethren. The old ghost observed the weakened spirits, some diminished to levels akin to an Yōubái's. He looked at his own vanished arm and narrowed his eyes. "Let us wait. If we can keep them turning for 2 or 3 days without food or water, they will inevitably succumb. Then we will strike. That is a splendid plan. But what if they emerge sooner? A spirit raised an objection. No, the mansion's spirit orchestrated this. As long as it desires, those 3 old fellows cannot escape. That is indeed splendid. Let's ensnare them. And Yōubái felt a surge of happiness as she listened to the spirit's dialogue, silently expressing gratitude to the mansion spirit. Just as she reveled in this moment, she cast a glance at the young Taoists at the entrance, noticing their unchanged demeanor. Their calmness struck in Yōubái as peculiar. Had they become overly composed? Their initial fervor to hunt ghosts upon entering the mansion had dissipated entirely. Why were they now standing still at the door, merely glancing around without taking action? Were they intimidated by the 2 bound individuals? No, and Yōubái pondered. A normal person would instinctively seek to rescue their comrades, especially given the apparent camaraderie among them. Why then did they merely stand at the door observing? What were they waiting for? In a flash of insight, and Yōubái realized they were anticipating the emergence of the 3 elder Taoists, implying that the elder Taoists had forewarned them prior to entering. This suggested that the elder Taoists were deliberately orchestrating their current predicament. Alarm bells rang in her mind. The elder Taoists were scheming. She rushed to the old ghost's side, exclaiming, "The elder Taoists are intentional. They are searching for the mansion's spirit's weaknesses. We must devise a plan." The old ghost abruptly turned, fixing his intense gaze upon her. "How do you know this?" Just as Yōubái began to explain, the spirits once again noticed the mansion shaking as it had previously. "This is bad." The old ghost shouted, "Everyone retreat." At that moment, the 3 elder Taoists stepped out of the mansion, moving with deliberate ease. Before the spirits could react, a yellow talisman swiftly flew towards the 2 bound individuals in the courtyard. In an instant, the spirits attached to them attempted to flee, but they were a moment too late, colliding with the talisman and instantly becoming visible. The young Taoists at the entrance could no longer contain themselves, rushing in while casting immobilizing talismans and raising bronze mirrors. As the 2 spirits had already lost some of their ghostly energy from the earlier collision, the mirror's illumination scattered their remaining power. In an instant, the 2 spirits wailed and writhed before vanishing entirely. The spirits were caught off guard by this sudden turn of events, and in the ensuing chaos, they flailed about like headless flies, while Yōubái contemplated whether there were any places to hide. The 3 elder Taoists, accompanied by their disciples, began to wield peachwood swords, conjuring a spell array while reciting incomprehensible incantations. To the backyard, unbeknownst to which specter uttered a cry, a multitude of spirits surged into the backyard. The array that had confined them outside the grand estate began to contract towards the mansion, responding to the incantations of the venerable Taoist. The hidden yang talismans within the formation started to materialize, their golden light flickering on the talisman papers. As the array shrank, the spirits felt as though an immense mountain pressed down upon them, rendering them unable to rise, while their ghostly essence was relentlessly scorched by the golden radiance of the talismans. And Yōubái surveyed the surroundings, noting fewer than 10 spirits remaining, and turned her gaze to the elder ghost, exclaiming loudly, "Is there any way to break this formation?" The elder ghost, possessing the most potent ghostly energy among them, was barely holding on, acknowledging that only a spirit with over 1,000 years of malevolent energy could breach this array. This translated to a grim reality. They were trapped in a deadlock. The spirits could not even enter the well, as the yang talismans rendered them immobile. 1,000-year ghostly energy? And Yōubái glanced at the elder ghost's essence, pondering that a millennium's worth would surely be far denser than her own 500 years. She recalled the elder ghost's overwhelming aura upon their first encounter. She envisioned the essence of a 1,000-year ghost, thicker, more viscous, saturated with energy, exuding an oppressive presence. The spectral energy she conjured might not suffice to breach the formation's defenses. She needed to infuse it with something more aggressive. Without the use of explosives, the principles of detonation could still apply. An immense force might suffice to breach the array. Swiftly, she devised a plan in her mind. utilizing her shape-shifting abilities to conjure an explosive orb imbued with the essence of a thousand-year ghost. Having never encountered such a spirit, she could only hope her creation would yield the desired effect. Regardless, she resolved to take the risk. With all her strength, she hurled the spectral explosive, and, upon detonation, a resounding boom echoed. The spirits, still lingering, felt a surge of comfort as the oppressive energy lifted, and Yōubái instinctively looked towards the formation that had ensnared them. To her astonishment, she beheld a gaping hole torn in the barrier, and a wave of elation surged through her. The formation is broken. Quickly, let us flee, she cried, propelling herself through the breach. Upon escaping the array, the spirits felt a renewed sense of relief, abandoning all caution as they dashed into the forest. Recalling the advice of the young female ghost to simply find a hiding place within the woods, and Yōubái, now in high spirits, raced towards the trees, feeling safe at last. However, just as they approached the forest's edge, a suffocating sense of dread descended from above, and she instinctively looked up. The sky was suddenly alive with flashes of lightning and booming thunder, a harbinger of terror for any spirit. What is happening? She murmured, bewildered. Was everything fine just moments ago? Have those 3 old Taoists gone mad, summoning such a tempest to annihilate us? One spirit amongst the fleeing crowd cursed aloud. What shall we do? And Yōubái's anxious gaze turned once more to the elder ghost, who, being the most seasoned in dealing with Taoists, would possess the knowledge she sought. Yet to her dismay, the elder's pallid visage reflected utter defeat. There is no escape. The range of this thunderstorm encompasses the entire mountain. We cannot flee today. The 3 elder Taoists watched their disciples, incapacitated by the overwhelming energy, lying scattered across the ground, their fury igniting a tremor within them. These 12 disciples had been painstakingly raised by the Taoists since infancy, and the bond they shared was akin to that of kin. Witnessing their beloved students in such peril, their hearts burned with rage and regret for allowing them to undertake such trials in this perilous location. They had personally ensured the safety of the site, believing it to be secure. Though the estate was rife with spirits, the deadliest among them was the 500-year-old ghost, and while the disciples might not have been victorious, they could have preserved their lives. Who could have foreseen such a disastrous outcome? The intensity of the energy suggested they were perilously close to 1,000 years of malevolence. How could they have overlooked such a formidable specter during their inspection? Had they known of this ancient spirit's presence, they would never have permitted their young disciples to face the trial here. Now, consumed by a blend of fury and frustration, the Taoists summoned a powerful talisman of thunder, witnessing the ominous clouds gathering overhead, crackling with electricity. Armed with peachwood swords, they vowed that no ghost within this estate would escape. They would all be vanquished here. As their furious cries echoed through the air, bolts of thunder began to strike down, illuminating the sky with electric brilliance, relentlessly targeting the area where the spirits lingered. The ground scorched blackened under the onslaught, creating a web of devastation. The weaker spirits, struck by the thunder, could not even emit a sound before disintegrating, witnessing the immediate obliteration of spirits by the thunder. And Yōubái felt a chill run down her spine as she observed the elder ghost enveloping himself in ghostly energy, desperately evading the strikes. In a moment of urgency, she conjured a dense shroud of ghostly energy around herself, mirroring the elder's actions. And Yōubái's anxiety surged as she glanced at her remaining time, now reading Countdown 002. She needed merely to endure for 2 more minutes to succeed and return home. Yet the relentless storm offered no respite. What did she do? A lightning rod? She recalled its name, but could not visualize its form, rendering her unable to manifest one. In her mounting panic, her thoughts became chaotic, and she desperately scanned her surroundings for refuge. Everywhere she looked, spirits were either struck by lightning or currently under attack. Amidst the cacophony of wails and thunder, she glimpsed the dilapidated well in the backyard. Should she leap in? It was a place feared even by the elder ghost. Perhaps it could offer her a sliver of hope. As a bolt of lightning struck nearby, she felt her conjured energy diminish. Resolute, she decided to press on. With only 1 minute and 30 seconds remaining, she could endure that long. Gritting her teeth, she charged towards the well, her mind fixated on the singular thought, to enter the well. In the brief span of 100 meters, the relentless thunder struck her thrice within half a minute. By the time she reached the well's edge, her spectral energy had been nearly depleted by the fierce assaults of the lightning. She herself was at the brink. If even the slightest bolt were to strike her now, she would surely dissipate. Although Yōubái had never experienced death, the sensation was undeniably unpleasant. Struggling to maintain her last vestiges of ghostly energy, she hesitated not a moment before plunging into the well, a place that all spirits deeply feared. At that instant, a countdown sign appeared before her. Player return, countdown 0:59 seconds. Watching the seconds fly by on the timer, Yōubái fervently prayed for the chance to evade the impending doom. Just then, a bolt of heavenly lightning struck down towards the well's mouth, shattering a large chunk of it with a resounding crash. Though startled, she remained focused on the countdown, continuing to chant 48, 47, 46. Above the well, a bolt of lightning was gathering strength, poised to descend. If that lightning struck, she would have nowhere to hide and could only brace herself for the worst. Without hesitation, Yōubái activated her skill once more, conjuring a swirling mass of ghostly energy to shield herself, hoping it would withstand the impending strike. Yet deep down, she understood the uncertainty of her fate rested in the hands of destiny. Though she subconsciously felt that destiny was not in her favor, having come this far, she resolved to push onward. She would not surrender until the very last moment. As her ghostly energy coalesced around her, the lightning seemed to gain sentience, honing in on her with unwavering determination. Yōubái focused intently, her fists clenched tight, aware that her success hinged on this one moment. Player return, countdown 0:10 seconds. A chilling voice echoed from the depths of the well. What audacious little spirit dares to intrude upon my domain? The voice, indifferent as if dismissing a mere pest, struck Yōubái like a heavy hammer, leaving her momentarily dazed. Suddenly, a thick, profound aura of malevolence surged upward from below, far more potent than the energy she had summoned. In an instant, her protective barrier was obliterated, and she found herself enveloped by an overwhelming wave of resentment. The stench of fresh blood assaulting her senses. As the acrid aura washed over her, the hatred within her surged violently, intensifying with every heartbeat. Yōubái felt an immense fatigue wash over her, caught between the lethal lightning above and the vengeful spirits below. After enduring so much, would she succumb in these final 5 seconds? Bound by the oppressive energy, she realized why the spirits in the mansion feared this place so deeply. The millennia-old, vengeful spirit was indeed terrifyingly powerful. Without even seeing her adversary, she had already been ensnared by their ghostly essence. With her heart brimming with resentment, she sensed it boiling within her, threatening to burst forth and merge with the surrounding malevolence. This was indeed a case of ghost devouring ghost. Forcing herself to look up, she saw the lightning crashing into the well, heading straight for her. In despair, she closed her eyes, but refusal to accept her fate surged within her. With a cry that echoed her pent-up wrath, she screamed. It was the most anguished wail she had emitted since entering this game. Yet, her cry went unnoticed by the millennia-old vengeful spirit and the indifferent lightning. As the countdown reached the final 2 seconds, she felt the oppressive weight of the lightning, her ghostly form dissipating under the onslaught of resentment. Bitterly, she sensed her essence fading, unwilling to accept defeat at the very last moment. The lightning? It had become intriguing. The chilling voice carried a hint of amusement as Yōubái's ghostly form began to fragment before the lightning struck. In a final surge, a thick wave of ghostly energy erupted, colliding with the lightning, enveloping it in darkness, with only fleeting glimmers of light piercing the shadows. Return countdown 0:00 seconds. Yōubái found herself seated upon the carpet before her sofa, her left hand grasping a drink tube while her right held her phone. A sip of the beverage lingering on her lips. After instinctively swallowing, she blinked and realized she had returned. instantly placing her phone on the table and seizing a cushion from the sofa, clutching it tightly to her chest. She needed to process what had just transpired. Had she truly transformed into a ghost and returned? It felt too real to be mere fantasy. Unlocking her phone, she was greeted by the app boredom, and, overcome with urgency, she attempted to delete it. Yet, for reasons unknown, it resisted her every effort. Notifications began to pop up on the screen. Congratulations, player in Yōubái, for successfully completing the beginner's task. Your performance has been rated as excellent, and rewards have been issued. Please log into the app to view them. Every 10 days, a game will occur, ensuring you will never feel bored again. With a face full of disbelief, she set her phone down, feeling utterly drained. Opening the app, she found sections for discussions, transactions, and characters. With a prominent announcement reading, newcomers must read to ensure their survival. Her eyes twitched, and she begrudgingly clicked on it. Announcement 1. There's a game every 10 days. Please be prepared. Announcement 2. Skills obtained in the game cannot be used in reality, with exceptions. Announcement 3. The game retains ultimate interpretive authority. Clearly, these were mere formalities, offering no substantive information. How could she delete the app? How could she opt out of playing? There was nothing of value written. As in Yōubái vented her frustration, she scrolled through the discussion section, her gaze falling upon various posts. The pinned threads were all paywalled, requiring points to access. Some demanded 2 points, others 5. Notices for newcomers required 1 point. Skill card usage instructions needed 2 points. Descriptions for various A-level challenges required 5 points each. After scrolling through 2 pages, she finally encountered a free post discussing the beginner's task. Instantly intrigued, she clicked on it. I just want to know if failing the newcomer task really deducts 10 years from your life. That question has been asked before, and yes, it's true. I failed and was notified of the deduction, but I felt nothing. I don't know if it's real. The newcomer task is quite simple. How could anyone fail? Simple? I had to count 1,000 beans in an hour, then count 20 piles. You call that simple? That's nothing compared to safely landing from a crashing plane. Is everyone experiencing such a disparity? My task involved rescuing a long-braided princess from a witch. Mine was worse. I was chased by zombies. At least you're human. I was a mouse, pursued by a cat. Does anyone know how to delete this game? I don't want to play. Many have asked that, and one answer claimed you need to accumulate 10,000 points to leave. I don't know if it's true. Has anyone actually accumulated that many? No one knows how many points everyone has, and points are spent far too quickly to save. After nearly 2 hours of reading, and Yōubái discovered that the comments in the newcomers' complaints thread were indeed filled with superfluous chatter, with scant useful information. She resolved to spend a point to examine the pinned post regarding newcomers' precautions, which required 1 point. Having completed the beginner's task, she now possessed 10 points. Upon opening the post and spending 1 point, she diligently perused all the listed precautions. It must be said that the author of the post had truly summarized the essentials. With over 10 pieces of advice, each one was substantive, and Yōubái felt as though she had gained profound insights. This 1 point was well spent. She immediately turned to the character section to check her current status. In the character section, the only skill she could currently display was Qianbian Wanhua, an upgradable skill card. The earlier post had elaborated on the significance of upgrading skill cards, as enhanced skills would vastly surpass one-time skill cards. A quick check revealed that this card still had 4 uses remaining. Given her previous excessive use, she would need to limit her usage in the next match unless she could upgrade it. Once the card's uses reached 0, it would become obsolete and vanish. The newcomers post had especially emphasized that upgradable cards were rare in the game. Thus, even if one could not use it immediately, it was wise to save it for future upgrades when points were available, allowing the player to appreciate its true potential. In her inventory, there was another card marked with a question mark, a reward she received after completing the beginner's task. Upon clicking to use it, a flash of white light revealed the following introduction. By Bu Chuanyang, Infinite Crossbow, Weapon Card, Beginner Level. Usage instructions can only be used in 1 game. Automatically destroyed after the game ends. Skill description comes with calibration positioning. As long as I am in hand, within 60 meters, you are the strongest attacker. After reading this introduction, and Yōubái's lips curled into a smile. The weapon seemed quite promising, even though it could only be used in a single match. She then browsed the trading area, primarily to see what was available. To her astonishment, she was utterly dumbfounded. The trading area was divided into 3 main sections. One for the official store, which featured clearly priced cards, diamond-level weapon, Qinglong Long Dao, priced at 10,000 points. Usage instructions: once used, permanently bound, cannot be changed, never damaged. Skill description: comes with armor-piercing capability, can slay all with a single stroke. Diamond-level skill: Hanbing Man Tian, priced at 9,000 points. Usage instructions: no usage restrictions. Skill description: within a 100-meter range, all is within your attack zone. You are the master of ice and snow. High-level item: Shuang Jian, priced at 800 points. Usage instructions: passive binding skill. Skill description: you can see through all disguises and illusions. Nothing can deceive your eyes. After delving into these descriptions, Yōubái felt overwhelmed and captivated. But upon glancing at the prices, she quickly resigned herself to the reality of her situation. She then shifted her attention to another section, the player trading market, where items offered for trade by players were displayed. Each item came with trading conditions, allowing direct exchanges for those interested. The items here were evidently far more grounded than those in the official store, ranging from small handkerchiefs to beginner cards. And Yōubái spotted a beginner upgrade card. Precisely what she needed, priced at 100 points, but regrettably, her current points were insufficient. However, if she succeeded in the next match, she would likely accumulate enough, as completing the beginner task would lead her to A-level tasks, where each successful completion rewarded 100 points. Gazing at the screen displaying the beginner upgrade card, she softly declared, "Wait for me. I will purchase you next time." Her finger glided to the 3rd section, labeled as the redemption function, where points could be exchanged for real currency. 1 point could be exchanged for 1,000 real currency, meaning her hard-earned 10 points would equate to a mere 10,000 real currency, which felt rather paltry for her considerable efforts. Pondering this, she decided to use 1 point to test the exchange process. Upon applying for the transaction, she was prompted, "Point redemption requires binding the player's bank card. Please bind your bank card first." Following the instructions step by step, she successfully bound her bank card and continued with the redemption. A notification appeared. Point redemption incurs a fee of 2 points. This felt entirely unreasonable, akin to a predatory clause, yet she saw no alternative but to comply. Ding! A text notification arrived, confirming the credit of 980 real currency. After glancing at her bank balance, Yōubái turned her attention to a spicy hot pot, devouring it with gusto. Although it had grown somewhat cold and lost some flavor, nourishment was essential, especially with another game commencing in 10 days, the nature of which remained uncertain. It was imperative that she maintained her health and vitality. In the days that followed, aside from her work routine, she diligently studied various educational videos and folklore literature, hoping to broaden her knowledge base. She had devised a plan to save points to purchase the beginner upgrade card and elevate her Qianbian Wanhua skill. To prepare, she even researched the appearance of a lightning rod, ensuring that she could transform into it when necessary. She also scheduled a weekend visit to the museum to thoroughly examine all historical artifacts, carefully noting their characteristics for future transformation. However, the sheer volume of exhibits was overwhelming, and she struggled to retain the information. Fortunately, she managed to purchase a catalog of the exhibits, allowing her to study it at home leisurely. Each night before bed, Yōubái made it a point to visit the app's discussion forum to see what others were discussing. Yet she never forgot the first rule from the newcomer's post, to safeguard her privacy by refraining from using her real name in the game, concealing her true identity. She renamed her character to Yōubái. Occasionally, she posed questions in the forum, but the responses she received were evidently from fellow novices. Finally, the moment arrived. Sitting on the sofa, she took a deep breath and once again felt the powerful tug as her vision faded to black. Chapter 8. Heartbeat Cruise 1. Welcome back to the game, player. The current task is as follows. A level task. Heartbeat Cruise. Task Requirement 1. Survive safely for 30 hours before returning. Task Requirement 2. During the game. Heart rate must not exceed 120. Successful task reward. 100 points and a random card. Failure penalty. Deduction of 200 points for insufficient points. A deduction of 10 years of lifespan. Participants in this A-level task for people. The task will officially commence in 5 minutes. Enjoy your game, cherish life, and banish boredom. These 5 minutes were allotted for players to introduce themselves or to purchase items from the App Store. In order to succeed, now is the optimal time to acquire the necessary items. Once the task commenced, only the backpack function would be accessible, while other features would be temporarily disabled. Thus, these 5 minutes were truly valuable. Many players would meticulously reserve points to buy essential items according to the task requirements during this brief window. Regrettably, Yōubái had only participated in her second match and currently possessed a mere 8 points, rendering her incapable of acquiring any useful items. Thus, she decided to abandon her efforts and exited the game interface. As she surveyed her surroundings, she discovered that once again, she was alone. The location where she stood appeared to be a cabin on a cruise ship. Pushing open the door to the balcony on her right, she stepped outside to behold a vast expanse of tranquil azure sea. The rhythmic sound of the waves enveloped her ears as she inhaled the moist sea breeze. Gazing at the distant blue sky adorned with fluffy clouds and the endless horizon. Suddenly, a classic scene from Titanic flashed through her mind, and Yōubái instinctively slapped her forehead. The tale of a shipwreck aboard a cruise ship was hardly an auspicious omen. Turning back into the room, she noted it was a standard single cabin, complete with a compact bathroom. Opening the wardrobe revealed an array of clothing, while a nearby table held a guide to the cruise and a vibrant sunflower brooch, which displayed the number 166 at its center. The design of the sunflower was truly exquisite, each petal showcasing a different hue. When she gently pushed on a petal with her thumb, the entire flower spun, creating a captivating sight. A-level task. Heartbeat cruise commences. Task timer initiated. Countdown. 3,000. The game officially commenced, and Yōubái immediately noticed a pulsating number display in the upper right corner of her vision, currently reading 80. I must commend you. This prompt is rather considerate, she remarked, a wry smile gracing her lips. Game additional task 1. Attend the buffet at 11:30 a.m. on the 3rd floor of the cruise ship. Failure to complete additional task results in failure of the current task, and Yōubái sighed inwardly, realizing that this app was indeed insidious. After perusing the 2 tasks presented, she contemplated her strategy. Given that the challenge was to survive for 30 hours without elevating her heartbeat, the simplest solution seemed to be remaining in her room, thus ensuring a safe passage through the duration. However, just as this thought crossed her mind, she received notification of the additional task requiring her attendance at the buffet. Her frustration mounted, as this clearly thwarted her plans for complacency and compelled her to venture out into the unknown dangers. At 10 o'clock a.m., with the buffet commencing in an hour and a half, she sat in her room on the 3rd floor, reassured that she could take her time. She quietly settled down to peruse the cruise guide. Upon opening it, an unexpected delight caught her eye. A card materialized before her. Indeed, the beginner's guide was replete with valuable insights, revealing that cards could be hidden throughout the game, dependent on one's audacity, attentiveness, and luck to discover them. Upon confirming its use, a flash of white light indicated that she had acquired a basic copy card. Copy card, skill card. Basic, usage instructions, for one-time use only, skill description. Perfectly duplicates all basic cards. Copied cards cannot be upgraded, stowing the card away, and Yōubái's mood lifted considerably. Today seems to be fortuitous. After thoroughly reading the cruise guide, she donned the sunflower brooch, which served as her pass for the entire ship, enabling her to make purchases and open her cabin door. Without it, she would likely be denied entry to the buffet. At 10:30 a.m., Yōubái leisurely exited her room. Why the leisurely pace? Because a hurried walk would quicken her heartbeat. Glancing at the number in the upper right corner, she shook her head in resignation, finding it somewhat challenging to adapt. She resolved to explore various areas of the cruise ship, hoping to uncover additional cards. Regrettably, after an hour of searching, she found no further cards, though she had become quite familiar with the layout of the 2nd and 3rd floors. At 11:30 a.m., adhering to the requirements of the additional task, she ambled towards the buffet on the 3rd floor. After the attendant verified her room and brooch number at the entrance, she entered the bustling event. Inside, a throng of guests engaged in lively conversation, laughter echoing through the air, creating a relaxed and congenial atmosphere. Just as Yōubái intended to locate a server to inquire about her seating, she was inadvertently bumped by a person who suddenly turned. Following their apology, a nearby server steadied her. "It's quite all right." She nodded in acknowledgement before continuing her inquiry about her seat. This minor mishap, occurring amidst the crowd, was hardly noteworthy, and no one paid any mind. Consequently, no one noticed that her sunflower brooch had flipped over due to the collision. The server, observing the number on her brooch, guided her to seat 991. As she settled down, she discovered a card beneath her plate, her eyes sparkling with excitement. The annoyance of being compelled to attend the buffet dissipated significantly with this unexpected find. Truly, it was a case of serendipity. Swiftly stowing the card in her backpack, she planned to examine it further upon returning to her room. At that moment, her mind was solely fixated on the prospect of inspecting the plates of other guests. Yongli leaned casually against the wall of the banquet, his slender, pale fingers swaying a wine glass, the liquid swirling lazily within. Although his gaze appeared indifferent, he was acutely aware of the position 991. He had just rewarded a server with a generous tip to ascertain the location of that seat. Contemplating the tasks assigned in this game, a hint of derision flickered in his eyes. The first task required him to elicit a sincere declaration of affection from the occupant of seat 991 within 35 hours. The second task was to survive for 40 hours. Upon reading the tasks, he chuckled. They were exceedingly simple for him. Having successfully completed 4 game rounds, he possessed unwavering confidence in his ability to survive for 40 hours. As for persuading someone to profess their feelings for him within 35 hours, that was merely a part of his everyday life. From childhood to the present, everyone, from aunts to little girls in kindergarten, had been captivated by his charm. Feeling quite pleased with himself, a beguiling smile unconsciously graced his face, which, combined with his handsome features, drew the attention of several passing girls, who couldn't help but glance back. Noticing their reaction, he nonchalantly raised his wine glass, tilting his head with a playful smile. Watching the girls cover their mouths and hastily depart with flushed cheeks, his sense of triumph swelled. Internally, he scoffed. This task was child's play, utterly devoid of challenge. Upon seeing Yōubái take her seat at 991, as indicated by the server, he narrowed his eyes, concealing the arrogance within his gaze. With unwavering confidence, he approached her, drawing the attention of many along the way. Before he could reach his designated spot, a woman with silver hair, accompanied by an elderly gentleman, approached Yōubái and exchanged a few words. Yongli gradually halted his steps, deciding to wait until they departed before advancing. Unfortunately, this brief moment of hesitation, a mere minute, set the stage for a misunderstanding that would later leave him filled with regret, though he was entirely oblivious to it at the time. "Excuse me, madam, I believe you may be in the wrong seat," a courteous voice chimed beside Yōubái. She lifted her gaze to find an elderly couple being escorted by the staff. Immediately, she stood up. "I was brought here by the staff. I am unsure of my assigned seat," she replied. "These 2 guests are seated together, numbers 990 and 991. May I ask your number?" "I am 166, and Yōubái said, glancing down at her name tag, only to realize it had been flipped over unbeknownst to her. "Allow me to guide you to your seat," the staff member promptly offered. "Very well." Following the staff's lead, Yōubái made her way to a table in the rear right corner and settled into her chair. She immediately began inspecting her plate. But alas, there was no card to be found. It was understandable. If cards were so easily discoverable, how could anyone command such exorbitant prices for them in the trading zone? Reflecting on the recent incident where someone had spent 100,000 real coins on a single card, she shook her head. Indeed, wherever one might find games, there will always be players willing to spend lavishly. As Yongli prepared to approach Yōubái once more, the lights in the venue dimmed abruptly. The host, standing at the forefront of the stage, announced the official commencement of the gala. Melodious music filled the air, and the enticing aroma of food wafted around. Various goods were displayed in corners throughout the venue, enticing attendees to explore. Yōubái recalled her available funds and confidently carried her plate towards the food area, aware that hunger was a factor even in games. With her empty plate in hand, she navigated the food section, allowing her to discreetly traverse the expansive gala space while quietly searching for cards. Just as she scrutinized the dishes for any hidden cards beneath the lids and utensils, an unexpected glass of amber champagne appeared in her line of sight. At that moment, a melodious male voice remarked, "The cheese and ham you have will pair wonderfully with this wine." And Yōubái followed the elegantly extended wine glass, her gaze landing on the man before her. Exuding confidence, he wore a gentle smile that, combined with his extraordinary looks, instantly evoked a sense of admiration. Caught off guard by his striking beauty, and Yōubái felt her heart race. After 3 seconds of astonishment, her attention shifted to the number 100 displayed above, noting that her heart rate continued to escalate. Suddenly, her mind cleared as if doused in cold water, and she thought, how unscrupulous, employing such a handsome ruse. As her mind regained clarity, she instinctively retreated 3 steps, creating distance between them. And Yōubái gazed at Yang Li with a mix of terror and disdain, internally lamenting. This is exactly what they mean by beauty brings disaster. Just that smile nearly cost me a decade of my life. Once her thoughts settled, she reassessed the man before her, now perceiving him as a grim reaper intent on claiming her years. Her sudden retreat drew the attention of several onlookers. Some smiled kindly, while others watched with intrigue. Yang Li looked at Yōubái with surprise, pondering why she had suddenly retreated in shock. His brows furrowed in confusion. What has happened? Her initial reaction seemed perfectly normal. Why did it change so abruptly? Is there something wrong with my face? Casting a glance around, he noted that everyone else appeared composed, leading him to wonder if her reaction stemmed from encountering a handsome man for the first time. Chapter 9. Heartbeat Cruise 2. Feeling that he may have pinpointed the issue, Yang Li's handsome face broke into a gentle smile once more as he took a few steps closer, attempting to bridge the gap between them. Just as he was about to speak, and Yōubái, upon witnessing his advance, reacted as if confronted by a monster, her eyes widening, her complexion paling, and her lips pressed into a straight line. Before he could utter a single word, she silently turned on her heel and fled, leaving behind only the sight of her hurried escape, as though she had encountered a fearsome beast. Yang Li stood momentarily in bewilderment, feeling disoriented. This was not at all what he had anticipated. The girl's reaction was utterly unexpected. Listening to the murmurs and laughter around him, he forced a polite smile and calmly turned away. Yet, deep down, he was anything but composed. The situation was clearly amiss. He needed a quiet space to reflect on what had gone wrong. Was his fault? A flicker of doubt crossed his mind, prompting him to conduct an experiment. Straightening his attire, he approached the dining area, bestowing charming smiles upon 3 women of varying ages. After receiving 3 blushes and nods in return, he concluded that he was not at fault. Thus, the issue must lie with that woman. Might she simply not appreciate handsome men? Though the likelihood seemed slim, it was not impossible. Contemplating this possibility, Yang Li narrowed his eyes. If that were indeed the case, it would pose quite a challenge. Should he devise another strategy? As his mind wandered through various possibilities, his gaze began to roam the gala in search of Yōubái. Regardless of the reason, he felt compelled to seize the opportunity to engage with her once more. After swiftly departing, Yōubái turned to a secluded corner, taking deep breaths to calm her racing heart. Gradually, the number in the corner of her vision settled at 80, allowing her to regain her composure. Her understanding of the game had deepened. Indeed, the app would stop at nothing to achieve its aims. Thankfully, she had recognized the trick in time. Had she hesitated even a moment longer, her heart rate might have soared uncontrollably, leading to the failure of her mission. 10 years of her life at stake. Though she found the situation tedious, she was quite protective of her own life. Now composed, Yōubái resolved to continue her search for cards, hoping for further discoveries. Just as she resumed her diligent quest, she was once again interrupted by a captivating baritone. "Excuse me, beautiful lady, may I offer you a cup of coffee?" With a quiet sigh, Yōubái, already mentally prepared, calmly turned to face the handsome man before her. To be frank, this man, standing at over 1.80 meters in height, clad in a well-fitted casual outfit, possessed striking looks and a tall, slender figure. His voice resonated with a deep timbre, and the smile on his face was tender with a hint of allure. If one were to describe him at this moment, in Yōubai's mind would conjure the elegant phrase, Fengshen Junlang, Yushu Linfeng. It was indeed difficult to refuse his requests. How could she utter a negative response? Up. In an attempt to siphon off my 10 years of vitality, this NPC certainly put in a heartfelt effort, and Yōubái gazed at the beautiful man before her and sighed internally, lamenting that, regardless of how stunning a visage may be, it remains merely data. After all, life holds greater significance. At times, matters unfold in such a manner that once the fleeting impulse dissipates and the filter fades, even the most exquisite things may not evoke the same fervor as when first encountered. A formulaic smile instantly graced in Yōubai's face as she raised her hand, gesturing toward the corner. This handsome gentleman, coffee is freely available at the soiree. Your invitation is unnecessary. The coffee station is right behind you. Please help yourself. After delivering her words, Yōubái nodded with a composed smile and decisively turned away. The rejection was crystal clear. Do not approach again. Do not waste my time in search of cards. Your ploy with handsome men has been discerned and rendered ineffective. Having scoured all the buffet stations without discovering any new cards, she surveyed her surroundings. Next, she would explore the display areas in the four corners, and she proceeded to the nearest one to continue her search for cards. Observing the retreating silhouette of the girl, Yongli narrowed his eyes, astonished that this tactic might actually fail. This outcome was truly unexpected, yet upon reflection, it made sense. If it were so simple to accomplish, the app would not have formalized it as a task for him to complete. At this moment, his pride as a man and his strong desire for victory ignited simultaneously. I refuse to believe that a horde of zombies can thwart me, yet you, a mere girl, can pose a challenge. Understanding oneself and one's adversary ensures victory in every battle. Yongli resolved to follow her closely and observe carefully, seeking another opportunity to strike. Quietly trailing behind Yōubái, he noticed that she appeared disinterested in the surrounding exhibits, glancing briefly before moving on. He silently sought another chance to approach her and finally saw Yōubái pausing before a painting, genuinely appreciating it this time. He lifted his gaze to examine the artwork, which depicted a battle scene. A dragon-slaying warrior with the dragon's head beneath his foot, his armor splattered with blood. Sunlight broke through the dense clouds, illuminating the hero's raised sword, which gleamed with brilliance. This artwork bore a strong sense of individualism and heroism. With a disdainful curl of his lips, Yongli mused that girls were indeed predictable. Beauties love heroes. How cliché! Yet, the task must be completed. He did not wish to lose 200 points over such a mission. Suppressing his feelings of disdain, he once again approached Yōubái with a gentle, alluring smile. After navigating a considerable distance, Yōubái had yet to uncover any new cards. And now her attention was drawn to the bottom right corner of the painting, where a card seemed to be concealed. However, due to its color blending with the artwork, she felt uncertain. As she stepped closer, preparing to reach out and touch it, a staff member abruptly intercepted her. "Madam, the artwork here is not to be touched. Please enjoy it from behind the designated line. Should you wish to purchase it, we will retrieve it for you. Upon payment, it will be delivered to your room." As Yōubái pondered how to touch the artwork and ascertain whether it concealed a card, the persistent voice of the NPC reemerged. "I see you admire this piece. A warrior capable of vanquishing a dragon is truly deserving of the title of hero." Faced once more with the NPC's handsome visage, Yōubái felt a swarm of crows take flight within her mind, wishing only to shout, "Please, spare me." Yet the beautiful man seemed oblivious to her expression, stepping forward to block her view as he earnestly nodded towards the painting. "If you cherish this work, I shall purchase it for you." With that, he gestured for the staff to come over, and Yōubái raised an eyebrow in disbelief as she watched the NPC dictate to the staff to retrieve the artwork. As the painting swayed, she noticed that the area where she had suspected a card lay was now clearly visible, revealing its previous concealment. It appeared either someone had taken the card or it had vanished entirely. In any case, it now appeared to be in its normal state. Recalling that several individuals had passed by while she was obstructed by the NPC, she swiftly turned to search for them. However, the room was now teeming with people, making it impossible to discern any familiar faces. Frustration welled up within Yōubái, and upon glancing at the NPC, she could not suppress her anger. "Sir, I do not know you, nor do I require your gifts. Please cease your interruptions." Infuriated, Yōubái lamented that the card she had painstakingly sought had been snatched away by someone else, all due to this NPC's interference. Even if this NPC were the epitome of beauty, it could not quell her rage. Yet her emotions subsided within 3 seconds, as she realized her heartbeat had soared to 100 due to her fury. At that moment, Yōubái became even more convinced that this handsome NPC was deliberately causing trouble. She made a concerted effort to relax, attempting to lower her heart rate, and swiftly exited the scene. She had already attended the soiree, and the task could be deemed complete. She could not linger here any longer. In less than 2 minutes of brisk walking, she found her heart rate exceeding 100 once more. Stopping abruptly, she engaged in deep breaths, striving to stabilize her heartbeat before making her way back to her room at a leisurely pace. Reclining on the bed in her guest room, Yōubái sought to calm her tumultuous emotions. Although this task appeared simple, executing it proved to be quite challenging. The fluctuations in her heartbeat were influenced by her emotions. To maintain her heart rate below 120, she must refrain from running, jumping, experiencing excessive joy, or succumbing to anger. Any intense emotions or actions were to be avoided. Her safest course of action was to do nothing at all. Lying flat and sleeping would be ideal. However, this troublesome app would not permit her such a reprieve. Just as she began to feel a twinge of hunger and considered ordering room service, a new task arrived. Game side task 2. Attend the buffet on the 3rd level of the cruise ship at 5 p.m. Failure to attend will result in a judgment of task failure. The emergence of this task felt like the app's mocking laughter at Yōubái, as if to say, "You wish to hide away in your room until time runs out? That depends on my approval." Ah, how infuriating! She reminded herself not to lose her temper, as anger would only elevate her heart rate. Calmness was essential. Repeatedly adjusting her mindset, Yōubái resolved to engage in other activities to divert her attention. She retrieved the card she had discovered earlier from her bag. Upon confirming its use, it revealed itself to be a new skill card. Freezing card, skill card. Basic. Usage instructions. 3 uses available. Skill description. Can freeze all objects within a 2-meter radius, excluding the holder, for a duration of 1 minute. A satisfied smile graced her lips. The skill's effect was quite promising. Although limited to 3 uses, it could prove life-saving in critical moments. Once again, she found herself thinking about that NPC handsome man who continuously interrupted her search for the card. If it weren't for his sudden obstruction, she might have already secured that card. Alas, she lamented the loss of a precious card. I hope I never see you again. Yet, upon further reflection, she realized it was impossible to avoid him. This charming NPC was specifically designed by the app to cause mischief. Surely, she would encounter him again, perhaps even during dinner tonight. Yōubái lay helplessly on her bed, releasing a long sigh of despair. Forget it. Next time I see him, I'll just keep my distance. After all, in a public hall, he cannot do anything to me. If he truly harbored ill intentions, his myriad transformation skills could still be employed. He could easily conjure a pistol. Surely, the game could not restrict her from using her abilities in such a scenario. Resolute in her decision, Yōubái walked toward the self-service restaurant, taking her time to avoid raising her heart rate. As she entered the dining area, she immediately spotted that NPC handsome man, seated casually at the entrance, sipping coffee while admiring the ocean view. If one were to observe just this scene, it was indeed quite picturesque. It was no wonder that a circle of girls surrounded him, occasionally stealing glances in his direction. He exuded a relaxed demeanor, and whenever his gaze inadvertently met that of a lady, he would respond with a gentle smile, causing her to blush. Watching this scene made Yōubái's teeth ache, and she involuntarily twitched her lips. Determined to avoid the spectacle, she moved outside to the balcony with the server and settled at an empty table. The view from this spot was magnificent, and the evening sea breeze was particularly refreshing. After sipping the chilled beverage brought by the waiter, and Yōubái slowly closed her eyes, savoring the tranquility of the moment. The melodious sound of a violin wafted through the air, its tender and enchanting melody relaxing those who listened, bringing smiles to their faces. Wow, look, how beautiful. So many flowers, simply stunning. Is someone about to confess? This is so dreamy. My goodness, I can't believe I'm witnessing a scene straight out of a novel. Is this a live version? I must record this. The chorus of exclamations broke her peace, and Yōubái frowned, opening her eyes to see an extravagant red rose cart being cautiously pushed forward by two staff members. The cart moved slowly, likely burdened with flowers that might fall if jostled. As a normal girl, witnessing this scene would naturally elicit admiration. Such dedication to a confession deserved commendation. Just as Yōubái finished her silent admiration, she caught sight of the NPC handsome man, who approached her with a large bouquet of red roses identical to those on the cart. He followed the staff, appearing in her line of sight, and, amid the envious gazes of those around them, he walked directly toward her. Gently placing the bouquet before her, he said, "Beautiful lady, might I have the honor of inviting you to dinner?" And Yōubái gazed at the sea of roses, gritting her teeth to suppress the urge to unleash an angry outburst. Listening to the incessant gasps around her, she reminded herself to remain calm, for anger would only quicken her pulse. Wow, how romantic. Oh my, this man is so handsome. That girl must be so lucky. If it were me, I would definitely accept. That girl's looks are quite ordinary, though. Are you jealous or something? Just look at her boyfriend compared to you. Humph. Narrowing her eyes at the NPC handsome man, and Yōubái could only think, who are you calling a lady? You are the one who is truly a lady. He calmly pulled out the chair opposite her and sat down naturally, nodding at the nearby server, signaling for the meal to be served. Turning to Yōubái, his handsome face wore an incredibly gentle and affectionate smile. I hope you enjoy the signature dishes prepared by our ship's chef. To outsiders, this scene appeared utterly dreamlike, reminiscent of an idol drama. The crowd around them began weaving various versions of romantic love stories. Yet, in Yōubái's eyes, the man seated across from her was nothing more than a malevolent spirit, intent on consuming her 10 years of life. He was no different from a vengeful ghost dwelling in the depths of a well, both seeking her vitality, suppressing her discomfort. She felt the hair on her arms stand on end as she prepared to leave, knowing that arguing with an NPC was futile. His existence was a predetermined aspect of the app. Just as she stood, he seized her wrist, sending a shiver down her spine, causing her to tremble involuntarily. Casting a glance at the onlookers who pretended to dine while secretly observing the unfolding drama, she lifted her gaze to meet his eyes, firmly rejecting him. "Sir, I have no desire to dine with you. Please let go." Upon hearing her refusal, his smile faltered, revealing a look of disbelief. "You don't want to?" And Yōubái responded loudly, her voice clear and resonant, ensuring that everyone around could hear. "Indeed, I do not wish to. Please release me. Moreover, what is it that you find appealing about me? Speak it, and I shall change at once." Sensing his grip loosen slightly, she quickly withdrew her wrist, turning without a moment of hesitation to leave, wishing she could move even faster. Seeing the additional task marked as complete, she resolved to return to her room. Now certain that the app had designed this supplementary task to ensure she encountered that NPC handsome man. It was indeed a ploy to elevate her heart rate beyond 120. Therefore, retreating to her room to enjoy solitude would be the safest course of action. Observing the woman walk away without a backward glance, Yongli was filled with confusion and disbelief. This method should have worked. Why did it not? Stealing a sidelong glance at the reactions of those around him, he noted that they were precisely as he had anticipated. He became increasingly convinced that the issue lay with that woman. But what was the problem? Did she not appreciate romance? Was she allergic to flowers? Or perhaps she was a staunch environmentalist, disapproving of such gestures? A myriad of possibilities flooded his mind, each seeming plausible yet equally flawed, leaving Yongli ensnared in this web of uncertainties, his expression betraying a pitiable confusion. A couple passed by, the girl unable to bear his despondent demeanor, softly comforting him. "Don't be sad. Perhaps she simply doesn't like red roses." Her boyfriend chimed in with a grin. Yeah, buddy. Try saving her next time. It might work. That's how I won over my girlfriend. The girl playfully nudged her boyfriend, admonishing him not to speak so freely. The two then walked away, laughing sweetly. Yet, Yang found a glimmer of truth in the man's words, as if a light bulb had illuminated within him. It might indeed be that his approach was misguided. Tasks were invariably challenging. He now needs to devise a new plan, contemplating various methods that might prove effective. The notion of a hero rescuing a damsel in distress, while cliched, remains viable as long as it is useful. Thus, it is worth a try. What other strategies could be employed? In Yang Li's mind, a tempest of thoughts began to swirl furiously, and Yōubái emerged from her room once more, not due to a new task assigned to her, but rather because she was genuinely hungry. Upon calling room service, she was informed that the restaurant had already closed, although some shops in the mall or bar still accepted orders. Her lunch and dinner plans had been utterly disrupted by the NPC handsome man, and having consumed nothing all day, and Yōubái felt compelled to venture out in search of food. The gnawing hunger caused her heart to race, igniting a sense of unease within her. As she ambled toward the mall, a hushed conversation between two men reached her ears from a dimly lit corner, causing her to grip the nearby railing tightly in anxiety. Shall we commence our operation tomorrow at noon? One of them inquired. Indeed, the task demands completion within 30 hours. Tomorrow at noon will suffice. The other replied. You set off the first charge, and amidst the chaos, we can seize some valuables. But what use is it to acquire items from the game if they cannot be brought back to reality? True, but what if they prove useful in other scenarios? Given the plethora of items available in this wretched game, it's prudent to gather valuable resources. A valid point. No wonder you successfully cleared 3 levels. What do you intend to collect? Valuable items, such as jewelry or paintings. Paintings are too cumbersome. Jewelry is small and easily transportable. And Yōubái was fully engrossed in their conversation, oblivious to the staff member approaching her due to her prolonged presence in the area. Excuse me, miss. May I assist you in any way? He inquired. Caught eavesdropping, and Yōubái turned casually, saying, I'm fine, thank you, and promptly dashed toward the mall. However, after only 10 steps, her heart began to race. She glanced at the rapidly rising numbers in the upper right corner of her vision. Cursing internally at how sensitive the system was, the numbers climbing so swiftly, she halted, opting to walk briskly instead, yet before she could catch her breath, she heard the swift footsteps of the 2 men pursuing her, their presence drawing ever closer. With escape no longer an option, she took a deep breath to steady her racing heart, gradually walking into the bar to her right. Once inside, she made her way to the farthest corner. At this hour, nearly all the tables in the bar were occupied, and after scouting 5 locations along the wall, she finally discovered an unoccupied booth. She turned and seated herself, adjusting her breathing while covertly glancing toward the entrance. Indeed, the 2 men entered and headed straight for the bar, scanning the area before summoning a waiter to inquire about something. And Yōubái endeavored to calm herself, lowering her heart rate as she contemplated her next move. A server approached, placing a fruit platter before her with a smile, then quietly retreated. I didn't order any fruit, she mused, staring at the platter in confusion. It was then she noticed a bottle of liquor and a glass beside the fruit. She realized that the booth was indeed occupied, but the occupant was simply absent at that moment. Just as she prepared to leave, the 2 men approached her, and her body instinctively sank back into her seat. However, she caught their reflection in the mirror and recognized that they had likely seen her and were now walking toward her. What to do? The tension surged, causing her previously calmed heart to race once more. How irritating, she exclaimed in frustration, kicking the table with force. Unfortunately, this only intensified her heartbeat, as her big toe throbbed painfully, bringing tears to her eyes. As she sat there, tears brimming, she desperately brainstormed a strategy when the NPC handsome man entered the booth, casually seating himself across from her, his gaze filled with curiosity and confusion. What's wrong with you? Though she greatly wished to avoid this individual, the sight of the 2 men halting their advance brought her a sense of relief. They had settled at a table diagonally in front of her. Continually glancing in her direction, she realized her earlier sigh of relief had been premature. The situation could indeed be described as being caught between a wolf and a tiger, trapped with no avenue for escape. It appeared she would be unable to leave this place for the time being, so she might as well enjoy her dinner, as that was the very reason she had stepped out of her room. With her eyes glistening from the tears, she said, "I'm so hungry. I didn't eat a single bite for lunch or dinner because of you, and now I'm starving. Could you please remain silent while I eat?" The NPC handsome man's face flushed at her words, and he offered no response. Yet his silence was already satisfactory to Yōubái, as it allowed her to enjoy her meal without the anxiety of her heart racing any further, fulfilling her purpose for the evening. She summoned a waiter and ordered several dishes, then began devouring the food with unrestrained enthusiasm, starting with the fries and leaving nothing behind. Her manner of eating was hasty and unrefined, bordering on disgraceful. In truth, she was testing to see if the NPC would reveal anything more. Stealing glances at his reactions as she ate, she noticed a flicker of disdain and annoyance in his eyes, but he did not rise to leave. This prompted a bold hypothesis to flash through her mind. He might not be an NPC at all, but rather another player like herself. Lowering her gaze, she reflected on their previous encounters, realizing she had been too hasty and had failed to notice his reactions. Could it be possible that his task was to elevate her heart rate beyond 120? This notion aligned perfectly with the app's gaming style, designed to elicit thrills and compel players to complete various challenges. If this were indeed the case, then the card from the painting she had seen that morning might have been taken by him when he approached to look. Having pieced together this revelation, she steeled her focus on the handsome man before her. If he were truly a player, he would undoubtedly have further strategies in mind. Failing to complete his mission would not be an option for him, whether it be the 200 points or the 10 years of life. Any player would be loath to lose such stakes. Therefore, she must exercise caution. If her heart rate remained below 120, he might resort to forcing her to run or engage in some other activity. For now, his methods had been relatively gentle. Perhaps he was overly confident in his appearance, believing that any girl would inevitably be enamored and experience a racing heart. This was indeed a valid point, had she not been monitoring her heart rate. Their initial meeting would have nearly sent her heartbeat soaring past 120. One must concede, the handsome man's tactics, though cliched, were remarkably effective, but fortunately, she had seen through them at their very first encounter. And Yōubái disdainfully curled her lips while continuing to enjoy the sumptuous meal before her, internally mocking her companion. "You have no secrets left in front of me, so my heart will not race," she thought dismissively. Yang Li struggled against the throbbing veins on his forehead, exerting immense self-control to refrain from turning away immediately. Throughout his over 20 years of life, he had never witnessed such a lack of decorum at the dining table. The absurdity of the task at hand, which required such a woman to confess her affection for him, filled him with a profound sense of rejection, both externally and internally. Chapter 11. Heartbeat Cruise. For Yang Li observed the woman before him, her mouth stuffed with food, emitting incessant munching sounds. He felt as though he were suffocating, desperately leaning back in his seat, overwhelmed by the impulse to rise and leave this place. It dawned on him that he had misjudged the situation from the very beginning. The tasks assigned by this app had never been simple, not even from the introductory challenge. How could he have initially believed this to be an easily achievable task? Finally, after Yōubái finished her third plate, she noticed from the corner of her eye that the two individuals who had entered the bar with her had departed, prompting a satisfied smile to grace her lips. Glancing back at the man across from her, she realized that all four participants in this game were present, and she took pleasure in appreciating the pallor of his countenance as she indulged in another plate of fruit. However, as she continued to eat, her stomach became uncomfortably full. Nevertheless, she composed herself, stood up, and offered him a smile with a nod. While carefully rubbing her stomach, she made her way back to her room. Once inside, sleep eluded her. She had eaten too much and was now too uncomfortable to rest. She found herself pacing until the early hours of the morning before finally succumbing to slumber. She slept so late that she did not awaken until 9:30 a.m. the following day. The moment her groggy mind registered the time, the remnants of sleep vanished, replaced by a surge of alertness. She hurriedly changed her clothes and dashed out of her room, only to realize mid-stride that running was impractical. So she opted for a brisk walk instead, arriving at the breakfast area just before it closed at 9:45 a.m. Dear guests, the breakfast buffet will close in 15 minutes. Please ensure you collect any desired food. With the server's polite smile, and Yōubái took her seat. She felt no hunger at all as she recalled the conversation of the two players from yesterday. Their plan to blow up the mall would surely incite chaos. In such a scenario, for someone like her, who could neither run nor move freely, the safest place would be to remain confined in her room. Checking the countdown timer, she noted it displayed countdown 613. She stood up to grab some bread and milk, discreetly stowing them in her backpack. The advantage of the system's backpack was its convenience. Items of the same category could stack up to 99 in a single slot. However, different categories had to be stored separately, each occupying its own space. Presently, the bread occupied one slot and the milk another. Unfortunately, she could not discreetly take 99 pieces of bread at once without drawing attention. Fortunately, the novice guide she had purchased with her points included a method to store different items in a box, allowing for stacking. However, this method had its drawbacks. In an emergency, retrieving items from the box could prove fatal, and Yōubái examined her backpack compartments. The first compartment contained 2 cards, since she had few cards. She hastily placed them in a small box, planning to purchase a dedicated card holder when her collection grew. The second compartment housed a suitcase she had discovered in her room, prompted by the previous player's warnings about potential shortages of supplies. She meticulously packed all her clothing into the suitcase, including several summer outfits, a few jackets, and a winter coat, and even added a blanket from her bedside. The third compartment held 20 units of milk, while the fourth contained 30 units of bread. After contemplating the empty compartments, she rose to add some beef patties and fruit. The fifth compartment now held 20 beef patties, and the sixth contained 20 apples. As she returned to her seat with a plate in hand, contemplating if there was anything else to prepare, the scene from the Titanic flashed in her mind once more. The hand-pouring coffee froze in place. What if the worst happened? Her plan to remain in her room until the time elapsed would be futile if a sinking occurred. She would need to float on the sea, necessitating life jackets or a boat. Swiftly, she downed the remainder of her iced coffee and made her way to the swimming pool on the second floor. After walking 3 laps around the pool without spotting a single life jacket, only small inflatable rings for children, and Yōubái approached a staff member. "Excuse me, are there any life jackets available here?" With a bright smile, the staff member replied, "If you're afraid, you can play in the shallow area. Our lifeguard is nearby." "Not a single life jacket?" And Yōubái pressed again. "None, ma'am." The staff member maintained their smile with difficulty. "Where can I find one?" She insisted, determined to know. The staff member's smile faltered. "You might check them all." With that unsatisfactory response, and Yōubái refrained from further pressing the staff member and turned back toward the mall on the 3rd floor. She entered shop after shop, but unfortunately, none had the items she sought. Mechanically, she approached the front desk of each store, inquiring if they had life jackets. "We do not have life jackets," they would reply. Nodding in acknowledgement, she moved on to the next store, where she overheard 2 employees conversing. "Why would anyone buy a life jacket on a cruise?" "I don't know. Just like I don't understand how we would have inflatable boats." And Yōubái swiftly turned back. "Did you just mention inflatable boats?" Finally, at the bottom of a shelf, a staff member unearthed an inflatable boat, pulling it from the corner after moving aside some items. The cashier cast a puzzled glance at Yōubái, unable to fathom why anyone would desire such an item, given its impracticality on a cruise ship. However, the customer is always right, and they were more than willing to sell it. They even kindly provided a foot pump for inflation, noting it could be used if electricity was unavailable. Turning away to a secluded spot, and Yōubái placed the substantial item into her backpack and continued her search for a life jacket. After visiting 2 more stores, she belatedly realized that someone seemed to be following her. Casually glancing in the mirror, she spotted the 2 players trailing behind. In the sleepless hours of the previous night, she had contemplated the possibility of inquiring about their intentions. If their quests did not conflict, wouldn't it be splendid for each to pursue their own tasks? After all, this was merely in Yōubái's second game, and she had yet to grasp the treachery of human nature. She yearned for harmony, to engage in her own missions. Yet others perceived this as a battleground, vying for supremacy in the martial world. As a newcomer to the game, and Yōubái had not yet considered this aspect, leading her to make a grave misjudgment. She boldly ascended to the third deck, allowing her pursuers to follow without attempting to escape as she had the day before. Pretending to admire the sea view while waiting for the two to approach, she thought that if evasion proved futile, she might as well confront them directly, asserting that there was no need to complicate matters, as she would not interfere with their quests. Her plan seemed sound, so when the two positioned themselves in a semicircle, effectively cornering her on the deck, she remained calm and smiled at them. Her composure momentarily astonished the advancing duo, causing them to halt their advance. Yet, despite her outward tranquility, Yōubái's heart raced. After all, these were individuals intent on detonating a mall. "Have you been following me for a reason?" One of them stepped forward, addressing her. "Little girl, you heard us talking last night, and yet you remain so composed? What? I don't understand." She feigned ignorance, hoping to maintain her charade. "Stop pretending. We already inquired with the waiter who saw your face. He confirmed you were the girl who received a public confession during dinner." The other scoffed, stepping closer and disregarding her act entirely. Upon hearing this, Yōubái felt a wave of helplessness wash over her. There was no room left for pretense, as too many witnesses had been present the previous evening. "In that case, I'll be honest. I won't interfere with you. Wouldn't it be better if we each pursued our own paths?" Upon hearing her words, the two exchanged glances, smiles of realization dawning on their faces. "So, you're just a player?" And Yōubái noticed a hint of malice in their smiles, tinged with something more sinister. She had merely been momentarily caught off guard, but she was not as naive as they presumed. Their expressions made her acutely aware that they did not intend to let her go easily. If they had been contemplating robbing them all, they would have no reason to allow her to leave unharmed upon discovering her identity as a player. Cursing herself for her foolishness, she realized it wasn't too late to reconsider her actions. In a public setting, they would likely hesitate to act violently. If she raised her voice for help, staff would soon arrive. If they forced her into a more secluded area, she still possessed a freezing card and could conjure a handgun, which might even the odds. In those fleeting seconds, Yōubái analyzed the situation, watching the two approach. She resolved to execute a clever ruse, hoping to intimidate them. Leaning casually against the railing, tilting her head with a smirk of nonchalance and disdain, she asked, "Do you really think I have no plans? That I would simply wait here for you two to find me?" Her words caused them to pause, exchanging skeptical glances. Yes, her demeanor was indeed too composed. One of them suddenly took a step back, scanning the surroundings. "What about the man you were with yesterday? Is he a player too? Why don't you ask him yourself?" And Yōubái replied breezily, "He'll be here any moment." The other, upon hearing this, also retreated a step, warily surveying the area. "Where's that guy? You can't see him? Maybe I'm just trying to scare you," she teased, stifling her anxiety. The two scanned their surroundings again, scrutinizing every corner, while Yōubái held tightly to the ship's railing, acutely aware of her racing heart, which was approaching 100 beats per minute. Despite her growing tension, she maintained her facade, suppressing any signs of distress. After their thorough examination, the two exchanged glances, shaking their heads in disbelief. "You haven't seen him either?" "No. Perhaps this girl is deceiving us. That man looked like a foolish rich kid, not a player. True enough, he did appear to be a wealthy dilettante. We might have been duped by this girl. Whatever, let's just grab her." As they conspired, Yōubái took several deep breaths to steady her racing heart, preparing to call for help. When the two approached her, she swiftly lunged forward, raising her hand to deliver a resounding slap to one of the men, shouting, "You shameless scoundrel!" Taken aback, the man momentarily lost his bearings, but quickly regained his composure and seized her arm, preparing to retaliate. However, before he could strike, a powerful punch connected with his abdomen, forcing him to double over and narrowly avoiding Yōubái's fierce kick. Disappointed that she had missed, and Yōubái couldn't help but voice her frustration. Were you just waiting on the sidelines for the perfect moment to swoop in and play the hero? Chapter 12. Heart-pounding cruise. 5 Yongli gazed at the girl before him, whose height barely reached his shoulder. Recalling her fierce kick, he instinctively took a step back. I wasn't he. I just got upstairs and saw what was happening, so I rushed over. As they conversed, surrounding staff members converged on the scene, pulling the downed man to his feet, while the other had vanished without a trace. Oh no, and Yōubái suddenly realized. The duo had originally planned to detonate the mall at noon, and the one who had disappeared must have gone to execute their mission. They were now positioned just outside the mall, and if it were to explode, they would be among the first to suffer the consequences. Given her current predicament, she had to leave immediately. Turning on her heel, she made her way back to her room when the man behind her caught up. We've encountered each other several times over the past 2 days. It seems we're fated. What's your name? And Yōubái quickened her pace, trying to ignore the incessant chatter from behind. She couldn't run, only walk, and she had to keep her emotions in check. Any hint of anxiety would only heighten her heart rate. However, her composure was waning. Just as her heart raced past 100 beats per minute, a deafening explosion erupted from the third deck, engulfing the area in thick smoke, shattered glass raining down in all directions. The sound made her double over, her heart pounding fiercely, reaching a staggering 116 beats per minute. Inhale deeply, maintain composure. A cacophony of screams and shouts erupted as the crowd surged out of the shopping mall, rushing towards the deck. She sent someone grasping her arm and swiftly pulling her along, causing her heart rate, which she had just managed to steady at 100, to spike once more. Desperately, she attempted to break free from that grip, but no matter how hard she tried, she could not shake it off. The more she struggled, the tighter the hold became. With her heart racing to 117, she disregarded everything else and sank to the floor of the ship, shouting, "Let go of me! Release me!" Yōubái glanced back at the approaching throng and then at the woman gasping for breath on the ground. He truly could not comprehend her mindset. Why create a fuss in a moment of life and death? Were it not for his sense of responsibility, he would have had no interest in her fate. Frustrated, he shouted, "Are you trying to die by sitting there? I cannot run. If my heart rate spikes, I will fail." And Yōubái fought to calm her racing heart. Feeling on the verge of tears, what kind of absurd game was this? While fleeing a sinking ship, one had to monitor their heart rate as if they were not already in peril. Yōubái furrowed his brow in disbelief and asked, "Are you a player?" Yes. Yes. Relax, breathe deeply. We must lower your heart rate," and Yōubái replied. Yōubái raised an eyebrow, observing the crowd rushing by without a moment to explain further. He swiftly hoisted her onto his back and began to run forward. And Yōubái suddenly felt herself lifted off the ground, and despite the uncomfortable position, it provided enough time for her heart rate to stabilize as they reached the second deck. Just as she was about to ask Yōubái to set her down, a thunderous explosion echoed, and a portion of the third deck shattered, crashing down onto the second. Blood spilled across the deck, mingled with cries of agony and shock. Carried in the same manner, she was rushed down to the first deck, where flames engulfed the third level, thick smoke billowing upwards, intensifying with the wind. The smoke descended, causing those on the first deck to cough uncontrollably. More and more people fled downstairs, and soon the crew began organizing a queue for the rescue boats. However, the inferno offered them little time, and Yōubái, choking on the smoke, could feel her heart racing again. She quietly made her way to the interior of the first cabin, seeking a secluded spot to inflate her rubber dinghy. Noticing Yōubái following her in, she wasted no time in directing him. "Let us find a power source together. I have an inflatable boat that needs to be inflated before we can use it." Upon locating a power outlet, they began inflating the dinghy. Yōubái, watching Yōubái, inquired, "Are you truly a player?" As she sat on the floor, striving to calm her elevated heart rate, she shot him a glance and replied, "Aren't you a player too? And those two individuals earlier, were they players as well?" "Yes, their mission was to blow up the cruise ship. I overheard them last night." "So you were hiding from them last night?" Just as they were about to delve into serious discussion, darkness enveloped them. The cruise ship lost power. The dinghy was only half inflated, rendering it useless. Remembering the foot pump provided by the staff, and Yōubái quickly retrieved it and began to pump with her feet. The sound of another explosion reverberated, prompting both of them to exchange glances, sensing the ship beginning to tilt. Anxiety washed over them. "Let me handle it," Yōubái insisted, pushing Yōubái aside and rapidly pumping with his feet. He did not need to monitor his heart rate, so his speed was naturally greater than hers. Yet, as the tilt of the ship increased, even the fastest pace felt agonizingly slow. One of them was fervently pumping while the other focused on deep breaths, trying to control their heart rates. Finally, once the dinghy was fully inflated, and Yōubái stowed it in her backpack, and Yongli hoisted her onto his back, dashing toward the deck, which was now in utter chaos. They struggled to reach the edge of the ship, only to confront a critical issue. The distance from the ship to the water was far too great for a safe descent. Was jumping into the water their only option? And Yōubái deemed it impossible. The moment she leaped, her heart rate might soar past 120. Observing the crowd waiting to board the rescue boats, tensions flared, escalating from verbal disputes to physical confrontations. They promptly abandoned any thoughts of joining the crowd. Use a rope. Climb down. They exchanged glances, mutually understanding each other's intent. Yongli scrutinized Yōubái, instructing, "Stay here and do not run off. I will find a rope." Before she could respond, she watched him swiftly depart. Sensing his disdain in the way he regarded her, frustration bubbled within her. Who would willingly endure such a predicament? Maintaining a heart rate below 120 was no easy feat. Another tremor shook the ship, tilting it further. She clung tightly to the railing, relieved that the ship was tilting in her direction. Glancing up, she spotted life jackets and flotation devices in a cargo crate ahead, her eyes lighting up with hope. Finally, the crucial items she had been searching for had presented themselves. Releasing her grip, she steadied herself to maintain balance as she cautiously inched toward the crate. Suddenly, the ship lurched violently, sending her tumbling to the side. Gritting her teeth against the pain, she lay on the deck, waiting for the upheaval to cease before struggling to her feet. The tilt of the deck was now quite pronounced, but she managed to steady herself and turn to the cargo crate again. To her dismay, the crate was sliding directly towards her due to the ship's tilt. At that moment, her heart raced not just from fear, but from the imminent danger of being crushed. Yongli, upon his return, was met with a scene that left him aghast, and Yōubái was battered and bruised, as if she had been dragged across the floor. Now was not the time for questions. He quickly secured a rope to the railing and donned the life jacket that Yōubái handed him. Together, they descended the tilting cruise ship. "We need to swim far from the ship before inflating the dinghy. It is not safe here," Yongli remarked as Yōubái retrieved another flotation device, his expression twitching slightly. Yōubái yearned to swim ahead quickly, but her heart rate disagreed. Any attempt to accelerate sent her pulse rocketing towards 110. Consequently, she had no choice but to paddle 3 strokes, pause for 2 seconds, and then repeat. This way, her heart rate fluctuated around 100, never exceeding 110, which was somewhat manageable. The issue is that Yongli cannot endure the uncertainty of when the cruise ship might sink. The slow pace of their escape is perilous. Yet, he is reminded of his mission that remains unfulfilled, and this woman cannot perish. Frustrated, he raises his head and swiftly swims back to the front. "You're moving too slowly. Allow me to assist you." With that, he firmly grasps the rope of the life buoy and propels himself forward with great urgency. After a considerable distance, Yongli finally halts, stating, "That will suffice. Bring out the inflatable boat." After much effort, they manage to settle into the inflatable vessel. Yongli continues to paddle with all his strength until the cruise ship becomes a mere speck in their line of sight. He retrieves a bottle of water, taking several gulps before turning to Yōubái and inquiring, "When did you realize I am a player?" Yōubái, sensing a surge of wariness, contemplates his true intentions. It seems that his goal is not merely to elevate her heart rate. Why, amidst this desperate escape, does he insist on carrying her? "Last night at the bar, I deliberately made myself appear unappealing. You clearly found it distasteful, but stayed nonetheless. I surmise that besides the game task, there must be no other reason." Yongli closes his eyes and inhales deeply. "You are correct. 991. Until now, I still do not know your name." And Yōubái blinks in confusion. "What did you just say?" "I still do not know your name." "No, the preceding statement." "You are correct. 991. Once assured she had not misheard. And Yōubái pointed to the sunflower brooch on her attire, feebly explaining, "Brother, look closely. My badge number is 166, not 991. Yang Li's eyes widened in shock. Say that again. I am not lying. Look carefully. I am number 166. Suddenly, Yang Li leaned closer to Yōubái, seizing her sunflower brooch. After confirming, he erupted in anger. At the buffet on the first day, wasn't your badge 991? No, I have always been number 166. What benefit would I gain from deceiving you at this juncture? Then how did you end up in the 991 seat? Observing Yang Li's ashen face, and Yōubái felt a pang of pity. He was strikingly handsome, yet not particularly astute. It's because my brooch was knocked askew at that time. See, it was flipped upside down, causing the staff to misread it. The elderly couple were actually number 990 and 991. Yang Li gazed at the misaligned brooch, genuinely believing it to be 991. Leaning back, he stared at the pitch-black sky, a wave of fury surging within him. How could such a blunder occur? This unforeseen circumstance was entirely unanticipated. However, the cruise ship was on the verge of sinking, and they were adrift in the vast ocean, far from the vessel. How could they possibly locate the elusive 991 now? Was this mission destined for failure? Although he had 200 points to spare, the notion of defeat was intolerable. His gaze fixed intently on Yōubái. He rationally understood that she was not to blame for this predicament, yet an inexplicable anger simmered within him. And Yōubái observed the handsome man's face, now shrouded in ominous clouds. An acute sense of crisis surged within her. Would he unleash his frustration upon her due to an incomplete task? The stakes were high, 200 points, 10 years of lifespan. Such losses could certainly drive anyone to madness. What to do? They had swum too far for safety, now adrift in the desolate sea. Should she plunge into the water and swim toward another lifeboat? After all, she was wearing a life jacket, which would likely keep her afloat for the time being. If only she could distance herself from this dangerous individual and devise another plan. Yet, considering her heart rate restrictions and recalling his swimming speed and paddling strength, she feared that should she leap into the ocean, he would retrieve her in mere moments. As Yang Li's increasingly perilous gaze bore down on her, and Yōubái leaned against the inflatable boat, her mind racing through possible escape plans, all of which she ultimately dismissed. The heart rate restriction left her in a passive position, and her hand instinctively moved toward the freezing card, preparing to immobilize him at the first sign of aggression. Chapter 13. Heart rate on the cruise ship 6, just as her anxious heartbeat began to escalate. Yang Li extended his long arm, encircling her shoulder. The force of the pull caused her to lunge forward, her forehead colliding sharply with his shoulder, eliciting a low cry of pain. Now say it. I like you. Yang Li's face was a stormy shade of blue, and if looks could kill, and Yōubái had no doubt she would already be dead. Huh? After absorbing the full statement, she momentarily failed to react, blinking in surprise. 3 seconds later, she caught sight of the tightly pressed corners of his mouth, confirming her understanding. Was this man's task merely to elicit that phrase? Finally, she comprehended the peculiarities of his behavior since their first encounter. It was too amusing, yet witnessing his darkened expression, and Yōubái refrained from laughter, struggling to suppress a smile that threatened to escape. She knew that if she dared to laugh aloud, his fury might compel him to act violently. Speak quickly. Yang Li, noting her expression, felt his anger intensify. Even if I say it, it won't matter. I am truly not number 991. Whether it matters or not is irrelevant. Just say it. Brother, with that murderous expression, how am I to utter it? Yang Li impatiently drew his gun, pressing the dark barrel against her heart. Enough of this nonsense. Do you truly wish to perish in these final moments? And Yōubái felt the weight of the gun pressing against her, her heartbeat momentarily stalling. Understanding his current emotions, she found herself empathetic. I will say it now. I like you. She raised her hands, speaking gently. See, it was ineffective. Yang Li glanced at the task, confirming its incompletion. He kicked the lifeboat in frustration, feeling a wave of disappointment wash over him. Wishing to console him, and Yōubái pondered how to provide comfort, but she could not bring herself to say, it's only 10 years of lifespan. It's no big deal. If she were to voice such sentiments, he might inadvertently pull the trigger, and her own 10 years would vanish in an instant. She could only hope that he did not lose his sanity and drag her down with him. Stealing a glance at the countdown timer, countdown 003, she noted that 3 minutes remained. If she could maintain his composure within that time, she might escape, uncertain if they would ever meet again. Yōubái checked the task again, narrowing his eyes. He turned to Yōubái, whose heart raced in trepidation, and once more flipped her name tag, revealing 991. Say it again. I like you. This time with a smile. And Yōubái raised an eyebrow, glancing at the countdown. Very well, she would comply. I like you. With a forced smile, she satisfied his request, her eyes narrowing as she adorned her face with a feigned expression of delight. Yōubái checked the task once more. Still incomplete. He rubbed his face in frustration, turning his gaze away yet again. Could you smile a bit more cheerfully and speak from the heart? Yōubái observed that his task required the other party to express sincerity. However, the tone of the girl's voice conveyed nothing but indifference, lacking any semblance of genuineness. And Yōubái twitched her lips. Such a demand for sincerity while being threatened at gunpoint was utterly absurd. She mused that it was quite ludicrous to expect her to genuinely declare her affection under such duress. Understanding the disdain reflected in Yōubái's expression, Yōubái holstered his weapon and gently inquired, "What do you like?" Although Yōubái was puzzled by the sudden shift in conversation, she welcomed the chance to chat. The sooner she engaged in conversation, the sooner she could escape this wretched game. Here, I'll give you 100,000 real coins. Just sincerely say again that you like me. Yōubái's earnest demeanor elicited a series of question marks in Yōubái's mind. Was this man truly confused? Nevertheless, Yōubái disregarded her skepticism and utilized the app's transaction feature to transfer 100,000 real coins to Yōubái. Upon witnessing the transaction, Yōubái's hand trembled. Are you sure about this? I am not 991, and my words may not hold any value. Yōubái remained resolute, ignoring her protests. The efficacy of her words was irrelevant. She merely needed to comply with his request. Glancing at the countdown timer, Yōubái discreetly grasped her freezing card with her left hand, mentally preparing for the possibility of failure. If he lost his composure, she would have to freeze him. After all, her time to leave was fast approaching, and ensuring her safety was paramount. Come on, Yōubái urged, observing Yōubái's hesitation. Regardless of the outcome, I've already given you the money. You need not return it. And Yōubái tightened her grip on the freezing card and promptly confirmed the transaction. A chime of acknowledgement echoed, and she checked her balance, which now reflected the influx of coins. Countdown 001. Yōubái regarded her with utmost seriousness. All right, now express your joy and sincerity once more. And Yōubái inhaled deeply. This man left her no room for refusal. Yet, perhaps it was fortuitous. At least he had provided real coins, which was far more convenient than exchanging her points, with no transaction fees involved. Contemplating the unexpected windfall of 100,000 real coins, she donned a genuine smile and declared, I appreciate your generous donation of real coins. Of course, the latter part was kept to herself. Nevertheless, it mattered little. For Yōubái realized that his task had been accomplished. As Yōubái observed the transformation in his demeanor, a cloud of uncertainty dissipated, and a refreshing breeze swept over her. This indicated that the task was complete and had indeed been effective. Was it truly possible? Yet, before she could voice her confusion, her time to return arrived, and she vanished from an inflatable boat in an instant, as the boat had been stowed in her backpack, and thus was not taken away. Yōubái squinted at the spot where she had just been, realizing that her gaming time was shorter than his, and that their tasks were entirely different. This was the first time he had encountered such a situation since joining the game, with even the timing being dissimilar. He resolved to be more cautious in future tasks. Luck had played a significant role in this success. Had he been delayed even a few minutes longer, her gaming time would have concluded, and he would have been unable to complete his task amidst the vast ocean. Sitting back on the inflatable boat, he mused that the girl was likely undertaking her first task, having forgotten to retrieve the boat before leaving. However, it was a stroke of fortune for him, as remaining in the boat was far more comfortable than being submerged in seawater. Unfortunately, moments later, a thunderstorm erupted and heavy rain began to fall. Yonli glanced up at the ominous sky, disdain curling his lips as he retrieved a large umbrella from his backpack and raised it high. And Yōubái sat up from the sofa, picked up a chilled beverage from the table, and took a generous sip. The icy liquid, with its delightful sweetness, slid down her throat, bringing her a refreshing sense of relaxation. Congratulations, player in Yōubái, for successfully completing the A-level task, Heart-Pounding Cruise. Your performance has been rated as excellent, and the reward has been issued. Please log into the app to view. A game will be held every 10 days, and we assure you that you will never feel bored again. And Yōubái picked up her phone and opened the app, where her character introduction displayed the details of her recent task. Current points, 108, 1 task reward card. Upon opening her backpack and clicking to use the card, she discovered it was a healing skill card. Healing card, skill card, beginner, upgradable. Usage instructions, 5 uses available. Skill description, can restore you to your original state after using the skill for 3 minutes. Can only remove basic negative statuses. Another upgradable card had appeared. It seemed her luck was rather favorable. Satisfied, she took another sip of her drink, humming a cheerful tune as she prepared to spend 100 points to purchase an upgrade card, aiming to elevate her versatile card by 1 level. Entering the trading section and accessing the player trading market, she typed upgrade card into the search bar, only to find 0 results. Blinking in disbelief, she searched again, but the outcome remained the same. No one was offering upgrade cards. She swiftly navigated to the official store and entered upgrade card into the search box, which yielded instant results. However, Yōubái cursed aloud, exclaiming that the price was outrageously high. The beginner upgrade card in the official store required 120 points, while she only had 108, far from sufficient. Feeling a wave of frustration wash over her, she turned to the discussion forum, hoping to discover new insights from others. As expected, numerous posts had emerged, detailing the varied experiences players had during their games. She scrolled through 2 pages until she found a post titled Heart-Pounding Cruise. Upon entering, she was greeted with a litany of complaints, indicating that many players had not fared well. I desperately want to curse. I have to win 5 million in the casino aboard the cruise within 40 hours to complete my task, but I've never been to a casino. How am I supposed to play? Did you manage to clear it in the end? Of course not. It's pitiful to have 10 years deducted from my lifespan. Isn't it possible to deduct 200 points? Only if you have 200 points to deduct. My task was to identify the poisoner on the cruise. What the heck? Am I supposed to be Conan? I might as well change my name to Sherlock Holmes. Did you complete it? No, but I had enough points and deducted 200. Wow, you completed several tasks to have that many points? I bought them with real coins. Isn't that acceptable? Hello, Cash Whale. Wait, you can trade real coins for points directly? And Yōubái realized that the thoughts and strategies of others had once again expanded her understanding. Perhaps trading directly with the app, incurring fees, was indeed foolish. It seemed prudent for her to spend more time in the discussion forum. She might stumble upon valuable insights. My task requires me to blow up the cruise within 30 hours. I want to know how others with the same task completed it. When the task is issued, there's a 5-minute window to return to the store to buy props. The store has explosives of various kinds, ranging from 10 points for the cheaper ones to 500 points for the more expensive ones, where you can walk around the kitchen. The materials are all readily available. Just combine them. It only says to blow it up. It doesn't specify how. Exactly. I just blew out a window, and that was sufficient to complete the task. Is it really possible to do it like that? I thought it was necessary to cause a catastrophe. My heavens, I even spent 200 points to purchase that bomb. And Yōubái immediately scolded the 2 men aboard the cruise ship in her heart. There was absolutely no need to sink the vessel. What was wrong with these 2 individuals that they insisted on creating such havoc? On our cruise, someone placed a ring in ice cream to propose, only to have a child accidentally knock it into the sea. The expression on his face at that moment was priceless. I couldn't stop laughing. Huh? Is there such an entertainment option? Why don't we have that on our ship? Instead, there was a thief who attempted to steal a painting, only to be struck by the frame. I was on the same ship as you. I saw it too, and the look on that guy's face was indescribable. It was heart-wrenching. So, some ships sank while others did not? Who knows? Our ship remained afloat without issue. It was only later that I fell ill, confining myself to my cabin fearing I might not survive. Ours didn't sink either, but there was a murderous maniac randomly killing people. We are indeed on the same ship. My neighbor was killed, and it terrified me. Before I knew it, the discussion board was buzzing until 2 in the morning, and I finally succumbed to sleepiness. The next day, I almost arrived late to work. During lunch, I forced myself to absorb survival knowledge while eating, try to remember as much as possible. Faced with my colleagues' teasing remarks, I merely smiled, refraining from offering explanations. Who would believe such experiences if shared? Moreover, I recalled someone in the app mentioning that when they spoke, the other party seemed not to hear, so since saying something felt akin to saying nothing at all, it was better to save time and watch another episode. Perhaps it would prove useful in future tasks. With an additional 100,000 reality coins in my account, I decided to treat myself. Over the weekend, I went to the supermarket and indulged in a plethora of my favorite snacks, replenishing my little room. The sight of all my beloved snacks was exhilarating for a foodie. It was an overwhelming joy. For the sake of these treats, and Yōubái resolved that if she encountered that man again, she would certainly be kinder to him. Amidst continuous learning, reading, and watching videos, she was met with a new game task once more. Chapter 14. Who is the true culprit of the city massacre? Welcome players back to the game. This task is as follows. A level task. Jealousy? Resentment? Selfishness? Who is the true culprit of the city massacre? Task requirements. Identify the instigator within 5 days and compel them to confess. Successful task reward. 100 points, 1 random card. Failure penalty. Deduction of 200 points. If points are insufficient, a deduction of 10 years of life. Participants in this A-level task. For individuals, the task will officially commence in 5 minutes. Enjoy your game and banish boredom. Upon opening her eyes, Yōubái realized she was not alone in the initial scene. 3 individuals stood beside her, 2 men and 1 woman, their attire peculiar, resembling ancient garments. The men donned narrow-sleeved robes, while the woman wore a long, open front dress. In those 5 seconds of awakening, the 2 men seemed quite ordinary, akin to regular individuals here for the task. However, the woman sent shivers down Yōubái's spine. How could one describe that sensation? It was reminiscent of the vengeful spirit dwelling at the bottom of the well, standing beside her, emanating a chilling aura even without moving. The 4 exchanged glances, and an older man, wearing a composed smile, addressed the group first, suggesting they introduce themselves since they were all present. I shall begin. My name is Xiao Sa, and this is my 4th game. The younger man, exuding a bright smile, chimed in, what a coincidence. My name is Zizai, and this is also my 4th game. And Yōubái immediately recognized that these 2 were using aliases and introduced herself. I am Xiaobai, and this is my 3rd game. Finally, all eyes turned to the woman, clad in a flowing white gown that seemed effortless yet enhanced her ethereal beauty. Her complexion was like jade, and her cold expression was undeniably genuine, exuding an air of aloofness. With a slight movement of her phoenix-like eyes, she declared, I am Yin Yao, a ghost cultivator. The revelation left the 3 staring at her in stunned silence for 3 seconds. Zizai was the first to break the silence. Laughing, beauty, that dark humor nearly had me convinced. Yet, Yōubái felt differently. The aura of Yin Yao indeed resonated with that of the vengeful spirit from the well, perhaps even more terrifying. After all, she had once been a ghost. That feeling could not be mistaken. Zizai chuckled a few times, but soon realized the atmosphere had shifted. The others wore serious expressions. He widened his eyes in disbelief, exclaiming, no way, you really are a ghost. Xiao Sa also turned to Yin Yao, observing her calm demeanor, suggesting she was not new to such encounters. He chuckled, reflecting, I read in the discussion board about someone collaborating with taskers from other realms after entering the game. It seems you are from another realm as well. Yin Yao glanced at Xiao Sa and nodded slightly, confirming, indeed, I have come from the underworld. There have been far too many deaths in this incident, prompting my temporary investigation. Zizai, still in a state of shock, gazed at Yin Yao, his hand pressed against his chest, murmuring, so what the post said was true. I thought those tales of working with fishmen and beastmen were mere fabrications, but it appears they are real. Yin Yao rolled her eyes and earnestly clarified, it is true. I have collaborated with vampires twice. Observing that everyone remained astonished and had yet to recover, she continued, "Let us discuss the task, since the four of us are together. Our objectives should be similar." Xiao Sa was the first to regain his composure, nodding in agreement. "Since we are grouped together, we share the same goal, to identify the instigator within 5 days and compel them to admit their wrongdoing." Both Zizai and Yōubái nodded in affirmation, indicating their tasks were the same. Yin Yao blinked and nodded as well. Yin Yōubái felt a nagging suspicion that her task might differ from the others. Why she felt this way, she could not articulate, but the thought surged unexpectedly in her mind. A level task: jealousy? Resentment? Selfishness? Who is the true culprit of the city massacre? Officially commencing. Task timer activated. Task duration: Day 1. Though the four maintained their positions, the surrounding clamor erupted abruptly, as if the prior silence had merely been a pause. Now, with the play button pressed, a chorus of cries filled their ears, not just one, but many voices weeping. The four simultaneously turned their gaze toward the source of the sound, discovering a street reminiscent of an ancient setting, where the cries emanated from the entrance of a shop adorned with a sign reading Medical Hall. The interior appeared packed with people, and even outside, women in veils queued, sobbing quietly as they waited. The cries of the women, both high and low, surged and ebbed like a haunting melody. The four exchanged glances, recognizing the uncertainty in each other's eyes. However, before they could discuss, a figure emerged from the shop on their left, dressed in the attire of a server, addressing them. "Ah, esteemed guests invited by the city lord, please come in." As they spoke, they ushered the four individuals into the shop and promptly directed them into a small private room. The four adults, unfamiliar with the local customs, were advised that the two ladies should don veils or hoods while venturing outside to conceal their appearances. Upon hearing this, Zizai inquired curiously, "What is the reason for this?" The attendant, bowing slightly, poured tea for the four guests and explained, "Those who reside in our establishment are dignitaries summoned by the city lord to address this matter. When they first arrived, several ladies accompanying these gentlemen suffered misfortunes due to their lack of caution, resulting in disfigurement." And Yōubai's curiosity was piqued, and she blinked, asking, "Why would the ladies be disfigured?" The attendant lowered his head and replied, "The women in the city have developed severe facial maladies, and no remedy has been found, leading to multiple fatalities. Now, which woman in her right mind would dare to step outside if her face is unblemished?" Upon hearing this, the four immediately recalled the scene they had witnessed at the entrance, realizing that those women wearing veils were indeed hiding their disfigurements. And Yōubái felt a wave of profound questions arise within her and asked the attendant, "Are there truly so many women who have been disfigured?" The attendant sighed deeply and nodded emphatically. "Indeed, all have suffered facial injuries." The four exchanged glances, understanding that their mission likely revolved around this matter. Xiao Sa promptly gestured for the attendant to come closer. "Brother attendant, the four siblings, have just arrived and wish to fulfill the city lord's request diligently. Please bring us some appetizers and sit down to discuss the situation." With that, he handed over a silver coin. The attendant, already displaying a courteous demeanor, became even more respectful upon receiving the coin, responding, "Esteemed guests, please wait a moment. I shall return shortly." Observing Xiao Sa's actions, and Yōubái silently nodded, recognizing his seasoned approach. Xiao Sa whispered, "Our task likely pertains to this issue. We should listen attentively to his account, and if you have any inquiries, feel free to ask." Just then, the attendant returned, bringing a table laden with fine food and drink. After they shared a couple of cups of liquor, he began to recount the unfolding events with great enthusiasm. "This place is known as Xingfeng, and the city lord's name is Li Wenfeng. The current uproar in the city is somehow connected to the lord's favored concubine, Huayan. This concubine is renowned for her exquisite beauty and gentle disposition, akin to a delicate flower. It is said that upon encountering her in the mountains, the city lord was irresistibly drawn to her and brought her back, decreeing that she must henceforth be referred to as Little Madam. Since her arrival, the city lord's adoration for her has been unparalleled, granting her every wish without hesitation. When she expressed a desire to see lanterns, the city lord promptly commanded the artisans to labor day and night for 5 days, producing over 3,000 types of lanterns to adorn the city lord's residence. As a result, the women of the city were envious. And whenever the city lord's wife displeased the little flower, the city lord would erupt in fury, disregarding the propriety of the situation. Consequently, after a few months of Hua Yang's arrival in Cheng, the city lord's wife ceased all social engagements. Then, one day, news spread throughout the city that Hua Yang shop was selling a product called Hua Shang Fun, which purportedly enhanced a woman's complexion, rendering her skin fair and radiant. It was said that prolonged use could preserve youth indefinitely. Rumors suggested that this powder was the secret to Hua Yang's stunning beauty, which had captivated the city lord from their first encounter. And Yōubái, upon hearing this, could not suppress a smirk, thinking that beauty must be innate. And how could anyone believe such nonsense? It is not a surgical procedure that alters one's features. Zizai could not contain himself and interrupted the attendant. Do people lack common sense? How can anyone believe such a blatant lie? The attendant quickly concurred, nodding, indeed, not everyone believes it. Initially, some women purchased it out of curiosity, but who could have predicted that the effects were precisely as claimed? It is truly astonishing. Every woman who used it praised it highly and rushed back to buy more. In just 5 days, this Huashang Fun had taken the city by storm, leading to public brawls over the desire to obtain a box. And Yōubái, unable to contain her impatience, interrupted. When did the troubles begin? The attendant replied. From what I gather, it started about 6 months ago when women began developing red rashes all over their faces. After applying treatment, their conditions worsened, and within 10 days, they succumbed to complete facial necrosis. Was a cause of death determined? What was it attributed to? Xiaosao pressed, narrowing his eyes. The attendant shook his head, exuding a sense of helplessness. Unfortunately, we have yet to ascertain the cause. Within 3 months, half the women in the city began to exhibit similar rashes, prompting the city lord to order a thorough investigation. Eventually, rumors began to circulate that the Hua Shang Fun was to blame, and Yōubái felt an overwhelming sense of suspicion. Sensing that there was something amiss, was the Hua Shang Fun truly the culprit? The attendant, glancing at the firmly closed door, leaned in and whispered as of now. No definitive conclusions have been reached. The city's physicians have conducted numerous examinations, but have been unable to identify any substance that could cause such grotesque decay. The four exchanged puzzled looks. The attendant continued. Despite this, rumors have emerged blaming Hua Yang, yet she is innocent, and the shop does not belong to her. Upon hearing this, Xiaosao pressed further. Whose name is the shop registered under? Has any information been uncovered? The attendant lowered his voice. It has been traced back to a deceased individual from 3 years ago. After the incident, the shop was immediately shuttered, and all contents were removed. The city lord's search has yielded no leads after half a month. As Yōubái contemplated their mission, she sipped her tea, pondering the city lord's response to the plight of so many women afflicted with facial injuries. The city lord is indeed seeking capable individuals for assistance. Is that not why you have come? The attendant offered a knowing smile. And Yōubái considered this and inquired, and what of Hua Yang now? She remains in the city lord's residence. Just yesterday, the townsfolk besieged the mansion, yet the city lord did not allow her to appear, merely stating that he would provide an explanation in 5 days. After hearing the attendant's account, the four conferred, all agreeing that the situation was fraught with too many uncertainties. They decided to investigate further in the city, seeking additional perspectives and clues, and agreed to reconvene at the inn by noon to exchange information. The four divided into 2 groups. Xiaosao and Zizai headed eastward to gather information, while Yōubái and Yun Yao, equipped with veils, strolled leisurely westward. Chapter 15. Who is the true perpetrator of the city's massacre? As Yōubái and Yun Yao exited the inn, they proceeded towards a nearby medical establishment. Before they could approach, they encountered a scene eerily reminiscent of their earlier observations. The clinic was filled to the brim with women donning veils and hoods, each weeping inconsolably. Some physicians are applying a green, viscous ointment to the faces of women suffering from grotesque sores. However, the expressions on the physicians' faces indicate that these ointments are utterly ineffective. The 2 observers meticulously examined the situation within the city, passing by 3 medical establishments, each revealing the same disheartening scene. Countless women either weeping softly or wailing in despair, while some, unable to bear the horror of their disfigurement, cry out in desperation, "Why won't you let me die?" In that moment, an inexplicable sense of dread rises within Yōubái. What manner of heart does the mastermind behind the scheme possess? To leave these women with no hope at all, what could drive someone to commit such a monstrous act? Yin Yao turns her head to gaze at Yōubái, who has kept a distance of 3 steps between them throughout their journey. She pivots, standing at the roadside to inquire, "Yōubái, are you afraid of me because I am a ghost cultivator?" And Yōubái is momentarily taken aback, then realizes that Yōubái is her alias, and Yin Yao is addressing her directly. She quickly shakes her head, explaining, "Yin Yao, I am not afraid of you. I once encountered a vengeful spirit that had lingered for a millennium. The experience was truly horrifying, and I sense a similar aura about you." Yin Yao's cold eyes soften momentarily, as if touched by a gentle breeze, revealing a trace of smile. To have encountered a millennium-old vengeful spirit and yet remain alive. It appears you possess a modicum of fortune. And Yōubái blinks in surprise at this remark. Fortune? Yin Yao continues walking, stating, "People fear ghosts. Yet little do they know, it is often the ghosts that fear humanity." And Yōubái, perplexed by this statement, is about to inquire further when Yin Yao resumes the earlier discussion. "I noticed that the sores on those women's faces are imbued with a faint resentment, and each of them harbors some degree of grievance." And Yōubái shudders involuntarily at the thought. It is only natural for any woman disfigured and facing possible death to feel resentment, is it not? Yin Yao nods in agreement, affirming, "Indeed. But the sheer number of women in this city means that these grievances accumulate. Let us return and see if the others have made any further discoveries." The 4 of them gather at the table to share their observations and thoughts. Zizai first downs a large cup of tea, wiping his mouth with his sleeve before exclaiming, "Good heavens! Nearly all the women in this city have disfigured faces. Who could be responsible for such cruelty? There is absolutely no escape for them." Xiao Sa, setting down his teacup, concurs and proposes, "Could it be a widespread poisoning incident? Is there a motive to exact revenge upon women?" Zizai, taken aback, retorts, "What could possibly drive someone to such extremes? Was he spurned by a woman? Heartbroken? Jilted? Cuckolded? None of these justify condemning all the women in the city to such a fate." Xiao San narrows his eyes in deep contemplation before suddenly suggesting, "Could it be that someone, out of sheer jealousy over their own unattractiveness, seeks to bring others down? Or perhaps they simply cannot bear to see others who are more beautiful? Or, due to an accidental disfigurement, they wish to ensure that everyone else suffers the same fate, so that they, too, will not be subjected to scorn?" After hearing their thoughts, and Yōubái voices her lingering question, "If this is merely envy, then the aim of disfiguring others has already been achieved. Why must it lead to death? Moreover, why is there an insistence on involving Hua Shang Fun? And most crucially, how is the formula for this Hua Shang Fun derived?" Xiao San nods, acknowledging, "You raise an excellent point. Why must it lead to death? Especially in such a sequential manner of disfigurement before demise? What purpose does this serve?" And Yōubái has not yet fathomed this aspect. If the intent is solely to exact revenge, then death would suffice. If it is to vent frustration, disfigurement alone would be enough. Yet this individual has orchestrated a scenario where countless women suffer disfigurement and endure inhumane torment while awaiting death. Zizai, observing the contemplative silence among them, slams his hand on the table, startling everyone. The psyche of a murderer cannot be equated with that of a normal person. Perhaps they derive pleasure from the struggles and anguish of others. His insight is strikingly profound, perhaps the closest to the truth. Noticing no objections from the others, he continues, "After lunch, we should venture out and inquire further, asking about anyone who might be unattractive or have suffered disfigurement, as they are the most likely suspects." Xiao San nods in agreement, adding, "Furthermore, regarding the medicinal ingredients, as Yōubái mentioned earlier, whatever is in the Hua Shang Fun must be potent enough to act swiftly. There must be some medicinal components we can investigate." Among the 4, Yin Yao has remained silent, her eyes closed in contemplation. When she finally opens them, she speaks languidly. I will retrieve a box of huashang fun. We need to ascertain what this substance is and whether it is connected to the current incident. If it is not, then it is possible that both the city lord and we have been misled by a schemer. After exchanging their initial findings, the group disperses to pursue new leads. And Yōubái and Yin don their veils and set out once more, visiting 5 medical establishments before finally discovering a half-empty box of huashang fun. According to the staff at the clinic, all the huashang fun had been destroyed since the incident, and this was the only one they preserved for analysis. Upon opening the powder box, Yin's suspicions are confirmed. This powder contains resentment. Any ordinary woman using it daily would surely be unable to endure its effects. Yet, the overwhelming resentment appears to be unanchored, with no guiding force, scattered aimlessly. And Yōubái, observing Yin, raises an eyebrow in confusion. Does resentment really require a guiding force? Yin closes the powder box and faces Yōubái, softly explaining, to harness resentment for cultivation, one must direct it to coalesce in a specific location. Currently, the resentment permeating this city is entirely unanchored, devoid of any guiding influence. With this clarification, Yōubái begins to grasp the situation. She asks, does this imply that no one is deliberately creating this resentment? Yin raises her gaze to the sky, not entirely agreeing with Yōubái's conclusion. Just because there is none now does not mean there will not be later. It is possible that plans are not yet fully realized or that the resentment has yet to reach sufficient levels. Thus, the search parameters remain broad. And Yōubái closes her eyes, her mind racing with thoughts, murmuring to herself, who holds resentment? The victims? Who are the victims in this incident? The women of the city, who else? Suddenly, her eyes widen as she looks at Yin Xiao Huashi. She is also a victim. Based on the information we've gathered, she appears to be completely uninvolved, yet the blame falls squarely upon her. Yin Yao's lips curve into a smile. Let us see if we can locate her. The two turn towards the city lord's residence. Before they approach, from 100 meters away, they spot a throng of people gathered before the city lord's gate, clamoring and wailing for Xiao Huashi to provide an explanation. The guards at the city lord's residence, armed with shields, form a barrier to keep the crowd at bay. Given the circumstances, it seems difficult for them to enter and seek answers. As Yōubái contemplates a way to blend in, Yin pulls her aside, saying, let us leave for now and return in the evening. As the two were turning to leave, a voice cried out from the distressed crowd. A young woman emerged from beneath her veil, exclaiming, I wish to go to Mie Cheng's Xixingguan. I seek the serpent immortal for a potion. I do not wish to die. Before she could finish her plea, an elderly woman beside her struck her sharply, admonishing, be quiet. What nonsense are you spouting? The young woman protested, I'm not speaking nonsense. I know, but was interrupted, hush. Return home. One more word, and I shall strike you down. The old woman forcefully dragged her away from the crowd. The two watched as the old woman took the girl away and quietly stepped aside. And Yōubái raised an eyebrow. This is peculiar. In such circumstances, shouldn't the elderly be praying to the gods, trying everything possible? Let us inquire about the location of Xixingguan to see what it truly is. Agreed. Their plans were well formed, yet they were taken aback when, after asking 3 individuals, none provided an answer. The first 2 young women turned and walked away without uttering a word upon hearing their inquiry about Xixingguan. The last was an old crone, her cloudy eyes fixed upon them. She pursed her lips and warned, you 2 young ladies should not ask or go there. The serpent immortal cannot save your faces. Return home early. This was even more perplexing. Upon returning to the inn, Yōubái called for the waiter, who, after some hesitation, cautiously replied, ladies, you should not go there. If you must, it would be safer for 2 gentlemen to venture instead, as it is unsafe for women. It's not far. Just exit through the West City Gate and walk for a short while. After hearing the waiter's words, their confusion deepened. They resolved to investigate while the evening light lingered. Exiting through the West City Gate, they traversed a desolate landscape, the road wide and well-maintained. After walking for a brief period, they discovered a fork in the road. Looking up, they spotted what appeared to be the Xixingguan, nestled at the mountain's edge. It was not particularly grand, lacking a gate or courtyard, only an empty yard. Inside, There was no one, save for a statue of a five-headed serpent. Though devoid of visitors, the offerings were plentiful, and both the interior and exterior were impeccably clean, suggesting daily maintenance. They circled the temple twice without discovering anything. As dusk fell, they began to converse while making their way back. And Yōubái remarked, "It is curious that it is a serpent being worshipped here, and one with 5 heads." Yin Yao paused to glance back at the Shixiangguan, sensing no malice or darkness, only a trace of demonic energy. It seems to embody what the populace deems the serpent immortal, she mused. Can a demon claim the title of immortal? Can it demand offerings and incense? And Yōubái asked, her curiosity piqued. Yin Yao chuckled, indeed. It is quite common for people to offer tributes to great demons for protection. However, this particular one is no benevolent spirit. Before Yōubái could inquire further, a sharp voice interrupted from the side. "You 2 young girls, it is nearly dark. What are you doing here? Hurry and leave. The offering day is approaching. Do not dare return. Beware your families. They may break your legs." The 2 turned to see an old man, presumably a woodcutter. Before they could respond, he continued to shout, "Hurry, go," after which he promptly departed down a small path, clearly having approached them intentionally to warn them to leave. Casting one last glance at the Shixiangguan, the 2 returned to the inn. By the time they arrived, night had fully set in. Xiao Sa and Zizai had returned, anxiously awaiting their arrival. Zizai welcomed them, pouring tea, and eagerly began to express his frustrations. "I must tell you both, this afternoon was a complete waste of effort. We asked around town, and there were no ugly women or those who had suffered disfigurement, nor anyone who had been rejected or abandoned, wishing to die." Xiao San nodded in agreement, confirming the absence of such individuals for at least 3 years. And Yōubái observed Yin Yao, quietly sipping her tea, and recounted their findings in detail, emphasizing, the Shixiangguan is indeed strange. The first impression it evokes in everyone is predominantly fear. Moreover, we wish to meet that young lady from the Hua family. All clues seem to lead directly to her. It is too obvious. We cannot enter the city lord's residence during the day, but perhaps we can seek her out tonight. Xiao San mused, "Fine, after dinner. Let's all go together and search separately. We may uncover other leads within the city lord's estate." Under the cloak of stars, the 4 stood at the back wall of the city lord's residence. And Yōubái stared in disbelief at Zizai, who, after employing his skills, had excavated a hole nearly as tall as a person. Chapter 16. Who is the true culprit behind the massacre? Watching Zizai's proud expression, and Yōubái lowered her voice. "You have dug such a large hole. The patrol will see it as soon as they pass by. There is no way to conceal it." Zizai, momentarily taken aback by her words, blinked awkwardly. Xiao Sa chuckled softly, reassuring him, "No worries. Even if they discover it, they won't find us." With that, the 2 crouched and entered the hole. Just as Yōubái was about to follow, she felt a force envelop her, and before she could exclaim, she was pulled inside the wall. Turning to Yin Yao, who had retracted her hand, she whispered, "Thank you." Yin Yao merely nodded and continued as planned, splitting off to the east and west to search the vast city lord's estate. The estate was immense, and after wandering for some time, Yōubái and Yin Yao encountered patrols twice without locating the Hua family's quarters. Yōubái pondered aloud, "Searching aimlessly is not effective. Can you incapacitate someone without causing injury? Just make them unconscious for the night?" "Certainly. What do you have in mind?" Yin Yao inquired. "Our search is too conspicuous. The city lord's residence likely has maidservants. Let us find 2, inquire about the Hua family, and disguise ourselves in their clothing to avoid detection." Yin Yao smiled. "Excellent." The plan proceeded successfully, largely due to Yin Yao's swift execution, and Yōubái felt a sense of admiration for her efficiency. Dressed as maidservants and carrying food boxes, they followed the directions provided by the servants to the residence of the Hua family. Throughout the day, Yōubái gradually shed her fear of Yin Yao. After their shared experience of incapacitating the maidservants and changing their attire, she felt no apprehension under the bright moonlight. Curiously, she asked Yin Yao, "Are all ghost cultivators as formidable as you?" "Not necessarily. There are various types of ghost cultivators. I am a vengeful spirit, a type of fierce ghost. So my offensive capability is significantly stronger than that of ordinary ghosts." And how strong are you? And Yōubái pressed. Stronger than the 1,000-year vengeful spirit you mentioned in the well. Yin Yao replied with a smile, and Yōubai's eyes widened in surprise. Then how did you end up on this mission? This is classified as an A-level task and should be relatively easy. I was assigned to it, so I came without question. Why would you willingly participate in such tasks? With your abilities, no one could force you. To atone for my past mistakes. This response completely caught Yōubái off guard. She turned her head in astonishment. You have made mistakes before? Yin Yao gazed ahead, her voice faint and tinged with a hint of melancholy. Indeed, in this world, there are many matters that one believes to be understood at the moment, only to realize later that comprehension was elusive. And Yōubái, at a loss for words, could only softly reassure her. It is all right. As long as there is a possibility for amends, there remains hope. As the two conversed, they arrived at the residence of Xiao Huashi. The guards at the entrance were stationed with meticulous diligence, standing at intervals as if on high alert. Halt! What is your purpose? And Yōubái, intercepted, promptly replied in a hushed tone, The city lord has sent us to deliver food to the young madam. The guard inspected their claim before granting them passage inside. Upon entering the room, they placed a food box on the table, and a rustle of bead curtains caught their attention. They looked up to see Xiao Huashi approaching gracefully, a simple handkerchief in her hand, swaying gently as she walked. She was truly breathtaking, exuding a delicate charm that evoked a desire for protection. Now seated at the table, her brow furrowed, instantly rendering Yōubái aware of the concept of Shizi holding a heart. Such a beauty could effortlessly awaken one's instinct to safeguard. And Yōubái turned to Yin Yao, her eyes silently inquiring if something troubled the young lady. Yin Yao subtly shook her head, indicating that Xiao Huashi was neither a ghost nor a demon, and the resentment was not of her making. While the two exchanged glances, Xiao Huashi's soft voice pierced the air, sending a shiver through Yōubai's heart. Are you two here to kill me? And Yōubái felt a jolt of panic, as she believed her disguise was rather ordinary. Even the guards had not recognized them as impostors. How could this young lady discern their true identities through their veils? A moment later, another gentle voice followed. You two are not maidservants, are you? And Yōubái turned to Yin Yao, her mind racing, desperately seeking a way to respond. Yet, it seemed that Xiao Huashi did not anticipate a reply. She took a sip of soup and delicately wiped her lips with the handkerchief, which, though plain in color, was embroidered with exquisite patterns. Indeed, this Xiao Huashi was favored. Even her handkerchief was of fine quality. Long gone are the maidservants who dare to enter my quarters. The entire city speaks of me as a demon, not human. Upon finishing her words, she lifted her head, a fleeting smile gracing her porcelain-like face. What brings you two to seek me? And Yōubái, realizing there was no point in denial, decisively removed her veil. We wish to uncover the truth behind the disfigurement incident. Xiao Huashi chuckled bitterly. Do you think I might possess such knowledge? I am confined here, my movements restricted, unable to step outside, deprived of freedom at every moment. All because of this face. My life is not my own, regardless of my desires. Everything has been predetermined for me. I wish to leave this place. I detest the city lord. I long to return to the mountains. Alas, none of it is within my control. As she spoke, her starry eyes revealed an endless desolation. What is truth? Does it matter? What relationship does it have with me? It is merely another form of a life preordained. She resembled a canary trapped in a cage, devoid of vitality, utterly indifferent to her current plight. Just as Yōubái contemplated further inquiries, a cacophony erupted from outside, followed by a commanding voice. Someone has intruded into the manor. Has anyone visited? Two maidservants brought a food box. The city lord has arrived. Light the torches. Xiao Huashi raised her slender arm, gesturing towards the window on the right side of the room. You two should leave. There's a large willow tree outside that window, and the back courtyard is devoid of guards. You may escape that way. And Yōubái, sensing the melancholy radiating from her, stepped forward, intending to offer comfort. You, the city lord. The respectful calls of the guards echoed from outside. Xiao Huashi rose and moved toward the door. Hurry, without hesitation. And Yōubái and Yin Yao climbed through the window, just as the door swung open. City lord, are you unharmed? Has anyone visited? No, I was merely dining. Would you like to join me? Why, do not fear. Tomorrow, I shall bring offerings to Shi Xianguan and request the deity to provide an antidote. Regardless of the cost, I will ensure your safety. Thank you, my lord. Yun Yao quietly urged in Yōubái, and they leapt over the high wall, landing swiftly in the courtyard before hastily returning to the inn. They exuded an air of nonchalance and ease, yet they bore the marks of their recent struggle, suggesting they had confronted the guards head-on. They immediately began exchanging information gathered that night, and Yōubái recounted the situation regarding Xiao Huashi. She is an ordinary person, kept under strict surveillance, completely devoid of freedom. We also overheard that the city lord intends to seek medicine from Shi Xianguan tomorrow. Zai Zai, having bandaged his wounds, winced in pain but pressed on. We overheard the discussion at the city lord's residence. It was clear he is genuinely unaware of who is responsible for this incident. Precisely. Zai Zai nodded. Moreover, there is surely something amiss with Shi Xianguan. The one who suggested it nearly faced the wrath of everyone present. This place is undoubtedly sinister. As Zai Zai pondered, a grin spread across his face. It was quite amusing when the city lord's wife barged in, accusing that wretched woman of being a demon, claiming she was the cause of all this trouble. After laughing, he looked at Yōubái. Tell me, is Xiao Huashi truly as beautiful as they say? And Yōubái took a sip of water, affirming, indeed, without a doubt, she is stunning, like a fish diving into the water or a flower blooming in the moonlight. There is an indescribable sense of fragility and brokenness about her. At this, Zai Zai exclaimed in astonishment, You, a woman, speak so highly of her. It seems Xiao Huashi is indeed extraordinary. Is she truly a demon? Yin Yao sat quietly, devoid of any ghostly or demonic aura, just a tinge of resentment. Though not overpowering, considering her circumstances, a sense of resentment seemed only natural. Anyone deprived of freedom, regardless of their status, would inevitably harbor some bitterness. And Yōubái empathized with her plight, feeling a twinge of pity. Zai Zai, unwittingly speaking, rendered the group silent. You have not seen the city lord's wife. Her resentment must be the greatest. Even that Mama Zhang beside her likely carries immense bitterness. And Yōubái sipped her tea in silence, her heart swelling with sympathy for the city lord's wife. How deeply must this woman suffer? Throughout history, who does not yearn for marital harmony and a lifetime of companionship? Alas, how easily the hearts of people change, and yet the heart of the past can be so fleeting. The flowers of spring fall with ease, beauty fades with age. Time slips away, and the twilight cannot be pursued. Fleeting moments of brilliance ultimately succumb to the relentless passage of years. Observing the expressions of those around her, Yun Yao reminded, It is getting late. You should rest. Otherwise, you will lack the energy for tomorrow's tasks. Each returned to their chambers, and Yōubái lay in bed, her mind swirling with the events of the day, feeling as though she had overlooked something. All the pieces of information seemed disjointed, unable to form a cohesive whole. What was missing that could connect these threads? Amidst her drifting thoughts, she eventually succumbed to sleep. Task time. The next day, the four sat by the window, breakfasting while watching cartloads of offerings pass by. The city lord had prepared a truly lavish array of offerings. They had finished their meal. Yet the procession of carts showed no sign of ending, and Yōubái gazed at the throng gathered by the roadside, their expressions revealing a blend of fear and a glimmer of anticipation. This contradictory emotion struck her as peculiar. Why, she pondered, would the city lord place his trust in that snake demon? The inhabitants of this city seemed to harbor a deep-seated dread of the creature. Xiaosa, glancing around, lowered his voice and remarked, Perhaps he is merely putting on a show for these onlookers. After such a grave incident, he cannot resolve it swiftly, so he must make a gesture to demonstrate his efforts in finding a solution. Zai, in agreement, added quietly, I too believe he is merely performing. Look at those spectators. They are thoroughly deceived by his act. And Yōubai's gaze drifted to the seemingly endless procession of offerings. Are you implying that he himself does not truly believe in the snake demon? Xiaosa shook his head. I cannot say for certain. However, it is rather strange for a city lord to seek out divine intervention in such a situation. As a leader, he ought to be consulting physicians instead. Immediately, and Yōubái recalled the scene from the previous day in the medical hall, filled with people and echoing with cries. She sighed softly, suspecting they had already sought medical help. Yet to no avail. The entire city's healers had exhausted their remedies, yielding no results. Yin Yao directed his gaze toward the direction of the Shixian temple, his fingers tracing the rim of his teacup as he mused. The aura of resentment is not easily dispelled by those outside the Taoist sect. Ordinary medicines are ineffective against it. And Yōubái turned her head to Xiaosha and inquired, "Did you hear the city lord discussing this matter yesterday? Is he aware that it is caused by resentment?" Xiaosha lowered his head, seriously reflecting before responding. He did not mention it. Later, when the city lord's wife entered and they began to argue, she was clung to tightly by that Zhang Mama, and despite the chaos, no one mentioned resentment. Zizai suddenly interjected, "What if he knows but pretends not to?" The four fell silent once more, deeply contemplating the possibility. Just as the situation descended into further ambiguity, and Yōubái suddenly considered another angle. They had been fixated on the victims, but what about the beneficiaries of this incident? If half the population perished, it would hardly bode well for the city lord. Whoever orchestrated this must have intended to gain something from it. So, who truly stands to gain from this calamity? Chapter 17. Who is the true culprit behind the city massacre? Upon hearing in Yōubai's remarks, the other three began to reflect deeply. Initially, they had assumed it was an act of revenge, but they had been unable to find any leads. Now, considering it from a different perspective, who would benefit from this situation? Strangely, the answer emerged: no one. Up until now, no one has profited from this affair. The city lord is overwhelmed daily. The Xiaohua family faces constant scorn, and the residents are undeniably victims. As for the medical halls and pharmacies, they are on the verge of being demolished. Observing Yin Yao's vacant stare directed out the window, Zizai cautiously voiced his lingering doubt. Could it be this snake demon? Given the current circumstances, it seems to be the only beneficiary. And Yōubái had contemplated the snake demon from the very beginning, but quickly dismissed the thought. Judging by the residents' reactions, the snake demon appeared to be a local tyrant. If it wished to increase its offerings, it could simply demand them directly. Considering the extent of fear the city's inhabitants harbored, it seemed unnecessary for it to resort to such tactics to achieve its goals. Xiaoshan nodded, concurring with Yōubai's assessment. Indeed, the fear displayed by everyone present at the discussion in the city lord's mansion last night was palpable and genuine. Yin Yao continued to gaze toward the Shixian temple. We should inquire with the locals to understand why everyone fears this snake demon so greatly. Zizai smiled and responded, "That's easy. Let us summon the innkeeper. He provided us with ample information last time, and a little silver should entice him again." Xiaosha clapped Zizai on the shoulder. "You clever lad. Your mind works quickly." The four once again called for the innkeeper, drawing him to sit with them. After receiving their silver, a wide smile spread across his face. "Esteemed gentlemen, feel free to ask whatever you wish. I shall share everything I know." Xiaosha, handing him a cup of wine, remarked, "It's quite the spectacle outside today, isn't it?" The city lord himself led the procession, offering so many tributes to that temple. The Shixian temple. The innkeeper bowed respectfully. Xiaosha raised an eyebrow, sensing an opportunity. "Indeed, the Shixian temple. Tell us, does the snake demon truly possess such abilities that it rivals even the talents of our inn?" The innkeeper lowered his head, troubled. "I cannot say for certain." Zizai slammed the table in frustration, exclaiming, "Then explain to us the origins of the Shixian temple. Why is the city lord so convinced that it can resolve this matter?" The innkeeper, whether startled by Zizai's tone or the nature of the inquiry, trembled and quickly stood, returning the silver to the table. "Gentlemen, please refrain from further questioning about the Shixian temple. This matter is known by no one in the city." With a bow, he hastily exited. "This situation is indeed perplexing," Xiaosha remarked, surveying the silver on the table. "What do you all think? It is quite strange. If no one in the city will speak of it, that suggests everyone knows about it, but chooses to remain silent." Zizai gazed incredulously toward the Shixian temple, and Yōubái contemplated the closed door, pondering whether it was a matter of inability to speak or fear to do so. What power does it wield to instill such terror in an entire city? compelling them to offer tributes in submission. The four fell into a quiet contemplation, yet found themselves at a loss. And Yōubái proposed, since we lack new ideas, let us venture outside and inquire further, hoping to uncover new insights. Yōubái touched the lid of his teacup, his gaze still fixed outside. If we cannot glean information from within the city, we shall seek it beyond its walls. Xiaosan nodded in agreement. Yes, wait for me while I gather some supplies. The four followed a narrow path outside the city gate, entering a small village. The village appeared modest, with the sounds of weeping emanating from the houses they passed. An elderly woman with silver hair sat at her doorway, weaving a bamboo basket. And Yōubái approached quietly, but before she could speak, the woman looked up, her expression warm. Young lady, do you require assistance? Good day, ma'am. We have just arrived and noticed the city lord bringing so many offerings to that temple ahead. We are curious, is the temple truly so effective? What does one seek there? As soon as the word temple escaped her lips, the woman's complexion turned ashen. Before Yōubái could finish her question, the elder abruptly stood, swiftly turning to shut the door, retreating inside. With a resounding thud, she secured the door tightly. Returning to the group, Yōubái shook her head in disbelief. Had the snake demon instilled such fear in the populace? Yōubái observed the village calmly. It is evident that the snake demon has instilled such terror that even mentioning it is met with reluctance. There must be deeper reasons behind this. The four dispersed into the village, seeking to uncover any potential leads. As Yōubái walked, she mused that while fear of demons is commonplace, the extent of this fear, evident from the city lord down to the common folk, was perplexing. Instead of seeking to eliminate the threat, they seemed to have embraced it by constructing a temple and offering tributes. This situation was decidedly amiss. In the labyrinth of her thoughts, Yōubái contemplated the matter of the woman with a disfigured face, prompting her to seek out the serpent demon. She resolved to inquire among those who shared a similar plight. After traversing 3 courtyards, she finally encountered a veiled woman weeping as she swept the yard. This woman, too, seemed a victim of the same tragedy. Yōubái approached. Sister, might you spare me a bowl of water? I am parched from my journey this morning. The woman looked up, her own veil obscuring her features, and replied, Wait a moment. After a sip of water, Yōubái, with an optimistic tone, offered solace. Sister, there is no need to weep. This morning, I accompanied the city lord to the Shixian temple, and with such earnest supplication, I am certain that the revered serpent immortal will grant us the elixir we seek. Upon hearing this, the woman suddenly lifted her head, her eyes red and swollen, brimming with anxiety and hope. Will it truly work? Yōubái set down her bowl of water, feigning a casual sigh. It must surely work. The city lord has taken such measures. It cannot be in vain. Yet, I wonder if the serpent immortal will be inclined to assist us. The moment she spoke, the woman's eyes filled with worry. My parents warned me about the serpent immortal. What are you saying? Just then, a commanding voice interrupted. What are you young ladies discussing? A stern, middle-aged woman approached, her demeanor unyielding as she demanded, Who is your family? Does no one watch over you? Leave at once. Good lady, I merely seek a drink after my weary journey. Yōubái hastily explained. The woman narrowed her eyes, pursing her lips as she seized the veiled woman by the arm, dragging her inside without a word. She turned back, lowering her voice menacingly. Do not deceive me. No family would allow their daughter to venture alone to the Shixian temple. What are your intentions? I know not, but you must leave my home now. With that, she forcibly pushed Yōubái out the courtyard gate, slamming it shut behind her. Once again, Yōubái found herself outside, now convinced that the older residents harbored some knowledge, common to all. The woman had mentioned that no family would allow such a journey, indicating that the prohibition against visiting the Shixian temple was well understood. What methods could this serpent demon employ to instill such fear and compliance among the townsfolk? Yōubái considered that she had almost gleaned some insight, had not the woman interrupted the other, who might have revealed more. Determined, she resolved to seek another woman. Yet after inquiring at 5 more residences, she encountered no one. Passing by a granary, Yōubái decided to rest by the stone mill and continue her search afterward. As she sat down, she noticed a card resting on the grinding stone, instantly dispelling her earlier frustrations. She quickly picked it up. A flash of white revealed it to be a basic immobilization card. This immobilization card, skill card, basic, it read, usage instructions, single use only. Skill description, immobilizes a single target for a duration of 5 minutes. This ability was akin to a freezing card, but targeted only one individual and lasted longer, proving to be a valuable escape tool. After securing the card, her spirits lifted, she resumed her quest for suitable individuals to gather information. Regrettably, after a long search, she still failed to find a young veiled woman. As she pondered whether to change her approach, she spotted an elderly man approaching. It was the same woodcutter who had previously advised her to leave the Shixian temple. Drawing on her earlier experiences of being turned away, Yōubái discreetly followed him to a small dwelling at the village's edge. He entered, placing his firewood against the wall before heading into the kitchen. While Yōubái hesitated outside, contemplating how to approach him, the carefree Zizai appeared beside her. "There you are. Come, let us discuss," he said, leading her out of the village to join 2 others who, like her, had made no progress. Zizai, looking despondent, remarked, "Why does everyone turn hostile upon hearing the word Shixian temple?" Xiao turned to Yōubái, seeking her thoughts. She shook her head, recounting her experiences, emphasizing, "I have observed that the older individuals seem particularly sensitive to the Shixian temple." Pondering this, Xiao questioned, what could possibly instill such fear that they dare not even speak of it? Zizai smirked dismissively. Do they think that merely mentioning it will summon the serpent demon to devour them? Noting their stares, he awkwardly scratched his nose, muttering, "I was just jesting." Yin Yao turned to survey the village, noting the absence of malevolence or supernatural aura, save for the sorrowful faces of the women inside. And Yōubái, considering the villagers' fear of the serpent demon, posed a question that had long troubled her. If the villagers are so frightened, why do they not resist? Surely, if a serpent demon exists, there must also be exorcists or priests to confront it. Why have they not sought such help? This observation seemed to awaken Zizai, who recalled that the inn they stayed at claimed the city lord had called upon someone to resolve the issue of disfigurement, yet no priest had been seen. Xiao contemplated. Perhaps the city lord believes that the matter of disfigurement is unrelated to the supernatural. However, today he personally brought offerings to the Shixian temple, indicating he seeks assistance. And Yōubái frowned. If it is merely a facade, would it not be simpler to invite a priest for a grand ceremony? Once again, they found themselves at an impasse. The situation unchanged. Yin Yao gazed up at the clear sky, his expression resolute, stating, "Regardless, we must uncover the truth about the serpent demon. Since the city lord seeks medicine, it suggests that similar incidents have occurred previously, likely resolved by this serpent demon." And Yōubái recalled the woodcutter and suggested, "We should inquire of him. He likely saw us at the temple, prompting him to warn us to leave." Yin Yao nodded in agreement, and Xiao smiled, saying, "Excellent. Just follow my lead when we speak." The 4 of them proceeded to the woodcutter's home, where he was chopping wood in his yard. Xiao approached with a cheerful demeanor. "Good day, sir." The old man looked up puzzled. "What brings you here?" Xiao, holding several food containers and a bottle of wine from the inn, replied, "Yesterday, my sisters were unaware of the dangers, and we wish to express our gratitude for your timely warning." The old man shifted his gaze to Yōubái and Yin Yao, seemingly recalling the incident, and opened the gate to invite them into the courtyard. Chapter 18. Who is the true culprit behind the massacre? As the group entered the old man's courtyard, Xiao elegantly placed the food box and wine bottle onto the stone table within. He then proceeded to open the food boxes one by one, stating, "These are but a token of our appreciation. Thank you for taking the time to remind the 2 of them yesterday." The old man gazed at the lavish spread of fish and meat, complemented by 4 bottles of fine wine, and felt considerably more at ease. Indeed, a young lady should avoid unnecessary places, he mused. "You are correct. We have only just moved here and are unaware of certain matters." The 2 of them merely wished to ascend the mountain to pray for safety. Who would not feel sorrow if a good girl were to mar her face? As Xiao expressed his grievances while pouring a glass of wine for the elder, the old man squinted, observing them intently. "You have only just moved here? Where do you reside?" He lifted the wine glass from the table and drank deeply. "Let me tell you, searching for a house was exhausting. Initially, I hoped to live in the East Market, thinking it would be tranquil. Alas, the prices there were exorbitant. He sighed heavily. Consequently, my siblings and I could only purchase a small courtyard near the West Market, just by the city gate, and settled in with great difficulty. Little did we know that misfortune would soon follow. Xiao Sa, noticing the elder's untouched wine cup, shot a glance at Yōubái, but unfortunately, their mental connection had not yet developed to the required level. And Yōubái looked back at him, bewildered, blinking in confusion and failing to comprehend the intended message. Realizing that Yōubái was not cooperating, Xiao Sa took it upon himself to continue addressing the elder. Yesterday, they were simply anxious. With only a month left before their marriage, what if this blemish on their face does not heal in time for the joyous occasion? Upon hearing this, Yōubái suddenly understood the significance of Xiao Sa's earlier glance. She lowered her head and began to feign tears, knowing that only she could perform this act. It was utterly impossible for Yao to do so. With her head bowed, her voice choked with emotion, she lamented, "Brother, do not worry. Perhaps, just perhaps, in less than a month, I will be able to join the others, just like that." Seeing her play along, Xiao Sa turned back and urgently exclaimed, "What nonsense! There are countless capable people in this world. How could they not remedy such a minor ailment?" And Yōubái sobbed pathetically. "But even the lord of the city has yet to find a solution for everyone." Zazai immediately chimed in with quiet reassurance. "Do not fret, sister. No matter what it takes, even if we have to exhaust our family fortune or resort to desperate measures, my brothers will find a cure for you." And Yōubái promptly covered her eyes, wailing, "I do not want to die. I do not want to die." At that moment, the old man unexpectedly lifted his wine cup and downed its contents in one gulp, then poured himself 2 more glasses, consuming them in quick succession. The 4 observers regarded his peculiar behavior in silence, while Yōubái continued to conceal her face and feign tears. After downing 3 glasses of wine, the old man, clutching his empty cup, stared vacantly into space, murmuring, "Who would wish for death?" Xiao Sa promptly filled the elder's glass again, saying, "Please do not take offense. My sister is still young." The elder turned to glance at Yōubái, who was still hiding her face and crying, as well as Yao, who remained silent and vacant-eyed, and he sighed deeply. "Your relocation here is a grave mistake." Upon hearing this, Xiao Sa seized the opportunity, placing a piece of shredded chicken before the elder. "Please, have mercy and share your wisdom with us. Enlighten us on the taboos to avoid further errors." The old man raised his wine cup once more, emptying it in one swift motion. He gazed at Yōubái and sighed, "Cease your weeping. Perhaps the serpent deity will manifest, though it remains uncertain what price must be paid." After uttering this, he consumed several more glasses of wine, and perhaps due to his hasty drinking, he was suddenly choked and began to cough, soon tears streaming down his face. "Very well, we are all pitiable souls. Let me share my tale." The group immediately perked up, and Yōubái gradually forgot her act of crying, though no one paid attention to that anymore. The elder's narrative began from a decade prior, when the serpent demon first appeared. Qing Feng Cheng was, 10 years ago, a place of great prosperity where everyone lived comfortably. However, suddenly, a 5-headed serpent monster emerged, demanding that the lord of the city provide 2 young maidens every 6 months as offerings, or face calamity. Initially, the lord was quite reluctant, yet the serpent demon's formidable powers rendered the townsfolk powerless against it. Consequently, the lord sought out numerous capable Taoist priests from afar. Regrettably, the outcome remained unchanged. They could not subdue the serpent demon, and most of the priests who ventured to exorcise it were devoured, leading Qing Feng Cheng to become a place that everyone avoided. 6 months passed without compliance, and instead of offering 2 maidens, the Lord delivered a multitude of livestock, hoping to appease the serpent demon. This enraged the beast further, and the following day, every household was overrun with snakes, insects, and vermin, causing immense suffering to the townspeople. The Lord had no choice but to select 2 maidens for sacrifice. Once the maidens were sent to the mountains, all the pests retreated, revealing the truth that the serpent demon indeed sought only young girls. Hearing this, Yao abruptly interrupted the elder, questioning, How could such a powerful serpent demon lack any practitioners capable of contending with it? The elder was momentarily taken aback by this inquiry and closed his eyes tightly, pouring wine down his throat, tears streaming from the corners of his tightly shut eyes. After a lengthy pause, he burped and wiped away his tears, revealing a bitter smile. 7 years ago, 6 Taoist priests arrived here without any ulterior motives. They had merely heard of the serpent demon's terrorizing of the populace and braved the mountains to assist. These 6 priests battled the serpent demon for 7 continuous days and nights, ultimately forcing it into retreat. Zizai immediately inquired, "Then why is there still a temple erected in its honor?" And Yōubái narrowed her eyes, fixating on the elder, harboring the same question. If it was defeated, why was it still being worshipped, while the conquerors left no trace? This scenario defied logic, suggesting that there were further developments yet to unfold. Indeed, the elder's weathered face was etched with sorrow as he recounted the subsequent events, inciting fury among the listeners, who barely restrained from unleashing their wrath. After the serpent demon's defeat, it fled, leaving the 6 priests, 3 of whom were severely injured, while the other 3 bore wounds of their own, making it difficult for them to walk. Thus, the Lord graciously accommodated them within his residence to aid in their recovery. The townspeople expressed immense gratitude towards the 6 priests, and for 2 months they lived in relative peace. Just as the 3 began to recover and prepare to leave, the serpent demon returned once more, this time not revealing itself, but unleashing a toxic rain that plagued Qing Feng Cheng for 3 days. Anyone who came into contact with the rain would develop poisonous sores within half a day, and within 10 days, the affliction would spread throughout their bodies, leading to the entire city draping white mourning flags. "This poison is extraordinarily potent," Zizai exclaimed in astonishment. "Is there no healer capable of providing a cure?" The elder shook his head somberly. "No. The most dreadful part is that even those who have not been exposed to the rain began to suffer from the affliction." Xiao Sa felt a chill run down his spine, realizing that this meant the city would soon be devoid of life. And Yōubái looked intently at the elder and asserted, "No, there must be a way to counteract the poison. Otherwise, Qing Feng Cheng would not exist today." The elder continued with his tale, explaining that the serpent demon remained hidden, making it impossible for the townsfolk to locate it. The 6 Taoist priests, despite their best efforts, were unable to halt the spread of the poisonous sores. At that moment, everyone experienced a dream where the serpent demon, shrouded in a veil of black mist, revealed that by using the 6 Taoist priests as ingredients to brew a potion, 1 sip would cure all their ailments. Yin Yao's eyes widened in disbelief. It was the first time she displayed such excitement. How could it be possible to use living beings as medicine? The old man appeared despondent, pondering the irrationality that ensues when one is driven to such desperation. With a tremor in his hands, he placed the wine cup back on the table and anxiously inquired if the entire city had indeed come to believe this. The old man lifted the wine jug and took another hearty swig, recounting how on the first day, no one believed it, yet this dream persisted for 3 days. Shared by all, who could possibly remain skeptical? An uneasy chill crept down in Yōubai's spine, her voice quivering as she remarked that if the 6 priests were indeed so proficient in their arts, escaping would be a trivial matter. The old man looked at Yōubái and quietly asked, "If you were to learn of an object that could restore your appearance without requiring your demise, would you not wish to try it?" And Yōubái bit her lip tightly. Even without the old man detailing the process, she understood the implication, her heart feeling as though it had been encased in ice, sending waves of cold through her body. Yin Yao turned to the old man, earnestly questioning whether everyone would then be cured. The old man rose unsteadily, swaying slightly as he responded affirmatively, stating that all would be healed, and henceforth, the 5-headed serpent would ascend to become the serpent immortal, requiring 2 maidens to be offered monthly. After delivering this grim revelation, he stood tall, fixing his serious gaze upon the 4, urging them to leave quickly if they had just arrived, for this was no place for living. If they were here to investigate, they should depart even more hastily. Good people should not meet such an end. With that, he turned and retreated into the house. Yin Yao suddenly called out, halting his steps, asking where the remains of the 6 priests lay now. The old man, standing at the door without turning back, replied in a low voice that they were beneath the steps outside, the serpent immortal temple, trampled underfoot. He urged them to leave quickly, before shutting the door behind him. The 4 returned to the inn in silence, their hearts heavy with the unexpected turn of events. Even after taking their seats, they remained lost in shock, struggling to make sense of it all. Once the server brought their meals and closed the door, Zazai pondered aloud whether they had misjudged the situation, suddenly considering a possibility. Looking at the 3 others, he proposed that perhaps this incident was targeted at the serpent demon. With all the women in the city perishing, there would be no offerings left for it. Yin Yao directly pinpointed the core issue, stating that it was merely a demon if it were to change locations. Its nature would remain unchanged, merely relocating. Zazai, with a hint of reluctance, suggested that perhaps it was the vengeful spirits of the 6 Taoist priests. They sought nothing but to save lives, yet in the end, they met a tragic fate, and their bones were left to be trampled, surely leading to resentment. Zazai slammed the table in agreement, asserting that if he were in their position, he would undoubtedly seek vengeance upon the entire city. Yin Yao shook her head once more, insisting that it was not them. There was no resentment at the steps before the serpent immortal temple. What? This time, not only did the other 2 look incredulous, but even Yōubái regarded her with disbelief, questioning how one could die so tragically without harboring any resentment. Yin Yao, observing their expressions, reiterated with certainty that it was true. There was not a trace of resentment. She had thoroughly examined the site on the first day, and if any resentment lingered, even a whisper, she would have sensed it. Thus, the clues seemed to lead into yet another dead end, leaving the group disheartened by the harsh reality. Zazai mumbled softly, wondering if perhaps they had misjudged. Yin Yao turned her gaze towards him, and in an instant, a wave of chilling energy knocked them to the ground. And Yōubái felt the familiar sensation of resentment encircling her, overwhelming her with a desire to scream, to rage, to destroy everything around her. The scent of blood thick in the air. 2 seconds later, the feeling dissipated, and the 3 struggled to rise, their eyes wide with terror as they looked at Yin Yao. She responded casually, asserting that other possibilities might be misinterpreted, but she could never mistake the presence of resentment. It was the very essence she cultivated. Zazai and Zazai were taken aback, stepping back in fear, while Yōubái reflected on Yin Yao's demeanor since the beginning. She cautiously sat back down, suggesting that if it were not the 6 Taoist priests, perhaps it was their friends or family seeking vengeance for their deaths. Zazai and Zazai slowly regained their composure, glancing at Yōubái, who signaled for them to return to their seats, and they complied in silence. Yin Yao nodded, considering that the friends of the priests might possess some knowledge of Taoist arts, enabling them to harness resentment to inflict harm. However, Zazai, sensing a breakthrough, quickly set aside his fear and pressed for more details. But what? Yin Yao gazed out the window once more, noting that the city bore no trace of Taoist practices, save for a faint presence she had sensed from the city lord today. Yet, it was so weak that it could not possibly harm the serpent demon. After much contemplation, the matter returned to square one. Although they held disdain for the actions of the townspeople, the investigation must persist to fulfill their mission. And Yōubái, after a few bites of her food, suddenly proposed that perhaps they had not identified the true beneficiaries of this tragedy. Observing the contemplative expressions of her companions, she reiterated her theory, asserting that the most immediate victim in this matter appeared to be the city lord's concubine, that young lady. If she were indeed dragged out and killed, who would stand to gain? The city lord's wife. Zazai and Zazai responded in unison. Zazai shot Yōubái a look, his face lighting up with realization, affirming that if the blame fell upon the young lady, it would likely lead to her demise, making the city lord's wife the most direct beneficiary. Zazai's expression brightened as well, recalling that they had learned of the fondness shared between the city lord and his wife prior to the young lady's arrival. And Yōubái nodded in agreement, yet still had lingering doubts. She voiced her concerns to the others, questioning how a mere ordinary woman like the city lord's wife could conceive of using resentment as a means to harm. The room fell silent once more as Zazai shook his head vigorously, declaring that they should not dwell on that for now. They resolved to visit the city lord's residence tonight, hoping to glean some insights from the city lord's wife's quarters. And Yōubái agreed and added that she and Yun Yao could visit the shops under the city lord's wife's name to inquire about the situation. Zizai, still somewhat apprehensive, cautiously mentioned that there were several shops associated with her, though they were all currently closed. At the end of the street, there was a notably large jewelry store under her name called Wan Qingxi. Just then, the server knocked and entered the room, delivering their meals. And Yōubái halted him, observing the server's bowed head and trembling form. She gently reassured him not to fear, clarifying that she was not inquiring about the Serpent Immortal Temple, but rather asking if the city lord's wife had ever used Hua Shangfun. The server promptly replied that he did not know, but doubted she would. Why do you say that? News from the lord's mansion reveals that the lady of the house has prohibited her attendants from using certain resources. Furthermore, all employees and family members associated with her shops are also barred from utilizing them. Those who dare to defy this decree face punishment and eventual dismissal, with no chance of reemployment. Upon hearing this, Zizai let out a scoff, wondering if anyone had truly tested this rule. The waiter confirmed that indeed, not only from the lord's mansion, but also from her shops, many had been expelled. Initially, people criticized her for being stingy, but now they expressed their gratitude towards her. After lunch, the group proceeded to act as previously arranged, investigating the shops owned by the lord's wife. Xiao Shuai and Zizai set out to ascertain whether any pertinent information had been overlooked. And Yōubái promptly urged Yun Yao to don the attire of a lady-in-waiting from the lord's mansion once more, adding 2 cloaks for concealment, and they headed towards Wan Quanxi. As Zizai had suggested, upon arrival, they found the door firmly shut, and Yōubái knocked for quite some time before a woman's hoarse voice from within coldly announced their closure, requesting them to return another day. And Yōubái mimicked her tone, stating that the lady of the house had sent them. The door opened slightly, revealing the 2 cloaked figures. The woman inside regarded them with suspicion, but upon Yōubái lifting her cloak to reveal her attire, she hesitantly allowed them entry. Once inside, and after the door was securely closed, and Yōubái removed her veil, the woman's expression softened with a smile upon seeing her unblemished face, signaling her growing trust that the 2 were indeed sent by the lord's wife. The woman graciously offered them a seat and served tea, explaining that it was not her desire to close the shop, but that opening it inevitably attracted trouble. Just days prior, the shop had been vandalized within half an hour of opening, and Yōubái nodded in understanding, gently inquiring about how she should address her. The woman replied, "My family name is Li. Everyone calls me Aunt Li." Noting that she appeared to be of similar age, and Yōubái suggested, "I shall call you Sister Li, and you may call me Xiaobai." Reassuring her, and Yōubái continued, "Rest assured, the lady is aware of the current difficulties outside. She has sent us to gather everyone's sentiments, and will decide how to proceed upon our return." Aunt Li's eyes glistened with tears of gratitude as she exclaimed, "Dear Sister Xiaobai, please convey my thanks to the lady." Initially, when she forbade us from using Hua Changfun, many criticized her for being petty and unreasonable. Now, everyone is truly grateful to her. And Yōubái stepped closer, whispering, "Do not worry, Sister Li. We are fully aware of the circumstances. Had it not been for the lady's intervention before the shipment of Hua Changfun, we would not enjoy this peace today." Aunt Li nodded, affirming indeed, had the lady not summoned us the day before the delivery, strictly forbidding any purchases for ourselves or our families, we would not be in this stable situation. Day before? And Yōubái inquired, puzzled. "Yes, weren't you informed?" Aunt Li asked, perplexed, and Yōubái smiled, clarifying, "No, we were summoned on the same day. However, some sisters could not resist the temptation later." Aunt Li sighed, "It is not just you. Even in our shop, some succumbed to temptation. Those who lashed out when expelled now regret their actions." After gathering more information, and Yōubái sensed that little else could be extracted, so she prepared to take her leave. Aunt Li grasped her arm, presenting 2 exquisite boxes. "Sister Xiaobai, as a token of my appreciation for your first visit, please accept these 2 boxes of pearl flowers. I have nothing else of value to offer." She then produced a larger box, requesting, "Please pass this on to Mama Wang, the lady's confidant, as our tribute." As Yōubái accepted the boxes, she noticed a glimmer of scrutiny in Aunt Li's eyes, causing her heart to flutter, realizing she may have inadvertently revealed something. Calmly, she assured, "Do not worry, sisterly. Although I have not been with the lady for long, and know few people, I am acquainted with Mama Zhang, and she will ensure this reaches Mama Wang." At that moment, Aunt Li burst into laughter. "Yes, Mama Zhang. Look at me. I am so flustered by these events that I can hardly speak clearly. This box is indeed from Mama Zhang. Please ensure it reaches her." And Yōubái smiled broadly, inwardly exclaiming, "Are you trying to deceive me?" Once outside the shop, and Yōubái was about to head toward the inn when Yun Yao tugged her sleeve, steering her back toward the Lord's mansion, noting, "They're watching us." And Yōubái could not contain her frustration, exclaiming, "These people are remarkably perceptive. How can they detect flaws so easily?" Yun Yao chuckled, his gaze toward Yōubái imbued with kindness. "You have only recently embarked on your mission, have you not? Every place you visit is rooted in reality. Some may appear simple, while others are inherently complex." And Yōubái regarded Yun Yao with astonishment. "Is this all real? I always thought it was merely a game." Observing her confusion, Yun Yao clarified, "It is fabricated, conjured by others, not genuine." Yun Yao led her on a wide detour back to the inn, explaining, "What you perceive as false may not be so in another's eyes, while what you deem true may not necessarily hold that status. People often remain oblivious to the barriers of their own knowledge, ensnared without awareness." And Yōubái sensed that his words carried profound meaning, yet she found herself unable to fully comprehend their depth. However, she could distinctly feel that Yun Yao harbored no ill intentions, and she simply nodded in silent acknowledgement. Yun Yao relaxed, encouraging her, "Tell me about the world from which you came. Each encounter with someone from another realm offers me fresh insights." And Yōubái contemplated for a moment, then began to recount her journey into the game app, detailing how she navigated the initial challenges and the experiences that followed. Thus, the two engaged in conversation until Xiao Shuai and Zizai returned to the inn, visibly exhausted and drenched in sweat. And Yōubái promptly offered them refreshing water, and, once they were seated, began to share her findings. This Hua Chengfen was undoubtedly known to the lady from the outset to be problematic. She informed all her shop managers the day before it was to be sold, forbidding any purchases. Zizai, wiping his brow, concurred, "Indeed, we share this sentiment. This afternoon, we visited one of her apothecaries. Can you guess the outcome?" And Yōubái scrutinized his expression, smirking. "Empty?" Zizai stared at her in disbelief. "How did you know?" And Yōubái shot him an exasperated glance. "Your face revealed everything." Xiao Shuai interjected with a subtle smile. "Enough jesting. The apothecary was indeed devoid of stock. Yet we also learned that before this, the lady had procured a substantial quantity of medicinal herbs under the guise of opening the shop." And Yōubái narrowed her eyes, proposing an alternative theory. Could it be that she stored them elsewhere? Xiao Shuai pondered momentarily before shaking his head. "This apothecary has never opened its doors. Even if it was not intended to operate with the current high demand for herbs, it would be illogical to hoard them." Zizai devoured his dinner, instructing everyone, "Please eat quickly. We shall return to the Lord's mansion tonight to further investigate the lady. Initially, I underestimated her." As night descended, the four individuals stealthily infiltrated the Lord's estate once more, their objective clear, the chamber of the Lady of the Lord. With a sense of ease and familiarity, having previously followed the lady to her quarters, they wasted no time in making their way there. However, upon arriving, they were met with a circle of guards at the entrance, momentarily thwarting their entry. While they pondered their next move, they overheard furious shouts from within, filled with expletives aimed at a certain vile person. Soon after, the Lord, visibly enraged, stormed out, causing the guards to retreat. The four swiftly concealed themselves beneath the window of the back courtyard, peering through the open window into the room. The Lady of the Lord, a woman in her 40s, appeared well-preserved, yet her face bore an unmistakable expression of resentment that marred her otherwise dignified demeanor. She was relentlessly destroying the furnishings within, and by the time an elderly maid entered, there was little left to break. The maid, with graying hair, set down a bowl on a nearby ledge, carefully navigating the shattered remnants on the floor as she approached the lady. Embracing her tightly, she wept, "My lady, please do not torment yourself any further. What purpose does this serve?" The lady's eyes flickered with a hint of madness as she replied, "Mother, you have always been by my side, and you will support me. Will you not? Indeed, I am your wet nurse, forever by your side. You have always been the best lady in my heart." The maid, Zhang Mama, wiped away her tears, her face betraying her unmasked resentment. "Zhang Mama, summon the others. I want them to ensure that Val One's blood can counteract the poison and spread the word tomorrow." The lady's gaze bore into Zhang Mama's. The maid hesitated, gently advising, "My lady, you know this is futile." With a smile tinged with reckless abandon, the lady replied, "Whether it works or not, we shall see once we try, shall we? Having come this far, I must see her dead." Her eyes turned to Zhang Mama with suspicion. "Do you wish to leave me as well?" The maid, witnessing the torment that had driven the lady to madness, embraced her tightly. "I would never, my lady. Rest assured, I shall see this through. Drink this calming tea and get some rest." The lady, looking at the bowl of medicine, shouted, "I refuse to drink. That vile one seeks to kill me. I will not take the medicine." Zhang Mama coaxed gently, "My lady, you must take care of your health, or how will you see that vile one perish?" The lady appeared swayed, nodding earnestly. "You are right. Bring it to me. I shall drink it. I must preserve my health to witness her demise." The four outside observed the lady, whose mental state was evidently unstable, as she consumed the calming tea and fell asleep under Zhang Mama's care. They then retreated to the inn. Chapter 20. Who is the true culprit behind the massacre? The four sat quietly around the table, with Yun Yao surprisingly being the first to speak. This lady of the Lord harbors an immense amount of resentment, the heaviest among those we have encountered thus far. Zizai sighed and added, "I too believe it should be her." The maid beside her explicitly stated that it would be ineffective, indicating they are aware that the blood of the Xiaohua clan cannot remedy this poison, although Yōubái found the situation they witnessed that night quite evident. She still harbored doubts. She turned to the others and spoke softly. If the intent was solely to target the Xiaohua clan, it would not be necessary to have all the women in the city perish. Merely disfiguring them would suffice, wouldn't it? Yun Yao looked over at Yōubái, smiling as he nodded in agreement. "You are correct. From the perspective of an ordinary person, that would indeed be enough. The subsequent deaths would surely compel the Lord to investigate further, making it impossible for her to conceal her involvement." Zizai pondered aloud. Why then would she go to such lengths, causing the deaths of all the women in the city? The uproar would only escalate, and the Lord would be forced to delve deeper into the matter, increasing the likelihood of her exposure as the mastermind. Why would she engage in such self-destructive actions when her goals could already be achieved? As the group contemplated this, Xiaosao posed another critical question. "Do you think she possesses the antidote?" Yōubái deliberated for a while before responding. "I do not believe she does. Her sole intention seems to be the death of the Xiaohua clan. If she had the antidote, she would have revealed it before the situation spiraled out of control." Zizai squinted thoughtfully, suggesting an alternate possibility. What if her true goal is to see all these women perish? Perhaps she resents all women because her husband was taken by a younger, more beautiful concubine, seeking to exact revenge on the entire city of women. Yōubái reacted with disbelief, scoffing, "How could that be? Who would have such a twisted notion?" She met the gazes of her companions with determination, asserting, "What is wrong with that? If I were in her position, I would certainly confront the ungrateful man first. If it weren't for the Lord's fickleness and ungratefulness, would there even be a concubine?" Upon hearing this, Xiaosao raised an eyebrow, smirking as she lowered her head to sip her drink, falling silent. Zizai tilted her head back, rolling her eyes in mockery. "Xiaobái, not everyone thinks like that. Remember what that old man recounted today." This remark plunged the group into an oppressive silence, the weight of the matter hanging heavily in the air. Xiaosao wiped her face and forced a smile, attempting to shift the topic. "Regardless, we must continue with this mission. Mustn't we? Otherwise, if we fail, we lose 200 points and 10 years of life. Who among you would be willing?" Yōubái nodded, suppressing her emotions, and stated earnestly, "Since the primary suspect is the Lady of the Lord, I will disguise myself as a maid and venture into her room again tomorrow to seek any information I can find." Zizai agreed, adding, "Then we shall investigate the source and composition of this Hua Shangfen carefully, to uncover its connection to the Lady of the Lord. Xiaosa concurred with the plan. With so many medicinal materials, surely some remain. Tomorrow, we will diligently follow the clues. Yin Yao observed the trio and spoke softly. I will return to the Xixian Guan tomorrow. Something about this entire situation feels amiss. An ordinary person, even with an abundance of resentment, should not be able to wield such power. After finalizing their plans, the four returned to their respective rooms to rest. Yin Yao entered Yōubai's room and asked, Bai, if you fail your mission, will there be consequences? Yōubai nodded. Yes, will you not face penalties? Yin Yao did not respond directly, but instead produced an object and handed it to her. This is something I inadvertently acquired while visiting a realm of cultivation. I have no use for it, so I present it to you, hoping it may assist you when needed. Upon hearing realm of cultivation, Yōubai's eyes sparkled with excitement. Isn't that a place filled with deities? But then I thought, how safe is it for you, a ghost practitioner, to undertake missions there? Observing Yōubai's concerned expression, Yin Yao gently patted her head, reassuringly responding, I no longer have a lifespan to worry about. Yōubai immediately retorted, ghosts may lack a lifespan, but they can still dissipate. Her eyes conveyed a message of skepticism. You cannot deceive me. I have been a ghost before. Yin Yao curved her lips slightly, refraining from answering the question, merely gesturing towards the item that had been passed to her. Open it and see. It should be useful to you. And Yōubai unwrapped the cloth bag, revealing a pair of golden rings reminiscent of bracelets. She was about to comment on their rather mundane appearance when Yin Yao instructed, You must drip your blood on them. Observing the seriousness on Yin Yao's face, and Yōubai complied, and in that instant, she felt an odd sensation. A voice echoed in her mind, detecting an item not belonging to this sap, scanning in progress. The scan concluded, and the transformation was successful, and Yōubai gazed once more at the golden rings, an overwhelming sense of elation washing over her, akin to winning a fortune. Her mind erupted in celebration, accompanied by the sound of tiny trumpets. In her hand was an orange card inscribed with Feng Huan, imitation, weapon card, S-class, usage instructions, binds to the holder's belongings, will not be lost or damaged. Skill summary. As long as you step on it, you become the fastest being. No scene restrictions, the best item for escape and survival. And Yōubai turned to Yin Yao, brimming with excitement. Why would you gift me such a precious item? Yin Yao merely smiled faintly, stating, If my sister were alive, I would hope she would grow up to be like you, someone who can laugh, create mischief, and worry, yet continue to live earnestly after throwing a tantrum. Your sister? And Yōubai inquired softly. Yin Yao turned to leave the room, and Yōubai, expecting no reply, heard a sigh as she stepped out. She passed away when she was 5. And Yōubai stared at the closed door, understanding that Yin Yao did not wish to discuss it further. Perhaps this was the most sorrowful matter in her heart. She examined the Feng Hualuan card repeatedly. Even if it was an imitation, what did it matter? It remained an S-class item card, reflecting on the hierarchy of cards within the app. They ranged from Bai Ka Beginner, Lan Ka, Intermediate, Huang Jin Ka, Advanced, to Zhuan Shi Ka, S Ka, and SS Ka. The realization that she held an S-class card, so coveted by many, filled her with delight. Just as she was reveling in her fortune, she recalled that the card was bound to her, rendering it unsellable, nonetheless. This thought did little to dampen her joy. Task duration. Day 3. Early in the morning, the city lord once again brought numerous offerings to the Xixian Guan, and Yin Yao followed suit. Xiao Sa and Zizai also began their investigation into medicinal herbs. And Yōubai, having donned her maid attire and wrapped herself in a cloak, pondered how to enter the city lord's manor when she suddenly recalled the Feng Huolin. After confirming the card's usage, she swiftly dashed through the still open door of the manor. In an instant, the guards closing the door felt a gust of wind and muttered, What a strong breeze today. Upon entering the manor, and Yōubai immediately tucked away her cloak and the Feng Huolin, keeping her gaze lowered as she made her way toward the city lord's wife's chamber. Having visited the manor twice before, she observed how the other maids walked, and now mimicked their demeanor, head bowed, eyes downcast, avoiding distractions, moving quickly yet quietly. Along the way, she encountered 3 patrols of guards. until a voice from behind called out as she approached the corridor near the lady's room. "Wait a moment. Remove your veil." And Yōubái halted, turned to remove her veil, and met the gaze of Zhang Mama, who had embraced the city lord's wife the previous night. Various responses flashed through her mind, including the thought of knocking her out and fleeing. "You are not one of the manners maids. Where did you come from?" Zhang Mama asked sternly, immediately unmasking in Yōubai's disguise. And Yōubái, feeling anxious, spotted the jewelry box that Aunt Li from Wanqingxi had given her and stepped forward. "Excuse me, are you Zhang Mama, the lady's attendant? I am here to deliver this item from Aunt Li. She said you would trust me if you saw this." She handed over the large box, and, upon Zhang Mama receiving it, she quickly stepped back, widening the distance between them. Zhang Mama opened the box, observing the contents, and upon seeing Yōubái respectfully retreat, her expression softened. "What is your name, and why did you come?" "I am Yōubái," and Yōubái replied. "Aunt Li is always at the shop, and recently there have been disturbances, so she couldn't leave." Zhang Mama sighed heavily in response. "That makes sense. She is diligent. Why didn't she send Xiao Yun instead of you?" And Yōubai's heart raced at this comment. The people here seemed to have an abundance of suspicion, every word laced with scrutiny. The last time she visited, only Aunt Li had been present. How should she respond? Sensing the doubt in Zhang Mama's eyes, and Yōubái whispered, "Zhang Mama, I do not know Xiao Yun. When I arrived, Aunt Li was the only one there. She couldn't leave, which is why I came." "Only she was there?" "Yes, the outside is chaotic, with many causing trouble, and some women, having been disfigured, have gone mad, attacking anyone with an intact face." "Has it really come to that?" "Yes. Aunt Li is afraid to open the door, which is why she sent me to ask the lady for advice." Zhang Mama sighed once more, weariness evident in her voice. "Let her wait. If she must remain shut in, it matters not. The lady will not be concerned about such things." And Yōubái took 3 steps forward and, under Zhang Mama's puzzled gaze, quietly asked Zhang Mama, "Everyone says the lady has the antidote. Is that true?" Zhang Mama immediately glanced around, lowering her voice. "Who said that?" "Everyone says that the lady is withholding it to protect us, but my sister is about to be married, and she used a little to look better. But now—" Zhang Mama quickly grabbed her and pulled her to the wall. "Do not heed those foolish rumors. This matter has nothing to do with the lady." And Yōubái observed the evasion in her eyes and realized she must know more about the situation. "Zhang Mama, this is a gift I prepared for my sister. Please take it. If it is insufficient, just tell me. My family is willing to provide anything." She stuffed the previous jewelry into Zhang Mama's arms. "Have mercy and give my sister a chance. We would sell our house and land if necessary." After enduring in silence, Zhang Mama finally whispered, "The antidote is ineffective. No one knows why. You can try, but whether you live or die is fate. But if you speak of it, I assure you, your entire family will perish." And Yōubái clutched the antidote. Watching Zhang Mama leave, her heart chilled. Indeed, it was the city lord's wife behind all this. And in Yōubai's heart, she had always regarded the city lord's wife as a pitiful figure, nurturing a sense of sympathy for her. Even after the events of yesterday became clear, she still held a flicker of hope that the matter did not involve her. She was merely a woman betrayed by her husband, tormented by love. However, the antidote in her hand unequivocally indicated that this was indeed the city lord's wife's doing, from start to finish, her meticulous scheme. And Yōubái sat quietly in the inn, awaiting the return of the others, unable to articulate her feelings. This task had left her utterly exhausted. The disfigured women, the bones at the foot of Shi Xianguan, and the city lord's wife all stirred a tumult of emotions within her, leaving her feeling bittersweet and overwhelmed. After a long wait until noon, Xiao Sa and Zizai finally returned, appearing weary but eager. They rushed in, gulping down 3 cups of water before detailing their significant discoveries. Zizai lowered his voice and whispered, "This matter was orchestrated by the city lord's wife. We have finally found the evidence." Xiao Sa also settled down, nodding in agreement, ready to speak when Yunyao entered. Yōubái immediately pulled her to sit down. "We have made significant discoveries today," Xiao Sa continued. "In a grand residence on the southern outskirts, we found the medicinal materials. The citywide sensation, Huachong Fun, was processed there, and those who worked on it were also confined." Xiaosa lifted a cup of tea from the table and took a long sip before continuing. Not only were they imprisoned, but they were also being tortured. Their cries echoed, and they did not understand why they had ended up in such a dire situation. After the production, the trial of the medicine did not yield such effects. Zizai's eyes sparkled with excitement as he followed up. Yes. They said that the huachong Fun produced back then only caused large red rashes and unbearable itching. It should not have resulted in the current grotesque, festering, and deadly condition. Yōubái also produced an antidote given by Zhang Mama, who served the lady. She had explicitly stated that the antidote was ineffective. The situation was becoming increasingly clear. The catalyst for this entire affair was indeed the city lord's wife. She had created huachong Fun with the intent of disfiguring the women to frame the Xiaohua family. However, for reasons unknown, the consequences of her creation exceeded her expectations by countless degrees. Zizai looked at the other three with hopeful eyes and inquired, "If we confront the city lord's wife and compel her to confess, can we accomplish our task?" Yōubái met his gaze and shook his head. Perhaps not. Look at the task description. Jealousy? Resentment? Selfishness? Who is truly the culprit behind the massacre? This indicates that the city lord's wife is not the real perpetrator, as her goal was not to slaughter the city. Once again, the group fell into silence. Indeed, as Yōubái had said, they needed to identify the true culprit. Yun Yao observed the three deep in thought and softly said, "Follow me to the back of Shixian Guan and unearth something." "What is it?" "I do not know. We will find out once we dig it up." The four returned to Shixian Guan, this time standing outside and gazing at the steps leading to the temple. They were enveloped by an indescribable feeling of profound sorrow and discomfort. Yun Yao guided the three to the back of the temple, declaring, "The item is here. Follow me." The object was not buried too deeply and was unearthed in no time, revealing a dilapidated box. "Let us return first, move." Yun Yao focused intently on the depths of the back mountain, urging the others to retreat, walking last and occasionally glancing back. Upon returning to the inn, they opened the box to find tattered Taoist robes and a broken peachwood sword. Upon seeing these items, Yōubái stood protectively in front of Yun Yao, exclaiming, "These are Taoist tools. I've seen them all while dealing with ghosts. They're highly damaging to them." Yun Yao smiled gently, nudging Yōubái playfully, and said softly, "It is fine. These items are already broken and unusable. I simply cannot lift them. You three, clear out the contents and see what else is there." The three examined the items in the box. Most were damaged, but Yōubái picked up a bell that no longer rang, recalling the Sanqing bell in her backpack. After separating and counting the items, she had a hunch and looked up to the others, stating, "These must be the remains of those 6 Taoists." Xiaosa and Zizai exchanged glances, lowering their heads, as they shared the same suspicion. Yun Yao observed their despondent expressions, her indifferent gaze suddenly warming. "Find usable items. Do you not wish to excavate the remains of those 6 individuals? Without proper tools, how can you withstand that snake demon?" The three turned their faces in unison, astonished. And Yōubái murmured, "How did you know I had thought this way?" Xiaosa and Zizai wore similar expressions of curiosity. Yun Yao smiled softly, though it was faint. It carried a touch of warmth and tolerance. "I am merely a ghost cultivator of several millennia. I have undertaken countless tasks. Naturally, your little intentions cannot escape my notice." The four exchanged glances, and suddenly, it seemed they had reached a silent understanding. Their spirits lifted. They organized the remaining intact items, which were scant, comprising only a few intact talismans. Zizai held one of the talismans and inquired, "What does this talisman signify?" Yun Yao regarded him seriously, replying, "You ask a ghost cultivator about Taoist talismans? I would not know unless it were applied to me." Yōubái chuckled, and Zizai, feeling embarrassed, repeatedly apologized. Yun Yao pointed to the fragments of a jade tablet on the table. "See if you can piece together a complete one. This jade tablet should represent their lineage." Upon hearing this, the three immediately placed all the jade fragments on the table, diligently attempting to assemble them piece by piece. As they concentrated on their task, time slipped away unnoticed. After much effort, they finally managed to assemble a single jade tablet. Gazing at its design, Yōubái felt a sense of familiarity, as if she had seen it before. Yet, she could not recall where. Just as she struggled to remember, a furious and agitated roar erupted from the street outside. Let the Xiaohua family out. Let them bleed to detoxify everyone. Bring out the demoness. Hand over that demoness. Deliver the Xiaohua family. In the streets of the city, the crowd continued to shout and bellow, moving as a throng through the blocks, chanting as they walked. Some individuals inquired and, upon receiving answers, immediately joined the ranks. As the cries grew louder, the crowd swelled, gradually filling the entire street, their destination being the city lord's residence. The four exchanged glances by the inn's window, realizing that the rumors spread by the city lord's wife last night were now taking effect. So soon, the rumors have spread throughout the city? Yōubái gazed incredulously at the pedestrians on the street. Men and women, young and old, veiled young women stood beside their parents and families, all marching toward the city lord's residence. Yin Yao observed the outraged crowd outside with a scornful expression, curling her lips in disdain. There is no need to exert effort to spread it throughout the city. As long as someone takes the lead to shout, in such circumstances, everyone will grasp at a glimmer of hope and believe in it. Even if they know the information might be false, what of it? In the name of self-preservation, harming others is not an unusual occurrence. The three fell into silence, reflecting on her words. Indeed, unless the knife were plunged into one's own flesh, one cannot fathom the pain. At such a moment, how could one distinguish right from wrong? Let us head to the city lord's residence and ascertain the situation, Zizai declared, taking the lead as they all descended the stairs and hurried forth. At the entrance of the city lord's residence, the crowd had formed an impenetrable mass, leaving no space to stand. The three could only rely on Yin Yao's assistance to leap atop the opposite rooftop, allowing them to observe the situation at the entrance. The crowd, undeterred by the guards' attempts to restrain them, pressed forward relentlessly. The city lord stood at the entrance, shouting something, but his voice was drowned out by the clamoring of the crowd, rendering his words inaudible. As the crowd, brimming with indignation, surged towards the gates, they swung open from within, revealing the lady of the city lord. With a mere wave of her hand, those behind her dragged out the young Huasher. The throng blocking the entrance erupted into chaos. The city lord turned, glaring fiercely at his wife, his hand raised as if to strike, but she merely scoffed coldly, pivoting to face the multitude. Silence. Her voice resonated with an almost magical authority, compelling all to hush. Whispers spread through the crowd, suggesting that the blood of this vile woman could serve as an antidote. Let her bleed, and we shall see if it holds true. What say you, city lord? Enraged, the city lord bellowed, No, you wretched woman shall not. The lady of the city lord retorted with a derisive laugh. Today, the decision rests not with you, my lord. Let this wretch bleed. The nearby guards hesitated momentarily, intimidated by the furious shouts of the city lord. Who dares? As they faltered, the lady of the city lord's mocking laughter pierced the air. With narrowed eyes and lips barely moving, each word she uttered fell like a heavy hammer upon their hearts. Think of your wives, daughters, sisters, beloveds, fiancés. If this vile woman's blood is indeed the cure, you would be saving their lives. At her words, 5 guards stepped forth, restraining the young Huasher and slicing open her wrist to fill a bowl with her blood before releasing her. The city lord, in a frenzy, rushed to embrace the young Huasher, showering her with comfort. The lady of the city lord observed the scene with a glint of disdain in her eyes, then loudly proclaimed, Who will be the first to try? Her words ignited a fervor among the crowd, drowning her in a cacophony of shouts. A smile graced her lips as she pointed to a woman in the throng. You, step forward. The woman, trembling with excitement, hurriedly removed her veil, revealing a face ravaged by decay, with patches exposing bone. The crowd held its breath in anticipation as the lady of the city lord smeared the blood upon her face. The atmosphere thick with silence. Yet, after a brief moment, there was no sign of improvement. The woman's expression shifted from hopeful to desolate, and a wave of disappointment swept through the crowd, mingled with her muffled sobs. What terrifies a person most? It is the hope that blooms within despair, only to lead them back into darkness. Supported by the city lord, the young Huasher sank into a chair, her breath faltering as she explained. My blood cannot cure the poison. Just as despair threatened to engulf the crowd, a voice rang out. Shouldn't we drink it? This suggestion rekindled a flicker of hope, prompting others to echo, yes, let her drink and see. Without needing further encouragement, the woman seized the bowl of blood, forcing it down her throat, the metallic taste inducing waves of nausea. Nevertheless, she persevered, downing the entire contents. Yet, her face remained unchanged, and in her despairing gaze, the crowd cried out again. Perhaps it's not enough. Should she drink a second bowl? The city lord roared, silence. How could that possibly help? The lady of the city lord, her eyes shimmering with unmasked amusement, replied to the city lord, without trying, how can you assert it is impossible? We've already drawn one bowl. What harm is there in a second? It is merely a test. She then turned to the guards, who remained motionless. The woman's family could no longer contain themselves. Forgive me, young lady, for my daughter's life. I must impose upon you. With the assistance of others, they sliced open the young Huasher's wrist once more. Observing the guard's firm grip on the city lord, a cold smirk crept across the young Huasher's face. What a noble reason to save your daughter. How utterly laughable. I too once had brothers. Without further argument, the family pressed forward, filling another bowl with blood before presenting it to the woman, urging her to drink. She had already felt unwell, and now she could scarcely hold back her retching. Yet, at the insistence of her family, she lifted her head and forced the contents down. The outcome was, as expected, disheartening. The crowd, steeped in disappointment, found many women weeping openly, while their families offered quiet consolation. Just as despair settled in, another voice pierced through, should we eat flesh? The utterance brought a heavy silence, as disbelief washed over the crowd. Initially stunned, they exchanged glances, before all eyes turned towards the young Huasher. The city lord, in a fit of rage, shouted, this is madness. Who dares spread such rumors? Step forward. Silence enveloped the crowd. Even those who sensed something amiss were gripped by a sliver of hope. What if? Watching the unfolding chaos, the city lord's frustration boiled over. How can such a feeble leader govern? The lady of the city lord, observing the situation, noted, it is peculiar how the city lord appears so powerless. Just then, the lady of the city lord stepped forward, declaring with a thunderous voice, wasn't the poison of years past also undone in this manner? Upon hearing her words, the city lord's eyes ignited with fury as he lunged forward, delivering a resounding slap to the lady of the city lord's face. Wretched woman, how dare you speak such words? The force of the blow sent her crashing against the wall. As her dizziness subsided, she touched her cheek and erupted into laughter, her tone dripping with derision, her gaze ablaze with unrestrained malice and a desire to obliterate everything. Does it truly matter what is spoken? We all know the truth, do we not? The city lord's face darkened, his expression twisted in rage as he prepared to strike again, but the young Huasher, swaying delicately, stepped up behind him. My lady, your intent is to see me perish, is it not? Yet, I still have unfulfilled wishes and refuse to die now. I shall not conceal your secrets any longer. As she took a few steps towards the gates, creating distance between herself and the lady of the city lord, she continued. This Huachang fun was crafted by you, was it not? The creator remains ensnared within your estate, does she not? In the grand manor by the river in the southern outskirts of the city. Am I not correct, my lady? She curved her lips and fixed her gaze on the somewhat disheveled lady of the city lord, maintaining a calm and composed demeanor throughout, not betraying even the slightest hint of distress, not even furrowing her brow. Yet, such unassuming words caused the color to drain from the lady's face, leaving her pale and weakly leaning against the wall for support. Amidst the lady's bewildered expression, the young Huasher gracefully twisted her waist, turned to face the city lord, and continued, my lord, if you send someone now, you will undoubtedly uncover the evidence. The city lord, his face darkened as he glared at the lady, gritted his teeth and commanded, go investigate. And Yōubai's eyes flickered as he turned to the other three, perplexed, and inquired, how does this young Huasher know that the lady has been involved with Hua Chong Fun while being confined within the city lord's manor. Zizai, equally bewildered, blinked and scratched the back of his head. I have no idea. My brother and I barely escaped with our legs intact to find out. Xiao Sa, squinting slightly, glanced in the direction of the young Hua Shi and remarked, "This young Hua Shi appears delicate and frail, struggling even to walk, yet unexpectedly, she proves to be quite formidable. By exposing this matter in public, the lady of the city lord is surely doomed." And Yōubái observed the scene unfolding before the city lord's manor and couldn't help but sigh. It seems the lady never intended to spare the young Hua Shi's life. She has forced herself into a corner. While listening to their conversation, Zizai abruptly interrupted in Yōubai's lament. "While you're busy feeling sympathy for others, perhaps you should focus on our own situation. Today marks the third day, and we have only uncovered such a vague lead. We must think carefully about any other clues." The guard dispatched to investigate the outskirts soon returned, and the crowd parted silently to allow the carriage to swiftly approach the city lord's manor. The truth was thus unveiled in broad daylight. What transpired next resembled a cycle. The crowd began to press once more, but this time, their target shifted from the young Hua Shi to the lady of the city lord. Just as the lady was unable to produce the antidote, a shout erupted from the crowd. "Are we to use her blood?" The lady of the city lord turned around, glaring furiously at the crowd. Her expression frenzied as she screamed, "You want to drink my blood? None of you shall." In a flash, she produced a packet of powder from her person and swiftly ingested it. Before the crowd could react, she was already bleeding from her 7 orifices, her face a ghastly shade of blue, unmistakably poisoned. "Miss!" Zhang Mama cried out in horror as she rushed forward to catch the lady, who was on the verge of collapsing. "Oh, my poor miss, why must you do this?" The lady of the city lord, her visage a haunting shade of blue, coughed up blood, resembling a demon risen from hell, sending chills down the spines of those present. Leaning against Zhang Mama, she looked at the crowd, her lips curling into a strange smile, expending her last ounce of strength to laugh maniacally. "This is retribution. All of it is retribution. The entire city shall perish. This is our just reward." These were the lady's final words, leaving the crowd momentarily speechless, unsure whether they were horrified by her ghastly state or shocked by her words. And Yōubái squinted at the young Hua Shi, but from a distance, all he could see was her bowed head, concealed behind a handkerchief, completely obscuring her expression. She seemed frightened, trembling as the city lord embraced her, continuously offering comfort. Yet Yōubái could not shake the feeling that something was amiss with the young Hua Shi today. How could she so accurately pinpoint the location of the manor? Had she always known, but did she discover it later? What the city lord's intention to use Hua Chong Fun to frame her? Had she been aware of that as well? If she had known all along, why did she take no action? These questions swirled in her mind, yet she could not unravel a coherent thread of evidence. The crowd gradually dispersed amidst cries. The lady of the city lord was dead, but their task remained unfinished. Who, then, was the true culprit? The mystery still lingered. All the information resembled a chaotic ball of yarn, tangled and impossible to decipher. The four returned to the inn, and Zizai, after closing the door, could not help but exclaim, "This young Hua Shi truly suffers. Simply because she is too beautiful, she becomes the target of such malice." Xiao San nodded in agreement, lamenting, "The lady of the city lord is equally tragic. What could have driven her to such despair?" And Yōubái looked at the two and remarked quizzically, "Isn't this the city lord's responsibility? If he had remained faithful and not taken a concubine, the lady would not have ended up in this predicament." The two men exchanged glances, nodding emphatically before turning to Yōubái and exclaiming in unison, "You are absolutely right." And Yōubái, feeling disinclined to continue the discussion, stated that their time was running short and voiced her suspicions regarding the young Hua Shi's behavior that day. Where did this young Hua Shi come from? Has anyone inquired or heard anything at all? The other three exchanged glances, reflecting seriously before all shook their heads. And Yōubái tilted her head, her gaze dropping. "All the information we have gathered pertains to her time in Cheng. What about before that? Where is she from? What did she grow up? We know nothing." Turning to Yunyao, she asked, "Do you remember when she mentioned wanting to return to the mountains?" Yūnyao nodded, affirming, yes, she did say that. Which mountains? Why does she wish to go back? Surely she did not grow up alone. There must be parents, siblings, or other relatives in the mountains. And Yōubái posed these perplexing questions one by one. Moreover, how did she arrive here all alone, without any acquaintances? Yet today, she could so precisely identify that location. Had she known all along, but did she learn of it later? The three fell into deep contemplation under her barrage of inquiries. Zizai pondered for a long moment before murmuring. Could it be that she is employing the age-old tactic of placing herself in the role of the victim to avoid suspicion? Xiao Sa, with lowered eyes, stared at the table, his fingers unconsciously tracing patterns on its surface. Indeed, we have overlooked her simply because she is the victim. No one has seriously investigated her. Now it appears this is the case. There are many aspects of her situation that remain unclear. After deliberation, the four decided to venture out once more to investigate the young Hua Shi's background. Regrettably, despite their efforts from afternoon until nightfall, they uncovered no information regarding the young Hua Shi prior to her arrival at Qingfengcheng. It was as if she had appeared out of thin air without any past. Yet the more elusive her history, the more suspicious she seemed. Who indeed was she? Task duration. 4th day. Observing the procession of offerings to the Snake Immortal Temple from the window, the city lord noted that the number had not diminished, but rather increased. Yūnyao gazed up at the azure sky and softly remarked, the grievances in this city are growing ever more numerous, yet they all linger in the air, with no one to claim them. And Yōubái mimicked her, looking around the clear skies and the vibrant blue, devoid of even a single white cloud, unable to perceive where such grievances might reside. As she glanced at Yūnyao, she internally questioned, are we even looking at the same sky? However, aware of Yūnyao's capabilities, and Yōubái sincerely sought guidance, inquiring about the consequences of excessive resentment. Yūnyao chuckled softly, offering meticulous explanation. It would incite a torrent of hatred within everyone, rendering them incapable of controlling their emotions. Resentment, she noted, is a most potent energy for a vengeful spirit like herself. There was once a ghost cultivator who, in pursuit of resentment, slaughtered entire villages, accumulating their ire for the sake of his own cultivation. And Yōubái immediately recalled the vengeful spirit in the well, truly a terrifying thought. Instinctively, Zizai remarked, what about you? How do you cultivate? Yūnyao turned her gaze towards him, a smirk gracing her lips. Do you wish to know? The previously amicable Yūnyao suddenly instilled a sense of dread in Zizai, prompting his instinctual self-preservation to surface as he exclaimed, no, I don't want to. As Yōubái was about to chuckle, a cacophony from outside the window caught their attention. They peered out to see the city lord and Xiao Hua Shi seated together in a palanquin, seemingly en route to the Shixiangguan. Xiao Hua Shi leaned weakly against the city lord, her face partially obscured by a handkerchief, her head bowed, rendering her expression indecipherable. The city lord, however, bore an anxious countenance, appearing to comfort her. Due to lingering doubts from the previous day, and Yōubái paid special attention to Xiao Hua Shi. Suddenly, a flash of realization struck her, and she dashed back to the jade tablet they had been fiercely striking the day before, which Zizai had painstakingly repaired with all-purpose glue. By the time she returned to the window, the palanquin had already disappeared from view. Noticing her peculiar behavior, Yūnyao inquired, what is it? Have you discovered something? And Yōubái, uncertain, gazed at the three of them and voiced her suspicions. I have always felt that the patterns on this jade tablet looked familiar, as if I had seen them somewhere before. I just recalled that I might have seen them on Xiao Hua Shi's handkerchief. Upon hearing this, the other three fixed their stares upon her, the weight of their gazes causing in Yōubai's heart to race with anxiety. I'm not sure. I was too far away earlier to see clearly. Perhaps I should visit the city lord's residence again. There should be more handkerchiefs in her bedroom. I will go look now. As she prepared to change her attire, Yūnyao seized her arm, declaring, I will accompany you. Thus, the two of them donned the attire suitable for the city lord's residence and successfully arrived at Xiao Hua Shi's chamber. Their ease of access was attributed to both the absence of the city lord and Xiao Hua Shi and the swift capabilities of the Windfire Wheel, which Yōubái adored immensely. It was indeed worthy of its S-rank status, as its speed could only be likened to the swift rush of the wind. Fortunately, Yin Yao, being a spirit, was weightless, allowing Yōubái to pull her along as they swiftly appeared in Xiao Hua Shi's bedroom. Although this was their second visit, their first had merely involved a brief stay in the outer hall before hurriedly departing. This time, they truly beheld the entirety of Xiao Hua Shi's chamber. The lavish furnishings vividly illustrated the city lord's affection for her, with antiques, jade artifacts, calligraphy, paintings, and treasures adorning every corner. Even the curtains at the entrance were crafted from pearls of identical size. As Yōubái surveyed the scene before her, she exhaled deeply, not out of envy, but from the overwhelming headache of the numerous cabinets in the room. Where to begin? With no other option, they commenced their search. After rifling through 5 or 6 wardrobes each, they finally discovered a box containing handkerchiefs. Upon opening it, Yōubái was surprised to find a card. She carefully tucked the card away, intending to examine it later, and then turned her attention to the assortment of handkerchiefs within the box. Each handkerchief, though varied in material and color, bore the same intricate pattern. Gently placing the repaired jade tablet on the table, she took one of the handkerchiefs to compare closely. The patterns were indeed quite similar, though there were subtle differences in the details. Just as they were about to discuss further, they heard a sound outside the door, prompting them to swiftly hide by the window. They had planned to wait until the intruder left before resuming their search, but to their astonishment, the person who entered was none other than Xiao Hua Shi, who had returned. Yōubái, puzzled, exchanged glances with Yin Yao, silently questioning how Xiao Hua Shi could have returned so soon. Yin Yao merely shook her head in response. Before either of them could ponder this further, Xiao Hua Shi glided to the table, resting her hands on its surface as she gracefully sat down, leaning against the edge. In a soft and gentle tone, she inquired, "Why have you two come again? Is there something you need?" And Yōubái's heart raced in alarm. They should have left no trace. How could Xiao Hua Shi be so certain it was them? Turning to Yin Yao, she found her shaking her head once more, equally perplexed. Before they could gather their thoughts, Xiao Hua Shi spoke again, her voice light and melodic. "You both may as well come out. I am alone in the room and have not allowed anyone else in." With a resigned bite of her lip, Yōubái realized there was no way to evade this. She opened the window and climbed inside, her wariness heightened as she observed the seemingly fragile Xiao Hua Shi. "How did you discover us?" she asked. Xiao Hua Shi did not answer, instead regarding Yōubái with a benign smile. "What do you seek from me? My handkerchief? Or do you believe the rumors that I possess an antidote and have come to find me?" With a sigh that conveyed weariness, she added, "I truly do not have an antidote." Yōubái regarded Xiao Hua Shi, still perceiving her as delicate and fragile, a being in need of protection. However, Yōubái could no longer afford such notions. She steeled herself, fixing her gaze on Xiao Hua Shi with utmost seriousness. "We do not seek an antidote. We merely wish to know about this." With that, she gently placed the repaired jade tablet upon the table. Xiao Hua Shi tilted her head with an air of nonchalance, glancing at Yōubái's finger, yet upon seeing the shattered jade tablet, her eyes widened in shock, her complexion paling, breath hitching in her throat. She remained frozen, fixated on the tablet, and after 5 seconds, she extended a trembling finger to caress the broken piece, as if afraid of damaging it further. Tears streamed silently down her cheeks as her lips trembled, trying multiple times before managing to utter a hoarse whisper that barely resembled her usual voice. Yōubái almost failed to catch her words. "Where did you find this? Are there more?" Observing her current demeanor and instinctive reaction to the jade tablet, Yōubái felt a sense of certainty wash over her. She softly inquired, "Do you recognize it? What is its purpose?" Xiao Hua Shi continued to gently stroke the jade tablet, not lifting her gaze. Tears fell drop by drop down her face, yet her eyes remained locked on the broken artifact. "Since you have found this, you must know about their affairs. Why you come to ask me?" Yōubái's eyes bore into her, refusing to relax even for a moment. They had toiled for far too long and required a definitive answer to complete their mission. "We wish to know who you are. What are your intentions? What connection do you have to the events unfolding in the city?" Upon hearing these words, Xiao Hua Shi suddenly laughed, lifting her head to reveal a face marred by tears, her expression transforming into a smile so desperate it was suffocating. If you have found this, it indicates that you have discovered them. Do you know how they perished? Have you seen their remains? And Yōubái, gazing into her eyes, felt a wave of profound sorrow rise within her. She struggled to turn her gaze towards Yuanyao, for she could not answer Xiao Huashi's question. She knew everything, yet could not utter a single word. Observing their expressions, Xiao Huashi tilted her head back and let out a haunting laugh, filled with desolation that twisted one's insides. Is this their clarity and idealism? Is this the world they spoke of, the plight of humanity? How laughable it is. They devoted themselves to rescuing the world. But does the world truly require their salvation? Is it worth saving? The very people they saved have subsequently taken their lives. Is that not absurd? Is it not tragic? What do you think their final sentiments were? Was it resentment? Hatred? A desire for revenge? Or a wish to save humanity? Ha ha! At that moment, and Yōubái looked at Xiao Huashi, unsure how to comfort her, for all words of solace seemed futile. Language felt so barren and powerless at that moment. Is this truly the reason you would condemn all the women in the city to accompany them in death? Xiao Huashi then turned her gaze towards Yōubái, her face contorted with resentment, her eyes glimmering with venom as she bluntly questioned, shouldn't they have perished? Were they not the offerings demanded by the serpent demon? And Yōubái was momentarily taken aback by this statement. While it was indeed true, she gathered her thoughts and insisted, you are merely evading the issue. Did you commit this act? Xiao Huashi's lips curled into a smug smile as she delicately cradled the jade tablet. What do you think? What motives do you two possess? As she raised the jade tablet, gently pressing it to her forehead, it appeared as though she feared that any force might shatter it once more. And Yōubái felt a surge of compassion rising within her. Just as she was about to explain, Yuanyao, who had remained silent until now, suddenly spoke up. You wish to avenge the 6 of them, but what comes after that? Xiao Huashi was momentarily stunned by this question. She blinked in confusion. Turning her head towards Yuanyao, what comes after? Yuanyao stepped forward, gazing intently into Xiao Huashi's eyes, her expression serious and earnest as she inquired. The remains of those 6 are buried beneath the steps in front of Shiguan. After you have avenged them, what will you do with their remains? How will you ensure they are laid to rest? And what about their souls? Xiao Huashi was caught off guard by Yuanyao's words, momentarily at a loss. Staring blankly at this woman she had met twice, with whom she had scarcely exchanged words, Yuanyao seemed oblivious to her reaction, continuing to fix her gaze upon Xiao Huashi's eyes as she pressed on with her questioning. Will the souls of the 6 find peace because of your current acts of cruelty? Will they suffer from the resentment of this city? In the afterlife, will they atone for the injustices faced by the countless who have perished here? Have you truly contemplated these consequences? With each question, Yuanyao stepped closer until she stood directly before Xiao Huashi. Although Yuanyao merely posed a few simple inquiries, they once again rendered Xiao Huashi wide-eyed. She sat pale and trembling in her seat, devoid of color, her lips quivering without uttering a single word. Yuanyao gazed at her with pity, her tone laced with profound counsel. What manner of individuals were they? If their souls still linger, how would they confront today's circumstances? Would they condone your actions? Have you genuinely pondered this? These words pierced Xiao Huashi's very essence, causing her to lose all strength, slumping into her seat. At that moment, a voice from outside announced the arrival of the city lord, and Yōubái and Yuanyao exchanged glances, realizing it was time to depart. Though their objective had yet to be fully achieved, they were now certain that the mastermind behind these events was indeed Xiao Huashi. As they turned to leave, Xiao Huashi suddenly grasped Yōubai's arm, her eyes filled with a desperate plea. Could you bring me the other jade tablets tonight? No matter how shattered they may be. And Yōubái, moved by Xiao Huashi's expression, nodded in agreement. All right, I will bring them to you tonight. Receiving this affirmative response, Xiao Huashi finally released her grip, lowering her head to murmur, thank you. Upon returning to the inn, Xiaosa and Zizai had not yet returned, and Yōubái retrieved the card she had discovered earlier and activated it. To her astonishment, the card emitted a dazzling array of colors. It was a diamond card, labeled as a substitute card, skill card, diamond card. The usage instructions stated that it could only be used once, while the skill description indicated it would allow the player to avoid death once or to negate the penalty for failing a task. Hearing Yōubái recite the card's description, Yun Yao smiled and remarked, "Indeed, your luck is quite favorable." And Yōubái presented the card to Yun Yao, but she shook her head with a smile. "You keep it. It holds little value for me." Then, noticing Yōubái's hesitant expression, she inquired, "What troubles you? Do you wish to ask why I spoke those words to Xiao Huashi today?" And Yōubái nodded. Today, Yun Yao had said many things that were quite unlike her usual demeanor. Yun Yao gazed ahead, her eyes seemingly fixed on a distant memory, her tone laced with a hint of nostalgia and regret. Perhaps she reminded me of something familiar. When one commits a wrong, they must pay the price, and sometimes those prices are entirely unforeseen. Just then, the door swung open, and Xiaosa and Zizai entered from outside. The moment Zizai spotted the two, he exclaimed with joy, "You're back. Did you find any results?" And Yōubái smiled and nodded, affirming, "This matter is most likely the doing of Xiao Huashi. Even if she did not act directly, she is still largely involved." Unfortunately, just as they were questioning her, the city lord arrived, forcing them to retreat. But they planned to return later to uncover the truth. Xiaosa sighed in relief, exclaiming, "That is splendid news. If we clarify the reasons and have her admit it, our task will be complete." This mission has been exceedingly challenging. Zizai, expressing his frustrations, lamented, "An A-grade task should not be this arduous. Is that not unreasonable?" Yun Yao regarded the three of them with a serious expression, advising, "Once your mission is complete, you should leave here as swiftly as possible. This place may soon become perilous, and you might find yourselves ill-equipped to cope. One misstep could cost you your lives." Upon seeing Yun Yao's grave demeanor, Xiaosa immediately nodded. "This afternoon, we prepared various tools to drive away snakes, including ample quantities of xionghuang, along with plenty of oil and firewood." Zizai cheerfully presented a large bamboo basket he had woven, saying to Yōubái, "This is for you. When I saw it today, I remembered you mentioned you needed a basket. There are a total of 15. That should suffice." And Yōubái joyfully accepted it. Grateful as her backpack indeed required such an item. "How much do I owe you?" "I will pay." Zizai, with a smug expression, waved his hand dismissively, stating that it was a trivial matter. Given the successful completion of their current task, he felt that everyone had collaborated pleasantly, and there was no need to fret over such minor expenses. Xiaosan nodded in agreement, echoing, "I concur. Our cooperation this time has been exceptional. Should we cross paths again, I hope our collaboration will be equally delightful. After you finish your discussions with Xiaohua at night, we shall proceed to excavate the remains of those 6 individuals. With the supplies we prepared this afternoon, combined with Zizai's excavation skills, we should be able to extract their bones without significant trouble. Regardless, the mission has been accomplished. And should the serpent demon become aggressive, we can simply terminate the task and return. That demon will surely not be able to pursue us." Listening to Xiaosa and Zizai discuss the items they had prepared for the afternoon and their subsequent plan to unearth the remains filled in Yōubai's heart with warmth. They should not be buried there, and Yōubái murmured, "They were truly good people. Indeed, even if we may not stand a chance against the serpent demon, we can still find them a picturesque place in another realm, right?" Zizai replied with a hint of pride, and Yōubái wholeheartedly agreed with this sentiment, smiling and giving Zizai a thumbs up. "Well said. Anywhere would be better than the steps at the entrance of the Shiguan. You all spent money today. I'll contribute as well." Zizai pointed at Xiaosa, adding, "Don't look at me. I've never undertaken a task in the ancient world and have not a single coin to my name." All the funds were provided by Xiaosa. Xiaosa laughed heartily, his demeanor indeed matching his name, exuding a carefree charm. "No need for that. I am merely a tad older than you, and it is only fitting." Just as he finished speaking, he caught Yun Yao's gaze, half smiling, and immediately corrected himself. "I meant among the 3 of us." This sudden display of humility elicited another round of laughter from the group. Everyone believed that this matter would conclude that evening, thus lifting their spirits significantly. After dinner, under the cover of night, and Yōubái and Yun Yao quietly appeared outside Xiaohua's residence. Xiaosa and Zizai awaited them at a nearby tavern. ready to proceed together to unearth the remains of the 6 Taoists, as planned. As in Yōubái raised her hand to knock on the door, Xiaohua's voice called from within. "Kuming, I have been waiting for you." The two entered the room, and in Yōubái retrieved the belongings of the 6 Taoists from her backpack, placing the large bundle gently on the table. Xiaohua trembled as she reached for the bundle, her voice quivering. "I thought they had left nothing behind." Upon opening it and seeing the tattered Taoist robes and peachwood swords, she clutched them tightly to her chest, weeping silently, her sorrow palpable and heart-wrenching. And Yōubái and Yuanyao remained silent, choosing not to disturb her. They understood that in this moment, she needed not consolation, but rather a release of pent-up emotions. They sat quietly beside her, patiently waiting for her tears to subside. Eventually, Xiaohua gradually ceased her weeping, gently wiping her tears with a handkerchief. She meticulously arranged the items back in the bundle, carefully wrapping it up again before placing it on the bedside table, completing this task with utmost seriousness. She turned to the windowsill and slowly sat down. In that moment, she regained her composure, though her eyes still bore traces of her recent anguish. "What do you seek?" she inquired, her voice slightly hoarse. "Anything I possess is yours." And Yōubái lifted her gaze to meet Xiaohua's eyes and asked, "I simply wish to know if you were involved in this matter." Xiaohua tilted her head, a perplexed expression crossing her face. "Why do you wish to know? What does this have to do with you?" "Our aim is to uncover the truth." Xiaohua squinted slightly, seemingly weighing the credibility of Yōubai's words, as if contemplating something else entirely. After a moment, she lifted her gaze again, a subtle smile gracing her lips. "If you can retrieve the remains of those 6 individuals and bring them to me, I shall reveal the truth to you. Does that sound agreeable?" And Yōubái regarded the poised Xiaohua at the window, closing her eyes and taking a deep breath. They had already prepared to excavate the remains. Yet she did not wish to treat this as a mere transaction. There was no need to explain this to Xiaohua, for even if she did, Xiaohua might not believe her. And Yōubái fixed her gaze on Xiaohua, her voice soft yet clear, articulating her deductions. "The truth is that all of this was orchestrated by you, was it not? You learned of the city lord's wife's plan and seized the opportunity. You came for revenge, intent on ensuring these individuals were buried alongside you. Thus, you altered the city lord's wife's washang powder, infusing it with grievances that ordinary people cannot dispel. This was not poison, so there was no antidote. From the very beginning, you devised a plan that ensured the demise of all the women in the city." Xiaohua sat there, unperturbed by Yōubai's accusations, maintaining a perfect poise akin to a refined painting, her posture straight and her smile unwavering. Yao had been observing Xiaohua attentively, listening quietly to the exchange until he suddenly interjected, "Why would you want them to die in such a manner? What purpose does all this resentment serve?" Despite being accused of being the true culprit, Xiaohua remained unfazed. However, upon hearing Yao's question, her eyes flickered and she turned to face him, slowly rising to her feet, her delicate form swaying as she approached. "You are quite astute, but alas, you cannot be allowed to live." With that, she flung a talisman, which erupted in a burst of golden light, striking Yao. And Yōubái rushed forward, attempting to pull Yao behind her, but it was too late. He was immobilized by the golden light. Filled with fury, and Yōubái positioned herself protectively in front of Yao, regret flooding her heart. They had underestimated Xiaohua, failing to anticipate that she would not only possess magical abilities, but also have the audacity to turn against them. Despite her seemingly frail physique, she dared to act with such aggression. In that fleeting moment, and Yōubái scanned the surroundings and realized that the room had transformed into a talisman chamber, with all the talismans glowing softly, pinning Yao in place. Xiaohua maintained her delicate demeanor, reclining against the chair, a soft smile directed at Yao. "From the moment you entered, I knew you were a ghost, a vengeful spirit. How do you find the taste of my talisman?" Seething with anger, and Yōubái drew out a stasis card, intending to immobilize Xiaohua before destroying all the talismans in the room and making a hasty exit with Yao. Just as she prepared to activate her skill, Yao grasped her wrist, shaking his head, and turned to Xiaohua, calmly asking, "What is your purpose in doing this?" Xiaohua regarded the two of them nonchalantly, her tone dripping with disdain. No one can stop me. Although my skills may not rival those of my senior brothers, I have devoted an entire afternoon to crafting these talismans, which are sufficient to ensnare a vengeful spirit. Upon hearing this, Yōubái was consumed by rage. Unable to suppress her emotions any longer, she charged at Xiao Huasher and struck her with a resounding slap. The frail Xiao Huasher stumbled to the side, collapsing onto the table. Laughter erupted, echoing through the room. "Ah, so you are angry now? What will you do next?" At that moment, a commotion arose at the door as the city lord entered unceremoniously. He seated himself at the table in the outer chamber, his gaze piercing through the beaded curtain, fixed upon the three individuals within. And Yōubai's heart raced in a flurry of anxiety. What should she do now? Should she flee? Yet, Yun Yao remained ensnared by the talismans. If she attempted to tear them away, a mere command from the city lord would summon the guards outside, and she would be outmatched alone. Her mind was a tempest. Xiao Huasher was nothing short of deranged. What was her true intention? Yun Yao regarded the city lord quietly, her eyes narrowing as if in contemplation. Suddenly, a realization struck her as she turned to Xiao Huasher. "Ah, so you have employed puppet techniques on a living person. That explains your frailty." And Yōubái blinked in surprise, glancing back at the city lord. A puppet? The city lord was a puppet, but he bore no resemblance to one. Each time he appeared, he was within the public's view, yet no one had discerned that he was under someone else's control. Xiao Huasher, her cheek reddened from Yōubai's slap, gradually steadied herself, straightened in her chair, and disregarded the city lord entirely, merely nodding nonchalantly, a hint of smugness illuminating her features. Indeed, forbidden techniques come at a cost. Yet, they prove remarkably effective. Since the city lord's entrance, he had been staring intently at the trio, seated silently, his expression devoid of emotion, as if he were a puppet devoid of command. This revelation compelled Yōubái to accept Yun Yao's earlier assertion. The city lord was indeed a puppet, a marionette controlled by Xiao Huasher. Once she accepted this reality, the events unfolding in the city became comprehensible. Why had Xiao Huasher remained confined here, yet possessed knowledge of the city lord's wife's schemes and whereabouts? She had seemingly orchestrated a facade of the city lord's unconditional affection to drive the city lord's wife to madness, employing every means to target her. And then, she would turn the tables, with this entire series of subsequent events potentially being her meticulous design, executed step by step leading to this moment. When did she commence this elaborate scheme? After arriving at Qingfeng City? No, it must have begun upon encountering the city lord. No, even that meeting was likely part of her careful orchestration. She had prepared everything in advance and embarked on her path of vengeance. In an instant, all the fragmented pieces of information coalesced into a coherent narrative. Understanding these connections, Yōubái felt a chill envelop her limbs, a tremor coursing through her body involuntarily. She fixed her gaze upon Xiao Huasher, whose beauty eclipsed that of flowers, her voice airy and ethereal. "You intend for the entire city to perish. This plan commenced the moment you orchestrated your encounter with the city lord, did it not?" Xiao Huasher's eyes sparkled with a hint of satisfaction, a smirk gracing her lips, as if the fruits of her labor had finally garnered recognition. "I knew you were astute enough to deduce this, which is why I left a contingency." And Yōubái shivered involuntarily. The very same person before her now exuded an aura that instilled genuine fear within her. This was a woman consumed by vengeance, willing to forsake all for her cause. She cared little for her own life. Now, she could be deemed invincible, for she had nothing to lose. And Yōubái cast a glance at the subdued Yun Yao, inhaling deeply as she cautiously articulated, "We merely seek the truth and will not obstruct your plans. Release her, and we shall depart immediately." With a beaming smile, Xiao Huasher arched her lips. "Alas, I have changed my mind." And Yōubai's right eyelid twitched violently, her left eyelid soon following suit, her voice tinged with unrecognized terror. "What do you intend?" She furtively surveyed her surroundings, devising a plan. If she utilized a binding talisman now to immobilize Xiao Huasher and escape with Yun Yao, it might be feasible. Yet, how would they fulfill their subsequent tasks? She possessed a substitute talisman to shield herself from the consequences of failure. But what of the others? What about Xiaosa and Zizai? Moreover, Yin Yao's mission was likely distinct from theirs. Could hers afford failure? And Yōubai's mind raced with these inquiries, seeking a solution to their predicament. Her eyes unwaveringly fixed on Xiao Huashi, who was a woman driven to madness by revenge. Xiao Huashi, however, offered no response to Yōubai's question. She merely tilted her head, resting her chin on her hand, her eyes half closed, as if scrutinizing Yōubai with earnest intent, or perhaps lost in thought. Her right hand gently tapped the table, and for a prolonged moment, the room fell silent. This stillness heightened Yōubai's anxiety, beads of cold sweat trickling down her back. At last, Xiao Huashi straightened her posture and spoke softly. It seems you have long desired my acknowledgement of your involvement in this matter. Indeed, this entire affair was conceived and executed by me from the very beginning. A level task, jealousy, resentment, selfishness? Who is the true culprit behind the city's massacre? Task completed. Players may exit the game at any time. And Yōubai gazed at the task completion notification, her mind momentarily spinning. The surprise struck her unexpectedly, leaving her momentarily dazed. After 3 seconds of stunned silence, she discreetly shifted her gaze to Yun Yao. Under Yun Yao's inquiring look, she nodded slightly, signaling that indeed, the task had been accomplished. A faint smile graced Yun Yao's face, a glimmer of joy evident in her eyes. Meanwhile, Xiao Huashi's airy, breathless voice continued. Now, let us discuss my conditions. To save your companion, this vengeful spirit, you need only fulfill 2 tasks. You know my objective has never been her. If you meet my demands, I shall release her. At this moment, Yōubai felt unburdened, emboldened to confront Xiao Huashi and spirit Yun Yao away. Her demeanor relaxed, a mocking smile playing on her lips as she regarded Xiao Huashi. Speak, I am listening. While feigning indifference, she mentally prepared to execute the plan she had devised earlier. This Xiao Huashi, tormented by hatred, had succumbed to madness, rendering communication impossible. It was best to retreat for now. Xiao Huashi, seemingly unfazed by Yōubai's mockery, continued undeterred. First, you shall help me retrieve the remains of 6 individuals. Second, you must lure the snake demon into the city. Upon hearing Xiao Huashi's first condition, Yōubai fell silent, lowering her gaze. This was already a task they had planned to undertake, regardless of Xiao Huashi's involvement. However, when she heard the second condition, her fingers clenched tightly, and she looked at Xiao Huashi in astonishment, her brows furrowing deeply. You intend to summon the snake demon into the city? You wish to slay the snake demon here? Xiao Huashi smiled broadly, her face radiating boundless joy as she gazed at Yōubai with mirth in her eyes. Indeed, I shall ensure this serpent demon meets a gruesome end, flaying its skin, extracting its bones, and prying out its demon core piece by piece. Observing her somewhat deranged demeanor, Yōubai swiftly moved to Yun Yao's side, ready to take action, only to be restrained once more by Yun Yao's grip on her wrist. Confused, Yōubai turned to see Yun Yao, shaking her head, softly advising, You should leave first, just follow the original plan. Do not worry, I will be fine. How could she possibly be fine? She was already subdued by this madwoman. Before Yōubai could voice her dissent, Xiao Huashi's voice gently chimed in. Have you reached an agreement? Truth be told, if you refuse, I have no other recourse. Whether you agree or not, it is entirely up to you. Then why are you using a talisman to restrain her? Release her. Yōubai fumed, glaring at Xiao Huashi and shouting in fury. Xiao Huashi instantly erupted into laughter, her mirth seeming to flourish from Yōubai's anger. For she needed someone to lure the serpent demon. Just earlier today, she had pondered how many more times she would need to traverse these paths to draw that wretched serpent demon closer. However, now that you have appeared, why not let you take the lead? I know you are swift. Luring the serpent demon will be no challenge for you. Upon hearing this, Yōubai nearly laughed in exasperation, rolling her eyes in disbelief as she retorted, I have never encountered a demon in my life. How could I possibly lure it into the city? It may very well bite me dead the moment it appears. Xiao Huashi tilted her head, casting a haughty glance at Yōubai while smirking. Did you not take a substitution talisman from my box? Why are you so cowardly? Rest assured, You will not perish. And Yōubái was momentarily at a loss for words, stammering, you, unable to voice her next thought. For it was indeed true that she had taken that substitution card from Xiao Huashi's handkerchief box. Watching Yōubái tremble with frustration, Xiao Huashi remained unfazed, casually waving her sleeve, her demeanor as light as air as she threatened. Very well, you may go. Remember to lure the serpent demon into the city tomorrow morning. My sex-forbidden spells are not limited to merely puppet incantations. Let me think. What else was there? I've remembered. It specifically targets vengeful spirits. What was it called? Oh, right. The Shifeng Tiangang spell. I wonder how many rounds this vengeful spirit from 3,000 years ago can withstand before it dissipates. Listening to her delicate voice uttering such chilling words, and Yōubái felt an overwhelming urge to slap her fiercely once again. She clenched her teeth, suppressing her anger, and looked at Yunyao, who calmly nodded at her, signaling for her to leave first. And Yōubái then turned and dashed out of the city lord's mansion, heading straight for Xiao Sa and Zizai. The two were eagerly awaiting their return, and upon seeing Yōubái enter, they rushed forward to inquire. Has the task been completed? We appreciate your hard work. Why are you the only one back? Where is Yunyao? Yes, why are you alone? Did we not agree to excavate the bones together? And Yōubái, with a gloomy expression, suppressed her boiling anger and recounted the events that had transpired in detail to the two. Upon hearing the account, Zizai immediately slammed his hand on the table, leaping up with fury in his eyes, shouting, "This is outrageous! What a joke! The one who subdued us now expects us to aid her? We must go at once and rescue Yunyao, then excavate the bones, and leave immediately." Before Yōubái could speak, Xiao Sa raised his arm and forcefully pushed Zizai back down, patting his shoulder with urgency. "Do not act rashly. Who is Yunyao? She is a 1,000-year-old ghost cultivator with countless more missions under her belt than we can imagine. If she has instructed us to proceed as planned, there must be a reason." And Yōubái completely agreed with this statement, as she too believed in its validity. She nodded in affirmation and voiced her concern. "I think Xiao Sa is correct. Yunyao's mission may differ from ours. Thus, even if we complete our task, hers might remain unfinished." Both of her companions turned to her with curious expressions, asking in unison, "Did she tell you that?" And Yōubái gently shook her head, "No. But since I entered this wretched game, my tasks have consistently varied from those of others in the same scenario. Therefore, I believe it is plausible that everyone's tasks are different." Xiao Sa and Zizai contemplated her words, realizing that if Yunyao's mission had not yet been completed, their reckless endeavor to storm the city lord's mansion to rescue her would not be wise and could potentially disrupt her progress. The three gathered together, discussing earnestly, and ultimately decided to excavate the bones at dawn and then, as Xiao Huashi requested, lure the serpent demon into the city. And Yōubái posed the most crucial question: how shall we lure that serpent demon? Based on Xiao Huashi's words, I sense it will not be easy. Xiao Sa chuckled with a sense of pride, declaring, "This is simple. We shall smash its shrine, and it will naturally emerge." Upon hearing this, Zizai leapt 3 feet high, lavishly praising Brother Xiao Sa. "That is a brilliant idea. Initially, we worried that excavating the bones of 6 Taoist priests might provoke it into attacking us. But now, we might as well go big. Smashing the serpent demon's shrine is akin to barging into someone's home and wrecking their belongings right in front of them. A most direct provocation. How could the serpent demon endure such affront from mere mortals?" And Yōubái instantly felt that this idea was splendid, giving Xiao Sa an enthusiastic thumbs up. "All right, it is settled then. Tomorrow, once it reveals itself, you two must withdraw immediately without hesitation. Completing the mission is paramount for survival." Xiao Sa looked at Yōubái with concern. "If we both retreat, Xiao Bai, it will leave you alone to face the serpent demon. Is that feasible?" Zizai also regarded Yōubái with unease. "Yes, leaving just you, a young lady, to confront the serpent demon while we two retreat. Does that not seem rather dishonorable?" And Yōubái felt warmth in her heart as she looked at both of them, smiling and shaking her head. Even though she thought highly of them, she refrained from divulging her full capabilities. She recalled the first rule in the newcomer's guide: to prioritize one's own safety at all times. She simply explained to her companions, "Do not worry. I possess skills that enhance my speed, allowing me to reach the city before the serpent demon can catch me. Once the bones are delivered to Xiao Huashi and Yun Yao is safe, I will exit immediately." The three of them sat at the table, meticulously planning the details for the following day: where to place the oil, where to stack the firewood, and the direction for the Xionghuan. While they diligently plotted for a successful operation the next day, in another room, Xiao Huashi gazed at Yun Yao with a puzzled expression, her face reflecting confusion. "My talismans can only suppress you temporarily. They cannot fully restrain you. If you were to unleash your full energy with all your might, you would not need to be controlled by me. Yet, you voluntarily chose to remain? Why?" Yun Yao sat calmly on the floor, observing Xiao Huashi, and with a slight sigh, she inquired, "Have you considered my previous question?" Xiao Huashi turned her gaze to a nearby vase, avoiding Yun Yao's eyes, and dismissively chuckled. "Are you trying to scare me again?" Yun Yao paid no heed to her demeanor, merely observing her quietly. "Do you think the six of them could be ensnared by the resentment that pervades this city? Will their souls, in the underworld, atone for the unjust deaths of so many? Have you truly contemplated the consequences of your actions?" Xiao Hua turned her head sharply, a haughty glint in her eyes as she spoke with a tone laced with sarcasm. "This matter has been orchestrated solely by me, executed by my own hands. What relevance do they hold in this affair?" Yun Yao maintained her unwavering gaze on Xiao Hua, her tone unchanged. "You are correct. All of this is indeed your doing. However, every action you took was instigated by them. Under the guise of vengeance, you forcibly dragged them into this web of causality." Upon hearing these words, Xiao Hua's face paled in an instant, her eyes reddening with fury. Clenching her fists tightly, she muttered in disbelief, "You are deceiving me. You are fabricating these lies. They are already dead, and their deaths were horrendous. Everything else was my doing, solely my doing." Yun Yao regarded Xiao Hua with a gaze filled with compassion and sympathy, tinged with an indescribable sadness. "Indeed, they have perished, yet because of your actions, they shall find no peace. You have unjustly assigned the consequences of your choices to them, and now they must endure the repercussions in the underworld. Do you comprehend the magnitude of the torment and sins they will be forced to bear?" Xiao Hua's eyes blazed with rage as she swept the items off the table with a furious motion, shouting, "Silence! I refuse to believe this. The heavens are unjust. Good people should not meet such a fate. I will exact my revenge. I will ensure that the entire city pays the price. Your ghostly words cannot deceive me. You will not sway me." Yun Yao, witnessing Xiao Hua's descent into madness, silently closed her eyes, refraining from uttering another word. Meanwhile, Xiao Hua remained seated on the ornate, intricately carved bed, tightly clutching the bundle containing the belongings of the six, mumbling to herself incessantly. Mission duration, Day 5. Today marks the final day of the mission. And Yōubái, Xiao Sa, and Zizai arrived early at the entrance of Shixiangguan, following the plan agreed upon yesterday. They began to position firewood and oil in various directions, scattering the purchased Xionghuang around the vicinity. Once everything was set up, Zizai commenced digging. After only a few strokes, a malevolent wind surged through the forest. "You two continue. I will keep watch," and Yōubái declared, igniting a torch and turning to scan the surroundings with vigilance. After a short while, the forest was filled with the sound of rustling as a multitude of snakes, insects, and vermin emerged. And Yōubái turned her head, casting a disdainful glance toward Shiguan. How predictable. A mere snake demon can only summon snakes, insects, and vermin. After all these years, it has shown no advancement. This scenario had been anticipated during their discussions the previous night. The elder who chopped wood had recounted that. Back in the day, the city was overrun with snakes, insects, and vermin. They had prepared for this when they intended to unearth the bones. These creatures were likely the first wave of the snake demon's assault, and Yōubái promptly ignited the arranged firewood, and with the aid of the oil, a formidable wall of flames formed before them. As Zizai felt the intense heat of the flames, she continued to dig, though concern compelled her to shout, "Yōubái, are you all right?" And Yōubái turned back, responding loudly. Keep digging. Be careful not to leave any behind. I will handle the rest, so do not worry. Saying this, she seized a jar of oil and accurately hurled it toward the densely packed snakes, insects, and vermin. With a crash, the porcelain jar shattered, spilling oil everywhere. She then tossed a torch into the fray, and the snakes, insects, and vermin were instantly ignited, scurrying about in panic, engulfed in flames. Thus, Yōubái dashed about, ensuring the fire circle remained ablaze, and despite their overwhelming numbers, the creatures could not breach the flames thanks to her efforts. We struck gold. Hold on a bit longer. Xiao Sa's excited voice reached her, tinged with an emotional timbre that tugged at the heartstrings. And Yōubái fixed her gaze resolutely on the throngs of snakes, insects, and vermin, daring not to glance back. At this moment, the malevolent wind from the forest intensified, threatening to extinguish the flames with a single careless gust. She tirelessly stoked the fire, adding fuel to maintain its intensity. No worries, you focus on gathering. Xiao Sa and Zizai clasped their hands together, bowing thrice toward the bones in the pit, before commencing to collect them into the prepared box. Meanwhile, Yōubái noticed the retreating snakes, insects, and vermin, and her heart clenched painfully. She quickly turned and shouted, "Hurry, move faster. The snake demon may be emerging soon." Upon hearing this, Xiao Sa and Zai quickened their pace. Once Yōubái saw all the creatures had retreated, she dashed over to assist. Just as the three were halfway through their task, rain suddenly began to pour from the heavens, each drop searing their skin. They understood that the snake demon had finally revealed itself. Xiao Sa swiftly produced an umbrella to shield the group, but it barely lasted 10 seconds before it was riddled with holes, offering little protection. Desperate, Xiao Sa raised a wooden shield above them, attempting to shield against the rain. Yet the wind and rain rendered any effort futile. Zizai, observing the corrosive rain scalding her hands, shouted, "Yōubái, you must get inside the temple." And Yōubái hastened her movements, insisting, "Do not shield me. We will finish and leave immediately. Once we are gone, we will be safe." The relentless downpour continued to batter them, corroding their skin, and soon their clothing was in tatters, their faces and arms marred by burns and wounds. Enduring the pain, the trio finally gathered the remains of the 6 Taoists, and Yōubái placed a box in her backpack, and together they rushed into Shixiangguan, unleashing a frenzied assault on the serpent statue within, shattering the 5 serpent heads into pieces. A clear sound reverberated through the temple, and the 3 exchanged glances filled with exhilaration. The snake demon had finally appeared. They promptly discarded the remaining oil and wood. Zizai and Xiao Sa, despite their disheveled appearance, were unconcerned, urging Yōubái with worried admonitions. "Yōubái, take care. Go swiftly. Do not let the snake demon catch you. Yōubái, do not perish. If we meet again, I will treat you to drinks. Yōubái, be cautious. Run swiftly. Yōubái, prioritize your safety." And Yōubái, her face corroded by the toxic rain, revealed a sincere smile, producing a fire starter as she looked at them both. "You too, hurry and leave." With that, she tossed the fire starter, igniting a blaze, and activated her Fenghuolun, darting outside the temple. Concerned that the speed of the Fenghuolun might cause the snake demon to miss her, she turned and shouted toward the courtyard engulfed in flames. "It was I who set your temple ablaze, you 5-headed monster. Come and chase me if you dare." With that, she swiftly disappeared into the fiery inferno of the temple, racing toward the city beyond. And Yōubái raced madly towards the city lord's mansion, entering the back courtyard where she found Xiao Huashi and Yun Yao. With steady hands, she extracted a box and gently placed it before Xiao Huashi, declaring that the bones of the 6 individuals were all present, and she had lured out the serpent demon as well. "Now, as we agreed, you can let her go, right?" Observing Yōubai's disheveled appearance and the corrosive scars on her face, it was evident that her journey had not been smooth. Yin Yao immediately grasped Yōubai's arm. Her eyes filled with concern. "Does it hurt?" "I don't need medicine. I have none." "Do you have any?" And Yōubái smiled and shook her head, reassuring, "Don't worry. It's nothing. I have medicine, but I won't need it once we leave." Yin Yao nodded, somewhat relieved. As they conversed, Xiao Huashi suddenly knelt, trembling as she opened the box. Her eyes turned crimson upon seeing the pile of white bones. With shaking hands, she removed a necklace from her neck, which bore a small jade pendant, and gently placed it inside the box. She then tenderly closed the lid, pressed her face against it, and slowly caressed the surface, murmuring, "Master, brothers, Yōubái has come to accompany you. At last, I can see you again. From now on, we shall never part." She then stood, adjusted her attire, and respectfully bowed deeply to Yōubái, expressing her gratitude. "Thank you." Before Yōubái could respond, she presented a book of thunder spells. "I would like to ask you for another favor. This is my payment." And Yōubái glanced at her sideways, and Yōubái continued, "Please take the bones of my master and brothers away from here and bury them in a serene and beautiful place." And Yōubái looked at her with a hint of confusion, questioning why such a significant task should fall to her rather than Yōubái herself. Given the deep affection she had exhibited for the six, shouldn't she undertake such a monumental act herself? Yōubái turned and approached a table where items were already arranged, calmly slicing open her wrist to let her blood flow into a small copper basin on the table. "Because I cannot go." And Yōubái then noticed the peculiar arrangement in the courtyard. The talismans that she had initially assumed were meant to suppress Yōubái were, in fact, entirely different. Picking up the thunder spellbook that Yōubái had placed on the table, the familiar voice of the app echoed in her mind. Detecting items not belonging to this app, scanning in progress. Scan complete, conversion successful. Gazing at the 3 cards in her hand, and Yōubái felt that her ordeal had been worth it. The first was a diamond card, Thunderstrike card. Thunderstrike card. Skill card, diamond card. Usage instructions, unlimited when equipped with a thunder ring. Without it, 3 uses within 1 hour. Skill summary. Can only attack a single target at a time, with immense power. The second was a diamond card, Lightning Fury card. Lightning Fury card, skill card, diamond card. Usage instructions, unlimited when equipped with a thunder ring. Without it, 1 use within 1 hour. Skill summary. Creates a 10 meter by 10 meter area of lightning that attacks continuously for 1 minute. The third was an S card, Thunder Ring card. Thunder Ring card, defense card. S card. Usage instructions. When equipped, forms a protective shield of lightning around the user. Skill summary. Passive skill generated simply by being equipped. And Yōubai's heart soared with joy upon seeing these 3 cards, finally feeling a sense of security. No matter where she went, she would have the confidence to fight. While she reveled in her unexpected gains, Yōubái scrutinized the surroundings, narrowing her eyes at Yōubái, then glancing at the city lord, who was losing blood, seemingly realizing something. Her eyes filled with shock. "You intend to open the ghost gate. This is your ultimate goal. Your target was never those women. You aim to bury all living beings within 100 miles with you. The resentment that pervaded the city was no accident. You orchestrated this deliberately. For opening the ghost gate requires energy. In its absence, resentment suffices, and without enough resentment, the ghost gate cannot be opened. You allowed the city lord to survive solely to use his blood to open the ghost gate, yet you still need a living soul. To forcibly open the ghost gate requires a living soul as a sacrifice. Is it yourself? You wish to offer your own soul as a sacrifice." And Yōubai's surprise at the 3 cards dissipated, replaced by astonishment at Yōubai's madness. For the sake of vengeance, she was willing to sacrifice even herself. Meanwhile, Yōubái laughed with delight, her eyes sparkling with joy as though she were a child rewarded with candy, her laughter innocent yet cruel. "You figured it out. No wonder you're a vengeful spirit from 3,000 years ago, possessing such insight." Yōubái looked at Yōubái with curiosity. It's not surprising that, as someone born of a legitimate Taoist lineage, you can perform puppet arts, cast ghost-restraining spells, and wield thunder techniques. But why would you forcibly open the ghost gate? A technique of eating ghosts? Yōubai's expression darkened, her eyes brimming with a hatred so intense it could kill, the surrounding resentment swelling rapidly. "Because I seek revenge. I must avenge myself. Only the techniques of eating ghosts can fulfill my wishes. You must leave. The ghost gate is about to open, and I will transform this place into a realm of ghosts. Everyone must pay the price." And Yōubai's heart was a tumult of emotions. She felt deep pity for Yōubái, harboring an extraordinary compassion within her, yet she could not condone Xiao Huasher's actions. However, she found herself at a loss for words. Recognizing that such matters were already hard to accept, let alone for Xiao Huasher, who was enduring such torment as a relative. One cannot advise another to be kind without having shared their suffering. She was not Xiao Huasher. She could not comprehend the depths of her anguish. Yet, since learning of the six Taoists' plight, her heart had remained in turmoil. Yun Yao gazed at Xiao Huasher, her eyes reflecting a hint of pain and sympathy, mingled with an indescribable sorrow. You intend to offer your own soul as a sacrifice, subjecting yourself to the torment of countless ghosts, eternally trapped in purgatory, endlessly repeating your suffering. Have you truly thought this through? Xiao Huasher dismissed the concern with a laugh. Of course, I have thought it through. That is why I have made this decision. Have I not struggled tirelessly to reach this moment, finally on the verge of achieving my desires? Her gaze was resolute as she faced Yun Yao, her tone still weak yet unmistakably clear. I seek revenge. I want everyone to pay the price. Seeing Xiao Huasher's determination brought tears to Yōubai's eyes, her heart heavy with sorrow and anguish. Once, she too was a person full of sunshine. How had she come to this point? Yun Yao looked deeply into Xiao Huasher's eyes, firmly reiterating her question from the previous night. Have you truly thought this through? Xiao Huasher laughed. Unconcerned, you need not deceive me. I do not believe a single word you say. Yun Yao produced a pitch-black wooden talisman, presenting it directly before Xiao Huasher with a serious expression. Why, can you see clearly? Would I deceive you? Xiao Huasher cast a fleeting glance, her demeanor suddenly frozen as her lips trembled. After a long pause, she managed to utter, How do you possess a guide to the underworld? This is something only an official ghost envoy would have. How could you, a vengeful spirit, possess it? Yun Yao's gaze remained fixed upon her, adding, this time, Do you trust my words? Xiao Huasher stared blankly at the pitch-black sign for quite some time. Eventually, as if drained of all energy, she collapsed to the ground, laughing and crying in a frenzy. Why is the heavenly path so unjust? Everyone in this city is a murderer. The city lord and his wife personally poisoned my master and senior brother. Each of them is a killer, draining their lives drop by drop, drinking their essence dry. They use the flesh of my master and senior brother as medicine. Why are they safe and sound? The heavens are cruel. Yun Yao sighed deeply, observing the deranged Xiao Huasher on the ground, and spoke gently. If you do not intervene, in less than 5 years, this place will be engulfed in ceaseless warfare. For 30 years, this 100-mile radius will be plagued by suffering, becoming a mass grave for thousands. A scream echoed from outside the residence, with voices calling out, City Lord! City Lord! The snake demon has come! Help! City Lord, please come out! Save us! Listening to the cries for help outside, Xiao Huasher murmured, What does my painstakingly devised plan amount to? What is the purpose of my existence? Yun Yao lowered her eyelids and shook her head gently. I do not know, but I understand that as long as you do not force open the gates of the underworld, there is still a chance for redemption. The souls of the six can still reincarnate due to the merits of salvation. However, if you insist on opening the gates of the underworld, this city will become a realm of ghosts, and those six will be subjected to the karmic consequences of today. What they will face I do not know, but shall not be pleasant. Xiao Huasher glared fiercely at Yun Yao, like a ferocious beast eyeing its prey. Why are you telling me all this? Yun Yao gazed into the distance, where screams filled the air as countless people ran about in desperation. Because the you of today is the same as I was back then. Over 3,000 souls in my clan met untimely ends. I sought revenge, and as a ghostly being, I annihilated all my enemies, totaling 78,679 lives. Yet, these karmic debts must be borne by my entire clan. I am here today to confront the consequences of my own actions. Before Xiao Huasher could respond, Yun Yao continued, If you are determined to open the gates of the underworld, I shall not stop you, but consider the consequences carefully. Death is not the end. The bodies of the six, Xiaobai will help you bury them well. The path ahead is yours to choose. Yun Yao gestured for Yōubái to put away her box and added, I recall you mentioning that your skill requires you to see it first before you can imitate it, correct? And Yōubái nodded affirmatively, yes. For Qianbian, Wanhua must first be envisioned in her mind. With a smile, Yin Yao reached out to gently touch in Yōubai's face, corroded by the poison rain. Then, pay close attention. In an instant, Yin Yao, brimming with vengeful energy, soared into the air, charging toward the five-headed snake demon. With a swift motion, she struck one of the snake's heads that was spewing venom. The moment it made contact with her wrathful energy, it fell as if severed by a sharp blade. And Yōubái watched in disbelief, afraid to blink lest she miss a moment. With all her might, Yin Yao attacked, and within 2 minutes, the five-headed snake demon lay lifeless on the ground, its head severed, its body twitching, uncertain of its fate. When Yin Yao returned, she appeared untouched by battle. She looked at Yōubái and gently asked, "How was that? Did you remember?" And Yōubái nodded vigorously, her eyes wide with admiration. "I remembered everything. I didn't blink at all. It's crystal clear. This will be my lifeline." Yin Yao raised her hand again to touch in Yōubai's face, smiling as she said, "Now you may go. Your task is complete. Remember to find a good place to bury the six. I think the place you live in is excellent, but unfortunately, you cannot take them with you." And Yōubái nodded earnestly, assuring her, "I will find a good place to bury them. You can rest assured. Have you completed your task?" "Not yet. If she insists on opening the gates of the underworld, my task will remain unfinished. Then let us persuade her again." And Yōubái said, turning to return to Xiaohuashi, but was stopped by Yin Yao, who grasped her arm. Yin Yao shook her head with a hint of resignation in her voice. "Persuasion is futile. People once tried to advise me, but I could not hear them. When one's vision is clouded by vengeance, how can they see clearly?" And Yōubái cautiously inquired, "If she truly opens the gates of the underworld, what will happen?" "I do not know. I only accepted these tasks to spare my clan from further suffering due to my actions, hoping to make amends." Yin Yao urged Yōubái, "You must hurry. I have exhausted all my ghostly power and cannot linger much longer. I will soon be rejected and must leave." As they spoke, they saw Xiaohuashi approaching, holding a bloody inner Dan, her face pale, her steps unsteady. "I will not open the gates of the underworld," she declared, breaking the city lord's puppet curse. The city lord sat there in a daze, blinking slowly, and after a while he suddenly appeared horrified, rushing out as if he had seen a ghost. Upon hearing Hua Yang's decision, and Yōubái felt a wave of relief wash over her. She smiled at Yin Yao. "I'm leaving now. Take care of yourself." Yin Yao touched her forehead gently, saying, "In the future, if you encounter any ghosts, do not fear. You bear the seal of the underworld's messenger. Ghosts below 1,000 years cannot harm you." And Yōubái nodded with delight. "Is there anything else I can do for you?" Yin Yao smiled. "Live well. Live sincerely." And Yōubái looked at Yin Yao's smile and replied earnestly, "All right." As she applied to exit the game, and Yōubái vanished from the spot a second later. Yin Yao turned to look at Hua Yang, who was now suffering from the backlash of the puppet curse, her hair completely white, her face haggard, and her entire being appeared like a leaf in the wind, shattered and forlorn. "Are you all right?" Hua Yang shook her head numbly, engulfed in loneliness and confusion. Using forbidden techniques always comes at a cost. Do you wish to truly do something for them, to ensure their smooth reincarnation? At these words, Hua Yang's previously vacant eyes sparkled with life. Dragging her frail body, she rushed forward in excitement, only to trip over a stone and fall hard to the ground. However, she paid no heed to her fall and crawled a few steps, kneeling at Yin Yao's feet, looking up with hopeful eyes. Am I able to?" Yin Yao knelt down, extending her hands to help Hua Yang sit up, calmly gazing into her eyes. She slowly extended her right hand, palm up toward Hua Yang, her eyes filled with gentle encouragement. "Try it. Give me your hand." Hua Yang's eyes shimmered with tears as she hesitantly extended her pale right hand, trembling as she placed it in Yin Yao's outstretched hand. In an instant, both vanished from that place. After this incident, Qing Feng Cheng seemed to return to its former days. But was it truly so? Misdeeds always require a price to be paid. 3 years after this matter concluded, the residents of this place, intentionally or not, gradually forgot the past. No one spoke of the Snake Immortal Temple, Xiaohuashi, or the city lord's wife. as if they had never existed. In Qing Feng Cheng, not a trace of their presence could be found. Thus, life passed in a mundane manner, with time slipping away unnoticed. One day, the chaos of war began to unfold. Initially, it was just an increase in taxes, but soon conscription followed. As time went on, the burdens of war grew heavier, and the taxes escalated correspondingly. What ensued was an unrelenting spread of flames, until one day the fire reached the city gates, leading to a series of sieges and battles. All that had been was consumed by the inferno, and everything seemed to happen imperceptibly, bit by bit. 30 years later, there was no longer a place called Qing Feng Cheng. In a new territory, this area became known as the Land of Silence, a graveyard for thousands. Congratulations to player in Yōubái for successfully completing the A-level task. Jealousy? Hatred? Selfishness? Who is the true culprit behind the city massacre? Your performance has been rated as excellent. The completion reward has been issued. Please log into the app to check. Every 10 days, there will be a game, and we guarantee you will never feel bored again. Remember our game motto: cherish life and never feel boredom again. And Yōubái sat on the sofa, gazing at the steaming takeout on the table. Silently, she settled down and began to eat heartily. For reasons unknown, tears streamed down her face, falling into her rice. She wiped away her tears and continued to eat diligently. After finishing her meal, she nestled comfortably into the sofa and softly said, "Yun Yao, I will live well. I will live earnestly." She picked up her phone and opened the app, where the task information was displayed. Current points, 208. One task reward card. Opening her inventory, she clicked to use the card. It seemed that after Yun Yao had praised her good luck, her fortune truly had improved. A flash of white light appeared, revealing a much-needed beginner's upgrade card. Upgrade card, skill card, beginner. Usage instructions can only be used once. Skill description, beginner's upgrade card, an essential item for upgrading. Was this not akin to finding something effortlessly after searching high and low? Last time, no matter how hard she sought, she could not find it. Yet this time luck was on her side. As she felt elated, she took out a duplicate card from her inventory, perfectly duplicating an upgrade card. She planned to use this upgrade card to enhance Qianbian Wanhua, while the other would be utilized to upgrade the healing card. Both were incredibly useful skills. However, she had forgotten that the game app had never been kind. As she excitedly placed the upgrade card with Qianbian Wanhua, the system prompted, "Are you sure you want to upgrade?" She clicked confirm, and the two cards fused. The upgrade card disappeared, but the Qianbian Wanhua card displayed that it required 13 upgrade cards. Upon seeing this message, Yōubái was so infuriated that she nearly spat out her cold water in laughter. Indeed, this app was truly unmerciful. While cursing internally, she opened the trading area, typing upgrade card into the search box, but the results remained 0. Once again, no one was selling upgrade cards. Seeing this news, Yōubái felt a knot in her heart. No matter how skilled one may be, one still fears the kitchen knife. No matter how fortunate, one cannot withstand an unyielding app. Caught in a dilemma, she pondered whether to spend 120 points in the App Store to buy another beginner upgrade card or wait for others to sell in the trading market at 100 points. Ultimately, poverty triumphed, as there were still 10 days until the next game. If necessary, she could buy it on the last day. Resolving her decision, Yōubái no longer hesitated, lying back on the sofa and browsing the discussion area to see what others were talking about. After flipping through 2 pages, she finally saw the post entitled "Jealousy? Hatred? Selfishness? Who is the true culprit behind the city massacre?" Upon clicking in, she found that the comments were all identical. The post was filled with candles, with every comment represented by a cluster of small candles, no one having spoken a word. The only distinction was the number of candles. After flipping through 20 pages, all displaying the same scene, she was left bewildered. She directly flipped back to the very first reply, which had a long row of small candles, concluding with a statement, "This is too difficult for me." The second person followed suit with another long line of candles, writing, "I implore Conan to possess me, but alas, it was futile. I requested Sherlock Holmes for assistance, yet it still yielded nothing. Later, thinking they were all foreign, I sought Baogong and Di Rengia, but to no avail. Farewell, my 10 years of life." The third person's reply echoed the sentiments above, trailing off with, 200 points just vanished. My heart is dead, and I am back to square one. Subsequent individuals simply posted candles without any comments, resulting in the present sight of a page filled with candles. Observing the situation, Yōubái licked her lips and swallowed a gulp of cold water. Was everyone truly facing failure? After scrolling through twice, only candles were neatly aligned. Was it inappropriate for her, with an excellent rating, to complain? Quietly exiting, she mused that if it weren't for Yun Yao's presence, identifying loopholes and uncovering the truth would indeed be challenging. Who could have anticipated that she orchestrated everything alone? And who could have initially targeted her, the seemingly harmless victim? Gazing at the box containing the remains of 6 Taoist priests, quietly resting in her bag, Yōubái bowed her head, promising, "I will find a beautiful place amidst the mountains and rivers to bury these 6 souls properly. Hua Young, rest assured." In the 10 days that followed, Yōubái would copy the rebirth incantation each night. She was uncertain of its effectiveness, but it served as her small gesture of goodwill. She hoped these 6 individuals could reincarnate smoothly. Good people should be rewarded. The 10 days swiftly passed, and just before entering the new game, Yōubái diligently searched the player trading market daily for upgrade cards. After many consecutive failures, miraculously, at the very last moment before entering the game, she found a beginner upgrade card. Staring at the card priced at 100 points, she was momentarily stunned for 3 seconds. When she finally reacted and attempted to click, suddenly, the card vanished. She blinked in disbelief, realizing that in those 3 seconds of distraction, someone else had swiftly purchased the card, immediately regretting her momentary lapse. She slapped her thigh and searched once more, only to find another beginner upgrade card appearing. This time, she clicked to purchase without hesitation, confirming her choice. As she watched the additional beginner upgrade card appear in her inventory, she hurriedly upgraded Qinbian Wanhua. After inserting the 2 beginner upgrade cards, Qinbian Wanhua glimmered with blue light, finally achieving success in its upgrade. The card's attributes transformed. Qinbian Wanhua, skill card. Intermediate, upgradable. Usage instructions, can be used 5 times within 1 day. Skill description, allows you to conjure items from your imagination. The more vividly you envision, the more real the transformation. The conjured items last for 1 hour. Indeed, the upgrade had significantly increased the usage frequency. Finally, she no longer had to worry about the card becoming obsolete. With the ability to use it 5 times a day, it should suffice in most cases. Observing her points return to 108, Yōubái concurred with the discussions in the forum that points were indeed difficult to earn yet all too easy to spend. In her backpack, there lay an initial upgradable healing card. She contemplated that she required an additional 300 points to acquire 3 such cards, and a pang of despair surged within her. Points were indeed a precious commodity, and she needed to devise a strategy to earn more. Amidst these thoughts, a new round of the game commenced, as scheduled. This time, it seemed the app had heard in Yōubái's desire for more points, as the tasks presented were exceptionally rewarding. Chapter 28, The Otherworldly Continent 1. The game begins in a straw hut. Welcome back to the game, players. The current task is as follows. Level up task, 7-star king advancement match. Task requirements. 1. Upgrade the inn to a 7-star king inn. Alternatively, fulfill 2. Become one of the last 10 surviving innkeepers. Completing either of the above requirements will constitute a successful task completion. Successful task reward, 500 points and 1 random intermediate card. Task failure penalty, deduction of 500 points. Those with insufficient points will lose 20 years of lifespan and fail the upgrade. Participants in this advancement task, 50 individuals. The task will officially commence in 5 minutes. Enjoy the game and cherish life, banishing boredom. Upon entering the game, Yōubái was taken aback by the opening announcement. Wasn't it mentioned in the discussion forum that one needed to have completed at least 5 tasks to receive an advancement task? How could she, a mere novice who had only completed 3 tasks, be so unexpectedly thrust into an advancement task? The penalty for task failure was a deduction of 500 points, which she clearly did not possess. Before she could fully process her astonishment, she received an explanation of the task's background. This is a continent where spiritual energy has waned. Once abundant in spiritual energy, the world has undergone changes, and today, thousands of years later, it is rare to find any trace of that energy. The disappearance of spiritual energy has led to the establishment of new rules in this once ethereal realm, now plagued by murky air. The land has cracked open, forming countless black fissures that are bottomless, dividing the continent and unleashing ferocious beasts that roam freely in search of sustenance. With the absence of spiritual energy, the former deities have lost their powers, no longer capable of flight, and practitioners can no longer cultivate. The entire continent is engulfed in chaos and disorder. After reading this background introduction, Yōubái could not help but curse the difficulty of the advancement task, feeling it was beyond a novice like herself. However, there was no point in lamenting now. Regardless of how loudly she protested, she had already been thrown into the game. Taking a deep breath to steady her emotions, she promptly opened her backpack and retrieved the Thunder Ring card obtained in the previous round. As she donned the ring, she instantly felt a protective shield enveloping her. She could not help but marvel at the efficacy of an S-grade card. Next, she took out the substitute card from her card box, finding a semblance of comfort in its presence. In the event of failure, it could at least shield her from one penalty. After mentally grumbling about the inadequacies of this app, she began to survey her surroundings. Unfortunately, all she beheld were 3 dilapidated straw huts and an earthen courtyard devoid of a fence. Hanging from the dirt path outside was a tattered curtain, upon which the word "in" was inscribed. Was this truly the inn she needed to upgrade? She was expected to elevate this ramshackle establishment to a 7-star inn, and Yōubái stared in disbelief at her surroundings as the cracked window creaked ominously, falling from its frame. The tremor in her lips mirrored her inner turmoil. Was this truly a place where any sane person would choose to stay? Even if she offered to pay, no one would come. Level Up Task, 7-Star King Advancement Match has officially begun. In Level 0, a dilapidated straw hut in the wilderness, a place where normal people would not choose to stay. Ah, thank you so much. She scoffed with biting sarcasm, rolling her eyes. So, even you acknowledge that nobody would stay here. Then upgrade system had been activated, and a peculiar electronic voice resonated in her mind, prompting her to name the inn. And Yōubái glanced around in confusion, seeing nothing but emptiness in the courtyard. She curiously inquired, "Where are you?" "I am the assistant system for this upgrade task, then upgrade system." Each of the 50 participants in this advancement match possesses a system that provides information and upgrade services. Listening to the monotone electronic voice, Yōubái asked with curiosity, "Do you have a physical form?" "No." "Will you always accompany me?" "As long as the inn exists, I will always be present." "Do you have a name?" "My system number is 1783-982-3848. Upon hearing the lengthy string of digits, Yōubái grimaced and said, "I shall call you Yōubái. Your number is far too long." "Understood. The system will be renamed Yōubái. Please name the inn." "Let us name it Ping An Inn. May everyone find peace." Yōubái thought for a moment. "Peace is a blessing. I hope to pass through safely." Ping An Inn, name confirmed. The ranking list of the 50 participants has been updated and can be viewed at any time. Now, let us announce the upgrade task. Ping An Inn, current level, 0. A 0 level and provides a protective shield for 2 hours each day. Please utilize your time wisely. Materials required for a 1-star upgrade: 20 wooden planks, 5 recipes, 2 ordinary guest rooms, and an income of 500 gold coins. Yōubái concentrated on the materials required for the upgrade. Wood was abundant in the back mountains, so that was not a concern. As for recipes, being so close to the mountains, she should be able to find plenty of edible items, so that too was manageable. The ordinary guest rooms needed to be purchased from the system, and with sufficient gold coins, they would be acquired. Lastly, how could she increase her income? This was the challenging part. The inn provided by the system was incredibly run down, more so than the haunted house from the first round. Given the current state, no guest would willingly stay here, so how could she generate income? "Yōubái, are there other ways to earn money?" Yōubái asked, glancing at the straw being blown down from the roof, her hopes dwindling. Participants can open the system interface for detailed inquiries. Yōubái felt a flicker of excitement and opened the system interface. Instantly, a plethora of items appeared before her. Ordinary guest rooms, luxurious guest rooms, hot springs, gardens. breeding areas, processing rooms, shops, and more. However, all these buildings were currently unavailable, as indicated by the grayed out status. Beneath each structure, the required amount of gold coins was listed, and her current coin count stood at 0. Chapter 29. The Otherworldly Continent 2. Are there beastmen nearby? Despite this, Yōubái sincerely felt that with the assistance of the upgrade system, the seemingly unattainable objectives of this advancement match were not as distant as they once appeared. Her initial inclination to give up had transformed into an eager enthusiasm, and she began to explore the system fervently. Suddenly, her eyes gleamed with excitement as she fixated on a particular building. Yōubái, can we install a charging device on credit? No. Please reconsider, Yōubái. You want to upgrade too, right? If we install a charging device, passers-by will come to charge their devices, and we will generate income. And Yōubái gazed joyfully at the charging device displayed on the system interface, incessantly persuading Yōubái, hoping to secure a line of credit. The charging device can autonomously collect the power of lightning for storage, providing energy to passing spacecraft, with each unit of energy priced at 1 gold coin. What a splendid item this is, particularly when paired with her skill, Falling Thunder card. This perfect combination could serve as an everlasting power generator. With this device, her worries about gold coins would surely dissipate, although she found it somewhat perplexing why this continent relied on electricity. She recalled the initial background introduction stating that the spiritual energy of this land had vanished. Thus, electricity must be a substitute for that spiritual energy. Despite her well-conceived plans, Yōubái resolutely refused to extend credit. After all, the purchase of a charging device required 1,000 gold coins, and Yōubái was currently destitute, with the tavern's balance at 0, lacking even a single gold coin. Listening to Yōubái's mechanical, emotionless rejection, Yōubái patiently continued to argue her case, presenting reason after reason in her appeal. Yōubái, please don't be so obstinate. Although I owe the system gold coins, once the charging device is installed and the stored energy sold, I could earn 3,000 gold coins, and the gold would return to me swiftly. Yōubái remained unmoved, replying flatly that the newly installed charging device was empty and devoid of stored energy. These are not issues at all. I can charge it. Look, see. With that, Yōubái summoned a bolt of lightning. She raised her hand, and a flash of lightning struck the ground beside her, creating a dark, deep pit. As if fearing Yōubái did not comprehend, Yōubái elaborated. Yōubái, do you see? I can charge it. After repeated discussions, Yōubái was finally persuaded by Yōubai's explanations and agreed. On the very first day of the advancement competition, Yōubái found herself in a position of debt to the system for 1,000 gold coins. And this first installed charging device marked her initial step toward becoming a 7-star monarch, commencing her journey from this point onward. She activated the system's protective shield to guard against sudden beast attacks that might topple the dilapidated, defenseless thatched hut. Yōubái had 2 hours of freedom to leave the tavern. Immediately, she activated the wind-fire wheel, and within less than 10 minutes, she had traversed the first hill behind the tavern, despite Yōubai's somewhat stuttering voice. Observing the illuminated area on the map, she nodded in satisfaction, realizing that only areas she traversed would be lit up on the map, and within a 100-meter radius around her, it would indicate available resources. Her joy was immeasurable. Now, she increasingly felt that with the assistance of the tavern upgrade system, this advancement competition could be a true opportunity for her, and perhaps she could successfully pass through. 500 points were worth striving for. You, how can you run so fast? Yōubai's electronic voice conveyed a hint of astonishment, which was indeed remarkable. Yōubái surveyed the display on the map, casually comforting Yōubái. Among the 50 participants we have here, each possesses unique skills. There's no need for surprise. Stay calm. Yōubái fell silent, perhaps swayed by her words. Yōubái dashed into the woods, commencing her woodcutting endeavor. Upgrading required 20 pieces of lumber, which was the simplest task. Wielding the axe she had found in the tavern, she struck the first blow with enthusiasm, only to regret it immediately. The tree was far too sturdy, and her hands were jolted painfully. Her arms went numb, taking a full half-minute to regain some sensation. If this continued, she would never finish even a single tree. and her arms would be rendered useless. After careful consideration, she attempted to summon a bolt of lightning towards the tree trunk. With a crack, the lightning struck the tree, and indeed, the entire tree split and fell to the ground, revealing lumber X1 on the ground. She picked up the lumber and stored it in her backpack, smiling as she turned to strike the next tree. Thus, she progressed forward, cleaving a total of 20 large trees and collecting 20 pieces of lumber. Contentedly surveying the glowing location on the map, she activated the wind-fire wheel and charged ahead. The first discovery was a chili tree, an excellent find that could complement any dish, truly a versatile ingredient. Not only did she harvest the chilies, but she also carefully uprooted the entire chili plant, intending to plant it in her yard upon her return. Her second discovery was potatoes, an even better find. They were easy to cultivate, and she collected over 60 into her backpack. The third was sweet potatoes, and from this area, she harvested over 80. And Yōubai's joy was boundless, as her mind overflowed with various sweet potato recipes: roasted sweet potatoes, steamed sweet potato balls, and sweet potato pancakes. While she was joyfully digging, a sudden rustling sound behind her alerted her. Turning cautiously, she beheld a massive beast, its gaze fixated on her as if it had spotted today as lunch. Fearful that Yōubái might flee, the system thoughtfully labeled it as wild boar, leaving Yōubái utterly astonished, internally musing that while the spiritual energy of this continent had dissipated, it had not mentioned that wild boars could grow to such a size. As the wild boar charged towards her like a tank, bearing its tusks and glowing eyes, and Yōubái eagerly inquired, "Yōubái, can we eat this wild boar meat?" "It should be fine. The local beastmen consume such beasts." "There are beastmen here too?" Before Yōubái could respond, the wild boar was already upon Yōubái. With a swift motion, Yōubái summoned a bolt of lightning, striking the massive wild boar, which collapsed to the ground, its limbs twitching and emitting grunts. In no time, the wild boar's carcass vanished, leaving behind several items: wild boar meat X50, wild boar blood X20, wild boar hide X1. Truly, its size yielded an abundant bounty, and Yōubái was immensely satisfied and excitedly urged Yōubái, see if there are any wild boars nearby. Inform me immediately if you find one." Yōubái replied with a hint of exasperation in her electronic voice, "I can only scan within 100 meters of you. There are none currently." Since none were available, and Yōubái decided to search for other resources. The mountain's bounty was still plentiful. After climbing a tree to collect some bird eggs, and Yōubái paused in a bamboo grove to begin harvesting bamboo shoots. With the assistance of the system map, she felt the difficulty of this game had significantly decreased from her expectations. She silently expressed her gratitude for the wind-fire wheel that Yun Yao had gifted her. Without it, traversing the mountain would have taken an ordinary person 10 days to 2 weeks to complete. Joyfully digging for bamboo shoots while humming a tune, she gathered over 40 bamboo shoots in less than half an hour. After collecting them, she noted that there was still half an hour left before the system's protective shield would expire. With only 2 hours available each day, she couldn't afford to waste any time. Thus, she activated the wind-fire wheel and dashed toward another direction from the tavern, which led her to a coastal area. Black rocks jutted majestically from the shoreline, while her wind-fire wheel allowed her to traverse the water's surface. Unfortunately, she had no fishing net and caught not a single fish. Disappointed, she returned to the shore, where, amidst the crevices of the rocks, she discovered a few crabs. At last, she had made some progress and felt her expedition was not in vain. Some persistent souls cast one last glance at the vast sea, contemplating how they might procure some seafood to enhance their culinary repertoire. Given the proximity to the ocean, it would be remiss to not have any seafood at hand. Upon returning to the inn, the 2-hour protective window was nearing its end. She stepped into the dilapidated kitchen of the thatched cottage, where only salt, vinegar, soy sauce, and sugar remained. She carefully categorized her gathered ingredients and placed them in the kitchen storeroom. The system indicated that she only needed to prepare a dish once for the recipe to illuminate, marking her success. Thereafter, the kitchen would autonomously produce the corresponding dishes, and all Yōubái had to do was replenish the storeroom with materials timely. Diligently preparing her first dish, sweet and sour shredded potatoes, she completed it, and the recipe lit up, displaying a selling price of 2 gold coins. Upon seeing such a disheartening price, and Yōubái felt a pang of frustration. With the current price level, had she not desperately sought the installation of a charging device, she would have been left wondering when she might earn enough gold to upgrade the inn. After venting her thoughts, she returned to her tasks. For upgrading required 5 distinct recipes. For her second dish, she opted for spicy stir-fried wild boar meat, a simple recipe that bore a price tag of 8 gold coins, likely due to the value of the wild boar meat. Clearly, a trip to the mountains to hunt wild boar was in order, since meat dishes were relatively expensive. For her third dish, she prepared braised wild boar, which surprisingly commanded a price of 20 gold coins. Her fourth dish consisted of a custard made from bird eggs, priced at 6 gold coins, indicating that eggs were indeed less expensive than meat. For her fifth and final dish, she opted for the simplest steamed crab, accompanied by a splash of vinegar and some wild ginger she had unearthed from the mountains. To her astonishment, this dish was priced at a remarkable 15 gold coins. With the 5 recipes now illuminated and ample wood at her disposal, all that remained was the acquisition of ordinary guest rooms and an income of 500 gold coins. Each ordinary room required 200 gold coins, and gazing at the charging device outside, and Yōubái silently encouraged herself, urging it to deliver. Seated at the stone table in the courtyard, she savored a bite of the braised meat while patiently awaiting guests. Just as she enjoyed her meal, a robust bear man approached from outside, parking a modest single-person flying boat by the roadside. As he caught a whiff of the aroma, he stepped inside. Upon seeing Yōubái, he asked, somewhat astonished, if this inn was newly opened. Instantly invigorated by the arrival of a customer, and Yōubái recovered from her initial shock at the imposing bear-like figure and welcomed him, saying, "Hello, esteemed guest. Yes, this inn is indeed newly opened, though still under construction." The bearman's eyes fixated on the braised meat on the table as he pointed towards the charging device at the entrance. "Is that charging station operational?" And Yōubái nodded enthusiastically. "Yes, it is ready for use." His gaze remained on the braised meat as he remarked, "Oh, that will make charging in and out much more convenient." Eager to secure her first sale, and Yōubái inquired, "May I ask how to address you, dear guest?" "You can call me Xiong. I live on a mountain behind." She offered, suggesting he sit down to sample her inn's signature dish, the braised meat. Xiong scratched his head bashfully, asking, "Is it expensive?" "I'm heading to Panglai Island to sell honey and don't have much money on me." With a smile, and Yōubái presented him with a fresh pair of chopsticks, replying, "No worries, this one's on me. Just please share your thoughts on it." Hearing this, Xiong settled down and heartily devoured the dish, continuously praising its exquisite flavor. And Yōubái, keen to make a favorable impression, brought out another serving of braised meat and gleaned valuable information from their conversation. She learned that their geographical location lay in the eastern region of this continent, situated between Miao Miao Mountain and Panglai Island, making it a vital trade route. Numerous merchant caravans frequently passed through, assuring her of a steady stream of customers. Xiong relished the braised meat so much that he not only packed a portion to take with him, but also gifted Yōubái a jar of wild honey. They agreed that upon his return, he would bring extra seafood from Panglai Island. The bearman joyfully departed in his flying boat. As Yōubái gazed at her newfound 20 gold coins and the jar of honey, she mused, "A good beginning is half the success." Before nightfall, she ventured behind the dilapidated thatched cottage and found a relatively flat patch of land to plant the chili trees she had excavated from the mountains that day. Just as she finished planting, she received a notification from her system, indicating that if she planted 5 different types of plants, the garden functionality would be unlocked. With a heavy sigh, she lamented, "Oh, Yōubái, could you not have mentioned that sooner?" In Chapter 31 of this otherworldly realm, the beasts of the wild merely delivered meat, and Yōubái could not help but voice her grievances, only to receive a mechanical response from Yōubái. The upgrade system only provides notifications upon activation. Other information must be discerned by the participant. Well, perhaps her expectations were too lofty. After all, Yōubái was merely in an upgrade system, not a sophisticated artificial intelligence, and she could not demand too much. Finding suitable spots, she planted potatoes and sweet potatoes, preparing to venture into the mountains the following day to unearth further crops. As long as she planted 5 distinct types of plants, the requirement was not overly demanding. After completing her tasks, the sky darkened, and the inn remained at level 0, devoid of electricity. In the pitch-black night, the only source of illumination was a small candle, which, once lit, barely illuminated a 2-meter radius. While diligently studying the upgrade system within the dilapidated thatched cottage, Yōubái suddenly received an alarming alert from Yōubái. Warning, warning. A ferocious beast is approaching Ping An Inn. Please prepare for defense. Having utilized the 2-hour protective shield earlier that morning, she now needed to venture out herself to defend. Casting a glance at the flickering candle, she realized its feeble light was inadequate, leaving it behind as she stepped outside to stand in the courtyard. Under the hazy moonlight, she spotted several shadowy figures rushing towards her from a distance. The insufficient light rendered it difficult to discern their identities, but Yōubái remained composed, waiting for them to close in while preparing to unleash her thunderbolt strike. As the ferocious beasts barreled towards her without obstruction, her smile widened with delight upon realizing that they were a group of wild boars, at least 5 in number and not smaller than the one she had encountered earlier that day. She had been pondering how to find them, and now they had eagerly presented themselves. It seemed that, as Yin Yao had suggested, she was indeed favored by fortune. With a single thunderbolt strike, an abundance of ingredients appeared on the ground after just a minute, including some ribs. Satisfied, she smiled, knowing the recipe list would expand. Early the next morning, Yōubái activated the system's protective shield once more before promptly starting the windfire wheel, swiftly making her way into the back mountains. Following the trail of the previous day, she continued until she reached another mountain peak, illuminating a new section of the map before slowing down to explore. This time, she discovered a vast peach orchard nestled in a valley between 2 mountains, with trees flourishing in abundance, a veritable paradise of peach blossoms. The harvest was truly bountiful. Merely by plucking 5 peach trees from the outside, the peaches gathered filled 2 entire backpack compartments. As Yōubái exited the peach grove, she couldn't help but lament the absence of a helper to assist in the peach gathering. On her way back, she stumbled upon a cluster of red berries, a delectable fruit that could be consumed directly. With a slightly tart yet sweet flavor and ample juiciness, it was thirst-quenching and delightful, bursting with juice upon biting into it. The red berry bushes were not particularly tall, with each bush bearing dozens of red berries. After harvesting them all, she uprooted the bush and placed it into her backpack. Not far from the hot springs, she also discovered wood ear mushrooms and regular mushrooms, and she dug up some wild ginger and wild onions, preparing to add another dish to her menu for the day. 2 hours flew by swiftly, and upon returning to the inn, Yōubái promptly planted a leftover peach pit in the vegetable garden. She also planted the red berry bush, perfectly fulfilling the system's requirements, which then notified her that the vegetable garden was complete and would be upgraded alongside the inn. With a satisfied smile, she glanced at the plants in the garden and cheerfully entered the kitchen. Soon after, a new dish was added to the menu, braised wild boar ribs with tender bamboo shoots, priced at 25 gold coins. While dining in the courtyard, Yōubái welcomed her first customer for charging that day. She quickly set down her chopsticks and rushed over. After excitedly assisting the customer with their charging, they, enticed by the aroma, ordered another serving of braised wild boar ribs with tender bamboo shoots to take away, then flew off towards Penglai-zhou. From this customer onwards, during the course of the meal, Yōubái encountered 5 waves of charging customers, selling 4 portions of braised wild boar ribs with tender bamboo shoots and 3 servings of braised pork. Before nightfall, she looked at her system balance, which had dwindled to just over 200 gold coins, and sighed in relief. Indeed, the most profitable venture of the day had been the charging service. If such a flow of customers continued the following day, she would soon be able to upgrade. In a jubilant mood, she hummed a tune and returned to her room. Even in the dilapidated thatched house, her spirits remained unscathed, and she fell into a deep slumber. Early the next morning, as she prepared to venture into the back mountains, Yōubái was obstructed by a throng of customers seeking charging. Just as she had hoped, many customers arrived that day, and she found herself in a perpetual rush, oscillating between charging and packing food. The entire day passed in a flurry of activity, and when she finally realized the time, dusk had already settled. It was then she noticed she hadn't even had lunch. Seated in the courtyard, she served herself a portion of braised pork and coldwood ear mushrooms, exclaiming, "Yōubái, this won't do. I'm stuck here with customers, unable to venture out for new ingredients. What shall I do next? Can I hire someone?" And Yōubái perused the system, but found no option to hire help. Participants can decide the direction of the inn's development and establish their own rules and systems. Yōubái's electronic voice stated monotonously, "So, that means I can hire someone, correct?" And Yōubái inquired again. Yes. Participants enjoy complete freedom. With this confirmation, and Yōubái felt a wave of relief wash over her. She swiftly composed a recruitment notice and placed it beneath the flagpole outside. That evening, her system balance finally cleared her debts, now standing at 387 gold coins. Without hesitation, she purchased her first ordinary guest room in the system, positioning it beside the existing one, and joyfully admired her new room, exclaiming, "At last, it resembles an inn. What a journey it has been." Though her balance quickly dwindled to 187 gold coins, she remained hopeful for the next day as influx of charging customers, anticipating that the inn's upgrade was just around the corner. Chapter 32, The Otherworldly Continent 5. Upgrading to a 1-star in Yōubái's joy only intensified upon seeing Xiong return. He docked his flying vessel and unloaded 2 baskets of seafood and 3 baskets of fish, selling them all for just 150 gold coins. Without a moment's hesitation, and Yōubái purchased everything. As he prepared to leave, Xiong packed a portion of braised pork to take back to his clan for the children. And to express her gratitude and encourage his return, she specially prepared a seafood soup for him. Xiong turned, pointing to the recruitment notice outside, and asked, "Are you hiring here?" With a beaming smile, and Yōubái gestured toward the charging station. "Indeed. You see, the number of customers coming for charging increases daily, and I'm quite overwhelmed. I hope to hire someone to help share the workload." Xiong nodded, securing the packed food in his vessel, and advised, "There will be more and more trade caravans visiting here, so getting some help is wise. On my way back, I heard that a wave of ferocious beasts has emerged from the fissures near Pyamyao Mountain. Be cautious. They may come charging through." And Yōubái promptly nodded, smiling appreciatively. "Thank you. I will be careful." At the end of the night's business, the inn's balance displayed 900 gold coins. And Yōubái immediately spent 200 gold coins to purchase another ordinary guest room, positioning it alongside the previous one. Gazing at her balance of 700 gold coins, she clicked to upgrade the inn. Ping Inn has upgraded to a 1-star inn. "Congratulations to holder Yōubái." Yōubái's mechanical voice carried a hint of delight. "The world map has been unlocked. Please enter the participant leaderboard to follow the dynamics of all participants." And Yōubái opened the world map before her. Noticing various regions illuminated by different lights, some bright, others dim. The adjacent leaderboard displayed only around 20 names, with Ping Inn in rank 28th, currently the lowest position. As all listed inns were 1-star, with no one having achieved 2-star status yet. It appeared that 0-star inns would not appear on the leaderboard. Beneath the leaderboard, a chat area emerged, featuring a line of text. "Invincible Inn. Welcome Ping Inn to the ranks of upgrades. The best inn in the world. Do share any good news with us. Newcomers feel free to chat." And Yōubái was surprised to discover that chatting was also possible here. In this advancement competition, shouldn't all participants be in a competitive relationship? How could they hold such harmonious discussions? Ping Inn. "Hello everyone. I just completed my upgrade today, and I have nothing much to share. Velti in Ping Inn. You don't need to mind them. Share what resources you have available. We can trade." Invincible Inn. "Those wanting money, you're trying to deceive again. There are no trading items between our inns, all right? Wealthy Inn. What is it to you? Always looking for a fight. Weren't you the one who fended off the ferocious beasts and sold the meat to gain wealth? Or else how could you have upgraded?" Invincible Inn. "So what? Better than you going mad trying to earn money, deceiving newcomers in the group. Evergreen Inn. Enough with the daily quarrels. Isn't it annoying? It's hard for a newcomer to come, and you frighten them away." Auspicious Inn. "Exactly. This is an advancement competition. You can upgrade up to 7 stars. So let us all be cordial. Heaven and earth in. Everyone stays in their own position. There's nothing to discuss, and speaking without trading is futile. The best in the world. I believe that after upgrading, there might be other gameplay options. Pathway in. I've never encountered a ferocious beast here. I think it's quite good. Just a bit short on resources. Invincible in. Brother, those ferocious beasts are the real resources. Wealth and prosperity rely entirely on them. And Yōubái wholeheartedly agreed, as the ferocious beasts truly brought in the meat. Her kitchen was overflowing. Joyful in, but you have to be able to defeat them. I can't handle the ferocious beasts. It was a disaster, and I almost lost the inn. Kaiyuan Gulong Kajan. If I can't fight back, I can simply hire people for defense. I have employed a team of 10, and they have successfully repelled the attackers 3 times. Huanla Kajan. Are you making money that quickly? Have you already earned enough to hire help? Kaiyuan Gulong Kajan. Indeed, making money is my forte. Huanla Kajan. Could you possibly teach me? Kaiyuan Gulong Kajan. First, tell me what resources you have. After observing for a while, and Yōubái quietly withdrew from the chat area. In her view, everyone was on guard, discussing trivial matters that left her feeling rather vexed. She simply sought someone to confide in and vent her frustrations. Though the conversation was largely inconsequential, it did reveal to her that the 50 participants in the competition were divided into different regions of this continent, each possessing distinct resources. The disparities among the 50 were indeed significant. She believed her advancement was already swift, only to discover that some progressed even more rapidly than she did. Upon gazing at her upgraded courtyard, now illuminated by electricity, she felt a sense of relief as she bid farewell to the dim light of candles. A wooden fence now encircled her yard, and her 3 thatched cottages had transformed into wooden cabins, bringing her establishment out of a state of disrepair. She no longer had to worry about whether a strong wind would topple her thatched roof. At that moment, Xiaoba's alert sounded once more. The upgrade of Ping and Kajan is complete. Tonight, ferocious beasts will attack. Please, owner Yōubái, prepare for defense. It seems more meat is on the way. And Yōubái hurried into the kitchen, relieved that the storage cabinets had also been upgraded. Each item could now be stacked together, saving considerable space. The menu illuminated with options such as braised fish, priced at 25 gold coins, and seafood soup, priced at 20 gold coins. With 8 dishes now available on the menu. Just as she was about to proceed, she heard Xiaoba's warning, "Warning, warning, a ferocious beast is approaching Ping and Kajan. Please, owner Yōubái, prepare for defense." And Yōubái set down her knife and turned to stand in the courtyard, under the bright lights. She watched the ferocious beasts charging toward her with joy swelling in her heart, a smile spreading across her face. Leading the charge were 5 or 6 fierce bulls, followed closely by a dozen wild boars, all bearing their tusks and looking exceedingly menacing, their blood-red eyes fixed on Yōubái as they barreled forward. The ground trembled beneath the weight of their powerful strides, raising clouds of dust in their wake. Yet, with a gentle flick of her hand, she unleashed a thunderous strike, and within a minute, all were vanquished. Delighted by the abundance of resources scattered across the ground, she swiftly donned her wind-fire wheels and rushed over to collect them. Her spirits soaring. Chapter 33. Otherworldly Continent 6, 2 new throughout the morning. And Yōubái sighed several times as she reviewed the upgrade requirements for the next level of her inn in the Xiaobá system. 2-star and upgrade requirements. 100 wood, 10 recipes, 1,000 gold coins, 6 ordinary guest rooms. She had just spent 800 gold coins to open a processing room, converting sweet potatoes into sweet potato flour, creating a dish of wild boar stew with sweet potato flour priced at 25 gold coins. Additionally, she prepared a cold dish of wood ear mushrooms, priced at 2 gold coins. The 10 dishes required for the system's requirements had already been fulfilled. Now, her greatest challenge lay in the continuous influx of guests that prevented her from venturing into the back mountains to collect the necessary wood for upgrades. After recharging the external power supply, and Yōubái frequently glanced outside, silently praying for someone to come and apply for a job. In the afternoon, right after she finished recharging a flying boat, a rabbit girl entered the courtyard. This young lady, with a rabbit head and human body, possessed a pair of bright red eyes, betraying a hint of timid fear. She quietly stood in one corner of the yard, waiting for Yōubái to finish her tasks before approaching and softly asking, "Excuse me, is this where you are hiring?" Upon hearing that someone had come to apply, Yōubái was filled with delight. She immediately placed a plate of red berry fruits on the stone table in the courtyard, saying, "Yes, I am hiring. Please, have a seat." The rabbit girl, feeling nervous, sat down with her head lowered, her hands fidgeting with the hem of her clothing. Noticing her anxiety, Yōubái lowered her voice and gently inquired, "How did you find your way here?" The rabbit girl, still looking down, responded clearly though her voice trembled. "It was Brother Xionglu who told me. Our clan is a vassal of the Bear clan. When he returned to our tribe, he mentioned that you were hiring, so I wanted to give it a try." Upon learning that she was referred by Xionglu, Yōubái smiled and nodded. "What is your name?" "My name is Tu Yi. You can call me Xiao Yi." "Hello, Xiao Yi. I am Yōubái. This is an inn, and I tend to be quite busy. You will eat your 3 meals here with the guests and also stay on site. You will have 4 days off each month. The monthly salary will be set at 500 gold coins. Does that sound agreeable to you? 500 gold coins a month? Is that so much?" Tu Yi raised her head, incredulous. "And I can have 4 days off?" Truthfully, Yōubái herself was unsure how reasonable this offer was. She merely based it on the system's initial upgrade requirement of 500 gold coins for the monthly salary. Seeing the rabbit girl's reaction, it seemed appropriate. "Yes, if you find it acceptable, you can start working today. Is that all right?" Yōubái promptly asked, her thoughts racing ahead, hoping for her acceptance so she could rush to the back mountains to chop wood. "All right, I will start working now, helping the guests recharge, right? I can do that." With that, Tu Yi dashed toward the newly arrived flying boat. True to her rabbit nature, she was incredibly swift, with her assistants lightening the load. Yōubái finally felt a sense of relief. She purchased an ordinary guest room to place on the opposite side of the courtyard, intending to convert this area into employee accommodations. She initially planned to head up the mountain to chop wood, but upon seeing the sky darkening, she sighed and decided to postpone until tomorrow. That evening, the two sat together in the courtyard for dinner. Tu Yi gazed at the braised wild boar and seafood soup on the table without touching her chopsticks, only nibbling on some wood-ear mushrooms and fruits. Yōubái initially thought that perhaps rabbit people did not consume wild boar or seafood, and contemplated asking her what she preferred to prepare for tomorrow. Thankfully, when she inquired, she discovered that Tu Yi felt the wild boar meat was too precious and was hesitant to eat it, considering the abundant wild boar meat in the kitchen. Yōubái took a large ladle and scooped a generous portion of meat into her bowl, gently reassuring her, "Please enjoy. We have plenty of wild boar meat here in the inn. Eat your fill." Tu Yi's already bright red eyes glistened even more, just as they were enjoying their meal. Yōubai's warning sounded once again. "Warning, warning, ferocious beasts are approaching. Please prepare for defense." Yōubái set down her chopsticks and walked to the courtyard entrance, watching the herd of bulls and wild boars charging toward her with delight. More meat was on the way. As she stood at the entrance, stretching her wrists and waiting for the beasts to come closer, she suddenly heard a terrified cry behind her. "The beasts are here. Quick, hide." Tu Yi trembled in fear, pulling at Yōubai's clothes with all her might, trying to drag her back into the courtyard. Yōubái, momentarily caught off guard, stumbled back 2 steps before turning to grasp her cold, trembling hand, gently patting it twice while smiling to soothe her. "It's all right. Look, they're just here to deliver meat." With that, she raised her hand and tossed a thunderous strike, and a minute later, the ground was strewn with resources. The rabbit girl, Tenu, stood in shock with her mouth agape, staring blankly at Yōubái, who was busily sorting through supplies. Was this truly the end? Just last time, a similar wave of ferocious beasts had decimated nearly half of their clan. If it hadn't been for her swift escape, she would have been trampled by the savage bull. Glancing towards the smiling figure, she saw Yōubái returning with a cheerful demeanor, as if in high spirits. How was it possible for her to vanquish so many beasts with a mere flick of her wrist? Could she be the fabled goddess of legend? The thought crossed Tenu's mind, only to be swiftly dismissed. The clan leader had asserted that this continent was devoid of spiritual energy, rendering deities incapable of wielding spells. With the waning of spiritual energy, it had been ages since any divine beings had appeared. The wonders of magic were mere tales recounted by the elders after meals. Once, there had been countless immortals soaring through the clouds, slaying demons and aiding the weak. But where had they all gone? Even as Yōubái stored all the supplies she had gathered in the kitchen warehouse and stepped back outside, Tanu remained frozen at the gate, her expression unchanged. Yōubái squinted, contemplating whether Tanu was still in shock from the ferocious beasts. She approached her, took her hand, and guided her into the ordinary guest room they had acquired that day, gently seating her on the bed. "Literally, do not fear. The beasts have all been slain. It is late. Wash up and rest. By morning, everything will be well." After patting her shoulder, Yōubái turned and exited, returning to her own room, already planning the various tasks awaiting her in the mountains the next day. Chapter 34. Otherworldly Continent 7. The Fox Girl and the Monkey Man. Once Yōubái closed the door behind her, Tanu sat quietly on the bed, taking a while to realize that this room was meant for her rest. She turned to observe the pristine space, the soft bedding, and the bright light emanating from the electric lamp illuminating the room. Thoughts of her clan's brothers and sisters crowded her mind, huddled together in the dark cave, relying solely on a campfire for warmth. In that moment, an overwhelming sense of gratitude surged within Tanu. She resolved to work diligently. Once she earned her wages, she would purchase an abundance of delicious food to bring back to the clan for the elders and children. Lying on the comfortable bed, she soon drifted into a dream filled with sweetness and joy, waking in the morning with a smile still lingering on her face. With Tanu now present at the inn, Yōubái felt at ease venturing into the back mountains. However, her concern lingered. What if ferocious beasts intruded? Thus, she activated the protective shield of the system. After upgrading the inn to 1 star, the protection time of the shield extended to 3 hours. Seizing the moment, she initiated the wind-fire wheel and dashed to another mountaintop. Using the same method, after illuminating the map, she began to strike trees with lightning. The next level required a substantial 100 logs, and she needed to hasten her pace. As she fervently chopped, she remained oblivious to a fox girl hiding behind a large tree, petrified by her lightning strikes. Filled with fear, the fox girl curled into herself, biting down hard on her clothing to stifle any sound that might betray her presence. After felling 20 trees, the next one happened to be the one that concealed the fox girl. Seeing Yōubái raise her hand, the fox girl tumbled out, landing on her knees with a thud. "Please, Great One, spare me. These are the herbs I gathered this morning. I offer them to you. I beseech you for mercy." Yōubái gazed in confusion at the trembling beast girl before her, only able to discern a tail behind her and the tattered, patched clothing she wore. The voice suggested she was female, her head buried between her arms and the ground, trembling uncontrollably. Yōubái touched her own face, pondering how she appeared so frightening when she was not at all. Yesterday, Tanu had been perfectly fine upon meeting her. With a puzzled expression directed at the quivering figure, she said, "Please, rise and speak. I have no intention of taking your life. Where does such a notion come from?" The fox girl, still quaking, lifted her head slightly to glance at Yōubái before fearfully lowering it again, instinctively shrinking her form. With a resigned arch of her brow, Yōubái softened her tone. "I merely need 100 logs. I came to chop wood. There's no cause for such fear." As her words settled, a monkey man descended from a nearby tree, towering at nearly 2 meters tall, covered in a thick coat of fur. Upon landing, he did not approach, but bowed slightly to Yōubái, speaking in a hushed tone. "Esteemed one, there are many small tribes in the back mountains, all terrified of the thunderous strikes. If you only require logs, I can assist you with chopping, if you would refrain from using lightning." Yōubái, momentarily taken aback, realized the reason for the fox girl's fright. With a slight pout, she replied, "Very well. I need 100 logs. I still require 76. The monkey man raised a hand and issued rhythmic calls into the forest, and soon 5 or 6 sturdy monkey men swung down from the trees. With their assistance, the logs were gathered in less than 30 minutes. Observing the pile of wood before her, Yōubái retrieved some peaches and a portion of braised meat, offering them to the lead monkey man. "Thank you. If I need more logs in the future, how may I contact you? The lead monkey man produced a short flute, handing it to her. Simply blow this here, and I shall come. Excellent. With a wave of her hand, Yōubái stowed away all the logs into her backpack. Her casual action left all the surrounding beast people wide-eyed with astonishment. Completely unaware of their gaze, Yōubái focused on the fox girl, who had pushed out a basket filled with various unfamiliar herbs. She crouched down to examine the herbs, deliberately softening her voice as she asked, "What do you intend to do with these herbs? Are you concocting medicine?" The fox girl, still crouched on the ground, timidly replied, "To answer your honor, yes. Our tribe makes some medicine to sell to nearby clans." Yōubái nodded, a sudden idea bursting forth from her heart and racing to her mind. "If you have surplus herbs to sell, you may find me at the Pinyin and down the mountain. I'm called Yōubái." After speaking, she activated the wind-fire wheel and dashed back to the inn, embarking on a new phase of construction. She ran so swiftly that she failed to notice the bewildered expressions of the beast people left behind, rendered speechless by her departure. The fox girl watched as Yōubái vanished into the distance, tightly clutching her basket of herbs, bowing to the monkey man before swiftly disappearing into the trees. She needed to return quickly to inform the clan leader about the day's events. Surely, he would know what to do. The monkey leader glanced in the direction of Yōubái's exit, summoning one of the monkey men to whisper a few instructions. The monkey man nodded and hurried after the path Yōubái had taken. Of course, Yōubái was oblivious to all of this as she sped back to the inn. Yōubái opened the system interface. She navigated to the trade market, which required 3,000 gold coins. Casting a glance at her current balance, she found it to be 3,940 gold coins. Without hesitation, I purchased this building and positioned it near the charging station. The market accommodates 6 shop spaces, and I filled the first shop with peaches. The peach orchard on the mountain is remarkably abundant, with peaches that are both crisp and sweet. A single bite releases a delightful burst of peach fragrance. In the second shop, Yōubái prepared to sell skewers, a beloved delicacy among the masses. In the kitchen, a flurry of activity resulted in the creation of over 10 varieties of skewers, which were then displayed in the shop. Observing the 4 vacant shops, a smile graced her face as she prepared to commence the rental of these prime shop spaces. Just as Yōubái arranged the shelves and began placing the goods, she heard a call from outside. "Boss, I'll take a few peaches." A voice from the charging airship echoed. "Coming." She quickly set down what she was holding and dashed over. Watching the gold coins roll in, Yōubái felt an overwhelming joy. Collecting money was indeed the most gratifying experience. Originally, she had intended to use the funds for purchasing ordinary guest rooms, but now they had been redirected towards constructing the trade market, causing the upgrade of the inn to be postponed for a while. Nevertheless, she was confident that she would recoup this money in no time. Indeed, just 2 days later, she acquired 4 ordinary guest rooms, and at that moment, the inn's balance stood at 600 gold coins, perfectly meeting the requirements for an upgrade. "Xiao-yi, I'm going to upgrade the inn now. Please step outside to the courtyard." After spending several days together, 2E had shown significant improvement compared to when she first arrived, yet her timid nature remained. And Yōubái was concerned that the changes from the inn's upgrade might frighten her. So she specifically instructed her to wait in the courtyard before allowing Yōubái to activate the system and proceed with the upgrade. However, despite the prior warning, 2E was still greatly startled by the sudden transformation of the inn. She clutched her long ears tightly with both hands, and her bright red eyes brimmed with fear, her entire body trembling slightly. In her eyes, the inn had unexpectedly transformed as if enchanted, changing dramatically in the blink of an eye. The exterior of the inn appeared significantly newer, with the wooden fence now denser and sturdier, and the courtyard ground much more level. Even the tables and chairs inside the inn had been renewed. All these changes occurred in an instant, leaving her in disbelief, unable to trust her own eyes. With her red eyes fixed on Yōubái, a thought raced through her mind. This must be the magic the clan leader spoke of. She is truly a divine being. She can conjure things at will and assist the weak with her benevolence. And Yōubái, satisfied with the upgraded inn, recognized the vast improvements. Reflecting on the dilapidated thatched cottage from her arrival, A swell of pride surged within her. Her hard work had not been in vain. Yet, she remained oblivious to the fact that 2E was interpreting everything in an entirely different direction, one that grew increasingly distorted. At that moment, she observed Yōubái incessantly issuing notifications. Ping Inn has been upgraded to a 2-star inn. Congratulations to the owner, Yōubái. The protective shield of the 2-star inn has been enhanced to 5 hours per day. The world map rankings have been updated. Please check promptly. Tonight, ferocious beasts will attack. Be sure to prepare defenses in advance. To upgrade to a 3-star inn, the required materials are 200 units of wood, 100 units of stone, 15 recipes, 5,000 gold coins, and 16 ordinary guest rooms. Upon seeing the requirements for the inn's upgrade, and Yōubai's mind was singularly focused, she needed to earn money. It was imperative to devise ways to generate revenue. That evening, 2E once again witnessed a chaotic scene as a multitude of ferocious beasts charged forth, their roars echoing, causing the ground to tremble beneath their stampede. The remaining guests in the shop, frightened, scrambled into the airship, preparing for immediate departure. Before they could take off, a frail human woman emerged from the inn. Once the human race had been the pinnacle of existence in this land, capable of cultivating spiritual energy and wielding formidable magical powers. In those days, all beastmen regarded them as deities, capable of summoning storms and annihilating entire tribes with a mere gesture. Such times persisted for millennia, but as spiritual energy dissipated from the continent, the deities gradually faded from public view, and it became rare to witness an individual single-handedly resisting 1,000 troops. Now, as onlookers witnessed the lone human woman stepping out of the courtyard, voices from the airship cried out, "Hurry back. There are too many ferocious beasts. It's a beast attack. Run back inside. Don't come out. Hide quickly. Come over here. Quick. Take shelter in my airship." Several tables of diners still in the shop anxiously rushed into the courtyard, retrieving their airships in preparation for escape. And Yōubái observed the oncoming ferocious beasts. Their arrival this time was notably earlier than on previous occasions, even before nightfall. Furthermore, their numbers had increased significantly, nearly doubling since last time. Leading the charge were 5 vicious wolves, their blood-red eyes and sharp fangs howling fiercely. Following them were 6 formidable bulls and an unknown number of wild boars. And Yōubái lifted her hand and unleashed a thunderbolt, resulting in a cacophony of wails. For a full minute, silence enveloped the area as all gazes were fixed in astonishment at the relentless bolts of lightning raining down upon the ferocious beasts. Those once ferocious, capable of wreaking havoc, now found themselves utterly powerless against the onslaught of lightning, lying on the ground and emitting pitiful cries. For an entire minute, no one uttered a word. Once the barrage concluded, and Yōubái noticed that some of the beasts still moved, she swiftly cast another thunderbolt, and in another minute, the once ferocious beasts, which had charged with unstoppable force, now lay on the ground, weakened and howling in agony, reduced to mere corpses in just 2 short minutes. All eyes turned to Yōubái, who was collecting the spoils of battle on the ground. An eerie silence blanketed the inn, and suddenly, one individual retracted their airship and entered the inn, shouting, "I would like to check in." He snapped back to reality at the shout, racing back to the lobby. "Guests, this way, please." His call seemed to awaken the consciousness of everyone, and in an instant, the lobby of the inn was filled with guests eager to check in. When Yōubái returned after gathering all the materials, she found the upgraded inn lobby bustling with guests waiting to be accommodated. After placing the collected materials in the kitchen and upgrading the recipes to 15 dishes, she planned to venture into the mountains again the next day, not only to gather wood, but also to inquire if the monkey people could assist in picking peaches. She was uncertain of the rewards they might desire in return. Observing the steadily increasing balance of gold coins, and Yōubái joyfully purchased 2 additional charging devices, placing them in the courtyard. Earning money was imperative. She could not afford a pause. Chapter 36. A new era in the marketplace. The road outside Ping, and it had seen a myriad of guests in recent days, all engaged in trade between Piao Peak and Pengla Island. This geographical position served as a pivotal transit point, and Yōubái believed that with dedicated management, It held significant advantages. Even as she drifted into sleep, her mind lingered on the little fox girl who had gathered herbs. She wondered why she had yet to arrive. The shops at the entrance were still awaiting tenants. At the break of dawn, I had intended to ascend the mountain in search of the monkey man and Yōubái. Yet once again, I found myself obstructed by a throng of guests at the inn. 2E was engrossed in dealing with the checkout of yesterday's patrons. Utterly swamped and unable to extricate herself. Outside the door stood customers awaiting their charge, compelling Yōubái to spring into action, busily attending to their needs, which included packing skewers and peaches for them. Throughout the morning, she dashed about tirelessly, feeling dizzy and parched, having not even sipped a drop of water, let alone attended to other matters. The prospect of climbing the mountain had become utterly unattainable. It was evident that one person was no longer sufficient. I would need to recruit 2 more individuals. Having drafted a new recruitment notice, I promptly affixed it to the entrance. As noon approached, 2E approached to inquire. "Lord Bai, if the inn requires more hands, may I fetch my sister?" The title Lord Bai was a moniker that 2E had taken upon herself, despite Yōubái's repeated entreaties to abandon it, to no avail. This timid rabbit girl held a peculiar attachment to the title, unwavering in her insistence. And after several days of recalling him thus, Yōubái resigned, conceding that it was merely a title, and if it pleased her, so be it. "Your sister? Very well. After you have had your lunch, please return and fetch her. I intend to find 2 more people." "All right, thank you, Lord Bai," 2Y exclaimed, her face aglow with delight as she bounced back into the courtyard to continue her duties of charging and collecting payments. At the entrance, a fox girl, whom Yōubái had been anticipating for several days, finally entered the doors of the Pinyin Inn, accompanied by an elder. "My lord, this is our clan leader. He wishes to discuss the sale of medicinal herbs with you." The fox girl seemed still quite intimidated by Yōubái, speaking softly with her head bowed. Finally, the long-awaited moment had arrived, and Yōubái felt an overwhelming joy within, though her countenance betrayed only a slight smile. "Please have a seat," she said, placing some fruits upon the table, ready to begin discussions on renting a shop. Just then, a merchant caravan arrived outside, having docked their flying vessel. The members entered the courtyard to dine. This caravan had recently returned from Penglai-zhou, and their leader greeted Yōubái warmly. The entire caravan swiftly filled 6 tables, each ordering an abundance of meat dishes. Yōubái, apologetically nodding at the fox girl and the elder, said, "Please wait a moment. I must attend to these guests first." With smiles exchanged, Yōubái hurriedly began attending to the patrons, remaining busy until noon without finding the opportunity to converse properly with the 2. Those circumstances dictated her actions, and Yōubái felt quite apologetic and served them a feast of fine dishes. "Please eat first. We shall talk shortly." Just as she finished speaking, new guests arrived, prompting her to turn and greet them without pause. After completing the midday rush, 2E joyfully returned, and Yōubái had her take along some meat and dried fruits, recalling how often 2E spoke of the hardships faced by those in the mountains. Although Yōubái could not fathom the extent of their struggles, she believed the children would surely appreciate a treat. Once the rush had subsided, Yōubái finally settled down. The elder from the Fox clan, observing 2E's departing figure, inquired, "My lord, is that rabbit girl your servant?" "Servant? No, she's an employee I have hired. As you can see, I am in need of assistance. So I asked her to return and see if anyone else is interested in working," Yōubái explained with a smile. "How should I address you?" The elder, lowering his gaze, replied respectfully, "My lord, you may call me Hu Xiang. I am the clan leader." "Greetings, clan leader Hu Xiang. I am the proprietor of the Pinyin Inn. You may call me Xiao Bai." "Lord Bai," Hu Xiang replied with continued respect. "We wish to inquire about the sale of medicinal herbs you previously mentioned. How does it work?" Yōubái gestured towards the shops outside. "As you may have noticed, I receive a considerable number of guests. There's a shop available for rent where you can sell your homemade medicinal herbs." Hu Xiang's expression brightened with excitement as he clenched his fists, gazing earnestly at Yōubái. "What do we need to provide?" Yōubái, smiling and serious, elaborated. "There are 2 options. One is to rent the shop for a monthly fee of 3,000 gold coins. The other is a commission-based arrangement, where I take a 20 cut of the herbs sold. Hu Xiang, looking puzzled, asked cautiously, "Is that all?" And Yōubái blinked in surprise. "Yes, just that. You are the first to inquire about renting a shop, and there will be no price increase in the future." Hu Xiang's face broke into a joyful smile as he nodded. "Thank you, my lord. We shall choose the second option. When can we begin selling?" "You may start now. Come, I will show you." Although Yōubái wished to familiarize them with the shop, new customers arrived outside. With 2E still absent from her trip to find more help, and Yōubái was left to manage the inn alone, moving like the wind as she flitted about, her form almost a blur, all the while being urged on by the guests. Hu Xiang observed the peaches in the shop. Within merely half a day since their arrival, a significant portion had already sold, not to mention the skewers, which were exceedingly popular. All customers docking to recharge were sure to take a few skewers with them. Witnessing the bustling crowd, Hu Xiang, filled with excitement, turned to the little fox girl, asking, "Fei Fei, would you like to stay here and work if given the chance?" The fox girl, Fei Fei, glanced at Yōubái attending to the guests and then back at her clan leader, blinking in confusion. "May I? If you wish. You can ask the lord shortly. Fei Fei, if you can stay and work, it will be beneficial for both you and our clan." The fox girl tilted her head, her expression somewhat bewildered. It was evident she did not fully comprehend the implications, yet she earnestly nodded her agreement to her clan leader, saying, "I will listen to the clan leader." Chapter 37. Otherworldly Continent 10. Monkey Wine having finally finished attending to the influx of guests, and Yōubái turned back to continue introducing the shop to Hu Xiang and Fei Fei. The timid little fox girl, this time not averting her gaze, quietly asked, "My lord, may I work here?" And Yōubái, grappling with a shortage of hands, nodded eagerly upon hearing her wish to work, but then hesitated, concerned for the timid fox girl. "Yes, you may, but this is an inn, and we often have many guests coming and going. You will need to interact with them frequently, and the work can be quite demanding. Are you willing?" The fox girl raised her head, still somewhat fearful, yet her determination shone through as she nodded. "I am willing, and I do not fear hard work." "Very well. You will be responsible for selling items here. When guests come to purchase, you will attend to them." Hu Xiang, pleased, looked at Fei Fei and nodded approvingly. He intended to return to prepare the goods for sale, planning to bring them and the other clan members the following morning. Meanwhile, Fei Fei stayed behind to begin her work for the day. This afternoon, with Fei Fei's assistance, and Yōubái felt as if she could avoid being utterly overwhelmed. Before nightfall, witnessing 2E bouncing in with 2 additional rabbit folk, and Yōubái sighed in relief, exclaiming, "Thank goodness. Finally, we have more hands." She guided the 4 to a table, earnestly introducing them to the inn and explaining the rules before assigning tasks. The 2 newcomers, named Ching Ching and Xiao Xiao, were designated to handle charging and cleaning duties. 2E is responsible for managing the inn's accommodations and dining, while Hu Fei Fei oversees the transactions in the trading market. With the major tasks at the inn now allocated, Yōubái finally felt a sense of relief. Today had been exceedingly exhausting, surpassing her expectations. She purchased another ordinary guest room to serve as staff accommodation, allowing 2 employees per room to arrange themselves accordingly. After setting the table with a hearty meal for the 4 of them to enjoy before retiring for the night, Yōubái felt reassured and returned to her own room. The fatigue from the day left her achy all over, and as she lay in bed, she felt utterly lethargic and soon drifted off to sleep. With the 4 of them bustling about the inn after breakfast, Yōubái instructed Xiao Ba to activate the system's protective shield. Once the Fengwulin was engaged, she swiftly dashed into the back mountain, arriving at the location where she had previously encountered the monkey people and sounded her short flute. Before long, the lead monkey from last time swung down from the trees and landed gracefully in front of her. "My lady, do you require timber again?" Homing inquired, bowing respectfully from 5 steps away. The monkeys he had sent to observe the onping and had returned to their clan, recounting everything they had witnessed, including Yōubai's solitary defiance against a horde of ferocious beasts. This revelation stirred considerable unrest within the tribe. Half of the members doubted its authenticity, for it had been nearly a millennium since any divine sorcery had manifested. However, Homing placed his trust in the reports of his scouts, knowing they had no reason to deceive their kin, especially since he had witnessed on Yōubái wielding lightning magic firsthand. He had already persuaded the clan leader and was on his way down the mountain to seek her out when he heard the sound of the flute, prompting him to rush over. Indeed, I need your assistance once more. I require 200 units of timber and 100 units of stone. Additionally, I would like your help in gathering some peaches. How shall we negotiate the compensation? Yōubái had devised this plan the night before. Employing the strong and capable monkeys for these tasks would be both convenient and efficient, far surpassing her own efforts. As before, Homung called out into the woods, and soon about 10 more monkeys emerged. After a brief discussion, 6 monkeys remained to chop wood while the other 4 returned to the forest. Homung approached Yōubái once more, halting respectfully 5 steps away, and said, "My lady, we wish to sell goods at your inn's market, similar to the Hu tribe. May we proceed?" "Of course. What do you wish to sell?" Yōubái felt an overwhelming joy. This unexpected opportunity to have the monkey tribe open a shop was delightful. "We wish to sell our homemade monkey wine." Homung promptly presented a jar of wine before her. "My lady, please have a taste." Though not particularly fond of alcohol, as she uncorked the jar, a rich and intoxicating aroma wafted towards her, its fragrant allure almost compelling her to take a sip, though she managed to resist. Maintaining her composure, she nodded and resealed the jar, explaining the 2 rental options for the shop. Even with the jar closed, the delightful scent lingered in the air, and after her explanation, the fragrance remained undiminished. She internally praised the exquisite quality of the wine. After a moment's contemplation, Homung, like the Hu tribe, opted for the second rental option. Yōubái nodded. "You may transport the wine down whenever you are ready." "Thank you, my lady. I am Homung. We shall deliver the items you requested to the inn by tomorrow morning, if that is acceptable." "Certainly." Having resolved the pressing matter of upgrading materials, Yōubái felt significantly relieved. She took another lap around the back mountain, gathering some new provisions, and upon returning to the inn, she updated the menu with additional dishes, enhancing its variety. A long queue had already formed at the charging stations before the inn. Checking her current balance of gold coins within the system, she decided to add 3 more charging devices to the courtyard, significantly increasing the speed of service. However, this also meant that everyone became busier. Watching the 4 of them scurrying about, Yōubái sighed inwardly that they still lacked sufficient manpower. By nightfall, she had acquired 10 ordinary guest rooms. Although her gold balance had dwindled significantly, she felt no anxiety, confident that guests would arrive the next day. Early in the morning, before the guests, Homung arrived just as dawn broke. While Yōubái had yet to have her breakfast, a troop of monkeys arrived at the inn, orderly depositing timber, stone, and around 10 baskets of large peaches, followed by the monkey wine they intended to sell at the shop. Observing the hustle and bustle from the previous day, Yōubái directly asked Homung, "Among your group, is there anyone who wishes to stay and work?" Upon hearing this, the monkeys stirred excitedly, and Homung selected 2 monkeys to remain. One was the scout who had previously followed Yōubái down the mountain, named Homing E, and the other was his brother, Homing Er. Yōubái called over E and the others, facilitating introductions between them and the monkeys. She then instructed Fei Fei, "Take Xiao E to the shop. They will be responsible for selling monkey wine. Ching Ching, take Xiao Er to the charging area. You 2 will manage the charging devices." With everything arranged, she invited Homung to join them for a meal and asked E to prepare some food for them to take back. When Homung departed, he respectfully declined the gold coins offered by Yōubái, saying, "My lady, if you require anything further, do not hesitate to seek me out." The popularity of the monkey wine exceeded Yōubái's expectations. By midday, half of the stock had already sold out. Before dinner, the monkey wine that had just been put on the shelves that morning was entirely gone. Xiao, he was so overjoyed that he danced about in the courtyard, neglecting his dinner in his excitement. After receiving Yōubái's approval, he dashed back up the mountain to fetch more wine for the tribe. Watching him leave, Yōubái called to E back. "E, please return once more and ask Xiong Liu if he would like to sell honey in the shop. Also, inquire if anyone else is interested in working, as we will need more hands for the upcoming upgrades." Tui nodded enthusiastically and bounced out with joy, her speed rivaling that of the monkeys. After arranging accommodations for the monkeys, Yōubái finally reached 16 ordinary guest rooms, meeting the requirement for an upgrade. Regrettably, her gold balance had dwindled to 3,657, making it impossible to upgrade today, but she was confident it would be achievable tomorrow. After a leisurely meal, she lay in bed chatting with Yōubái. Is my method of upgrading acceptable? Indeed. As a system, do you originate from the same place as the boredom system? Permission denied. No further information can be disclosed. Not receiving the answer she sought was anticipated. Yōubái, how can I exit this game? Do you know? Complete the tasks. And you may apply to exit the game. Not this game. I mean the entire boredom app game. Permission denied. No further information can be disclosed. Yōubái pouted in frustration. Is this world truly real? All worlds exist in reality. This time, you actually provided an answer. However, it reminded her of Yōubái, who had once said that every world is indeed real. And Yōubái was engrossed in conversation with Yōubái when Yi, who had returned earlier than expected, brought shocking news to the entire clan. Under the direction of Meng, the entire tribe of monkey people sprang into action, working through the night to transport their stored wine. Each monkey's face radiated joy with the wine sold. They would have income and could stockpile more resources for the coming winter. Early the next morning, the monkey folk returned to Ping and Kujan, once again filling the empty shop with their monkey wine. The delivery monkeys beamed with delight, showcasing their 8 teeth in broad smiles. And Yōubái called out to Meng, who was still speaking with Yi, and said, "The peaches are nearly gone. Would you like to go pick some today? Would you prefer gold coins or roasted meat as payment?" She had noticed the orcs' fondness for roasted meat. They could consume as much as was offered. Without hesitation, Meng replied, "Roasted meat." This answer was entirely expected, and Yōubái first allocated half of the roasted meat for them to take back, and the group joyfully set off to gather peaches. By afternoon, the freshly picked peaches arrived at the shop, demonstrating remarkable efficiency. After paying the remaining half of the roasted meat as compensation, the monkeys expressed their heartfelt gratitude, their smiles radiant. Observing the balance of gold coins, which now met the conditions for upgrading the inn, and Yōubái inquired of Yōubái whether there would be fierce beasts attacking after the upgrade. Upon receiving a positive confirmation, she decided to wait until evening to upgrade, at least until the guests who were charging their energy had departed. The group continued their busy work until darkness enveloped the sky, finally completing their tasks. And Yōubái stood in the courtyard, accessed the system, and confirmed the upgrade. Ping and Kujan has upgraded to a 3-star inn. Congratulations to the owner, Yōubái. The protection shield for the 3-star inn lasts for 8 hours daily. The world map ranking has been updated. Please check promptly. Fierce beasts will attack tonight. Please ensure defensive preparations are made in advance. To upgrade to a 4-star inn, the required materials are 200 units of wood, 500 units of stone, 30 recipes, 10,000 gold coins, 24 standard guest rooms, and 2 luxury suites. Once again employing thunderous wrath, after swiftly dispatching the group of fierce beasts, and Yōubái called out loudly from outside the courtyard, "Tell the others to come out and collect the meat." The number of fierce beasts this time was overwhelming, and Yōubái observed the vast array of materials strewn across the ground. Her backpack could only hold 20 slots, far too insufficient for such a variety. While she was busy organizing for everyone to return the goods to the kitchen, guests in the inn watched as the staff carried basket after basket into the kitchen. They also caught sight of a somewhat frail figure under the courtyard lights, prompting one person to exclaim, "Could she really be the goddess the staff mentioned?" Another nearby scoffed, "There hasn't been any spiritual energy in the continent for ages. How could we possibly encounter a goddess?" This remark elicited agreement from many others, echoing that the celestial beings had long since vanished. Someone then raised a question, but when she dispatched so many fierce beasts earlier, wasn't that magic? Immediately, someone countered, "Without spiritual energy, how could she possibly use magic?" The first speaker retorted defiantly that vast lightning just now was not the magic of a celestial being. What else could it be? Unbeknownst to Yōubái, the reputation of the goddess was being spread far and wide by these merchant groups. Even those who had yet to visit Ping and Kujan had at least heard of the latest rumor. It was said that between Piaomiao Mountain and Penglai Island, there lay a Ping and Kujan, owned by a human goddess who could wield the power of thunder and obliterate countless fierce beasts with a mere gesture. Chapter 39. Otherworldly Continent 12. The Fox clan seeks protection, and Yōubái sat on her bed, gazing at the upgrade requirements for the next level displayed by Yōubái, letting out a deep sigh. The demands for the upgrade were so high that if the inn lacked the ability to generate income, it would indeed be challenging to achieve the upgrade. After pondering for a while, without any fruitful ideas, she had the urge to see how other participants were upgrading. She prompted Yōubái to open the ranking list, which incited a flurry of excitement in the discussion area among the remaining participants. Fortune Springs in Ping An. You finally made it. How did you level up so quickly? Invincible in. Indeed. Ping An. Did you ride a rocket? And Yōubái was bewildered by the questions. She had merely reached the 3-star inn, so how was that considered fast? Glancing at the ranking list, she was stunned to see Ping and Kujan in 7th place. She was taken aback. Hadn't she been in 28th place last time? How had she climbed to 7th? Ifagrein in Ping An. Do you have any tips to share with us? Auspicious Inn. Yes, since we are all in different regions, and the inns cannot move. As long as we reach 7 stars, we can pass. Please share your insights. Initially, Yōubái thought about mentioning her establishment of a trade market, but then reconsidered. Squinting at the welcoming Wind Inn, which had already upgraded to 4 stars and was currently ranked 1st. She wondered why they weren't inquiring from those who ranked ahead of her. With this question in mind, Yōubái directly replied in the discussion, Ping and Kujan, welcoming Wind, you are the top ranked. Why hasn't anyone asked you? As soon as she posted that, the discussion area fell silent, and no one spoke further. The truth was they had indeed asked, but unfortunately, the owner had ignored them. Observing the sudden silence in the discussion area, Yōubái's sense of caution heightened. Although she had participated in the game only a few times, this event, dubbed an advancement competition, surely indicated there was some form of contest involved. Moreover, the second task stated explicitly to become one of the 10 surviving inn owners. Surviving? This implied that the inns could indeed be destroyed, or that these 50 participants might face premature failure. Having clarified this issue in her mind, Yōubái lightly huffed and exited the ranking list once more. She had always sensed there was something amiss with the game as set up, but she had been unable to articulate it until now. It became clear that this app game never adhered to a singular mode of play. After upgrading to a 3-star inn, the area had expanded significantly, and many plots in the garden remained vacant. The challenge of insufficient manpower resurfaced. While discussing her need for wood and stone with Ho Meng, she noticed Xiong and an elderly rabbit person entering the hall. Yōubái, this place is transformed. Xiong greeted cheerfully upon entering. Brother Xiong, please have a seat and enjoy some of my newly prepared dishes. And Yōubái welcomed him warmly. Over at the side, Tu also hopped over. Brother Xiong, clan leader. It seems you've grown taller since I last saw you. Xiong remarked. Patink, Tu said. Yes, I have grown. The food here is simply too good. Proudly perked her ears, her eyes sparkling with delight. Go to the kitchen and bring some dishes over. Then fetch a jar of monkey wine. And Yōubái smiled, inviting the two to sit. Greetings, esteemed dere. I am Tu Feng, the leader of the rabbit clan. Thank you for taking such good care of the children in our clan. Tu Feng expressed his gratitude towards Yōubái. Clan leader Feng, you are too kind. They work hard every day. Yōubái. I came this time because he mentioned that your shop sells goods efficiently. Would it be possible to sell honey here? Xiong asked directly. Of course. That was the reason I asked to find you. The merchandise from the monkey and fox clans has been selling very well in the shop. Xiong satisfied, chuckled heartily. The rabbit chief raised his head and inquired, Lord Bai, may we come? What does the Feng chief wish to sell? Our kin are timid and lacking in strength, yet we possess the skill to craft garments and armor. Unfortunately, we currently lack materials. If you could provide the needed supplies, we could create exquisite clothing. The rabbit chief, feeling somewhat embarrassed, lowered his head. Their clan had suffered grievously from several attacks by ferocious beasts. Had it not been for the protection of the Xiong clan, they would have likely scattered long ago. As the leader, he yearned for his people to enjoy a peaceful existence. Yet, in an environment ravaged by savage beasts, achieving this was exceedingly difficult. and Yōubái pondered the stockpile of wolf pelts, wild boar hides, and bison skins, and proposed, "Feng Chief, would you send skilled artisans tomorrow? We can attempt to create a few pieces for evaluation. What do you think?" Upon hearing this, the rabbit chief nodded eagerly, responding, "Yes, yes, yes." The following day, the rabbit chief arrived at Ping and Kujan with 6 rabbits, using wild boar skins to fashion a set of light leather armor, which was placed in the shop. Remarkably, within a day, it sold. This delighted in Yōubái, who felt it was time to redefine her approach to the trading market. She could process goods for resale, thereby increasing her profits. Near the edge of the mountain, within the protective shield of the inn, she arranged 4 ordinary rooms for the 6 rabbits, ensuring they could peacefully create garments, including everyday clothing alongside the armor. After 5 days, Yōubái observed that the sales of leather armor were superior. Given the rampant ferocity of beasts on the continent, the protective function and mobility of leather armor made it particularly sought after in the market. Just as she was readying upgraded materials, an unexpected event unfolded. The Fox clan leader, Xiang, arrived, not merely to replenish herb for the shop, but to specifically seek out Yōubái, proposing that his people relocate to reside behind Ping and Kujan. "Lord Bai, our Fox clan is unskilled in battle, and ferocious beasts frequently roam the forests, making life exceedingly challenging for our kin. If we move here seeking your protection, what conditions would apply?" Gazing at the elder of the Fox clan, Yōubái found herself momentarily taken aback. The inn had indeed expanded significantly, providing ample space. However, accommodating the entire clan would undoubtedly present a housing shortage. "Xiang, how many members are there in your clan?" Replying to the Lord, "We currently have less than 300 members. Approximately 100 are elders and children, while the remaining 200 are capable young adults who can work." And Yōubái hesitated. "I do not possess sufficient housing to accommodate your entire clan. My lord, if you permit our arrival, we can construct our own dwellings, and we are willing to work without pay." Chapter 40, Otherworldly Continent 13, New Sight of the Fox Clan. Xiang's eyes brimmed with supplication. He felt utterly helpless. Just 2 days prior, another wave of ferocious beasts had attacked, resulting in nearly 50 deaths and 40 injuries within his clan. Several children, due to their slower pace in fleeing, had been tragically bitten to death by the beasts. In search of a safe haven for his kin, Xiang had deliberated extensively before approaching Yōubái. Fox Fei has been working here for some time, and the news she brings is both direct and clear. "Lord Bai, although valiant and skilled in vanquishing ferocious beasts with ease, you have never oppressed the weak. You treat all beastmen with fairness, devoid of exploitation or discrimination." His Fox clan now found themselves at a dead end. Should Lord Bai refuse, they would have no choice but to seek refuge with the wolf or lion clan, where they would undoubtedly face oppression. Desperate to ensure the survival of his kin, he felt compelled to try. In that moment, his gaze towards Yōubái was filled with hope and pleading. "Xiang, your proposal is quite sudden. Allow me to contemplate it. Please sit and have something to eat." And Yōubái called for 2 to serve Xiang a meal, then retreated to her room to consult with Yōubái regarding the situation. "Yōubái, may I accept new guests at the inn? Contestants possess full freedom. Should they harbor malicious intent and damage the inn, would it be deemed my failure? If the inn sustains damage exceeding 95, it will be classified as a failure. Is there a method to discern those with ill intentions?" The system provides a favorability prompt. Activating this feature requires 8,000 gold coins. At the mention of this price, Yōubái's lips twitched. "Yōubái, is it truly so expensive? Could it be offered at a lower rate?" "No, I should have named you Goldsucker, as it suits you far better. Do you wish to change the name?" A name change requires 200 gold coins. "Haha, no need." And Yōubái gazed at her dwindling gold reserves, which she had intended to use for purchasing rooms and upgrades. "Yōubái, if I complete the task and depart, will the inn remain? All items here will remain. I shall exit the task with you. Will the system's protective shield still be in place?" "No. The protective shield is activated by me, and once I exit with you, it will cease to exist. Are there alternative protective shields available?" The system sells protective shields, a 5-star range for 20,000 gold coins, a 6-star range for 40,000 gold coins, and a 7-star range for 0.000 gold coins. Observing the staggering prices, and Yōubái couldn't help but exclaim, "You truly are a gold sucker. Changing names requires 200 gold coins. Would you like to change it?" And Yōubái, exasperated, chuckled at the absurdity. "Xiaobá, you truly lack a sense of humor. I am a system. Humor is unnecessary. What energy source is required to activate this protective shield? Electricity is an option. Xiaobá, if I leave, there will be no power source here. Are there any devices for generating electricity? Wind power? Hydropower? Solar power?" System search complete. Solar power generation is feasible in the current environment, with solar panels priced at 2,000 gold coins each. "You indeed are a gold sucker." And Yōubái sat by the window, observing the bustling activity within the inn. Fei and Xiao scurried back and forth, delivering goods, while he was exceptionally busy, hardly pausing for a moment. Since the inn's upgrade, the issue of insufficient manpower had become increasingly evident. The garden was yielding more produce, necessitating dedicated caretakers. The influx of guests was steadily rising, with daily check-ins and check-outs, alongside a multitude of tasks requiring assistance. The demand for meat from the dining patrons was immense, and relying solely on the ferocious beasts for sustenance was insufficient. Plans to cultivate livestock were imperative. All these plans necessitated manpower for execution, and the current shortage of labor posed the greatest challenge for Yōubái. If the inn were to ascend to the next level, it would reach its limit without sufficient personnel, making the completion of the upgrade task to attain the 7-star status impossible. However, with an increase in personnel, various other complications would inevitably arise, along with unforeseen circumstances. And Yōubái's mind was in constant deliberation, weighing the advantages and disadvantages of accommodating the Fox clan. After much contemplation, she ultimately resolved to welcome them. Hu Xiang, observing the fluctuating expressions on Yōubái's face, appeared anxious and filled with trepidation. And Yōubái sat down, gazing earnestly at Hu Xiang. "Hu Xiang, I need to clarify a few points with you in advance. Please consider them carefully before responding. Firstly, I shall not linger here indefinitely." Upon hearing this, Hu Xiang's hopeful gleam dissipated, and he lowered his head in despair. What he sought was the protection afforded by Yōubái's formidable strength. Without her presence, such protection would be lost. Secondly, before I depart, I will endeavor to enhance the protective shield of this establishment. However, once I leave, the energy required to sustain the shield will be your responsibility. Upon hearing this, Hu Xiang abruptly lifted his head. Although he did not fully comprehend what a protective shield entailed, the very name suggested it was something that could offer them safety. Thirdly, upon your arrival, I will assign appropriate tasks. You must manage the Hu clan effectively and ensure there are no disturbances. Otherwise, I shall expel anyone who causes trouble from the Ping Inn. Hu Xiang gazed earnestly at Yōubái, awaiting her next words, but after a prolonged silence, he was met only with her blinking eyes. Nothing more? Hu Xiang's heart raced with confusion. No further requests. At this moment, for reasons unknown, he recalled Hu Feifei's words. Clan leader Tu-yi said that Bai Darren is a goddess, a legendary figure who possesses magical abilities and aids the weak. I share that sentiment. He had mentally prepared himself to acquiesce to any conditions Yōubái might propose, provided they were not overly demanding. However, to his astonishment, she made no demands at all. In Hu Xiang's state of excitement, Yōubái led him to a small clothing workshop nearby, where she delineated an area for them to harvest timber from the mountains to construct their homes. They could also use their wages to purchase standard guest rooms at the rate of 200 gold coins each. After inspecting the ordinary guest rooms in the workshop, Hu Xiang resolved not to build his own, but instead to earn money to buy a standard residence. This dwelling was far superior, equipped with electricity, and vastly better than what they could construct themselves. Chapter 41, The Otherworldly Continent 14. Upgrading to a 4-star in the relocation of the entire Hu clan was completed within 5 days. They first purchased around 10 ordinary guest rooms, accommodating the clan's elders and children together. The younger fox folk, having felled trees, erected a makeshift shelter to reside in temporarily, planning to buy new houses once they earned enough money. The sudden influx of fox folk into the Ping and immediately drew considerable attention. That afternoon, Homing came directly to inquire about the news of the Hu clan's relocation, regarding in Yōubái with a curious gaze before silently retreating to the mountains. Upon learning this news, Tu Feng, the leader of the Tu clan, also made a special visit to inquire, subsequently seeking out Hu Xiang. Standing in the courtyard of the Hu clan, he observed the children playing joyfully in their new rooms. His already red rabbit eyes became even redder, and after a long silence, he turned and left without uttering a word. The arrival of the Hu clan resolved the staffing issues at the Ping Inn, and with ample personnel, the guests became increasingly satisfied with the services provided. That day, a large merchant convoy from the deep-sea merfolk arrived, clearly expressing their intent to establish a shop. Living in the depths of the ocean, the merfolk had access to an abundance of resources, offering a diverse and high-quality selection of goods. They swiftly reserved 3 shop spaces. Had it not been for the recent upgrade of the inn and the accompanying enhancement of the trading market, there would have been a shortage of shops. Just 2 days prior, a merchant convoy from the human realm had also arrived from the floating peak, securing 2 shop spaces. Thus, the development of the Ping Inn progressed remarkably, with substantial gold coins flowing in daily. In less than a month, and Yōubái was delighted to discover that she had once again met the requirements for a system upgrade, now only needing deluxe guest rooms for the inn to advance. The deluxe guest room resembled a small quadrangle, consisting of 3 single rooms, complete with a separate bathing pool. After purchasing and arranging the required items as per the upgrade criteria, all conditions for the 4-star inn had been satisfied. As dusk fell and the evening meal was concluded, and Yōubái opened the upgrade system and clicked to upgrade the inn. In an instant, familiar prompts cascaded before her eyes. Ping Inn upgraded to a 4-star inn. Congratulations to the owner, Yōubái. The 4-star inn's protective shield duration has increased to 12 hours per day. The world map ranking has been updated. Please check promptly. Tonight, fierce beasts will assault. Please ensure you prepare defenses in advance. Materials required for upgrading to a 5-star inn: 1,000 stone, 30,000 gold coins, 48 ordinary guest rooms, and 10 deluxe guest rooms. And Yōubái called over to who is currently at the front desk, now responsible for the lodging and dining areas of the Ping Inn. My lady, Tu quickly approached, her face beaming with a smile. Please inform everyone that fierce beasts will be attacking tonight, urging guests to prepare in advance. Those staying and dining should remain within the inn. Understood, my lady. Tu now fully confident and agile, quickly summoned several individuals, and soon they dispersed in all directions. Within a minute, a gentle female voice resonated through the inn. Esteemed guests, this evening, fierce beasts will be attacking. Please prepare accordingly and remain within the inn. We will ensure your safety. This announcement repeated 3 times, prompting many guests to inquire further. With the staff's explanations, the brief commotion quickly subsided. That night was as dark as ink, with a sky devoid of stars or moonlight. Witnessing the scene outside the inn, thunderous roar pierced the darkness, illuminating the night sky as waves of lightning surged forth, striking the advancing horde of beasts. The sounds of thunder and the anguished roars of the beasts resonated through the night. Occasionally, some beasts approached, only to be thwarted by the inn's protective shield, swiftly struck down by the falling lightning. Observing the fearsome tide of beasts outside the inn being rapidly vanquished, the remaining occupants simultaneously turned their gazes toward Yōubái, the human woman who single-handedly halted this tide capable of annihilating cities and clans. In the hearts of the onlookers, the tales of the goddess resurfaced, previously met with skepticism, their sentiments transformed into near-total belief after witnessing the events of that night. Before they could fully process the spectacle of lightning and thunder, the external threat was entirely neutralized, and the foxfolk emerged from the inn, pulling carts to gather the fallen beasts. And Yōubái returned to her newly constructed deluxe guest room, sitting within its confines. Yōubái opened the leaderboard. In the system's rankings, she had ascended to 3rd place, while several competitors engaged in conversation below. The world's premier inn. Does anyone know how Ping Inn has risen so swiftly? It started off slowly, but has seemingly rocketed upward. Wealthy inn, I too am curious. Upgrading from 3 to 4 stars requires a substantial amount of gold, Only those with considerable financial acumen could manage such rapid advancement. Invincible Inn. Indeed, the prices here are too low. Dining and lodging yield minimal income, and slaying beasts only brings in limited funds. Roadway Inn. It must have opened a trading market. Otherwise, it would be impossible to acquire so much gold for upgrades. Huanla Keating. I've opened a trading market as well, but the problem lies in the lack of goods to sell. Kaiyuan Gundong Keating. That is a predicament of your own making. Huanla Keating. Is there anyone who could kindly lend a helping hand? Below this plea, an oppressive silence ensued. Everyone was acutely aware that this was a qualifying match. Suddenly, a crimson message erupted from the system. Participant Tianqing Yunqi Keating has failed the task, exiting from this challenge. This glaring crimson notification marked the first instance of task failure since the commencement of this event, and Yōubái turned her gaze toward the leaderboard. Noticing that Tianqing Yunqi Keating had vanished from the 9th position, leaving only 49 slots on the entire leaderboard. Chapter 42, Otherworldly Continent 15. Establishing a school, and Yōubái lowered her eyes, a chill flickering in her gaze. How could a 3-star inn, ranked 9th, suddenly suffer task failure? Two possibilities emerged. Either the participant met an untimely death, or the inn was destroyed. A 3-star inn is safeguarded by a protective barrier, making destruction a formidable challenge. Thus, it must be the participant's demise, was it not? Xiaoba, how is task failure determined? Was the inn destroyed by a ferocious beast? And Yōubái narrowed her eyes, her mind racing through various possibilities. The holder's death would indeed result in task failure. The response confirmed her suspicions. Is there any way to discern the cause of failure? Access is restricted. No further information can be divulged. Feeling somewhat exasperated, and Yōubái took a bite of peach. Her vigilance heightened as she considered the second option for task completion. 2. Become one of the last 10 surviving inn holders. Xiaoba. Should anyone with a negative affinity enter the inn, you must alert me, having spent 8,000 gold coins to activate the affinity alert feature. She was determined that her investment would not go to waste. Over the past few days, she had observed that ordinary guests entering the inn had affinities ranging from 0 to 20, while frequent visitors held affinities between 20 and 50. The residents of the Fox clan possessed affinities all above 80, and the orc employees exceeded 90. Until now, she had merely glanced at these details. But this incident prompted a sudden realization. This feature could serve another purpose. If someone intended to harm her, their affinity would surely drop below 0 upon entering the inn. In that case, should any ill-intentioned individual approach her, Xiaoba would promptly expose them. Understood. Xiaoba's mechanical response reassured Yōubái. While harboring no malicious intent, one should always remain vigilant against potential threats. Hopefully, she was merely overthinking. None of the participants would resort to murder to advance. This concern did not linger long. As the leader of the Rabbit clan approached her, expressing a desire to relocate his people to Ping and Keating, due to their previous dependence on the Bear clan, Tu Feng wished to first move the elderly and children, while others could work in the inn, contemplating the requirements for upgrading to 5-star accommodations. And Yōubái nodded in agreement to Tu Feng's request after a brief moment of reflection. The conditions she offered were the same as those for the Fox clan, without additional demands. After conferring with Hu Xiang, and Yōubái designated a plot of land not far from the Fox clan for the Rabbit clan. Upon hearing the news, Tu Yi excitedly rushed over with Qing Qing and Xiao Chao, depositing all their accumulated gold coins and respectfully bowing to Yōubái before swiftly returning to their tasks. Thus, 3 days later, Tu Feng led nearly half of the Rabbit clan to settle in Ping and Keating. Once the workforce was assembled, and Yōubái assigned duties, the Rabbit clan would manage accommodation and dining, while the Fox clan would oversee the trading market. After allocating the larger areas, smaller sections were assigned to specific individuals, establishing a clear and structured work schedule. Under this well-defined system, Ping and Keating began to operate efficiently. And Yōubai's daily responsibilities had diminished significantly, aside from recharging the power supply, contrasting sharply with the multitude of chores she had previously managed. One day, as Yōubái passed by the vegetable garden, she observed the rabbit people and several young rabbits joyfully watering the plants, their laughter resonating in the air above the garden. This scene felt warm and comforting, yet she sensed something was amiss. Unable to pinpoint the absence, this thought lingered in her mind throughout the day, only dawning on her before sleep that evening. She realized that many of the beast children were on the mountainside, foraging for food daily. Their actions were driven by necessity. But now that they had a safe home and stable living conditions, the children should be learning, not merely playing. Although the continent had lost its spiritual energy, other resources remained. Children should begin learning valuable skills, such as combat against ferocious beasts, cultivating medicinal herbs, crafting remedies, and culinary arts. This notion sprouted in her mind, growing uncontrollably like wild grass in spring. Yōubái, will the kitchen still automatically prepare meals according to recipes after we leave? No. The definitive response solidified in Yōubai's resolve. She would establish a school to impart knowledge, equipping these beast folk with the means to protect themselves and live safely in this perilous land. The following day, Yōubái summoned Tu Feng and Hu Xiong, proposing the establishment of a school. Both men appeared bewildered and confused. After her extensive explanations, they seemed to grasp something, yet remained restless and uncertain, questioning, Lady Bai, without spiritual energy, how can one learn the arts of cultivation? Upon hearing this, Yōubái recognized their misunderstanding and earnestly clarified. It is not about learning cultivation techniques, but rather acquiring skills in cultivating useful plants, strategies to combat ferocious beasts, and culinary techniques, practical knowledge that can be applied. After an hour of explanation, Tu Feng and Hu Xiong finally comprehended Yōubai's vision. Their eyes filled with excitement as they eagerly nodded in agreement. After her departure, Tu Feng gazed at Yōubai's retreating figure, softly murmuring, "She truly is a divine being." Hu Xiong nodded seriously, affirming with a smile, "Indeed, she is the divine one." In ancient legends, the divine being descended from the heavens, bestowing peace and tranquility upon the world, imparting new knowledge to help all live better lives. With fervor, Yōubái arranged 3 luxurious guest rooms in the bamboo grove on the mountainside. Through the concerted efforts of the fox and rabbit clans, identical tables and chairs were crafted to her specifications, transforming these rooms into classrooms for the children to learn and acquire new knowledge. Chapter 43, Otherworldly Continent 16. Ginseng's spirit little treasure the school was established, and the name Pinyin School was unanimously agreed upon. Although classrooms and furniture were ready, teachers were still needed. Both clans selected a few experienced and skilled elders to instruct the children. 3 days later, amidst the community's anticipation, Pinyin School officially opened its doors for lessons. On the second day after the school commenced classes, Yōubái alerted Yōubái that the system had received a crimson message, similar to the previous instance. This notification once again indicated that a contestant had failed their task. A day later, another red message appeared, instilling a sense of unease within Yōubái. It seemed that this was no mere coincidence. Someone was indeed employing the methods of the Qing people, preparing to complete the upgrade task through a second approach. Glancing at the Lei Jie on her hand, Yōubái smirked, pondering whether they would come seeking her. Within a week following this incident, Xiong Lu arrived with his clan. Known for his straightforward nature, he wasted no time upon seeing Yōubái, bellowing, "Yōubái, let our Xiong clan's children come to learn. I shall teach them combat techniques. What do you think?" Observing the eager expressions of Xiong Lu and his kin behind him, Yōubái felt as if she were witnessing a group of parents yearning for their children to achieve greatness. "All right, brother Xiong Lu. However, you must ensure that someone comes to escort the children daily to and from school for their safety." "That is absolutely no problem," he assured, thumping his chest with confidence. The Pinyin School expanded to accommodate 6 luxurious guest rooms, yet classroom space remained insufficient. Through connections with the human trade caravan, Yōubái invited 3 human teachers from Miao Mountain, resulting in the student body overflowing into 12 opulent guest rooms. Unbeknownst to Yōubái, her reputation as a divine maiden was once again spreading across the continent, and the number of those who believed in her was steadily increasing. That morning, the monkey named Ho Meng, who brought the Xiaohou people to school, approached Yōubái, standing 5 paces away, respectfully gazing at her. "Lady Bai, the peach tree immortal from the back mountain seeks your presence," and wishes to invite you. Peach tree immortal? And Yōubái exclaimed in surprise. She had traversed all 5 peaks of the back mountain, yet the map did not indicate the presence of a peach tree immortal. Homang smiled lightly. Yes. It's south the peach grove where we pick peaches. Deep within the grove stands a millennium-old peach tree, and that is the peach tree immortal. A millennium-old peach tree. And Yōubái thought, her first reaction being that it must have lived longer than Yunyao. Indeed, it has been there since the spiritual energy still flourished on this continent. And Yōubái was utterly astonished. A millennium-old peach tree must have attained sentience. Activating her Fenghuolin, she swiftly made her way to the periphery of the peach grove, only to realize she had forgotten to inquire an important question from Homang: how to find the peach tree immortal. He had only mentioned that it lay deep within the grove, but upon glancing at the vast expanse of the peach grove, she wondered how she could possibly navigate such a boundless area. As she hesitated, a branch gently tugged at her clothing. Turning, she noticed that the leaves of the peach branch had curled up, pointing in a specific direction. Intrigued, and Yōubái reached out to touch the leaves, which quivered happily in response. Following the direction indicated by the leaves, she continued deeper into the grove, observing that every peach tree she passed had curled leaves, guiding her onward. Thus, she ventured into the innermost depths of the peach grove, where she spotted an exceptionally sturdy peach tree beneath a waterfall. Its canopy was large enough to completely obscure the sky, and its branches were still shifting, allowing rays of sunlight to filter down to the flowers and grasses below. A benevolent voice echoed through the valley. "Little girl, there is no need for fear. I have summoned you because I am unable to leave. I wish to ask for your assistance." Staring at the magnificent peach tree before her, and Yōubái was profoundly astonished. "Peach tree immortal, greetings. I am Yōubái. What may I assist you with? I have a descendant who wishes to attend school with you, but her identity is somewhat special, and I kindly request that you look after her. Yōubái, come out." As the words were spoken, a young girl of about 10 emerged from behind the peach tree. She possessed bright eyes and pearly teeth, her round face radiating a rosy hue that made one wish to pinch her cheeks. With reason restraining her impulses, and Yōubái cautiously inquired, "You mentioned her identity is somewhat special. Could you please elaborate?" "She is a 9,000-year-old ginseng spirit. Now that the spiritual energy on this continent has vanished, many former cultivators are seeking these rare treasures to concoct elixirs and seek the possibility of ascension." 9,000-year-old ginseng spirit? And Yōubai's mind raced with 1,000 thoughts. Shouldn't such a being be hidden away? Is it truly wise for her to be out in the open? Resisting the urge to reach out and touch her, she shifted her gaze back to the peach tree immortal and asked, "Is it truly useful?" "It is of no use. With the disappearance of all spiritual energy, ascension is no longer possible. Yet, countless individuals remain steadfast in their obsession. Then, is it safe for her to descend a mountain with me?" And Yōubái felt a twinge of anxiety and uncertainty. After all, she was a genuine treasure of heaven and earth. Having never encountered even a century-old ginseng, the presence of a 9,000-year-old spirit before her was astonishing. Staying here without protection does her no good. It would be better for her to accompany you and experience the world, as long as she keeps her identity concealed. She can look after herself. Observing the adorable young girl before her, and Yōubái waved her hand. The girl glanced back at the peach tree before slowly approaching Yōubái. "Hello, I am Yōubái. What is your name?" Noticing the girl's apprehension, and Yōubái softened her tone. "I am Yōubái." The ginseng spirit replied softly. "Do you wish to descend the mountain? There are many people below, both good and bad, unlike the tranquility of the mountain, but there are also many joyous experiences to be had." "Yes, I wish to. I have secretly come to observe several times." "Very well, then we shall descend together shortly." And Yōubái raised her head, surveying the valley, and proposed, "Peach tree immortal, I have a request of my own. I wonder if you would grant it." The peach tree immortal's gentle voice resonated once more. "Speak freely." And Yōubái retrieved a box containing the remains of 6 Taoist skeletons from her backpack. "Here lie the remains of 6 individuals. I promised someone I would help them find a picturesque resting place for burial. May I establish a tomb for them at the foot of the mountain?" "Who were these 6 individuals?" They were 6 Taoists who perished at the hands of a serpent demon while saving the entire city. Very well. I shall watch over it closely. Thank you, Peach Tree Immortal. And Yōubái quietly prepared everything, standing before the tomb, softly uttering, Huayang. May the 7 of you reunite in the next life. And Yōubái accompanied the young ginseng spirit down the mountain, initially expecting a long walk back. But to her surprise, the ginseng spirit's earth-walking technique was remarkable, matching her speed on the Feng Huolun. Indeed, as a 9,000-year-old ginseng spirit, the Peach Tree Immortal's assurance of her self-protection was undoubtedly accurate. With such a swift escape, self-preservation was certainly assured. Upon returning to the Ping Inn, and Yōubái invited the ginseng spirit Xiao Bao to stay with her. Apart from attending school, Xiao Bao's favorite activity was assisting in the vegetable and medicinal gardens. As a 9,000-year-old ginseng spirit, she seemed to sense the emotions of the plants, ensuring that every medicinal seedling she cared for flourished splendidly. The fox people in charge of the medicinal garden were overjoyed, offering various delicacies to coax her into playing more often. Xiao Bao has become increasingly familiar with life here. One evening, after dinner, she pointed to the hot tub in the courtyard and asked Yōubái, by Darun, why don't we use the hot spring water from the mountain? I find it so comfortable every time I soak in that hot spring. And Yōubái, well aware of this, had also enjoyed the hot spring herself, but knew the water was quite far and required digging a channel to divert it here. I haven't yet discovered a method to dig that channel, she replied. That is simple. I can use my 2-inch shoe, Xiao Bao exclaimed joyfully, realizing that after many days, she finally had a chance to be useful. With Xiao Bao's assistance, the hot tubs in the luxury rooms were all filled with hot spring water. On that day, the system indicated that the price of the luxury rooms had unexpectedly increased. And Yōubái felt a surge of excitement as various imaginative thoughts flooded her mind. Xiao Bao, if I were to offer a medicinal bath with therapeutic benefits, could the price increase continue? After evaluation, the system confirmed that if it truly proved effective, a price increase was indeed possible. With this affirmation, and Yōubái promptly summoned Hu Xiong to discuss the medicinal bath. With a mix of excitement and hesitation, Hu Xiong stumbled out, preparing to study this medicinal bath thoroughly with his clansmen. Meanwhile, Yōubái happily soaked in the bath with Xiao Bao. After their soak, she noticed something remarkable. This experience was distinctly different from before. Not only did she feel revitalized, but her entire body was also notably comfortable, and her skin had improved significantly. Turning to see Xiao Bao's rosy face amidst the steam, she suddenly realized that this was a ginseng essence, a 9,000-year-old ginseng essence. The bathwater must be akin to ginseng soup, a revelation that left Yōubái astounded for quite some time. She never anticipated such a luxurious day of bathing in ginseng soup. The thought made her smile, knowing that with Xiao Bao around, the medicinal bath business would surely flourish. 3 days later, Hu Xiong returned with a bitter expression, stating that their research on the medicinal bath had yielded no results. Bei Derain. We truly do not understand the purpose of this medicinal bath, nor why we should pursue it. And Yōubái sighed softly, Xiang Zhuzhang. I mentioned that one day I would leave, correct? Yes, you did. Have you ever considered what will happen to the defenses of Ping Inn when I'm gone? We need to earn more gold coins to purchase protective barriers and equipment that can generate electricity. Otherwise, one side apart, you will revert to your former way of life. Hearing this, Hu Xiong was immediately moved to tears. They did not wish to return to their old lives. Their current existence was too comfortable and too blissful. The clansmen no longer worried about safety or sudden beast attacks. The children could learn joyfully and grow up safely. He understood that all of this was due to Yōubai's formidable strength, which provided a safeguard for the inn. But what would happen if she left? At that moment, Hu Xiong experienced a sudden clarity, and 4 days later, he presented 6 medicinal bath plans along with explanations. After the trial use, he made some adjustments to the formulas based on the feedback from the group. 3 days later, the medicinal bath at Ping Inn officially launched. Initially, this novel offering did not attract much attention until a bounty hunter with hidden injuries casually tried it and discovered significant relief. He ended up staying for 3 consecutive days and confirmed that the medicinal bath indeed alleviated his injuries. Without hesitation, He rushed back to Piao Miao Peak to rally several friends, and together they booked an entire month of luxury rooms, soaking daily. With this group, the reputation of Ping and In's medicinal bath skyrocketed, and within a month, all luxury rooms were fully booked. Observing the guests eagerly awaiting their turn for the medicinal bath, and Yōubái realized this was a golden opportunity not to be squandered. She quickly added 15 more luxury suites, surpassing the 5-star upgrade requirements, yet still proved insufficient. After much contemplation, a brilliant idea flashed through her mind. She could offer various types of bathing pools, allowing guests to stay in ordinary rooms while enjoying the medicinal baths on the mountain, thus not compromising gold coin income while alleviating the pressure on luxury room bookings. While she busied herself with the medicinal bath during this time, Yōubai's system sent red alerts 5 times, indicating that 5 individuals had failed their advancement tasks. Chapter 45. The Otherworldly Continent 18. This time the rumors are true a month later, and Yōubái upgraded the inn to 5 stars, with her resources far exceeding the system's demands. Ping Inn has been upgraded to a 5-star inn. Congratulations to the holder, Yōubái. The protective barrier of the 5-star inn is now effective for 16 hours daily. The world map rankings have been updated. Please check promptly. Tonight, fierce beasts will attack. Please prepare your defenses in advance. To upgrade to a 6-star inn, the required resources are 3,000 units of stone, 50,000 gold coins, 58 ordinary rooms, 30 luxury rooms, and 1 special item. Yōubái, what is a special item? And Yōubái blinked, somewhat puzzled by this requirement. Hot springs qualify as a special item. She was pleasantly surprised that this requirement was the first to be met, and she beamed with joy. She decided to treat Yōubái, the hot pot, that evening as a reward for her recent progress in learning. In the evening, a familiar female voice echoed over Ping Inn. Dear esteemed guests, there will be a fierce beast attack tonight. Please prepare in advance and remain within the inn. We will ensure your safety. Upon hearing this announcement, the crowd instantly became animated, filling the inn with excited chatter. Really? That's fantastic. I've been waiting for this. What incredible luck. Tonight, I will witness the grand spectacle of thunder. I'm on the 3rd floor. I'll have the best view. That makes sense. I need to check if there are any rooms available on the 3rd floor. Those who had checked out the day before must be regretting their decision. While the guests buzzed with excitement, a man clad in black entered the inn, radiating a chilling aura that compelled everyone to keep their distance. He made his way directly to an empty table, ordered some food, scheduled a time for the hot spring, and then quietly listened to the chatter without uttering a word. However, the 3 individuals who entered behind him caught Yōubai's attention, as Yōubái alerted her that their favorability ratings were all at 50. Upon receiving this notification, she made her way to the lobby and stood in a corner, observing the 3 dining individuals intently. After a lengthy observation and consulting Yōubái, she confirmed she had never seen them before, which struck her as peculiar. Individuals she had never encountered before held a favorability rating of 50, and they exuded a palpable air of danger, clearly not to be trifled with. Were they here to cause trouble? Their intentions seemed ominous. She quietly pulled 2E aside and walked to the corner, lowering her head to whisper a few instructions. 2E raised an eyebrow, slightly turned her head to glance at the 3 individuals, and nodded before swiftly running towards the security team, a cold snort escaping her lips. Today, it was Brother Xiong Lu's team on patrol, and it was imperative to convey to him that Darren had specifically cautioned against these 3 individuals. They undoubtedly did not appear to be trustworthy. As night slowly descended, the patrons of the inn eagerly awaited the arrival of the fierce beasts. Enclosed within the protective barrier of the system, they were treated to a breathtaking spectacle of a sky crackling with lightning, each person left in awe, gasping in astonishment. Once the storm subsided, jubilant discussions erupted among the crowd, affirming that the reality matched the rumors. Indeed, it was a magnificent sight. As the guests of Ping Inn ventured out to collect the remains of the beasts, the 3 individuals stealthily slipped out, inching closer to Yōubái, planning to ambush her when she was unsuspecting. Little did they know, 3 monkey beings quietly trailed behind them, occasionally signaling to the nearby bear men. Suddenly, one of the trio sprang into action, silently and swiftly darting behind Yōubái, raising a curved knife to plunge into her. Just as success seemed imminent, he inexplicably halted, frozen in an odd position, the knife suspended in midair. And Yōubái calmly turned around, holding a paralysis card, casting a sidelong glance at the other two, her lips curling into a sardonic smile. Without uttering a word, she raised her hand, summoning a bolt of lightning that struck down upon him. The patrons, still engrossed in their discussions of the earlier spectacle, were startled by a flash in the sky and immediately turned their gaze outside. And Yōubái relentlessly unleashed lightning upon the motionless assailant, striking him 4 times in quick succession. Yet he remained in that peculiar stance, utterly unyielding. "Stop! We were wrong. Spare his life." The 2 men behind him, sensing the gravity of the situation, rushed forward. "Third brother, are you all right?" The paralysis card's effect could hold a target for 5 minutes, and having only passed half a minute, the man convulsed, frothing at the mouth, unable to utter a word. Though it was clear he was not yet dead. "By Darren, we 3 brothers were blind to your might. We beseech you to spare our brother's life. We shall do anything within our power." The other 2 knelt resolutely before Yōubái. "Do you intend to kill me?" And Yōubái lowered her eyelids, her gaze laced with derision as she regarded the 3 on the ground. "Yes, we are the Yin Shan trio, known for taking money to settle disputes." "Who sent you to kill me?" "My lord, that we cannot disclose. It is the rule." The 3 brothers, having failed today, pledged never to return. "If that is the case, then killing you 3 would be without consequence, correct?" The 2 kneeling men exchanged glances, their expressions filled with dread. They had heard the rumors of her formidable abilities, the power to manipulate mountains and summon storms, revered as a goddess for her benevolence. However, they had underestimated her. Had they delayed their ambush even a moment longer, the 3rd brother would surely have met his demise. They gazed at their writhing companion on the ground, regret washing over them as they realized the rumors held truth. Chapter 46. The Otherworldly Continent. Go and kill him. At that moment, Xionglu approached, standing before Yōubái. Yōubái, the Yin Shan trio, is somewhat notorious in the Eastern continent. They do uphold their code. Once defeated, they do not return. And Yōubái lifted her chin, contemplating the 3 men sprawled on the ground, then arched an eyebrow, a cold snort escaping her. "Bring them in. I have questions for them." The onlookers upstairs gasped in astonishment as the bear men dragged the trio into the courtyard. "No way. Did I just see someone attempt to assassinate Bai Darren?" Indeed, the Yin Shan trio doesn't seem foolish at all. How could they commit such a foolish act? Perhaps the reward was too tempting. Yet one must have a life to spend it. "Did you see that? Bai Darren immobilized him." "Yes, I saw it. He was completely still." The angriest among the crowd were not in Yōubái, but the rabbit and fox people, who had only just begun a new life when someone dared to assassinate Bai Darren. They quickly gathered outside her room, eager to confirm her safety, and after much persuasion, they reluctantly dispersed. And Yōubái regarded the 2 men restrained by the bear, alongside the 3rd brother left on the ground, her expression darkening as she sat in her chair, taking a delicate sip of tea. "You shall each pay 10,000 gold coins for your freedom. Only upon payment may you leave." Upon hearing the price, the 2 men appeared utterly despondent. Anxiety etched on their faces as they pleaded, "Bai Darren, could you reduce the amount? We truly do not possess such wealth." And Yōubái placed her teacup down with a clatter, cold laughter dancing in her eyes. "No? Very well. Then you shall do me a favor. Please go on. Since you refuse to disclose who paid for my assassination, I have no desire to know. Go and kill him for me, and this matter will be settled. Bai Darren, this is unacceptable. This is my rule." She lifted her hand, directing her gaze at the fallen 3rd brother. The other 2 exchanged a resolute glance before affirming, "Very well. Let's take him. Should you dare deceive me, you will not wish to know the consequences." And Yōubái said with a serene smile, her words sending shivers down their spines. "Yes, Bai Darren." With that, they dragged the incapacitated 3rd brother away, escorted by Xionglu. As they departed, a figure clad in black entered the courtyard, having arrived earlier in the afternoon. Strangely, he had stood at the entrance unnoticed by the bear men. The black-clad man silently observed Yōubái and glanced at the small treasure behind her, a predatory smile creeping across his face. So, it is a ginseng spirit. No wonder it is said that the hot springs here can heal. With her presence, it is indeed possible. And Yōubái had already drawn the small treasure behind her upon his entrance. Hearing him reveal the small treasure's true identity, she felt a surge of vigilance. Signaling for the small treasure to flee while preparing to summon lightning, her gaze piercing as she demanded, "Who are you?" The black-clad man appeared unfazed by her hostility, casually strolling into the courtyard and taking a seat on a stone chair, surveying the surroundings. "I require a room. I shall stay here." His tone was calm, yet carried an innate authority, a subtle command embedded within his words. Unfortunately for him, and Yōubái was not swayed by such tactics. She sensed the small treasure trembling behind her, clinging to her garment, yet refusing to leave. Unable to turn and inquire, she raised her head, meeting the black-clad man's gaze directly. "Accommodation is outside. This is my private residence." The man regarded her, a smile playing on his lips as he replied with chilling words. "Or perhaps I shall consume this little ginseng. That should suffice to alleviate my needs. It appears she is barely under 10,000 years old. It is manageable to consume her." At this moment, Yōubái trembled even more violently behind me, yet she still did not flee. And Yōubái could only turn her head and whisper, "Do not be afraid. Run quickly." Yōubái's voice quivered with fear as she replied, "Master Bai, I cannot leave." Upon hearing this response, and Yōubái was taken aback and turned to look at Yōubái. Seeing the tear-streaked face of Yōubái, she immediately understood and turned back to face the man in black. "It is you." The man in black remained seated, cool and collected, declaring, "You won't find it so easy to escape from me. Have you reached an agreement? Is there a room for me to stay?" Biting her lower lip, and Yōubái grasped Yōubái's hand, gently reassuring her. In her mind, she glanced at Yōubái's affinity level, noting that the man in black had a score of 40. Upon seeing this figure, and Yōubái's anxious heart calmed slightly. It seemed he was not an enemy. Even with this realization, and Yōubái could not let her guard down entirely. She scrutinized the man in black, her mind racing with thoughts of what to do next. The man in black pointed directly at a room, stating, "You have 3 rooms here. I will take this one." Rising, he smirked at Yōubái and said, "Little ginseng spirit, do not be afraid. Even if you are consumed, you cannot heal my wounds. Just brew me some water daily. As long as you are useful, I will spare you." He added, "Do not think of escaping. You cannot run from Longsheng." With a dismissive lift of his chin and a tone laced with arrogance, he instructed, "Prepare a bath for me. I wish to soak shortly." Yōubái quivered in fear, and Yōubái embraced her, gently patting her back to soothe her. Anger surged within Yōubái at Longsheng's demeanor, and a thought flared within her mind. Perhaps a confrontation would suffice? Longsheng observed Yōubái's furious gaze, a mocking smile playing on his lips. "Yōubái, I am of the Dragon Clan. Your thunderous power is ineffective against me. My true form is that of a thunder dragon, and I have mastered the power of lightning." His words struck Yōubái like a gust of wind, leaving her feeling stifled. Just as she was about to retort, Yōubái tugged at her sleeve, saying, "Master Bai, he truly is a dragon. I can sense his dragon aura." Well then, and Yōubái found herself speechless, and she could only instruct Yōubái to prepare the medicinal bath. After calming down, and Yōubái believed that Longsheng bore no ill intentions, at least thus far. Despite his arrogance and hints of disdain, he had not committed any acts of harm. If he merely sought to recover, then she would host him well, considering it a necessary expense for peace. When she next encountered the black dragon, and Yōubái had arranged for an abundance of roasted meat, fruits, and more to be laid out in the medicinal bath area. Observing these offerings, Longsheng smirked. "You possess discernment, little girl. I have old wounds, and I heard the medicinal baths here have healing effects. That is why I am here." Upon hearing Longsheng's words, and Yōubái explained with a sense of helplessness, "The herbs I have are ordinary. They may be effective for regular people, but not necessarily for you." In her heart, she silently lamented, "Do you not realize you are a dragon? Can your injuries be treated like those of an ordinary being?" Longsheng took a sip of monkey wine, his mood buoyed. "Is there not that little ginseng spirit under 10,000 years? With her presence, it will surely bear fruit. Noticing in Yōubai's darkened expression and her tightly pursed lips as she suppressed her anger, Longsheng chuckled softly and reassured her, "Do not worry. I will not consume her. The heavenly ladder of this realm has long been severed, and ascension is no longer possible. I merely hope for a tranquil and comfortable life, free from the burdens of old wounds." Thus, Longsheng took up residence in one of the rooms within Yōubai's courtyard, enjoying a period of comfort. Initially on edge, Yōubai gradually relaxed her vigilance after a week, for Longsheng truly did not cause any disturbances. His greatest preoccupation was soaking in the bath. In moments of idleness, he roamed the surroundings of Ping and school, and upon witnessing various tribes of beastmen coexisting harmoniously, a satisfied smile graced his lips. In the trade district, the influx of flying vessels increased, and a group of humans from Piao Miao Peak opened a flying vessel repair shop after discussions with Yōubai. Consequently, business at the Ping and flourished, with the daily influx of flying vessels rising, leading to an increase in daily earnings and a balance adorned with numerous zeros. And Yōubai began making preparations for her departure, first purchasing 100 solar panels to be placed on the back mountain, while simultaneously enlisting a merchant group to help her locate materials capable of harnessing lightning on this continent. The Ping Inn was on the verge of attaining a 6-star rating, but regrettably, many preparations remained unfinished. Each day, she tirelessly cross-checked her list and procured materials. Amidst her busy schedule, Xiao Bao rushed over once more, exclaiming, "Master Bai, Lord Long has broken another solar panel." Clenching her fists and gritting her teeth, and Yōubai took a deep breath, closed her eyes, and repeatedly chanted within her mind, "I am not angry, I am not angry." Entering the courtyard and surveying the debris strewn across the ground, her frustration reached a boiling point, nearly impossible to contain. "Longsheng, this is the 26th panel. What do you intend to do? These are quite expensive." Since the first installation of the solar panels, Longsheng had curiously inquired about their purpose. After her explanation, the first solar panel met its tragic end beneath his claws. In less than 2 weeks, this marked the 26th occurrence. She had never heard of a dragon being so destructive. Longsheng squinted at Yōubai's raised voice, initially intending to reprimand her. However, reconsidering, he softened his tone. "I am studying the solar panel you mentioned, but some materials are unfamiliar to me. I am contemplating suitable alternatives." This response far exceeded Yōubai's expectations, prompting her to step forward and inquire, "You can actually create this?" Longsheng cast a sidelong glance at her, his expression akin to that of one witnessing foolishness. "I, Longsheng, can construct intercontinental teleportation gates. This trivial matter cannot possibly confound me." And Yōubai blinked in disbelief, teasingly retorting, "A teleportation gate across continents? Surely you jest." Longsheng narrowed his eyes, observing Yōubai's incredulous expression, and with a huff, he produced a stack of papers and placed them on the stone table. "Prepare the materials listed here, and I will create a teleportation gate for you, considering it my lodging fee." And Yōubai picked up the thick stack of documents, realizing she recognized the characters but comprehended none of the items collectively. The more she scrutinized, the more perplexed she became, her eyes widening in confusion, her face reflecting her bewilderment. Longsheng was amused by her expression, laughing heartily. "Truly, you are naive. Now go, do not disturb me. Xiao Bao, you stay behind to help me move things." Thus, Yōubai, scolded for her naivety, found herself unceremoniously expelled from her own courtyard. Clutching the list, she approached Hu Xiang, earnestly instructing, "Please prepare these items as swiftly as possible." Hu Xiang gazed at the densely packed list with curiosity. "What are you planning to create with this? Why do you need so many materials?" And Yōubai was uncertain if it would ultimately succeed, considering it was better not to speak of it now. Should it not work out, it would spare everyone false hopes. With a deep sigh, she resolved, "Let us see how it unfolds once completed. For now, it remains uncertain." The trading district, meticulously arranged and transformed by Hu Xiang, has evolved into a colossal trade center. Each day, a myriad of items are exchanged here at reasonable prices, coupled with the patrolling squads of the bear people and the monkey people, who conduct inspections every hour. Numerous merchant caravans flock here to procure and sell their goods. Currently, any shop that becomes available is rented out within a day, leading to the emergence of several temporary stalls. While Yōubái busied herself earning money to purchase solar panels, the Yin Mountain trio returned, informing her that the task she had assigned was complete. Indifferently, Yōubái nodded and waved them off, perplexed that their favorability rating had inexplicably risen to 50. During this time, the Yōubái system had flashed the ominous red prompt 7 times, indicating that, for various reasons, many participants had failed the advancement task. And Yōubái remained unaware that she was not the only target of those seeking alternative means to succeed. The previous assailant had been thwarted by the Yin Mountain trio. Other participants were also hiring assassins, but due to the incident involving the Yin Mountain trio, and Yōubai's reputation soared within the assassination circles. She had become an anomaly. No matter how high the bounty was, no one dared to accept a contract to kill her. The reason lay with Yin Lao, San, and the harrowing state in which he had returned, witnessed by all. His injuries were unmistakable, and the fact that he had survived was seen as sheer luck. Every assassin pondered whether they would have fared any better under similar circumstances. Word had spread about the esteemed Bai Duran, who had effortlessly immobilized Yin Lao, San in an instant, unleashing a storm of lightning. Had it not been for Yin Lao's prompt intervention, Yin Lao San might have been obliterated. Such a scenario was terrifying to contemplate. Earning a living requires one to remain alive to enjoy it. Chapter 48, The Otherworldly Continent 21, The Intercontinental Portal. And Yōubái successfully upgraded the inn again, as indicated by the Yōubái system, elevating Ping and Inn to a 6-star establishment, merely a step away from the coveted 7-star status. Ping and Inn has been upgraded to a 6-star establishment. Congratulations to the holder, Yōubái. The protective shield of the 6-star Inn now offers 20 hours of protection daily. The ranking on the world map has been updated. Please check promptly. Be advised, a ferocious beast assault is imminent tonight. Please prepare your defenses in advance. To upgrade to a 7-star Inn, the required materials are 5,000 stones, 70,000 gold coins, 68 standard rooms, 48 luxury rooms, and 1 special item. The requirements for this upgrade were nearly met, with the standard rooms already accounted for and only 8 luxury rooms remaining. The primary challenge lay in acquiring that elusive special item, which confounded Yōubái. What constitutes a special item? The transition from 5 stars to 6 stars had taken a considerable duration, not due to insufficient resources, but because Yōubái had been saving her gold coins to purchase a 7-star protective shield. Finally, she had amassed enough funds and procured the 7-star shield, placing it at the center of Ping and Inn before initiating the upgrade process. Tonight, when the ferocious beasts launched their attack, she would test the shield's efficacy while ensuring the bear and monkey guard teams were prepared for battle. Once this upgrade was completed, Yōubái would depart, leaving the orcs to fend for themselves against the impending onslaught. Would they be able to defend the inn? Could they continue living in tranquility as they did now? With these questions swirling in her mind, Yōubái meticulously reviewed the evening's plans with Xiong Lu, strategizing defense locations, attack formations, coordination among the orcs, and how to manage the injured. They practiced and revised their tactics repeatedly until everyone felt confident and well prepared. Only then did Yōubái instruct 2EE to notify everyone. The guests at the inn eagerly gathered on the high platform, awaiting the spectacle of thunder and lightning. As night fell, the stars twinkled like 1,000 eyes, and a bright moon hung high in the sky. The first sensation was the tremor of the earth, followed by the roars of the ferocious beasts, culminating in a tide of savage creatures surging forth, fierce and menacing. Witnessing their rapid approach, the onlookers on the upper floors felt a chill of apprehension. As they charged with overwhelming force, Xiong Lu turned and bellowed, "Prepare, first squad, advance." This cry heralded the commencement of the night's battle, and Yōubái felt a sense of pride as she observed the orcs' reactions. Even the rabbit people and fox people brandished their weapons, coordinating seamlessly with the other orcs to counter the beastly assault. Each orc fought valiantly, driven by the knowledge that a divine protector stood behind them. They could not and would not let her down. In this battle, Yōubái was responsible for only one area, while the rest was managed by the orcs themselves. Injuries were inevitable in such a fierce conflict, and the healers from the Fox people rushed forward, staunching wounds, applying medicine, and bandaging injuries. Soon, the wounded orcs were taken away. When the battle concluded in victory for Ping and In, cheers erupted among the crowd. The elders, accompanied by children, began to clear the corpses of the beasts, hauling them back to the kitchen where vigilant chefs awaited. Observing the scene, though chaotic, and Yōubái noted the orderly manner in which everyone busied themselves with their tasks. In no time, the courtyard was restored to its original state. Long Sheng, watching Yōubái enter the courtyard, inquired with a knowing look, "Are you doing this merely to assist these vulnerable orcs?" "Why?" And Yōubái had pondered the same question, yet could not arrive at a definitive answer. If she had to articulate it, it was simply that she wanted to do so, and thus she did. In response to Long Sheng's inquiry, and Yōubái smiled brightly and replied earnestly, "Because they are real beings. As long as I do not compromise my own interests, why not help them?" Long Sheng, upon hearing this, simply nodded in acknowledgement, stating, "You are a kind-hearted person. Unfortunately, kindness is not always a virtue. I still prefer the version of you that encouraged the Yin family trio to return to their deadly ways." "Kindness should possess an edge," was a phrase Yōubái cherished. She rolled her eyes at him, for he had a peculiar way of complimenting her while simultaneously making her feel belittled. Not wishing to delve deeper into the topic, and Yōubái forced a smile, then asked, "The materials you provided last time, have they been mostly gathered by Hu Xiong? Where would you like to place the portal? Is there a specific location?" Long Sheng smirked, turning to enter the house, leaving Yōubái with his back. "Choose a spot you fancy." 3 months later, Long Sheng successfully constructed an intercontinental portal. How could one be so certain that this was indeed a portal capable of spanning continents? Because the first group to use it was comprised of the younglings from the Heilong clan. Under the astonished gazes of the orcs and Yōubái, Long Sheng calmly tossed a pouch filled with colorful gemstones and gleaming gold bars. "This is your rent for a few courtyards, so they can all attend school." Upon concluding her words, she turned away, leaving the newly arrived little Longren in a state of bewilderment. Fortunately, among the dragon children, a slightly older one stepped forward to converse with Ahurin and familiarize himself with the situation. After Yōubái arranged their accommodations, this group of little Longren eagerly leaped into the bathhouse, playing with such delight that they showed no inclination to emerge. This teleportation array became a unique artifact of the Ping and In, satisfying yet another condition for upgrading to a 7-star establishment. In the rankings of the Xiaobá system, Yōubái held the first position, her In now boasting 6 stars. She was on the verge of achieving the coveted 7-star status and completing her advancement task, while the only other In trailing behind was a 5-star establishment, ranked second, with merely 3 4-star Inns and a plethora of 3-star Inns following. In the discussion forum beneath the rankings, the prevailing topic among the crowd was how to earn money for upgrades, as the coins accrued were perpetually insufficient. On this day, Yōubái received a private message, a request she typically disregarded. However, this individual directly transferred her 50 points, accompanied by a note inquiring how she managed to enlist so many beastmen to work for her. Chapter 49, Otherworldly Continent 22, a bittersweet farewell, seeing this message. Yōubái agreed and received the 50 points. The message read, "Ingfeng Inn, my people have visited your inn. I wish to purchase genuine information with these 50 points." Ping Inn replied, "After establishing the trade zone, I allowed the beastmen to sell their goods in my shop." Ingfeng responded, "I have that too, but their merchandise does not compare in variety to yours." Ping Inn explained, "Many of the items you see were produced by them after they settled in the inn. Initially, there were indeed very few." Ingfeng questioned, "So you let them stay in the inn for free?" Ping Inn clarified, "You could say that. The living conditions in this world are harsh, with fierce beasts rampant. Without a stable environment, neither beastmen nor humans can produce better goods. Can they?" Ingfeng pondered. "Doesn't that mean a significant initial investment?" Ping Inn confirmed, "Yes, hence the slow progression at first. However, once manpower and resources are sufficient, upgrades will occur rapidly." Ingfeng expressed understanding. "I see, thank you. May I inquire about your unique artifact? I have been stuck here for quite some time." Ping Inn revealed, It is a hot spring. The two continued their conversation for a while. Since Yōubái had accepted the points, her responses were indeed sincere, albeit some details were withheld. With the advent of the teleportation portal, the trade zone's inventory expanded significantly, and daily transaction volume soared. After the procurement list for Longsheng had been revised 8 times, the day finally arrived when Xiaobao rushed over, shouting and tugging at Yōubái to hurry to the courtyard. "Lady Bai, come quickly." In the courtyard, Yōubái stared in disbelief at the solar panel, crafted by Longsheng from materials of this world. It was operational now, its speed and productivity rivaling that of the system's purchased items. After recovering from her astonishment, Yōubái beamed at Longsheng, offering a thumbs up and exclaiming with genuine admiration, "Longsheng, you are incredible." Longsheng merely curled his lips into a faint smile. That evening, the three dined in the courtyard, enjoying roasted meat and monkey wine while recounting recent amusing events. Before long, Xiaobao succumbed to drunkenness, resting her head on the table. Longsheng glanced at Yōubái, swirling his wine cup, and casually inquired, "When do you plan to depart?" This question caused Yōubái to choke on her drink, coughing until she regained her composure. "How'd you know I would be leaving soon?" Longsheng downed the contents of his cup, a subtle smile gracing his lips. "As a dragon who has lived for tens of thousands of years, I have seen much. You do not belong here. Your presence is merely for experience, is it not?" And Yōubái was momentarily taken aback by his insight. Thankfully, she had not been drinking. She muttered, "You can see that too? You're quite perceptive. A good person indeed." Longsheng's unexpected compliment made Yōubái question her hearing, blinking in disbelief as she looked at him. He continued with a soft smile, his voice low. "Within the realm of Ping and In, peace and tranquility abound. Such blessings are rare. You have single-handedly provided these beings with a sanctuary amidst chaos. No wonder they call you goddess." And Yōubái, observing Longsheng's earnest expression, burst into laughter. "They are merely exaggerating. You know I am leaving, right? I am no goddess." Longsheng chuckled softly, taking another sip of wine. "A deity exists through the faith of the people. Without belief, even a god can fall." And Yōubái picked up a piece of roasted pork belly, stuffing it into her mouth. "I am but an ordinary person, with no connection to the divine." Longsheng smiled, choosing not to pursue the topic further. "Before you depart, come find me. I shall gift you a farewell present." And Yōubái paused, sitting upright to face Longsheng earnestly. "After I leave, if any beastmen encounter significant difficulties, will you assist them?" Longsheng lifted his wine cup toward her as she promptly clinked her cup against his. She understood that he had consented. Despite his gruff demeanor and sharp tongue, he was indeed a good dragon. With Longsheng's formidable skills, the solar panel was swiftly completed, and gold coins flowed like a torrent. Yet Yōubái felt no regret. Until that day, everything remained as it usually did. And Yōubái summoned the Xiong, Ho, and 2 clans, and with a smile in her voice, she calmly announced, "I must depart." The 4 clans were taken aback, yet no one spoke, for they had anticipated this day, though they did not expect it to arrive so soon. And Yōubái continued with a serene tone, "After I leave, should you face insurmountable challenges, seek out Lord Longsheng. He will assist you." Tears welled in the eyes of the 4 clans, their sorrow palpable as they nodded vigorously. "Do not cry. I am not leaving today. I will depart in 2 days." Standing atop a mountain, gazing at the bustling Ping and In, with vessels arriving ceaselessly, and Yōubái was reminded of the dilapidated thatched cottages from when she first arrived, fearful they might be toppled by the wind. Turning, she activated the Fengwulin, returning once more to the Peach Tree Immortal. Before Yōubái could speak, the Peach Tree Immortal inquired, "Are you preparing to leave?" And Yōubái nodded. "Yes, Xiaobao, rest assured. Life at Ping and In has been delightful and safe." The Peach Tree Immortal handed her a branch from the ancient peach tree. "This is a 1,000-year-old thunderstruck peach wood. A gift for you. We shall meet again." Gratefully accepting it, and Yōubái bowed respectfully. "Thank you, Peach Tree Immortal. Go." She turned to the tomb of the 6 immortals, placing monkey wine and fruits before it. "I am departing. Should I encounter Huayang again, I will surely tell her I have settled you here. May you all reincarnate into a world of peace and prosperity, free from illness and strife." That evening, Xiaobao clutched in Yōubái, sobbing for an extended period. And all Yōubái could do was comfort her repeatedly. You must take care. Do not let others know you are ginseng. Stay with Longsheng. He is a good person. Xiaobao sniffled, her face streaked with tears, her voice choked with emotion. I know. I just cannot bear to part with you. Please stay and do not leave. And Yōubái smiled gently, caressing Xiaobao's head. I too have my own matters to attend to. Early the next morning, and Yōubái clicked to upgrade, and the prompt from Xiaobao followed suit. Chapter 50, Otherworldly Continent 23, SS card. Astonishing. Pinganon has upgraded to a 7-star in. Congratulations to the holder, Xiaobái, for successfully advancing in the competition and being able to exit the game at any time. As she gazed at the orcs gathered outside to bid her farewell, an overwhelming sense of emotion surged within Yōubái. She accepted the peaches, monkey wine, and copious amounts of roasted meat offered by the crowd, all of which she stowed away in her backpack. Lord Bai, this is the armor we crafted for you, a token of our affections. If possible, please return to see us. Receiving the leather armor from the crowd, and Yōubái smiled as she accepted it. But as she turned away, tears began to flow. Behind her, the orcs shouted loudly, "We bid farewell to the divine maiden." The moment she placed the leather armor into her backpack, yet another notification from the app system appeared. Detected an item not belonging to this app. Scanning repeatedly. Scanning complete. Conversion successful. Heartfelt leather armor, defense card, diamond grade. Usage instructions, an item bound to the holder, crafted from the collective sentiments of the orcs. Skill description, reduces damage by 70, reflects 50 damage, impervious to water and fire, resistant to both cold and heat. During this advancement competition, and Yōubái had not discovered any card from the outset and believed there would be none this time. To her astonishment, she received a delightful surprise at the end. This leather armor significantly increased her chances of survival. Entering the courtyard, Xiaobao rushed over and embraced her tightly. This is my gift to you. You can only see it when you leave. Not now. And Yōubái gently patted her and softly replied, all right. Longsheng approached, saying, this is for you. Do visit us when you have the time. Return? How could Longsheng say such a thing, knowing she did not belong to this world? Taking the box from Longsheng, and Yōubái curiously opened it, revealing a formation she could not comprehend. Detected an item not belonging to this app. Scanning in progress. Scanning complete. Conversion successful. Teleportation portal, skill card, SS card. Usage instructions, can open a door to another world. Skill description. How could you possess such a card? This is cheating. Staring at the SS level card, and Yōubái was momentarily rendered speechless, blinking in astonishment as she looked at Longsheng. Her eyes filled with confusion and disbelief. How could such an item exist? Longsheng, noticing the bewilderment in her gaze, offered no explanations, merely smiling and saying, come back to visit us when you can. Everyone will miss you. Tears welled up in Yōubai's eyes as she nodded vigorously, responding loudly, all right. Amidst the fervent cheers of we bid farewell to the divine maiden. From the orcs, she exited the game. Congratulations, player Yōubái, for successfully completing the advancement task, 7-star Monarch Advancement Competition. Your performance has been rated as excellent. The clearing rewards have been issued. Please log into the app to check. A game will be held every 10 days. We assure you, you will never feel bored again. Please remember our game's motto, cherish life, never be bored again. Sitting on the sofa, and Yōubái surveyed her surroundings, feeling a strange sense of unfamiliarity. She had spent a considerable amount of time in that world, long enough that her own bedroom now seemed surreal. Observing the dinner on the table, she took a sip of ice water, the chill gradually bringing her back to reality. The previous game had concluded, and she was back. Picking up her phone, she opened the app, where her character's information displayed the current task status. Current points, 658, task reward, 1 intermediate card. The 500 points from the advancement task had been credited. She would soon search for a basic upgrade card. Opening her backpack, she clicked to use the card, and a burst of blue light enveloped her, revealing an intermediate upgrade card. Upgrade card, skill card, intermediate. Usage instructions, can only be used once. Skill description, intermediate upgrade card, an essential for leveling up. This card was a fortuitous find, One can never have too many upgrade cards. There was also an item in her backpack, ginseng essence, gifted by Yōubái, marked with a question mark. Upon clicking to open it, she discovered a total of 99 portions of ginseng soup. The description read, a restorative concoction brewed from 9,000-year-old ginseng. A single sip will fully restore your health. Your luck is extraordinary. Overwhelmed with emotion, and Yōubái could not help but weep. One sip could restore her health. And with 99 portions, she could drink until the end of time. How many of her precious ginseng roots had that foolish child used to brew this soup? In an instant, she yearned to rush back and give her a good scolding, but returning was impossible. Even the SS-level teleportation card in her backpack could not be used in the real world. Once she left that realm, there would be no way back. And even Yōubái had only managed to say goodbye in the final moments. The sorrow of parting lingered in Yōubái's heart until she drifted off to sleep. For 3 consecutive days, and Yōubái struggled to regain her focus, prompting a colleague to inquire if she was unwell. She merely smiled faintly and nodded. That evening, sitting on the sofa, she once again opened the discussion forum on her phone, locating the thread for the advancement task, 7-star Monarch Advancement Competition. Upon entering, she found it filled with complaints. I am exasperated. I just want to ask how to earn enough money to upgrade after 5 stars. I'm stuck and nearly going mad, totally out of funds. How did you die? I was attacked by a fierce beast. How else could one die? No, I was ambushed and killed. Oh, you must have encountered some unfortunate souls. Some people, unable to level up themselves, resort to mischief. How can you speak that way? What do you mean by mischief? That S allowed in the game. I don't understand. Can someone explain? By killing others. You can be one of the last 10 survivors. Yes, many have leveled up this way in this stage. Mainly, leveling up to 7 stars is incredibly challenging. The gold required feels astronomical. If it weren't difficult, how could it be called an advancement competition? So what are the benefits after leveling up? I want to know since I haven't passed. Are there any veterans who have succeeded that can explain? Those who have succeeded don't want to bother with us. Amidst the complaints, and Yōubái returned to the trading area, beginning her search for basic upgrade cards to prepare for upgrading her healing card. Though the ginseng soup was immensely beneficial, the healing card could restore negative statuses, which was also a valuable skill. Unfortunately, she still hadn't found a basic upgrade card today. 10 days passed in a blur, and she had yet to encounter any upgrade cards, neither basic nor intermediate. And Yōubái sat quietly on the sofa, awaiting the commencement of the new round of games. Chapter 51. The Cannon Fodder Girl Seeks to Defy Fate 1. Here is the cultivation world. Welcome back to the game. Congratulations to player and Yōubái for completing the advancement task. This time, the tasks are as follows. B-level task. The Cannon Fodder Girl seeks to defy fate. Task requirements are as follows. Task 1. Force humanity on to publicly admit her mistakes. Task 2. Leave her original family, the Xia family. Task 3. Live as her true self. Task success reward. 500 points, a random intermediate card. Task failure penalty. 500 points. Those with insufficient points lose 20 years of lifespan. This B-level task has 50 participants. The task will officially commence in 5 minutes. Wishing you a joyful experience, cherish life, and banish boredom. And Yōubái opened her eyes, finding herself once again alone. She turned to survey her surroundings, only to discover that she stood precariously at the edge of a steep cliff. One misstep backward would plunge her into an abyss, with turbulent waters swirling far below, rendering her path and destination invisible. The height sent a shiver down her spine, prompting her to retreat a couple of steps inward. However, upon attempting a 3rd step, she found herself halted as if an invisible barrier obstructed her path. Gazing at the perilous cliff behind her, she could hear the deafening roar of the rushing waters below. Sighing deeply within, questioning whether she was to be trapped in this treacherous place. With danger looming ahead and retreat impossible, this ominous beginning was glaringly apparent. She promptly donned her lei, jie, and heart intent leather armor, equipping the wind-fire wheel. Survival was her utmost priority. Her mind raced with the task requirements, noting that this B-level task had 3 essential objectives that needed to be fulfilled, marking an increase in the game's difficulty. To defy fate. This was no trivial matter. She needed to grasp the entirety of the situation. It was evident to any discerning eye that her current predicament was fraught with peril, and an incident was bound to occur shortly, certainly not in her favor. The notion of discovering a supreme technique after falling from the cliff was utterly absurd. Such privileges were reserved for protagonists. The task title plainly indicated her role as cannon fodder, and a fall from a cliff would likely result only in death. Just as she equipped herself and mentally prepared, the 5 minutes elapsed. B-level task. The cannon fodder must defy fate officially commenced. And Yōubai's expression turned solemn as she fixed her gaze ahead, where a circle of people suddenly materialized. Before she could discern their features, a venomous female voice pierced her ears. Die, arrogant fool. Accompanying these words, a long sword materialized from thin air, slicing through the air towards her with a deadly intent. In an instinctual reaction, she dodged to the side, narrowly avoiding a fatal strike to her heart. The flying sword grazed her shoulder, its force propelling her off the cliff's edge. Before retracting back, she plummeted like a kite severed from its string. Cursing the app internally for its ruthlessness, she lamented the lack of mercy in this deadly initiation. All of this transpired in less than 3 seconds, and Yōubái felt a sharp pain in her shoulder, and all her pent-up fury surged forth. She raised her hand and unleashed a bolt of thunderous fury, instantly eliciting screams and wails from the cliff above, resonating with the thunder's roar. Just as she was about to plunge into the raging waters, she activated the wind-fire wheel, propelling herself swiftly in the direction of the current. She needed to find a place to tend to her wound. Thanks to the protection of the heart-intent leather armor and lei jia, her injury was not severe. The speed of the wind-fire wheel was unparalleled. Within a minute, she had reached the shore. She retrieved a hemostatic potion gifted by the fox spirit from her backpack, applied it to her wound, and bandaged it. Only then did she receive the background information from the app. After reading it, and Yōubái smiled with delight, it turned out this was a world of cultivation. The difficulty of the B-level task had indeed escalated significantly, and her mission now was to fulfill 3 objectives for a woman named Yōubái. The world of cultivation was vast, with nearly 10 distinct regions, and she found herself in the eastern Tian-Kuan continent as an outer disciple of the Qingyun sect. The overarching narrative was quite simple. It revolved around 2 children from the same family, one favored and the other overlooked, leading to drastically different life trajectories. Yōubái hailed from the Xiao family, a lineage of cultivators with a history of powerful ancestors but none who had ascended. In recent generations, their fortunes had waned. She belonged to a branch of the Xiao family, with 3 daughters. The eldest, Xiao Fengyue, possessed a water elemental affinity, while the youngest, Xiao Yusha, was aligned with ice. Their elemental roots dictated that they were the family S-prime focus from birth. In contrast, Yōubái, the second daughter, bore both water and fire elemental affinities, rendering her destined for a maximum cultivation level of foundation establishment, forever barred from the path of transcendence. In a family that revered strength, Yōubai's future was predetermined from birth. Resources for cultivation and parental affection were never bestowed upon her, and she grew up in the shadows of neglect. Until this year, where her younger sister, Xiao Yusha, once again used her name to garner attention, inadvertently encountering Jiang Zening, the sole son of the revered Mu Shi Zhenren from their sect. The ensuing tale unfolded as Xiao Yusha and Jiang Zening engaged in a charming courtship, each pursuing the other, nurturing a beautiful love. However, Yōubái became an unwitting obstacle in their romance, as Xiao Yusha's use of her name led Jiang Zening to initially seek her hand in marriage. Upon realizing that his intended was none other than Jiang Zening, Yōubai's parents hastily consented without considering her feelings. When Xiao Yusha learned of this, she threw tantrums at home, threatening to starve herself. Yet the matter was too delicate, as it could tarnish Jiang Zening's reputation and provoke the wrath of his father. The Xiao family, fearful of confrontation, found themselves in a predicament that needed resolution. Thus, under the combined pressure of her parents, Yōubái had no choice but to step forward to clarify the situation and propose the dissolution of the engagement. While the matter was resolved, it gave rise to new complications. rumors spread throughout the sect that Jiang Zening had been jilted by a mere outer disciple. Though Jiang Zening himself paid no heed to the gossip, his admirers were far less forgiving. Chapter 52. The cannon fodder must defy fate too. The phoenix rises from the ashes, a golden opportunity. Yōubái, the daughter of the Tianhua Jinren, was a quintessential second-generation cultivator. Having grown up alongside Jiang Zening and harboring a lifelong affection for him, her greatest aspiration was to wed Jiang Zening. Upon discovering that the man she cherished had been rejected by an outer disciple, her fury consumed her already fragile rationale. Spoiled and indulgent, she, along with her junior sisters, ambushed Yōubái in the Sanchi forest, ruthlessly casting her off the cliff. Unsurprisingly, Yōubái perished. As for Yōubái, she faced punishment according to sect rules. But under her father's protection, she was merely confined to the reflective cliff for a century. By the time she emerged, Jiang Zening had already married Xia Yusha, and they lived a harmonious life together, having cultivated to the late Yuanying stage. Meanwhile, Yōubái, having squandered 100 years, found herself only at the early Jindan stage. With her heart now devoid of love, she devoted herself to cultivation, focusing solely on the path of transcendence. The tragic fate of Yōubái, who had perished innocently amidst their love entanglements, became but a mere pebble on their journey, forgotten and overlooked as if she had never existed in this world. After absorbing the complete background information, and Yōubái sat against a large tree, gazing up at the sun with a serious expression, musing aloud, the supporting character practices cultivation, and the main character's fate is to be sacrificed. Why does the app have such tasks? No one could answer this question, prompting in Yōubái to rise and prepare to leave. Considering the timeline of the events, the moment she was sent into the app coincided with the moment Yōubái was struck off the cliff by Yōubái. At this point, the original Yōubái was already deceased, and in Yōubái now embodied her identity. She must fulfill these 3 requirements to complete this stage. The first 2 demands seemed manageable, yet the third, living as her true self, was rather ambiguous. Unfortunately, there were no answers, leaving her to explore this matter on her own. Currently, she found herself on the outskirts of Sanchi forest, having been cornered by Yōubái while attempting to contract a demon beast. Thus, her immediate priority was to exit this place and devise a strategy to gain Yōubái's acknowledgement and elicit a public apology. According to the rules of Qingyun sect, deliberately harming fellow disciples was a grave offense that could lead to expulsion. However, Yōubái had only faced the punishment of being confined to the cliff. One reason was her father, the Tianhua Jinren, and the other was that Yōubai's parents had accepted compensation and declared they would no longer pursue the matter. Indeed, one was a deceased daughter with no hope for the future, while the other was the powerful Tianhua Jinren in the later stages of golden core cultivation. Choosing between them was not difficult, was it? And Yōubái smirked, scoffing at the fragility of human nature, which often proved too daunting. It seemed unfortunate for the original owner to have encountered such parents. After a moment of reflection, she pondered her next steps. Would reporting to the law enforcement hall prove effective? How would Tianhua Jinren protect his only daughter, Yōubái? As she contemplated, the windfire wheel beneath her surged forward, abruptly disrupted by a thunderous roar from the heavens, snapping her back to reality. Observing the sky, dark clouds rolled ominously, signaling an impending downpour. She hastened toward a nearby valley, seeking shelter in a cave. The rain poured heavily, but fortunately, her protective armor remained impervious to water and fire, preventing her from becoming soaked. Speeding forward, she eventually discovered a cave, but upon rushing towards it, she unexpectedly collided with an invisible barrier, landing unceremoniously on the ground. Dazed for a moment, the cave entrance had been ensnared by a barrier. Lowering her eyelids, she rubbed her aching head with her left hand while raising her right to unleash a bolt of lightning that struck precisely against the barrier. To her surprise, the barrier held firm, showing no signs of damage. With a flicker of determination, she struck the barrier 10 times in quick succession, testing its resilience. Finally, the barrier yielded, and with a triumphant huff, she entered the cave. Once inside, Her eyes widened in astonishment at the sight of a phoenix engulfed in flames, its body consumed by a dazzling inferno, reduced to ashes. Yet from those ashes emerged a soft, youthful cry, and Yōubái momentarily stunned. Her mind raced with the realization that this was indeed a genuine phoenix. Should she contract it? Wasn't her purpose for entering Tsangchi Forest to form a pact with a demon beast? Such a remarkable opportunity lay before her. How could she not seize it? However, this was a phoenix, a divine bird. After a brief internal struggle, she resolved that this was an opportunity not to be missed. The phoenix was at its most vulnerable during its rebirth, and failing to act now would be a grave error. Resolutely, she produced the contract symbol for demon beasts, drawing blood from her shoulder wound and swiftly pressing it against the still blind phoenix. Although it appeared hairless, resembling a featherless chick, its essence as a true phoenix could not be overlooked. The moment the contract symbol made contact, and Yōubái felt a searing pain in her mind, as if countless blades were slicing through her consciousness, her entire being ablaze with agony. This was unbearable. She involuntarily coughed up blood, her vision blurring as she gazed at the featherless phoenix, clarity momentarily piercing through the fog in her mind. Indeed, contracting a divine beast was no simple feat. She had underestimated the challenge. In the realm of cultivation, strength reigned supreme, and with her current foundational cultivation level, she was far too weak to suppress the phoenix's backlash. This contract was destined to fail. Yet, could she simply abandon this opportunity? She was reluctant. This was a divine beast, riding atop a phoenix, soaring through the skies. Such a dream was coveted by many. She could not relinquish it so easily. The heart's desire armor could reduce damage by 70. She retrieved a ginseng soup gifted by Yōubái, seated herself properly, and focused her mind, striving to quell the phoenix's counterattack. When she sensed her strength waning, she sipped the ginseng soup and pressed on, losing track of time in her struggle. Suddenly, amid her bodily agony, she felt a release. A surge of spiritual energy surged through her, enveloping her in warmth, akin to being immersed in a hot spring. A radiant smile broke across her face. The contract had succeeded. She had truly contracted a divine phoenix. In her exuberance, she extended her hand to touch the little phoenix when, in an instant, it vanished. Before she could blink, a tall, dark-haired male cultivator stood before her, his expression dark and brooding. His fierce gaze bore into her as he summoned a long sword, pointing it threateningly at her throat. The pale-faced man, his breath unsteady, growled, "You dare to contract me? Release me at once." And Yōubái, still reeling from the shock, struggled to comprehend how the phoenix had transformed into a person. The cold blade pressed against her neck, and he threatened, "Hurry and release me." His intent was unmistakable. If she did not comply, he would strike. Gazing at the sickly yet strikingly handsome man, and Yōubái glanced at the sword poised at her neck and whispered, "I cannot release you. This is a contract symbol. Release me, or I will kill you." He retorted, his words dripping with menace. And Yōubái felt a sense of helplessness as she insisted, "I truly cannot." The mockery in his gaze was evident as he pressed the blade into her neck, blood trickling from the wound. Realizing the seriousness of the threat, a surge of anger welled within her, and she prepared to retaliate with a lightning strike. Who could outdo whom in cruelty? Just when she thought he might attack again, the man suddenly coughed up blood, collapsing to one knee, gasping for breath as if under immense strain. His furious gaze remained fixated on her, but as he continued to bleed profusely, his pallor deepened, teetering on the brink of collapse. And Yōubái found herself in a quandary, contemplating whether to unleash a lightning strike to eliminate the lurking threat. Meanwhile, the man lay gasping for breath, awkwardly propped against the ground, appearing exceedingly weak and disheveled, his breath uneven and shaky. "Do you wish for my demise? You desire to kill me, yet I cannot wish the same upon you?" And Yōubái regarded the man on the ground with a look of incredulity. He possessed an undeniably handsome visage, akin to that of a phoenix, yet lacked any semblance of intellect. How could he even pose such a question? "You wretched ape!" He cursed vehemently, and amidst his unrefined tirade, and Yōubái discerned that he, like her, was a player. Unfortunately, Upon entering the game, he had transformed into a phoenix and, by an unfortunate twist of fate, had encountered her, leading to their contract. Yes, she had successfully formed a contract. According to the nature of the master-servant bond, she held dominion over his life and death, while he was utterly powerless to resist. Thus, his earlier intent to kill her, followed by his sudden bout of coughing up blood, must have been a consequence of the contract's backlash. Inwardly laughing at the irony, and Yōubái realized that it was futile for him to wish her harm. Turning away, she found a rock, sat down, and took out a peach, leisurely enjoying it while watching him continue to curse from his position on the ground. After a considerable time, the man finally ceased his ranting and took out some water to drink. Finished cursing, and Yōubái tilted her head, amusement dancing in her eyes as she regarded him. The man looked up in surprise. "You can hear me cursing? Are you a player?" And Yōubái nodded affirmatively, "Yes." "Pray tell, what is your situation?" The man squinted at her for a while, his gaze scrutinizing her, before a hint of suspicion crept into his voice. 991? And Yōubái blinked, observing the bloodied, white-clad man before her. The only person who could utter that number must be one individual. 100,000 reality coins? Upon hearing this response, Yang Li's face contorted with disdain as he recoiled slightly. "It's you again. Nothing good ever comes from encountering you." And Yōubái bristled at his words. "What do you mean nothing good comes from me? Perhaps it is your own foolishness. Where have I been foolish? You couldn't even identify the task objective. Isn't that foolishness? If it weren't for you, how could I have made such a mistake? Yet you still made a mistake. What about this situation? I've already set up a barrier outside. How did you get in?" Upon hearing this, and Yōubái conjured a lightning strike that struck nearby, raising her chin defiantly as she shot him a glance. "This is how I got in." Yang Li stared at the large black crater formed by the lightning strike on the ground, tightly pressing his lips together. "What now?" "Dissolve the contract, and I will give you 100,000 reality coins." And Yōubái rolled her eyes, unable to conceal her laughter. "Did you lose your memory upon entering?" This type of contract is utilized for contracting demon beasts. It's a master-servant life and death bond. Can you simply declare it dissolved? Yang Li gazed at her, his expression grave. "You actually used a master-servant life and death contract." And Yōubái looked at him as if he were a fool, amusement evident in her demeanor. "I came to Tsang-Chi Lin precisely to contract demon beasts. What else would I use? Indeed, encountering you brings nothing but trouble." Yang Li growled in frustration. "You need not be so dramatic. As long as you do not wish to kill me, I shall not impose upon you. However, should you desire my death, then the contract will naturally activate. Easier said than done. Let me contract you and see. I wish to, but it is not possible now." Observing the pallor of his face and the hint of a greenish hue, and Yōubái reconsidered her approach. This mission would take a considerable time, and despite his lack of intellect, he was garbed in the inner disciple robes of Qing Yunzong, indicating that he was likely a fellow sect member who could potentially assist her with her task. Approaching him, she sat down and offered him a peach, softly coaxing. "Do not be angry. Explain your situation. Once the mission is complete and we depart, all will be well." Yang Li, recognizing her overture of goodwill, found himself with a way out of his vexation. He begrudgingly grasped the peach and took a hearty bite, the fragrant juice spilling into his mouth, prompting him to take another bite. Thus, the two sat within the cave, while outside, a tempest raged, complete with thunder and lightning, as they communicated about their respective tasks. Chapter 54. The Cannon Fodder Girl's Rebellion. "I shall bear witness for you." Yang Li's mission was also to fulfill the heart's desire of the original self, a task complicated by the identity he bore. The original self, named Feng Shi, was a half-demon. His father was the former patriarch of the Phoenix clan, now ascended, while his mother was merely an ordinary cultivator. The Phoenix clan prohibited intermarriage with outsiders, and Feng Shi was born amidst tragedy, resulting in his mother's death. His half-demon status was not accepted by the Phoenix clan, leading his father to send him to Qing Yunzong, where he was entrusted to the care of his master. Yōubái Shinrein. Feng Shi was doted upon by his master, harboring two wishes. First, that the clan would acknowledge him, allowing his half-brother to call him brother. This wish remained unfulfilled when he sacrificed himself using Phoenix's true fire to protect his fellow disciples during a demonic invasion. The second wish was that his master, Yōubái Zhenren, upon learning of his death, would not succumb to his old injuries, ultimately passing away without reaching the Tao. He felt deep guilt over the kindness his master had shown him. Though he had perished, this obsession lingered, and Yang Li's mission was to fulfill this unfulfilled desire. Are all B-rank missions like this? Role-playing to complete another S-Heart's wish? And Yōubái regarded Yang Li with confusion. Yes, B-rank missions typically have longer durations and are more challenging than A-rank missions. Yang Li looked at her quizzically. How did you come to be on a B-rank mission? Given the 10-day interval, your timeline suggests you shouldn't have arrived here yet. I completed the upgrade mission and was then thrown into this situation. And Yōubái shrugged, uncertain herself. Yang Li appeared even more astonished. You managed to complete an upgrade mission? And Yōubái, noting his incredulous expression, retorted, and you didn't expect that I could contract you? Yang Li's irritation was palpable as he shot her a glance. Let us speak civilly. I have been here for 3 years, and my cultivation has reached the early stage of Yuaning, far surpassing you. And Yōubái suppressed a smirk, thinking to herself, yet you were still contracted by me. Though she held her tongue, she nodded seriously. What is your name? You may call me Yōubái. Yang Li chukletligli, recalling that this was their second meeting, and they had yet to introduce themselves. You can call me Ming Tian. After discussing their current circumstances, the two decided to spend the night in the cave, planning to return to the sect when the rain ceased the following day. How do you plan to resolve your task? Yang Li set up a folding table, leisurely sitting down and brewing a pot of fragrant tea. And Yōubái did not wait for an invitation, unapologetically taking a seat and laying out some roasted meat and fruit on the small table, beginning to eat. I was still contemplating what to do. Now, I have a plan. I intend to go directly to the law enforcement hall and accuse Yōubái Tian of harming a fellow disciple. My injuries are irrefutable evidence. Yang Li elegantly tore off a piece of roasted meat and nodded in response. Is that why you've been neglecting your shoulder injury? You do realize that Yōubái Tian's father is Tian Huizhenren, known for his explosive temper and excessive pampering of his daughter. If Yōubái Tian dared to act so ruthlessly today, it's certain she had confidence that someone would clean up after her. And Yōubái nodded in agreement. Indeed, the original self faced the sect as punishment, merely being sent to the reflective cliff for a century, ultimately emerging unscathed. And after a century, this incident even helped her resolve her petty feelings, leading her directly to the Tao. Thinking about it ignited her ire. Were the lives of others not valuable? Those favored individuals by their parents are often indulged without restraint, for, regardless of the circumstances, there will always be someone to clean up after them. However, this time is different, and Yōubái gazes at Yang Li with a smile in her eyes, exclaiming, "But you are here. You will escort me to the GFA Tang and testify on my behalf." Upon hearing these words, Yang Li raised an eyebrow, his face a mask of refusal as he looked at Yōubái. Yet, before he could voice his objections, and Yōubái continued, "Your master, Yōubái Zhenren, possesses profound mastery at the ascended stage, destined for transcendence, and commands significant prestige within the sect. The head of the GFA Tang is your Yōubái, Yōubái. Accompany me and serve as my witness." Yang Li could not suppress a scoff, momentarily amused yet exasperated. "Are you so certain I would agree? That I would cooperate with you?" And Yōubái, tilting her head, initially contemplated employing the master-servant contract to issue a direct command, eager to observe its effect. However, she reconsidered, realizing that this B-level task would be prolonged, and both were in the same sect, where Yang Li's status surpassed hers. A strained relationship would not bode well. Adopting a nonchalant demeanor reminiscent of casually dispensing coins to the innkeeper, and Yōubái produced a jar of monkey wine and, beaming, pushed it towards him. "It's my first B-level task, and we have shared some rapport. I even assisted you in completing your mission last time. Just help me this once, will you?" Yang Li regarded the woman before him, pondering a lingering question that had been swirling in his mind since their initial encounter. How had she ascended to a B-level task so swiftly? To undertake an upgraded task, one must complete 5 A-level tasks, and from the time of their last meeting, The duration was insufficient for her to have participated in 5 tasks. Moreover, during their shared A-level task, she had failed to retrieve even the inflatable boat, affirming her status as a novice in the game. The only plausible explanation for her rapid advancement to B-level tasks, barring a game bug, was that she had received a rating of excellent in every task. Contemplating this, Yang Li's gaze towards an Yōubái filled with curiosity and scrutiny. He himself could not guarantee an excellent rating in each task. So how had this brash and uncouth woman managed to accumulate so many? And Yōubái, noticing Yang Li's inquisitive gaze, did not reject her proposal. Rather, she appeared to be weighing her options. She placed another jar of wine on the table, her mouth twisting in mock sorrow. This is authentic monkey wine. I hardly have any left, but it smells delightful. Yang Li, looking at the 2 jars of wine before him, felt a sudden amusement. Given their current relationship, should she issue a command, he would be compelled to comply, regardless of his reluctance. The master-servant contract, once invoked, held formidable power. Outside of this realm, whatever she commanded him to do, he must obey. If she ordered him to perish horizontally, he could not die vertically. Yet, this foolish woman was offering him monkey wine, seemingly oblivious to the contract's implications. Indeed, she was rather dim-witted, but perhaps this was for the best. With a calm demeanor, Yang Li accepted the jar of monkey wine, nodding in restraint. Very well, I shall accompany you to the GFA Tang and testify on your behalf. In the rich aroma of monkey wine, they clinked their cups. Ostensibly acheving à harmonieux accord. Chapter 55. The supporting female lead defies fate. 5. GFA Tang lawsuit sitting aboard Yang Li's extravagant, ostentatiously gilded ship emblazoned with a golden phoenix, and Yōubái was awestruck. This realm of cultivation indeed differed from others. The ship's speed was astounding. She mused, "This speed rivals my phone Waluan." Yang Li, exasperated, closed his eyes momentarily, attempting to maintain his patience. Of course, this world is different. Your cultivation is far too low. Focus on meditative practice. And Yōubái wholeheartedly agreed, recognizing the importance of cultivation. You are right, but regrettably, my physical constitution's spiritual roots are at odds with one another. Is there any way to resolve this issue? I am an auxiliary practitioner of artifact refinement and possess limited knowledge in this area. When we return, I shall consult my master. He should have insights. Thank you. And Yōubái's face brightened. Having a knowledgeable master was indeed a boon, allowing her access to invaluable information. As they engaged in cheerful conversation, the ship approached the mountain gate and halted outside the GFA Tang. Accompanied by Yang Li, and Yōubái strode through the grand entrance, facing the astonished gazes of onlookers, and proclaimed in a clear, resonant voice, "Outer disciple Xiao Wu hereby accuses Yuman Tian of violating sect regulations by harming fellow disciples and committing malicious murder." The entrance to the GFA Tang was typically quiet. Passing disciples would hasten their steps. Yet today, it was bustling with activity. News of Yuman Tian's accusation spread swiftly throughout the sect, and disciples flocked to witness the audacity of the individual who dared confront Yuman Tian in person. After all, Yuman Tian's reputation within the sect was well known. Although her cultivation was mediocre, she was imperious and domineering, having instilled fear in many. Countless individuals had suffered at her hands, yet she was fortunate to have a fiercely protective father and mother. Those who were bullied typically had no choice but to endure. Otherwise, should matters escalate, Yuman Tian might emerge unscathed or face only trivial consequences. The repercussions for those who dared to accuse her, however, were uncertain. The sect buzzed with excitement, and disciples preparing to embark on tasks hurried back, for such opportunities to witness drama were rare. Within the span of less than a fragrant incense stick, the GFA Tang's entrance was thronged with people. Everyone was inquiring if anyone had information about Xiao Yōubái. Is she not the sister of Xiao Fengyu from Bingyu Feng? I never heard of that before. Isn't her sister Xiao Yusha? Yes, she never mentioned that. Are you certain? Absolutely, it is indeed her sister. Xiao Yōubái. Is she not the one who called off her engagement with Jiang Zheyu? Could it be that Yuman Tian harassed her because of that engagement? How do you know? Recently, the sect was abuzz with rumors that Jiang Zeyu insisted on marrying an outer disciple who has yet to reach foundation establishment, only to have her reject him. Is that true? She even canceled her engagement with Jiang Zeyu? How audacious! Who will she marry then? Fengxi? Are you seeking death? Keep your voice down, unless you wish to be scorched by the phoenix fire. Indeed, you may not value your life, but we do. Forgive my indiscretion. I was merely using it as a metaphor. The elder on duty at the GFA Tang, witnessing the scene before him, felt overwhelmed. He glanced at Fengxi, who remained at the side, and felt a wave of headache wash over him. This matter would be challenging to resolve. He promptly sent a message to the head of the GFA Tang, Wu Ming Zhenrun, urging him to come quickly. The message read, "This young lady was brought here by Fengxi, who stands beside her, seemingly ready to support her. You must arrive swiftly, lest the heavenly fire descends and chaos ensues. The GFA Tang may not withstand it." Upon reading the message, Wu Ming Zhenrun's serious expression transformed into a smile. He immediately contacted his senior brother, Wu Wei Zhenrun. "Senior brother, your disciple Feng, she has brought someone to create a disturbance at the GFA Tang. It's a girl. She seems to be seeking trouble with the heavenly fire. Hurry, lest you blame me for not warning you about the trouble your disciple has stirred." After sending the message, he adjusted his robe and vanished from the room, reappearing instantaneously at the GFA Tang. "Greetings, Wu Ming Xinlei." Upon his arrival, all present immediately bowed in deference. "Are you the outer disciple Xiao Yōubái?" Wu Ming gazed towards the center of the hall, where a female cultivator stood. Clad in the garb of an outer sect disciple, she appeared diminutive and delicate, yet her vibrant eyes radiated energy. Standing in the grand hall, under the scrutiny of all, she exhibited no signs of panic, maintaining her composure with poise. Wu Ming's gaze inadvertently flicked towards Fengxi, pondering how someone typically disinclined to meddle would bring her to the law enforcement hall. Regardless of his inner musings, he maintained a serious demeanor. "Is Yuman Tian here?" he inquired. "She has arrived." The response resonated like a resounding bell, causing discomfort in everyone's ears. Following this, the robust figure of Zhenren Tianhua entered the law enforcement hall, accompanied by Yuman Tian. "Is it you who reported my daughter?" Zhenren Tianhua wasted no time, unleashing the oppressive aura of the golden core stage upon all present. And Yōubái felt as though a mountain was suddenly bearing down on her, nearly forcing her to her knees when she felt a supportive force catch her. "Tianhua, are you causing a ruckus in my law enforcement hall, treating my presence as inconsequential?" His words effectively interrupted Zhenren Tianhua's imposing aura. "I have encountered Wu Ming Zhenren before. I did not expect you to be here today. How did this little dispute among girls warrant your involvement?" Upon noticing the individuals present, Zhenren Tianhua immediately retracted his pressure, offering a respectful bow. "Step aside. I shall remain here to hear the details of the disagreement among the young ladies." Wu Ming inclined his head slightly. Tianhua exchanged a reassuring glance with Yuman Tian before stepping aside. "Shitty, why are there so many people gathered here today?" As the question arose, the crowd recognized the newcomer and promptly stood to pay their respects. "I have met Wu Wei Zhenren. No need for excessive formalities. I came to share a cup of tea with Shitty. What is occurring?" "It is nothing. Xixiang may sit here for a moment while I attend to a minor issue. Then we shall go for tea." Wu Wei took a seat beside Wu Ming, and immediately someone poured a cup of tea and respectfully offered it to him. "Two young ladies. Please step forward." Wu Ming gestured for them to advance, and Yōubái and Yuman Tian simultaneously stepped forward, halting to bow respectfully. Wu Ming lifted his teacup and took a sip. "Xiao Yōubái, since you are the accuser, you may present your case first." And Yōubái recounted the events in detail from beginning to end. "Yuman Tian, is what she claims indeed true?" Wu Ming inquired, discerning the veracity of the matter. The outer sect disciple before him had narrowly escaped death, a testament to her fortune. In response to Zhenren, "The earlier events are accurate, but the latter part is not. I did not push her off the cliff in my indignation. I merely intended to frighten her. However, she lost her footing and slipped. We searched for her by the cliff for quite some time." Yuman Tian replied respectfully, devoid of her usual arrogance. "Nonsense. You clearly struck me with your sword, and sent me plummeting off the cliff. I have the wounds to prove it. And Yōubái retorted immediately. I did strike you and inflict injury, which I acknowledge. However, your fall was due to your own lack of balance. I had no intention of taking your life. Moreover, after you fell, my junior sisters and I, along with your sister, searched for you for quite a while. Yōubái Tian defended herself, her eyes glinting with disdain as she regarded Yōubái. Sister? Xiao Fengyue? She was present at that time? And Yōubái struggled to recall. But within those fleeting seconds, she had been thrown off the cliff and could not discern who was in the crowd. Observing in Yōubai's surprised expression, Yōubái Tian continued to smile radiantly. Don't believe me? Have your sister come and ask. You are sisters, after all. She wouldn't lie, would she? Zhenren, I must trouble you to summon Xiao Fengyue from Bingyu Peak. She and Xiao Yōubái are sisters, and she was indeed present. Yōubái Tian bowed respectfully to Wuming, demonstrating impeccable decorum. Go find her. Wuming sighed inwardly, apprehensive that this young girl was bound to face injustice today, given Yōubái Tian's stance. Summer Fengyue, who stood outside the law enforcement hall, was promptly brought in. After bowing, she repeated Yōubái Tian's words under Wuming's inquiry, her gaze cast downward, avoiding contact with anyone. And Yōubái narrowed her eyes, realizing that this was the original body's elder sister, who could stand up and defend the assailant after her sister was injured and cast off the cliff. Wuming observed in Yōubái, knowing she would have to endure this injustice today. With her elder sister testifying, there was no recourse for her. Since the matter is clear, Yōubái Tian, you were the aggressor, and now you must face punishment. Please wait, Zhenren. I have already offered compensation, and Sister Xia's family has agreed not to pursue this matter further. Yōubái Tian replied respectfully. Wuming turned to Xiao Fengyue, who immediately responded, in reply to Zhenren. Yōubái Shiji has indeed compensated, and our parents are aware of the circumstances and have agreed not to pursue the matter further. Upon hearing this, and Yōubái understood why the original body had the second task of leaving the Xia family. If that is the case, then why did Sister Xia bring this matter back to the law enforcement hall? We searched for you by the cliff and could not find you at all. Perhaps you never fell and merely hid to frighten us? Yōubái Tian pressed, her eyes clearly conveying her intent to bully Yōubái. I just returned from Sangchi Forest. I am unaware of the other matters. How absurd. Sangchi Forest is rife with demonic beasts, and you, a mere outer sect disciple below the Foundation establishment stage, spent an entire night alone in the forest? Surely you are not attempting to stir trouble for more compensation. Yōubái Tian's mocking gaze bore down on Yōubái, her demeanor indicating she had no intention of letting her off the hook. And Yōubái glanced at Xiao Fengyue, who had kept her head down since entering, and then back at Yōubái Tian. It seemed she wanted everyone to believe that Xiao Yōubái was merely greedy and attempting to extort. Yet, even with her own sister present, she did not utter a word in support. And Yōubái narrowed her eyes, feeling her anger ignite completely. She resolved to make these two pay for their actions. I indeed just returned to the sect. Who can verify that? Yōubái Tian immediately interjected, a hint of mockery in her tone. My witness is your elder sister. Do you have anyone to corroborate your claims? And Yōubái turned to Yang Li, signaling for her to step forward. Yang Li advanced a step, her calm voice resonating throughout the hall. Her witness is me. I brought her back from Sangchi Forest today. The flying vessel entry into the sect has a passage permit as proof, and all those on duty at the law enforcement hall can attest to it. It is Fengxi. Whispers of speculation rippled through the crowd. Then what this outer sect disciple claims may indeed be true. It is undoubtedly true. Consider Yōubái Tian's character. A mere outer sect disciple without foundation establishment would not dare to confront Yōubái Tian unless it were a matter of life and death. This little disciple-s family must have received considerable benefits from Yōubái Tian. Otherwise, they would not remain silent. How pitiful. Truly unfortunate. Even her own sister has not spoken a word for her. As the murmurs grew louder, Wuming's expression darkened. Silence. When and where did you encounter Xiao Yōubái? Be clear. Wuming glanced at Fengxi, whose face was darkened. As you are the witness, clarify everything well. Let today's matter be resolved and not mentioned again. Fengxi approached the front of the hall, standing beside Yōubái, and recounted the events from the moment they met until entering the law enforcement hall today, clearly and concisely. Well, it is evident. Xiao Yōubái has just returned to the sect and is unaware of the compensation. The nameless elder cast a gaze towards Mie Cheng and inquired, "Do you have anything further to say?" "Indeed," she replied resolutely. "Xiao Yōubái has practiced forbidden arts in secret, misused demonic techniques, and harmed her fellow disciples. Such conduct is utterly unworthy of a proper disciple of our Qingyan sect. I beseech the elders to investigate thoroughly and expel her to uphold our sect's regulations." Mie Cheng's demeanor was commanding, exuding an air of unwavering confidence. Upon hearing her words, the assembly within and outside the grand hall erupted in commotion. Was she truly calling for an expulsion? How ruthless! Could it be that she has indeed practiced forbidden arts, misused the demonic technique, and harmed her own kin? If she possessed such abilities, how could she have been cast off the cliff? It was hard to say. Perhaps she was unable to restrain herself in the face of bullying. After all, mastering such dark arts is not an overnight endeavor. Silence. A grave voice resonated throughout the law enforcement hall, compelling the crowd to seal their lips, rendering the grand hall utterly silent. Chapter 57. The cannon fodder girl defies destiny. The nameless elder raised his eyes, his gaze piercing as it fell upon Mie Cheng, who was now steadfastly looking at Yōubái, her expression brimming with audacity, a mocking smile gracing her lips. The nameless elder's countenance darkened, seriousness etched upon his face. "Do you possess any evidence?" "Ido, igrecumantian asserted." On that day, Xiao Yōubái inflicted injuries upon numerous junior sisters at the cliff's edge. Their wounds have yet to heal. Their spiritual roots are damaged, rendering them unable to cultivate. I implore the elder to investigate. Her words cut like daggers, forthright and righteous. The junior sisters are just outside the hall. Please, I ask you to question them personally. The women who had accompanied Mie Cheng to the cliff stepped into the grand hall, each pale-faced and trembling with fear, their bodies shaking uncontrollably. Under Mie Cheng's prompting gaze, they meticulously recounted their injuries and the physician's warnings, word by word. Standing in the hall, every female cultivator had sustained varying degrees of damage to their spiritual roots. The physicians had cautioned them against any cultivation or circulating spiritual energy until their roots had recovered, lest they exacerbate their injuries. Multiple types of medicinal pills had been administered, yet no improvement had been observed. Listening to their accounts, gasps erupted from the crowd outside the hall. "This is dreadful. How could their injuries be so severe? My heavens! Is it truly demonic magic? After trying so many kinds of pills without effect, can any cultivator truly inflict such harm upon their own roots? If this hinders their cultivation, won't they be rendered useless? Are there no other remedies available? This is utterly vile. What they cannot be healed, they have nearly killed them. Yet they aren't allowed to retaliate? Indeed, if it were me, those injuries would be considered light. Will their spiritual roots never recover? Such a fate is terrifying." And Yōubái surveyed the group of female cultivators before her, recalling the thunderous strike she had unleashed, a cold smile creeping on her lips. Deservedly so. However, a fleeting thought crossed her mind. Mie Cheng had also been struck, yet she seemed unscathed now. Had she been healed? Was a lack of treatment for these women merely a ploy to await her return and cause trouble? But then she reasoned. The original body had truly perished and returned not. No matter how astute Mie Cheng was, she could not have foreseen her return to seek vengeance. Why then? Was this group left untreated? Was the medication required for their injuries exceedingly rare? Thus, only she had been healed, as Yōubái mulled over her strategy. Mie Cheng continued her tirade, drawing the attention of the nameless elder to each of the injured female cultivators. "Elder, please observe my junior sisters. Their injuries were assessed by the senior brothers from the medicinal peak upon their return to the sect. They deliberated for an extended period and have employed various medicinal pills. Yet their conditions remain unchanged." The nameless elder regarded the female cultivators before him, and with the testimony from the medicinal peak, it was confirmed that treatment had indeed been attempted. The recovery capacity of the medications was evidently insufficient, resulting in no visible improvement to their injuries. Turning his gaze towards Yōubái, The nameless elder inquired. Yōubái, were these injuries indeed caused by you? Indeed, they were inflicted by me, and Yōubái confessed candidly, her tone brisk and imbued with pride. This admission left the assembly in stunned silence. She acknowledged it just like that? Surely, she could not be serious? Was it that straightforward? Was this truly demonic magic? My heavens, she has admitted it. Is she the sole practitioner of such dark arts? Or does her family possess such abilities? What a malevolent technique. Where did she learn it? As the murmurs of the crowd swirled around her, Yōubái raised her chin with satisfaction. Yōubái, your acknowledgment suffices. You have harmed your fellow disciples with forbidden arts, and the evidence is irrefutable. I implore the nameless elder to expel this vile woman, for she is unworthy to be a disciple of Archingyun's sect and tarnishes our reputation. And Yōubái, upon hearing Yōubái's remarks, could not stifle her laughter. Wait a moment, I admit I injured them, but I do not concede that it was through forbidden arts. Nor do I accept your definition of demonic techniques. With a disdainful huff, she continued, it was merely a thunderstrike. Can that truly be classified as demonic magic? Would that not make every wielder of lightning a demon? Yet if it is not forbidden magic, then why are their spiritual roots damaged? Despite repeated treatments, why is there no sign of recovery? Yōubái pressed on, unyielding in her accusation. And Yōubái initially contemplated retorting, did you not recover? But reconsidered, recognizing that this would not be the most prudent approach. With Yōubái's current demeanor, she could easily twist the narrative to suggest that the original body had slipped and fallen, denying any injury sustained, given that the cliff had been populated by her allies. Whatever she declared would likely be accepted without question. As various strategies flitted through her mind, and Yōubái noticed Yōubái smiling triumphantly at Tianhua. This moment solidified her resolve. Her eyes locked onto Yōubái, her expression laced with mockery. Your father, Tianhua, commands the heavenly fire, which upon impact, inflicts unbearable burns that can even harm the soul. Without high-grade medicinal remedies, those injuries cannot be mended, and even with them, multiple doses and months of recuperation are required. Is not his heavenly fire also a form of forbidden magic? Is it not demonic arts? Tianhua, taken aback by Yōubái's attitude, felt a surge of anger rising within him, ready to chastise her. However, upon sensing the nameless elder's scrutinizing gaze, he abruptly halted his advance. Upon hearing Yōubái's words, Yōubái's ire ignited. She could no longer contain herself, pointing an accusatory finger at Yōubái, exclaiming, You wretched girl, how dare you compare yourself to my father? Who grants you the audacity? My father's heavenly fire was bestowed upon him during the fall of countless stars. It is a divine force beyond your comparison. And Yōubái internally scoffed, it is but a meteor, not the fall of myriad stars. Yet she maintained a calm demeanor, a composed expression she had learned from Yun, projecting an air of tranquility. To the elder, I wield the power of thunder and lightning, and Yōubái declared. As her words resonated, the hall erupted once more in fervor. The attendees found the spectacle utterly captivating. The unfolding drama was rich with intrigue, prompting even more spectators to arrive. You are not of the lightning's spiritual root. It can command the power of thunder? Show me. The nameless elder set down his teacup, nodding at Yōubái in encouragement to unleash a bolt of lightning. Chapter 58. The cannon fodder girl defies destiny, stepping back 3 paces to create distance, and Yōubái raised her right hand slightly, summoning a thunderstrike that crashed into the ground a mere 4 steps before Yōubái, sending her reeling backward in shock. The hall of the law enforcement hall bore the brunt of the lightning's fury, leaving a large crater in its wake, surrounded by charred earth. As the crowd outside observed the unfolding scene, those at the front hastily retreated, causing those behind them to stumble and fall to the ground. Instantly, chaos ensued. The expression on Yōubái's face revealed a flicker of concern. Shortly thereafter, the disciples of the law enforcement hall restored order outside. Yet the murmurs of the crowd continued to circulate. The cacophony grew louder, accompanied by alternating gasps and expressions of doubt. Silence. Yōubái's voice resonated, imbued with a subtle pressure that seemed to penetrate the minds of all present. Instantly, A hush fell over the assembly as they lowered their heads, refraining from further utterance. Xiao Yōubái, do you comprehend the power of this object? Wu Mingzhenren's gaze was piercing, his demeanor authoritative as he locked eyes with Yōubái. His expression grave and tone earnest. Replying to the Zhenren, I am aware of its potency, which is precisely why I have never wielded it until now. It was only when Yōubái gathered the crowd to corner me at the precipice and attacked with a sword that I resorted to using it for self-preservation. And Yōubai's defense was delivered with sincerity and heartfelt conviction, secretly praising her own cleverness. Ultimately, no one in this world could ascertain the exact moment when one could control lightning, and thus, none could refute her on that account. This object is indeed highly destructive. While it is a formidable weapon, I hope you will wield it with caution, Wu Mingzhenren acknowledged, nodding slightly in agreement, his words laced with gentle admonition. The implication of his demeanor was clear to all. This matter would be laid to rest without punishment. Upon hearing these words, Yōubái felt a surge of indignation. Her spiritual roots had been damaged, causing her excruciating pain. Had it not been for her mother's plea for a high-grade elixir and her own sacrifice of spiritual energy to aid in recovery, she would be in the same predicament as the others. To let this insufferable girl off the hook was unacceptable. Zhenren, how can it be that she has harmed so many of her peers and simply walk away unscathed? Tianhua Zhenren, recognizing his daughter's petulant disposition, was about to intervene when Wu Zhenren, who had remained silent until now, gently brushed his sleeve and looked kindly at Yōubái. You are aware that this object is incredibly potent, with fierce offensive capabilities and great potential for harm. You must have encountered numerous trials in the process of subduing it. The path to earning the recognition of celestial treasures is fraught with peril. A moment's carelessness could lead to one's demise. Surely, you understand the suffering inherent in this process. I hope you will exercise wisdom and caution in your future cultivation. And Yōubái glanced at Wu Zhenren in surprise, never anticipating that he would elucidate such matters on her behalf. His remark about her trials brought to mind Huaiyang and the plight of the 6 Taoists, as well as the lives lost in that city. Each word from Wu Zhenren, though gentle, was a reminder for her to never misuse her power. She understood, and with utmost respect, she performed a bow, her demeanor earnest as she vowed to heed the Zhenren's teachings. In the realm of cultivation, strength reigns supreme. One may possess the power to intimidate others, yet chooses not to abuse it, while another resorts to tyranny. Thus, individuals' allegiances naturally align with those they believe in. Xiao Yōubái had never oppressed her peers. This instance was merely a matter of life and death, prompting her to summon her abilities. With this realization, the crowd's animosity and fear toward her lessened considerably. Yōubái, your accusations of practicing dark arts, misusing demonic techniques, and harming your peers are unfounded. Do you have anything further to say? Elder Wu Ming's voice cut through the air as his gaze shifted past Yōubái to Tianhua Zhenren. No, the matter has been clarified. I shall take my daughter and take our leave. Thank you, Elder, Tianhua swiftly interjected, blocking Yōubái's attempt to speak further. Yōubái turned to her father in confusion, only to see Tianhua Zhenren bow respectfully. After receiving a nod from Wu Ming, he took Yōubái by the hand, preparing to exit the law enforcement hall. Wait, and Yōubái called out, halting Yōubái in her tracks. If you wish to depart in such a manner, it must be contingent upon my approval. A glance at the sideline Xia Fengyue revealed a smirk on her lips. You may be free of trouble, but I still have matters to address. Yōubái, your grievances are misdirected. The one Jiangziyu wishes to marry has never been me. It is Xia Yusha. Should you doubt my words, feel free to inquire directly with Jiangziyu about the truth of my claims. Her declaration elicited startled reactions from both parties, their gazes locking onto her in disbelief. Yōubái's eyes widened in incredulity, unable to process the revelation. Xia Fengyue, upon entering the hall, finally looked towards Yōubái, her eyes mirroring Yōubái's astonishment. Simultaneously, both gasped impossible. Silence. And Yōubai's laughter was tinged with derision as she surveyed their reactions, her voice ringing with authority in the hall. Yōubái, today I challenge you formally. At next year's sect competition, Will you dare to duel with me, irrespective of life or death? Silence. A powerful surge of fiery spiritual energy erupted from Tianhua Jinren, aimed directly at Yōubái. With her current cultivation, should she be struck, she would face near certain destruction. Yet, she found herself immobilized, unable to evade. Recalling her heart-intent armor, which offered damage reduction, she resolved to withstand the impending strike, unwilling to succumb to such an assault. Just as she prepared to retaliate with a bolt of lightning, her left hand clutched a healing card, ready to act in self-preservation. Cease. Wuming Jinren's sharp command interrupted Tianhua Jinren's offensive, dispersing the energy. And Yōubái promptly lowered her hand, stowing the healing card back in her bag. Tianhua, do you presume me to be dead? Twice you have disrupted my law enforcement hall. Henceforth, you are to reflect upon your actions in isolation at the cliff of contemplation for 6 months. Tianhua Jinren's eyes burned with ire as he regarded Yōubái. Yet he maintained a respectful demeanor towards Wuming Jinren, bowing solemnly. Yes, Jinren. Yōubái sensed the shift and was about to voice her concerns. But upon meeting her father's gaze, she swallowed her words. Yōubái, do you dare to accept the challenge? And Yōubái pressed, unwavering despite Tianhua Jinren's menacing glare. Chapter 59. The underestimated girl seeks to defy destiny. The duel agreement is established, and Yōubai's clear voice resonated throughout the hall, ensuring it reached the ears of all present. Yōubái quailed at the thought of enduring the pain of a lightning strike once more. She had no desire to experience it a second time. Even though the duel was set for a year hence, fear gripped her heart. Under Yōubai's relentless pursuit, Yōubai's complexion drained of color, her lips quivering uncontrollably. Deep down, she recognized that her current state was a disgrace to her father, but she could not suppress her fear. The onlookers, enraptured, found today to be exceptionally rewarding, as the abundance of gossip left them uncertain about which tale was the most delectable. Yōubái, is she truly afraid? Are you not afraid? The competition occurs every year. What is there to fear? You heard the stakes, life or death. Do you not grasp the implications? Consider those disciples who suffered damage to their spiritual roots. If they cannot recover, their journey ends here. Indeed, it is terrifying. If I were in their shoes, I might even wish for death. Yes, I too would find it unbearable. Who would dare to compete against Xiao Yōubái in the future? It is far too daunting. That is sound reasoning. If she is my opponent next time, I will concede immediately. Yōubái, upon hearing the fervent discussions around her, trembled with realization. Yes, she was frightened. Observing Yōubai's evasive demeanor as she half-concealed herself behind Tianhua Jinren, and Yōubái stepped forward with grave determination, asking for the third time. Do you dare to accept the challenge? Regardless of the reasons that prompted Yōubai's actions, or whether she may have misunderstood circumstances, it was she who, with her own hands, claimed the life of the original owner. To fulfill Task 1, it is imperative for her to publicly acknowledge this deed. A formal challenge must be issued, and only by defeating her in front of the assembled crowd can the task be completed without the oppressive influence of Tianhua Jinren. Tianhua Jinren can compel the Xia family to bow to his authority through his esteemed status and profound cultivation. Similarly, Yōubái can wield the collective pressure of the crowd. The sect rules, and all the true practitioners within the sect to compel Yōubái to admit her wrongdoing. Observing the relentless advance of Yōubái, who refused to yield even an inch, Tianhua Jinren glanced at his daughter, who was trembling behind him, and felt a pang of concern. It seemed this matter could not be resolved amicably. If his daughter did not confront this challenge herself, this person and this incident would become a lingering source of inner turmoil for her throughout her life. Moreover, once such a mental demon takes shape, it would be exceedingly difficult for her to achieve greatness in her lifetime. Wu Weijinren's words ring true. Those who can tame celestial treasures often pay an extraordinary price and possess unparalleled experiences. Tianhua Jinren understood this deeply, which is why he ardently wished for his daughter's mental demon not to be this individual. Having grasped the situation, Tianhua Jinren gently patted his daughter's head and turned to face Yōubái, his expression a complex mix of emotions as he pressed his lips together. Your challenge is accepted on behalf of Fu Boifeng. However, Intra-sect contests are never battles to the death. Sect rules prohibit any harm between fellow disciples. He declared in a voice resonating like thunder, his gaze towards Yōubái inscrutable, tinged with a hint of disdain, yet laced with a sigh. During next year's grand competition, you two shall take the stage together. The first to step down will be deemed the loser. Do you agree? Tianhuizhenren scrutinized Yōubái. Despite a flicker of admiration within him, his eyes remained filled with displeasure. If I win, Yōubái, you must publicly confess the truth and apologize to me in front of the entire sect. This was the true objective of Yōubái. She had never anticipated a life-and-death struggle, for the sect rules explicitly stated that disciples must not harm one another. Under the scrutiny of the sect during the grand competition, they would not be allowed to engage in a genuine battle for their lives. What she sought was a straightforward victory over Yōubái, to unveil the truth for all to see. This would perfectly fulfill the requirements of Task 1. Very well. Tianhuizhenren gritted his teeth in agreement, promptly leading Yōubái out of the law enforcement hall, entirely disregarding the murmurs of the crowd behind them. Yōubái had achieved her objective for this endeavor. She turned to Yang Li, raising an eyebrow with a victorious smile. Just as she was about to approach him to speak, Xia Fengyue suddenly rushed over, seizing her arm tightly. Mei, come home with me. Yōubái was pulled along forcefully by Xia Fengyue, as if her sister feared she might escape. They dashed toward the outer gate, renting 2 flying cranes to return home. Throughout the journey, Xia Fengyue held onto Yōubái without uttering a single word, her head bowed, completely ignoring her sister. Upon their arrival, their parents were already seated in the main hall, awaiting their return. What happened? Why did you go to the law enforcement hall? How did it end? Was Tianhuizhenren angry? Just as they stepped through the door, their father, Xia Donglin, rushed over, not inquiring about her well-being or injuries. Even their parents did not spare a glance for Yōubái. Their attention was solely directed at Xia Fengyue. Finally released from her sister's grasp, Yōubái quietly sat to the side, observing as Xia Fengyue rapidly answered their father's questions while soothing their mother's anxiety. When their father learned that Yōubái could control lightning, he transitioned from astonishment to excitement, finally turning his gaze toward her for the first time in a long while, only to glance at Xia Fengyue with a hint of regret, followed by a frown directed at Yōubái. Ignoring the unfolding situation before her, Yōubái remained seated, devouring her meal, as she still needed to prepare for another arduous challenge. After all, one of her targets for Task 2 had yet to be encountered. While Yōubái pondered how to accomplish Task 2, Xia Yusha burst into the room, followed closely by the Xia clan leader, several elders, and the clan leader's daughter. Their older cousin, observing the gathering, Yōubái nodded inwardly, pleased that everyone had assembled, indicating that today's matters could indeed be resolved. And it appeared that Task 2 would be the first to be completed. Upon entering, the clan leader immediately looked at Yōubái, smiling broadly. Yōubái has returned. As long as you are safe, that is all that matters. Let's all sit down and discuss. Xia Donglin nodded to Xiaomu, who approached, reaching out to pull Yōubái closer, only for her to evade the gesture. She raised her eyes, devoid of emotion, and asked, "Is there something you need?" Taken aback by her inquiry, Xiaomu quickly recovered and replied with a smile, "You child, you should have returned home safely first. Why did you go to the law enforcement hall? If you had an extraordinary encounter, why not inform your family first?" Yōubái nearly laughed in exasperation at her words. She met her mother's gaze directly, noting the complete absence of concern within it. "I was attacked and pushed off a cliff. Did any of you worry about my injuries?" Chapter 60. The Cannon Fodder Girl Defies Fate 10. Go to the place where I fell and jump down. Xiaomu clearly did not expect her usually reticent second daughter to confront her in such a manner, let alone pose such a direct question. For a moment, she was at a loss and turned to Xia Donglin, who furrowed his brow at Yōubai's aggressive tone. Before he could gather his thoughts to respond, Xia Yusha rushed over, wrapping her arms around their mother's, her innocent face bearing reproach as she looked at Yōubái. "You were the one who slipped down. Who pushed you?" Yōubái narrowed her eyes at Xia Yusha, recognizing her as a girl raised in the lap of luxury, with a charming appearance and a melodious voice. Her round, smiling face naturally elicited a sense of joy in others. It was precisely her that had triggered the death of Yōubái. This woman before her had caused her sister's demise, yet she had never once recalled the name Yōubái throughout her life. Now, she had the audacity to cast blame. How pitiful! Yōubái would not indulge such a person. She raised her hand, channeling her spiritual energy, and struck. Xiaoyusha was unexpectedly hit, crashing backward into the wall and spitting out a mouthful of blood. The onlookers in the courtyard were instantly horrified. None had anticipated that Yōubái would strike without warning. Xiaomu was the first to react, rushing toward Xiaoyusha, while Xia Donglin bellowed, "Have you lost your mind? How dare you strike your sister?" Yōubái casually raised her hand, summoning a fierce bolt of lightning that struck the center of the courtyard, silencing everyone as they instinctively stepped back. She regarded the fallen Xiaoyusha with disdain. "Xiaoyusha, it is because of you that I was attacked and thrown off a cliff, and you dare to speak to me in such a manner?" Clinging tightly to their mother, Xiaoyusha whimpered. "It was the eldest sister who said you slipped down on your own." "Eldest sister? Xiaofingyue, come, say it again in front of everyone." Yōubái half turned, her sharp gaze locking onto her sister's with a smile that brimmed with mockery. "This time, you will swear an oath against your mental demon, proving that your words are true, or else your cultivation will stagnate at the foundation level, with no hope of advancement in this lifetime." Raising an eyebrow, Yōubái observed the pallor that spread across Xia Finyue's face upon hearing the phrase mental demon oath. The mental demon oath is the most feared vow among cultivators in this world, as it is recognized by the heavens and is an unbreakable promise. Xia Fengyue abruptly lifted her head, her eyes filled with disbelief and shock. "You want me to swear an oath to my heart's demons? Are you intent on destroying my path?" Xiaofu immediately stepped forward, pointing at Yōubái and berating her loudly, "You scoundrel," before he could utter further insults. And Yōubái gently raised her right hand, and a bolt of lightning struck down beside Xiaoyusha, mere inches away from her. With a mocking gaze at Xiaofu, she remarked, "Perhaps it would be wise for you to refrain from further cursing. I trust you have heard that my power of lightning is rather formidable. If I were to miscalculate, Xiaoyusha might find herself suffering the consequences." Xiaoyusha, terrified, shrank into her mother's embrace, trembling uncontrollably, yet she still managed to retort, "You wouldn't dare? I am your sister. You cannot treat me this way." And Yōubái scoffed, "What an absurdity. Were it not for you, would I have faced such harm?" With that, she unleashed another bolt of lightning, striking the ground at Xiaoyusha's feet. "Yōubái, do not act rashly. Let us discuss this calmly." The eldest cousin interjected, attempting to mediate. "We are all family here. If you have grievances, speak them. The clan leader and the elders are present to support you." "Indeed, Yōubái. Heed your cousin's advice. Do not act impulsively." The elders in the courtyard began to chime in, urging her to reconsider. "Yōubái, you're also a child of the Xia family. If you have been wronged, express your wishes, and the clan shall advocate for you." Clan leader Xia stepped forward, observing the crowd's readiness to smooth over the situation, and Yōubái smirked slightly, fully expecting this outcome. Unfortunately, the original body's desire was to leave the Xia family, not to seek vengeance. Upon entering the room, she had anticipated the current predicament, knowing full well that with her newfound power, the Xia family would undoubtedly attempt to win her over at all costs. To achieve her goal of total departure, she would need to employ some cunning. The unfolding scenario was just as she had predicted. Now, she needed to escalate the conflict to a point where resolution would be impossible. "Very well, clan leader. I have but two demands. First, Xia Fengyue must clearly explain the true circumstances that transpired at that time, as well as why she agreed to let you Mantai off the hook. Second, Xiaoyusha, you have two choices. Either I strike you with 20 bolts of lightning, or you leap off the cliff where I fell. Choose one." And Yōubái looked at everyone present, her gaze unwavering as she proclaimed, "Clan leader, this is what I seek. I demand justice. Xiao Yōubái requires justice." "Impossible." As soon as Yōubai's words fell, Xiao Mu clutched Xiaoyusha and shouted, "Who are you to utter such madness? You are not my daughter. My daughter would never defy her parents, nor would she harm her own sister." And Yōubái turned her gaze towards Xiao Mu, who instinctively recoiled under her scrutiny. You are correct. Your daughter, Xiao Yōubái, has perished beneath the cliff. She deserves justice. Unthinkable. Both options are unacceptable. I shall never agree. Xiao Fu's face turned crimson with rage, and he raised his hand as if to strike, but then he seemed to recall something and hesitantly lowered it. And Yōubái remained silent, merely curling her lips into a derisive smile as she looked towards the clan leader, her eyes questioning. The clan leader surveyed the assembled crowd and sighed deeply. Yōubái, you have indeed been wronged, but asking your sister to leap off the cliff is not a reasonable solution. Would it not be better for her to apologize to you instead? And Yōubái regarded the room full of people, finding the outcome precisely as she had foreseen, without a single detail amiss. In that case, she would proceed to fulfill her mission and depart from the Xia family. She smiled nonchalantly, and a bolt of lightning suddenly appeared, striking directly in front of Xiao Fengyue. And Yōubai's calm voice resonated with unwavering determination. Xiao Fengyue, you may begin. I grant you this opportunity to reveal the truth. The assembled crowd was momentarily taken aback by Yōubai's resolute demeanor. None had anticipated that the usually inconspicuous girl would show such determination today. Was she truly prepared to sever ties? Had she considered the consequences? Several accompanying family elders exchanged wary glances, retreating cautiously. At that moment, Xiao Fengyue, feeling cornered, trembled. Her heart gripped by fear as she recalled the injuries inflicted upon those in the enforcement hall. They were all too real. Yet, she could not voice her thoughts, nor could she admit them. She understood that her younger sister had been wronged, but for the sake of the family, Xia Yusha had always endured in silence. Why was it different this time? Reflecting on her sister's character, she believed that these threats were mere bluster. Even if Xia Yusha was angry, she would never truly harm them. She was merely throwing a tantrum to gain attention. However, she could not publicly acknowledge this. To do so would tarnish her reputation for life, and all would know. If it were to be brought up in the future, even if she achieved greatness, she would forever be a subject of ridicule. Thus, despite her inner fear, she pressed her lips tightly together, refusing to speak or look at anyone. She was convinced that her sister would not genuinely harm their family, and Yōubái shook her head mockingly, a derisive smile gracing her lips as she directed a bolt of lightning at Xiao Fengyue, this time striking her directly. Xiao Fengyue let out a piercing scream, collapsing to the ground, her body convulsing uncontrollably. The sudden turn of events filled the courtyard with astonishment and a palpable sense of dread. Until that moment, everyone had believed that Yōubai's displays were mere attempts to intimidate. No one truly believed she would inflict harm upon her family. Yet, witnessing Xia Fengyue's plight, they all instinctively recoiled, stepping back more than 3 paces, except for one individual who rushed forward. You scoundrel! How dare you truly lay hands on your sister? Xia Fu shouted, witnessing Xia Fengyue's injury. Without a moment's hesitation, he unleashed a palm strike imbued with spiritual energy. And Yōubái, with her limited cultivation, could not evade him. However, thanks to the Sini Pijia and the protective lightning ring, coupled with Xia Fu's cultivation level being merely in the latter stage of foundation establishment, she felt little impact. Xia Fu, on the other hand, was in dire straits. The rebound effect of the Sini Pijia caused him to suffer half of the attack's power, compounded by the electric defense from the lightning ring. After delivering the strike, and Yōubái merely grunted, while he himself spat out a mouthful of blood. Since the confrontation had escalated, and Yōubái decided to respond in kind, she stepped forward, yanking Xia Yusha from her mother's hold and tossing her to the ground, raising her hand to prepare for another lightning strike. Xia Yusha, terrified, lay on the ground, shouting desperately, "Mother, save me! I'm on the verge of foundation establishment. I cannot ruin my spiritual roots." Yōubái ceased this. Wait! And Yōubái ignored the cries of the clan leader and the eldest cousin, turning her serious gaze back to Xiao Fengyue. Xiao Fengyue, you may begin. I will count to 3. 1, 2. Yōubái, please calm down. We are all family. This will not end well for anyone. Listen to your eldest cousin. I will ensure they apologize to you publicly, in front of the entire clan. Just take a moment to compose yourself. The eldest cousin hurriedly stepped into the middle of the courtyard, standing 5 paces away, her face etched with concern as she earnestly regarded Yōubái. Yōubái, your eldest cousin knows that you have endured much over the years. But this is not the way to resolve your grievances. Please, calm yourself. I will make them apologize to you." With that, she turned to Xiao Fengyue, firmly grasping her arm. Yeah, you have always considered yourself exceptional, commanding authority, but wrong is wrong. If you allow this to fester, how will you ever attain your path? After being struck by lightning, Xiao Fengyue now felt an excruciating pain coursing through her body. With a gaze filled with unfamiliarity, she looked at Yōubái. Yet she refused to acknowledge her mistakes. "Second sister, are you truly going to treat us and this family in such a manner? How can you continue to stay here in the future?" "Wait, Xiao Yōubái, hold on," Xiao Fengyue exclaimed. "What are you doing? Are you trying to harm Xia Yusha's spiritual roots, preventing her from ever cultivating again? Think of those people in the main hall. Their injuries are real." The eldest cousin was on the verge of madness, fearing that the situation would spiral out of control. As soon as she left the law enforcement hall, she rushed home and brought her father and the elders with her. Xiao Fengyue remained tight-lipped, as if she had resolved that she would not retaliate. "Very well," and Yōubái said with a smile, raising her hand as a bolt of lightning struck towards Xia Yusha. A gasp escaped Xiao Mu's lips as she fainted, and the onlookers watched in horror, too afraid to intervene, fearing they might be the next target. In that moment, the crowd finally believed that Yōubái was indeed indifferent to everything, seeking only justice. However, the anticipated tragic outcome did not materialize. A protective halo appeared around Xia Yusha, shielding her from harm as the lightning was deflected. The glow of the defensive array flickered visibly, its strength diminished compared to before. You possess quite a few good treasures. Let us see how many you can withstand." And Yōubái smirked, unleashing 3 consecutive bolts of lightning without pause. As the thunderclaps echoed, the defensive formation began to crack. Realizing that the situation could not continue as it was, Xiao Fu quickly raised an earthen wall to shield Xia Yusha, while Xiao Fengyue conjured a water shield to protect herself. "Villain, what do you intend to do? Do you wish to take your sister's life?" Xiao Fu was both astonished and terrified, observing Yōubái wielding the lightning with apparent ease. A twinge of regret surfaced in his heart, but it was swiftly suppressed. "Justice. Since the beginning, all I have sought is justice. I demand it," and Yōubái stated firmly, fixing her gaze on Xiao Fu and Xiao Mu, both of whom were fully aware of the situation but had tacitly accepted Xiao Yōubai's demise. "What is justice? What do you need justice for as a family? That is your sister, your own sister." Xiao Fu bellowed in rage, as if raising his voice could somehow justify his stance. And Yōubái regarded him with a cold smile before unleashing another bolt of lightning towards Xia Yusha. This strike broke through Xiao Fu's earthen barrier, descending directly upon her. Xia Yusha, whose protective array had already sustained damage, finally lost all its radiance and shattered under the latest assault. She cried, her face pale as she panicked. "Second sister, I was wrong. I was wrong. Please spare me. I don't want to be harmed. If I am, I won't be able to cultivate anymore. You have called out to the wrong person. Your second sister is no longer here. She perished beneath the cliffs of Sangshi Lin," and Yōubái replied, her brow furrowing at Xia Yusha's pleas. Instead of feeling pity, a strong sense of revulsion surged within her. Even at this critical juncture, Xia Yusha was still attempting to manipulate her with familial ties. The original owner had never referred to her as second sister over the years. "Do you think that by speaking in such a manner, I will let you off the hook? Not a chance." Raising her hand, another bolt of lightning struck Xia Yusha directly. As the electric current coursed through her, Xia Yusha writhed in agony, rolling on the ground while howling in distress. The combination of fear and pain shattered the once pampered girl. "Yōubái, your eldest cousin observes with a sense of helplessness, disapproval, sympathy, and a myriad of unspoken thoughts. Yet in the end, she swallows them all back. Eldest cousin, what she's experiencing is merely a fraction of what I endured," and Yōubái remarked, casting a glance at the writhing Xia Yusha. It was because of her that the original owner had truly lost her life. Turning to face Xiao Fengyue, her tone remained steady and unwavering. "It is now your turn, Xiao Fengyue. Xiao Yōubái, leave. From this day forth, You are no longer the daughter of Xia Donglin. There is no place for you in this family, Xia Fu declared, watching Yōubái raise her hand again, fearing for his eldest daughter's safety. And Yōubái smiled mockingly. For this was the very statement she had sought. Had she proposed severing ties with the Xia family herself, she would have faced countless justifications against her. However, as the head of the family, Xia Fu's words carried weight that even the clan leader could not contest, for he was indeed the original owner's father. Having achieved her objective, Yōubái calmly regarded the crowd in the courtyard and nodded. Very well. Then I kindly ask the clan leader to remove my name from the family register. I shall leave the Xia family from this day forth. Seeing the unfolding scene, the clan leader sighed deeply. Yōubái, you have suffered a grievance. As the clan leader, it is my duty to ensure you receive the justice you deserve. Today, the Xia family has failed you, and I am unable to provide you with the justice you seek. Should you ever require assistance in the future, I, as the clan leader, will not refuse. And Yōubái felt no emotion towards such platitudes. After all, many could utter sweet words, but how many could genuinely fulfill them? Standing at the entrance, she resolutely declared, Clan leader, from this day forth, I shall have no further relations with this family. Without casting another glance back, she strode out of the Xia family's gates. The relatives surrounding the entrance looked on in fear, none daring to approach her. Upon receiving the notification that her second task of leaving her family had been completed, Yōubái felt a surge of joy. She had successfully accomplished a B-grade task. Splendid. As she walked away with a beaming smile, the Xia family courtyard was shrouded in despair. Donglin, I hope you do not come to regret this. The clan leader's despondent expression made him appear considerably older. Everyone disperse. Go about your business. The eldest cousin supported Xia Fengyue, glancing at her with a sigh and shaking her head. Eldest cousin, did I truly err? I acted for the good of our family. Why is my second sister so stubborn this time? Xia Fengyue's voice was hoarse, her pain evident. You know where you went wrong. There is no need for me to point it out. You simply refuse to admit it. The current situation, if it originated from Xia Yusha, you're the one who exacerbated it. Both of you forced her into this predicament. Where there is injustice, there will be resentment. You have never extended the concept of fairness towards her. She sighed inwardly, wishing that her cousin would not harbor a grudge over this incident. Mistakes can be rectified, and amends can be made. However, if a grudge forms, it becomes an insurmountable barrier. If it worsens into a heart demon, it will surely hinder one's path in the future. Eldest sister, what should I do? Am I unable to cultivate anymore? It hurts so much. Xia Yusha's cries echoed incessantly throughout the courtyard. Yet all of this was now irrelevant to Yōubái, who swiftly returned to her sect and sent a message to Yang Li. Thank you for today. Have you completed the task? He inquired. Yes, I have completed one of them. Yang Li looked at the message from Yōubái with a mix of exasperation. She truly knew how to infuriate him. Despite being present for so long, the task progress had not moved an inch. The woman, having arrived only the previous day, had already accomplished one task. And from the current circumstances of the duel, it appeared that she would likely complete another by the time of next year's grand competition. As she held the teacup, her thoughts whirled in her mind. Was this the reason she consistently received the evaluation of excellent? Was it due to the rapid and high-quality completion of her tasks? Why was she able to achieve excellent every time? Were there aspects of the tasks that she had overlooked? At this moment, Yōubái was indifferent to the thoughts and concerns of others. Her sole focus was to uncover whether there existed a solution for the dual elemental roots of water and fire. To thrive in this world and to complete Task 3, this issue must be resolved, as it was crucial for her cultivation advancement. The original body, aware of the futility of the great Tao, still persisted in training daily, perhaps in hopes of making further progress. Upon returning to the sect, Yōubái dashed into the library, diving into the vast sea of books to seek out any methods that could resolve the conflicting roots. Meanwhile, Yang Li also posed this query to his master, Wu Weizhenren. After a moment of quiet contemplation, Wu Weizhenren smiled at Yang Li and provided a definitive answer. I recall there exists a herb that can cleanse a spiritual root. It is called Tian, Su Ning, and Chao, and it requires over 5,000 years to possess such an effect. This herb was exceedingly rare, and he suggested Yang Li inquire with Mie Cheng for information about it. After imparting this knowledge, Wei Junren gently brushed his sleeve. Was this question inspired by the girl from today? Yang Li, noticing the smile on his master's face, feared there might be a misunderstanding regarding their relationship. However, he found it difficult to clarify, merely nodding in affirmation. Wei Junren had genuinely cared for the original body, and even after its demise due to the exhaustion of its true essence, he had suffered greatly from the backlash of the suppressed demonic energy, losing all progress in cultivation. The most promising candidate for ascension had squandered his life in regret. This was the sorrow of the original body. His master had nurtured him with care, hoping to witness him achieve enlightenment and ascend. Yang Li promptly sent a message to Yōubái, specifically noting the need for the 5,000-year-old Tian, Su Ning, and Xiao. After dispatching the message, he proceeded to his junior brother Mie Cheng's quarters. As the sole heir of the Ning family in the Medicine Valley, he should be able to gather some information regarding the herb. Mie Cheng, with his charming peach blossom eyes and a constant smile, said, "This is easy. Let me send a message to my father, and I will inform you once I receive a reply." Yang Li nodded, observing the knowing expression on Mie Cheng's face, which caused a sense of discomfort within him, yet he could not explain. He could not simply disclose that he had been contracted by someone. Suppressing his unease, he expressed his gratitude and returned to his room, internally cursing the increasingly challenging task. On the other hand, upon learning the name of the herb, Yōubái spent 7 consecutive days searching through herbal texts in the library, hoping to uncover useful information. Unfortunately, she found no mention of the herb. Had it not been for her belief in Wei Junren's credibility, she might have thought he had misspoken. While lost in thought, her gaze caught sight of Xiaoyusha, standing by the roadside, seemingly terrified of Yōubái, trembling as she hid behind Jiang Zening. Jiang Zening regarded Yōubái with caution, slightly spreading his arms in a protective stance to shield Xiaoyusha. Yōubái had no desire to acknowledge them further. Having completed her task, these individuals were no longer her concern. She was filled with disdain for Xiaoyusha's selfish behavior, which only considered herself without regard for others. The only thought she had for such individuals was to keep her distance. Continuing toward the library, she chuckled inwardly at the recent encounter with Xia Fengyue, realizing how truly they resembled sisters. Amid her persistent search, she finally stumbled upon an ancient record indicating that someone had once found a 4,000-year-old Tian, Su Ning, and Xiao in the northern region of the Yinfeng continent. Accompanying the record was a sketch of the herb, but no further documentation followed. Should she embark on a quest? Contemplating this record, Yōubai's mind was abuzz with thoughts. In this world, cultivation heavily relied on spiritual roots, and if she did not resolve the conflict between her roots, she might only reach the foundational stage at best. Advancing beyond that would result in continuous clashes of spiritual energy within her body, causing immense suffering. Historically, no one with conflicting spiritual roots had managed to break free from this constraint. This was also the reason the Xia family had so readily dismissed her after her roots were tested at birth. Should she pursue this lead? The Baijin Tianqing Valley in the northern Yinfeng continent was a distant journey, and currently, she lacked suitable flying apparatus. Relying solely on the Fenghuoluan would be insufficient for such a long trek. Additionally, she might not return in time for next year's set competition, which would prevent her from making the necessary corrections in front of Yōubái, thus failing task 1. This was unacceptable. Weighing the pros and cons carefully, Yōubái resolved to wait until the matter with Yōubái was concluded before seeking out the Tian, Su Ning, and Xiao. This B-grade task had no time constraints. As long as she diligently fulfilled the requirements, she would be fine. With ample time at her disposal, there was no need for haste. She would first focus on completing the task before planning her next steps. Having determined her course of action, she began to meditate earnestly, preparing for foundational cultivation. To this end, she inquired with Yang Li about what preparations were necessary for this stage. After all, she was still an outer disciple without a master. Consulting with these elite inner disciples could help her avoid unnecessary detours. Upon learning that she was preparing for foundational cultivation, Mie Cheng gathered a plethora of useful elixirs and delivered them directly to her. observing the charming Mie Cheng. And Yōubái thought amusedly that he embodied the very essence of the term feminine beauty. If he were donned female attire, he would undoubtedly be the center of admiration. Politely, she expressed her gratitude. "Thank you, senior brother Ning. How many spirit stones are needed for these?" Mie Cheng smiled brightly. "No need for that. Consider it a welcoming gift from your senior brother." And Yōubái gazed at the table laden with elixirs, many of which were high-grade solidifying essence elixirs, sought-after treasures. It was quite remarkable for someone she had just met to gift her so much. With a sense of curiosity, her eyes shifted to Yang Li, seeking clarification. However, before Yang Li could speak, Mie Cheng mischievously interjected, "Oh, no need to look at senior brother phone. These elixirs aren't his. If you truly wish to thank me, a simple meal will suffice." That sounds easy enough, and Yōubái nodded, with the provisions gifted by the beasts upon her departure nearly filling her backpack. Treating someone to a meal was a trivial matter. She produced a jar of monkey wine, placing it on the stone table in the courtyard. "This is simple. Come, have a seat." She then pulled out roasted meats, braised dishes, various snacks, and fruits, soon covering the table with a feast. As a few cups of liquor were consumed, the atmosphere among the three became increasingly lively. Mie Cheng, unable to restrain himself, continued to drink one cup after another, quickly finishing half a jar of monkey wine. Unsurprisingly, he became somewhat intoxicated, his peach blossom face flushed, his eyes slightly glazed with a hint of laughter, his head swaying, yet he held his cup steadily. Shout by Shimmy. "Rest assured, I have already sent a message to my father regarding the Tian, Su Ning, and herb. Our Ning family's medicinal stores in various locations are all helping to find it. News will come soon." And Yōubái observed his drunken demeanor, his speech slightly slurred, and chuckled as she nodded in gratitude. "Thank you, Ning Shi Xiao." Despite his condition, he clung to the monkey wine, continuing to drink cup after cup, declaring, "I'm not drunk, don't stop me. This wine is too delicious. Shimmy, do you have more? Can you spare me a jar?" "Of course." Chapter 64. The cannon fodder girl defies fate by earning Ling stones as a bodyguard. Yang Li carried the inebriated Mie Cheng back, leaving behind a single remark. "The Tian Su Ning and herb is quite rare. I've also had someone inquire at the auction house. If it appears, news will surely come. But you must be prepared with Ling stones to purchase it." The expression on Yang Li's face, one of superiority, irked in Yōubái. However, she could not retort, as her current supply of Ling stones was indeed scant. Upon returning to her room, contemplating how to earn money, a new outer sect disciple was sent by the management to seek her out. The young disciple, pale and trembling, stood in her courtyard, nervously whispering, "Sister Xia, you haven't completed your sect task for this month. The sect mandates that outer disciples must fulfill a task each month." And Yōubái blinked, recalling the regulation. Since her arrival, she had been searching for medicinal herbs in the library and had indeed neglected her tasks. Feeling somewhat embarrassed, she nodded, indicating she would take on a task immediately. Then, to the astonishment of the disciple, she activated her wind-fire wheel and dashed towards the Shangan Hall. Upon entering, the previously boisterous gathering fell silent. All eyes turned toward her as she approached the brother responsible for task distribution. "Greetings, Shi Xiao. I have come to claim a task." Ignoring the others, she moved closer to inquire directly. "Sister Xia," the other party replied kindly, outlining the various tasks available. And Yōubái scrutinized the tasks, analyzing each one. "Planting tasks? I lack the knowledge. Herb gathering? I did not recognize the herbs. Mining Ling stones? Given my current cultivation and stamina, I likely cannot endure for long. There are also delivery tasks, which I can manage, but I am unfamiliar with the routes." After much deliberation, she concluded that hunting beasts in the Zangqi forest will be the most suitable option for her, allowing her to earn income, as different beasts commanded varying prices. With her lightning strike as power, self-preservation would certainly be achievable. Hunting beasts would not only fulfill her sect task, but also provide Ling stones for future medicinal purchases. "Shi Xiao, I plan to hunt beasts in the Zangqi forest. Are there any tasks related to beasts that I could also consider?" And Yōubái intended to take on multiple tasks to enhance efficiency. Upon hearing her request, the brother readily presented a dozen tasks for her selection. providing explanations to ensure her understanding of the beast's activity ranges and the significance of their blood for talisman making. As she weighed her options, murmurs arose around her. Is she really going to the Sangchi forest for a task? Will she team up with someone? Should we go ask her? At that moment, someone approached. Sister Xia. And Yōubái looked up to see an unfamiliar female cultivator, clad in what appeared to be the attire of a direct disciple. Not recognizing her, and Yōubái regarded her with curiosity. The woman, unreserved, introduced herself promptly. Sister Xia. I am Fu Bingqing from Wanzhenfeng. I am leading my junior disciples to the Sangchi forest for a task, and would like to invite you to join us if you're interested. As soon as Fu Bingqing finished speaking, a chorus of sighs erupted around them, indicating that someone had acted too quickly. She moved too fast. Indeed, I was just about to go, and Yōubái, amused, glanced at everyone. Sister Fu, may I know what the task entails? How is the compensation structured? With her current lack of ling stones, clarity on remuneration was paramount. I am leading the group to practice formations, and you will assist us with protection. There are no special requirements. We will only operate on the outskirts of the Sangchi forest. You will receive 50 middle-grade ling stones daily, and you can take on additional hunting tasks as long as you remain with our group. Fu Bingqing smiled, clearly offering a straightforward arrangement. This was not difficult for Yōubái to agree to, as Wenjun, Feng's specialized in formations. Mastering formations was challenging, especially during combat, where inadequate attacks often led to defeat. However, when executed well, formations could yield unexpected results. Particularly in defense, a well-constructed defensive formation could indeed be life-saving at critical moments. The only formation Yōubái had encountered was the teleportation array from Longsheng, which she had not fully comprehended from the materials. Thus, she thought it would be beneficial to accompany them, gaining experience along the way. Upon receiving Yōubái's agreement, Fu Bingqing stated, "Let us gather at the foot of the mountain tomorrow morning and set off together." All right, I will be there on time. After concluding their journey and settling accounts, both parties expressed satisfaction with the collaboration. And Yōubái marveled at the wealth of the disciples from the formation peak. Every formation required spiritual energy or ling stones to activate. A basic formation could sell for several hundred low-grade ling stones, while intermediate formations often commanded prices in the hundreds of middle-grade ling stones, and advanced formations were exorbitantly priced, often requiring custom orders. In the few days they ventured out, the group of 10 spent no less than several hundred ling stones, evoking genuine envy within her. For a moment, she felt an impulse to study formations, though she truly found them incomprehensible. Meanwhile, Fu Bingqing and her companions eagerly gossiped about Yōubái's lightning attacks, each face reflecting shock and genuine admiration. Senior sister, when that swarm of soul-biting mice emerged, I was terrified. Indeed, who wouldn't be? Just a few bites could require 2 years to recover one's spirit. I never expected Sister Xia, not yet at the foundation establishment stage, could unleash lightning and eliminate them all with a mere gesture. It was clearly 2 strikes. After the first flash, she saw that some were still alive and struck again. I witnessed it. How could she control lightning so effortlessly? I do not know, but it certainly appeared effortless. Shall we invite her again next time? Agreed, it's settled. Fu Bingqing was equally astonished. In the days they spent together, she grew fond of Yōubái's character, affirming that rumors could not be trusted. Calculating in her mind, she realized the greatest shortcoming of the Formation Peak disciples was their lack of offensive capability. If they undertook tasks in the future with Yōubái by their side, their safety would undoubtedly increase significantly. Chapter 65. The Cannon Fodder Girl aims to defy fate. 15. Wealth must be earned with integrity. Brute force is not acceptable. When Yōubái submitted her tasks, she attracted a great deal of attention from her fellow disciples still present in the Shanggong Hall. The corpses of the demonic beasts she had brought were strewn across the floor. 3 senior brothers on duty emerged from within the hall to tally her tasks, taking quite some time to finalize the accounts. After a day's rest, Yōubái ventured forth once more to undertake the task of hunting demonic beasts, returning to the Sangchi forest. This cycle repeated 3 times, prompting her senior brothers in the Shanggong Hall to become restless. When Yōubái came to accept yet another hunting task, one inquired, "Junior Sister Xia, What drives your relentless pursuit of these demonic beast tasks? In truth, Yōubái was swiftly completing the hunting tasks around the periphery of the Zhanqi forest all on her own. She simultaneously accepted 7 or 8 tasks and could finish them all within 3 days. The others were baffled by her extraordinary speed. Consequently, an elder summoned her to ensure that she would not be allowed to accept any more hunting tasks, lest her remarkable efficiency left the outer sect disciples with no low-tier hunting tasks to undertake. Typically, disciples could handle a maximum of 3 tasks at once, which would take at least 10 days to complete. Never had they witnessed anyone quite like her, all for the sake of accumulating spirit stones. It remained uncertain how many spirit stones the Tianshu Ningen herb would ultimately fetch, but given the herb's efficacy, it was bound to be expensive. It was imperative to stockpile as many as possible. This sentiment spread throughout the sect within 3 days, and everyone became aware of her dire need for spirit stones. Yang Li observed the teasing expressions of his master, his uncle, and his junior brother, letting out a weary sigh. She has nothing to do with me. Upon hearing this, the trio exchanged knowing smiles and dispersed, leaving Yang Li aware of their misunderstanding. However, he could not clarify, for he could not reveal that he was bound to her through a master-servant contract, now serving as her demonic beast. Such a confession would be utterly mortifying. He could only lower his head, his expression dark, while internally lamenting, "She truly is a foolish woman, utterly foolish." Upon seeing Yang Li and Ning Ruichen outside, Yōubái raised an eyebrow in surprise. "Is something the matter? Have you found the Tianshu Ningen herb?" Ning Ruichen, with his enchanting peach blossom eyes, smiled broadly while waving his fan. "No, I merely heard that you are in need of spirit stones, so I came to inquire." After inviting the two to sit, Yōubái glanced at Yang Li's grim face, uncertain of their intentions. Nevertheless, she proceeded to explain her situation. Upon hearing her, Ning Ruichen collapsed onto the table in laughter, unable to regain his composure for quite some time. "Junior sister Yōubái, just how many spirit stones can you earn this way?" To be frank, Yōubái had been pondering the same question lately. While the income was swift, the unit price was far too low. It was less profitable than the intermediate formation that she had given to Bingxing. Would she have to learn about formations? Yet, that was exceedingly difficult. The concepts of the heavenly stems and earthly branches made her head spin, leaving her utterly bewildered. Ning Ruichen, observing in Yōubai's dazed expression, cheerfully waved his fan and winked. "The method you're using to earn spirit stones is flawed. You should adapt it to your strengths, and it will become much easier." Yōubái looked at Ning Ruichen, pondering what her strengths were. "Lightning strikes, isn't that what I'm currently utilizing? Isn't slaying demonic beasts part of that?" With a sigh, Ning Ruichen shook his head. "Junior sister Yōubái, think about it. Isn't your lightning strike remarkably powerful?" "Indeed, that is common knowledge," she replied, affirming the obvious. "Now, what if you could sell your lightning strikes? Would anyone be interested in purchasing them?" Observing Ning Ruichen's smug demeanor, Yōubái suddenly experienced an epiphany. Indeed, the Ning family's Medicine Valley had business spread across the continent. Ning Ruichen truly deserved to be the heir of the Ning family, possessing a remarkable acumen for commerce. With the assistance of Yang Li, a skilled blacksmith, the three experimented with various materials in an attempt to store lightning strikes, but to no avail. Paper talismans failed. Wooden talismans failed. Even jade talismans were ineffective. In the end, they could only resort to spirit crystals, which barely managed to contain a single lightning strike, albeit at an exorbitant cost, as spirit crystals themselves were already quite expensive. Ultimately, the finished product, a spirit crystal lightning strike, had to be sold for at least 8 mid-tier spirit stones to be worthwhile. This high-cost, semi-finished product, however, was met with great enthusiasm by the disciples of Wanjin Peak. When Fu Bingxing returned for the 3rd time to purchase, Yōubái seized her and offered a large peach. "Senior sister Fu, do you know the space-separating formation?" This was a method Yōubái had contemplated for several days. By employing a space-separating formation to delineate different areas, akin to a vacuum, they could store multiple lightning strikes. Encouraged by her explanation, Fu Bingxing began daily collaborative experiments. Through their dedicated teamwork over the course of half a month, they successfully devised a new space lightning formation. This formation was a disc made from black stone jade, which utilized a spatial formation to create 5 distinct areas, each storing a single lightning strike. The price of black stone jade was not exorbitant, and they eventually set the selling price of this formation disc at 5 mid-tier spirit stones, dubbing it the 5 Thunder Disc. In the subsequent month, Yōubái and Fu Bingqing developed the 10 Thunder Disc and the 20 Thunder Disc, selling for 10 and 20 mid-tier spirit stones, respectively. As they tirelessly researched, Fu Bingqing unexpectedly discovered her newfound insights into spatial formations. This sudden enlightenment left her in a meditative state in Yōubái's courtyard for 3 full days without moving. And Yōubái, filled with anxiety and concern, watched as Fu Bingqing finally opened her eyes. "Thank you, junior sister. I believe we can create something new." After her meditation, Fu Bingqing, within 2 days, crafted a formation disc capable of storing thunderous might. And Yōubái was astounded, and even Fu Bingqing herself could hardly believe it. As soon as this formation disc was unveiled, it incited a frenzy among the entire sect, with every disciple returning from tasks eager to acquire one for themselves. The thunderous might could be stored in a single disc for 20 mid-tier spirit stones, in a 5-disc formation for 100 mid-tier spirit stones, and in a 10-disc formation for 200 mid-tier spirit stones. In an instant, and Yōubái found herself inundated with spirit stones, struggling to keep track of how many she possessed. As Fu Bingqing continued to produce lightning formation discs at a rapid pace, her mastery of spatial formation soared, particularly following her moment of enlightenment, which spread throughout Wanjin Peak. Daily, disciples flocked to Wanjin Peak, bringing their own materials to inscribe space formation discs. In the years that followed, the disciple skills and spatial techniques flourished, with new spatial formations being invented regularly. Yet, all of this was merely the beginning. Chapter 66. The Cannon Fodder Girl aims to defy Fate's 16. Will you transfer me 100,000 real coins? For an extended period thereafter, and Yōubái diligently worked on producing lightning formation discs, amassing spirit stones at an astonishing rate. It remained uncertain how many spirit stones the 5,000-year Tianquaningen herb would ultimately require, but it was imperative to stockpile as many as possible. Just as her formation discs were selling like hotcakes, an unexpected twist of fate arrived at her doorstep. He Zhiquang, the eldest senior brother of the Medicine Peak, observed the throngs of fellow disciples outside her courtyard, each wearing beaming smiles as they carried their lightning discs, eagerly setting off to complete their tasks. The courtyard was bustling with chatter and laughter. He Zhiquang remained silent, patiently waiting until twilight descended and the number of people dwindled. Only then did he step into the small courtyard. As Yōubái lifted her gaze, she immediately spotted his tall, slender figure entering the doorway, exuding an aura of medicinal herbs. She rifled through her mind, not recognizing the person before her, and was about to inquire about the type of Lei Zhun pan they wished to purchase when He Zhiquang approached with a warm smile, speaking gently. "Sister Xia, I am a senior brother of Yao Feng, He Zhiquang." "Hello, senior brother He. Please take a seat." Once seated, He Zhiquang did not wait for Yōubái to ask, but directly stated his purpose. "Sister, Yao Feng is in need of a herb known as Lei Lingua. It has been a task in the sect for quite some time, yet no one has succeeded in completing it. This fruit grows on Lei Ming Mountain, which derives its name from the perpetual thunderstorms that surround it. Lei Lingua, having been tempered by the thunder for ages, possesses remarkable efficacy in enhancing the potency of other herbs. However, due to its unique growing conditions, very few fruits are ever harvested. I have heard that you can control the power of thunder, which is why I sought your assistance. Regardless of the outcome, I can offer you 100 high-quality spirit stones as compensation. I hope you will consider it carefully." As he spoke, a Qinquan bag was placed on the stone table and gently pushed toward her. Holding her teacup, and Yōubái fell into contemplation. Should she go or not? She understood that she did not possess true control over thunder. It was merely the skills afforded to her by the game cards in her possession. Feeling apprehensive, she wished to inquire further before making a decision. "Senior brother He, I possess both water and fire spiritual roots, and my cultivation has yet to reach the foundation establishment stage. Given the exceptional properties of a lay lingua, are there any demonic beasts guarding the area? Upon noticing that Yōubái did not outright refuse upon hearing Lei Ming Mountain, He Kuang's smile broadened, and he replied affirmatively, no. This mountain is perpetually shrouded in thunderstorms, making it inhospitable for demonic beasts. Observing Yōubai's hesitation, He Kuang, eager for her agreement, spoke earnestly and sincerely. The elixir we aim to concoct is intended to suppress the demonic energy within the body of Wu Wei Zhenren. As you know, 3,000 years ago, the demon clan launched an assault, and our human, demon, and deep-sea clans combined their strengths merely to repel them in the central domain. During that battle, Wu Wei Zhenren was wounded while saving countless lives, and for all these years, he has been forced to suppress the demonic energy with his own cultivation, leaving his injuries unhealed. His junior brother, Wu Ming Zhenren, has long sought various herbs to aid him. We have attempted countless times, yet all have ended in failure. A few years ago, Wu Ming Zhenren fortuitously acquired a single lei lingua, which significantly enhanced the efficacy of the elixir we crafted, allowing us to barely suppress the demonic energy. Since then, this lei lingua has remained at the forefront of sect tasks, yet has never been completed. Cultivators like us cannot even venture into the mountain, even with treasures in hand. Wu Ming Zhenren himself attempted it and could only retrieve 2 fruits, after which he needed 2 years to recuperate, unable to cultivate further. Since then, no one has dared to undertake this task. Sister, I am aware of the dangers involved. If you are willing to give it a try, regardless of the outcome, my master will personally report this matter to the sect leader, ensuring you are credited. And Yōubái looked at He Kuang in confusion. Shouldn't this matter concerning Wu Wei Zhenren's condition be addressed by his direct disciples, Yang Li and Ning Rui Chun? They had visited her numerous times without mentioning this issue. With her doubts lingering, she posed the question. He Kuang smiled and explained. Sister, you may not know that my master was saved by Wu Wei Zhenren during the Great Battle. Wu Wei Zhenren saved countless lives on the battlefield, but never sought recognition for it, even suppressing his injuries so that others would remain unaware. It is likely that my master and Wu Ming Zhenren are even more anxious than Wu Wei Zhenren himself. I know that you have a close relationship with Feng and Ning. If you have any doubts, feel free to consult them. With He Kuang's candid demeanor, and Yōubái decided to investigate. If it proved too difficult, she would withdraw immediately, for completing the task and ensuring her safety was paramount. Once she resolved to proceed, they agreed on the necessary preparations and set their departure for 3 days later. The following day, Yang Li learned of this news and rushed over, standing in the courtyard, staring in Yōubái for a long moment before finally saying, I should thank you. This task is mine, yet I did not expect to need your assistance. One regret for Feng, she was that his master was plagued by demonic energy and ultimately could not ascend the Tao. Observing Yang Li's conflicted expression, and Yōubái squinted her eyes and teased, how about you transfer me another 100,000 reality coins? Yang Li instantly felt that his earlier gratitude had evaporated, curling his lips in disdain as he turned to leave in Yōubai's courtyard, muttering, you truly have not changed at all, watching Yang Li depart in an instant. And Yōubái scoffed, pouting her lips dismissively, all talk. As He Kuang watched Yōubái venture alone into Lei Ming Mountain, his complexion turned pale with anxiety as he clenched his hands tightly, anxiously awaiting her return at the foot of the mountain. Time passed, and when he finally saw Yōubái emerge with a serene expression, he rushed over, grasping her arms and scrutinizing her. Are you all right? Were you injured? And Yōubái beamed as she handed him a box containing exactly 50 lei lingua. He Kuang was momentarily taken aback, having expected to be fortunate to acquire even one, yet here was an entire box stacked neatly before him. His astonishment settled upon witnessing the expressions of the sect leader and Wu Ming Zhenren. Indeed, their reactions mirrored his own. Relief washed over him, knowing he was not alone. Chapter 67. The Cannon Fodder Girl Must Defy Heaven 17. Lightning techniques prohibited in the grand competition, having delivered the lei lingua. And Yōubái returned to her small courtyard, only to be besieged by a throng of people. During her month-long absence, several disciples from Wanjin Peak had gained enlightenment in spatial formations while crafting spatial array discs. In no time, her courtyard was filled with disciples from Wanjin Peak and fellow practitioners seeking to purchase Pan. Days flowed by, and Yōubái successfully reached the foundation establishment stage. Yet there remained no news of Tian, Su Ning, and Chao. As the time for the sect's grand competition drew near, her dual agreement with Yuman Tian became a frequent topic of discussion among the sect members. On the eve of the competition, an unexpected visitor appeared in the darkness of her courtyard. Yuman Tian's mother, cloaked in black, blending seamlessly with the moonless night. She produced 3 Qinkuan bags, filled with spirit stones, elixirs, and treasures, and with a pleading gaze implored, "I know you feel wronged. It is my failure in raising Tian heir. I come to offer my apologies. Whatever you desire, I will provide. Would you allow me to kneel before you?" She knelt in the courtyard, her words earnest and heart-wrenching. "I understand that you may not value these offerings. You are destined for greatness. Please, have pity on a mother's heart. I have only one daughter in a millennium, and I may have indulged her too much. All blame lies with me. I will agree to anything you ask, even if it costs me my life. Just spare her." In truth, several groups had come before, all of whom Yōubái had turned away. She was surprised that it was Yuman Tian's mother who had come in person this time. And Yōubái felt a twinge of discomfort. Such is the nature of the world. Some are cherished from birth, while others strive with all their might yet remain overlooked. Humanity is inherently unequal from the moment of birth. What talk of fairness can there be? Had she not possessed the power of thunder today, the situation might have been entirely different. The original owner had sacrificed her life, while Yuman Tian faced only 100 years of confinement on the reflective thought cliff. In the realm of cultivation, what does a century signify? As she shifted her body, and Yōubái quietly walked aside, disregarding the situation and failing to assist her, merely taking a seat on the stone bench, her expression devoid of warmth. She spoke coldly. "Her arrogance has cost a life. Her life is precious, and so is mine. We all possess but one life. The fairness granted by heaven is manifested here." Having uttered these words, she no longer paid attention to those in the courtyard and retreated to her room, where she prudently placed several spirit stones to activate the defensive array gifted to her by Fu Bingxing. On the following day, the sect's grand competition commenced as anticipated. However, merely a short incense stick's worth of time into the first day, the event faced an abrupt halt due to the introduction of a new regulation. No one may employ the thunder array disc during the competition. Amidst the fervent discussions of the crowd, and Yōubái found herself bemused by this newly imposed rule as she leisurely approached her designated stage. Each of her opponents, upon drawing lots to face her, immediately cried out surrender at the very moment the contest began, swiftly leaping off the stage to rejoin the others. Only one woman remained steadfast, not conceding at the start. As Yōubái raised her hand, poised for a proper duel, the woman called out, "Wait a moment." And Yōubái looked at her in puzzlement. The woman, somewhat bashful, explained, "I have never witnessed a genuine lightning strike. My senior sisters told me that your lightning is even more ferocious than that from the thunder array disc. Could you summon a strike for me to see?" After making her request, she seemed to reconsider, adding, "If it's too much to ask, never mind, I concede." "Very well." And Yōubái unleashed a bolt of lightning that struck the edge of the stage, causing a section to collapse and char. The woman gasped in astonishment, her face lighting up with joy as she leapt down, expressing her gratitude. "Thank you." 3 days into the grand competition, it was finally Yu Mansion's turn. She approached the stage with trepidation, her eyes filled with fear and resentment, her mind racing with thoughts of why she was being forced into this predicament. Why not accept the offered items and let this matter pass? No one has died, so why can't they let me off the hook? As the match commenced, and Yōubái wasted no time and unleashed a thunderous destruction without hesitation. Amidst a tempest of lightning, radiant treasures enveloped Yu Mansion's form. The elders and true masters seated above simultaneously turned their gazes toward Tianhua Jinren, remarking, "Your daughter possesses a high-tier mid-grade treasure, does she not? You truly spare no expense." This was his only daughter. How could he hold back? However, it seemed unlikely that she could endure for long under such circumstances. Tianhua Jinren, observing his daughter in the arena, felt utterly drained, despite his extensive instructions the previous night, urging her to utilize her high-grade protective treasure to withstand the lightning strikes for a duration of one incense stick. It appeared she had absorbed none of his advice. Half of the defense time had elapsed, yet his daughter continued to dart about chaotically, evading the lightning strikes. This was untenable. Steadying himself, Tianhua Jinren, amidst the puzzled and incredulous stares of the onlookers, boldly addressed the sect leader. Sect leader, since the use of the thunder array disc has been prohibited, it stands to reason that lightning techniques should also be banned. The two are inherently linked. It is illogical to restrict one while permitting the other. An elder from Wanjin Peak immediately scoffed. Tianhua, how can you utter such nonsense without fear of ridicule? Tianhua Jinren retorted with a huff. Is what I say not accurate? Am I wrong? An elder from Yaofeng laughed heartily. Wherein lies your correctness? Your daughter ascends the stage adorned with high-tier treasures. What else has she hidden? Do you possess the audacity to make such claims? Tianhua Jinren's face flushed with embarrassment, yet for the sake of his daughter, he persisted. If it is to be banned, it should be uniformly enforced. Otherwise, let everyone employ their treasures. The assembly above found his shameless argument utterly amusing, and a minute slipped away amidst their chatter. As in Yōubái prepared to unleash another strike, Tianhua cried out, "Stop!" He then turned to the sect leader. Sect leader, if it is to be banned, it must be entirely so. At this moment, the sect leader faced a dilemma. Privately, he cherished in Yōubái for the box of thunder spirit fruits she had previously provided, with only one stipulation, that it remain a secret. He harbored a certain favoritism for this outer sect disciple, yet due to her conflicting spiritual roots, it was inappropriate to grant her any special treatment. He had been seated there all day to demonstrate fairness, but now, faced with Tianhua's public pressure, he found himself in a difficult position. A glance at Yōubái Jinren revealed no inclination to intervene, maintaining his usual silence. Reluctantly, he turned to Yōubái Jinren, whose slight nod surprised him. He surmised that Yōubái Jinren, like himself, would not wish to burden this young disciple, and thus acquiesced. Very well, the two of you shall compete without the use of lightning powers. With this announcement, the sect erupted into a chorus of murmurs, glances of disdain and scorn directed toward Yōubái. Indeed, she was merely a decorative figure. Had it not been for her fortunate lineage, she would likely amount to nothing. A pang of bitterness arose, reflecting on how some were simply born into privilege. With a fortunate father, no amount of envy would change that. And Yōubái observed Yōubai's astonished smile, bowed respectfully, and calmly inquired, "May I confirm, sect leader, that the use of lightning powers is indeed prohibited?" Affirmative. Excellent. As the competition resumed, Yōubai's, sword in hand and poised to retaliate, suddenly saw in Yōubái conjure a wall of fire that surged toward her. She quickly deployed her treasure to defend, but to her shock, the flames clung to her artifact, searing it with relentless intensity, glowing faintly with golden light. Not only Yōubai's, but even the spectators above were momentarily stunned. After a lengthy pause, a voice broke the silence. Yōubái Jinren, is that Phoenix fire? The crowd collectively turned their gazes toward Yōubái Jinren, who squinted in astonishment at the scene below, before nodding in affirmation. How fierce it is, capable of igniting even high-tier treasures, murmured the onlookers. How could this outer sect disciple summon Phoenix fire? Is it possible she can control it? Yōubái Jinren, is Phoenix fire not a product of Phoenix blood? Indeed, could it be that this disciple possesses a trace of Phoenix lineage? Impossible. She is undoubtedly of human descent. As the crowd above buzzed with speculation, Tianhua Jinren could no longer remain passive. Watching his daughter become ensnared by the Phoenix fire, her treasures consumed one after another, her terrified cries resonating through the flames. He rushed to the front of the stage and shouted, "We concede. We admit defeat." In that moment, Yōubai's, her mind blank with fear, instinctively drew her treasures for defense, forgetting everything else. Upon producing her sixth artifact, readying herself for protection, she finally registered her father's urgent call. Realizing she was on the stage and had the option to surrender, she shouted, "I concede. I concede." and Yōubái stood steadfast upon the stage, declaring, as per our agreement, "You must publicly apologize to me." In her heart, she silently praised her foresight. On the very first day of the grand competition, upon learning that the regulations prohibited the use of the thunder array disc, an unusual feeling welled up within her. She quickly sent a message to Yang Li. Having heard of his ability as a member of the Feng Wang clan to control the phoenix fire, she requested him to summon it for her to study. And to her astonishment, it was indeed put to use today. Yōubái surveyed her surroundings, the surging, golden-hued phoenix fire illuminating the space. A sense of unwillingness caused her to lower her head, her eyes flashing with boundless resentment and humiliation. "I am sorry. I apologize." With those words, she raised her head and gazed at the phoenix fire that still blazed before her. Through the flickering flames, she locked eyes with the female cultivator across from her. And in that moment, her visage merged with another face at the edge of a precipice. Suppressing her anger and fear, Yōubái declared loudly, "I should not have pushed you off the cliff. I am truly sorry." After uttering this phrase, the phoenix fire, encircling her, finally receded, and she exhaled a sigh of relief. Without hesitation, she leaped off the stage and rushed towards the figure of Tianhua Zhenren standing outside. Seeing his daughter return safely, Tianhua Zhenren enveloped her in a hug, finally able to set his worried heart at ease, continuously soothing her. Task 1. For Yōubái to publicly admit her mistake, completed. Receiving the notification of task completion, and Yōubái couldn't help but smile. Excellent. Now only one more task remains to conclude this event. At that moment, she was enveloped in the dancing flames of the phoenix fire, leaving the onlookers murmuring with astonishment, fear, envy, jealousy, and above all, curiosity. Meanwhile, Yōubai's mind was in turmoil. The phoenix fire, which had been transformed through her myriad techniques, could not simply vanish without time. What should she do now? Surely she couldn't call Yang Li up to collect the phoenix fire in front of everyone, for even if Tianhua Zhenren were not to accuse her of cheating, it would still raise suspicion. Should she store it in her backpack? Would it damage the bag? Forget it, let me try. She cautiously gathered a small portion of the fire into her backpack's empty space. Thankfully, it was safely contained, and then she gradually secured the entirety of the phoenix fire. To the spectators, her meticulous actions appeared as if Yōubái was calmly retracting the phoenix fire, eliciting a collective gasp. She could truly control the phoenix fire. Wei Zhenren stood up, his sleeves rolling as he approached Yōubái with a smile. "Would you like to become my disciple?" The crowd, still reeling from Yōubai's ability to control the phoenix fire, was once again taken aback by Wei Zhenren's proposition. He was serious? But wasn't this external disciple destined to be incompatible with the path due to the conflicting spiritual roots? And Yōubái felt momentarily dazed. But considering the requirements of Task 3 to live authentically and receive guidance from a renowned master, it was likely what the people of this world sought. She immediately bowed with a smile. Disciple pays respects to master. Excellent. From today onward, you shall be my third disciple. Amidst the congratulatory shouts of the crowd, Yōubái followed Wei Zhenren to Tianqing Peak. Starting today, she would be the third disciple of Tianqing Peak. As time flew by, her spiritual roots limited her cultivation, halting at the late foundation establishment stage, unable to progress to the nascent soul stage. During this period, she prepared everything necessary for the journey to Beijing Tianqing Valley. Just as she finalized her plans to seek out Tianshu Ning and Grass, she was summoned to the main hall by the sect leader, who was joined by Yang Li and Ning Ruichen. The sect leader looked earnestly at the three of them. In 1 month, the illusory Heaven Luo secret realm in the central domain will open. You three will go together. Upon hearing this, the trio exchanged glances. It was Yōubai's first encounter with this secret realm, and she looked to the others, her eyes filled with inquiry, hoping someone would explain. Ning Ruichen's smile faded into a frown as he spoke. Sect leader, junior sister Bai's cultivation is only at the foundation establishment stage. Entering the illusory Heaven Luo secret realm could be perilous. Yang Li, deep in thought, regarded the sect leader. Are you suggesting she venture into that valley of ceaseless thunder? The sect leader nodded, affirming, indeed, only those with thunder spiritual roots have entered that valley a millennium ago, and since then, none have returned. The illusory Heaven Luo secret realm opens once every 1,000 years. Last time she ventured to Thunder Mountain and brought back Thunder Spirit Fruit. This time, I believe she can safely explore that valley as well. And Yōubái finally grasped a bit of the situation. What exactly were they searching for upon entering? The sect leader's expression turned grave as he addressed Yōubái. We seek a medicinal herb named humming grass, which can dispel demonic energy. Are you certain? I've never heard of it. And Yōubái replied, glancing at the other three, who appeared contemplative. The sect leader sighed. I have never seen this herb myself. But according to records, it has been found in the illusory Heaven Luo secret realm, and indeed dispels demonic energy. However, since Wu Jinren was injured, every time the secret realm opens and I send disciples in, none have been able to locate this herb. Other sects have also failed to find it, which leads me to speculate it lies in a place where no one can enter. Confused, and Yōubái asked, then why not take me there to try? The sect leader looked at her with appreciation. They're concerned for your safety. The secret realm is filled with treasures, but the surrounding demonic beasts are fearsome. Anyone below the mid-nascent soul stage entering faces a perilous journey. Given your current level of cultivation, it indeed poses a risk. However, recalling the sage teachings of Wu Jinren, who truly was an admirable master, she contemplated her options. Were there any beasts that were not afraid of lightning? And Yōubái was unwilling to gamble with her life. It was prudent to gather more information about such a dangerous place. To date, she had not heard of any such beasts. Upon hearing this, and Yōubái felt reassured. Very well, I will go with everyone. Rest assured, sect leader, during the month leading up to the expedition, the Thunder Array discs sold like hotcakes, with fellow disciples preparing at least 5 array discs each for self-preservation. The leader for this venture was Wu Jinren, who, with a serious demeanor, led the group away from the mountain gate, aboard a flying vessel. Before the illusory Heaven Luo secret realm, and Yōubái observed cultivators for various sects, as well as individuals from the demon and deep-sea tribes, all clad in loose robes that obscured their features. Sifting through the myriad of items gifted to her, and Yōubái shook her head in exasperation. Knowing she was to enter this secret realm, Wu Jinren had bestowed upon her a spatial pouch filled with over 10 mid-grade magical artifacts, not to mention healing pills. Then there was the sect leader, elder of Wanjin Peak, elder of Yaofeng, as well as Fu Bingqing and He Ji Kuang, each contributing to her growing collection, resulting in her possessing 4 or 5 spatial pouches. These items could not be stored in her backpack, nor could one pouch be placed within another. Was she expected to embark on her journey adorned with a multitude of spatial pouches? As Wu Jinren entered, he chanced upon her fretting over the heap of spatial pouches. Amused, he ruffled her hair and handed her a spatial bracelet. The space within this is vast. Everything fits comfortably without occupying much room. Unfortunately, the system does not recognize it, so it seems I cannot take it with me. However, having it is already a great advantage. Amidst the anticipation of the crowd, the secret realm opened. Everyone positioned at the entrance was suddenly drawn inside, and Yōubái felt herself being tugged by a force, her body spinning uncontrollably. After a bout of dizziness, she steadied herself and opened her eyes to behold an entire vein of spirit stones, crystal-clear stones, each a top-grade spirit stone, stretching endlessly before her. Wealth awaits. Ha ha ha. This was the sole thought that consumed in Yōubai's mind as she lay atop the spirit stones, laughing uncontrollably for what felt like an eternity. Her face aching from mirth, yet unable to contain herself. Reluctantly, she caressed the stones, sighing wistfully, lamenting why it could not be real. The abundance of spirit stones in this illusion was truly excessive. With a heavy heart, she cast one last glance at the spirit stones, raising her hand in a pained gesture, unleashing a thunderous might. Under the assault of crackling lightning, the illusion shattered. She stood not far from the entrance, turning to gaze at her fellow disciples still trapped in the illusion. Just then, Yang Li's voice called out, "Yōubái, hurry over, we are leaving. Board the ship." And Yōubái turned and boarded Yang Li's resplendent phoenix ship, soaring deeper into the secret realm. Days later, the trio arrived at the valley rife with thunderstorms. Venturing alone into the valley, and Yōubái activated her wind-fire wheel, traversing numerous locations until she finally discovered the humming grass mentioned by the sect leader. After retrieving the herb, they swiftly exited the secret realm and returned to their sect. With the aid of the herb, Wei Zhenren eradicated the demonic energy within him. A few days later, Mie Cheng, beaming with joy, brought news of acquiring the Tianshu Ningen grass at the auction. With the assistance of the elder from Yaofeng, and Yōubái successfully purged her fire spirit root, retaining her water spirit root. From that moment on, her cultivation progressed by leaps and bounds. Her abundant spirit stones and dedicated practice allowed her to shine brightly as the third disciple of Wei Zhenren. Meanwhile, Yu Mantian, Xia Fengwei, and Xia Yusha had not been seen for quite some time, seemingly vanished from the sect, and she had long ceased to think of them. Task 3 was thus completed, and with joy, she logged out of the game. Upon returning to her room, she discovered that the tedious app on her phone had inexplicably vanished. What? Does this mean I no longer have to play? Splendid. I am finally free from this wretched game. And Yōubái thought as she reclined on the sofa, laughing with abandon. Life continued as usual, the calendar pages turning day by day, until one day, while browsing a website, an advertisement featuring a woman in ancient white attire caught her eye. Suddenly, the visage of Yin Yao flashed in her mind. I wonder how she is. Is she still ensnared in endless tasks? Fortunately, I have escaped the game and am no longer burdened by quests. Poor Yin Yao, however, remains trapped in her never-ending tasks, and Yōubái felt a strange dissonance within her. Yet its origin eluded her comprehension. This peculiar gratitude lingered in her heart. The dissonance haunted Yōubái throughout the day, and even as she lay in bed that night. She sensed she had overlooked something significant, but she could not discern what it was. Her thoughts churned restlessly, and in a state between slumber and wakefulness. She abruptly sat up in bed. Suddenly, it dawned on her that if someone as powerful as Yin Yao, a ghost cultivator with a millennium of experience, could not escape her tasks, then why could she, a mere mortal? A voice echoed in her mind. Yin Yao is a ghost messenger. You are nothing. She cannot escape. But you can simply delete the game. But is it really that easy to delete the game? She hastily retrieved her phone and, indeed, the icon for the tedious app was absent. The voice persisted. See? It's already deleted. There is nothing to worry about. Yet, something felt amiss. The app had not been deleted, but had simply vanished after she logged out from the game. From where did she log out? From the Xiaoxian world? After completing 3 wish tasks. How did she accomplish those tasks? By compelling Yu Mantian to apologize publicly, leaving the Xia family, and living authentically. How did she achieve her true self? By taking Wei Zhenren as her master and finding herbs to counteract the demonic energy. She also procured herbs to replenish her spirit root. After restoring her spirit root, she diligently cultivated and eventually received the notification that her task was complete. She had exited the game. Where did she find the herbs? In the Huantian Luo secret realm. The Huantian Luo secret realm only opens once every 1,000 years. And upon entry, there is an illusion. At that moment, she recalled seeing a pile of high-grade spirit stones and an endless spiritual vein. Could it be that she is still within an illusion? This thought sent a chill down in Yōubai's spine. She squinted and cautiously surveyed her surroundings. This was her real bedroom, with no discernible differences. Yet, Yōubái couldn't shake the feeling that something was amiss. Recalling all the events leading up to her entry into the secret realm. Upon entry, there was an illusion that could reveal one's deepest desires, ensnaring many who could not extricate themselves. This was a warning from Wei Zhenren before she entered the secret realm, emphasizing that illusions are merely phantoms and one must discern reality from illusion. Observing her hand, Yōubái prepared to test her hypothesis. If this were indeed an illusion, her thunderous might would surely be effective. Conversely, if she were truly in her own world, then that skill would be of no use. She raised her hand, and thunderous might materialize before her. Indeed, this was an illusion. All phantoms before her were shattered by the power of lightning. In a flash, she found herself standing behind a water wall, where a small bowl awaited beneath a stone column, dripping water. The bowl was on the verge of overflowing. While those outside the water wall remained engrossed in the illusion, yet to awaken. As she pondered whether this too was an illusion, the water wall vanished, and the individuals who had not awakened simultaneously disappeared. Yōubái, we are preparing to depart. Ning Ruichen's voice snapped Yōubái back to focus. Yang Li had already released his dazzling golden ship, and the trio promptly set off towards the depths of the secret realm. This secret realm only opens for a month. How long must we fly? And Yōubái inquired, a hint of concern in her voice. At this ship speed, it will take approximately 4 days at full throttle. Let's board. Ning Ruichen stepped into the cabin. Is this ship truly that fast? And Yōubái raised an eyebrow, marveling, and followed suit. Ning Ruichen reclined in his seat, casually stating, my senior brother can build one just as fast as this. My flying shuttle is not any slower. And Yōubái turned to Yang Li, astonished. You can build this? Her eyes brimmed with disbelief and skepticism. Yang Li, observing her incredulous expression, poured himself a cup of tea, casually nodding in affirmation. Ning Ruichen continued with a grin. If you like it, let senior brother make one for you. Yang Li, in the midst of pouring water, hesitated, about to interject no, when Yōubai's voice resounded in his mind. All right, you make one for me too. Yang Li was momentarily taken aback by her presumptuous tone, ready to retort. On what grounds? Yet, he heard himself respond clearly, all right. In an instant, he realized the master-servant contract bound him to obey her commands. The fury boiled within him, and he thumped the teapot down. And Yōubai's voice continued, but this color is too gaudy. It screams opulence, which I do not favor. Before Yang Li could retort, Ning Ruichen casually nodded. Gold is indeed a color favored by phoenixes. I don't like it either. If you dislike it, let senior brother change the color. My flying shuttle is not golden. That sounds good. Please change the color. And Yōubái replied, satisfied, turning to Yang Li with a smile. Get lost. Yang Li nearly courset. But what escaped his lips was a resounding, all right. How about a sunset hue? Ning Ruichen closed his eyes, seemingly savoring a vision, on the deep sea tribe's side. There is a wondrous sight. Every year on June 12th, the sky is ablaze with sunset colors, beautifully reflecting on the sea. And Yōubái firmly believed in the discerning eye of Ning Ruichen, an exceptional disciple among the esteemed clans. If he deemed something worthwhile, it undoubtedly held merit. With a sense of satisfaction, she turned to Yang Li and confidently declared, I have chosen this radiant hue. The thought of not beautiful in appearance, but beautiful in intention lingered unspoken, while Yang Li's heart was in turmoil as he found himself responding affirmatively to her request. Ning Ruichen, amusement dancing in his eyes, observed the elder brother with a quiet chuckle, eagerly anticipating the moment he could share this newfound tenderness with their master. No matter how stringent the demands, he would only utter approval. Meanwhile, Yang Li was internally fuming, oblivious to the indifference of the other two companions. For days later, the trio arrived at the valley, shrouded in the power of thunder and lightning. And Yōubái ventured into the valley alone, activating her Fengwulin to traverse the area. Aside from a central pond, no other flora could be found. Concerned about missing something due to her speed, she meticulously surveyed the area again, yet found nothing. Upon returning to her companions, she recounted her observations in detail, questioning whether they had come to the wrong location. After pondering her words, Ning Ruichen shook his fan thoughtfully. This entire secret realm had been explored multiple times by various sects, and only once had the elusive Waminkeo been discovered. Yang Li scrutinized the tempestuous valley, pondering whether something similar might have existed, perhaps obscured by the passage of time. And Yōubái considered this possibility, but ultimately shook her head, insisting that there were no comparable plants unless they were hidden away. The three fell into contemplation, and Yōubái cautiously inquired whether it could be beneath the pond. The other two looked at her with a mix of curiosity and surprise. She addressed them earnestly. There are no records indicating that the herb was found above ground, correct? Ning Ruichen closed his eyes in deep thought. No, the records I have seen do not specify a location, only that it was found within this secret realm. Yang Li, with a serious expression, asked Yōubái if she was considering diving into the water to search. She nodded, feeling compelled to search despite the danger. However, a pressing concern arose. The water cannot be shallow, and my cultivation level won't allow me to remain submerged for long. What if I struggle to breathe? Yang Li rolled his eyes at her. With your meager cultivation level, how could you? Ning Ruichen interrupted Yang Li, lamenting inwardly about the persistent lack of concern. He had hoped for change, but found none. He produced a vibrant robe from his belongings. Junior sister, this is a flowing garment from the Jiren clan. It has water-repelling properties. You should be able to dive in wearing it. Donning the robe, and Yōubái shot a glare at Yang Li before plunging into the valley. Once submerged, she found the garment remarkably comfortable, though the dim lighting at the pond's bottom forced her to squint in order to discern her surroundings. The underwater vegetation was lush, and she began her search diligently. As she patiently rummaged through the flora, a faint sound caught her attention. She stealthily swam behind a large rock, where she spotted a fish demon feasting on smaller fish. Just as she prepared to leave in search of herbs elsewhere, a patch of grass nearby captured her interest. It bore a striking resemblance to the whimsical depicted in the illustrations shown to her by the Zhongjiaoren. Unfortunately, the darkness hindered her ability to inspect it closely, particularly with the fish demon nearby. What should she do now? Should she drive the fish demon away? She raised her hand to summon a lightning strike, but the fish demon merely shook its body in response, unfazed by the attack, and continued its meal. It was clear that lightning would not suffice. Perhaps she should try the phoenix fire? Yet, she was uncertain whether this flame, renowned for its ability to incinerate anything, could ignite underwater. With a flick of her fingers, she unleashed the phoenix fire, which surged forth toward the fish demon, igniting its tail. The creature thrashed about, launching water arrows in all directions. And Yōubái was grateful she had not rushed out, for the barrage of water arrows would have left her no time to evade. The phoenix fire proved formidable, even underwater, continuing to scorch the fish demon. Before long, the fish demon, shrieking in fury, darted away, and Yōubái seized the opportunity to examine the plant's leaves and stem, confirming it was indeed the whimsical they sought. She promptly harvested over 50 specimens, placing them in a sealed spirit box. As the anguished cries of the fish demon echoed in the distance, she noticed a peculiar plant amidst the grass, shimmering intermittently, seemingly charged with the power of thunder. The demon's calls grew nearer, indicating it had returned with allies. And Yōubái hurriedly harvested the unique plant and stowed it in another spirit box before activating her Fengwulan to escape. Just as she departed, the fish demon and its kin returned, enraged by the missing herbs. They unleashed a flurry of water arrows into the empty surroundings, attempting to flush out the hidden intruder. Meanwhile, Yōubái had already emerged from the water. Upon exiting the valley, she exclaimed with delight, "I found it. It was indeed at the bottom of the water. Look at this." She produced the unique plant for her companions to see. Ning Ruichen reached out to touch its leaves, feeling the pulsating energy within, and shook his head. "I have never encountered this plant before. However, I could send a picture to my father. He should know." Yang Li also shook his head, suggesting she inquire with their master upon returning. As Yōubái sealed the box, her spirits soared. "Our objective is achieved. Since we still have time, why not search for the Taoists in grass? We have had no news of it for so long. Perhaps luck will favor us this time." Her companions exchanged knowing glances, aware of her long-standing dilemma regarding her conflicting spiritual roots. They nodded in agreement. All right. As the month slipped away, the trio discovered numerous precious herbs. Yet the elusive Taoists in grass remained unfound. While excavating a herb, they were abruptly transported out of the secret realm as the time limit was reached. Although it was somewhat disappointing, they were relieved to have emerged unscathed. Under the guidance of the Nameless Master, they returned to their sect. According to the sect's regulations, all disciples who entered the secret realm submitted a specified quantity of herbs to receive corresponding rewards. The remaining herbs were theirs to keep or exchange for additional rewards. And Yōubái, however, discreetly handed the whimsical she had found to the Nameless Master as soon as they boarded the flying vessel. As the unnamed master opened the box and beheld the Huaming grass, his eyes turned crimson. He closed the lid tightly, clutching the box with both hands, unable to release it for an extended period. Yang Li emerged, leading Yōubái, urging the elder to calm down. In Chapter 72, the cannon fodder girl defies Fate 22. The thunder strikes the azure grass, and Yōubái turned back to observe the tightly shut cabin door, from which faint sounds resembling weeping emanated. Curiosity piqued. She held on to Yang Li and remarked, "I only know that the master and the elder share a deep bond, but I never realized how much the elder worries for the master." Her unspoken thoughts lingered on how, typically, he never hesitated to claim the master's favored delicacies. Yang Li quietly explained, "The master was injured because he shielded the elder from the demonic energy. This is the burden he carries." And Yōubái nodded in understanding and then inquired, "How is your task progressing?" Upon hearing this, Yang Li sighed dramatically. "If I can resolve the master's demonic energy, it will be halfway accomplished." "Why is your progress so slow?" And Yōubái questioned, bewildered by the delay. "You've been here for quite some time, and yet your progress is languid. I suspect your intelligence was traded for good looks." Yang Li shot her an exasperated glance. Entering the Phoenix clan is no simple feat. Gaining their approval is far from easy. Then you should make more attempts. As the saying goes, a fierce woman fears a persistent man. The last time you undertook a task, you were relentless. Where has that tenacity gone? Have I ever harmed you? Besides, that Phoenix is my brother, a male. What nonsense about fierce women fearing persistent men? Are you made of tofu? A male? Then why not challenge him directly? Don't men often say that one must fight to become acquainted? If one bout is insufficient, have another. Are you simple-minded? The task requires him to call me brother. If I fight him, how can he still call me brother? Didn't you threaten me last time, insisting I confess my feelings for you? Wasn't that effective? Why not try it again? I threatened you? You willingly admitted your affection for me. If not for your coercion, I would never have said I like you. Dream on. Your memory must be failing you. Reflect carefully. Didn't you say, I like you? I said that under duress. Just then, a voice interrupted from behind them. The two turned to see their fellow disciples gazing at them in astonishment, and then they looked back at the unnamed master, whose expression was one of benign amusement, while Mie Cheng wore a teasing smile. They exchanged glances, simultaneously sighing inwardly. This is a disaster. A grave misunderstanding. And Yōubái quickly stepped forward, grasping the unnamed master's arm. Elder, please allow me to explain. The unnamed master patted her hand and smiled. Speak to me about your concerns. Rest assured, whatever the matter, it shall be resolved by me. If that young phoenix has bullied you, I shall see to it that he is punished. He will clean your courtyard every day. Amidst the laughter of the crowd, and Yōubái weakly forced a smile, berating herself internally for engaging in such a quarrel in this setting. Indeed, spending too much time with a fool can lead one to folly. She resolved to keep her distance upon returning. Yang Li observed the expressions of those around him and felt an overwhelming sense of dread. He dared not utter another word. Should that foolish woman inadvertently reveal his identity as a contract beast, he might never complete this task. The Phoenix clan held their pride and dignity in the highest regard, which was why intermarriage with outsiders was forbidden. To them, no one was worthy of a phoenix's hand, and if they discovered he had been bound by a master-servant contract, he might forever lose the chance for that brotherly title from a sibling. What travels fastest across the world? Gossip. This incident spread throughout the sect before the disciples even returned. Under the cover of this event, the Huaming grass was securely placed in the grand hall without raising any suspicion. When the sect leader beheld the abundance of Huaming grass, he was so thrilled he uttered good 3 times in succession. He had feared he would not find it, or that in Yōubái might be harmed, provoking the ire of Wu-wei. Now, not only had he found it, but a boxful had also arrived, and in Yōubái returned unscathed. This was truly splendid news. No one knew about the alchemical preparations, and Yōubái only learned that 10 days after their return to the sect, Master Wu-wei entered seclusion. When he finally emerged, and Yōubái noticed no apparent difference in him. However, the unnamed master suddenly rushed forward like a child, embracing Master Wu-wei's shoulders and weeping bitterly. The cries were filled with grievance, sorrow, and the joy of fulfilled wishes. Brother, brother, finally, I can face the master with honor. The sect leader shed silent tears at the sound of his brother's cries. From the behavior of these two, and Yōubái inferred that the master's demonic energy had likely dissipated. She turned to Mie Cheng with an inquiring gaze. He should be knowledgeable about herbs. However, She was taken aback when she found him equally perplexed by the sight of the three weeping men. "All right then," and Yōubái spoke up, "Sect leader, has the master recovered?" With tears in his eyes, the sect leader nodded. After 3 more doses of this medicine, he should be fully healed. Finally reassured, the 3 of them bowed in unison. "Congratulations, Master." Master Wu Wei nodded appreciatively. "You all have worked hard." With this significant matter resolved, and Yōubái prioritized her search for herbs. Just as she prepared to embark on her journey to the northern Yunfeng continents by Jin Tianqing Valley, Ning Rue Chen's father, Ning Guzhu, arrived at Qin Yunzong. He pulled Ning Rue Chen into a room, immediately setting up a high-level soundproof array and a protective barrier before cautiously asking, "Where is that herb you showed me?" Ning Rue Chen, puzzled, looked at his father. "Why go to such lengths?" "It's with my junior sister. She found it." Ning Guzhu took a deep breath, gripping his son's shoulders with a serious expression. "Have you shown it to anyone else?" "No, why?" "What is the matter, Dad?" "Think carefully from the moment you obtained the herb until now. Have you shown it to or mentioned it to anyone else?" Noting his father's unusually grave demeanor, Ning Rue Chen pondered before responding, "No one else knows. After we returned, we intended to ask the master, but he was preparing for seclusion. Since he just emerged, he likely doesn't know yet, so only the 4 of us are aware." Ninggu Master cast a sidelong glance at his son, the fan in his hand landing squarely on his son's delicate, peach blossom-like face. "You must summon the 2 of them immediately and go directly to your master. I shall precede you. Do not waste time." The Tianqi Lei Ling Jian, if all goes as anticipated, is destined for ascension. What do all cultivators dread the most? The heavenly tribulation. How many souls have been severed beneath the thunder of heaven? Yet, those with Tianqi Lei Ling Jian are uniquely fearless of the heavenly lightning. Should this news leak, the ensuing chaos is utterly unfathomable. As Ning Rue Chen's thoughts surged, he stepped into the courtyard of Yōubái, gazing at her radiant smile. He sighed deeply. After so long in search of the Tian, Su Ning and Chao, her cultivation had stagnated at the foundation establishment stage. He always feared that in Yōubái would be disheartened. Yet he hadn't realized she had remained the most magnanimous all along. "Junior sister, my father has arrived. Let's visit master. Is there news about the Tian, Su Ning and Chao?" Ning Rue Chen looked at Yōubái, shaking his head while inwardly grumbling, "You might not need that anymore. You possess something far superior." The 5 of them sat in the living room of Wu Weizhun Run, gazing curiously at Ninggu Master, who had personally established a triple-layered high-level, soundproof formation outside before turning to sit down. Today, however, Ning Rue Chen was unusually silent, not uttering a single word, merely sitting quietly with his head bowed, the fan forgotten in his hand. After Ning Gu Master clarified everything, he turned to Yōubái. "What do you wish to do?" This question momentarily left her speechless, and after a long pause, she finally responded, "Master, do you mean this grass can transform me into a Tianqi Lei Ling Jian?" "Indeed," Ninggu Master affirmed. "Then I need not seek the Tian, Su Ning and Chao." "No need. This is wonderful. What must I do? Should I simply consume the leaves?" And Yōubái, filled with excitement, stood up, her eyes gleaming with anticipation as she looked at Ninggu Master. He had not expected this question. After careful consideration, he replied, "Consuming it directly is not impossible, but the medicinal potency may diminish. It will be far better to refine it into a pill first." He continued, "The issue lies in how to explain your sudden transformation into a Tianqi Lei Ling Jian. Once this medicine is known to exist, it will undoubtedly cause a significant uproar, both openly and covertly. You may find yourself the target of many." At this point, and Yōubái finally understood, to put simply, the item was exceedingly precious, and everyone would covet it. Indeed, in the realm of cultivation, the Tianqi Lei Ling Jian symbolizes a smooth path to greatness. How many would go to any lengths to acquire it? Wu Weizhun Ren observing Yōubái with a gentle smile. "It matters not. Just say her water and fire are false spiritual roots, and I discovered them and helped her eliminate them." Ninggu Master's gaze towards Wu Weizhun Ren held a hint of astonishment, soon followed by a knowing smile, appreciating the latter's dedication to his disciples. Wu Weizhun Ren then turned to Ninggu Master. "However, Do you wish to request a medicinal pill for Mie Cheng? Ninggu Master immediately bowed deeply, expressing yes. He is my only child in this lifetime. My greatest wish is to see him achieve greatness. Wu Wei Zhenren nodded. Ask Yōubái. She is the one who retrieved this medicine. Upon hearing this, Ninggu Master realized Wu Wei Zhenren would neither oppose nor obstruct him, nor would he compel Yōubái to agree. Everything now depended on Yōubái's will. He promptly turned to her and bowed again, startling Yōubái, who jumped aside. Ninggu Master, what are you doing? Ning Mie Cheng watched his father, a man who had always striven for strength, now humbling himself to plead, causing a wave of discomfort to wash over him, tears glistening in his eyes. Father, there is no need for this. Even without the Lei Ling Jin, I can strive earnestly to cultivate and prove my worth. Ninggu Master whirled around, bellowing furiously. Silence. You have no place to speak here. Internally berating, how could I have such a foolish son? Ning Mie Cheng ignored his father's outburst. Your actions only make my heart ache more. Why do you not believe in me? I am certain I can succeed. And Yōubái noticed the two were about to argue and interjected. Wait a moment. Let me clarify. It is Ninggu Master who wishes to request a leaf for second senior brother, correct? Ninggu Master turned back, gazing earnestly at Yōubái precisely. Name any conditions. You may demand anything. As long as it is within my medicinal valley's capabilities, I will comply without hesitation. And Yōubái smiled. Ninggu Master. Second senior brother has always treated me well. I require nothing, just a single leaf. I have plenty. With that, she presented a leaf, offering it to Ninggu Master's view. Ning Mie Cheng watched as Yōubái held the leaf before his father, tears welling in his eyes. Wu Wei Zhenren smiled and nodded, taking a sip from his teacup. Ninggu Master hesitated, not taking the leaf for a long while. Do you understand the significance of this item? And Yōubái interrupted. I do, but more importantly, I know he is my second senior brother, is he not? Indeed. Ninggu Master trembled as he took the leaf, placing it within a sealing box beside Ning Mie Cheng. Leave everything to me. Once the pill is refined, I will summon you. Rest assured, the alchemist is Wu Ming. He will not disclose a word to outsiders. Sensing Ninggu Master's concerns, Wu Wei Zhenren gently reassured him. Wu Ming Sherbua can refine medicine. Not only in Yōubái, but everyone else in the room looked utterly bewildered. Wu Wei Zhenren's smile bore a hint of nostalgia. Ah, it seems the most impatient one has begun to learn the art of alchemy, which he once despised. Now, who could surpass him? Ninggu Master beamed with joy, confident that with Wu Ming Zhenren's cultivation, he would surely be able to refine the millennium's worth of thunder energy. Indeed, Wu Wei Zhenren nodded slightly. You may go now. Wait for my summons before returning. For the next few days, do not let anyone enter. Yes. Chapter 74. The Unsung Heroine's Rebellion. Invasion of the Demon Clan 4 days later. Wu Wei Zhenren summoned everyone into the room, producing 2 medicinal pills. Without a moment's hesitation, Yōubái swallowed one whole, only to succumb to excruciating pain that caused her to faint. In her dazed state, she felt herself submerged in water, continuously absorbing the spiritual energy around her to fend off the sharp, stabbing pain. Voices echoed in her ears, but the agony rendered them unintelligible. Days passed in this manner. When she finally opened her eyes, she felt an overwhelming lightness throughout her body, her internal spiritual energy now abundant and overflowing. Upon introspection, she discovered she had reached the mid-stage of Yuaning. The effects of the millennium's worth of Lei Luo by Qing grass were indeed formidable. She could sense the power of thunder swirling around her. After composing herself, she stepped outside, finding her master, Sherbua, and the headmaster waiting at the entrance, along with a large crowd outside. After exchanging pleasantries, she inquired, Master, why has everyone gathered? Wu Wei Zhenren chuckled, ruffling her hair. Your Yuan Ing's celestial phenomenon has drawn them all here. Yuan Ing's celestial phenomenon? What celestial phenomenon? 9 bolts of heavenly lightning just struck. Are you unscathed? Heavenly lightning struck? And Yōubái blinked, glancing between the 3 in the crowd outside, and quickly replied, I am fine, just a bit fatigued. It is nothing to worry about. Wu Wei-zhen immediately understood that she likely had not felt the tribulation at all and smiled. Today marks your successful attainment of Yuaning. From now on, you must cultivate diligently. As your master, I bestow upon you the title Tian Shao. And Yōubái promptly bowed. Tian Shao, I thank you, master. The following day, Ning Rui Chun emerged as well, still at the golden core stage, seemingly unchanged, though he now approached his cultivation with greater seriousness. He treated Yōubái with even more kindness, providing her with everything from cultivation pills to delightful treats, and even beautiful garments favored by female cultivators. He overlooked nothing. Yang Li's promised flying ship for Yōubái was finally completed, with Ning Rui Chun contributing significantly to its construction. The finished vessel was truly exquisite, radiating warmth and beauty like the glow of dawn. Flying through the sky, it resembled a breathtaking expanse of clouds that left onlookers entranced. Blood oath to recognize the master. Changli curled his lips slightly, observing the astonished expression on Yōubai's face, thinking to himself how naive she was. In high spirits, and Yōubái had no intention of engaging with him on that level. After the blood oath of recognition, the long-awaited voice of the app finally echoed in her ears. Detection of items not belonging to this app. Scanning in progress. Scan completed. Transformation successful. Muxia Fei Chuan. Item card. S card. Usage instructions. The holder must bind the item. It cannot be lost. Skill overview. Once activated, speed is remarkable, with strong defense and attack power. It is a rare and valuable item. Congratulations! A card had finally arrived, and fortunately, it was an S card, which instantly lifted her spirits, causing her to find Yang Li much more agreeable than usual. Thank you, Xixiao. This spaceship is truly beautiful, she praised without reservation. Yang Li, flattered by her compliment, nodded shyly. I modified the spirit stone control on it. It can also be operated with electricity, which I thought would be convenient for you. And Yōubái could hardly contain her joy and expressed her immense gratitude. This design is incredibly thoughtful and practical. How is your task progressing? Yang Li asked, stroking the hull of the ship. My master's health has improved. I've completed a significant portion of task 2, and I must thank you for retrieving the medicine. And Yōubái waved her hand with a smile, saying, I have received your gratitude. I truly love this spaceship. From that point on, and Yōubai's days were spent in tranquil cultivation and the sale of thunder array discs. With her Tianxi Lei Ling Jin, complemented by the various elixirs sent by Ning Ruichen, her cultivation continuously ascended, surpassing the golden core stage, and she was now revered as Tian Shaozhenren. One day, while passing through the sect, she noticed a familiar face among the crowd bowing to her. She glanced back, but soon forgot, only to recall later, oh, that person was Yumantian. It had been a long time since she had heard news of her. She likely had not reached the golden core stage yet. The next time she saw the name Xia Yusha was on a wedding invitation. She had finally united with Jiang Zening, and the entire sect received invitations. She casually set the invitation aside, as those people and events were now a part of her past. Just as she was preparing to upgrade during her late golden core stage, the demonic clan's attack commenced. After 3,000 years, the battle had begun anew. Every sect quickly gathered their forces, dispatching them to the 3 main cities of the central region. The human clan to Luori City, the demon clan to Chaoan City, and the aquatic clan directly to Yongjing City. 3,000 years ago, after the various clans had united to repel the demonic invasion, these 3 main cities were established, and all clans understood that the demons would return. This was the stronghold for resisting the demonic forces. Upon arrival, the cultivators from various clans took a brief rest before clarifying their deployment and were assigned positions to rush to the front lines against the demons. Within the Qingyun sect, excitement surged as all those in the mid-golden core stage and above prepared for battle. And Yōubái and Yang Li were both included in the first wave of departures, while Ning Ruichen was notably absent from the list. Angrily, he stormed into Wu Wei-zhenren's room, emerging a little while later looking dejected. Before their departure, he entered Yōubai's room holding a pile of elixirs, incessantly reminding her, Shimmy, be careful. Don't rush in too fiercely. If you run low on medicine, send me a message, and I will have someone from the nearby pharmacy deliver it to you. Let me know if you need anything. If you're injured, don't endure it. If you can't fight back, retreat. You must preserve your life. He repeated these admonitions until dusk fell, and Yōubái listened with a smile, nodding in acknowledgement after each of his statements. When he finally lit a lamp and sighed, he exited her room, leaving half of the items behind. The next day, under the leadership of Yōubái, everyone boarded the spaceship. The sect leader and all disciples came to bid farewell, and amidst the gaze of the crowd, they soared towards Luori City. The elders of Wanjin Peak also joined the battle, while Fu Bingqing remained behind as the eldest sister, needing to attend to many responsibilities. Observing the somewhat forlorn expressions of the remaining disciples, Fu Bingqing turned with a gentle smile, saying, "Everyone must persevere. Our master and the other elders still need our support. Maintaining the grand array requires countless materials, and we need to replenish our forces after injuries. As long as the demon clan does not retreat, we cannot relax." "Yes, eldest sister." The disciples of Wanjin Peak responded in unison, their determination resolute and their objectives clear. Subsequently, tasks were assigned one by one, and all disciples swiftly took action. Chapter 75. The Cannon Fodder Girls Rebellion 25. Feng Shatsi. Feng Chun He Ji Quan, the eldest brother of Yaofeng, lifted his gaze upon hearing the shouts from Wanjin Peak and nodded at the Yaofeng elder. "Kuania, please arrange for the disciples within the peak to expedite the production of healing elixirs. The Medicinal Institute in the back mountain also needs to be reminded. We are currently in dire need of elixirs." "Yes, master." He Ji Quan bowed respectfully and turned to the disciples of the peak. Yumantian gazed at her mother with tear-filled eyes. "Mother, why didn't you let father stay?" "Not every Jinren went." Her mother simply stroked her head, saying, "It was your father's greatest wish. He always hoped to one day stand on the battlefield like Wu Wei Jinren, bravely fighting to protect the peace of humanity." "Wu Wei Jinren?" "Yes. This was the greatest aspiration of your father's life. How could I prevent him from going?" Yumantian watched the departing spaceship, as if beginning to understand something. The war was brutal, and throughout the month of conflict, the three clans saw continuous casualties on the battlefield. The human clan suffered the fewest losses, partly due to their orderly retreat and the clear division of labor among the major sects, and partly because of their sheer numbers. Among the three clans, the human front was the longest, followed by the demon clan, with the Deep Sea clan being the shortest. This was unavoidable, as their combat power diminished the farther they were from water. The demonic assault occurred almost daily, with the front lines barely receiving any respite. In combat against the demons, the most terrifying aspect was not death, but injury. Once tainted by demonic energy, it would attach itself to the cultivator's internal spiritual energy, incessantly tempting them to fall into despair. From then on, they would either directly become demons or, like Wu Wei Jinren, struggle to suppress their cultivation, making further progress nearly impossible. And Yōubái realized on the third day of battle that lightning dealt tremendous damage to the demonic creatures as a cultivator at the Golden Core stage. Her attack power was already comparable to that of a great Ascension Jinren. Of course, this was not due to her exceptional cultivation. There was only one explanation. The demons feared the power of lightning. After 10 days of her participation in the battle, most humans had come to understand this point, leading to the Thunder Array discs from Qingyun sect selling out rapidly. Seeing the subsequent shipments of Thunder Array discs, it was clear that these were not crafted by Yōubái, but rather by Ning Ruichen, who had not participated in the battle, along with his fellow disciples from Wanjin Peak. With the addition of these Thunder Array discs, human casualties decreased even further. Within 5 days, the Deep Sea clan sent representatives to purchase these Thunder Array discs. On this day, Yōubái encountered the leader of the Phoenix clan on the battlefield, who was none other than Feng Chun, the younger brother of Yang Li's task. The Phoenix clan was a proud lineage, the king of all birds, wielding significant authority among the demon clan, and their Phoenix fire could incinerate all. This was their source of arrogance. As the leader of the Phoenix clan, Feng Chun, having known from a young age that his father had a half-demon child among the humans, held a poor attitude towards the human clan. Were it not for the invasion of the demons, he would never have deigned to acknowledge the humans since the war began. He had only allowed his subordinates to engage with the humans, barely nodding in acknowledgement. Everyone had endured this attitude for quite some time. However, the combat prowess of the Phoenix clan was indeed remarkable, and once the Phoenix fire was unleashed, the demons on the battlefield would wail in despair. The effects of Yōubai's continuous release of Latang Wanjun were strikingly similar, which contributed to Feng Chen's growing annoyance during the post-battle conference upon repeatedly hearing the name Tian Shaozhenren. Firstly, she belonged to the human race. Secondly, how could her attack power rival that of the Phoenix fire? Such a notion was unfathomable. Under this mindset, the two met for the first time on the battlefield. The situation was straightforward. After 2 days of relentless combat, Yōubái arrived to provide support, allowing her fatigued companions to retreat and rest. As previously arranged, she signaled her arrival by unleashing 3 bolts of lightning. The thunder formation in this region required a minimum of 5 bolts, so the release of 3 bolts indicated Yōubai's presence. Consequently, everyone prepared to retreat, creating a safe space for her to unleash Latang Wanjun, thus avoiding friendly fire. The coordination among the human forces proceeded smoothly, as 5 strikes of Latang Wanjun were executed in an orderly fashion. Within a minute, a cacophony of thunder erupted, prompting the demonic forces to retreat, while some hastily veered off to the side. However, the issue arose in the area where they had fled, which was under the defense of the demon race. Ordinarily, the demons would shout for assistance, prompting Yōubái to dash over and unleash another Latang Wanjun. This had been the pattern for days, yet today, the defender was Feng Chen. Upon rushing forward, Yōubái realized that the demon race did not retreat. They were engaged in combat with the demonic forces without any distance. If she unleashed a Latang Wanjun now, it could very well strike the demons too. In her moment of confusion, Feng Chen angrily shouted that the human race was indeed despicable for luring the demonic forces into their defensive territory. Following her outburst, a surge of Phoenix fire erupted, injuring numerous demons. The Phoenix fire spared only the Phoenix clan members, incinerating everything else in its path. Instantly, a wave of injured demons fell, prompting the Phoenix clan's healers to spring into action. Listening to Feng Chen's remarks and witnessing her disdainful glare, Yōubái felt an overwhelming sense of frustration. Without holding back, she cursed, questioning where such a fool had come from and calling for Yōubái, having never encountered someone so foolish as to injure their own kind. Afterward, she dashed back to the human defense zone, resuming her assault with Latang Wanjun to obliterate the advancing demonic forces. Perhaps Yōubai's words provoked Feng Chen, or perhaps her aggressive demeanor was perceived as a challenge. From that moment onward, the Phoenix fire from the demon race ceased not, while the thunder from the human race continued unabated. This fierce battle concluded with the retreat of the demonic forces, and Yōubái, without a second thought, returned to rest, recognizing that combat was a test of endurance. Meanwhile, Feng Chen was equally exhausted. Although her Phoenix fire was formidable, it required her control and spiritual energy to sustain. She fought with every ounce of strength, unwilling to concede to the humans beside her, yet she was taken aback by the fact that the human warrior appeared entirely unfazed, her thunderous strikes unrelenting throughout the day. Observing the elder of the Phoenix clan, witnessing the clan leader's condition, a mix of exasperation and amusement washed over him, prompting him to quickly shove several Guyuan Dan into his mouth, realizing that the human's elixir had likely caused the leader's refusal to consume them. The elder chuckled and shook his head. Before the elder Phoenix clan leader ascended, his greatest concern had been for his 2 children, and it seemed that his worries were indeed justified. They were a source of constant anxiety. Yōubái entered her quarters and immediately fell asleep, seemingly indifferent to the surrounding turmoil. In the 2 months that followed this incident, similar situations repeatedly unfolded. Whenever Yōubái stepped onto the battlefield, it was almost certain that Feng Chen would soon follow, as if they were locked in a competition to prove superiority. Yōubái thought to herself that this fool was indeed troubled, muttering that he was just like his brother, both trading intellect for appearances. It was no wonder he had been assigned this task. They were akin to mere bystanders. The battle raged on. The demonic forces remained steadfast, neither breaching the defenses nor retreating. The three clans, having held their ground, had no particularly effective methods to launch a counteroffensive. This intense standoff persisted for quite some time until, within a single day, 20 demon generals emerged, disrupting the long-held defensive lines of the three clans. The prowess of these demon generals was comparable to that of Wuming Jinren, only slightly inferior to the nearing ascension of Wuwei Jinren. With nearly 20 demon generals assaulting the defenses, the painstakingly maintained lines of the three clans, which had endured for over 3 months, were breached. Just as Wuming Jinren took to the field, leading around 30 Jinren in a fierce struggle, the demon and deep sea clans sent out distress signals. The two signals were not far apart. One was from the Feng clan, while the other appeared to be from the Jiren clan. Yōubái regarded young Li, raising an eyebrow, contemplating whether to rescue her brother. Saving him might just earn her the title of sister-in-law. Yang Li took a deep breath. Having yet to complete the task, she felt compelled to try. If he perished, her mission would remain incomplete. And Yōubái produced several high-tier defensive artifacts, which Wuming Jinren had provided, and teasingly inquired if Yang Li desired them. Yang Li raised her head in surprise, her eyes filled with confusion, questioning her unexpected kindness. And Yōubái scoffed, rolling her eyes, and demanded a card in exchange. Yang Li, dismissively blinking, remarked that she had anticipated such behavior, asking what kind of card was sought. And Yōubái specified an elementary upgrade card and a mid-level upgrade card. The game appeared to favor her greatly, with upgrade cards at her disposal. Enough chatter. Time is of the essence. If we delay any longer, your brother will turn to ash. She insisted on 4 high-tier defensive artifacts in exchange for her 2 elementary and 2 mid-level upgrade cards. Dream on. These high-tier artifacts were given to me by my master. I would not part with them so easily. How do you propose to barter? With the rescue team on the verge of departure, and Yōubái tossed 3 high-tier artifacts toward Yang Li, stating, 3 for you, and I will head to the Jiren side. You stay safe. Yang Li accepted the 3 high-tier artifacts, fully aware that she had incurred a debt of gratitude. You take care as well. Upon joining the rescue team at the Deep Sea Clan's defense line, and Yōubái found the situation starkly different from their expectations. Despite the Deep Sea Clan's infrequent ascents, they should not have been completely incapable of defending themselves on land, relying solely on formations for protection. Yet, the circumstances before them were quite the contrary. Their offensive was neither reliant on artifacts nor on the water-based spells that the Deep Sea Clan excelled at, but rather on purchased thunder formations. This was a clear deviation from their customary practices. A Jinren from another sect on the ship furrowed his brow and voiced his concerns. I will descend to investigate. Be vigilant. Something feels amiss. His companions attempted to restrain him, urging, let me go instead. You mustn't. He retorted, enough chatter. If we delay further, lives will be lost. Await my report. With that, he soared down, but just as he was about to breach the demonic encirclement, he plummeted from the sky. Xixiao, what happened? As the crew speculated about the cause, a plume of black smoke surged toward the ship. The vessel, equipped with a protective shield, shuddered as a powerful impact struck. The entire ship swayed violently, and the crew turned to witness a transformed avian creature, its beak thick and sturdy, pecking relentlessly at the ship's protective barrier with its skeletal, gray-black wings. The crew immediately retaliated. With a hoarse cry, the creature took flight for several paces, only to return with renewed ferocity after 3 calls. On this occasion, its cries summoned a flock of companions. Observing the overwhelming horde of strange birds outside, the crew aboard the vessel immediately launched an assault. However, they were unable to withstand the sheer numbers of their adversaries, causing the ship to sway violently under their relentless attacks. While the brilliance of the defensive shield began to wane, a voice pierced through the chaos, declaring that this was untenable. The shield could not endure for long. We must either descend or retreat. We cannot linger here any longer. Has any news reached the disciples who went down? No, my senior brother has not relayed any information. But I saw the glow of his protective talisman. It seems perilous. What do we do now? We should return and inform everyone. The demonic forces will surely not relent, and we must alert the others. But my senior brother is still below. I must rescue him. We do not know the situation down there. How can we save him? If you descend, You merely add another to those trapped below. We must first ascertain the true nature of the situation. We cannot remain here. We must distance ourselves from this flock of strange birds. As the conversation unfolded, the assault did not cease. Yet the sheer number of strange birds was overwhelming. For every one they downed, two more appeared. The crew, exhausted from the relentless onslaught, found themselves encircled, unable to flee. Just as the defensive shield was about to vanish, Tian Xiaozhen shouted, "Unleash a thunderstrike." Suddenly, someone on the ship cried out, and Yōubái hesitated momentarily, realizing that the current shield could not withstand a thunderstrike without shattering. There was no time to waste. If they waited any longer, the strange birds would breach their defenses. "Release it. Everyone brace yourselves." At that moment, the crew members activated their protective talismans, each glowing with a different light. And Yōubái unleashed a powerful thunderbolt, shattering the defensive shield. The surrounding strange birds shrieked and wailed as they were struck, some falling while others retreated in panic. Following two successive thunderbolts, the strange birds suffered heavy casualties and finally retreated. However, the ship had also sustained significant damage. Just as the crew sighed in relief and prepared to discuss their next steps, a cry rang out from a cultivator aboard the ship, who suddenly leaped into the air, plummeting down like the previous cultivator. In the watchful gaze of the others, he landed beside that cultivator and immediately activated his protective talisman. A burst of golden light repelling the demons and their malevolent energy. Meanwhile, those aboard the ship remained oblivious to their plight, still uncertain of the circumstances. What manner of sorcery had the demons employed? How had they found themselves in such a dire situation? This realization sent a shiver through the crew. It felt as though they had suddenly lost their spiritual energy. The implications were chilling. The defensive array could be activated with spirit stones, and talismans could be activated with blood or spirit stones, so those below could only rely on these two resources. And Yōubái pondered her ability to summon lightning without the need for spiritual energy, but she could not voice this thought. As she contemplated her next move, she suggested, "Tian Xiaozhen, could you use a thunderstrike to clear a path for them?" This proposal received unanimous agreement from the crew. And Yōubái felt uncertain about the feasibility of the plan, but since everyone concurred, she nodded, "I will give it a try." After the ship retreated a short distance, and Yōubái unleashed another thunderbolt, indeed clearing space. However, apart from the two cultivators who had descended, the members of the Deep Sea clan remained trapped, unable to advance. As the demonic army approached, the crew swiftly retaliated, waiting for the two to return before seeking clarification. The first cultivator who descended questioned the members of the Deep Sea clan, who explained that the demons had burned an unfamiliar herb. The mere scent rendered the cultivator's spiritual energy stagnant and ineffective, preventing any use of their powers. This revelation astonished the crew, and they realized the urgent need to return and inform the others to remain vigilant. But what of the Deep Sea clan? How much longer could they endure? The cultivator who had just returned sighed in resignation, stating that the Deep Sea clan would likely not last much longer. The defensive array they employed was indeed formidable, but immobile. Otherwise, they would have fled with them. How could they possibly hold out? The array operated on the blood of their kin, and if this continued, they risked extinction. We must return. If the demons have used this herb on our side, our people will be caught unawares, leading to even greater losses. Agreed. We will return to explain the situation and deliberate on how to rescue them. Yet, given the time it takes to go back and forth, by the time we return, the Deep Sea clan may already be decimated. Everyone understood this grim reality. But in the face of such peril, no one wished to sacrifice their own lives for others. Even if they attempted a rescue, given the current circumstances, success was far from guaranteed, and they might lose their lives in vain. And Yōubái observed the crew's wary glances, her heart heavy with conflicting emotions. At that moment, every choice seemed both right and wrong. Resolute in her decision, she spoke, "I will descend, as long as the Deep Sea clan returns to the ocean. Their inherent traits will render the demons' tactics ineffective." Amidst the astonished gazes of the crew, and Yōubái continued, "I will create an opening with my lightning to draw in the seawater. Once the water arrives, the Deep Sea clan will be safe." "What a splendid idea!" exclaimed a cultivator from the crowd. "I will accompany you. I am a water cultivator and can summon water. I can help as well. I am an earth cultivator and can expedite the fissure. Several others chimed in, and Yōubái smiled and nodded. Excellent. Let us proceed together. Soon, 2 additional cultivators of water and earth joined them, and Yōubái produced her Mie Cheng flying vessel, and the 5 stood before it, bowing respectfully. Everyone exercise caution, and please inform others of the demonic force's unusual activity. The crew returned the gesture. Safe travels, fellow cultivators. The 2 vessels then set off in opposite directions. The Mie Cheng flying vessel moved with remarkable speed as Yōubái stood upon it, relentlessly striking at the shoreline. Before long, a 3-meter-wide gap had formed, and with collective effort, this narrow waterway extended toward the battlefield. However, a greater challenge loomed ahead, the approaching demonic army. In the realm of cultivation, the distance seemed insurmountable. As the demonic forces advanced, and Yōubái turned to the fore on the ship, her expression grave, I will confront these demon troops. Can you expand the waterway? The 4 exchanged glances, seemingly grasping her intent. One voiced the concern, Tian Xiaozhenren. Can you truly manage it alone? And Yōubái understood their hesitation. But they were unaware of her ability to wield lightning without spiritual energy. There was no time for explanations. The 4 shouted in unison, we can. And Yōubái nodded, turned, and leaped from the vessel, activating her wind-fire wheel and unleashing Thunderbolt as she charged into the heart of the demonic forces. The 4 watched in awe as she fought valiantly amidst the tempest of lightning. Their resolve strengthened. They quickened their pace, murmuring, truly, she is the disciple of Yōubái. We must do our utmost. Indeed, let's press on, to stand shoulder to shoulder with Tian Xiaozhenren. We can indeed consider ourselves as having resisted the relentless onslaught of the demon army alongside Yōubái. Correct? Indeed, well said. Through the concerted efforts of the 4, the sea water continued to draw closer, while the roars of thunder from the demon army below never ceased. And Yōubái, with the fury of lightning coursing through her, charged toward the defense shield of the Jiren, shouting, the sea is coming. If anyone is struggling, I shall take them first. To the Jiren, this woman, engulfed in lightning as she charged, appeared like a celestial being descending before them. Without hesitation, a Jiren who had lost too much blood, pale and weakened, was quickly brought forth. And Yōubái embraced his waist and, harnessing the power of lightning, struck out, attacking as she fled. After placing him safely in the water, she wasted no time in returning to the front of the Jiren defense array. Her departure was swift, and she did not glance back at the Jiren in the water, who were rapidly recovering. The ocean was both their home and their greatest support. In Chapter 78, the cannon fodder girl defies Fate 28, the battle against the demon general. Upon Yōubai's 3rd return to the Jiren defense shield, a massive blade infused with demonic energy slashed downward. The speed was so great that she could not evade in time and could only turn sideways to avoid the blade's edge, yet she was still struck on the arm. Fortunately, the heart-intent leather armor provided some damage reduction, and with the defense of the Thunder Ring, her injury was not severe. The Fenghualin beneath her feet quickly retreated, applying a hemostatic ointment to her wound, which did not burden her greatly. She immediately unleashed a thunder strike in retaliation. The demon wielding the blade, however, was met with the reflective damage of the heart-intent leather armor, causing him to cry out in pain as he was relentlessly struck by lightning. Despite this continuous assault, the demon mustered enough strength for another attack. This time, his powerful charge was deftly dodged by Yōubái, showcasing the formidable capabilities of the Fenghualin once more. Throughout this exchange, the lightning continued to assault the demon, causing him to tremble uncontrollably, and his great sword fell to the ground as he was forced to kneel. However, his eyes blazed with defiance and rage as he glared at Yōubái. In a final act of desperation, he opted for self-detonation, and Yōubái was caught off guard by this decision. And as she reacted, she summoned a high-tier protective talisman to shield herself, hoping to withstand the force of the explosion. Regrettably, self-detonation truly was the ultimate act of mutual destruction. Even the high-tier talisman began to crack after 3 seconds of resistance, its luminescence fading. After another second, the talisman shattered into fragments, losing its efficacy. And Yōubái was violently propelled 100 meters away, landing amidst the demon army. Though her heart-intent leather armor provided some damage reduction, she still felt the severity of her injuries. Upon landing, she was immediately surrounded by a throng of demons. Isolated in their midst, without a moment's hesitation, she activated Thunderous Might, igniting the Fengwulin and forcing her way outward. Simultaneously, she reached in her backpack for the ginseng soup gifted by Yōubái and took a sip, a warm current coursing through her body. "Thank you, Yōubái." And Yōubái silently expressed her gratitude. Finally, she regained some vitality, but the injuries remained, her entire body aching as if pierced by needles. The force of the demon's self-detonation was far greater than she had anticipated. Fortunately, she was no longer required to channel spiritual energy. Otherwise, the pain might have caused her to spit blood and perish. Leaning against the outer perimeter of the defense array, she continually unleashed Thunderous Might, retrieving all the defensive talismans she had accumulated in her Qingquan pouch. The defensive array sent by Fu Bingqing was activated with spirit stones. She had once laughed at its necessity, but now found herself chastised by her own past thoughts. Spitting out a mouthful of blood, and Yōubái took a deep breath and consumed 2 elixirs given by Ning Ruichen, stabilizing her internal energy. As long as it did not become agitated, she could endure for quite some time. She was acutely aware of her condition. With Yōubái's ginseng soup, her life was assured. Yet, the Jiren within the defense array remained oblivious. They watched as Yōubái was blasted away by the demon's explosion. Emerging from the demon army and standing resolutely at the forefront, continuously unleashing lightning to fend off the demon's assaults. Now, however, she began to cough up blood. Observing her consuming elixirs and talismans, the Jiren understood that she was likely gravely injured, yet she steadfastly remained outside the array, showing no intention of retreat. The Jiren were deeply moved. The leader of the Jiren approached the front of the array. This formation was their last hope, yet their kin were succumbing one after another. With sincere eyes, he looked upon Yōubái and bowed respectfully. "Jiren, please leave." The Jiren behind him followed suit, expressing their respect. They all saw her exerting every ounce of her strength. To the Jiren, her face bore a gentle and composed smile, her breath uneven. Yet her words resonated with unwavering conviction. "Do not worry. My master is Wu Wei Jiren of the Qingyan sect. I will hold until the sea water arrives." Thus, she continued to unleash lightning, keeping the demons at bay within 5 meters of the defense shield. With the reduction of the demon's assault, the consumption of the Jiren's defensive shield was diminished by 2/3, and Yōubái understood that as long as they could hold out until her 4 companions dug the water channel, the Jiren would be saved. Amidst this tug of war, a demon general appeared on the battlefield. His presence was akin to a drop of hot oil entering cold water, instantly reversing the tide of battle. With a single strike, the defense shield of the Jiren, which had withstood so long, showed signs of cracking. And Yōubái's expression tightened, and she swallowed 5 healing pills gifted by Ning Ruichen, employing a healing technique while relentlessly launching thunder strikes against the demon general. Yet, the demon general was indeed formidable. The lightning that was so effective against ordinary demons proved to be far less impactful against him. He first enveloped himself in demonic energy, absorbing all the lightning strikes, which dissipated into nothingness. And Yōubái was uncertain if her attacks could truly harm him, but time was of the essence. She continued to alternate between thunder and thunderous might. Yet despite her unceasing barrage, she could not prevent the demon general from launching a second assault on the defense shield. After enduring the second strike, the Jiren's protective shield sustained another crack, this one connecting with the first. Should the demon general strike again, the shield would likely shatter into fragments. And Yōubái steeled herself and unleashed her ultimate technique, releasing the Phoenix True Fire, combining it with lightning as it surged toward the demon general. The Phoenix True Fire ignited upon contact, consuming the demon general's demonic energy swiftly, and the lightning finally struck his true form. Observing him endure 10 consecutive lightning strikes without displaying any sign of pain, he prepared to attack the shield once more. And Yōubái felt a surge of determination rise within her heart. She activated her ultimate technique once again, transforming into the form of Yun Yao, charging directly at the demon general. Glancing back at the water channel still 100 meters away, the four cultivators were moving increasingly slower. Hindered by the effects of the demon's potion, their internal energy nearly depleted, and now struggling to advance further. The water channel had reached this point, making it exceedingly difficult to push forward. Chapter 79. The Cannon Fodder Girl Must Defy Destiny. 29. The Most Opulent and Roguish Method. Observing the four individuals exerting every ounce of their strength, yet failing to budge the stagnant waterway, and Yōubái turned to the merfolk within the formation and commanded, "Make a final push. With the defensive barrier down, rush forward. The water lies just beyond." The merfolk leader glanced at the demon general and the paladin Yōubái, who was straining to hold her ground, before conveying a message to her kin, causing the formation to dissipate. At that moment, the group of merfolk, barely able to stand from the loss of blood, summoned every last bit of their strength to flee for their lives. The four practitioners, meanwhile, found their spiritual energy severely depleted and could scarcely muster the power to operate. They struggled to absorb spirit stones while desperately attempting to continue excavating the channel. In their sight, and Yōubái staunchly defended against the demon general, valiantly obstructing his onslaught. They sensed their spiritual energy had become utterly immobilized, as if sealed, rendering them incapable of drawing from the spirit stones. What could cultivators do when they could not utilize their energy? A sense of urgency ignited within them, yet they remained powerless to act. Suddenly, the waterway advanced a short distance, and then another. Though narrower than what the four had constructed, it was undeniably progressing. Turning back in astonishment, they realized that the other members of the Deep Sea Clan were rushing into the channel. The Deep Sea Clan's members, having departed from the water, had lost more than half of their power. However, once they returned to the depths, they were sovereigns of their domain, unrivaled and formidable. The first merfolk and Yōubái sent back into the water, upon regaining mobility, immediately transmitted a distress signal to the Sea Clan. Following this, members of the Deep Sea Clan swarmed to assist. With their help, the waterway advanced rapidly as the Aquatic Clan drew forth seawater from the channel, showering it upon the fleeing merfolk to replenish their strength. While the merfolk and the Deep Sea kin toiled together, and Yōubái remained unyielding, resisting the demon general and striving to impede his advance. Yet, the demon general was relentless, with the combined forces of Phoenix Fire and Thunderstrike. Along with Yun Yao's assaults, they could only momentarily restrain him. Defeating him was an impossibility, as Yun Yao's form was scattered and the Phoenix Fire enveloped by demonic energy. The merfolk were still a short distance from the waterway. To buy more time for the merfolk, and Yōubái resolved to employ the most extravagant and scrupulous, yet effective means, a self-detonation of her magical artifact. She hurled a mid-grade superior artifact, which exploded upon impact with the demon general, whether he was injured or not, within a second. And Yōubái launched a second mid-grade, mid-tier artifact and continued to throw them one after another, relentlessly targeting the demon general. She flung over 10 mid-grade artifacts before she hesitated, realizing the next would be a high-grade artifact. A tremor coursed through her heart as she nearly dropped the precious item. High-grade artifacts were rare and invaluable. She never imagined she and Yōubái would have a day of such extravagance. Nevertheless, her actions could not cease. She had to persist. In this tug-of-war delay, the merfolk safely returned to the water. The four cultivators shouted in unison, "Tian Xiao Zhenrun, we succeeded. Quickly retreat." And Yōubái felt a wave of relief wash over her. They had finally succeeded, with only a few high-grade artifacts left to throw. Stalling the demon general was no easy task. She needed to buy just a little more time to ensure her own retreat. Without hesitation, and Yōubái immediately employed her transformation ability, conjuring 2 duplicates of Yun Yao to attack the demon general. She then activated the wind fire wheel, swiftly returning to her ship, instructing the merfolk, "Hurry, we need to call for help. This is a demon general, and we cannot contend with him alone." With that, she ordered the ship to accelerate back, fervently hoping that the illusions of Yun Yao could hold off the demon general and provide them the time they needed to escape. Unfortunately, despite the speed of the Mu Xia flying vessel, they had barely traversed half the distance when the demon general closed in on them. The transformation skill could only be used 5 times a day, and now she had only 1 use left. With determination, Yōubái created an identical replica of the demon general and charged towards the original, hoping this would buy them the time they desperately needed. Ignoring the astonished gazes of the 4 practitioners, Yōubái focused solely on hastening back to the human defense line. As she caught sight of the others, she shouted, "Yōubái, there's a demon general behind us." However, the figure who turned was not Wu Ming Zhenrun, but her master, Wu Wei Zhenrun. Upon landing, Yōubái rushed forward, grasping her master's sleeve. Master, there's a demon general behind us." Wu Wei Zhenrun smiled and gently ruffled her hair. "You work hard. Keep a watchful eye." He stood motionless, and with a swift motion, a long sword shot into the sky, infused with overwhelming killing intent, aiming directly at the oncoming demon general. Under Wu Wei Zhenrun's assault, the demon general exhibited signs of retreat before he could even complete 20 strikes. Just as he attempted to withdraw, the flying sword pierced through him with precision, slaying him instantly. A fragment of demonic energy, along with his soul, attempted to escape but was utterly eradicated by the sword's swift strike. At that moment, a thought surged within Yōubái. Is this the power of an immortal master, truly deserving of the title of the one most likely to ascend? The 4 practitioners who returned within Yōubái were now overwhelmed with excitement. Their faces flushed as they beheld Wu Wei Zhenrun vanquish the demon general. "I truly fought alongside Wu Wei Zhenrun to slay a demon." This singular thought consumed their minds. As Wu Wei Zhenrun turned, he noticed his young disciple, pale and filled with awe, fainting from excitement. Alarmed, he rushed forward, catching his fainted disciple. Yōubái was unaware of the myriad events she missed during her 3 days of unconsciousness. When she finally awoke, the battle had concluded, and the demon clan had retreated to the western territories. Although uncertain of how long this peace would endure, those who had endured war yearned for such tranquil days. Upon awakening in Luo Ri City, Yōubái consumed the medicine brought by Mie Cheng while listening to his gossip. Occasionally, she would spot Yang Li and his foolish phoenix brother in the courtyard. "Junior sister, everyone is saying that you single-handedly held back the demon general. I can hardly believe it was you. How could you be so audacious? Having your spiritual energy sealed is no trifling matter. You risked your life, eating 5 recovery pills in one go. Do you treat them like candy? Truly reckless. With so many around, each more powerful than you, what were you thinking charging in? Would it not be better to return and clarify the situation with Yōubái? Look at yourself. If this injury does not heal properly, what will you do in the future? You see that Master and Yōubái care for you and do not wish to scold you, right?" Chapter 80. The Cannon Fodder Girl Must Defy Destiny 30. The Merfolk Scale Pattern Robe, S card. As she sipped the bitter medicine, listening to Mie Cheng's concerned scolding, Yōubái sighed inwardly. The 3rd task was complete. She was to depart. Indeed, upon awakening, the system notified her that task 3 had been accomplished and she could leave at any time. She felt a pang of reluctance, yet she understood that this place did not belong to her. It belonged to the woman named Xiao Yōubái, not to her. Yōubái, nestled in the courtyard on a lounge chair, basking in the sun, she contemplated how to bid farewell to everyone when a knock echoed from the door. The deep-sea merfolk had arrived, led by their chief, accompanied by the 2 individuals Yōubái had first sent back into the water. Although Yōubái did not remember their faces, they had earnestly remembered her, as she had granted them and their kin a chance at survival. As the leader of the merfolk gazed upon Yōubái, who lay on a lounge chair with a pallid complexion devoid of color, memories flooded back to him of the time when despair enveloped her kin. She had maintained that same ghostly visage while resolutely saving them all. The 3 individuals offered a deep bow, presenting a carefully prepared gift from their clan, the Jiaolin Wenyi. Tian Xiu Xingring. This is a token from every member of our tribe, crafted from a piece of Jiao scales. We hope you will accept this as our collective gratitude. Yōubái, upon receiving this unexpected gift, nodded with delight, exclaiming, "Thank you. I gladly accept it." It is beautiful, and I adore it. Satisfied with her smile, the merfolk departed, content in knowing their benefactor was pleased. How can Yōubái not feel joy? After this gift was bestowed upon her, the system once again chimed in, detecting an item not belonging to this app. Scanning in progress. Scan complete. Conversion successful. Jiao Lin Wen E. Item card. S card. Usage instructions. The holder binds the item. It cannot be lost or damaged. Skill overview. Wearing it allows free movement underwater. Aquatic creatures will heed your commands, and your attack power will double while in water, with a doubling of recovery speed after sustaining injuries. Upon witnessing these remarkable effects, Yōubái was utterly entranced, overwhelmed with happiness at this unforeseen boon. In her fits of laughter, she began to cough, just as Yongli entered. Noticing her state, he quipped, "What delightful treasure have you found to elicit such mirth?" After regaining her composure, Yōubái smiled brightly. "It's quite splendid. What brings you here? Have you completed your task?" Yongli, with a serious gaze, responded, "How did you know?" "Your joyous demeanor suggests you have accomplished your mission and are preparing to depart." She mused, contemplating how to inform her master. "What about you? Have you finished your task?" "Not yet," he replied, which caused Yōubái's lips to curl in amusement. "Huh, that fool hasn't called you brother yet?" "No, he is not foolish. Why do you persist in calling him that?" Yongli protested, perplexed. "Well, as long as you are happy, it is none of my concern," Yōubái retorted, rolling her eyes at Yongli's restlessness. "What exactly is your purpose here?" Yongli, after a moment's hesitation, finally managed to articulate, "Thank you. If it weren't for your assistance, I don't know how long it would have taken me to reach this point. I merely wish to express this." Yōubái smirked. "Now that sounds like a human response. Well then, I accept your gratitude. I also wish you a swift completion of your task, and may that fool call you brother tomorrow." "He is not a fool," Yongli insisted once more, earnestly defending his nominal brother. "Very well, be content," Yōubái replied nonchalantly, her lack of sincerity inciting frustration in Yongli as he turned to leave. Lying back down, her face aglow with joy, Yōubái continued to bask in the sun. When Wu Wei Zhenren entered, he beheld this scene and smiled faintly. "Do you feel better today?" Yōubái instantly rose, performing a respectful bow. "Master, I feel much improved today." "Good. Is there anything you wish to discuss with your master?" Yōubái looked at Wu Wei Zhenren in confusion. "Master?" He took a seat beside her, gesturing for her to sit as well. "You are not Xiao Yōubái. I perceive two souls within you. However, you carry a golden light and possess the recognition of the heavenly Tao. I am certain you have come here with a purpose. Am I correct?" "Truly, you are a remarkable master," Yōubái couldn't help but acknowledge. Those most likely to ascend were indeed extraordinary. "Are you preparing to depart now?" Wu Wei Zhenren asked with a warm expression, his smile reminiscent of their usual encounters. "Since you are aware, I no longer need to conceal it." "Yes, master. I have completed my task and am ready to leave." With a nod of regret, Wu Wei Zhenren responded, "I will publicly announce that you are in seclusion to recuperate. Fate is fickle. Should the opportunity arise, do return to visit. Everyone will miss you dearly." Yōubái immediately stood, bowing deeply once more, replying respectfully, "Yes, master." With matters clarified, she felt a weight lifted from her shoulders. Over the past few days, she had organized her Chinquan bag and bracelet, as these items could not fit in her backpack and thus could not be taken. She placed all the treasures and herbs that could not be stored in her backpack into the Chinquan bracelet, among which the most precious was the millennial-old Lei Luo by Qing Chao, of which she had only utilized 2 leaves thus far. Laying these items upon the stone table before Wu Wei Zhenren, she said, "Master, I cannot take these with me. Please accept them." Wu Wei Zhenren regarded the Chinquan bracelet with a long sigh. "Since you call me master, I too shall gift you something, hoping it will ensure your safety in the days to come." A small box slid before Yōubái. This item is called Duan Hun Si, a gift from the poison king spider, which before his ascension. It is his life's treasure, which he forcibly extracted a portion of during his tribulation. It serves as a token of gratitude for my assistance in saving him. This item is highly toxic, capable of rendering a person immobile, unable to speak or see. If you do not extract the poison within a day, the individual will undoubtedly perish. This item is sinister, and I have kept it close, wishing to prevent its return to the world. However, your actions have changed my mind. You possess the lightning spirit, yet do not abuse it, wishing to protect your kin, even in the face of formidable foes. I cannot foresee your future, but I sense many trials and tribulations await you. I hope this will safeguard you, and may you always remain true to your heart and never forget your original intent. Upon hearing Wu Wei Zhanren's explanation, and Yōubái gazed at the small segment of shimmering, almost transparent spider silk within the box, unable to fathom the immense power it harbored, despite its diminutive size. At Wu Wei Zhanren's request, she dripped her blood upon it, and the app's voice resonated once more, detecting an item not belonging to this app. Scanning in progress. Scan complete. Conversion successful. Poison King's Spider Silk Item Card. SS Card. Usage instructions. The holder binds the item. It cannot be lost or damaged. Skill Overview. Skill 1. Extremely poisonous. Skill 2. Can neutralize one's own poison. Skill 3. Flexible length. Indestructible. Beneath these descriptions, a line of bold red text unexpectedly appeared. How do you possess so many extraordinary items? You have been placed under close observation. The glaring crimson letters were strikingly evident, causing Yōubái to wince. What did it mean to be under close observation? Would they delete the game and prevent her from continuing her quests? If that were to happen, it would indeed be a blessing. As she watched the spider silk dance in her hands, Yōubái suddenly realized that this was indeed an assassin's weapon. Such delicate threads, nearly transparent, would go unnoticed by anyone. It dawned on her why Wu Wei Zhanren had kept this item concealed, a life treasure left by an ascended immortal. Surely no one could withstand its stealthy assault. Noticing Yōubái's astonished expression, Wu Wei Zhanren gently raised his hand to stroke her head, his visage benevolent and filled with concern. Master hopes you will always remain safe and sound. These words shattered Yōubái's composure entirely, and she lowered her head, tears welling in her eyes, overwhelmed with a profound sense of loss. Yes, master. Goodbyes are invariably tinged with sorrow. Upon the return of the group to Qing Yunzong, Wu Wei Zhanren publicly declared that Tianxiao Zhanren had entered seclusion to heal from her injuries. This news did not arouse suspicion among the crowd, given that she possessed only the cultivation of the Jindan stage and was unable to freely manipulate spiritual energy. Her feat of resisting the demon general to save the Jiaran had long been known across the seas, and it was evident that she bore injuries. The 4 cultivators who had accompanied her in the rescue returned to their respective sects to enter seclusion for healing. In the world of cultivation, it was not unusual to retreat for a century or so. And Yōubái, under the gaze of many, calmly performed a bow, smiled at everyone, and slowly closed her room door. Outside, the Zhenren Wuwei had personally set up a protective array, sealing the courtyard. Unless he came in person or the occupant chose to exit, no one could enter. And Yōubái took one last glance at her small dwelling, a wave of nostalgia washing over her. She closed her eyes, took a deep breath to steady her emotions, and quietly logged out of the game. Unbeknownst to her, events unfolded here after her departure. Whenever Ningruichen found time, he would sit by her courtyard door, holding a flask of wine, sipping it slowly, reminiscing about the past. After finishing a flask, he would leave in silence. Outside the courtyard, the trees witnessed several cycles of blooms and withers, yet he remained steadfast in his nightly vigil. One day, as the moonlight dimmed and a gentle breeze carried the scent of flowers, he seemed to be intoxicated. His charming peach blossom eyes glistened with a hint of tears as he murmured, "You didn't even say goodbye. I could have prepared more pills for you. Junior sister, are you well?" Upon seeing the Qinquan bracelet returned by Zhenren Wuwei, the nameless Zhenren lowered his gaze, a sigh of regret escaping his lips. She has indeed left. I thought she would have some lingering attachments, that she would wish to stay. Zhenren Wuwei patted his junior's shoulder. She must have more important matters to attend to. In the temple of the Jiaran clan, a new statue had been erected, a human woman surrounded by countless flashes of lightning and a small cluster of phoenix fire, with a woman standing behind her and 4 human cultivators in the distance. The Jiaran clan revered her as their goddess, and all clan members were familiar with her tale. Elders would proudly offer their scales to weave garments for the goddess, treating it as an honor to boast about. During the annual temple rituals, the high priest would lead the entire clan in bowing to the goddess. The walls of the grand hall depicted her legendary story of resisting the demon general, blasting the sea to create canals, and rescuing her kin amidst the demon army. Had Yang Li's task concluded? In the many years since Yōubai's departure, he had gained the freedom to enter and exit the Feng Wang clan. Yet, despite exhausting all means, he still could not get Feng Chun to call him brother. In his frustration, he intoxicated Feng Chun, and in a tipsy state, could no longer contain himself, lamenting, "Is it so hard to call me brother? After all these years, why won't you?" Feng Chun glared at him with a dark and displeased expression, his face flushed. "Before my father ascended, he asked me to find you and call you brother, saying it was his greatest wish. Then why don't you ever do it?" Yang Li looked at him in confusion, his mind swirling with questions. "I just don't want to fulfill his wish. He shouldn't think that because he ascended to immortality, he is extraordinary. I refuse to comply with everything he says. Why must everything be dictated by him? His words are right, while mine are wrong. He bequeathed all the good things to you, telling me, 'Feng Chun, you will be the future leader of the Feng Wang clan.' Did he even ask me? I do not wish for that. I do not want to be the leader. Is that not permissible? Just because he has a higher cultivation, he can be forgiven by the clan for his mistakes? Why? I simply refuse to let him have his way, even if he becomes an immortal and a deity. I will not grant him that satisfaction. If he wants me to do something, I will deliberately refuse." Observing the rebellious Feng Chun, whose phoenix eyes were red with rage, his demeanor defiant as he pounded the table and shouted, "I refuse." Yang Li suddenly recalled Yōubai's nickname for him, Shaozi. At that moment, he felt the title was exceedingly fitting. This Feng Chun was nothing short of a rebellious fool in his adolescence. As for how long these two brothers would continue to struggle over the title of brother, it was no longer in Yōubai's concern. Chapter 82. The Cannon Fodder Girl Defies Fate 32. In the real world at this moment, Yōubái had exited the game and returned to her cozy abode. The system notification from the game lingered in her mind. "Congratulations, player Yōubái, for successfully completing the B-level task. The Cannon Fodder Girl Defies Fate. Your performance has been rated as excellent, and the rewards have been issued. Please log into the app to check. Every 10 days, there will be a new game. We assure you that boredom will no longer be an issue. Remember our game principle, cherish life and never be bored again." This time, the duration felt longer than the last. Yet in reality, only a moment had passed, and Yōubai's mind swirled with various emotions, leaving her feeling somewhat fatigued. A sense of weariness involuntarily crept onto her face as she took a large sip from her icy drink and slowly breathed deeply to adjust her emotions. Picking up her phone, she opened the app where her character introduction displayed the details of her recent task. Current points: 1158, task reward, 1 intermediate card. Upon completing the B-level task, the system credited her with 500 points, and the intermediate card was added to her inventory. Opening her inventory and using the card, a burst of blue light flashed, revealing an intermediate recovery card, usable 5 times, capable of restoring all states of both individuals and items. Yōubái now possessed a considerable collection of cards, many of which were of S rank. She retrieved 3 intermediate upgrade cards, planning to upgrade Qianbian Wanhua to advanced. Initially believing 3 would suffice, she was taken aback when the card display indicated 34. Feeling that she had grasped the game's nuances, Yōubái shook her head in exasperation. Indeed, the app's challenges were always late, but never absent. Well, 1 more is needed. Since my points are sufficient, I shall visit the trading area to search for it. I also need 1 more basic upgrade card. I will look for that as well. After eating a couple of bites, feeling satisfied, she lay back on her bed, comfortably browsing the discussion area to see what tasks others were undertaking and how they were faring. In the discussion area for the same task, numerous threads were actively being posted. "I have reached the peak of Jindan. I really don't want to return. You are only a Jindan. I have already reached the tribulation stage. Aren't you invincible then?" "Not quite. I was poisoned, and every time I moved spiritual energy, I would cough up blood. It wasn't until I resolved the poison that I could complete the task and return. I became a spider spirit and had to eat bugs every day. My heavens. I don't even know how I survived. That sounds truly miserable, but you could roast or fry them in various ways. You still had food. The sect, I want to cut off all grains, only allowing water and sometimes a bit of honey. I have no idea how I managed. You only couldn't eat. Was mine any easier? The Buddhist sect I attended made us practice silent meditation. Can you believe I didn't speak a word? I nearly went mad. Ha 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 upstairs. How did you manage? I'm also curious. That truly could drive a person insane. I cast spells on my mouth every day, and that's how I endured. Once the task was completed, I returned immediately. It was terrifying. The tasks are indeed bizarre, and my assignment is to become the 18th concubine of a real person. The mere thought of it infuriates me. Have you completed yours? For the sake of 500 points, I endured it. Upon entering that person's residence, the task was marked as complete, and I immediately returned. Who could be more miserable than me? My task requires traversing the entire continent. Alas, your plight seems even more dire. This world is vast, and even traveling by airship would take many years to complete the journey. Does he possess sufficient lingshur? The consumption of lingshur for a single flight is exorbitant. Who could be more unfortunate? My mission is to eliminate a demon general. Can anyone surpass my misfortune? Take care, my friend. You must have lost 500 points. No, I swiftly seized a kill. How shameless. Is one's face truly important when completing a task? Life holds far greater significance. Given that, it is indeed true. Appearances lose their importance. And Yōubái gradually calmed her restless heart. A wave of drowsiness washed over her. And before long, she succumbed to slumber. In her dreams, she stood in a small courtyard, observing her fellow disciples mingling and laughing, the atmosphere lively and harmonious. Even in sleep, a gentle smile graced her face. In reality, over the span of 10 days, her colleagues noticed a significant change in Yōubái. Some remarked on her beauty, others mentioned her newfound tranquility, while some speculated if she had suffered a heartbreak. Once irritated by such trivial gossip, she now merely smiled lightly. Unaffected by their words, her emotions no longer stirred by their idle chatter. Compared to this, the headlines captured her attention far more. Small-scale disasters had emerged across the globe. Whether natural calamities or man-made crises, they had continued unabated. One nation faced a rare infectious disease outbreak. Another experienced unprecedented wildfires, while yet another's dormant volcano had suddenly erupted. And yet another nation was struck by widespread tsunamis. Environmentalists online tirelessly urged the public to care for the earth and practice sustainability. A plethora of expert recommendations advise people to reduce the use of disposable items, conserve electricity, and opt for subways over cars. Observing these news reports alongside celebrity gossip, and Yōubái felt reassured that indeed, this was her reality. Her greatest achievement in those 10 days was successfully using 100 points to purchase a basic upgrade card, elevating her healing card to an intermediate level. Healing card, skill card, intermediate upgradable. Usage instructions can be used 10 times a day, limited to a single individual. Skill overview. Upon activation, it restores the user to full health immediately, can eliminate intermediate negative states. The upgraded effects significantly enhanced her capabilities. The usage frequency increased, and the recovery time reduced from 3 minutes to immediate effect, while the negative states that could be eliminated advanced from basic to intermediate. With this skill, combined with Xiao Bao's ginseng soup, as long as she did not face instant death, she should be safe, even in the event of sudden demise. She possessed a substitute card to escape peril. Regrettably, she had yet to find an intermediate upgrade card. Hence, her transformation had not yet reached the golden tier. Time is impartial to all. On the 10th day, and Yōubái once again entered the game while seated on her sofa. Chapter 83. The eldest sister catches ghosts while caring for the young one, becoming the Bai family's eldest daughter. Welcome back to the game. Congratulations to player and Yōubái for completing the advancement task. The details of this task are as follows. B-level task. Eldest sister's survival with siblings. Task requirements. Ensure a stable life for the 4 younger siblings. Successful task reward. 500 points, 1 random intermediate card. Failure penalty. Deduct 500 points. Those lacking sufficient points will lose 20 years of lifespan. Number of participants in this B-level task, 10 people. The task will officially commence in 5 minutes. Enjoy your gameplay, cherish life, and banish boredom. Once Yōubái entered the game, she found herself beneath a somewhat dilapidated ceiling, feeling utterly weak as she lay in bed, unable to sit up or even move her head. After struggling for a while, she managed to slightly turn her eyes, but aside from the ceiling, she could not discern her surroundings. Fortunately, she accessed her backpack, moving her fingers to equip herself with the heartfelt leather armor and thunder ring. Sensing that her condition was not quite right, she prepared her healing card, intending to activate it as soon as the game officially commenced to restore her health before addressing anything else. This task, based on the given requirements, involved ensuring her siblings had a good life, but she was uncertain about the background context. If it were set against a backdrop of war, a stable existence would indeed be a challenge. The information provided at the start was quite limited, and she could only wait for the official commencement to glean further details. B-level task: Eldest Sister's survival with siblings officially begins. Eldest sister, do not frighten me. Wake up. A soft, weak voice called out amidst tears. And Yōubái struggled to turn her head once more, and this time she could finally move. As she opened her eyes, she saw a girl of about 10 years. Her hair a dull yellow, her complexion pallid, and her frame emaciated. Upon noticing Yōubái awake, the girl's face lit up with tears of joy as she exclaimed, "Eldest sister, you are awake. I will fetch you some water." She hurriedly brought a bowl of water, gently assisting Yōubái to drink. "Eldest sister, have a few sips." With great effort, Yōubái was propped up, finally taking in her surroundings and realizing the starkness of her environment. This room was bare, with only the bed beneath her. How could a family be reduced to such poverty? As this thought crossed her mind, the scene's background materialized before her. A knocking sound echoed at the door. "Second sister, it's me, Aunt Lou. Please open the door." Watching the yellow-haired girl rush to the door, Yōubái took this moment to carefully review the background information. Upon finishing, she took a deep breath, acknowledging the emptiness of the room and the weakness of her body. This was indeed a daunting task. The original character was named Mie Cheng, 17 years old, the eldest sister of the household, often referred to by villagers as the Bai family's eldest daughter. She had 4 younger siblings. The youngest sister, the yellow-haired girl, age 15, the second brother, Bai Peng, age 13, and the third and fourth siblings, twins Bai Ning En and Bai Ning Ping, aged 8. The original character's father had been a hunter, while her mother was a renowned embroiderer in the region. During her childhood, the family enjoyed a period of prosperity, living in the 6-room tiled house they currently occupied, which was considered quite decent even among neighboring villages. Sadly, this idyllic life took a tragic turn 7 years ago when their father perished during a severe drought, leading all families in the village to venture into the mountains in search of food. The original character's father never returned. Their mother, in her struggle to provide for her children, worked tirelessly on embroidery until last year when a minor illness escalated into a serious ailment, and suddenly, without uttering a word, she passed away. Consequently, the burden of supporting the family fell on her shoulders, yet their misfortune persisted. Just before she fainted, her younger brother Bai Peng had been brought back by villagers after a mishap while chopping wood. He had slipped down a slope and broken his leg. In a desperate bid to afford his medical treatment, the original characters sold their remaining house. Yet despite spending the money, her brother's leg remained crippled. In a humble family of 5 siblings, they found themselves without a place to call home. The compassionate village chief, seeing their plight, offered them a dilapidated house at the edge of the village. However, the harsh winter proved to be unbearable, and the younger siblings fell gravely ill, suffering from high fevers. With no money for medical treatment, their situation grew increasingly dire. The ever-responsible and reticent second sister, Bai Jing, quietly made a heartbreaking decision. She sold herself, leaving behind 10 taels of silver. Thus, she disappeared without a trace. With this meager sum, the elder sister managed to nurse the younger siblings back to health, and eventually, winter passed. Yet, within half a year, the younger brother inexplicably vanished, leaving no clues behind. The villagers searched for 3 days, but found nothing. Whispers spread that he might have been taken by beggars. The younger sister, engulfed in sorrow, blamed herself for not taking proper care of her brother. One fateful day, unable to bear the weight of her grief, she leaped into the river in a desperate attempt to save him. The rushing waters were beyond her control, and as she struggled, her brother seemed to drift further away. Despite her utmost efforts, she could not rescue him, and ultimately, the current swept her away as well. What once was a joyous family was now left with only the crippled eldest brother, Bai Peng. As the waters claimed her, the original sister's final thoughts were filled with remorse for not safeguarding her siblings. Her simple wish was for them to grow up safely and lead stable lives. Upon reflection, Yōubái contemplated the seemingly modest task before her. It was not wealth or glory she desired for her siblings, merely their well-being and security. She envisioned providing her sisters with a good dowry and finding them worthy partners, while ensuring her brothers received an education or practical skills. While devising her plan, a woman entered the doorway. Her slightly worn clothing carried the scent of sunlight, presenting an image of cleanliness and vitality. She sat beside Yōubái, gently grasping her hand with eyes filled with compassion and empathy. "Dear girl, as the eldest sister, you must remain steadfast during these times. Take this," she said, pressing a small piece of silver into Yōubái's hand. Although it was a modest sum, the warmth of her kindness deeply moved both Yōubái and Bai Cheng. "Thank you, Aunt Lu. I understand," Yōubái replied, nodding earnestly. She resolved to remember this kindness. There would be many days ahead to repay it. "That's right. I brought some chicken soup for you. You need to take care of yourself first, to look after your younger siblings," she continued. "Yes, Annie, I will remember." After Aunt Lu departed, Yōubái sipped the soup, feeling her strength return. The healing methods she had prepared went unused. Her body was simply too weak from hunger, compounded by the emotional turmoil of her brother's injury, which had caused her to faint. Outside the courtyard, her younger siblings struggled to drag a bundle of firewood into the yard, their faces flushed from exertion. Yōubái couldn't help but reflect on how quickly children from impoverished backgrounds mature. At 8 years old, what had she been doing in her own sheltered life? The memories eluded her. Perhaps she had been picky about her food. She called her siblings over, and they shared the remaining soup before Yōubái set off into the mountains with a backpack. Though her pack contained food, she refrained from taking anything out in view of her siblings, as it would raise suspicion. Their village, nestled against the mountains, had been stripped of most readily available food, necessitating deeper exploration into the wilderness. Once alone, Yōubái activated her skills, dashing towards the depths of the mountains. There, she discovered a large pond teeming with fish. She fashioned a simple fishing device from her pack and set it in the water. Returning to the woods, she foraged for edible items like bird eggs and wild vegetables, and skillfully caught a wild rabbit with a lightning strike. At the pond, she retrieved her fishing gear, and fortune smiled upon her with 3 sizable fish. Carrying her bounty home, she found Bai Cheng in a state of shock at the sight of the catch. "Bai Cheng," Yōubái called nervously, having been careful not to reveal the roasted meat in her pack. Bai Cheng smiled back. "Elder sister, you've worked hard. I'll prepare the fish." The younger sister and brother eagerly joined in the kitchen, gathering firewood and lighting the stove, their laughter filling the air. Yōubái then approached Bai Peng's room. "Elder brother, I need you to promise me something." Bai Peng, sitting on the bed, was acutely aware that his leg's condition was severe and likely irreversible. Lowering his head, he sobbed, "Sister, let's leave it as is. I accept my fate." "What nonsense!" Yōubái interjected firmly. "I can heal you, but you must not tell anyone. Not even Bai Cheng or the others." Bai Peng's eyes widened in disbelief. "Sister, you mean it?" "Yes, you heard correctly. Are you capable of keeping this secret?" "Yes," he replied decisively, knowing that no one wishes to live as a cripple. "Now close your eyes. You cannot open them until I say so." Complying, Bai Peng kept his eyes shut tight, trusting his sister not to deceive him. As darkness enveloped him, his other senses heightened. A warm sensation flowed over his injured leg, alleviating the sharp pain and replacing it with a gentle tingling. He instinctively reached down to scratch, but Yōubai's voice commanded, "Stay still." After a moment, the itch subsided, and he felt an invigorating strength coursing through him. Yet, he remained obediently with his eyes closed, sensing something being bound around his leg. "All right, you can open your eyes now." and Yōubái instructed. Upon doing so, he discovered his legs secured with 2 long wooden planks. Confused, he asked Sister, "Is my leg not healed?" "Not yet. This must stay on for at least a month, preferably 3. Otherwise, your leg could easily break again." And Yōubái had anticipated this explanation. As the saying goes, injuries to bones and muscles take 100 days to heal. Even if he was already healed, he could not be allowed to resume normal activities too soon. In such ancient times, who knew what rumors might spread? It was better to tread cautiously. And Yōubái's intentions were noble, yet sometimes circumstances arise that are beyond one's control. She had no idea what awaited her in the days ahead. Supporting Bai Peng to his feet, she guided him into the courtyard, where they could enjoy a joyful family dinner together. Bai Jing acquired her culinary and embroidery skills from her mother, and indeed, they are remarkable. The fragrant aroma of fish soup has already permeated the small courtyard. Regrettably, there is no tofu today, otherwise the dish would be even more delectable. As she tended to the fire, she chuckled, reminiscing about how her mother's tofu stewed fish would leave her father satisfied with a large pot every time. Suddenly, her voice faltered, and a hint of melancholy washed over those in the yard. And Yōubái, observing the somber atmosphere, clapped her hands and cheerfully declared that she would procure some tofu from the market the following day to prepare another pot. However, Bai Jing interjected, suggesting they sell the fish instead to gather some funds for their eldest brother's medical expenses. Bai Jing has always been considerate and understanding, silently undertaking many responsibilities without ever uttering a complaint. Even the youngest siblings merely swallowed their disappointment without opposing the suggestion. And Yōubái smiled at the group, acknowledging that these were the family members the original owner had been deeply concerned about until her last breath. She gently reassured them that there would still be fish for tomorrow. After savoring the fish soup, and Yōubái retrieved a fish from her backpack and sent her younger brother to deliver it to Liu Ani's household. In their family's most challenging times, Liu's family had lent a helping hand, and it was only right to express gratitude. The small sum of silver would be returned to them in due time. Chapter 85. The eldest sister captures ghosts while caring for the young. Uncle Liu rescues a drowning child since Yōubái intended to reside in the village long term. She understood the importance of gradually integrating herself into the community. Her backpack was filled with precious gems and gold bars provided by Long Sheng. But these resources would require some time before they could be utilized. For now, her focus was on establishing a foothold within the village. As summer neared its end, and Yōubái recalled from the original owner's memories that the forthcoming winter would be particularly harsh, necessitating ample preparations. In recent days, she had frequently ventured into the deep mountains, selling some of her collected items in the city for money while returning with more goods. This was intentional, as she wanted the villagers to take note of her efforts. Such changes naturally attracted attention. Some villagers envied her, while others were envious. Yet everyone understood that the deep mountains harbored many dangers, and it wasn't just by family men who had failed to return. Look, the eldest daughter of the Bai family is off to the city again to sell wild goods. If you dare to enter the mountains, you might have a harvest too. I wouldn't dare. Back in the day, enough. Their family relies on her now. It's not easy. Indeed, when her father was still around, they lived better than anyone else in the village. This eldest girl is quite capable, but she is not young anymore. Caring for her younger siblings makes finding a suitor difficult. Truly, with her demeanor, she doesn't seem like someone who can marry and live independently. What a pity. By the time her younger siblings grow up, she'll be an old maid. Indeed, such a shame. And Yōubái had heard these rumors, but merely smiled them off, as they were of little concern to her. Completing her mission successfully remained her priority. Presently, she was gradually stockpiling necessary items for winter: cotton, fabric, coal, rice, flour, and so forth. Each time she utilized the wind-fire wheel, it was not with a cumbersome load, but rather making the journey alone back and forth. This time was no exception, but just as she reached the city gate, a cart came to a halt, and a young man aboard flashed a goofy smile at her. "Eldest Miss Bai, I am Zhang Kai. Are you returning to the village? Let me give you a ride." And Yōubái, about to activate her wind-fire wheel, was momentarily taken aback by his call and wondered who he was. Noticing her puzzled expression, Zhang Kai scratched his head and explained, I am the eldest son of the Zhang family from the east of the village. And Yōubái squinted, trying to recall, but still could not grasp why he was seeking her. Do you need something? Caught off guard by her direct inquiry, Zhang Kai turned beet red and stammered, unable to articulate a coherent response, appearing as twisted as a pretzel. And Yōubái patiently waited for him to gather his thoughts, and, seeing he remained silent, reassured him. Take your time to think. Once you're ready, let me know. I still have some shopping to do, so you needn't accompany me. Turning away, she left Zhang Kai standing there, anxious and speechless. After a moment, his younger brother dashed up and asked, So, did she agree, brother? Zhang Kai deeply. I hadn't even said anything before she walked away. His brother looked at him with disdain. Brother, were you too scared to speak? You're utterly useless and so timid. And Yōubái was oblivious to their conversation, as she purchased more items and swiftly returned home using the wind-fire wheel. On a scorching autumn afternoon, and Yōubái and her sister Mie Cheng were inside, crafting winter quilts from the newly bought fabric and cotton. Suddenly, their younger sister Mie Ning burst through the door, crying out, Eldest sister, second sister, Uncle Lu is in dire straits. Lu Ying is completely stunned. What should we do? Uncle Lu? Lu Ani's husband. And Yōubái noted her younger sister's distress, and, unable to ascertain the situation, immediately set off with Mie Cheng towards Lu's home to investigate. Before they could reach the house, they encountered a throng of people gathered outside the gate. And after much squeezing, they finally made it to the courtyard. Inside, Chen family's wife was wailing as she chastised her child, scolding. I told you not to wander off. You can go near the water. Why did you go in? The men of the Chen family sat silently by the door, their faces etched with despair, staring blankly at the ground. Outside, the crowd buzzed with gossip, some lamenting, some mocking, while others offered words of advice or outright confrontations. Old Lu's man was just being kind. It's not his child, yet he went into the deep water to save him. And now look, the other child is fine, but he's in trouble. Who could deny it? If he passes, he leaves behind 2 children. Life will be hard for them. Chen family's wife, take your anger home and discipline your child there. Lu's family is currently ill because they try to save yours. How can they rest or recover with your ruckus? Exactly. A child of that age should know better, and you should too. It's not that she doesn't understand. She's just afraid Lu's family will retaliate. Didn't they say Lu's man was entangled by a water ghost in the deep water? Who said that? It must be true. Lu has been wet for so long. Changing clothes hasn't helped. If that's not a water ghost seeking a substitute, what is it? Has anyone called for help? I don't know. They haven't eaten all day. I wonder if he can hold on. After listening for a while, and Yōubái finally caught wind of useful information and marched directly into the courtyard, prepared to enter the inner room. Eldest Miss Bai, don't go in there. There's a water ghost inside. Someone shouted from outside the courtyard. Right, don't go in. Better safe than sorry. Quickly, come back. And Yōubái turned and smiled. It's all right, I'm not afraid. At that moment, the door swung open from within, and Lu Auntie, her eyes bloodshot and face pale, blocked the entrance, pushing Yōubái back into the courtyard. Dear girl, I appreciate your intentions, but you must leave with your siblings. Don't go in. Seeing the worried expressions of those around, and Yōubái grasped Lu Auntie's trembling hand, which felt as cold as if it had just been pulled from ice. Auntie, I'll go take a look, it's fine. Don't go, thank you. Lu Auntie implored, tears streaming down her face. And Yōubái gently pushed past Lu Auntie, and before she could react, she slipped into the room. Inside, the elder of the Lu family was sitting, smoking a pipe, his face clouded with concern. Upon hearing the sound of the door, she did not lift her gaze but remained fixated on her son lying on the bed, her eyes filled with anguish and despair. Chapter 86. The eldest sister captures ghosts and brings children for, viciously beating the water ghost. And Yōubái looked at Uncle Lu on the bed. This usually warm and cheerful man, now quietly lying there, unconscious, his complexion ashen, lips purple, and his face devoid of vitality. The bed he lay on was continuously seeping water, the bedding soaked, and a pool of water had gathered by the bedside, flowing towards the door. The entire scene evoked the sensation of having just been pulled from the depths of water, with a faint trace of dark, ghostly energy swirling around him. which did not appear particularly dense, suggesting he was not an ancient spirit. Could it truly be a water ghost? After having not encountered a ghost for several occasions, and Yōubái let out a cold snort in her heart, swiftly retrieving the ancient thunderstruck peach branch gifted by the immortal from the peach tree from her backpack. She turned toward the entrance she had just entered, and with a composed voice, shouted, "Aunt Lou, come in. Keep everyone else at a distance. Step outside the courtyard." As Aunt Lou pushed the door open and saw Yōubái raising the branch to strike her husband, she rushed forward in alarm, exclaiming, "What are you doing, you big girl?" Her shrill call resonated outside, causing the crowd in the courtyard to immediately quiet down, each straining their necks and tiptoeing to peer into the courtyard. Yet none dared to step forward. With a thump, the peach branch struck Uncle Lou's body, and a shadowy figure was expelled from him. And Yōubái swiftly pivoted, taking a step forward, and before the stunned expressions of old Lou and Aunt Lou, she relentlessly struck the shadow 5 times in quick succession. In an instant, the crowd outside heard the water ghost's piercing wails from within the room, the sound sharp and jarring, akin to a needle piercing an eardrum, causing everyone to instinctively cover their ears. "Stop!" The water ghost raised its hands and shouted in Yōubái, "Don't hit me anymore. If you do, I will dissipate. Leave." And Yōubái squinted her eyes, proudly lifting her chin and pointing the peach branch towards the door, indicating for the water ghost to exit. "No." The water ghost shook its head without hesitation, retreating towards the wall. And Yōubái raised her hand for another strike, fiercely demanding, "Are you leaving or not?" "I can't." The water ghost shuffled left and right, evading in Yōubái's branch, and began to wail again. With no pause, and Yōubái continued her assault, her voice rising an octave. "Are you leaving or not?" "Stop. It's daytime. I can't leave." The shadow of the water ghost was shrinking visibly. After hearing this, and Yōubái finally ceased her attack, understanding that ghosts dissipate quickly under the sun's rays. Observing the water ghost's fearful gaze, and Yōubái sternly inquired, "How many water ghosts are there in this area?" Just me. You will remain here until nightfall, and if you dare harm anyone again, I will venture into the water to find you. Look closely at me." And Yōubái recalled Yin Yao mentioning that she bore the mark of a ghostly envoy, causing spirits under a millennium to fear her. Indeed, upon seeing her face, this relatively young water ghost appeared even more terrified, its demeanor shifting to one of respect as it bowed awkwardly, albeit somewhat clumsily, expressing its intent. "Mistress, I was wrong. Please do not hit me anymore." And Yōubái responded affirmatively, "Behave tonight. If you lack anything, come find me. Once I gather someone to open the ghost gate, I will send you to the underworld. If you harm anyone during this time, I will shatter you." "Yes, mistress, I will remember." The water ghost trembled all over, curling up into a ball. And Yōubái turned her attention back to Uncle Lou, whose complexion had shifted from ashen to a stark white, though he still trembled slightly. Aunt Lou summoned someone to carry Uncle Lou to another room, change him into dry clothes and bedding. "Hurry!" Not hearing any movement, and Yōubái turned to the two still standing dumbfounded, shouting once more quickly, "He'll freeze." Only then did Aunt Lou snap back to reality, immediately turning to summon her family members to carry Uncle Lou to another room. "Grandfather Lou," and Yōubái called out to the old man about to exit, "This room must be locked. No one else can stay here. No one is allowed to enter." Old Lou nodded vigorously. All right, dear girl. I will have someone lock it." He eagerly rushed outside, shouting, "Wife, bring a large lock." As he stood at the door, he heard in Yōubái's voice echoing from within, "You must leave immediately at nightfall. Do you hear? If I find out you haven tea left, it will not be the peach branch that strikes you, but the heavenly thunder. You should think carefully about whether you can withstand heavenly thunder." The old man trembled at her words, watching as Yōubái emerged, immediately taking the lock and asking, "Dear girl, Lady Bai, is this feasible?" Upon hearing the old man's address, and Yōubái recalled the beastmen and smiled at old Lou. "Just call me dear girl. Locking it is to prevent anyone from entering. It's not good for the body." All right, I will remember." Old Lou nodded while locking the door. "Also, in the morning or later in the afternoon, when the sun is not too harsh, let Uncle Lou bask in the courtyard for at least 2 hours daily. This will aid in his recovery. Remember, Suddenly, a loud shout emerged from inside the room as Aunt Lu exclaimed, "Master, you're awake. You scare me to death." This cry brought a collective sigh of relief from the crowd inside and outside the courtyard, their expressions filled with astonishment as they looked at Yōubái. Old Lu's wife dashed into the room, while old Lu wiped his tears, repeatedly exclaiming, "It's good he is awake. It's good he is awake." And Yōubái observed the Lu family, gently pulling her siblings along as they quietly exited the courtyard. Outside, the crowd hesitated, curious yet fearful. And in the blink of an eye, the group had moved far away. The crowd immediately turned to question old Lu. "Old Lu, is your eldest truly all right?" This was the village chief, and as he spoke, the crowd fell silent. Old Lu grasped the village chief's arm and led him into the room, while those outside waited anxiously, witnessing the Lu family busily transporting items in and out of the room. After a long wait, when the village chief finally emerged, the crowd immediately inquired, "Village chief, what is the situation? Is everything truly fine?" "Yes, please, tell us, everyone is waiting." "Village chief, stop keeping us in suspense. Just tell us." Amidst the crowd's urging, the village chief smiled and nodded. "Everything is fine. Rest assured and return home to your business." "No way. Did the Bai family's eldest girl really do so well? This must be a coincidence. Look at you so sour. Let me try it. Pa pa pa. Stop talking nonsense." Chapter 87. The eldest sister captures ghosts and brings children 5, 7 parts truth, 3 parts falsehood. The crowd gathered outside the Lu family's courtyard fervently discussed the events that had just transpired, their excitement palpable as they recounted the tale as if they had experienced it firsthand, their expressions animated and their words flowing freely. Among everyone, the most delighted were the couple from the Chun family. The Chun family wife clutched her son tightly, kneeling on the ground and sobbing uncontrollably, overwhelmed with emotion. She was terrified, truly terrified. If Uncle Lu had perished while saving her son, her child would face scorn for years to come. And he was still so young. How could he endure such burdens? She was not ungrateful. She would do anything to repay the kindness. But her son was still a child. How would he live on? Now, she could finally breathe easy, looking at her son, who was still bewildered yet tightly embracing her. She wiped away her tears, picked him up, and headed home, determined to bring the best offerings to express her gratitude to the Lu family. Upon returning to her own courtyard, Yōubái was immediately met with the inquiries of her 4 younger siblings. Faced with this formidable inquisition, she had no choice but to concoct a tale. The most effective lies are woven from 7 parts truth and 3 parts fiction, thus enhancing their credibility and making them less susceptible to scrutiny. She recounted the events she had experienced, embellishing the narrative with additional details, claiming that she had been rescued from the water by an ancient immortal who had imparted wisdom to her. Once she had mastered these teachings, he had gestured for her to return, and she awoke to find herself still in her room. Upon hearing her story, her second sister, Mie Cheng, turned to their eldest brother, Bai Peng, and asked, "Sister, is it true that our elder brother's leg cannot be healed? Will he really be lame?" And Yōubái reassured them, "No, I have already treated him according to the immortal's methods. He will be fine. Do not worry." In reality, Bai Peng was already on the mend, but she wished to keep this from him for now. Her younger brother and sister immediately clung to her arms, declaring earnestly, "Sister, we will be good from now on." "Very well. You have always been wonderful. Are you hungry? Let us prepare a meal," and Yōubái remarked, gently caressing the cherubic faces of her siblings. Her efforts of foraging in the deep mountains for a month had finally yielded some visible nourishment on their faces. "I shall cook. You rest, dear sister," Mie Cheng said, as she turned to head to the kitchen. "Sister, I will help you." "Sister, I will tend the fire. I am the best at it." Both younger siblings rushed to assist, their laughter filling the kitchen with joy. Bai Peng, lowering his gaze at his injured leg, asked timidly, "Sister, when can the board on my leg be removed?" His eyes were red with concern, and Yōubái comforted him gently. "Be patient. It must heal first. By this winter, it should be well." However, he interjected with a hint of desperation, "But I want to help the family." And Yōubái, placing a reassuring hand on his shoulder, interrupted his anxious ramblings and said earnestly, Your sole focus right now should be on healing properly. Leave everything else to your elder sister. Do you understand? Yes. Bai Peng nodded, shamefaced, as he realized he was merely a 13-year-old boy. 3 days later, upon her return from the mountains, and Yōubái noticed a crowd gathered around her home and was startled, fearing something had happened to her siblings. A voice from the crowd shouted, "Bai Danya has returned." The crowd parted, allowing her to dash into the courtyard, where she saw her siblings standing safely to one side, and she breathed a sigh of relief. "Thank you, Bai Yadu," Lu Auntie exclaimed, rushing towards her with tears streaming down her face. "Inger Tower, come and bow to your elder sister." Her children knelt beside her, and Yōubái quickly steadied her, saying, "Auntie, please don't. We must converse normally. I accepted your soup and silver when my second brother was injured." Lu Auntie, touched, wiped her tears and smiled. "All right, please sit down. Ning and Ning Ping, go play inside." She ushered her younger siblings into the house. The village chief then stood up and called to the crowd outside, "Disperse. Do not linger." "Oh no, chief, let us in on the news." "Yes, we are all from the same village. What is there to fear?" "Chief, do not close the door." With a loud bang, the chief shut the gate. But some persistent villagers climbed onto each other's shoulders to peer over the wall. What are they discussing? We cannot hear. The chief is too stingy. We should be allowed to know. Indeed, this is significant news. The crowd outside gradually dispersed, while those inside settled comfortably. "Bai Danya," the village chief began, "we owe you our gratitude. The Lu family's troubles are no small matter. Should they face difficulties in the future, they may come to the village for help." And Yōubái smiled and nodded. "I appreciate that. I may need your assistance at some point." "Not a bother at all," the chief replied cheerfully. "Having someone of your caliber in our village is a blessing." "Bai Danya, how long must that house remain locked? Is that thing still inside?" Elder Lu asked, shifting nervously. And Yōubái reassured him with a smile. "Fear not. The water ghost has departed. It will not return, and our villagers shall no longer be troubled by it." Her words seemed to lift a heavy weight from the Lu family and the village chief, their expressions relaxing considerably. The reason for locking the house is to prevent curious souls from entering. The negative energy inside is harmful to one's health. It could lead to serious illness. And Yōubái elaborated. In recent days, she had pondered ways to dispel the house's negative energy. Her first thought was to strike it with lightning, recalling vividly her own experience of being struck when she was still a spirit. However, she quickly dismissed the idea, realizing her lightning powers were too potent and would likely destroy the house. Her second thought was to use a yang talisman, which had proven effective against spirits in her previous encounters. Unfortunately, she could not manifest the talisman, despite numerous attempts. After much contemplation, the only feasible method that came to her mind was to expose the house to sunlight. "What can we do to make the house livable again?" Lu Auntie inquired with concern, as the family had limited space and her 2 children were currently cramped in one room. If it was only a temporary issue, it could be managed, but if it extended for a prolonged period, it might lead to discord among the relatives. The Lu family had not yet split and lived harmoniously together. Any conflict arising from this situation would surely sadden their elderly parents. And Yōubái nodded, acknowledging the difficulty. "It will indeed be a challenge. If we wish to occupy the house again, the roof must be open to allow sunlight in for several days to dispel the negative energy." Noticing Lu Auntie's troubled expression, and Yōubái understood that such a significant undertaking required the elder's consent. Lu Uncle, ever cheerful, replied, "No worries, I can reclaim my life. Everything else is trivial." He gently patted Lu Auntie's back, offering her a comforting smile. Elder Lu took a deep drag from his pipe and firmly stated, "Indeed, if there is a solution, it is not a problem, since the young lady has suggested it. We shall prepare today and commence work tomorrow morning." Turning to the village chief, he added, "Chief, please gather a few people to assist. I will provide food for those who come." The village chief nodded with a smile, his face creasing with joy. "Rest assured, I will be at your house early tomorrow to help." In gratitude for the assistance, the Lu family brought an abundance of food and supplies, enough to fill in Yōubai's small courtyard. Despite her insistence that Lu Auntie take some home, she resolutely refused. As she stepped out, she discreetly placed a silver coin into Yōubai's hand, gripping it tightly. "My dear girl, this cannot be returned. Aunt knows that such matters require compensation. Do not disdain its value. This is all we have for now, but Aunt will surely provide more later. And Yōubái felt her hands grow numb from the tight squeeze and could not push it away. So she could only smile and suggest, Aunt, if the house is too cramped, why not stay at my home for a few days until the house is tidied up? My house has ample space, as you know. Very well. Aunt Lou replied with a beaming smile. The next day, the news spread throughout the village as if it had taken flight. Everyone was aware that the old Lou family's house, which had been haunted by a water ghost, had its roof removed. It was said that they intended to renovate the interior before moving back in, believing it would be more auspicious. However, many whispered among themselves that it could not be so simple, for that house had indeed been visited by a water ghost. Moreover, on the night the house was locked, the dogs of the entire village had barked incessantly for quite some time, keeping many awake throughout the night. Later, as the villagers gathered to discuss, they concluded that the commotion was caused by the water ghost leaving the village that night, prompting the dogs to howl. Some even claimed to have witnessed, just before dawn, undried water stains leading from the Lou family's doorstep straight to the riverbank. As the villagers continued to gossip, 5 days passed, and the Lou house was finally roofed. They specially invited in Yōubái's family for dinner. Knowing that Baipeng's leg injury prevented him from walking, Uncle Lou hurried to borrow a horse cart from the Zhang family. Upon hearing that he was going to fetch someone from the Bai family, Zhang Kai rushed out of the house without waiting for his father's words. Eager to harness the horse, Zhang's mother squinted at her bustling eldest son, knowing her child well enough to sense something was amiss. With a hint of suspicion, she called out to Uncle Lou, Brother, you're going to fetch someone from the Bai family? The Bai family's child has a leg injury and should be given some soft padding to avoid further injury. It's no trivial matter. Uncle Lou nodded in agreement, thanking her. Sister-in-law is right. It's a detail I overlooked. When I return, I will have my wife prepare some quilts for padding. Hearing this, Zhang Kai exclaimed, Brother, I have everything ready. Would you like me to accompany you? You're not accustomed to driving the horse cart, and it might be unfamiliar to you. Uncle Lou, pleased by the offer, laughed heartily and clapped him on the shoulder. Good lad, thank you. Let us go together to my house for dinner. As they traveled, Zhang's mother observed her eldest son grinning foolishly, her heart filled with worry. Was her son smitten with the Bai family's eldest daughter? That could be quite troublesome. In recent days, she had heard all sorts of rumors in the village, and it was impossible to remain uninformed, for the topic dominated every conversation. The Bai family's eldest daughter was reputed to be quite capable, and with her son's simple demeanor, she feared he would not be able to win her affection. Moreover, it seemed the girl had a mind of her own and might not be interested in her foolish son. Realizing this, she looked at her son's silly grin, her heart heavy with concern, feeling as if her hair might turn gray from worry. Yet, this anxious feeling did not linger until dinner ended. She soon discovered she had misjudged the situation. Her foolish son was actually enamored with Bai family's second daughter, Bai Jing. Unfortunately, she was the only one at the table who realized this. Her son, upon seeing the girl, did not even muster a greeting, but instead turned and ran away, startling the girl into thinking she had stepped on him. This sight filled her with exasperation. If he were not her own son, she would have truly wanted to slap him against the wall for being so foolish. Before dinner, Aunt Lou took in Yōubái on a tour of the newly roofed house, ensuring everything was satisfactory, which finally eased her mind. The dinner was a delightful affair, with Bai Peng and Bai Ning, the two brothers, seated at the village chief's table, surrounded by elders. No one urged Bai Peng to drink, but they warmly offered him dishes, encouraging him to eat more without hesitation. As the drinking continued, the atmosphere at the men's table grew lively, as if a floodgate of conversation had opened. Pengzi, how is your leg? Uncle Lou, cheeks flushed from drink and eyes glistening, placed 2 pieces of meat into the brothers' bowls and passed over a large steamed bun. Unbeknownst to anyone, he had not dared to speak up, not even to his wife. Though he lay in bed, unable to move or speak, he could hear everything happening outside. He clearly understood that he might not have long to live, and fear gripped him. He was particularly terrified, for he had aged parents and 2 young daughters. He did not wish to die. He regretted his decision to jump into the water to save someone. If he truly perished, what would become of his family? Lying in bed, he felt himself drifting further from his body, teetering on the brink of despair when the Bai family's eldest daughter entered. With a swift motion, she expelled the water ghost from his body. He was the only one who fully understood the magnitude of what had transpired. He alone knew he had truly regained his life. Without the Bai family's eldest daughter, he would have become a mere substitute for the water ghost. He shuddered at the thought of what that fate would entail. If you need to go to the city for treatment, speak up. Uncle would sacrifice everything to gather the funds for you. Uncle Lu trembled as he patted by Peng's frail shoulder, tears streaming down his cheeks. Nearby, old Lu took a sip of his drink. Pengzi, remember what your uncle said. The Lu family owes your Bai family a life. Whatever you need, just say the word. The table, populated solely by Lu family kin except for the village chief, nodded in agreement, affirming, yes, indeed. Bai Peng smiled at everyone, gently reassuring the emotional Uncle Lu. Uncle, do not worry about my leg. My elder sister said that in a month it will be healed. It's all right. My elder sister is never wrong. Everyone at the table glanced toward the other side, where Aunt Lu and other female relatives of the Lu family were enjoying their meal within Yōubái and her two younger sisters, laughter and chatter filling the air. They nodded in unison, affirming, yes, listen to your elder sister. She's right. What she says is sure to be true. As the evening darkened after dinner, Zhang Kai drove the horse cart to return the Bai family members home. However, he still dare not look Bai Jing in the eye. And Yōubái cast a glance his way, recalling how he had stopped her at the city gate the last time and now had come to see them off. Though she did not understand his intentions and merely turned to enter the house, Zhang Dong, observing his brother Zhang Kai's foolish grin, slapped him on the back. Sighing in exasperation, brother, how will Bai Jing ever know your feelings if you continue like this? After waiting for a response that never came, he turned to find Zhang Kai still in the same dazed posture, staring blankly ahead with a silly smile, as if his mind had wandered off. Amused, Zhang Dong shrugged, deciding it was not worth his effort to deal with such a foolish brother. After dinner that evening, the flames of gossip ignited throughout the village, transforming Yōubái into a master capable of exorcising spirits in the eyes of the villagers. However, this did not disrupt Yōubái's daily life. She was acutely aware of her primary mission, which was to care for her 4 younger siblings. Therefore, before the onset of winter, she cut a piece from her gold bar and activated her Fengwulin to travel to another city. After exchanging it for silver, she returned, having already planned to send her 2 younger brothers to a private academy for their studies after the new year, for regardless of their academic performance. The ability to read would enhance their chances of survival in this world. She also consulted her second and youngest sisters, promising to teach them to read once their brothers returned. In this world, there were no schools for girls. Otherwise, she would have sent her 2 sisters to school. The second sister learned embroidery from their mother, and her skills were quite exceptional. Recently, she had been teaching the youngest sister the art of embroidery. Observing her family joyfully sharing meals in their warm home, sleeping well, and living peacefully, it seemed to be the utmost wish of the original owner of this life. As the new year approached, and the weather grew increasingly frigid, the eldest brother removed the wooden board from his leg. The family donned thick, warm winter clothing and ventured into the city to shop for New Year supplies. While strolling happily, they discovered that prices had risen significantly, and certain items were out of stock. After inquiring with shopkeepers, they learned that a high-ranking official from the capital, due to advanced age, had returned to his ancestral home for retirement, sending servants ahead to prepare the long-abandoned family estate. Consequently, many desirable goods had been purchased, leading to a surge in prices across the board. Fortunately, Yōubái and her siblings had merely intended to browse, without any pressing need to buy anything, as their household supplies were sufficient. After a delightful outing, they returned home. The entire family celebrated the new year with immense joy, and as soon as the school opened, Yōubái took her 2 brothers to the private academy, bringing along gifts and offerings. With no one in their family able to read, she could not pretend to be literate herself, and given that traditional characters were in use at the time, she recognized very few. Being locals, they could not fabricate stories, so she directly explained their situation to the teacher, fearing he might reject her brothers due to their age. She resolutely assured him that she would ensure her brothers would study diligently and make progress. After much persuasion from Yōubái, The teacher reluctantly agreed to let them attend for 3 months to see if they could keep up. The news of the Bai family's 2 brothers attending the private academy once again sparked lively discussions among the villagers. The eldest daughter of the Bai family truly possessed remarkable abilities, managing to enroll both brothers in school. Oh, the cost of attending school must be substantial. Indeed, it was no small feat. Merely being able to send one child to school was already a considerable challenge, where one might wonder, did the Bai family's eldest daughter acquire such funds? Surely, one should not speak recklessly. Her talents are genuine. Yes, 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 do not implicate us. I haven't said anything yet. Must you be so dramatic? Just look at your face. It's clear you have something negative to say. Hurry along. I still have dinner to prepare. I must wash clothes. Off you go. Oh, must you be so dramatic? As the days unfolded, the calm routine of nurturing her siblings was disrupted. During the past month, Yōubái had diligently risen early to adapt her brothers to their scholarly lives, all while she herself remained busy. With the help and introductions from the village chief, she acquired over a dozen acres of medium-quality land and several acres of superior land. During this time, she frequently ventured into the mountains to hunt, consistently returning with ample game, and the villagers gradually grew accustomed to her unique presence. Moreover, they spontaneously concocted an explanation that everyone accepted. She must be receiving assistance from minor spirits. This notion garnered considerable acceptance, especially after an incident where a villager unexpectedly encountered her at the riverbank, delivering offerings to a water spirit. The villager, having indulged a bit too much during a family visit, was returning home when he noticed flickering lights by the river in the pitch-black night. Normally one would flee, yet emboldened by drink, he approached to investigate. To his astonishment, he heard in Yōubái's voice, "Be compliant. I bring you food and money each month. Once I find someone to open the ghost gate, I shall send you to the afterlife for rebirth. Do some good deeds to accumulate merit. When it's time for reincarnation, you might even skip the line." He was advised to seek her out if any other spirits troubled him, and knowing her abilities, he felt reassured. "All right, I shall bring you some wine next time. Be cautious, and ensure no one drowns in this area again." Upon hearing these words, the villager's intoxication vanished, and he hurried home, relaying the tale to his wife, terrified that Yōubái might seek vengeance. Yet, after 3 uneventful days, he relaxed. And soon this experience became a vivid story shared at drinking tables, spreading throughout the village within a day. From that point forward, the belief in Yōubái's ability to subdue minor spirits grew ever stronger, and Yōubái paid little attention to the villagers' opinions, smiling off the more outlandish claims. One day, after her brothers returned from school, the 5 of them gathered around the table, dining and conversing. The youngest brother, Bai Ningping, savored the meat and enthusiastically praised, "Sister, your cooking is simply delightful." The eldest brother, Bai Peng, nodded in agreement, "Sister, when we used the small stove you provided to cook in the courtyard, everyone rushed over to join us." Bai Ningping, after enjoying a few more bites, lamented, "What a pity that Feng Qing Song didn't get to taste this meat. He often says our family's dishes are the best. Last time, he even lent me a book to enjoy my cooking." Bai Peng chuckled, affectionately ruffling his brother's hair. "When he returns to class, let Sister make it again for him. You do enjoy it." And Yōubái casually inquired, "What happened to him? Is he ill?" Bai Ningping swallowed his food and explained with some concern, "No, I heard he was trampled by a mad horse while crossing the street, and something fell on his leg, breaking it. His family is desperately seeking help for his treatment, so he has been absent from school lately. When a mid-month holiday arrives, take some treats and visit him." Bai Jing, the second sister, gently suggested placing more of their favorites into their bowls. "All right, sister." The 2 boys, delighted by the idea, immediately focused on their meal. After dinner, they made plans to review their recent notes from the teacher's lessons to share with Feng Qing Song. Just then, Lu Shu's daughter, Lu Ying, burst into the yard like a firecracker, calling out loudly, "Ningyan, are you ready? We're waiting for you." The youngest sister, Bai Ningyan, emerged with a small basket. "I'm coming." "Elder sister, second sister, I'll be back before dark." "Where are you going?" Bai Jing asked as she followed outside. The 2 little ones had already run far ahead, and the wind carried back a faint reply, "To pick." The rest of her words faded into the distance. Observing the brightening sky, Bai Jing turned back, catching in Yōubai's amused gaze, and she couldn't help but smile in return. Half a month later, as Yōubai diligently acquired several more acres of medium-quality land, a discreet carriage quietly entered the village, stopping at the gate of Yōubai's home. A steward-like individual disembarked and gently knocked on the door. A visitor has arrived at the residence of Master Feng, accompanied by a myriad of gifts. He bows respectfully, articulating his purpose. Miss Bai, I am the steward of the Feng household. My master wishes to invite you to our manor to examine the young master's leg. And Yōubai gazes curiously at the steward, questioning, why have you come to seek me? The steward, displaying neither arrogance nor levity, maintains a deep bow, exuding utmost respect. Previously, when young master Ningping visited to inquire about his health, he mentioned that the third young master had once fractured his leg, and it was you, miss, who restored him to health. And Yōubai lightly pressed her lips together, feeling a slight constriction in her chest. Very well, children cannot conceal their words. I shall go and take a look. She reassured her younger sister not to worry, then turned and boarded the carriage, which sped smoothly and swiftly toward the Feng manor. Upon arriving at the grand entrance of the Feng estate, and Yōubai squinted, recalling the ominous aura she had felt upon witnessing the water ghost last time. To her astonishment, she now perceived a golden light emanating from the Feng residence. What could this be? The legendary radiance of merit? Contemplating this question, she followed the steward inside, her mind racing with thoughts about everything she knew concerning Master Feng. The Feng family had resided here for generations, a well-established lineage for over a century, boasting numerous relatives and thriving businesses in jewelry and taverns, making them one of the wealthiest families in the city. Moreover, the Feng family was known for their benevolence, repairing bridges and roads, distributing grain during disasters, and providing medical assistance annually. Thus, whenever the Feng family was mentioned, it was often accompanied by the saying, "Good deeds will be rewarded." The golden light outside the residence was no illusion. It signified that this family was indeed genuine in their virtuousness. However, upon seeing Feng Qingsong, and Yōubai felt a deep conflict within her. The child was of a similar age to her younger brother, his cherubic face marred by dark bruises, surrounded by an aura of malevolence. It was evident that he was afflicted by a sinister force. To be so darkened, he must have endured a streak of misfortune. To be specific, it was the kind of bad luck that would cause one to choke merely on drinking water. Yet, despite the lengthy duration since his perilous encounter, he seemed remarkably stable, conversing amiably with her. Was he shielded by the radiance of merit? Yet as time progresses, it must inevitably take a toll on his body. After all, he was merely a child, and excessive depletion of his vitality could not be sustained for long. In Chapter 91, titled Eldest Sister Captures Ghosts and Brings the Child, and Yōubai's thoughts were racing as she sought clarity in the unfolding events when Feng Qingsong turned to her upon her entrance. Hello, big sister Bai. Ningping always tells me that his elder sister is exceptionally kind. Thank you for visiting me. Despite being bedridden, Feng Qingsong remembered to express his gratitude, albeit with a weak voice indicative of his prolonged illness, which had evidently taken a toll on his still developing body. Young Master Feng, focus on your recovery. When you are well again, come to my home, and I will prepare all your favorite dishes. And Yōubai comforted him with a smile. She then surveyed his room before stepping back into the outer hall, where Master Feng and Madame Feng awaited anxiously. Upon seeing her, they both approached with concern, and Yōubai glanced around at the waiting maidens, prompting Madame Feng to promptly signal them to withdraw to the secondary door. Steward, ensure that no one enters. Yes, madam. The steward immediately led the others out and closed the door. Master Feng stepped forward, raising his hand as if to touch her, but hesitating mid-air. Then taking a small step back. Miss Bai, have you perceived something? The address made in Yōubai's expression twitch. Master Feng, such a title is too grand for me. Madame Feng hastily interjected, grasping in Yōubai's hand. Yes, Miss Bai. Please forgive my husband. He is simply anxious. Rest assured, since I am here, I harbor no intention of concealing the truth. I can save him. As soon as Yōubai finished speaking, Madame Feng burst into tears, collapsing to her knees, her face a mixture of laughter and weeping. Thank you, thank you. Witnessing her emotional response, and Yōubai's heart skipped a beat. Yet she could empathize with the sentiments of a parent. She bent down to assist Madame Feng back to her feet. Please, allow me to explain. Master Feng guided his wife back to their seats, urging in Yōubái to articulate her requirements. Miss Bai, please state what you need. Anything my family possesses is yours. And Yōubái shook her head. That is unnecessary. The affliction your son suffers is not a mere illness. Having healed him this time, within 3 days, there will be other matters to attend to. The expressions of both Master Feng and Madame Feng shifted from joy to shock. Madame Feng trembled, staring incredulously at Yōubái. What do you mean? Why do you say this? And Yōubái recalled the golden light of merit she had observed outside the estate and reflected on the family's behavior. She patiently and earnestly explained, this incident appears to be a simple accident, yet it is far from straightforward. Your son is enveloped in malevolent energy, which must stem from something nearby within this residence that is adversely affecting him. I am not skilled in locating such malevolent entities. I request that you enlist someone knowledgeable in this matter. Only by identifying the source of this influence can we fundamentally resolve your son's predicament. Otherwise, even if I heal him this time, further troubles will inevitably arise. Upon hearing this, Madame Feng's complexion turned pale, her breath coming in labored gasps as she pointed shakily at Yōubái, clearly seething with anger. And Yōubái, undeterred by her ire, understood her feelings. Any mother would be incensed to hear that their child's recovery would be followed by further complications. Madame Feng refrained from shouting or attacking, demonstrating remarkable restraint. However, her greater concern lay with the frail Feng Qing, whose condition, if it continued, might not allow him to survive much longer. Thus, the decision was either to act decisively or not at all. She had clearly articulated the situation. Whether to trust her words was a matter for the couple to decide. Master Feng's temples throbbed with tension as he clenched his fists, pressing his lips together. He nodded. Then please, Miss Bai, save my son's life. Very well. And Yōubái returned to the room, instructing Feng Qing to close his eyes as she performed a healing spell and then secured a wooden splint to his injured leg. Remember, do not remove the splint for 3 months and do not exert too much pressure on that leg. Spend time in the sun each morning or afternoon, ideally for 2 full hours a day. Okay, thank you, Big Sister Bai. Master Feng and Madame Feng, initially brimming with anger, now held a flicker of belief in Yōubai's words. Observing their son, who had noticeably improved in complexion and spirit within a brief span, they exchanged doubtful glances, their faith bolstered. Yet, in Yōubai's eyes, the dark bruises on Feng Qing's face remained unyielding, and the surrounding malevolent aura was unchanged. She had conveyed all she needed to say. The path forward now rested in the hands of his parents. The steward escorted Yōubái back, maintaining the same respectful demeanor as when he had come to fetch her. Upon arriving at the Bai residence, he presented her with additional gifts and a box. Miss Bai, this is a token of gratitude from a master. And Yōubái merely nodded in acknowledgement. The steward then exited the courtyard, closing the gate behind him. Her younger sister, Bai Jing, opened the box and gasped. Sister, come quickly and see. And Yōubái turned her gaze to discover a box filled with silver, nearly 100 taels. And upon observing the array of gifts surrounding them, it was evident they had ample provisions. She sighed with a smile, shaking her head. They still do not believe in her. Each has their own fate. It is truly lamentable for Feng Qing, such a fine child. I hope the virtuous deeds of the Feng family can preserve his life for a while longer. Moreover, may the couple of the Feng family come to a clear understanding and seek help to resolve the hidden dangers in a timely manner. The second sister began to tidy up the gifts sent by the Feng family, holding onto the silver. After much contemplation, she decided to visit the village head to inquire whether there was any land available for purchase. With this silver, she believed she could acquire more medium-sized plots. While she was preoccupied with land purchases, 10 days elapsed. Once again, Steward Feng arrived at the courtyard, still respectfully inviting her to the Feng residence. Upon entering Feng Qing's courtyard, and Yōubái noticed 3 Taoists standing within, having already arranged the offerings and other items. Everything was prepared. In front of the 3 stood a pitch-black object, indiscernible in nature, yet surrounded by a thick, dark aura akin to ink, exuding a chilling energy. And Yōubái instinctively furrowed her brows and lowered her gaze, confusion evident in her expression as she wondered what this object was and why it emanated such a heavy aura. Upon hearing in Yōubái's inquiry, Mr. Feng and Mrs. Feng exchanged a glance, their lips trembling as they clasped each other's hands tightly, cautiously checking their surroundings to ensure no servants were near before they sighed in relief. Among the three Taoists, the eldest, adorned with a beard, regarded in Yōubái with caution, his expression grave as he spoke. This object is a piece of the most extreme yin, buried for nearly 1,000 years, human bones. If human blood were to be affixed to it, coupled with a proper formation, it could summon malevolent spirits and bring about misfortune, leading to discord within the household, or, in severe cases, untimely death. And Yōubái blinked, observing the object incredulously as she pondered who could have conceived such a method. It was indeed sinister. Just as she was prepared to ask the three Taoists what should be done, she noticed their anxious expressions, their bodies slightly hunched, resembling a defensive posture against an adversary. Suppressing her bewilderment, and Yōubái maintained her composure and pointed at the dark bones, inquiring, "So what now? What should we do?" The elder Taoist fixated his gaze upon her, cautiously asking, "What do you think should be done?" "Naturally, we must destroy this object and uncover who placed it here. Isn't that the reason you are here?" And Yōubái replied, bemused by the increasingly strange atmosphere. As she scrutinized the three Taoists, the younger one on the left could not contain his trembling, tightening his grip on the peachwood sword and taking a small step backward. Were they afraid of her? This thought evoked a mix of amusement and incredulity within Yōubái. The elder Taoist remained unmoved, his focus unwavering on Yōubái, his voice serious as he queried, "How did you ascertain that there was a malevolent object here?" "Well, it was quite apparent," and Yōubái retorted. The complexion of a young master of the Feng family was ashen, his aura filled with yin energy. This heavy aura could not be attributed to anything other than the presence of malevolent spirits. Growing impatient with the three Taoists before her, and Yōubái found it perplexing that they, capable of locating the bones, posed such elementary questions. The younger Taoist on the right suddenly shouted, "You speak nonsense. Ordinary people cannot perceive yin energy. How could you possibly see it?" "Excuse me?" And Yōubái was taken aback, for she had indeed been unaware that ordinary people could not see yin energy. Reflecting on her past experiences, she realized that during her first encounter with spirits, she could see all forms of yin energy. Later, after receiving the ghostly insignia from Yun Yao, she had been able to perceive this energy directly, thus failing to recognize the barrier between the living and the dead. How could she explain this? While she was deep in thought, searching for an explanation that would make sense to everyone, the three Taoists, unnoticed by her, quietly retreated 2 steps. The elder Taoist gestured discreetly to Mr. Feng and Mrs. Feng, prompting them to step back further. And Yōubái, having ruminated for some time without arriving at a satisfactory explanation, was prepared to embellish her tale to deceive her younger sister when she realized something was amiss. The three Taoists had taken up positions, readying themselves for a confrontation. "Do you three truly believe I am responsible for this object?" And Yōubai's lips twitched in disbelief. "Surely not." The elder Taoist maintained his unwavering gaze, his tone resolute as he replied, "I have inquired about you. Are you capable of exorcising spirits? Is this true?" "Indeed, it is most convenient for spirits to seek out yin objects, and it would not be difficult for you to locate these bones. This method would not be detected by ordinary people, and any incidents would be perceived as mere accidents, leaving no suspicion of human involvement. Only the one who set this method in place would be aware of such a malevolent tactic. Then you have already uncovered the truth, have you not?" And Yōubái, now thoroughly exasperated by the elder's remarks, felt her temper flare. How could her kindness be mistaken for foolishness, and yet she was unable to clarify her position. To her further irritation, the trembling younger Taoist, gripping his peachwood sword, though frightened, spoke with a hint of determination in the face of malevolent objects. "We utilized formations and took 9 days to locate them. You merely glanced at it and deduced its existence. How could that be possible?" At that moment, And Yōubái understood. From the very beginning, the three had harbored suspicions about her upon discovering the malevolent object. The elder Taoist, now raising his voice in severity, demanded, "From which sect do you hail? Who is your master? Where did you learn the art of spirit cultivation?" And Yōubái felt a surge of anger as she glanced at the distant phone couple, her mind ablaze with thoughts. "I am of no sect, and I have no master. What of it?" She defiantly raised her chin, realizing that the Taoist had already condemned her without understanding. Just as the three Taoists prepared to advance, and Yōubái unleashed a bolt of lightning from her hand, striking the dark bones directly. "Is it my fault that I can see the Yin energy? You were able to locate this malevolent object, yet you believe there is no issue with your reasoning. How hypocritical can you be?" As she spoke, the lightning continued to crackle, and within that brief moment, she unleashed a barrage of strikes upon the bones, reducing them to dust and scattering the dark energy across the courtyard, leaving the ground charred and blackened. The two younger Taoists, witnessing this spectacle, were left in a state of shock, their eyes wide and mouths agape, appearing both astonished and somewhat comical. As Yōubái turned to face the three Taoists after obliterating the malevolent object, the elder Taoist finally regained his composure, sheathing his sword and bowing respectfully to her. "My apologies for the previous offense. Please do not take it to heart. My disciples are still young. If there is to be punishment, let fall upon me alone." Upon hearing their master's words, the two younger Taoists instantly understood their grave mistake and quickly bowed to express their contrition. "We acknowledge our error. Please punish us instead of our master." And Yōubái was left both amused and exasperated by their swift change of demeanor, feeling tempted to unleash another bolt of lightning upon them. As she observed the three Taoists still bowing in apology, she clenched her teeth, stifling her irritation and taking a deep breath, refraining from unleashing her wrath. Turning back, she seated herself upon the well-arranged chair in the courtyard, lifting her chin imperiously as she commanded, "Fetch a few Yang talismans for the Feng family." The child's Yin energy has become rather heavy after so many days. Simply basking in the sun is insufficient for a swift recovery. With the talismans on him, the Yin energy will dissipate more rapidly, and he shall heal more quickly. The three Taoists remained bowed, maintaining their posture of reverence without moving. And Yōubái glanced at them, feeling a surge of irritation. Their lack of progress had thoroughly tested her patience. "What is the matter now?" The old Taoist bent even lower, his voice quivering as he spoke. "My Taoist skills are insufficient to draw the Yang talismans." This response far exceeded Yōubái's expectations. The Taoists she encountered previously seemed to conjure Yang and thunder talismans with ease. She had assumed that every Taoist possessed this ability. It appeared she was mistaken. The skill required to draw them varied in proficiency. Surely, sending spirits to the underworld through the Ghost Gate was within their capabilities, was it not? That should not be too difficult. After all, do not Taoists typically send off the spirits they collect? The old Taoist bowed even lower, stating, "I cannot manage that either. My skills cannot sustain the opening of the Ghost Gate." What was wrong with the Taoists in this world? Were their abilities so lacking? "Enough. You may rise." And Yōubái interjected, "Then how did you conclude that the malevolent entity was not released by me?" Confusion swirled within her. How could the attitudes of these three Taoists shift so dramatically? "My lord, your lightning summoning technique no longer requires talismans or formations. Malevolent entities fear the violent force of thunder the most. This entity must be unrelated to you." And Yōubái gazed at the old Taoist in silence, internally scoffing. "Should I thank you for this revelation?" Observing the old Taoist's anxious expression, glistening with sweat, she considered their frantic search for clues after discovering the malevolent entity. Though their skills were not high, their steadfast hearts were commendable. "Do you know anyone who can open the Ghost Gate?" The old Taoist pondered seriously. "The Wuxin Taoist of the Tianyi sect. It is said he has opened the Ghost Gate before. Do you know his current whereabouts?" "I do not know. He has been wandering from place to place, without a fixed residence, and has not returned to the sect in nearly a decade." Well, knowing or not knowing made no difference. If they could not find him, it was as though he did not exist. And Yōubái maintained her composure outwardly, while inwardly she grumbled, "My lord, why do you wish to open the Ghost Gate?" The old Taoist cautiously inquired, turning his head. I have collected a water ghost and wish to send him to the underworld, but unfortunately, I cannot open the ghost gate here. And Yōubái explained, rising to leave the courtyard. She had no further business here and preferred to return home, lest her younger sisters grow concerned. Outside the courtyard, Feng Yuan and his wife had broken into a cold sweat upon realizing Yōubai's prowess surpassed that of the three Taoists. They felt an overwhelming sense of unease as they awkwardly watched her approach. Feng Yuan stepped forward, ready to speak, only to see Yōubái walk past him, completely ignoring them. In the blink of an eye, when he chased outside, he discovered Yōubái had vanished. She had swiftly returned home, leaving him bewildered at the gate, where the carriage awaited, yet she was nowhere to be found. She had naturally activated her Fenghua Luan and returned home, frustrated by the encounter. She felt a sense of relief as she ran back, reassuring herself that they were unimportant figures. Completing her task was sufficient, and the opinions of others mattered little. Upon entering the courtyard, she wore a smile, hearing her younger sisters call out, "Elder sister, you're back. Come sit. Elder sister, are you tired? Drink some water. Elder sister, there is your favorite dish today, made by second sister. Elder sister, today I received praise from the teacher." The next morning, Feng Yuan, accompanied by his wife, personally arrived at the entrance of the Bai family, gently knocking on the courtyard door. Observing the pile of gifts stacked in the yard, Yōubái sat on a stone bench, watching Feng Yuan's sweaty face. With her two younger brothers away at school, she turned to her younger sister, lowering her voice gently. "Second sister, please take little sister back inside." "All right, elder sister." Once only Feng Yuan and Yōubái remained in the courtyard, he immediately bowed deeply and anxiously explained, "Lady Bai, it is my fault. I apologize." Having calmed down after seeing her younger siblings the previous day, Yōubái gestured towards the stone bench. "Feng Yuan, please take a seat." Feng Yuan promptly sat down, retrieving a piece of paper which he unfolded and presented on the stone table before her. "My lord, to express my apologies, I offer this small courtyard, conveniently located near the school for your two young masters. Here is the deed. I have completed the paperwork, and it only awaits your signature for the transfer. There is also a box of silver notes. Thank you for saving my son's life. Should you require anything in the future, please do not hesitate to command." Observing the trepidation and fear in Feng Yuan's eyes, Yōubái understood that accepting these tokens would bring him peace of mind. She nodded. "I shall accept these gifts. Do not worry. Things will remain as they were." Feng Yuan exhaled deeply. "Thank you, my lord. Is my son truly unharmed? Is he still basking in the sun daily?" "Yes, indeed. You have mentioned he should sunbathe for at least 2 hours each day, and he has not missed a moment." "Good, good. His room should have the windows open daily to let in the sunlight. Is it necessary to open the roof for sunlight?" Feng Yuan nervously fidgeted with the hem of his garment, cautiously revealing his anxiety, as if fearing too many questions might displease Yōubái, yet remaining restless without asking. Yōubái smiled at him. "You seem quite inquisitive and knowledgeable." "Indeed, I have only this one son. I worry, it is merely concern." Feng Yuan quickly wiped the sweat from his brow, his hands trembling. "You need not worry. The situations are different. In that case, a water ghost entered the house directly, causing excessive yin energy. Your son has only absorbed some yin energy. He need not have the roof opened, just ensure he basks in the sun." "That is good. That is good." Upon receiving such a detailed explanation from Yōubái, Feng Yuan finally felt reassured. A hint of relaxation and a smile breaking through the somber expression he had worn since entering. However, Yōubái raised her gaze, noticing Feng Yuan's face darken once more with tension. She solemnly advised, "You must swiftly uncover who orchestrated this scheme. It is imperative to find them to ensure the safety of your family and your own peace of mind." Chapter 94. The eldest sister captures ghosts while caring for children, and Yōubái observed Feng Yuan's now grim countenance and continued to deliver her thoughts in full. If they could accomplish this once, they might very well do so again. Only by identifying the mastermind behind this can you safeguard your family and find your own tranquility. Feng Yuan nodded vigorously, bowing his head and replying solemnly, "You are right, my lord. I've already made some progress, and am currently verifying the details." "Indeed, The Feng family had managed to endure for generations here, and their foundation was evident. As for other matters, it would depend on their own capabilities. Sensing Feng Yuan's darkened expression, and Yōubái reflected for a moment before offering one last reminder. When I first entered your home, I noticed a golden light enveloping the estate. Surely, it is the accumulated merit of the Feng family. Their benevolence saved your son's life. Otherwise, given his tender age, he would not have survived until the day you sought my assistance. Feng Yuan's eyes instantly reddened, his lips trembling with emotion. Yet he remained silent, standing tall and composed. Bowing deeply, without rising, he slowly retreated from the courtyard, gently closing the door behind him. After the Feng family departed, and Yōubái turned to the items in the courtyard, managing a faint smile as she called for her second and youngest sisters. The three of them worked tirelessly until afternoon, only just managing to finish the cleaning. As tranquil days passed by, the four younger siblings grew taller and stronger in the eyes of the villagers. Their hair darkened, and their faces filled out. Mei, Bai Jing, became increasingly radiant, while Xiao Mei, Bai Ningyan, wore a constant smile and busied herself with small embroidery pieces for sale. Xiao Di returned home each day, chattering about the events of the day and eagerly requesting, Jia, bring me more delicious food tomorrow. Di diligently practiced his calligraphy and read every evening, ensuring the firewood pile was always full during his breaks. Under the diligent efforts of Yōubái, the village head could no longer resist advising her. Bai family's eldest daughter, you have nearly acquired all the land you desire. Any further plots would be too distant from our village, which is inconvenient for you little ones. Spring arrived unnoticeably, and Yōubái sat on a grassy field adorned with yellow wildflowers, pulling a peach from her backpack. As she savored the fruit, a sudden impulse surged through her. She envisioned cultivating a peach orchard here. Once this thought emerged, it became insistent. After careful consideration, she deemed it feasible. Peach blossoms could be crafted into rouge, peaches could be sold or dried, and even fermented into wine. The more she pondered, the more appealing the idea became. She promptly sought out the village elder to express her desire to purchase the hillside for planting peach trees. Upon hearing her plan, the elder wasted no time and swiftly facilitated all necessary paperwork. Meanwhile, Feng Yuanwei learned of Yōubai's intention to cultivate a peach grove and promptly procured a substantial number of peach saplings, which were delivered in batches to the foot of the mountain. Once the busy farming season concluded, the entire village, under Yōubai's employment, ascended the mountain to plant peach trees, creating a lively atmosphere throughout the village. Just as everyone was fervently engaged in their work, a significant event unfolded in the distant Si Ping village, prompting its village chief to personally lead a group of villagers to Yōubai's location. When the elder and the chief from Si Ping appeared on the mountainside, Yōubái was busy serving tea to the villagers gathered around. Bai family's eldest daughter. The elder's call initially went unnoticed until the crowd spotted several unfamiliar men following behind him. Who are those people? I don't recognize them. They're not from our neighboring villages. The villagers exchanged puzzled glances, realizing these men were clearly strangers. What could they want with Baidajia? Mei, who had come to deliver water, was pulled over by the village aunts, bewildered and unaware of the situation as she watched her elder sister leave with the group. Mei, I'm stepping out for a bit. If I'm not back by evening, don't worry. Just take good care of the younger ones. The village chief is with me. With this parting remark, Dejia turned and followed the group down the mountain, leaving villagers to speculate and inquire about the unfolding events. The horse-drawn cart sped along the dirt road, with the young driver shouting, make way, help! And Yōubái was jostled violently in the rudimentary, shockless cart, clutching the window frame tightly to avoid being thrown out. Feeling dizzy, she thought, thank goodness I didn't eat anything, otherwise I would surely be ill. Finally, the cart came to a halt, and before she could catch her breath, a young man yanked her out. He pulled her forward with urgency, shouting, hurry up. You need to move faster. Her already disoriented body stumbled several times as she was dragged into a room without even seeing the door. Inside, 4 or 5 elderly individuals and several robust women turned to look at her as the door creaked open, and Yōubái was nearly toppled over by the forceful entry. but she managed to steady herself. The young man announced, "Elders, we've brought her back." The assembled crowd scrutinized Yōubái with skeptical gazes, their eyes brimming with doubt and distrust. Steadying herself against the table, she inhaled deeply to dispel her dizziness, noticing the red marks encircling her wrist from the young man's grip. Just as she contemplated voicing her anger, the village elder rushed in, panting, and said, "Eldest daughter, can you assess the situation?" "Ma Papa is a good person," interrupted by the elder. And Yōubái suppressed her irritation and turned her gaze to the figure lying on the bed, a frail, elderly woman with graying hair, her eyes tightly shut and her brow furrowed, exuding an aura of lifelessness. The heavy energy surrounding her seemed to enshroud her entire being, leaving only faint golden light protecting her heart and brow. At first glance, she appeared almost lifeless, her heavy aura comparable to that of a 500-year-old ghost. Realizing the severity of the energy afflicting the elderly woman, and Yōubái felt a headache coming on. Without the talismans of yang energy, her only recourse was to gradually dispel the energy through sunlight. However, this woman was advanced in age, and it seemed she had been affected for quite some time. Her protective golden aura was nearly extinguished, and there was little time to wait for the sun's warmth. What to do in such a predicament? As she pondered a more effective method to expel the energy, the young man beside her, noticing her stillness and silence, impatiently nudged her, exclaiming, "Why are you just standing there? Go check on her." This sudden push jolted Yōubái from her thoughts, causing her to stumble forward. Fortunately, she reacted quickly to brace herself, avoiding a fall, but her temper flared. Rising to her feet, she pointed an accusatory finger at the young man and shouted, "What is wrong with you? Get out. Daniel, how are you handling this?" A nearby woman interjected, stepping forward to grasp Yōubái's arm. "Bye, family girl. Are you all right?" "I apologize. He's just anxious and didn't he mean any harm. Please, check on the grandmother first." And Yōubái, hearing this, snorted disdainfully and shook off the woman's grasp, irritated by such individuals who, regardless of right or wrong, shower praise only to imply that any further grievances would be unreasonable. Such insincerity was most detestable. Turning before the onlookers, she retrieved the ancient thunderstruck peach branch from her backpack. This action astonished everyone in the room, as the branch seemed to materialize out of thin air, placing the peach branch in Ma Pope's embrace. And Yōubái observed that the surrounding energy began to dissipate. However, with so many people in the room, some of the lingering energy would inevitably cling to them. Furrowing her brow, she addressed the crowd. "You all need to leave. This room cannot accommodate more people. Wait outside." Unfortunately, her well-meaning suggestion was dismissed by the same young man, Daniel, who argued vehemently, "No way. What if you deliberately refuse to help the grandmother?" And Yōubái straightened up, turning to the village chief, and, after a brief pause, the room fell silent. It seemed all present shared the same sentiment. "Village chief, I refuse to treat her." And Yōubái declared, her frustration boiling over as she faced the elder. Upon hearing these words, everyone in the room immediately turned their gaze towards the village chief of Ping, who in turn looked at the old village chief. The old village chief, feeling the weight of the collective gaze, sighed helplessly. Noticing Yōubái's furious expression, he stepped forward with a forced bravado and said, "My dear girl, they're in the wrong, and your anger is justified. But Granny Ma is a good person. You must be able to see that, right?" And Yōubái huffed, closed her eyes, and contemplated the faint golden light in her chest. She then turned towards Granny Ma on the bed and cast a healing spell. To the astonishment of the onlookers, Granny Ma's complexion improved slightly. The pallor faded, and her breathing began to stabilize, no longer resembling the lifeless grayness from before. The crowd stared at Yōubái in disbelief, unable to utter a single word. And Yōubái then directed her gaze towards the woman from earlier. With a darkened expression, she commanded, "Bring out a bed to the courtyard, and make it comfortable. Get someone to carry Granny Ma outside." The woman, snapping out of her daze, immediately replied, Yes, I will go right away." Rushing out, she called out, Jiao, Shizi, come help. Your father, you come lift. The bed is too heavy." Before long, The courtyard was prepared. Four women carefully brought Granny Ma out and gently placed her on the bed, covering her with a blanket. And Yōubái dragged a chair over and sat in the corridor, observing the individuals from the room. Indeed, they were all tainted with some negative energy. Pointing to a sunlit spot in the courtyard, she instructed, "You all need to bask in the sun." This time, no one dared to oppose her. They quietly stood in the courtyard, watching Granny Ma on the bed without uttering another word. The young man, named Nyo, seemingly having learned a lesson from someone, offered a cup of tea to Yōubái with both hands, saying, "Miss Bai, I didn't mean any harm earlier. I apologize." Accepting the tea, Yōubái took a sip, realizing that she hadn't had water since her journey began and was genuinely thirsty. At that moment, the village chief of Si Ping approached her, expressing gratitude. "Miss Bai, thank you. Granny Ma will be all right, won't she?" And Yōubái observed the dark, inky energy still enveloping Granny Ma and shook her head. She must bask in the sun every day. Given her condition, it would be best for her to soak in sunlight all day long. That room cannot accommodate anyone anymore. "What about tonight?" someone asked. "They can move indoors. But any room she has slept in must have its roof removed and be sun-drenched for at least half a month before anyone can reside there again." Before the village chief could respond, a young man's voice from outside interrupted. "Why must it be so troublesome? Perhaps she has no real abilities and is deliberately making things difficult for us." The village chief turned towards the door, his face darkening as he shouted, "Shut your mouth. Whose brat are you? Mind your own business." Yet, the voice persisted. "Dad, why are you hitting me? I didn't say anything wrong. I've never seen anyone needing to remove a roof. Why does she get to decide?" A look of hesitation crossed the village chief's face as the old village chief nudged him, whispering, "We had to do the same for our village." And Yōubái could no longer contain her anger. Even if Granny Ma was a good person, the villagers did not believe her. Ironically, they had forced her to come and save someone. Yet they discredited every word she spoke while insisting she heal. The pent-up frustration within her erupted as she unleashed a bolt of lightning, which precisely shattered the house where everyone had gathered. With a resounding crash, a significant portion of the roof collapsed, creating a gaping hole. Under the astonished and fearful gazes of the crowd, and Yōubái raised an eyebrow, a cold smile gracing her lips as she said nonchalantly, "Well, now there's no need to remove the roof or bask in the sun." After being struck by lightning, there is no longer any negative energy inside. It can be inhabited immediately. Who else wishes to fall gravely ill can go sleep in the room where she is rested. Village chief, let us leave. Chapter 96. The eldest sister catches ghosts with children, saving Granny Ma. Having finished speaking, Yōubái rose and stood up, taking the ancient lightning-struck peach tree branch from Granny Ma's embrace, preparing to return home. This Si Ping village would truly be a place she would never revisit. Miss Bai, please do not hold grudges against the children. You are magnanimous and should not count their faults. I will have them cook and prepare a meal for you. How could I allow you to leave like this?" The village chief of Si Ping was the first to regain his composure, stepping in front of Yōubái and pulling the old village chief along. "Old brother, quickly, talk to Miss Bai. Let's have a meal first. Those from the elder family and the second family. Gather people to prepare the meal. Hurry." The two women standing in the courtyard turned at the call and immediately stepped towards the house. But after a few steps, they paused. "Dad, Miss Bai just instructed us all to bask in the sun." One of the women cautiously lowered her head, not daring to meet anyone's gaze, her mind echoing with the words, "Whoever wishes to fall gravely ill should go to the room where she has slept." Finally realizing, the village chief turned towards those outside, shouting, Uncle Lu, have your family prepare the meal." "All right, you all wait. I will go cook immediately." A frail voice from outside responded, "Wife, take the daughters-in-law back to prepare the meal. Make it quick." "Understood, I will go now." "Aunt Lu, I will help. The more hands, the quicker it will be." "Aunt Lu, I will fetch some bowls and chopsticks to send over to your home." "Sister-in-law Lu, I will brew some chicken soup at home and bring it to you." "Do not worry about that." "Very well, I will return and make some braised meat." "Aunt Lu, you need not trouble yourself." The voices outside grew more distant as Yōubái, under the village chief's reassurance, returned the peach tree branch to Granny Ma's arms and resumed her seat in the corridor, watching Granny Ma lying on the bed. Slowly, her anger dissipated as she contemplated how beloved she was in the village. She must have saved many lives. Unfortunately, she lacked the yang talismans. Otherwise, perhaps she would not have to endure such prolonged exposure to the sun. Yet, she wondered how many days it would take for the negative energy to dissipate and for Granny Ma to awaken, given her current physical condition. At the entrance of the courtyard, a little girl of about 10 stood nervously, peeking at Yōubái with a mix of fear and anticipation. "Big sister Bai, Grandma asked me to inquire if there is anything you do not eat." And Yōubái looked at the girl, who was slightly older than her younger sister, and shook her head gently, replying, "No, just cook some meat porridge for Granny Ma. It should be soft and simmered for a while longer." The little girl beamed as if given a monumental task, her voice bright and cheerful as she responded, "Yes, I will remember." Seeing Yōubái's mood improve, the village chief dragged a chair closer to her, still remaining in the courtyard where sunlight could reach him. "Miss Bai, we must thank you. Daño was wrong earlier and hurt you. Do not be upset. I will give him a good beating to make it right for you. I know you have purchased quite a bit of land, and you plan to plant trees on a mountain. In a few days, I will have the villagers help you with that. Please do not be angry. We truly have no ill intentions. We were just anxious. Granny Ma is a good person. Without her, many families would have fallen apart. Just the other time, to find those 20 children that Pai Hua Zi had stolen. Granny Ma bled and persisted all the way. It was only after the children were found that she fainted. She lay unconscious for more than 3 months, and since then, her health has never been the same. Pai Hua Zi, and Yōubái was particularly sensitive to this term, as the younger brother of the original owner had also gone missing in such a manner, and her younger sister, unable to bear the inner turmoil, had jumped into the river. When did this happen? Granny Ma could still search for people? And Yōubái inquired curiously. The village chief of Saiping, noticing that Yōubái was no longer wearing a grim expression, began to engage in conversation, feeling a sense of relief wash over him. He moved his chair a little closer and recounted how every time a child went missing, Granny Ma would assist in the search. Families from neighboring villages would come to seek her help whenever their children were lost. It was precisely because of Granny Ma that the incidence of lost children in their area was so minimal. Daño was one such child rescued years ago. He was a steadfast boy, deeply concerned for Granny Ma's well-being. Once she recovered, he was willing to endure any punishment or rebuke, and Yōubái disregarded the village chief's insinuations, lowering her gaze in contemplation. If Granny Ma had passed away this year, due to the circumstances, then a year later, it would coincide with the time when her younger brother encountered the wandering spirit. So that was it. Why had Granny Ma been so heavily afflicted by negative energy? Where had she gone? And Yōubái had longed to ask this question. The intensity of the ghostly aura did not seem characteristic of a newly departed spirit. If this ghost were indeed nearby, caution was warranted. What I know is not particularly detailed. 2 Taoist priests came to find Granny Ma, and a few days later, when she was returned, she was already in this state. The village chief pondered for a moment before turning to inquire, "Elder daughter-in-law, is that correct? Did I miss anything?" The woman immediately stood up, visibly anxious, and nodded vigorously. Yes, that is precisely how it was. When she returned, Granny Ma could still speak. She said. The woman wiped away tears, her voice trembling as she continued. She instructed Daño to carry her to the potter's field, and only he was to go. She cautioned him to return immediately afterward and to leave behind all her belongings. And Yōubái glanced at Daño, sitting in the yard, and noticed nothing particularly remarkable about him. No golden light, no lingering negative energy. How curious. Upon a second glance, it was indeed true. Among all the people in the yard, his aura of negative energy had nearly dissipated. This was likely the reason why Granny Ma had entrusted him alone with this task. His strong positive energy rendered him less susceptible to harm from lighter negative energies. Unfortunately, this benefit was of little use to Granny Ma now. Exposure to sunlight would have been more effective. However, it was apparent that Granny Ma was a person of genuine skill and ability. Under the collective pleas of the villagers of Saiping, and Yōubái and the village chief spent the night there. The following day, although Granny Ma had not yet regained consciousness, her condition had improved significantly compared to the previous day. Upon returning, and Yōubái was met by Bai Jing, who, upon seeing her elder sister enter, breathed a sigh of relief and immediately began to inquire about her well-being. Bai Jing then called out to her younger sister, Ning'an, quickly go to the Zhang family and see if their carriage is still there. If it is, ask to borrow it for a trip to the city. Observing Ning'an hurriedly exit the courtyard, and Yōubái curiously asked, what do you need to go to the city for? Chapter 97. The eldest sister exorcises spirits while caring for the young. Seeing the look of confusion on Yōubai's face, Bai Jing smiled gently and explained earnestly, our younger brothers were worried all night yesterday, and this morning before leaving, they specifically instructed me that as soon as you return, I must send word to the school to inform them. Otherwise, they would be anxious during class. And Yōubái felt a warm sensation in her heart and replied, there's no need to borrow the carriage. I will go myself. Elder sister, you have been exhausted for a day and night. Rest at home. I will go. Do not worry. I can make the round trip quickly. With her gentle younger sister firmly insisting, and Yōubái was ushered back inside, where she heard Bai Jing admonishing Bai Ning'an outside, you keep an eye on elder sister and ensure she gets sufficient rest. I will prepare the meal when I return. Don't worry, second sister, be careful on the road. I will manage the cooking at home. Then make some soup to nourish elder sister. All right, I understand. Brother Kai is already bringing the carriage. You should hurry. Take care on the way. Okay. And Yōubái found it amusing as she lay on her bed, believing sleep would be impossible. Yet, unbeknownst to her, she drifted into a deep, sweet slumber, completely unaware of her younger sister's return home. 2 days later, a carriage arrived once more at Yōubai's courtyard from Siping village, and the driver was none other than Dainyu. However, this time the carriage moved smoothly. Upon returning from the back mountain, the first sight that greeted Yōubái as she entered the courtyard was Granny Ma, who had regained consciousness. Though still weak, she could lean against the chair. Upon hearing Dainyu call out, Miss Bai, she immediately turned her head and stood up, kneeling down. Miss Bai, I implore you to save me once more, if you would be so kind. And Yōubái helped her to her feet and noticed that the negative energy surrounding her had diminished by more than half. She should be all right, but still needed to recuperate properly. Take your time and speak. Granny Ma glanced around at the gathered crowd, and Yōubái promptly assisted her into the house. Younger sister, do not let anyone in. Understood, elder sister. Granny Ma tightly grasped Yōubai's hand, her eyes filled with excitement and hope, tinged with sadness and supplication. Miss Bai, you are a person of great ability. The villagers have all told me so. I am not as capable as you. I merely saved the Huang de Xian in my youth, which granted me these minor abilities. This time, he has suffered greatly to save me, and he may not survive this ordeal. Miss Bai, I beseech you, let my life be exchanged for his. And Yōubai's heart, burdened with unanswered questions, finally found clarity. She had been pondering why Granny Ma had coughed up blood in her search for the children. It seemed that in her desperation to locate them quickly, she had allowed Huang de Xian to possess her. A human body, if subjected to such an experience, would indeed be unable to withstand it. Much like how a person falls ill after a ghostly possession. Very well, I will do my utmost to save him. If it is not possible, and Yōubái did not finish her sentence, as she herself was uncertain of the outcome. Granny Ma remained silent, barely managing to stand upright, and respectfully bowed her head. With Yōubai's assistance, she climbed into the carriage. As they reached the foot of a mountain, Granny Ma insisted that Dainyu carry her into the mountains. They walked a considerable distance before stopping in front of a cave. Granny Ma entered the cave alone, and shortly after, a voice called out, Miss Bai, please come in. And Yōubái stepped into the cave, where Huang de Xian was weakly resting against Granny Ma's knee, his eyes filled with reluctance and longing. Granny Ma wept bitterly, lamenting, it is all my fault. If it were not for me, you would not be in this condition. Blame me. If you had distanced yourself from me, you would not have met such an unfortunate fate. Huang de Xian gently liquid Granny Ma's sipalm. He could no longer move, only offering her comfort in this way. Miss Bai, I beg of you, I will give anything for this. Please, let my life be exchanged for his. And Yōubái chose her words carefully, raising her hand to cast a healing spell. Observing Huang de Xian's condition improve, she still felt an underlying sense that he had not fully recovered. After some contemplation, She retrieved a high-grade spirit stone from her backpack and placed it on a nearby stone, saying if you can utilize this, it should aid your injuries. Huang Dexian turned his head to glance at Yōubái, then lowered his front legs and pressed his head to the ground in a gesture of respect. He stood, picked up the spirit stone with his mouth, and looked back at Granny Ma, with tears streaming down her face, yet a smile in her eyes. Granny Ma waved her hand, urging him go. Do not return. I will be fine. You must take care of yourself. However, Huang Dexian looked back at her several times, his eyes filled with profound sorrow and reluctance. This farewell might mean they would never see each other again in this lifetime. Despite the tears in her eyes, Granny Ma wore a radiant smile, waving her hand to hasten him along. Go far away, and take good care of your wounds. Do not worry about me. I will be well. Finally, Huang Dexian exited the cave, and once he was gone, Granny Ma could no longer contain her grief, bursting into inconsolable sobs. Her heart-wrenching cries were laden with reluctance and nostalgia, yet they also carried blessings and hope. The most agonizing experiences in life, apart from the sorrow of death, are the pains of separation. Yet, what if parting is to allow the other to thrive? With farewells imbued with blessings and sadness intertwined with well wishes, may you find peace. And Yōubái chose not to intrude. Instead, she quietly retreated outside the cave, sitting beneath a tree, listening to the weeping that emanated from within. Her thoughts wandered far, contemplating many things. By the time she returned home, night had fallen. The courtyard gate stood ajar, and a gentle candlelight flickered within, a sign that her younger siblings awaited her return. With a soft smile, Yōubái stepped through the door. Elder sister, you're back. Are you very tired? Elder sister, come in and sit down. I'll fetch some water for you to wash up. All right, I'll serve the meal. You must be hungry. Elder sister, have some water first. This was the life the original Yōubái longed for. Tranquil days, her siblings growing up safe and sound, and a family united in harmony. How wonderful! After a peaceful night's sleep, as her two younger brothers set off to school, an urgent knocking on the courtyard gate resounded, echoing through the night. Baidayo, open the door quickly. Something grave has happened. Upon opening the gate, Yōubái was met by the village chief and, behind him, the old Taoist priest she had encountered at Feng Yuanwai's home. His face bore wounds, and accompanying him was another middle-aged Taoist, both appearing weary and disheveled. Before the village chief could utter another word, the old priest bowed deeply to Yōubái, his expression fraught with anxiety. Bai Darren, we implore your assistance. Chapter 98. The eldest sister captures ghosts with children, and Yōubái invited the three into her home, and after a thorough explanation, she finally grasped the dire situation that Granny Ma had encountered. Indeed, it was a malevolent spirit, one that had existed for nearly 4 centuries. The two Taoists, along with 4 disciples, had failed to confront her, and Yōubái could not help but sigh inwardly, wondering if the first Taoist had been too formidable, for the current ones seemed rather weak. As she prepared to depart with them, her younger sister suddenly rushed out from the room, clutching in Yōubai's right hand tightly. Elder sister, do not go. It is too dangerous. If so many cannot defeat her, you will be harmed. And Yōubái turned to see her sister pouting, her eyes red and filled with worry. Her second sister stood at the doorway. Though she did not step forward, her expression echoed the unspoken concern in her eyes. The village chief, dragging along 2 Taoists who still had much to say, hurried out of the courtyard and reached the carriage, lowering his voice to say, "Let the sisters speak. Bai family's eldest daughter will emerge. She is a kind-hearted child." Before long, the courtyard gate swung open, and Yōubái stepped outside. "Let's go." The 3 climbed into the carriage, and, just as it was about to depart, the village chief's aged voice called out from the roadside, "Eldest daughter, if it truly becomes dangerous, return. Your younger siblings are waiting for you. Rest assured, village chief, I shall return safely." And Yōubái replied with a smile, lifting the carriage curtain and earnestly acknowledging the elder's concern. The carriage sped down the narrow path, racing along a dusty road for quite some time. When Yōubái could no longer endure the jostling and was about to disembark, they finally arrived at their destination. She sat for a while to regain her composure, feeling dizzy and unwell as she stepped down from the carriage. It seemed that the carriages of this world were ill-suited for her. Outside the grand estate, 2 lines of people awaited, the most conspicuous being 4 young Taoists clad in robes, each bearing wounds, their expressions filled with agitation upon seeing their arrival. A steward approached, exclaiming, "Revered Taoists, you have finally returned. Shall we enter?" The 2 Taoists glanced at Yōubái. During their journey, they had discussed the situation of the female ghost. Yet aside from her vibrant red bridal gown, they were still unaware of many details. After days of battling, they knew only that she was exceptionally fierce. However, she remained confined to a small courtyard. If no outsiders entered, she would not emerge. Yet, should anyone venture inside, bloodshed was inevitable. Fortunately, no fatalities had occurred thus far. The ones most severely injured were those who had endeavored to subdue the female ghost, these Taoists and Granny Ma. Others, frightened by the ghost, had fled swiftly, and as long as they escaped the courtyard, the red-clad spirit did not pursue them, resulting in mere injuries or severe fright. When was this discovered? If the ghost has been here all along, how come it has only just come to light? The old steward bowed his head and replied, "We only returned to clean the estate last year. For years, with the master absent, only a few elderly caretakers remained. The estate is vast, and the locked rear courtyard had been neglected. Last year, after the old master retired, we returned to tidy up, and it was only recently that we reached this small courtyard. We had no intention of anything extraordinary, merely to clean and inspect for repairs. Yet those who entered claimed to have seen a woman in a red bridal gown. If word of this reaches the old master, after decades of reputation." Upon hearing this, and Yōubái recalled that the previous year, prices had surged due to a certain official returning to reside in his ancestral home. It seemed that this extensive estate, occupying half a mountain, was indeed the ancestral residence everyone spoke of. Such ancient structures, especially in secluded locations, could easily become a haven for restless spirits. She herself had once experienced the sensation of being a ghost in an isolated manner. As the old steward guided her for quite some time, they still had not reached the small courtyard. The grand estate was indeed immense, explaining why months of effort had yet to yield completion. Finally arriving, they found the courtyard gate secured with a heavy lock. The steward, trembling slightly, approached to unlock it, yet he steadfastly remained outside. The other servants had already retreated when they entered through the small door, leaving only 3 heads peering over the moon gate. Gazing in their direction, the old Taoist turned to his disciples, instructing firmly, "Stay outside. No one is to enter." The middle-aged Taoist permitted no one to accompany them, and thus the 3 entered the small courtyard. An immediate chill swept through, sending shivers down their spines. From a distance, a haunting wail echoed, accompanied by a chilling cry, "I will kill you." Under normal circumstances, one would feel terror upon hearing such a sound, influenced by the suffocating atmosphere. Yet Yōubái found herself recalling her own first encounter, feeling no fear at all, but instead an uncontrollable urge to chuckle. "Oh, this chilling wind is far superior to what I experienced, and the ghostly wails are quite acceptable. Come forth, let us converse." Alas! The only response was a gust of wind that obscured her vision. This was a tactic she had previously employed, and she could not help but find humor in it. Laughing aloud, in that fleeting moment, she drew out a branch from the ancient peach tree in her bag, striking the approaching female ghost with precision. With a shriek, the ghost was sent sprawling to the ground, revealing her true form. Clad in a vibrant red bridal gown, she glared at the 3 with an aura of resentment, howling madly, "I will kill you." The 2 Taoists immediately raised their peach-wood swords, their expressions tense, their hands trembling involuntarily. And Yōubái summoned a bolt of lightning that struck the female ghost directly, demanding, "Shall we talk?" The female ghost emitted a heart-wrenching wail, followed by a chilling declaration, "I shall kill you all." Observing the surge of resentment radiating from her, and Yōubái wasted no time and swiftly unleashed 3 bolts of lightning, each striking the ghost with precision. Within moments, the ghost had collapsed to her knees, unable to rise. The resentment surrounding her dissipated under the electric strikes. She shook her head, propping herself up with one hand while raising the other towards Yōubái, pleading, "Please, no more lightning." Upon hearing the ghost's plea for mercy, Yōubái paused her assault, lifting her chin and asking, "Shall we converse? If you cannot control your resentment, I can assist in dispersing some more." "No, please. Don't strike again. If you do, I will vanish." The ghost shuddered in fear, curling up on the ground. And Yōubái nodded and inquired earnestly, "What is your name?" The ghost, now known as Hong Tuzi, hesitated. I cannot recall. How long have you been conscious since awakening?" "I can't remember. It must have been quite a while." "Why are you here? Surely you know that." "I seek vengeance. I want to kill those people, but I cannot leave this courtyard." "Vengeance for what?" "I was abducted by bandits on the day of my wedding, but a group of robbers." And Yōubái observed the woman huddled on the ground, feeling a pang of sympathy. "You are aware of your demise. Regardless of your grievances, the underworld will judge them." The ghost defiantly raised her head, fear evident in her eyes, yet her resolve remained strong. "I want vengeance. I wish to slay them all myself." "If you do not recall who you are, how can you possibly know who your enemies are?" The elder Taoist questioned loudly. "I remember them. I can recognize them." The ghost suddenly floated upward, vehemently asserting her claim, only to become stuck mid-air, wailing, Why can't I recall their faces? I must kill them." Her anguished cries pierced the ears of those present, and the resentment enveloping her began to surge violently. With a resounding crack, and Yōubái unleashed a bolt of lightning beside the ghost, interrupting her lament and halting the rising resentment. The ghost, startled, gazed at Yōubái with a dazed expression, her demeanor pitiful. And Yōubái closed her eyes, took a deep breath, and patiently advised, "Here's the plan. Come with me. When the gates of the underworld open, you can inquire with the ghost emissaries to learn the fate of your enemies." Seeing the ghost's impending objection, and Yōubái did not allow her to speak, fixing her serious gaze upon her. "You cannot remain here. Your enemies do not dwell in this place. As a vengeful spirit, had other Taoists arrived today, your fate would have been sealed. You would have been dispelled by their techniques, vanishing from this world with no chance for revenge or reincarnation. Think carefully. Come with me. Once the gates of the underworld are open, I will assist you in appealing to the emissaries. Taking vengeance on your own is likely futile, but the underworld has clear rules. They will not spare the wicked. Those who have committed evil will face retribution." The ghost, though fearful of Yōubái, was more so bound by years of obsession that could not be relinquished by mere words. She stubbornly stared at Yōubái. "How can you be sure they will face retribution? What they do not? I want revenge." And Yōubái pointed to her forehead, deciding to wield some influence. Echoing Yun Yao's words, "Look closely. You will know whether I speak the truth and whether I would deceive you." The ghost, puzzled, raised her gaze to Yōubai's forehead. After 3 seconds, she floated backward, straightened her posture, and respectfully bowed her head. "My lady, I shall heed your words." With the matter resolved, and Yōubái turned to the 2 Taoists in the courtyard. "She cannot leave here. You two should take care of it." The elder Taoist promptly stepped forward and replied in a hushed tone, "Her remains should be buried nearby, which is why she cannot leave this place. We simply need to unearth them." Though the task sounded simple, in reality, it proved quite challenging. The ghost had perished over 400 years ago, and the passage of time had rendered the effort arduous. Under the ghost's guidance, the old steward led a group of people, digging in the courtyard from dawn until dusk. Amidst the illumination of countless lanterns, they finally unearthed the ghost's remains. Several Taoists assisted in gathering the remains, placing them into a box. And Yōubái, amid the astonished gazes of the onlookers, collected the box, exhaling a weary sigh towards the elder Taoist. "Please find the Taoist you mentioned." The elder Taoist respectfully replied, "Yes, I have already enlisted my fellow disciples to assist in locating him." As Yōubái departed, followed by the ghost clad in red, several young Taoists engaged in animated discussion. "How did she manage that?" "I have no idea, but she is truly impressive." "Indeed, she is magnificent. Not a single strike was misfired, each hit with unfailing accuracy." "Oh, how I wish I could possess such skills." "Ha, I want that too." The 2 leading masters could not help but twitch their faces, thinking simultaneously, of course, who wouldn't want such abilities? And Yōubái once again became the talk of the village, as the following day, the old steward arrived with 3 carts laden with offerings. The gifts overflowed, spilling into the courtyard, with the most precious items being ancient books, It is said that scholars are the most extravagant spenders, whether it be ink, paper, or ancient tomes. Each item drains silver like water. The old steward, hailing from a prestigious background, had prepared an extensive list of gifts within a day, bringing immense satisfaction. The boxes of ink, paper, and writing materials were essential for daily use. The mere sight of 10 boxes of books brought in Yōubái great joy. In this world, such treasures were invaluable. Noticing her elation as she accepted the gifts, the old steward departed with satisfaction. What struck him even more was that Yōubái had not inquired about anything else throughout the entire interaction. Though everyone knew who her master was, she was the first to truly restrain herself and refrain from seeking acquaintance. Under such circumstances, had she requested anything, her master would surely have obliged. Yet, she treated the affair with indifference, completing her business before turning to leave with a briskness that astonished her master upon learning of her actions. The books delivered that day had all been personally selected by her master the previous day, one by one added to the collection. Once he returned to report, her master would surely take great pleasure in it. As time flowed effortlessly through spring and into the early summer, the village head of Si Ping village truly kept his promise, bringing a contingent of villagers to assist in Yōubái in planting trees. There were even some uninvited guests whom Yōubái had never seen before, yet she did not decline their help. Each day, she prepared food and drink at the mountainside, ensuring everyone had ample provisions. Every day, the mountain bustled with activity as peach trees were planted in batches, exceeding all initial expectations. The tranquil days always seemed to pass swiftly when the mountains were adorned with peach trees. A special guest arrived at Yōubái's quaint courtyard, the Wangsan Daoran from the Tianyi sect, accompanied by the venerable old Taoist. Yōubái initially believed they were the only two visitors, but before their greetings could conclude, the courtyard door swung open, revealing a dozen Taoists who entered, each brandishing an array of items, their faces alight with exuberant smiles. "Master, I have procured a multitude of goods. Do take a look," exclaimed one. "Daozhong, is this the incense you mentioned? I scoured 3 shops to find it, though it seems slightly different. What do you think?" Another chimed in, "Master, do you think this amount of paper money is sufficient? I bought roasted chicken, but there were no small pigs available, so I opted for pork instead. I couldn't find beef, but I did manage to acquire fish. Everything I need is prepared." And Yōubái squinted at the bustling Taoists and their array of offerings, inhaling deeply as he turned to glance at his 2 younger sisters, whose expressions were tense, while thoughts of his 2 younger brothers returning home from school weighed heavily upon him. The Wangsan Daoran appeared remarkably youthful, his smile exuding an unparalleled warmth. Indeed, he embodied such calmness and composure, responding patiently and kindly to the persistent inquiries of the younger Taoists without displaying any irritation. After declining Yōubái's invitation to dine together, the jubilant group of young Taoists hurriedly made their way to the riverbank, eager to prepare for the evening's ritual of opening the Ghost Gate. The purpose of the Wangsan Daoran's visit was twofold: to meet Yōubái in person and to facilitate the opening of the Ghost Gate. Before nightfall, the old village chief arrived, having heard the commotion caused by the young Taoists that afternoon. Concerned about the potential need for sentinels to prevent any unforeseen incidents, he sought to discuss arrangements. Recognizing the validity of the old chief's concerns, Yōubái instructed him to inform the villagers to maintain their distance, as the overwhelming energy could lead to illness, a severe ailment being a mild consequence. With Yōubái's warning, many villagers who had intended to witness the spectacle reconsidered, while some impetuous youths still plotted to sneak a peek later that night. To avert any mishaps, the old village chief took it upon himself to assign several strong young men to guard the riverbank, remaining vigilant alongside them. That night, under a radiant moon and twinkling stars, Yōubái summoned the water ghost, the red-clad female ghost, and several wild spirits, preparing to escort them through the Ghost Gate. As the Wangsan Daoran commenced his incantations, a chilling wind swept across the riverbank, and an ominous pitch-black void materialized before them. The cold gust emanating from the abyss sent shivers through their bones, causing involuntary tremors as they huddled closer in their garments. Moments later, 2 ghostly emissaries emerged from the void, surveying the gathered crowd before nodding slightly to the Wangsandaran, inquiring in a familiar tone, "Are there more spirits to be sent?" Their manners suggested they were well acquainted. The Wangsandaran immediately returned the gesture, replying with a smile, "I appreciate your efforts. This time, I have procured the incense you mentioned previously. Please confirm if this is it." One of the older ghost emissaries approached the offering table, sniffed the incense, and nodded in satisfaction, exclaiming, "Yes, this is indeed the one. You are thoughtful." The Wangsandaran continued to express his gratitude, assuring them that his disciples had prepared food and drink for their return journey. Just as the younger ghost emissary was about to speak, the elder stepped forward, shaking his head. "No, our time above is limited. We shall suffice with what we take back." The Wangsandaran bowed in acknowledgement, thanking them once more. The female ghost, gazing at Yōubái with a pleading look, prompted him to step forward, standing respectfully before the two emissaries, echoing the Wangsandaran's earlier greeting, "Greetings, esteemed sirs. May I inquire if you are familiar with the ghostly envoy Yōubái?" The elder ghost emissary merely cast a fleeting glance at Yōubái, then dismissively shook his head, stating, "I do not know her. There are many emissaries in the underworld, each with distinct duties. Not all are acquainted." And Yōubái acknowledged this. Realizing her initial plan was futile, with no other recourse, she resorted to her second strategy. Retrieving 2 jars of monkey wine from her pack and placing them on the offering table, deliberately opening one to let the fragrant aroma waft through the air. "These fine wines are for you both, as a token of appreciation for your arduous journey." This female ghost, whose past remains a blur, suffered a tragic fate. If it is not too much trouble, could you allow her a glimpse of her adversary's fate? The elder ghost emissary, enticed by the scent of the monkey wine, maintained an air of aloofness, yet subtly nodded in acquiescence. "She may have a look, but let this not become a precedent." "Thank you both. I truly appreciate your kindness." And Yōubái replied, personally extending the jar with both hands. The young ghost emissary, unable to resist the allure of the wine, eagerly reached out to accept it under the elder's watchful gaze. In that fleeting moment, their hands brushed, igniting an unexpected spark. The young emissary lifted his gaze, momentarily locking eyes with Yōubái before hurriedly pulling the elder aside, whispering something urgently. The elder ghost emissary scrutinized Yōubái's face for a prolonged moment, his expression transforming from stoic to one of gentle warmth. Chapter 101. The Eldest Sister, Ghost Hunting with Offspring. The Lord of the Grievance Court and the Flower Madman. The elder ghost emissary felt a pang of bitterness within, yet he maintained an unwaveringly warm smile, his voice now tinged with caution. Why was this not mentioned earlier? Which esteemed figure endorsed her? And Yōubái regarded them with curiosity, recalling her earlier mention of Yōubái. As she prepared to reiterate, the elder ghost emissary chuckled awkwardly. "Yōubái, is it? Which court does she serve in the underworld?" "I am unaware of her specific position, but I do know she is a vengeful spirit, not one to smile often, and has cultivated her powers for over 3,000 years. With each word Yōubái spoke, the elder's complexion paled further until, upon concluding, his face resembled a sheet of flour. He lowered his gaze, barely audible. Is she not the one serving under the Lord of the Grievance Court in the Northern Realm? That lengthy title left Yōubái genuinely perplexed. Having not heard Yōubái mention it, she could only shake her head. She has not revealed such details to me. I'm not quite informed. Upon hearing the elder's revelation, the young ghost emissary gasped in shock, staring wide-eyed at Yōubái. Is she not the one responsible for the massacre of nearly 80,000 lives? A veritable harbinger of doom. Before the young emissary could finish, the elder swiftly elbowed him, prompting realization of his impropriety, and he promptly lowered his head, exclaiming, my apologies. And Yōubái was taken aback by Yōubái's notoriety in the underworld, sensing that many feared her. Reflecting on whether it was indeed the same Yōubái, she recalled her words about committing a grave mistake in her quest for vengeance, now striving to make amends. Their last encounter had also involved matters concerning the Ghost Gate. Have you encountered Huayang? The young ghostly attendant's lips quivered slightly as he took a tentative step back. The elder ghostly attendant chuckled mockingly, his smile momentarily wavering. Is this the woman brought back by Yin Dian? With her white hair and rather irritable temperament, she immobilizes her opponents with talismans at the slightest provocation and then unleashes thunderous strikes. And Yōubái gazed at the two with confusion. Aren't ghosts afraid of thunder? How could Huayang summon lightning? Besides, she is in poor health, struggling to walk. White hair. The last time she left, Huayang didn't have white hair. Surely, it cannot be the same person. The young, ghostly attendant chimed in. She is not a ghost, but rather a half-human, half-ghost. It seems she has learned some Taoist techniques. Who would dare to provoke her? This revelation bore a resemblance to Huayang. Yet upon further reflection, and Yōubái found it implausible. Huayang is in such frail condition that I could easily knock her to the ground. Why would anyone fear her? Upon hearing Yōubái's words, the young ghostly attendant promptly retreated another step. If this is indeed Huayang, who has studied Taoist arts and is brought back by Yin Dian, then must be her. After uttering this, he stepped back once more, feeling a tremor in his heart. This girl appeared polite and courteous. Yet she dared to confront Huayang. She might be formidable in her own right. It would be wise to keep a distance. Once Yōubái realized she was not mistaken, her spirits lifted, and she cheerfully bowed once more. Please convey a message to Huayang for me. I have fulfilled her request, and by the ancient peach tree, I shall always watch over her. Upon hearing that she intended to seek out Huayang, the elder ghostly attendant trembled involuntarily. He dared not refuse, fearing the consequences if Huayang learned he had not gone. With a resigned nod, he asked, "What other instructions do you have?" "None," she replied. "If it is convenient, please inform Yunyao that Yōubái is doing well, just as she wished." And Yōubái smiled with delight, knowing Yunyao only wished for her to live happily. And she was determined to achieve that. The elder ghost's head drooped almost to his chest, realizing it was best not to inquire further. The girl was here for a purpose, and he hesitated, glancing at the onlooking Taoists who were astonished by the exchange. And Yōubái smiled nonchalantly. "I have matters to attend to." The elder ghost immediately understood, producing a small token and respectfully presenting it. "This territory is under our jurisdiction. Should you require anything, do not hesitate to seek us." Gratefully accepting the token, and Yōubái nodded with a smile. "Thank you, esteemed brothers. If you have any preferences, I shall prepare more next time." "Not at all." The two ghostly attendants retreated into the cave, which vanished in an instant. At the bridge, 100 meters from Yuan Dian, the young ghostly attendant grasped the elder's sleeve, his voice trembling. "Brother, do we really have to go? That is Huayang." Before he could finish, the elder ghost slapped him on the head. "Be quiet. Think before you speak. Is she someone you can call out to? Do you wish to be struck by lightning?" "No, I just spoke without thinking. Please don't hit me." Just then a soft, weak female voice floated over. "Are you here for me? You're referring to Huayang, aren't you?" The two ghosts turned to see Huayang leaning against the bridge. Her white hair fluttering gently in the wind, her complexion pale, resembling a ghost more than they did. She swayed gently as she approached them. The elder ghost trembled, immediately bowing deeply, disregarding everything Yōubái had said as he relayed her message in haste, thinking only of leaving as quickly as possible. When Huayang was in a frenzy, she would dare confront anyone, especially those beneath the rank of Dian, who could not match her strength. After a moment, Huayang steadied herself, and her ethereal voice resonated once more. "Repeat that." The elder ghost quickly recited the message again. Upon hearing it, Huayang's face broke into a gentle smile. By the ancient peach tree, it truly is a place that Master and the senior brothers would enjoy. How wonderful! The elder ghost then conveyed the message for Yunyao, and Huayang nodded in agreement. "I will pass on your words. You need not cross the bridge." The two ghosts sighed in relief. The Yuan Sea was filled with resentment, and ordinary ghosts dared not approach. Lingering too long amidst that aura would cloud their minds. It was best to avoid such places. As they turned to leave, Huayang's voice called out once more. "What does she want from you?" After listening to the explanations from the two ghosts, Huayang nodded. "If she calls for you again, let me know." "Yes, certainly." In chapter 102, and Yōubái, standing by the riverbank, smiled faintly under the curious gazes of the Taoists, choosing not to elaborate on her circumstances. Some matters could not be easily explained. so it was simpler to maintain an air of aloofness and allow them to speculate. As expected, once Yōubái departed, the Taoists erupted in astonished chatter behind her. Did I see that correctly? That ghostly attendant was so accommodating? Indeed, I saw it too. What is this Yuan Si Dian they mentioned? Is it a place for vengeful spirits? I don't know, but must be where the resentful ghosts are kept. Master, is that white girl really that capable? The questioning Taoist smiled gently. Make sure to tidy everything up. Don't leave anything behind. Turning to the elder Taoist, he inquired, Friend, do you know about this white girl's abilities? The elder Taoist, still shaken, gazed in the direction Yōubái had departed and recounted all he knew, particularly awed by her prowess in summoning thunder. And Yōubái remained unaffected by their discussions. Her mission was to care for her younger siblings and ensure their safe departure, after which her life would return to tranquility. As autumn unfolded, the villagers were busier than ever. After the harvest, an unexpected visitor arrived at the small courtyard, an esteemed matchmaker. Lu Mei Po was renowned in the area for her silver tongue, having facilitated countless unions that generally thrived. Thus, those seeking her services often found themselves in long queues. Upon seeing Lu Mei Po's beaming face, Yōubái couldn't help but blink in surprise, nearly choking on her own saliva. Could you repeat that? Miss Bai, I am here to propose a match for your younger sister, Bai Jing. And Yōubái turned to her younger sister, who was standing nearby, suddenly realizing that she was already 16. According to the customs of this world, she was indeed of marrying age. However, due to their family's difficulties, no suitors had come forward until now. Over the past year, their situation had improved, yet Yōubái had not contemplated this matter at all. In her world, 16 was still considered underage. Marrying, having children, she had never given it a thought. However, with the matchmaker's words, she lowered her gaze, pondering whether the original owner of this body would wish for her sister to marry. In the prevailing attitude of village life, women found happiness through marriage and establishing their own families. I want to marry. I want to stay home and take care of my siblings. Bai Jing was the first to react, standing up and bowing to Lu Mei Po. Thank you, but I want to marry. Lu Mei Po smiled kindly, her eyes reflecting understanding. Miss Bai, please listen to what I have to say about the family in question. If you're not satisfied, I shall take my leave. No matter who it is, I still want to marry. Bai Jing declared firmly, her head bowed. Lu Mei Po, undeterred, proceeded to detail the background of the prospective suitor before the three sisters. The individual you all know is none other than Zhang Jia from the eastern end of your village, specifically referring to their eldest son, Zhang Kai. That lad is renowned as a fine young man throughout the 10 miles and 8 townships. It is he, and Yōubái pondered this in her heart, recalling some semblance of recognition, yet she had never considered that he might harbor affections for her younger sister. Turning to Bai Jing, she found her equally astonished, indicating that no prior arrangements had been made. Meanwhile, Lu Mei Po, sporting a jubilant smile, continued to elaborate on the circumstances. The Zhang family is indeed respectable, owning 2 shops in the city, with each of their sons assigned one. This arrangement has been solidified. Aunt Zhang, whom you have met, is known for her straightforward temperament. She has stated that once married, there is no need to reside with them. You may live in the city and return at your leisure. As for Zhang Laopei, his character is beyond reproach. Having built his fortune independently without the aid of relatives, he is evidently a person of discernment. He has also suggested that if the second young lady harbors concerns for her siblings, they could all reside together, simply adding a few pairs of chopsticks. However, considering Bai Dejun's capabilities, it is likely she would not find their family appealing, hence my role in facilitating this union. It is evident that Zhang de Gongzi genuinely admires the second young lady, having declared before his parents that should he treat her poorly in the future, Bai Dejun is to break his legs. I have never encountered such sincerity otherwise. Bai Dejun and Air June could take their time to reflect and need not respond today. Please deliberate thoroughly, and I shall return in a few days. The Zhang family members are commendable, and Zhang de Gong Zi truly cherishes Air June, making this a fortunate match. As Yōubái bid farewell to the matchmaker, she discreetly slipped her a piece of silver, and Lu Mei Po departed with a beaming countenance. That evening, Dinner at the Bai household was unusually quiet, with not a single word exchanged, leaving Yōubái feeling somewhat out of place. After the meal, she called the four of them, believing this matter warranted serious discussion. After all, this world is not the era she is accustomed to. Upon completing her task, she could leave, but they four must genuinely live here. After much deliberation, it was concluded that Zhang Kai is indeed a commendable individual. Yet Bai Jing, the person most affected, still wished to contemplate further, and Yōubái refrained from further persuasion. How to live their lives should be determined by her own volition. You cannot force a cow to drink water. However, that very night, she was awakened by sounds from outside the courtyard, pondering which reckless thief dared to intrude upon her home. Quietly, she prepared to confront the intruder unexpectedly, when from the entrance came the hushed voice of her younger brother, Bai Ning Ping, urging silence to avoid waking their elder sister. The four then stealthily exited, lanterns unlit. What was happening? And Yōubái secretly followed behind them. The group proceeded in darkness for a considerable distance before lighting their lanterns, and, guided by the flickering flame, they made their way to the riverbank. There, they set down their belongings and burned paper money. In the pitch-black night, soft voices drifted with the wind. Elder sister, we know you worry about us. We are all doing well now. Elder sister, rest assured, life is improving. Little sister has learned to embroider many things. Elder sister, both I and little brother are attending school, and he is excelling. Elder sister, I have received much praise from the teacher. You need not worry. I will study diligently. Elder sister, you are concerned for me, wishing for my marriage, correct? Zhang Kai is a good man. The Zhang family is composed of good people. Did you select him for me? And Yōubái did not step forward. She was unaware of when her presence had been revealed. Yet, the attitude of these four towards her had never changed. Had she not discovered this secret today, she might have completed her task without realizing that, from an early stage, they had discerned that she was not the original person. Turning back to her room, she lay down once more, resolved to fulfill this task for the original owner with utmost sincerity. The following day, Bai Jing visited Zhang's family on her own, and upon returning home, she agreed to their proposal. From that point on, and Yōubái found herself exceedingly overwhelmed with the ensuing preparations. She had never anticipated that the marriage formalities in ancient times could be so convoluted, with each step steeped in significance and fraught with complexity, leaving no room for carelessness. Were it not for Aunt Lu and the eldest daughter-in-law from the village chief's family consistently checking in on her, and Yōubái felt certain she would have been utterly incapable of managing it. Truly, it was exceedingly challenging. After the new year, the auspicious day for the wedding arrived, and Yōubái prepared a dowry for her second sister, Bai Jing, comprising 36 sedan chairs, along with 36 acres of land and a house in the city, sending Bai Jing off to her marriage. The villagers had only known of Bai Dejun's capabilities, yet through this marriage, they realized her true prowess. In a mere year, she had managed to assemble such an impressive dowry for her sister. Not a soul uttered a word of envy, for everyone understood that it was her genuine talent. Madame Feng gifted a box of jewelry as a congratulatory present, while the elderly steward from the estate delivered 5 large trunks. And Ma personally presented a safety talisman, an unassuming jade pendant that shimmered faintly with golden light, and Yōubái received it with solemn hands. Expressing her gratitude to Ma and privately instructed Bai Jing, little sister, carry this pendant with you at all times. With it, you shall be assured of safety. This must not be given away. Bai Jing regarded the plain jade pendant, which, in terms of quality and size, could not be compared to the one gifted by Madame Feng. Yet her elder sister had chosen to emphasize its importance. Bai Jing accepted it earnestly, tucking it close to her person, gently nodding, "Elder sister, I shall remember." Bai Jing kept the jade pendant with her until the day she passed away, holding it tightly in her hand as she gazed at her gathered descendants. Reflecting on her elder sister's admonition, she sighed wistfully, "Elder sister, I have heeded your words and carried this throughout my life. Thank you. I have truly lived a safe and happy life." After sending her second sister Bai Jing off, little sister Bai Ning locked herself in her room and wept bitterly, then quietly began to undertake the daily tasks her second sister had performed while at home. Time flowed swiftly as the two younger brothers excelled in their studies, passing the preliminary examinations to become scholars. Over the course of 3 years, the eldest sister Bai Jing had given birth to a son and was now expecting a second child, hoping for a daughter. The youngest brother Bai Peng, having achieved the status of scholar, also became engaged to the daughter of a Jinshi, a spirited match that pleased Bai Peng. The younger siblings were now 12 years old, yet Yōubái continued to receive no notifications regarding the completion of her task, compelling her to persist in caring for her siblings in this world. During this time, the Taoist priest from the back mountain visited her several times, always offering assistance, which she never declined. The peach grove on the mountainside had flourished, and the village's winery had officially commenced operations. Adjacent to the peach grove, a small courtyard had been constructed, wherein Yōubái would spend a few days whenever she had the opportunity. Gradually, this peach grove gained recognition due to the youngest brother's reputation for excelling in his studies at such a tender age. When the peach blossoms bloomed, numerous scholars would visit the grove to revel in its beauty, gathering to compose poetry and discuss their studies, resulting in a wealth of exquisite works. In the following year, after both Bai brothers concurrently passed the provincial examinations, the peach grove's popularity surged further. Dismal news reached the capital, indicating that the old emperor had fallen ill, and tensions at the borders were escalating, with threats of invasion looming. War was imminent. During this tense period, the court became divided into two factions, one advocating for war, the other for peace. The peace faction argued that war would only lead to suffering for the people and disrupt the stability of the court. Conversely, the war faction contended that with enemies at the gates, advocating for peace was tantamount to inviting further aggression. As a result of this discord, the provincial examinations were postponed, and Yōubái listened intently as her two brothers analyzed the current situation in the study, her gaze drifting to her little sister, who was embroidering a handkerchief, her mind wandering to what they might have for dinner that evening. 5 months later, a matter she believed to be utterly unrelated to her life found its way to her doorstep. The reason was both simple and peculiar. Every envoy sent for peace negotiations would fall gravely ill upon arriving at the border. Initially, when just 1 or 2 experienced this affliction, it was dismissed as mere acclimatization issues. However, when 5 negotiators from the peace faction succumbed to the same fate, suspicion began to brew. Whispers of conspiracy echoed through the court, with accusations that the war faction was behind this, intent on hindering peace talks. The war faction, comprising predominantly soldiers, preferred action over words, leading to chaos and unrest within the court and at the borders, an ominous sign indeed. Among those who sought her counsel were not only the Taoist Wenxin, but also the elderly steward of the estate. It was then that Yōubái realized that residing within that grand estate was the royal tutor, once a mentor to the emperor and the current crown prince. He had personally suggested that Yōubái investigate the matter. Accompanying them were 3 men, attired in plain clothing devoid of adornments, yet their poise was unmistakable. Yōubái merely acknowledged their presence with a glance, opting instead to address Wenxin directly after hearing the steward's account. "Have you visited the site? Please elaborate on what transpired." Wenxin's usually composed demeanor was replaced with an unusual seriousness. "I have investigated thoroughly, yet the cause remains elusive. There are no malevolent spirits at play, nor is there any spectral energy. The area is a battlefield, replete with oppressive yang energy, making it difficult to discern the root of the issue." After reflecting on Wenxin's words, Yōubái inquired, "Have you confirmed that it is not the result of human interference?" The steward glanced at the trio accompanying him before nodding affirmatively. "We are certain it is not a man-made affliction. The moment any envoy departs the confines of the border city, they recover without any treatment, yet upon re-entering, they succumb again within the hour. This pattern holds true for every envoy, without exception." Chapter 104. The eldest sister confronts spirits while caring for children. 22. An enigmatic and baffling phenomenon, the steward's description painted a truly bizarre picture. Were it not for the gravity of the national situation, one might suspect a charade. "So, you wish for me to investigate?" Yōubái raised an eyebrow, intrigued by the oddity of the situation and questioning why these individuals believed she could resolve it. The steward bowed deeply, his voice thick with earnestness. I implore you, esteemed by Darren, for the tranquility of the populace, please take on this arduous task. These are the exact words of my master. His voice quivered with emotion, expressing that had his master been physically able, he would have come in person to beseech her. And Yōubái assisted the steward to his feet and glanced at Wenxin. She was reluctant to undertake this task, but it seemed she had little choice. Outside, the valiant soldiers exuded an air of urgency, while the trio observed her closely, likely with plans to persuade her through both courtesy and force should she refuse. With a wry smile, she firmly declined her two younger brothers' request to accompany her, took the bundle prepared by her younger sister, and earnestly advised them, "Do not worry about me. Take care of yourselves. Your elder sister will ensure your safety. Remember that." With tears in their eyes, the trio responded in unison. "We will remember, elder sister." By the time her second sister, Bai Jing, received word and returned from the city, and Yōubái and her companions had already embarked on their journey along the official road. The carriage moved swiftly without any jarring bumps, making the ride quite bearable. However, the prolonged duration of travel began to wear on in Yōubái, leading to moments of boredom. The trio, accompanying her, consistently scrutinized her during rest stops or while changing horses. Yet she refrained from inquiring about their identities. The elderly steward, having brought his son along due to his own age, maintained a respectful demeanor toward Yōubái throughout the journey. Thus, after half a month of travel, the group arrived at the border city, traversing through the night and changing horses frequently. Upon entering the city, Yōubái was led directly to the residence of the peace negotiators. Unfortunately, despite her thorough inspection of the premises, she found nothing amiss. There was not a trace of malevolent energy, nor even a hint of spectral presence, exactly as Wenxin had described. 2 days passed without any findings, leading to mounting anxiety among the group. The imminent threat of foreign invasion and the instability within the court heightened tensions to a breaking point. "Are you capable or not? Spare us your indecision," shouted a young officer stationed at the border, unable to contain his frustration as he pounded the table. Some within the room attempted to restrain him, while others cast disapproving glances at Yōubái, muttering disparaging remarks about her perceived ineffectiveness. "Indeed, she speaks grandly, yet after 2 days we have seen no results. This is merely a waste of our time." The senior general in command remained silent, and the trio simply sat quietly, lost in thought. And Yōubái surveyed the group and stood, prompting Wenxin to step in front of her. "My lady, he lacks understanding. Do not let his words provoke you," he urged softly. And Yōubái smiled, patting Wenxin's arm as she moved to exit. "I am not angry. Those who guard our homeland are deserving of respect. I merely wish to explore the area outside the city." "I will accompany you," Wenxin declared without hesitation, following her out. "With the presence of barbarian forces, it is unsafe for you to venture out like this," cautioned the young officer, who had raised his voice earlier, as he watched them leave. The senior general quickly rallied his men to follow, and the trio hastily joined them. And Yōubái, brandishing the border city's pass, made her way smoothly outside. The desolation of the landscape grew more pronounced as they ventured further, with the oppressive energy intensifying, a stark reminder of the battlefield's violence. Faint echoes of battle cries danced in the air, fleeting like whispers carried by the wind. Upon hearing hurried footsteps behind her, and Yōubái turned to see the general and his entourage catching up. She nodded reassuringly. "Do not worry, General. I shall not stray far." The general, however, wore a stern expression as he replied gravely, "This is a battlefield. It is unwise to linger. We should return to the city." As Yōubái prepared to turn back, she thought she heard a sound nearby, but it vanished as quickly as it came. She turned her gaze toward Wenxin, her eyes narrowing in contemplation. "Did you hear something?" Wenxin, recognizing the seriousness of her inquiry, took a deep breath, closed his eyes, and sat cross-legged. After some time, he opened his eyes, looking at Yōubái with uncertainty. "I'm not entirely sure. It was fleeting, reminiscent of wind or distant shouts, but it always dissipates too swiftly." And Yōubái nodded, having perceived something similar. After a moment of reflection, she ventured further in the direction of the battlefield, seated herself on the ground, and closed her eyes, focusing on her breathing. The atmosphere was quiet, and those who wished to speak were silenced by the general's intervention. The crowd remained silent, quietly sitting down with the old general, observing the closed eyes of Yōubái and the Wenxin Taoist. Despite their anxious expressions, not a single sound emerged to disrupt the concentration of the two individuals. Thus, they sat in tranquility from dawn until dusk, until Yōubái finally opened her eyes and gently uttered two words, "Shouju." The Wenxin Taoist acknowledged her words with a nod, affirming that he too had heard those exact words, albeit with uncertainty. The young general, having sat idly throughout the day, eagerly shouted upon hearing these words. What does that even mean? Every time the barbarians attack the city, we shout "Shouju." What else would we say? He rolled his eyes dramatically, and Yōubái directed a serious inquiry towards the seated soldiers. Do we shout "Shouju" whenever we resist? The young general, still brimming with indignation, was about to respond when the old general raised a hand to interrupt him. The old general regarded Yōubái with a solemn nod, affirming, "Yes. We must hold this city to ensure the safety of our people. We must repel the barbarians here to interrupt their invasion, allowing those behind us to live in peace." After listening to the old general, Yōubái nodded in understanding and took a deep breath. For the first time in many days, she addressed the trio accompanying her. Does the peace-seeking faction demand the abandonment of this border city? Upon hearing this, the trio immediately tensed. Who told you that? The negotiations haven't even begun. Only the chief negotiator knows this condition. They bombarded her with questions. How did you know? Who informed you? Yōubái rose from the ground with a gentle sigh. Then it must be true. As she turned to leave, the old general, eyes ablaze with disbelief, shouted at the trio, "Preposterous! Who suggested abandoning this place? Generations of our people have defended it. Have you ever considered why? If we relinquish this position, the barbarians could invade at any time, for it is their prime supply route. Have you ever thought about that?" Just as the old general seemed ready to confront the trio, physically, a soldier rushed forward, restraining him with all his might. "General, do not act rashly. Please calm yourself. Why are you all just standing there? Come help." Amidst his shouts, several soldiers joined in, managing to pull the old general aside. One of the trio stepped forward to shield Yōubái, while the other two positioned themselves protectively around him. Ignoring the chaos around them, the man stared intently at Yōubái, his expression tense as he asked, "Have you identified the root of the problem? Is there a solution?" Yōubái glanced at the trio, then at the disappointed faces of the soldiers and the old general. She gazed up at the moon and shook her head, releasing a long sigh. "I have discovered the root, but I cannot resolve it." With the crowd's puzzled expressions fixed upon her, she slowly elucidated, her heart heavy with melancholy. "This is a matter of conviction. It is not merely an individual's. It is the collective resolve of all the soldiers who have steadfastly guarded this place. An unwavering commitment passed down through countless generations, a conviction that persists even in the face of death. They are determined to protect this land, ensuring that the enemy does not infiltrate. This conviction has gathered the strength of the people, enduring through the years to safeguard those behind them. Perhaps it is no longer merely a conviction, but should be termed faith, a faith they have sworn to uphold for years, unwavering in its essence. This power, accumulated over the years, cannot be shattered by mere mortal strength. I cannot conceive of any means to break it. Observing the varied reactions of the crowd, she understood the truth of the matter, regardless of their belief in her words. She knew that the subsequent issues lay beyond her capacity to resolve. National matters must fall into the hands of the capable, and it was time for her to return home. The following morning, as she prepared to inquire with the young steward about their return, she encountered the same young soldier from the previous day, standing in her courtyard. Upon seeing Yōubái, he immediately changed his demeanor, bowing respectfully and sincerely apologizing. "I am sorry for my attitude yesterday. Please forgive me." He extended a horsewhip towards her, adding, "You may punish me as you see fit." And Yōubái chuckled at his earnestness, suppressing a smile, and raised her hand to unleash a thunderstrike. "Punishment? I won't do that. However, I can certainly demonstrate this." With a resounding crack, the young soldier watched the shattered stones on the ground, his eyes wide, swallowing hard. His hands trembling as he gazed at Yōubái, his lips quivering as he stammered, I. Hearing the commotion, the Wenqin Taoist emerged from the room and, upon witnessing the scene, laughed. "My lady, you need not jest with him. Look how frightened he is." And Yōubái smiled and patted his arm. "I was merely teasing. You shouted at me yesterday, so I thought I'd defrighten you today. Now we are even." The young soldier finally exhaled, laughing nervously. What began as a trivial incident unexpectedly held significant consequences. Just as Yōubái had arranged with the young steward for their return journey the next day, the trio approached her directly. Inside the old general's hall, they presented a proposed plan, astonishingly suggesting that Yōubái utilize her thunder strike to masquerade as divine will, intimidating the barbarians. The barbarians' intentions for the city were not innocent. However, with the current uncertainty surrounding the imperial court and the old emperor's declining health, there was a reluctance to engage in warfare. Furthermore, should conflict arise, it would undoubtedly lead to devastating consequences, and in such a tumultuous time, the outcome remained uncertain. The barbarians sought wealth and were planning for future assaults. Everyone understood this. Yet the pressing question remained: how could they delay their advances? Why not establish a border market? Create a trade hub for free exchange? Wouldn't that be beneficial? As a person of the modern world, Yōubái recognized that free trade is a monumental advancement for economic growth. Once life becomes stable and prosperous, how many would genuinely risk their lives? This was a topic of discussion, but the barbarians insisted on opening the market within the city, hence their demand for the abandonment of the border city. The old general rebutted without hesitation, "Absolutely not. It must be established outside the city. If they show any hostility, we must be able to fortify our defenses. After all these years of conflict, we know their intentions." However, this condition would certainly be rejected by the barbarians. The challenge was how to persuade them to accept it. After hours of deliberation, no resolution was reached, and Yōubái exited the meeting as darkness enveloped the sky. The Wenqin Taoist approached her, stating, "My lady, though we as outsiders ought not to concern ourselves with worldly affairs, it is indeed the common people who will suffer should war erupt." And Yōubái perceived the counsel in his words, recalling the saying, "In prosperity, the people suffer. In ruin, the people suffer." Bathed in moonlight, and Yōubái quietly asked, "Do you wish for me to take action?" "My lady, as practitioners of the way, our primary concern is to maintain harmony and ensure peace for this region. I do not wish to impose upon you. I merely ask that you consider this carefully," the Wenqin Taoist replied, bowing deeply before departing. On the eve of the peace talks, the trio once again appeared in Yōubái's door, cloaked in the darkness of night. Without a lantern, save for the dim light of the moon. "Miss Bai," one of them began, but was abruptly interrupted by Yōubái. "Tomorrow, I shall persuade the barbarian to believe in the existence of deities. You need not worry. Once this task is completed, a monument will be erected outside the city, where we shall annually pay homage to the valiant warriors who perished in battle. Those who died far from home, yet remained steadfast to their oaths, must not be forgotten. Bai Gunyang, I do not wish to know who you are. Tomorrow, I shall fully cooperate with your endeavors." Chapter 106. The eldest sister captures ghosts with children. The day for negotiations had finally arrived, and the weather was splendid. The sun shone brightly in the sky, and a gentle breeze wafted through the air. The envoys from both sides sat upon the former battlefield, shielded by their respective armies at a distance of 100 meters. Commencing discussion. Regrettably, as anticipated, this dialogue proved to be a mere waste of time, destined for failure. Under the subtle prompting from the trio, Yōubái emerged from the ranks of her army. Before the barbarian envoy and the multitude, she donned the shark scale robe bestowed upon her by the merfolk. With each step she took, lightning struck down, creating a tempest of thunder and lightning around her, preventing anyone from approaching. The garment shimmered with iridescent brilliance beneath the sun. As she gracefully approached the negotiation table, raising her hand, she unleashed a formidable thunderbolt, instantly enveloping the area between the two armies in a cacophony of thunder and lightning, rendering all present speechless. With a wave, she summoned the twilight skylark, ascending into the air amidst a cascade of radiant light. Looking down at the barbarian envoy, she inquired, "Will you agree? What if you refuse?" The response was 5 consecutive thunderbolts, each closer than the last, aimed toward the barbarian forces. The envoy immediately shouted, "I agree," calmly, and Yōubái turned, and the ship soared back toward the city, with subsequent negotiations proceeding unexpectedly smoothly. Later, outside the city, as per Yōubái's request, a stone monument was erected. That night, as the monument was completed, a surge of ghostly energy ascended into the heavens. When Xiandao Ren rushed toward Yōubái in a frenzy, initially expecting some significant matter. However, upon arrival, they beheld countless specters clad in soldier armor swirling around the monument. Most of them wandered aimlessly, some on the verge of dissipating. One Xiandao Ren swiftly blocked the approaching crowd, warning, "Do not go near. The ghostly energy is too dense. You will fall gravely ill." The crowd stood at a distance, watching as Yōubái produced a black talisman, conjuring a dark void beside the monument. Moments later, 2 spirits emerged from the black hole, and to their astonishment, the figure that followed was Huayang. Upon their emergence, the 2 spirits promptly closed their eyes and raised their hands to shield them. Huayang, upon stepping forth, squinted at Yōubái and spoke in her soft, ethereal voice, delivering words that provoked a clenched fist. It has been a few days. You have indeed progressed significantly. The radiance of your merit is dazzling to my eyes." And Yōubái, bewildered, raised her hands to inspect, yet saw nothing. Huayang chuckled softly, "Do not look. You cannot see it. This merit light may be comparable to that of my 4th senior brother." "What of your master?" And Yōubái inquired curiously. Huayang dismissed her with a look of disdain, her eyes laced with sarcasm. "He pales in comparison to my eldest senior brother by an unquantifiable margin. How dare you even compare him to my master?" Disregarding her mockery, and Yōubái sincerely smiled. "How have you been? Is Yin Yao well? How did you come to be here?" Upon hearing the news she conveyed, Huayang replied, "She could not come due to certain matters. So I came to check on you. Rest assured, we are both well. What are you doing here, gathering so many restless souls?" And Yōubái quickly clarified her intentions, explaining that she merely wished to ensure that the fallen soldiers could have someone to honor them, preventing their spirits from wandering aimlessly in the world without a path home. To her surprise, they had all gathered here. Upon hearing this, the old ghostly envoy stepped forward, bowing respectfully. "By Gunyang, Huarun, you may converse freely. We shall handle these matters." With that, the 2 specters positioned themselves at the gates of the underworld, guiding the wandering spirits one by one into the realm beyond. Huayang regarded Yōubái with glimmering eyes, tinged with anticipation and excitement, as she detailed the burial sites of their comrades, the peach tree immortal, and the diminutive ginseng essence from that time. Tears welled up in Huayang's eyes. Thank you," observing when Xiandao ran from a distance. And Yōubái cautiously asked, "Huayang, might you spare me a few of your thunder talismans?" Huayang handed over a stack. "Are you planning to gift them? You likely have no use for them yourself." "Indeed, I have made the acquaintance of several Taoists in this world, who are quite admirable, though their skills are limited. I wish to leave them something for self-preservation after my departure. This is for you. My sect has lost its lineage. Perhaps these talismans can aid more individuals in this world to survive. I thank you on their behalf. There is no need for thanks. This book cannot be copied. In a century, it shall vanish, and how much they comprehend in the meantime depends on their own abilities." "Splendid. I have some wine here. Let us drink while we wait for them to finish." "What wine is it?" "It is brewed by the monkey tribe, called monkey wine. It is quite delightful." "Indeed, it is splendid. Do you have more? Please give me a few barrels to take back for Yin Yao to taste." "Yes, does she drink? I always thought she abstained." "How about 20 barrels? "Perfect. She drinks occasionally. This wine is truly delightful." Their drinking session concluded just as the 2 ghostly envoys were on the verge of fainting from exhaustion. Watching Huayang vanish into the gates of the underworld, and Yōubái felt warmth on her cheeks, her mind blissfully intoxicated by a singular thought. With the merit you possess now, not to mention the ability to avert misfortune, it suffices. The following murmurs from Huayang echoed. "If my master and senior brothers did not wish to save the people of this city, they could easily retreat unscathed. yet foolishly insist on rescuing them. How I miss them. And Yōubái returned home, establishing a quiet chamber beside the peach grove, inviting several familiar Taoists, and placing that talisman book upon the table. Study it well. How much you can comprehend depends on your efforts. One Exen Dao ran open the first page and immediately looked up, astonished by Guignon. This is from that night. Indeed, this book is merely on loan for a century. The rest is up to your diligence. When Xin Dao Zen stood up, bowing deeply, Tangdu, Bai Gu Niang. In the years that followed, this quiet chamber became the most coveted place for Taoists. The border city thrived, and a statue of a resplendent goddess stood amidst a sea of radiant light. The people of the border town knew that it was because of this goddess that their city enjoyed peace and stability. And Yōubái observed her eldest brother wed. Her younger brother recognized for his scholarly prowess, and her younger sister marrying someone she adored. Her eldest sister's children had begun their studies, yet her own mission remained unfulfilled. It was not until she bid farewell to Ma Popa, with Dinyo fainting in grief at the memorial hall, that she caught a fleeting glimpse of Huang Tian Wang outside the window. That evening, Yōubái arrived at the riverbank where her original self had perished. Sitting on the shore with wine in hand, lamenting to the gently flowing waters, you wish for me to safeguard them throughout their lives, do you not? Very well. I hope you can find peace. In the next life, remember to seek something for yourself. Do not always think of others. Each person must live a little more for themselves in their lifetime. Chapter 107. The eldest sister captures ghosts with children, returning to reality, and Yōubái had believed she would linger in this world for an extended period, until her 4 siblings had aged. However, on the very next day after her younger brother by Ning Ping's engagement, she received a system notification. B-rank task. The eldest sister's quest for survival completed. Departure possible at any time. Leaving without notifying anyone, she penned letters for each of her 4 siblings, and quietly exited the game. They had long been aware of the truth, and would assuredly live earnestly for the sake of their eldest sister's hopes. Shortly after her departure, the old emperor's health fluctuated before he ultimately passed away. Upon ascending the throne, the new emperor conferred upon her the title of guardian goddess of the nation, commissioning the construction of a temple dedicated to her by the edge of the peach blossom grove. Ziwen and Lingwu. Do you think she suspected our true identities at that time? The new emperor stood in his study, casting a sidelong glance out the window, his gaze seemingly lost in distant memories. The 2 ministers seated in the hall, one a scholar and the other a military official, lowered their heads upon being addressed by the emperor, claiming ignorance but speculating that she might not have perceived the truth as they imagined. The new emperor chuckled and sighed. Indeed, with her capabilities, what in this world could capture her interest? The Book of Talismans lay in the quiet room, open to all practitioners, rotating every 3 months. In the century that followed, regardless of the tumultuous changes in the court, the destinies of the 2 brothers from the Bai family remained unaffected. Congratulations to player and Yōubái for successfully completing the B-level mission, the eldest sister's survival with children. Your performance has been rated as excellent, and the rewards for completion have been issued. Please log into the app to check. Every 10 days, there will be a game. We guarantee that you will never feel bored again. Remember our gaming philosophy. Cherish life and banish boredom. And Yōubái rose to stretch, feeling increasingly fatigued with each game session. She picked up her phone, opened the app, and checked the mission status. Current points, 1558. Mission reward, 1 intermediate card. The 500 points from the B-level mission had been credited, and the intermediate card was safely stored in her backpack. As she opened her backpack and prepared to use the card, she lamented the absence of any cards or skills from this round, grumbling about the excessive number of S cards she had previously acquired. Was it too stingy to receive nothing this time? She hoped for an intermediate upgrade card, which she desperately needed. Repeating intermediate upgrade card in her mind, she clicked on the card, and amidst a burst of blue light, an intermediate upgrade card indeed appeared. Her wish was granted. Her mood instantly lifted, and she promptly placed it onto the Qianbian Wanhua, finally ready for an upgrade. Qianbian Wanhua, skill card. Advanced upgradable. Usage instructions. Usable up to 10 times within a single day. Skill description. Can conjure items from your imagination to clear your vision. The more realistic the conjured items. The transformed items last for 5 hours. If only this skill could be applied in the real world, it would be extraordinarily powerful. And Yōubái chuckled, opened a can of beer, and enjoyed it alongside takeout grilled meat while browsing the discussion board filled with complaints. Why can't I transform into a guy? Must I be a girl? It drives me a bit mad. Agreed, the app is not very intelligent. Why not let the eldest brother participate? Can you believe someone proposed to me? I just want to slap them. Raising children is so challenging. Doesn't anyone else feel this? It's manageable. The 4 siblings aren't too difficult. They listen well, but resources are scarce. I almost starved at the beginning. For siblings? Aren't there 2 brothers? I have 3 sisters, no brothers. It's tough. I finally bought a house and settled down, then war broke out. My house went up in smoke. Isn't it famine? I fled with my 3 siblings. Me too. We survived on roots and tree bark. Didn't you stockpile food for the earlier rounds? Yes, but with so many people needing to use the restroom, daring to take anything out meant death. Exactly. There's no such thing as secretly eating. Anyone with a hint of food on them gets sniffed out. Well, I'm lucky I had none of that. Just a local bully who would beat us up, and I dealt with him. You all had it easy. I had ghosts to contend with. I have that too. The priest can't handle it, and every household scatters millet. Did you all pass the missions? I lived to 80, lost several siblings, and only then completed the mission. And I got rated poor. Unbelievable. I had a similar experience, but I was rated average. Then you didn't ensure the little ones had a good life. Boys were educated. Girls married well, and I received a good rating. Are there any excellent ratings? There were in A-level missions, but it's too difficult to achieve excellent in B-level tasks. Just surviving is commendable. It's tragic. The court abandoned an entire city, and we became slaves to outsiders. I'm grateful to have rated poor to pass. What a miserable pass. I went up the mountain for food and ended up rolling down, injuring my leg, and becoming a burden on my siblings, failing the mission. You who passed, what do you have to complain about? After reading the lengthy discussions, and Yōubái quietly shut her phone and lay back down. Indeed, the difficulty of B-level missions had noticeably escalated, and she wondered if the future would bring even greater challenges. During the 10 days of rest, a significant news event unfolded. An unprecedented tsunami struck the ocean, inundating a coastal island nation. Global rescue efforts were mobilized, and for days, news related to the disaster dominated every platform, remaining a trending topic. In the mobile videos, reports from officials, civilians, and rescue personnel filled the screens. As Yōubái prepared to enter the game for the 2nd time on the 10th day, the rescue efforts were still ongoing. Initially, she thought this was merely an isolated incident, but it later became clear that this was just the beginning of calamity. Chapter 108, Survival Battle 1, App. Do you have no limits? Special notice. Player in Yōubái is about to enter the C-level advancement mission. Please ensure you are adequately prepared. C-level advancement mission. Survival Battle Advancement Competition. Mission requirements. 1. Eliminate 100 types of otherworldly creatures. Or 2. Be among the last 50 survivors. Successful mission rewards. 1,000 points and a randomly selected advance card. Failure penalty. Deduction of 1,000 points. Those without sufficient points will lose 40 years of lifespan and fail the upgrade. This C-level advancement mission has 500 participants. The mission will officially commence in 5 minutes. We wish you an enjoyable experience, cherish life, and banish boredom. C-level advancement mission? And Yōubái stared blankly at the mission notification, standing in place for 3 seconds before reacting and unleashing a torrent of curses. App, are you out of your mind? Be human again. Why am I being thrust into a C-level mission? You're just trying to deduct my lifespan, aren't you? She could not comprehend why. As evidenced in the discussion board, everyone else needed to complete 5 B-level missions before progressing to C-level, yet she was treated so differently. During the B-level advancement mission, she had only completed 3 A-level tasks before being forcibly thrust into it without any explanation. Now, it was even more outrageous. She had just finished 2 B-level tasks, and they were already pushing her into a C-level advancement mission. In the previous game, this wretched app hadn't even provided her with a single card, which had never happened since she began playing. At this very moment, Deep within in Yōubai's heart, she felt an overwhelming sense of being targeted by the app. In an instant, her mind flashed back to the game in the realm of cultivation, where the system had presented a glaring line of bold, red text. How do you possess so many special items? You have been placed on a watch list. A surge of suppressed anger was igniting within her. It was evident that this wretched app was deliberately antagonizing her. Warning: player in Yōubái. Abusive language towards this app is prohibited. What? The system, which had previously been unresponsive, actually provided a reply this time. The eerie sensation left in Yōubái momentarily breathless, caught off guard as she held her breath, only to exhale 5 seconds later. A grimace crossed her lips, her irritation palpable as she continued her tirade. Then explain why I am different from others. Why has the difficulty of my tasks escalated so quickly, considering that player in Yōubái possesses cards that have reached C-level standards? You have been preemptively scheduled for the C-level advancement competition. This explanation sent in Yōubai's frustration skyrocketing to its peak as her anger flared to the surface. Trembling, she began to unleash a furious barrage of curses. Who assessed this? I earned my cards through my own efforts. They were not gifted to me. Do you even have the audacity to say that? In the last round, I didn't receive a single card. Did you withhold them? This abominable game allows for complaints. Doesn't it? I want to withdraw. I no longer wish to play. Let me exit. This app holds the final say. This ubiquitous yet shameless phrase was enough to provoke a laugh of exasperation from Yōubái. Her lips pursed in disdain, her expression laden with sarcasm. App, you truly have no boundaries. Do you possess any sense of decency? This time, the app refrained from responding, choosing instead to demonstrate the meaning of having no limits with its actions. Player in Yōubái, after multiple instances of abusive language towards the system, the waiting time has been canceled, directly entering the game. Upgrade, task, survival battle advancement competition, officially commencing. Before in Yōubái could even finish reading the second prompt, she felt a slight weightlessness in her body. This was the prelude to the game's official start. At this moment, she found herself at a loss for words. Before her eyes could fully adjust, she swiftly donned her heart's intent armor and equipped her thunder ring. The instant she opened her eyes, an ominous buzzing filled her ears, and before her stood a mosquito, its size akin to that of an adult elephant, its long proboscis aimed directly at her heart. In less than a second, all she could do was instinctively dodge, crouching down in an attempt to evade this potentially fatal attack. Unfortunately, time was too short. The blood-sucking mosquito's proboscis pierced her shoulder, sending a jolt of pain throughout her body, causing her to shudder involuntarily, her scalp tingling with agony. Reacting swiftly, she unleashed a retaliatory lightning strike. A flicker of relief coursing through her that she had narrowly avoided a hit to her heart. Otherwise, that strike might have been the end. It was a true opening kill. Simultaneously, she gritted her teeth against the pain, pushing off the ground to retreat rapidly, trying to extricate herself from the mosquito's grasp. However, whether due to the mosquito's thick skin or some peculiar trait of this otherworldly creature, her powerful lightning strike merely prompted it to stretch its wings as if it had been lightly nudged, failing to inflict any real damage or deter its bloodsucking. And Yōubái had hoped to exploit its injury to create distance, but her plan had fallen through. The mosquito's proboscis remained embedded in her shoulder, continuing to siphon her blood. In the span of 3 harrowing seconds, an unmistakable dizziness from blood loss surged through her mind. She instantly recognized the signs of excessive blood loss. Reacting swiftly, she activated her wind-fire wheel and retreated with all her strength, finally freeing her shoulder from the piercing proboscis. Just as she escaped its grasp, she retaliated with 3 lightning strikes aimed at the mosquito, all while desperately trying to distance herself from the creature. To her dismay, the urgency of the situation had left her no time to assess her surroundings, and in her frantic retreat, she collided forcefully with a large tree behind her. The impact, without any deceleration, knocked her to the ground, leaving her dazed for 2 seconds, her back ablaze with pain as darkness clouded her vision. Chapter 109. Survival Battle 2. The great battle with the blood-sucking mosquito, although in Yōubai's vision was engulfed in darkness, she was acutely aware of the precariousness of her situation. The blood-sucking mosquito could attack at any moment. Biting down on her lower lip, she forced herself to open her eyes, but everything remained a blur of gray and black. Amidst the obscurity, she heard the sound of wind stirring, sensing something approaching. Without a moment's thought, she activated her wind-fire wheel, retreating from her prone position towards the side and rear where she had collided. After managing to create a bit of distance from the mosquito, she endured the pain coursing through her body, blinked rapidly, and scrambled to her feet. As she regained her balance, her vision gradually sharpened, allowing her to discern her surroundings. Yet, there was no time nor opportunity to survey her environment. The enormous blood-sucking mosquito was once again swooping towards her, its gray, gauzy wings beating menacingly. Although the wound on her shoulder had ceased bleeding, the uncomfortable dizziness persisted, crashing over her mind like waves. Clearly, the mosquito had drained a significant amount of her blood when it punctured her shoulder. In her current state, she desperately needed just 3 seconds to sip some ginseng soup. But the massive mosquito showed no signs of granting her that reprieve. Not only was the mosquito formidable in size, but it was also remarkably swift. The distance she had just created was closed in an instant as it lunged forward with terrifying speed. With its relentless assault, it seemed determined to drain Yōubai's blood completely. Faced with such a rapid and fierce attack, Yōubái, pale and devoid of color, had no choice but to activate the wind-fire wheel and flee. This time, her only goal was to increase the distance between herself and the mosquito, hoping for a brief moment to catch her breath and sip some ginseng soup. Even just 3 seconds would suffice. The speed of the pangolin is remarkably swift. While deftly maneuvering to evade the looming trees and shrubs ahead, one must remain ever vigilant of the relentless pursuit by the voracious blood-sucking mosquito. With heightened nerves and unwavering focus, she finally managed to increase the distance between herself and the mosquito. She swiftly retrieved a sip of ginseng soup gifted by Yōubái from her backpack. Truly, it is the elixir of 9,000 years. The debilitating dizziness that had enveloped her dissipated instantaneously upon swallowing the concoction. At that moment, she felt rejuvenated, restored to her optimal state, reinvigorated. Yōubái squinted as she beheld the approaching mosquito. From her backpack, she produced the poison king spider silk and, with a decisive flick of her wrist, cast it forth. The celestial artifact proved its worth, rated at an SS level, a true testament to its formidable nature. In the fleeting moment of its release, the mosquito, seemingly perplexed, tilted its head before abruptly collapsing at a distance, mere fingerbreadths from Yōubái. Utilizing the poison king spider silk for the first time instilled a sense of uncertainty within her, which is why she hesitated to use it during her escape. The effectiveness of her attack astonished even her, causing her eyelids to flutter involuntarily. A thought flitted through her mind regarding the reason for the app system's intervention in her journey, prompting her to ponder whether it was due to her impressive collection of cards. She shook her head vigorously, dismissing any such thoughts. There was no time for speculation now. With the mosquito threat neutralized, she calmly surveyed her surroundings. She found herself amidst a dense thicket, surrounded solely by towering trees and waist-high shrubs. With no other entities in sight, the mosquito lay on the ground, paralyzed by poison but not yet deceased. Once Yōubái confirmed the absence of further dangers, she unleashed a relentless barrage of lightning strikes upon the creature, delivering 10 decisive blows to ensure its complete demise. As the carcass of the mosquito lay before her, a message appeared, stating revival time, 500. She raised an eyebrow, contemplating the notion of resurrection. The background information of the current scenario had been revealed earlier, yet she had been preoccupied with dodging the mosquito's attacks, leaving no time to absorb the details. Now, in the tranquility that followed, she leaned against a sturdy tree, casting a healing spell upon herself as the pain from her earlier collision swiftly subsided. After perusing the background information, Yōubái couldn't help but shake her head, a sardonic smile tugging at her lips as she silently cursed the situation. If she were to compare this encounter with the previous 2 B-level tasks, it was evident that the former had been considerably more manageable. This C-level progression match was nothing short of brutal from the outset. Here, in an unknown and uncharted location. All 1,000 participants have been deposited with a singular objective: to survive. Survival amidst the unknown, under the assault of otherworldly creatures with limited supplies, was indeed a daunting challenge. Yet, to facilitate their survival, supportive resources would sporadically materialize. Treasure chests appeared randomly, though the contents remained a matter of fortune. Those fortunate enough might unearth diamond-level cards, while others might find their chests disappointingly empty. Moreover, as night descended, temperatures plummeted below freezing, accompanied by an increase in the aggression of certain otherworldly beings. Should one locate the system-designated rest cabin amidst ample energy crystals, participants could rest for a precious 15 hours, the sole sanctuary within this perilous game. However, after 15 hours, the cabin would vanish and reappear elsewhere, accessible to only one individual at a time. Energy crystals could only be procured from treasure chests, implying that one not only needed luck to find a chest containing these crystals, but also to discover the rest cabin for respite. Otherwise, one would remain in this treacherous forest, perpetually on edge, striving for survival. Chapter 110, Battle for Survival 3, Three Mantis Monsters. This sea-level progression match demanded the elimination of 100 otherworldly creatures, with the initial titanic mosquito counted among them. Currently, in Yōubai's system interface displayed two statistics: the number of surviving players, 981. Within less than half an hour since the commencement of the match, several players had succumbed to death and exited the sea-level progression challenge. Reflecting on this relentless system, which never grants an extra second, and Yōubái couldn't suppress a snicker. Mentally lighting a candle for herself and all players, it was impossible not to express her frustration. Had she not reacted swiftly and with agility, bolstered by the Fengwulin, she might have been pinned to the ground, drained of her essence by that mosquito. Now, considering the formidable nature of this mosquito, it was evident that the otherworldly beings here differed significantly from those known to mankind. Its defensive capabilities were astonishing. Even after sustaining 3 direct lightning strikes, it appeared unfazed, continuing its assault with unabated ferocity. It remained uncertain whether all otherworldly creatures in this realm shared such resilience, or if the mosquito was an anomaly. The interface displayed another statistic: otherworldly creatures killed, 1. Thus far, she had only dispatched the mosquito. Any further kills would raise this count. Recalling the optional tasks from the B-level progression, she recognized the familiar pattern: a maddeningly predictable scheme. The app had blatantly signaled its intentions. With such a robust foe emerging at the onset, the surviving players would likely be contemplating strategies to navigate this challenge more efficiently. It remained to be seen how many would opt to eliminate 100 otherworldly creatures versus those who might resort to ambushing fellow participants to ensure their survival among the last 50. The players participating in the sea-level progression match, aside from Yōubái, were likely seasoned veterans with experience from at least 10 previous games. It was clear that eliminating such a number of opponents would not be a simple endeavor. The brutality and intensity of this progression match were already evident, and Yōubái pondered the situation earnestly, then set off deeper into the woods, determined to seek out treasure chests or the next otherworldly creature. 10 minutes later, she spotted a treasure chest, but nearby stood 3 otherworldly beings resembling giant mantises, each nearly 2 meters tall, their robust hind legs supporting their bodies as they moved upright. Their forelimbs resembled razor-sharp blades, poised menacingly at their chests, while a pair of antennae quivered atop their heads. The prominently bulging eyes rendered them somewhat comical. Just as Yōubái prepared to launch her attack, the adversary had already detected her presence. The 3 mantis monsters, without the slightest hesitation, flew straight towards her in unison. Their wings, delicate and gossamer, were nearly imperceptible against their massive forms, which soared through the air, moving directly towards Yōubái as if they were wingless. Within 2 seconds, they had swiftly closed the distance, brandishing their forelimbs like scythes. It was only at this proximity that she discerned the true nature of their sharp appendages, which were not smooth, but rather serrated like the teeth of a saw. This marked the second type of otherworldly creature Yōubái had encountered. She wished to experiment with the effectiveness of her lightning strike against this creature, pondering whether it would yield results similar to those against the blood-sucking mosquito. Raising her hand, she unleashed a thunderous strike. The impact of this attack was evidently far more potent than against the mosquito, causing the three mantis monsters to plummet to the ground. Yet, despite enduring the lightning strike, the creatures managed to roll over and regain their stance. Bowing slightly as they prepared to continue their assault, their scythe-like limbs still in motion. Their defensive capabilities, though weaker than those of the blood-sucking mosquito, remained significantly higher than any other creature she had previously encountered. Repeated strikes of lightning failed to incapacitate them, and Yōubái, without a hint of hesitation, confirmed their defensive and offensive capabilities and then swiftly cast venomous spider silk. With a graceful flick, the three mantis monsters were struck and fell motionless to the ground, their once trembling antennae now standing rigidly still. The three now lay stiff, ensnared by the aftermath of the lightning assault. A minute later, as the effects of the thunderous strike dissipated, a countdown timer of 500 appeared above their lifeless forms in Yōubai's system. The tally read, eliminated otherworldly creatures, 2. The three mantis monsters counted as a single type. Thus, despite her efforts in vanquishing all three, it ultimately amounted to merely 1. In this context, if she were to face a swarm of identical creatures, the laborious task of exterminating them would still only yield a single count at the end, rendering the endeavor rather unprofitable. A pack of wolves and a single blood-sucking mosquito presented a stark contrast in terms of difficulty. The mosquito was much easier to eliminate, yet the outcome remained the same. Slaying a pack of wolves would also only increase her tally by 1, given the challenge presented, and Yōubái was convinced that players would inevitably encounter swarms of otherworldly creatures. And certainly not just one type. Was this application compelling everyone to resort to mutual extermination as a means to complete their quests? Setting aside these ponderings, she opened the chest on the ground, retrieving 5 energy crystals, a 2-liter container of purified drinking water, and a piece of non-toxic raw meat. Upon reading the designation non-toxic raw meat in the system, and Yōubai's mind was immediately plagued by the thought, could there be toxic raw meat? Who would consume that? Perhaps the otherworldly creatures? That would certainly be intriguing. If she could find some next time, she would be keen to experiment. Continuing her search for treasure chests in the woods, and Yōubái discovered 3 more chests by 4 o'clock in the afternoon, having eliminated 4 types of otherworldly creatures. In total, she amassed 10 energy crystals, a 2-liter container of purified drinking water, 2 pieces of non-toxic raw meat, a set of clean clothing, and a bundle of wood that could repel mosquitoes. Chapter 111. Battle for Survival 4. Shadows in the night. You could say Yōubái was fortunate. With the speed of a whirlwind, she had already traversed a considerable distance from her initial entry point, yet she still had not encountered a single resting hut. Was it that she had passed by without noticing, or were such huts inherently scarce? Conversely, one could argue she was unfortunate, for her acquisitions of energy crystals had been considerable, and the otherworldly creatures she faced were primarily the trio of mantis monsters, with others appearing singly or in pairs, devoid of any overwhelming swarms. The daylight visibly waned as she pressed forward, aware that the system had explicitly warned that nighttime temperatures could drop below freezing. If she failed to locate a resting hut, she would need to find a suitable place to spend the night. With a Mayan Feichuan at her disposal, she need not fear sleeping in the wilderness. However, a lingering concern gnawed at her mind. She had yet to decide whether to deploy it, as its beauty, enhanced by the efforts of her 2 senior brothers, was truly magnificent. Once released, the ethereal glow of the ship would surely attract the attention of other players from afar in the darkness of the woods. Should it lure those with malicious intent, another battle would undoubtedly unfold. With a hint of irritation, Yōubái glanced at the sky, kicking aside a small stone, and resumed her quest for a resting hut before darkness fully enveloped the land. After sprinting for over half an hour and discovering another treasure chest, she finally glimpsed a thatched hut. The dilapidated condition of this hut made her feel uneasy. It was smaller and more decrepit than the one provided at the beginning of the B-level advancement competition, lacking even a door that could be closed, just an empty doorway. which served as a window in its own right. Nonetheless, it was better than nothing. In front of the thatched hut lay a small box, inscribed with the words, "Thatch hut required energy crystals, 3, followed by usable time, 1515. And Yōubái surveyed her surroundings before depositing 3 energy crystals. With a resounding thud, the hut emanated a faint white light. Though not immediately apparent, in the stillness of the pitch-black night, it would resemble the glow of fireflies. The box's display then shifted to read, "Thatched hut, user, Yōubái, followed by usable time, 145915. Stepping inside, she found a dry floor barren except for a pile of thatch. As temperatures were expected to drop at night, lighting a campfire would be prudent. The system merely indicated it would be below 0, without specifying how much below. The distinction between 1 degree below 0 and 50 degrees below 0 was vast, and Yōubái had long abandoned any hope of the application displaying a semblance of humanity. She exited the hut, gathered several large stones, and collected additional branches to stow in her backpack, all while the daylight still lingered. She aimed to procure more branches. Anticipating the night's chill might be severe, and her current supply may prove insufficient. While she was chopping through the underbrush, a flicker of movement caught her peripheral vision. Lifting her gaze, she beheld a vast, dark mass in the sky, resembling a stage curtain, sliding horizontally in her direction. And Yōubái immediately dashed back towards the thatched hut. Just as she entered, the ominous shroud had already swept past her previous position. From the empty doorway of the hut, she glimpsed an utterly dark figure hovering silently in the air. Outside the hut, it was so dark that one could not see their own hand, but the faint white glow from the hut allowed for the faintest outline of the figure. Had she not just been chopping branches in that exact spot? She might have doubted her own eyes. In the blink of an eye, the world outside was consumed by darkness, the shadowy figure perfectly blending into the night, leaving no chance for detection. What could that creature be? Another being from this other world? As Yōubái sat on the thatched mat within the hut, pondering, she began to construct a pit with stones, slowly igniting a campfire. Before the flames roared to life, she felt a powerful gust of cold air sweep through. Thankfully, her skinny leather armor provided protection, preventing her from shivering uncontrollably, but outside, the ground glistened with a layer of frost illuminated by the firelight. Although she had anticipated the challenges ahead, the night proved to be far more perilous than the day. The temperature dropped, and the darkness enveloped everything, rendering even shadows invisible. Those who had not found shelter for the night were undoubtedly in grave danger from the onset. The system's message amused Yōubái. She could not help but mockingly think, "So, you are aware that everyone is cursing you." Casually tossing a piece of wood into the fire, she settled on a straw mat and opened the system's discussion forum. While the vitriol was not as explicit as one might expect, the sentiment was unmistakable. "Why are you like this? Is it so difficult to be a decent person? Everyone stop the insults. We've grown accustomed to this by now. Those who needed to vent have already done so. Indeed, it's always the same. It's exhausting to even discuss it. Those who manage to find shelter must be the lucky ones. I haven't found any. I've dug a hole for myself. It's freezing. You're impressive. I should dig a hole too. It's too cold in the trees. I never expected the night temperature to plummet so low. Just now, I saw a shadow flit past my shelter. Does anyone know what that was? I didn't see anything, but I can only assume it's not something good. The shelter is safe. I plan to ignore them and rest. The creatures from this other world are too formidable to combat. Indeed, I took an hour to defeat just one. Their shells are so tough that no matter how hard I strike, I can't break through, with a requirement to defeat 100 types. I doubt I can finish in 3 months. It's simply exhausting. Isn't there another way? Are you suggesting killing players? This map is vast. Encountering even one creature takes a 2-hour trek. Have you met another player today? Yes, and at this point, everyone isn't weak. If you wish to kill, how can you ensure you won't be the one to fall? Exactly. Those with such thoughts will surely perish early. Honestly, I believe if we band together, 3 or 5 of us could tackle the otherworldly creatures more efficiently. Are you dreaming? Killing one takes 5 hours to respawn. What will the others do while waiting? We won't even get through a day's rotation. Precisely. Plus, the map is so large. I walked all day without encountering a single player or even spotting a resting shelter. As the complaints continued, a new message appeared concerning the shadow. Chapter 112. Survival Battle 5. The fight continues. What on earth is that ominous shadow outside? I struck at it, and it dispersed, only to return shortly after. I didn't see anything. It's pitch black outside. Those of us in the shelter should be fine. It's attacking those who are outside. This is maddening. The attack feels like being slashed with a knife, yet I can't seem to kill it. And Yōubái squinted, gazing intently into the darkness beyond the doorway. What could this invincible shadow be? The discussion forum was abuzz with complaints about the shadow's incessant annoyance. It would scatter upon being hit, only to reappear behind players, attacking them when they least expected it. Many players had sustained injuries in such a manner. Seated at the entrance of the straw hut, and Yōubái's eyes searched the darkness, hoping to catch a glimpse of the shadow to strike. After a prolonged vigil, she still saw nothing. Following a series of experiments, some players finally discovered a countermeasure. Although they could not kill the shadow, they managed to avoid being ambushed continuously. They fear fire. I just realized that whenever they encounter flames, they retreat. Is that true? I'll try it too. I just surrounded my hole's entrance with fire. I hope it works. And Yōubái watched the messages with interest, preparing to wait for their results. She retrieved some roasted meat from her backpack to eat while awaiting news. The system displayed the current statistics. The number of surviving players was 907, and the number of otherworldly creatures killed was 6. The first day had yet to end, and nearly 100 players had already been eliminated. Tomorrow, the number of those eliminated would likely increase. Glancing at the dark, foreboding trees outside, she took a sip of the monkey wine. Since she first glimpsed that shadow, no other had passed by the entrance. After a brief wait, new messages flooded the discussion forum. That shadow truly fears fire. It floated around my entrance for a moment before drifting away. I'll stoke the bonfire. Oh no, I don't have enough firewood. Take a torch and go fight. Just keep an eye on your back, and you'll be fine. I'm attacking now, as promised. The resting shelter was indeed safe. Regardless of the tumult outside, those inside the shelter enjoyed a peaceful night as sleep, unaffected by the shadow. When Yōubái awoke, the sky began to brighten. The bonfire still held some warmth, and the temperature had risen. Observing the trees, she noticed little had changed since yesterday. After a calm breakfast, she decided to venture out of the hut, eager to continue despite the remaining time. With the wind and fire wheels propelling her forward, she navigated through the forest. In the morning, she discovered 4 treasure chests and defeated 3 types of otherworldly creatures. Yet, she noted that the number she had slain was significantly higher, as multiple creatures of the same type appeared simultaneously, including those she had already encountered the previous day. This meant that despite her frantic efforts throughout the morning, her results were far less than anticipated. The system now indicated the number of surviving players was 882, and the number of otherworldly creatures killed was 9. Seated beneath a large tree, and Yōubái contemplated a possibility. Could it be that there were only 100 types of these creatures? If all maps were not traversed, it would be impossible to defeat all varieties. Alternatively, had the app truly released 100 types into the maps for players to hunt? Or perhaps the creatures she had been killing would respawn after 5 hours. What if they ceased to respawn afterward? If they vanished after being killed? Would some players be unable to fulfill the task of defeating 100 types? Though these were merely hypotheses, they sent a chill through her. The players remained stable because they still had supplies. Food and medicine were still self-sustaining. But what if time passed and the otherworldly creatures dwindled? What if they could not complete the task of defeating 100 types? What chaos might ensue as players fought desperately to finish their mission, potentially leaving only the last 50 standing? Lost in thought, and Yōubái quickly finished her lunch before resuming her quest to find otherworldly creatures. Regardless of what others did, she simply needed to kill enough to fulfill her task and safely exit. This sense of urgency lingered in her mind throughout the afternoon, during which she defeated 10 otherworldly creatures, encountering only 2 new types. Before nightfall, she returned to the resting hut she had seen earlier, only to find a player standing in front, preparing to cast a crystal. As Yōubái was preparing to step away, a player discovered her presence, turned around, and aimed his pistol directly at her with a stern expression, coldly commanding, "This room is mine, move along." Initially ready to depart, and Yōubái found herself momentarily taken aback by his condescending tone. In the next instant, she retaliated with a fierce strike of lightning that struck the ground just a step away from the man, right in front of the resting cabin. "Speak more politely. If you can't communicate like a human, would you like me to teach you?" The man had already placed the energy crystal into the box in front of the cabin, causing it to emit a faint glow. He sighed with relief, swiftly turning to enter the cabin. From the window, he silently observed Yōubái, a hint of smug satisfaction on his face. Not wishing to waste further time, and Yōubái turned and departed, returning to the cave she had seen earlier that afternoon. Since the resting cabin had been claimed by someone else, it was the perfect opportunity to test the defensive capabilities of the Mie Cheng, to see if it could withstand a shadow that only appeared in the dark, while also attempting to ascertain if she could eliminate it. The adjacent cave served as her escape route, should the defense of the Mie Cheng prove ineffective against the shadow, and if she found herself unable to defeat it like other players. Her final recourse would be to retreat into the cave and light a bonfire outside, effectively obstructing the shadow's ambush. Chapter 113. Survival Battle 6. No new creatures found with meticulous preparation. The dark veil swept across the horizon once again, just as it had the previous day. As anticipated, the Mie Cheng radiated warm, vibrant light amidst the pitch-black forest, making it quite conspicuous. The advantage lay in the fact that items from the cultivation world were indeed effective. The ship's protective shield blocked the increasingly frigid temperatures outside. Standing at the bow, Yōubái observed the ground below, soon noticing a thin layer of ice forming. Yet she did not feel the chill as she had the previous day. Dragging over a soft couch, she comfortably nestled into it, indulging in an array of snacks as she leisurely dined, quietly awaiting the appearance of the shadow. Opening the discussion forum, the first thing that caught her eye was the system data. The number of participating players had once again declined. The current count of surviving players stood at 815, with 11 otherworldly creatures slain. One would expect that after the initial day's slaughter, everyone would be somewhat cautious of the otherworldly beings. How could there be a decrease of nearly 100 today? Oh my! This swarm of creatures is nearly the end of me. If I hadn't run fast enough, I would have been done for. I encountered a swarm of ants, each as large as a bun, and it terrified me. Are you all experiencing such bad luck today? I opened 6 treasure chests and didn't encounter a single otherworldly creature. If you haven't encountered any, you're worse off. You must kill 100 types to complete the task. If you never encounter them, how do you expect to finish? Ha! You're too harsh. Honestly, I met 3 today, but 1 was the same as yesterday, so it doesn't count. Are you all so few? I encountered about 10 types today, but my combat power is a bit weak. If they seem too fierce or come in large numbers, I just run away. You can still escape? Every time I spot them, they find me within 3 seconds and charge at me. I run fast. Usually they can't catch up. You're so lucky. This map is vast, and the faster you run, the better. Indeed, I've noticed that running more leads to finding more treasure chests. I found a resting cabin today, but I don't have enough energy crystals to enter. Is anyone willing to trade for some? Dude, are you out of your mind? Who would trade energy crystals in this situation? What if they need them later? Exactly. Who would be foolish enough to trade? Not necessarily. If you offer an S card, I might consider trading. Oh, true. If you have an SS card, I wouldn't hesitate to trade. I found 20 energy crystals today. Do you want to trade? Ha! You all are too harsh. I love it. Don't mess with me. I'm male and like females. If you offer an SS card, gender doesn't have to be a strict issue, right? You understand me. As in Yōubái observed the lively banter in the discussion forum, releasing the pent-up tension of the entire day. A smile unconsciously crept onto her lips. Indeed, those who made it to Zone C were not lacking in wit. After all, those who were truly dim-witted would not have reached this stage. After yesterday's discovery of strategy to defend against the shadow, there was no further discussion about the creature that evening. Thus, Yōubái remained at the bow of the ship, waiting until deep into the night. Regrettably, within her line of sight, not a single shadow creature appeared. If it weren't for the fact that she had witnessed one at the very beginning last night, she might have doubted the existence of such a creature altogether. Filled with suspicion, she retreated to the cabin to sleep, finding the bed far more comfortable than the straw. She slept soundly until dawn. The third day began, and just as the previous day, Yōubái managed to slay 7 waves of otherworldly creatures. Yet only 2 new types were added to her tally. The number of creatures appearing each time was gradually increasing. Among all the types she encountered today, aside from a single ear-piercing flying giant bird, the rest were all encountered in groups of 3 or more. That night, she again sat at the bow of the Mie Cheng, hoping to catch sight of a shadow to determine if she could defeat it, yet still, not even a hint of a possible shadow was seen. Doubts clouded her mind as she slowly drifted off to sleep. On the 4th day, these doubts grew stronger. Throughout the day, despite running at an astonishing speed, she had covered considerable distance. However, she had not encountered a single one of the otherworldly creatures that others had mentioned in the discussion forum during the first 3 days. Throughout the day, she managed to kill 10 waves, yet not a single new type was added. All were those she had faced in the previous days. This left only one possibility. She was circling within a certain range, yet she had not changed her direction at all, consistently heading north. Why was this happening? That night, she posed this question in the discussion forum, but the responses were varied. You managed to find 13 types of otherworldly creatures in just 4 days and kill them? That's impressive. Indeed. Almighty One, would you mind sharing your experience with us? Haha, come on, I've only managed to kill 8 types so far, and some I simply cannot defeat. Just because you can't defeat them doesn't mean everyone else can't. Maybe your attack power is just too weak. Who are you talking about? These creatures are all covered in stone. No matter where you strike, it doesn't affect them. How do you expect to defeat them? I've encountered that too. Really can't kill it, and it keeps shooting stones at you. Getting hit once hurts like hell. After being hit 10 times, I couldn't move and had to flee. I didn't encounter that, but I did meet a fire-breathing bird. It was fast and spewed fire fiercely. I couldn't hit it with range attacks, and it chased me while burning everything. The big guy up front said he hasn't encountered new creatures after the 13. I thought about it, and it seems like today I've only met 1 new type, while the rest were from previous days. Hey, maybe tomorrow will bring something new. Perhaps this map is just too vast. I currently have encountered 15 types, and today, not a single new one appeared. No way. Is everyone planning to play this trick today? For the one who has encountered 15 types, could you share how you managed to kill 15? I'm a sword cultivator. Laughter erupted as my friend shared a joke that had me in stitches. The queue grew longer. I now possessed 20 varieties. Yet no new kinds had emerged throughout the day. The count rose to 30, and still, the monotony persisted. Their humor was relentless, nearly bringing me to tears. Hey, upstairs. Form an orderly line. I detest those who cut in. Yes, indeed. Let us rearrange. I shall take my turn first. In Chapter 114, The Battle for Survival 7, The Prolonged Night, Yōubái felt a sense of frustration rise within her, a humorous absurdity overwhelming her as she gazed at the discussion forum, where conversations had spiraled further and further away from their original intent. It left her questioning the authenticity of the player who claimed to be a swordsman. After much contemplation, she sighed deeply, deciding to relinquish her worries and observe how events would unfold the following day. Regardless of what was to transpire, it would eventually arrive. With this sentiment, she drifted into slumber. An unexpected event unfolded, one that none could have foreseen. The dawn did not break. Despite the system clock indicating 9 o'clock in the morning, the outside world remained shrouded in darkness, devoid of even a glimmer of light. The veil of blackness hung ominously above, casting shadows over the entire forest. Initially, the discussion forum buzzed with inquiries and indignation, but gradually, the voices grew fewer. The 15-hour respite had elapsed, plunging all players into an impenetrable abyss. Without the protection of firelight, they were subjected to ceaseless harassment and attacks from lurking shadows. Most players had presumably ventured out to chop wood, while in Yōubái's mind raced with myriad thoughts, yet she could not grasp the core of the matter. By 10 o'clock, the sky remained pitch black, with player numbers steadily dwindling. Currently, The count of survivors stood at 735, with 13 creatures from another realm dispatched. The forum shared a collective experience of being besieged by the shadows. Yet Yōubái found it peculiar that no shadow had yet crossed her line of sight. Tranquility enveloped her vessel. The darkness persisted for 3 long days. And the players in the forum had shifted from initial mirth to discussions focused solely on how to vanquish the shadows. However, no one had succeeded thus far. What on earth is this creature? Why can't we kill it? It eludes capture like gas. Has anyone deciphered how to defeat them? I realize they aren't harmed by fire, yet they show no fear of it. My flames had no effect. Their attacks are vicious. I nearly succumbed today. Indeed, the endless night had become their sanctuary. While it was a veritable hell for the players. I've run out of healing potions. Does anyone have any to trade? The room fell silent, and Yōubái understood that everyone was acutely aware of the grim reality. The uncertainty of task completion meant dwindling supplies, and no one would part with their precious resources. I'll trade a diamond card. Is anyone interested? Dude, you're generous, but I value my life more. This sentiment echoed the thoughts of many. What good are cards if one is not alive to use them? The discussion took a drastic turn towards somber silence. After 3 interminable nights, the 4th morning dawned with a sudden brightness. The oppressive darkness lifted. Before anyone could react, creatures from another world descended upon them with the ferocity of a surprise attack. The onslaught caught everyone off guard. After 3 days of darkness, their eyes struggled to adjust to the sudden light, reminiscent of their initial arrival, now facing a brutal ambush. This time, the attack was fiercer than before. Previously, they had encountered a solitary creature, but now a horde emerged. And Yōubái instinctively shielded her eyes in reaction to the sudden brightness. The prolonged darkness had rendered her vision sensitive to the light, obscuring her view. As the creatures charged, she discerned their presence through a raspy cry. Straining to open her eyes, she still could not see clearly. The vessel trembled under attack, prompting her to unleash a powerful spell, Thunderous Might, while keeping her eyes shut, straining to listen for external sounds. Amidst the crackling thunder, she heard the roars and cries, a cacophony of pain and battle cries. Despite the relentless assault from the otherworldly creatures, the ship remained intact, its defenses holding strong. Gripping the ship's edge, she steadied herself, gradually allowing her eyes to adjust to the brightness, knowing that without clarity, she could not execute an effective counterattack. Yet, the scene remained obscured, with only a blinding light visible amidst the haze, rendering her unable to pinpoint the creature's locations for precise strikes. She cast another Thunderous Might ahead, hoping to buy a moment's respite, confident in the ship's protective shield. Thus far, the creature's attacks had merely rocked the vessel without inflicting true harm. As her vision finally cleared, she observed that the ship was encircled by over a dozen menacing beings, each wounded but undeterred, their injuries seemingly fueling their ferocity. These creatures roared and relentlessly assaulted the ship, employing their heads, claws, and tails to batter it. Recognizing the urgency, Yōubái swiftly raised her toxic spider silk, causing the horde of creatures to collapse, immobilized. Following 3 strikes of Thunderous Might, a countdown appeared above their heads. Meanwhile, Yōubái noted the system's update. The number of surviving players had dwindled to 531, and 26 creatures from another realm had been eliminated. This brutal commencement of the round marked a significant toll, with over 200 players lost. Undoubtedly, the challenges would only intensify. In Chapter 115, the battle for survival 8, the gray mist, Yōubái stowed her twilight ship and activated her wind and fire wheel, continuing her northern journey. Yet along the way, she encountered no treasures, no otherworldly creatures, and no rest shelters. Aside from trees, nothing else emerged, leaving her perplexed. Sitting beneath a tree, Yōubái opened the discussion forum, eager to discover if other players had made any notable observations and whether their experiences mirrored her own. I swear, I must curse the system to its ancestors. What utter rubbish! A sudden wave of attacks without a hint of warning. Had I not fled swiftly, I would surely have perished. Thankfully, my armor held strong. How I escaped being surrounded by 5 different kinds of creatures, I cannot fathom. I find myself surrounded by 8 entities. Have I uttered anything? Have you noticed that the number of creatures encircling me corresponds precisely to the variety I have slain? Upon your remark, it does seem to hold truth. I am besieged by 4, and I have indeed vanquished 4 distinct types. Oh, if this calculation holds. Then I wonder about that formidable figure who claimed to have dispatched 13 and 15 kinds. Are they still among us? The anticipation is thrilling. You are rather unkind. Yet my curiosity is piqued. Can they escape? I have emerged, and I can confirm that I indeed obliterated 15 different varieties. Esteemed one, how did you manage to escape? By eliminating them, I was freed. Goodness, why do cows soar through the skies? It is because you are blowing on the ground. Surely, their hides are so thick that they showed no response after enduring blows for quite some time. Did you truly slay them all at once? I am a sword cultivator, and my attack power is formidable. Well, that explanation deserves full marks. This display of bravado also merits full marks. Indeed, one can understand that even those who practice the art of cultivation possess great strength. I find myself unable to continue this tale. You may carry on. What others say may indeed hold some truth. Let us refrain from being envious. Nonsense. I have encountered individuals from other realms in cooperative quests, but within the player system. We humans are the sole inhabitants. Perhaps they possess unique card skills. Have you noticed the dwindling numbers? It has already plummeted to 486. Has it fallen so swiftly? Does this imply that we may soon accomplish our task? No need to ponder. Those who remain after this will undoubtedly have some means of self-preservation. And Yōubái wholeheartedly agrees with this sentiment. After the player count dipped to 428, it has not diminished further. It appears this wave of attacks has concluded. What awaits us next? While Yōubái's mind drifted into contemplation of subsequent events, a cacophony of chaotic footsteps surged towards her, growing ever louder. Rising, she turned towards the source of the commotion and beheld countless beings from other worlds, surging eastward like a tidal wave. Creatures soared above, while others dashed below, all in a frenzied flight, as if a terrifying beast were in pursuit. Within 3 breaths, they had darted a short distance ahead, and Yōubái promptly activated her wind and fire wheel, leaping onto a branch to observe, hoping to discern what was chasing them. Perched at the treetop, the scene before her was astonishing. In the distance, a dense, grayish smoke enveloped the sky, steadily creeping closer. Wherever the smoke passed, trees withered and died in an instant. This gray mist appeared to advance slowly, yet devoured everything in the forest with astonishing swiftness. Exhaling deeply, and Yōubái hesitated not a moment to retrieve her Mu Xia Fei Chuan, activating full speed as she shot eastward like an arrow released from its bow. The ship soared rapidly, soon surpassing the fleeing beings she had observed earlier. Glancing back, she noted the gray smoke diminishing in size, yet her unease remained unabated. Is the map's range to be constricted? Will the beings engulfed by the gray mist be reborn? The discussion forum was rife with furious exclamations. Everyone was frantically fleeing, and the player count, which had just stabilized, began to decline once more. Not knowing how long she had flown, and Yōubái only relaxed when the gray smoke was no longer visible behind her, yet she dared not truly pause for rest. Shortly thereafter, she spotted several players within her line of sight. Some operated flying vehicles, others rode unfamiliar beastly creatures, while some donned mechanical armor, and others rolled in spherical contraptions. And Yōubái initially thought her ship might appear peculiar among the crowd, but it seemed she had overestimated. Her vessel was quite ordinary among the players. The most attention-grabbing sight was not her, but rather a player mounted upon a genuine phoenix. The majestic creature shimmered with golden light, its wings stretching over 2 meters, gliding through the sky in a display of radiant splendor. Not only others, but even Yōubái felt a pang of envy. She too wished to ride a phoenix and soar through the heavens. Yet alas, she had contracted only a faux phoenix. With a reluctant pout, she acknowledged her misfortune. Another figure capturing attention was a sword cultivator, standing tall upon a long sword, exuding an air of elegance, his coat billowing in the wind, his demeanor cool and poised. Then there was the enormous mechanical armor resembling a real-life transformer. its massive form striding forth, causing the ground to tremble with each step. At this moment, all players were hastening eastward, either flying or running, exchanging only nods and glances, too preoccupied to engage in conversation. After all, survival took precedence. After running for a while longer, Yōubái spotted a red glow in her view, emblazoned with the words rest area. This information should have been visible to all players, for many began to accelerate towards the glowing red light. Upon crossing the radiant threshold, everyone instinctively halted. Yōubái, observing from her ship, noted that within the glow, there was nothing particularly noteworthy, only a stone tablet proclaiming it as the rest area. Beyond that, a circle of red light silently indicated to all that this was a space for respite. Yet, no additional information accompanied it. Is the rest area genuinely safe? Since the inception of this game, the system has only explicitly declared the safety of the rest cabin. No other safe locales have been mentioned. Yōubái slowly descended, retracting her ship, her eyes half closed in contemplation. What was the purpose of congregating players in this manner? Was it to facilitate their mutual demise? To expedite the process of reaching the final 50 survivors and completing the task to depart? Those who managed to arrive here, by any measure, could be considered elite. All exchanged cautious glances before retreating into solitude, while some familiar faces conversed in hushed tones. The system currently displayed that the number of surviving players stood at 329, with 26 slain otherworldly beings. This indicated that during the recent chaotic escape, over 100 individuals had failed to outrun the gray mist and were eliminated from the advancement round. Yet, upon surveying the surrounding area, Yōubái noticed that the number of individuals in the rest area was visibly less than 300, perhaps around 100. Where had the remaining players gone? Were there other rest areas? Or were they still lost within the woods, failing to find their way here? As Yōubái's thoughts swirled, she quietly sat upon the ground, preparing to recuperate before venturing out again to seek the rest cabin before nightfall. Many shared her thoughts as she rose to depart. Numerous players similarly ventured into the woods. Yet again, Yōubái found nothing. No matter which direction she sprinted, there were no treasure chests or signs of otherworldly beings. As if the gray mist had consumed them all. As darkness descended, Yōubái returned to the rest area, choosing a position on the periphery of the glowing circle for ease of escape should danger arise. As the night sky once more enveloped the scene, flickering campfires appeared sporadically within the rest area, and this time, the shadows that emerged were not mere phantoms, but genuine otherworldly creatures. The first to appear was a creature resembling a black panther, yet adorned with a pair of horns atop its head and a pair of wings on its back. Its glossy black fur seamlessly blended with the darkness of the night as it descended from the sky, making not a sound. The players, wary of one another amidst the flickering flames, were suddenly startled by a stifled scream of agony. Everyone instinctively turned towards the sound, only to witness the pure black creature effortlessly leap into view, its obsidian eyes glinting with ferocity as it lunged directly at the player who had cried out in pain. The injured player, quick to react, rolled to the side to evade the attack and promptly retaliated, wielding a laser sword with such prowess that he struck the creature multiple times. Despite the blood streaming from the Black Panther, its ferocity only intensified, causing all present to clench their fists in dread. As a few nearby hesitated to assist, another scream pierced the air, followed by several more. The players looked around, but in the pitch-black night, their visibility was severely limited. At that moment, one player produced a towering light column, emitting a soft off-white glow that, while not overly bright, allowed the others to discern their surroundings. Under the illumination of the light column, they were horrified to realize they had been encircled by countless Black Panthers, which had silently gathered in the cover of darkness, trapping them in the center, even flying above them. The quickest to react was a woman riding a phoenix. She soared into the sky, unleashing a torrent of blazing phoenix fire accompanied by the creature's sharp cries, igniting the panthers that swooped down from above. The Black Panthers roared in anguish, tumbling to the ground in a frantic attempt to extinguish the flames that clung to them. Yet the phoenix fire proved resilient and difficult to extinguish. Some panthers charged forward, flames trailing behind them, recklessly attacking the phoenix. The woman, unfazed by the onslaught, drew a long whip and swung it with precision. Each panther struck by the whip burst forth with blood, which fell like rain from the sky. The others employed a myriad of attack strategies. A swordsman summoned countless sword shadows that rained down upon the panther horde. A mechanical warrior displayed unmatched ferocity, wielding a 5-meter-long cleaver made of an unknown material, capable of cleaving any struck panther in two. In comparison, Yōubai's assault seemed less conspicuous. Her thunderous might had not ceased. While everyone fought with all their might, the Black Panthers only multiplied and grew more ferocious, gradually tightening the noose around the players, who, unbeknownst to them, found their space for maneuvering diminishing. "We are surrounded. This won't do. Everyone, attack with all your strength to carve a path. We must break free," someone shouted, prompting the fervent fighters to pause and assess their surroundings. Indeed, they had been encircled by an innumerable number of Black Panthers. Just moments ago, they had been too engrossed in battle to notice, but now, upon observation, they realized the skies above were also densely populated with panthers. "Which direction should we charge?" One voice cried out. "We are completely encircled. Who possesses the highest attack power? The swordsman? His power is formidable. The phoenix's is high too, but the phoenix cannot incinerate the Black Panthers. If they charge through flames, we might be burned as well. What about the one who summoned lightning? Are you immune to electric shocks? What should we do? We can't keep saying this won't work. We need a solution, or we will truly be trapped like dumplings." The swordsman remained silent, yet his actions spoke volumes as he summoned a colossal sword that materialized in the night, radiating a chilling aura of death as it cleaved toward the panther swarm. With a formidable strike, he barely forged a gap wide enough for two to pass through. But before anyone could escape, the gap was quickly overwhelmed by the throng of panthers. Disappointment echoed among the group. "Is there anyone else? Transformer, can you assist? Your previous attacks were the most effective." A mechanical voice responded, "I cannot break through. Their numbers are overwhelming. My mechanical limbs cannot strike fast enough. I'll give a try." A round figure rolled towards the panther horde, and after advancing 5 meters, it quickly retreated. "It's impossible. There are too many panthers outside. The probability of breaking through is less than 1 in 10,000. Silence enveloped the group as the injured players silently consumed potions and bandaged their wounds, their gazes resolute as they faced the menacing mass of panthers, prepared to fight to the last breath. And Yōubái recalled her master, Wei, who once wielded a sword of unparalleled might to vanquish a demon general and save countless lives. "Could it work if I try?" She stepped back, channeling her energy to manifest her master's specter and his legendary sword strike. With a precise gesture, the sword's force cleaved through the panthers, wounding many and creating a 6-meter-wide passage. Within 5 seconds, the advancing panthers filled half the gap, yet 3 meters remained, which would soon be filled. The astonishing sword strike left everyone in awe, and Yōubái beamed with joy, exclaiming, "We can break through." However, the urgency of their situation weighed heavily on them. The more players there were, the more challenging it was to escape. Just as she prepared to unleash a second specter, a shadow dashed in front of her. A young man, his face etched with anxiety. "I'll offer a diamond card. Please let me follow you." And Yōubái nodded affirmatively. "Once we break free from the encirclement, I will give it to you." "All right, everyone get ready. Let us go." She summoned another specter, and the 2 manifestations of Wu Wei Zhen Run shielded the group as they charged outward. Without hesitation, they surged forward, the cries of their companions echoing behind them. And Yōubái dared not look back. The sheer number of panthers was overwhelming, and they surged forth with alarming speed. She clung tightly to the specter, racing forward without a moment's distraction. Just when she wondered if their escape was boundless, they finally burst free from the encirclement, although the surroundings remained shrouded in darkness. The onslaught of panthers had ceased. A chilling breeze swept through, causing the battle-weary players to shiver involuntarily. And Yōubái turned around, discovering an invisible barrier that seemed to separate the black leopards from her. The leopards roared and howled, their expressions fierce, yet none were able to breach the barrier. The figure of Jinren Wuwei swiftly returned to Yōubai's side, standing on either side of her. The man who had closely followed her earlier, promising to pay with a diamond card, had now vanished without a trace. And Yōubái smirked coldly. As long as he had not exited the game, they would inevitably meet again. Just as she was about to sit down and relax, the sword cultivator approached her, his face stiff, lips pressed together. He spoke in a steady, straightforward tone. What do you need? I would like the people around you to unleash their sword energy a few more times. Just recently escaping the encirclement. Did he wish for this? Shouldn't a normal person be thinking about taking a breather? And Yōubái pondered, though her expression remained serious as she replied, I won't be soft on the price. I need a mid-level upgrade card and a high-level upgrade card. Do you have them? The sword cultivator's frozen expression remained unchanged. Yes, how do we exchange? And Yōubái revealed a genuine smile. The prospect of upgrading seemed promising. A mid-level upgrade card for 1 hour, a high-level upgrade card for 2 hours. What do you think? Quite a bargain, isn't it? In the next moment, the sword cultivator decisively produced 2 mid-level upgrade cards. Here for 2 hours, happily accepting the mid-level upgrade cards, and Yōubái felt elated. She had saved quite a bit. She beckoned to the first figure, advising the sword cultivator, just don't stray too far from me. He nodded and turned back towards a group of black leopards, scrutinizing the invisible barrier. Jinren Wuwei's illusory form was continuously wielding its sword, and the sword cultivator appeared to be deeply immersed in the scene. While the cold wind caused everyone to shiver, he seemed oblivious, still fixated on the sword-wielding posture of the illusion. Meanwhile, the others, affected by the biting wind, gathered around to start a campfire. Those injured in the earlier siege sat wearily by the fire, tending to their wounds. After this battle, the dynamics among the group had subtly shifted. They were more familiar with one another compared to when they first assembled during the day. Groups of 3 or 4 sat together, sharing assistance. Could you pass me some meat? I'll get you some wine in return. Conversations blossomed, and the most common topic was their collective outrage towards the game app. It was one thing to unleash the black leopards upon them, but the sheer scale of the attack felt like a direct attempt to trap them all. As in Yōubái prepared to ignite the fire with some timber, a figure approached and sat next to her. It was the Phoenix woman. After settling down, she took out a thick cloak from her backpack and handed it to Yōubái, her tone casual and generous. This cloak is woven from the tail feathers of the fire-melting sparrow. It doesn't possess any special effects, but it offers excellent warmth. No matter how cold it gets, you won't feel a chill while wearing it. And Yōubái looked up in confusion. Why was she suddenly receiving a gift? The Phoenix woman must have sensed in Yōubai's bewilderment as she smiled, her radiant face glowing with an enchanting beauty in the firelight. Thank you for bringing me out. Otherwise, even if I managed to escape today, I fear that Xiao Huang would have been severely injured. There were simply too many black leopards. Understanding dawned on Yōubái as she nodded and wrapped herself in the cloak. Instantly enveloped in warmth, she felt no trace of cold. This is indeed effective. Thank you for the cloak. Allow me to offer you a taste of this. It is quite delightful. With that, Yōubái generously presented her a jar of monkey wine, a drink that was particularly popular no matter the location. A frail-looking boy with a pale complexion and a slow gait approached, settling down beside the unlit pile of firewood. Yōubái regarded him. Although she did not recognize him, she felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity. The boy tossed a fire starter into the wood, and the campfire ignited immediately. He leaned closer to the flames and spoke in a weak voice. Thank you for today. I have a piece of information to share as a token of gratitude. I believe you will find it intriguing. And Yōubái exchanged a puzzled glance with the Phoenix woman, both blinking in confusion before turning to the boy, who appeared so fragile he could be easily toppled. Who are you? I am a transforming robot. And Yōubái nearly choked on her drink, tactically lowering her head to swallow the wine. When she raised her head again, her expression was composed, appearing entirely natural. The boy coughed softly as a cold breeze swept by, leaning even closer to the fire. In this moment, Yōubái finally realized the source of her earlier sense of familiarity. His mannerisms closely resembled Huayang's, especially the way he walked and spoke. The resemblance was not merely a passing similarity. It was strikingly close. Recalling Huayang's reckless nature, which had nearly led to the demise of an entire city. And Yōubái observed this transforming robot boy and mentally affixed a label of extreme danger to him. Continuing in his weak voice, the boy gradually shared his findings. My electronic eye has scanned this area of the map. The gray mist has occupied nearly half of it, 200 kilometers away from us. There is a group of players. Their numbers were roughly equal to ours before nightfall, but I am uncertain now as the black leopards have damaged my electronic eye. Continuing north for another 100 kilometers leads to the seaside. I do not yet know what lies beneath the waves, but there are no resting huts along this route. My electronic eye saw not a single one during the day. This means we no longer have a completely safe place. Here, something may be preparing to attack us at any moment. I wish to collaborate with you. You have seen my combat strength. I assure you I will not be a hindrance. Once I repair my electronic eye, I will be able to pinpoint the directions and locations of creatures from the other world. What do you think of my proposal? It must be said that the players who have survived until now are not foolish. Only those with sufficient wit and strength could have made it this far. Those still present are essentially the cream of the crop among all players, and Yōubái found herself somewhat tempted by this proposal. Although she had yet to encounter a situation she could not resolve on her own, if what he claimed about mapping was true, having him around would make locating otherworldly creatures much easier. Moreover, the absence of resting huts meant that losing completely secure locations was indeed a strain on everyone's stamina and morale. Swiftly defeating 100 types of otherworldly creatures to fulfill the task requirements and exit this game would be the most prudent course of action. Prolonged exposure to uncertainty could lead to unforeseen complications among the other players. However, could players truly be trusted? That was not guaranteed, as there existed another method to complete the task: eliminate other players and become one of the last 50 remaining. While everyone rested, they could move apart, joining forces during the day to hunt otherworldly creatures, just as they had done today, without feeling excessive pressure. The boy seemed to sense in Yōubái's concerns, his breath unsteady as he added, "You do not have to feel obligated to agree with me." The Phoenix woman, upon hearing this, tilted her head and smiled. "Little brother, your words lack sincerity. With so many people here, why did you choose her? Is it not because of her formidable strength? Everyone can see that. There's nothing wrong with acknowledging it. Collaboration among the strong is the key to hope for survival, is it not?" The boy's pale face was illuminated by the firelight, revealing a hint of crimson. "Indeed," he thought, "for I believe that from this day forward, the challenges will only intensify." The Phoenix woman laughed dismissively. "Challenges are a given. When has this wretched game ever allowed us any comfort?" The boy, undeterred by her attitude, continued to gaze at the flickering bonfire and spoke softly. "If the gray mist continues to move north, we will eventually be driven to that sea area. Before that time, if we cannot gather the required number of 100 kills of creatures from other worlds, we will be forced to seek survival at sea. While my King Kong can enter the water, its mobility and attack power will be significantly diminished underwater. I saw your spaceship when I arrived today, and that is why I sought you out." The boy turned to fix his gaze on Yōubái, his dark, bright eyes reflecting the dancing firelight. This time, the Phoenix woman fell silent, her eyelids half dropped, as if pondering the boy's words. And Yōubái also lowered her head, contemplating seriously for a moment before nodding in agreement with the boy's suggestion. "All right, I accept your proposal. However, let me make it clear beforehand. If you intend to backstab me, I will not hesitate to retaliate." A faint smile appeared on the boy's pale face. "I saw how ferocious your lightning strike was. I believe you will not hold back." The Phoenix woman then raised her gaze, speaking sincerely. "Add me to your team. With my area damage capabilities, I can certainly relieve some of your burdens." Just as the three of them exchanged smiles, having reached a preliminary cooperation agreement, a vexatious shout caught the attention of all players present. "Shadows! It's them again, how bothersome." Chapter 119. Survival War 12. The dark underwater world following the irritable roar. And Yōubái stood up and looked in the direction of the sound. Opposite her, on the outer edge of the crowd by the bonfire, there were 3 individuals. 2 of them were focused on repelling the shadows, while the third was swiftly enlarging the bonfire to increase its illuminating radius. "Everyone, make the fire larger and gather around it." The shadows fear the light. They cannot approach us with a fire. At this call, the crowd sprang into action, quickly rearranging the bonfire's position and lighting new fires. And Yōubái observed the bustling crowd and quietly turned her head to glance behind her. The area within her line of sight remained a pitch-black forest, devoid of anything. Like those three individuals, she too sat on the outskirts of the gathering. Why had no shadows attacked her? Furthermore, during these nights, she had not encountered a single shadow. There must be a reason for this. What could it be? As her thoughts whirled, a sudden notion crossed her mind. Could it be the merit light from the last encounter? Although she could not see the merit light on her body, if Hua Yang claimed she possessed it, then it must indeed be true. Could this be the reason why the shadows did not target her? Just as these thoughts flooded her mind, the others had skillfully encircled themselves with a ring of fire, and all players stood within it. Even the sword cultivator had returned. Are you unable to kill those shadows as well? The Phoenix woman asked the sword cultivator curiously. His attacks were among the highest among the players. The sword cultivator, maintaining a stoic expression, nodded slightly, unable to kill. As long as they are struck, they will immediately scatter and hide in the darkness, only to emerge again after a while. Does your phoenix fire not burn them? And Yōubái inquired softly, looking at the Phoenix woman. The Phoenix woman gazed into the dark night, smirking with disdain. Those pesky creatures are quite cunning. The moment I summon my little phoenix, they scurry away faster than rabbits. All players, due to the shameless ambushes by the shadows, were forced to huddle within the fire circle. This night, no one rested well. All were uncomfortable with so many unfamiliar players nearby. The conditions for completing the task loomed like a sword over the players' heads, lacking trust. It was impossible for them to lower their guard against unfamiliar faces. One must always be wary, especially those who have survived until now. Such caution was necessary, or they would have perished countless times by now. After a restless night, as dawn broke, many players began to disperse into the woods to search for resting cabins. For only there could they find true safety. Unfortunately, as the King Kong man had mentioned yesterday, there was not a single resting cabin to be found within 100 kilometers, all the way to the coastline. Standing on the sandy beach by the vast sea, listening to the rhythmic sound of the waves, and Yōubái felt an inexplicable calm wash over her. The four of them had flown all this way without encountering a single creature from another world. What was the purpose of this game? If this continued, they would only resort to mutual slaughter. Was this the only way to progress? And Yōubái stood up and addressed the three. I will dive into the sea. I have a feeling there is something undiscovered waiting for us. After donning the Jiao Lin pattern garment, and Yōubái swiftly submerged into the depths. Aside from the excessive darkness which made her slightly uneasy, everything else was quite satisfactory. Taking out the luminous stick handed to her by the King Kong man before she entered the water, she finally gained a clear view of the underwater world illuminated by its pearly glow. She gasped in astonishment at the sight before her. Countless creatures from another world lay clustered on the ocean floor, seemingly at rest, or perhaps in a state of hibernation, not yet awakened. Occasionally, a few strange beings would swim by her, yet upon noticing in Yōubái, they did not attack. Instead, they merely glided away from her vicinity. This must be the effect of the Jiao Lin pattern garment, since no creatures from another world would attack her for the time being, and Yōubái mustered her courage and swam boldly among the slumbering beings. Unsure whether they would truly remain dormant and not awaken to attack her, she swam cautiously, her nerves taut until she finally passed through that area and let out a relieved sigh. Not far ahead, she discovered a vibrant coral reef, glowing softly in the dark depths, its beauty captivating. Just as she was about to swim over, she unexpectedly spotted a treasure chest nestled among the corals. This was the first treasure chest she had encountered since the 3 Nights of Darkness, and she eagerly opened it to find 5 energy crystals and a large luminous pearl. Although she found energy crystals, the absence of resting cabins rendered them nearly useless. Just as this thought crossed her mind, another idea surged forth. The lack of resting cabins on the surface did not imply that there were none beneath the sea. Raising her head to survey her surroundings, she continued swimming forward. And sure enough, not far away, she spotted a resting cabin that mirrored the structure above, showing no differences whatsoever. Continuing onward, she discovered even more resting cabins. Upon passing through this area, she faced an abyssal trench, the ink-black depths giving her the eerie sensation of being gazed upon by an unfathomable void. After cautiously swimming downstream into the abyss, Yōubái felt a formidable suction of seawater relentlessly drawing her deeper. A tightening sensation gripped her heart, prompting her to swiftly turn back and swim with all her might. By the time she reached the shore, the sky had begun to darken. The three individuals waiting on the beach hurried over to her, eager to hear about the wonders she had encountered beneath the waves and the unfathomable trench. So many otherworldly creatures were slumbering. Was it not yet their time to awaken? If they were to awaken simultaneously, would they not unite in an assault? Did the seabed also harbor resting cabins? Each of the three posed different inquiries, yet Yōubái could offer no answers, merely shrugging her shoulders in exasperation and shaking her head, imploring them not to ask her, as she too was in the dark. Chapter 120. The Battle for Survival 13. The quartet of four sat on the sandy shore, silently gazing at the deep blue sea for a considerable time. The Phoenix Maiden grasped a handful of sand, watching it trickle through her fingers, a faint smile gracing her lips as she suggested, "Why don't we dive down and take a look? There are resting cabins." After all, winning to spend the night outside playing with shadows. The sword master remained silent, rising to face the sea, his intentions unmistakably clear. He was prepared to plunge into the water. Observing the attitudes of the others, the Diamond Man's pale complexion grew even whiter, yet he offered no dissent, softly affirming his agreement. The Phoenix Maiden's lips curled into a smirk, her expression tinged with a blend of mockery and nonchalance. "Then let us descend and uncover what surprises the ocean floor has in store for us." Under Yōubái's guidance, the trio secured themselves and entered the water. The Phoenix Maiden donned a water-repellent robe, crafted from an unknown material, yet its efficacy was evident as the seawater automatically parted within a half-meter radius around her. The sword master appeared to be enveloped in a protective barrier, a transparent shield that secured him, enabling swift movement through the water as if he were on land. Most notably, the Diamond Man sat within a small metal canoe, trailing behind the others. The vessel measured about 2 meters in length, barely accommodating him alone. As the four sequentially submerged into the sea, a solitary figure emerged on the beach where they had rested, a man who had previously clung to Yōubái, refusing to return her diamond card. He squinted, silently observing the four as they entered the water, his expression inscrutable. He remained motionless, waiting until the four were entirely submerged before donning a diving suit and quietly following them. Unbeknownst to Yōubái and her companions, they had unwittingly attracted an unwanted tail, their attention fully captivated by the seemingly dormant, otherworldly beings surrounding them. The quartet instinctively held their breath, fearful that any sudden movement might rouse the multitude of creatures, which could number in the thousands. At Yōubái's silent cue, they prepared to traverse the area quietly. The Diamond Man notably silenced the canoe's engine, transitioning to a gliding mode, closely trailing the others. After a considerable period, they managed to pass through undetected, finally exhaling in relief upon encountering a vibrant coral grove. Each found a resting cabin and entered to recuperate, agreeing to reconvene the following morning to discuss their next steps. The resting cabins in the deep sea varied. Some were caves, others made from shells, and Yōubái selected a small coral cabin, paying 5 energy crystals to enter. Inside, devoid of seawater, lay a rudimentary bed fashioned from coral, hard and uncomfortable. However, for Yōubái, who had not rested well from the previous day through to this moment, such discomfort was trivial. Having a secure place to rest was a rare blessing, rendering comfort irrelevant. Exhausted, she lay down and fell into a deep, sweet slumber, remaining enveloped in her dreams until the following morning, still bearing a trace of a smile upon her awakening. The four returned to the shore with utmost caution. Having rested well through the night, their spirits were markedly improved. Seated upon the beach, they prepared to discuss their strategy for eliminating the otherworldly creatures over breakfast. The Diamond Man's electronic eye had already ventured forth. To the north lay only the vast ocean, while 100 kilometers to the east revealed no signs of otherworldly beings. To the south, their original direction, there existed only one gathering point where some of the previous day's players remained. 100 kilometers west also yielded no unexpected discoveries. What was the nature of this broken game? It instructed them to eliminate otherworldly creatures, but provided none for them to combat. Could the remaining ones be those at the seabed? The Diamond Man's weary voice softly resonated. The numbers below are overwhelming. Should they all awaken simultaneously? I fear that the remaining players here would be unable to withstand them. And Yōubái murmured, squinting toward the shimmering sea under the sun. Might they awaken in accordance with the passage of time before surfacing? The Diamond Man retracted his electronic eye, pondering that the otherworldly beings within the forest had likely been eradicated by the gray mist. Do you not find it peculiar that if the gray mist can eliminate these beings, why are we still mandated to kill 100 of them? The Sword Master finally spoke, his expression as impassive as ever, yet his question caused the others to pause thoughtfully. And Yōubái cast her gaze upon the fine, pale sands of the beach, where the natural environment felt strikingly authentic. The texture of the sand, the dampness of the seawater, even the sea breeze carried a unique, moist sensation. However, all the creatures that appeared here were entirely unrecognizable, resembling mutated forms of Earth's fauna. One could find similarities, yet they were undeniably distinct beings, stronger and more responsive, as if they were an upgraded or evolutionary version. When Yōubái articulated this strange sentiment, the other three nodded in unison, acknowledging their shared feelings. I surveyed the underwater realm with my electronic eye yesterday. Nearly 10 kilometers of the coral expanse we traversed was teeming with otherworldly creatures. The Diamond Man stated as he unfolded a reclining chair, sinking into it, half reclined. The water pressure and resistance are too great. The electronic eye cannot venture far. The Phoenix Maiden continued to absent-mindedly kick at the sand beneath her feet. If they all awaken and surround us like black panthers, will we have any chance of breaking free? Will the creatures from the water venture ashore? If they truly can, we must consider our options ahead of time. And Yōubái pondered, uncertain whether these beings would refrain from attacking her due to the presence of the Jiao Lin when especially as they remained in a dormant state. We should return to discuss our strategy with the others. If the situation mirrors that of last time, gathering together may be our only chance of survival. Chapter 121. The Battle for Survival 14. The awoken sea creatures. When the four returned to the gathering point, they found that the number of individuals remaining was scant, as most players were still unaccustomed to collaborating, particularly under conditions of zero trust, preferring to undertake tasks alone. The gathering now comprises approximately 30 individuals. Following the narrations of Yōubái and her companions, the crowd was initially struck with astonishment, only to subsequently bow their heads in contemplation. One person raised his head, gazing at Yōubái and her group, and solemnly inquired, "May I share this information in the discussion forum? Personally, I trust you. Had I been alone that night, I would never have escaped. However, whether others believe us depends on their willingness to come." His statement instantly garnered a chorus of agreement from those present. "Indeed, you are right, share it. The more of us there are, the greater our chances of survival. Foolishness leads to ruin. We can only speak. Whether they choose to believe us is left to fate." Yet concerns arose about the possibility of too few people gathering, questioning if they could endure. "You are overthinking it. If we, so many, cannot hold our ground, those isolated outside will surely perish before us. Yes, it ultimately depends on who is willing to come. Should we not attempt to eliminate a few first? With so many creatures from other worlds, if we act before they awaken, perhaps we can slay 100 species and complete our mission, thus exiting this game." Once this notion was voiced, silence enveloped the gathering, as expressions of conflict mixed with a hint of undeniable excitement filled the air. This idea resonated with more than one individual. Even Yōubái herself had entertained such thoughts upon discovering these beings, yet her reason held her back. Just as she prepared to elucidate the substantial risks of this approach, a woman's steady voice emerged from the crowd. "How do you know that by attacking? You want to awaken the entire horde, inciting them to launch an assault on you? Indeed, this idea is shared by many, but if they all awaken at once, It will be terrifying. No one can guarantee they can be slain. Consider the black leopard from that night. Currently, I cannot find any creatures from other worlds above. I search for a day without encountering a single one. There are countless shadows at night, but they cannot be killed. This is exceedingly challenging. I feel utterly lost. Are all tasks in sea level this perplexing? I almost wish for death, yet I cannot bear to part with my 40 years of life. What a wretched game this is. From this point, the air was thick with classic exclamations of frustration as various voices blended into a cacophony. After a prolonged venting of ire, the crowd's anger only intensified. Yet they remained unable to resolve the most pressing issue. With limited information, the only prudent choice was to unite and support one another. The information was posted in the discussion forum, and within an hour, a significant number of players arrived, bringing the total to over 80 individuals. Players continued to inquire about the location in the forum, some en route, while others prepared to make their way. As they congregated, discussions regarding their encounters unfolded, sharing information and unexpectedly initiating exchanges of small items. The once modest gathering transformed into a lively hub, and Yōubái found herself dazzled by the variety of cards on display. Upon observing the fervor of the exchanges, she felt compelled to sift through her own cards, discovering a mid-level recovery card that had been buried in her box. Since acquiring the upgradable healing card, this card had been forgotten, collecting dust at the bottom of her box. Upon bringing out the mid-level recovery card, it was surprisingly in high demand, particularly from Feng Huang Nu and Jin Gangnan, both of whom coveted it. This mid-level recovery card not only restored health, but could revitalize everything, including Feng Huang Nu's Little Phoenix and Jin Gangnan's transforming armor. Ultimately, Jin Gangnan acquired the card in exchange for 2 mid-level upgrade cards, leaving Feng Huang Nu disappointed. Feng Huang Nu's protective garment, crafted from phoenix feathers, possessed inherent phoenix flame attack capabilities and reduced damage while providing warmth, a rare diamond-level card. However, Yōubái already possessed Thunder Ring and Heart S leather armor, rendering it unnecessary. The most pressing need was for mid-level and high-level upgrade cards. Thus, amidst Feng Huang Nu's resentful gaze, the mid-level recovery card found a new home in Jin Gangnan's backpack. Upon securing the mid-level upgrade card, Yōubái promptly upgraded her healing card, and the exhilaration she felt was palpable. Healing card, skill card, advanced upgradable. Usage instructions, usable 10 times a day, can be used individually, or within a 10m x 10m area. Skill summary, immediately restores health upon use, can eliminate high-level negative status effects. Now, capable of both individual and group healing. This card would significantly extend their survival time should they be besieged by creatures from other worlds. While the exchange of cards and resources continued, a loud shout echoed from above as an individual suddenly crashed beside the fire pit, narrowly missing those nearby. Creatures from the water had emerged and were approaching. The once bustling campsite fell silent, and within a second, the crowd swiftly armed themselves, instinctively deploying various items to scout the area. Accompanying Jin Gangnan's electronic, I were several unfamiliar small animals, paper talismans, and more. 5 seconds later, the voice of the transforming robot resonated through the campsite, announcing, "Approximately 10 individuals are advancing towards us, followed by a large horde of creatures from other worlds. Everyone, prepare yourselves." Indeed, they arrive with alarming speed. "How many are there?" "As many as the black leopard?" Jin Gangnan's electronic voice responded. "Currently, I estimate nearly 100, but that is not the entirety. We cannot ascertain what lies behind them." Chapter 122, Survival Battle 15. The player's unyielding struggle at this moment. A burly man stood up from the crowd, wielding a machete nearly as long as his towering height of 9 meters. His rugged voice boomed, "Listen to me, everyone. We shall form a circle. Those who cannot continue must retreat to the center to take potions for recovery, while those able to fight step forward. Those still standing here possess hidden skills and intentions. Anyone caught sabotaging will be thrown out by the others." Agreement resonated throughout the assembly as the proposal was met with enthusiastic support, and Yōubái deemed this strategy prudent. The 80-plus players encircled the campfire, forming a circle roughly 10 meters in diameter. The man who had just fallen sat by the fire, drinking potions and tending to his wounds, preparing to rise and rejoin the fray when Yōubái called to him. Where did you encounter these creatures from other worlds? How did they awaken? The man appeared momentarily taken aback, blinking in confusion before responding. Did we not agree to venture into the depths of the sea first? His answer left Yōubái perplexed as she queried, who proposed that? None of us here have reached a consensus to explore the depths of the sea. The man, taken aback, glanced around at the gathered crowd, only to find everyone looking at him with expressions of confusion. He suddenly shouted, "A man blocked us on our way here," claiming that everyone in the camp had decided to split into smaller teams to venture into the depths of the sea. If we can eliminate them, we'll complete the mission. Wasn't that what you agreed upon? The 80 or so individuals present exchanged bewildered glances, each looking to one another in puzzlement. And Yōubái quickly realized something was amiss and earnestly explained to the man, "No, that was not us. The four of us were the first to discover the anomalies beneath the sea. We returned to discuss it with everyone, and in order to avoid provoking a large-scale attack, we gathered here without deciding to send anyone down to kill them." At that moment, another individual rushed back, a woman with wings sprouting from her back, covered in wounds with blood oozing from her injuries, her face pale. Upon landing, she gulped down a potion for her wounds and gasped, "There are too many of them, and their defenses are exceptionally high. The attacks from over a dozen of us barely harmed them. Have you thought of a way to kill them?" The first man to return shouted in anger, "They didn't even know we went into the sea. What kind of plan can we formulate now?" The winged woman suddenly looked up, her face a mask of shock as she exclaimed, "What? Didn't he say everyone had already discussed this?" The crowd now recognized the oddity of the situation, each explaining, "We never said we would go into the sea. There are too many down there, and we are still deliberating." "Who exactly did you hear this from?" The woman continued to apply medicine to her wounds, demanding, "Ascent, anyone going to assist us? There are only a dozen of us, and they're faster than I am. If this continues, we won't last long." Although they did not know who had instigated this situation, the 80 or so players remaining at the camp, led by the burly man with the machete, sent out 20 individuals to prepare for their rescue. Before he left, he approached the four and said, "I know your attacking power is exceptionally high. I will lead them in the rescue. Would one of you like to accompany us?" The four exchanged glances, and the Phoenix woman stepped forward, declaring, "I will go with you. Let us move." And Yōubái quietly sat on a stone, contemplating the events that had transpired. Once the winged woman finished tending to her wounds, she asked in a low voice, when they bring the others back, "You must point out the one who sent you into the sea." The winged woman understood now, realizing that their group had likely been deceived. With a stern expression, she nodded and gritted her teeth. "No problem, as long as he is alive. I will drag him out." 3 minutes later, the burly man returned with a group of people, all bearing injuries. Among them, about 10 had sustained severe wounds, with a few being dragged back. Before they even reached the camp, the burly man's rough voice echoed from afar, "Lightning, lightning, less than 5 meters behind us." And Yōubái unleashed a thunderous strike, and everyone immediately heightened their focus, watching the approaching group. As they drew closer, a collective gasp escaped them. From behind them surged a wave of otherworldly creatures. These beings varied greatly, some running, some jumping, and others even flying, while their sizes had become more normalized compared to what they had seen before. Their speed and attack remained undiminished. One particular creature continuously spat water arrows, inflicting considerable harm on the fleeing individuals. The water arrows exhibited a distinct corrosive effect. The winged woman had been hit multiple times, with a most severe wound penetrating deeply. Following the lightning attack, the phoenix fire erupted, its golden flames easily recognizable. Yet, these otherworldly beings seemed unperturbed by the flames. Even when engulfed in fire, their forward momentum did not waver. The sword cultivator also charged in, unleashing a barrage of sword rain. Together with Yōubái's lightning strike, they finally managed to bring the group back. Others immediately joined in, relentlessly launching their attacks. Upon her return, the Phoenix woman shouted, "These creatures possess a slick protective membrane. All our attacks seem utterly ineffective against it." And Yōubái waved her hand, unleashing 10 thunderous strikes, and turned to ask, "Are there more behind?" The Phoenix woman, panting heavily, brandished her whip and replied, "No, just this wave. Nothing else is following us. The large group we saw hasn't emerged yet." This response provided a sliver of comfort to everyone, and they intensified their assaults. After unleashing their attacks, they finally understood why the previous group had been so badly injured and had fled in such disarray. These creatures were nearly indestructible. They seemed devoid of pain, continuing their advance regardless of the severity of the blows until they were completely severed from life. In Chapter 123, The Battle for Survival 16, the question looms, who is behind this turmoil? Such relentless attacks felt like a calamity for those present, as they could not discern the effects of their strikes. Some began to doubt whether they had truly landed hits. The 10 or so individuals who had just returned from the depths of the sea sat exhausted in the circle to recuperate before immediately rising to resume their attacks. Those engaged in battle soon found themselves repeatedly injured. As the number of wounded increased, the encircled area gradually shrank, and Yōubái discovered that the most effective method of killing was to immobilize them with poisoned king spider silk and then unleash lightning strikes. Before long, various players began to recognize different methods of attack. One player utilized air compression to trap them before delivering fatal blows. Although this method proved highly effective, it consumed tremendous energy, rendering the user visibly pale, leading him to consume more potions. Another player released a colorful ribbon that bound several otherworldly creatures together tightly, preventing them from escaping despite their frantic thrashing. Each individual employed their unique strategies, pouring every ounce of effort into combating the otherworldly beings. The battle raged on from noon until dusk. As night descended, the remaining otherworldly creatures, whether injured or unharmed, turned and retreated along the path they had come, disappearing from sight in the blink of an eye, leaving the weary fighters momentarily stunned. However, their voluntary withdrawal brought a profound sigh of relief to the group. For most players were now burdened with significant injuries, and their physical and mental reserves had been depleted. Some players had even severely overexerted themselves. Yet despite this, the group could not rest in peace. Darkness loomed, and shadows would soon emerge, ready to ambush at any opportunity. Having just endured a fierce battle, they could only catch their breath briefly before preparing for the night. Under collective effort, they managed to construct a modest fire circle before complete darkness enveloped the land. All the players sat within the circle of fire, gradually relaxing their bodies and recuperating their strength in the warm glow of the bonfire. And Yōubái stood before the fire, locating the knife man and the winged woman, and quietly inquired, "Can you find the person who suggested we venture into the depths of the sea?" The winged woman nodded and began to seriously survey the surroundings. But despite the group of over a dozen people present, they were unable to identify the individual who had urged them to explore the ocean depths. After 3 thorough searches, the winged woman's expression darkened as she incredulously gazed at Yōubái and the knife man, stating, "He truly is not here." Upon uttering this, even she found it hard to believe. Given the current circumstances, if he were not among them, it was indeed perilously unsafe. She promptly gathered the dozen or so individuals who had accompanied her, and they each searched the crowd once more. The consensus was the same. The man who had disseminated false information, encouraging them to descend into the sea, was not among those present at the camp. Unable to locate the individual with ulterior motives, and seeing that everyone was utterly exhausted, and Yōubái reluctantly abandoned her search and quietly returned to the fire's edge. Though her heart remained troubled, what was this person's intention? What was his objective? Would he continue to venture into the depths to slay creatures from another world tomorrow? If so, could this incite a greater disaster? While she was lost in thought, the Diamond Man spoke softly, his voice naturally low and now deliberately subdued, to the extent that Yōubái almost missed his words. "I believe there are 2 possibilities regarding that individual. First, he may have completed the task of killing 100 species and exited the game. Second, he could have altered his appearance or possesses the ability to do so, rendering the players unable to recognize him." And Yōubái turned to the crowd, contemplating the Diamond Man's words. and glanced at her system information. The current number of surviving players was 89, with 83 creatures from another world slain. Upon seeing this number, she narrowed her eyes slightly and nodded. You are correct. It is quite possible he has indeed fulfilled the required kill count. The Phoenix woman tossed a piece of wood into the fire, asserting, not necessarily. I believe he may not have succeeded, or perhaps his kill count is still insufficient. Think about it. We are among the higher damage dealers, yet we have not completed our kill quota. If that individual had a higher attack power than us, he would have gone to test it himself, rather than rally a group to do so. She continued, moreover, among the people he gathered, none possessed the capability to directly slay the creatures in the water. To count any kills, one must do so personally. I suspect that individual intends to exploit everyone, waiting until the creatures are nearly dead before swooping in to claim the kills. Such a tactic is only feasible amidst a chaotic battle. Earlier, the types of creatures we collectively defeated barely amounted to 50. It is impossible for him to have killed one of each. The sword cultivator nodded in agreement, acknowledging, that is indeed true. Although there were many types earlier, achieving those kills was no simple task. I concur with the Phoenix. That individual is still among us. The Diamond Man leaned languidly against his chair, a hint of derision in his smile, his tone airy yet indifferent. This implies that this person remains within this group. How intriguing. And Yōubái involuntarily shuddered at the similarity of his tone to Hua Yang's. Everyone should be cautious tonight. He may have further schemes in mind. The Diamond Man chuckled lightly. Perhaps he is just afraid of being frightened, and thus remains inactive. The Phoenix woman nodded in agreement. Indeed, if he ceases his machinations and remains quiet, we may never uncover him. It is best to expose individuals who engage in such covert schemes sooner rather than later. Chapter 124. The Battle for Survival 17. The true state of affairs. Although the individuals within the fire circle were physically exhausted, their spirits were exceptionally high. After a brief respite, they eagerly engaged in lively discussions. At this moment, every player present noticed an increase in their kill counts displayed by the system. After several days of failing to encounter even a single creature from another world and being at a loss on how to fulfill the task requirements, the sudden spike in their kill counts brought immense joy and excitement to the crowd. Even as shadows began to appear outside, it did little to dampen their exhilaration. The players in the fire circle, their faces flushed and animated, enthusiastically recounted the details of the afternoon's battle, sharing their respective kill counts. Amidst this fervor, someone boldly proposed, "Why don't we gather another group to head back tomorrow? Perhaps if we fight once more, we can complete the task." As soon as he finished speaking, he was immediately met with scorn from those nearby. "Have you lost your mind? The group that went into the sea today nearly perished. Are you suggesting we bring back more people? Do you think this is just an online game where you can summon minor monsters?" "Exactly. Go ask those dozen individuals who plunged into the sea today. Their lives were almost forfeit. If you wish to go, then you should go alone and see if you return alive. Go, my foot. Do you have any idea how arduous today's battle was? If we were to face even more tomorrow, wouldn't more than half of us here be doomed to failure? Who suggested this? Have they lost their senses? If you wish to die, do not drag a crowd down with you. Yes, whoever deceived us today, I will break his legs and toss him back into the sea. I know you are still here, so hide well. If we discover you, your fate is sealed." Though the deed was indeed underhanded, the increase in their kill counts was tangible. Over the past 2 days in the woods, had anyone encountered a single creature from another world? I haven't found one either. Just yesterday, I was pondering how we would manage if we could not find any creatures, but these were truly challenging to defeat. Do you not agree? It was quite difficult to succeed in those kills. Today, I managed to slay 12 species. My count is also commendable. I have 15. Mine has increased too. Everyone, do not rejoice too soon. Even if we gather another group tomorrow, how can you guarantee that they will be new species? What if they're the same as those we faced today and just as difficult to kill? Wouldn't that render our efforts futile? Indeed, that makes sense. When we first began killing, did we not encounter the same species repeatedly, resulting in no increase in variety? So after all this discussion, do any of you have a solution? Just saying what cannot be done is equivalent to saying nothing. Well, do you have a plan? We could directly descend into the sea and lure them. Whatever comes, we will deal with it. We will know the outcome after the battle. But what if too many come, and we cannot handle it? What if we face total annihilation? Then everyone must rely on their own abilities and accept their fate. We have all come this far. Do you need someone to explain this to you? If you wish to perish, then go ahead and fight in the sea yourself. If you cannot win, die there. Do not drag a large group back just to save your own skin. Exactly. The most despicable are those who wish to slay, but are too weak to do so and instead drag others into their peril, all while sweet-talking their way through it. What kind of heart do they possess? Who does not see through their ruse? Indeed, it is like a vixen telling ghost stories. Are you out of your mind? Do you truly believe others are so foolish? Do you think you are the only clever one in the world? In order to accomplish the assassination mission, do you have any alternative methods? Do not speak as if you possess some noble virtue when the gray mist descended. You did not see any of you leading others to escape. Let us all refrain from speaking too much. After a day of fighting, are you not weary? Instead of squandering this time, why not rest well? Who knows what tomorrow may bring? With the shadows encircling us, how can you still squabble? You are all quite formidable. How about we step outside and see who can eliminate the shadows? This way, we may find a moment of peace to rest. If you seek tranquility, why not log out of the game and return to reality for some quiet? Your words betray a longing for confrontation. What is it? Is it because you cannot achieve your kill count that you are prepared to resort to violence? Come then, approach. It remains to be seen who fears whom. You scoundrel! The lively atmosphere of the camp suddenly descended into chaos as two individuals, already flushed with anger, disregarded everything and charged forward. Those nearby quickly intervened to separate them. Speak reasonably. Given the current situation, is it truly wise for comrades to clash amongst themselves? You both need to calm down. If you expend all your energy now, what will you do if a crisis arises? If you allow a quarrel to lead to mission failure, will you not regret it once you emerge from this? With such vigor, conserve your strength for when it is truly needed. Being reckless now serves no purpose. While some attempted to mediate, others stood up and distanced themselves, shaking their heads at the quarrel, some even chuckling while fanning the flames of discord. If you have the time to bicker, why not take your fight outside the fire circle? Indeed, rather than clash as heroes within the fire circle, it might be better to battle outside, where the shadows can serve as your judges. Yes, expend that energy on the shadows instead. Who knows? You might just increase your kill count. Hurry and venture out to fight. It will allow us to ponder how to defeat the shadows. And Yōubái observed the chaos around her, feeling a sense of exasperation. Where there are many, there are bound to be disputes. How much more peaceful it had been in the rest cabin yesterday, where she had slept soundly. Raising her brow slightly, she gazed into the flickering flames of the bonfire and sighed. The Phoenix lady beside her shared a similar expression, and the two exchanged a knowing smile, shaking their heads as they wrapped their cloaks around themselves and gently closed their eyes to rest. The Diamond Man had already activated a protective shield on his folding chair and now lay back with his eyes closed, appearing as though he had fallen asleep. The sword cultivator was even less affected, sitting cross-legged, impervious to distractions. As dawn broke the next day, the group did not disperse as they had the previous night. Despite the commotion, one thing was clear to all. The otherworldly creatures now appeared in droves, and a solitary player could not hope to achieve the required kills alone. Even Yōubái herself felt uncertain of her capabilities, for the ferocity of the otherworldly beings encountered the day before was unmatched. They attacked relentlessly, undeterred by injury. Just as the group began to deliberate on possible strategies, a figure rushed back, panting and shouting, "The otherworldly creatures from the sea are coming. Prepare yourselves." Those still seated instantly sprang to their feet, anxiously inquiring, "How do you know?" Breathless, the individual replied, "I saw 5 or 6 people heading towards the seaside this morning, and I followed them. To my surprise, they actually went down. I witnessed it with my own eyes and returned immediately." Who would have thought someone would dare to act so recklessly? Suddenly, a person in the crowd took flight, saying nothing, and soared southward. This behavior stunned onlookers. But Yōubái understood. He wished to evade battle. After the arduous struggles of yesterday, if another wave came today, they might not withstand it. Each individual situation was unique, and now everyone was considering their own safety. Following that person, another figure with a conflicted expression showed a hint of guilt but said nothing as he too sprinted southward. With these two leading the way, the previously united group began to waver and hesitate. Even at this juncture, they harbored their own plans, wondering if they could endure and become one of the last 50 survivors. The vivid recollection of their united counterattack from the day before stood in stark contrast to the current scene of individuals fleeing in the face of impending doom. Within just 5 minutes, a dozen people had already headed south. Some, as they departed, offered apologies, stating, "I'm quite injured from yesterday. Another intense battle today would be beyond my capabilities." Most, however, said nothing and simply turned to leave. All were heading toward the south, the furthest possible direction from the imminent battlefield. As more individuals departed, those who had initially intended to stay began to waver as well. Yet, despite their inner turmoil, they remained. And Yōubái chuckled softly, but before she could finish, cries for help echoed from afar. In less than a minute, 5 or 6 individuals appeared, pursued by a horde of the same sea-dwelling otherworldly creatures as before. "Where is that lightning user from yesterday? Hurry and unleash your attack." And Yōubái could not help but feel amused by the absurdity of the situation, retracting her hand that had been poised to release a lightning strike. The blade wielder stepped forward, blocking the newcomer's path. "Who allowed you to venture out? We did not consent to assist you in your kills." The newcomers, seeing the intensity of the crowd, wore looks of discontent and defiantly retorted, "We risked our lives to bring them back. Why are you still here arguing instead of attacking? Who doesn't he want to complete their assassination mission and leave the game quickly?" The brazen attitude of this individual incited anger among the remaining players, prompting 6 or 7 to silently retreat southward. In the time it took to utter those few words, the otherworldly creatures trailing behind them had already arrived. The players remaining had no choice but to fight valiantly. However, this time, they were filled with frustration, compounded by the fatigue from the previous day's battle and the absence of nearly 20 contributors to their offensive strength. The struggle lasted less than an hour before some retreated from the front lines, opting to rest in the middle. At that moment, the individuals who had fled earlier returned, calling out, "Hurry, the gray mist is spreading here. Run." But before them stood a fierce blockade of otherworldly creatures from the sea, relentlessly assaulting them. Fear surged within many, prompting them to flee east or west, seeking to bypass the horde. But no matter how they maneuvered, they found themselves repelled by the creatures. Among them, several had charged out only to be surrounded and brutally dispatched. The gray mist had begun to creep into view behind them. Yet the path ahead remained blocked by the relentless onslaught of the otherworldly beings. And Yōubái observed the encroaching gray mist with urgency. Realizing there was no time for hesitation, she swiftly employed Qian Bian Wan Hua, conjuring 2 illusions of the Wu Wei Zhen run, launching a sword chi attack against the otherworldly creatures obstructing their path, barely clearing a narrow passage. "Hurry!" and Yōubái shouted, leading the charge as the group followed closely behind, the mournful cries from behind echoing occasionally. Yet no one dared to look back. All were driven to push forward. "The gray mist is closing in. Move faster," came the shouts from behind. Despite the incessant urging, and Yōubái was well aware that her pace was already brisk. By the time the group finally broke through to the beach, the gray mist had caught up, enveloping all the otherworldly beings, rendering them silent and invisible. As they stepped into the sea, hesitating whether to dive deeper, the pursuing gray mist abruptly halted at the boundary of the trees and the shore, as if an invisible wall were steadfastly blocking its advance. Breathless, the group witnessed the gray mist indeed cease its advance, allowing them to exhale with relief as they began to retreat back onto the sand. At that moment, the knife-wielding man seized a man's collar, lifting him off the ground. The man, undeterred, retaliated fiercely, exchanging blows in a heated battle along the beach. The others quickly made space for the two to fight. Chapter 126. The Struggle for Survival 19. The ocean's anomaly now. Only around 60 players remained on the beach, and more than half were injured, utterly exhausted. The confrontation culminated with the knife-wielding man pressing his blade against the neck of the bloodied man, who, despite his state, glared defiantly and cursed, "You bastard. If you have the guts, go ahead and kill me. Just make sure I never see you again, or I'll make you regret it." Without further ado, the knife-wielding man swung his weapon, severing the man's arm with unwavering resolve. "If you refuse to talk, I will methodically cut off your arms and legs." The wounded man cried out in agony, clutching his injury and collapsing onto the sandy ground, drenched in sweat, his face paling from blood loss. "Who compelled you to enter the sea? Speak quickly." The knife-wielding man pressed the blade harder against his neck. At that moment, a flicker of fear crossed the man's eyes, but resentment and defiance remained. He glanced around and said, "He is not here." Seeing the disbelief on the knife-wielding man's face, the man shouted nervously, "He really isn't here. I'm not lying. Ask those who came down to the depths with me." With a cold snort, the knife-wielding man pointed his blade at another individual, whose face turned ashen as he nodded vigorously, confirming what he says is true. That man is really not here. Just as the knife-wielding man prepared to strike again, and Yōubái intervened, there is no need to coerce them further. That individual must have transformed. They genuinely cannot recognize him. Suddenly, a voice echoed from the crowd on the beach, announcing the number of survivors is now down to 63. This seemingly mundane statement triggered a collective awareness among the players, causing them to glance at one another and instinctively distance themselves. Notably, the man who had just lost his arm, devoid of his earlier ferocity, quietly retreated to a corner to tend to his wound. Everyone remained vigilant, eyeing each other warily, but none dared to leave the area, fully aware that stepping out of sight could be the most perilous decision. There might be those lurking in the shadows, preparing to strike. Exhausted from the recent battle, the players felt safest in each other's company, unwilling to become the first to stand out, ignoring the thoughts of others. And Yōubái gazed at the gray mist several dozen meters away, and then at the sea just 3 meters ahead. She resolved to descend once more. "I'll accompany you. It's unsafe to go alone." Phoenix Woman stood up, determined to follow her. And Yōubái shook her head, confident in her Jiaolin when for safety. Bringing another along would only complicate matters. Upon entering the depths once again, and Yōubái was surprised to discover a faint glow illuminating the previously dark seafloor, allowing her to discern certain areas without the need for a light stick. However, within her line of sight, all the otherworldly creatures that should have lain at the bottom had vanished, leaving not a single one behind. This realization sent a rush of anxiety through her. The presence of so many beings could not simply vanish. Where had they gone? If they had scattered throughout the waters, it meant the depths had become exceedingly perilous. Cautiously surveying her surroundings and finding no trace of the otherworldly entities, she swam swiftly toward the coral thicket, which remained unchanged, identical to her previous experience. Even the resting hut appeared untouched, devoid of any signs of prior use. Driven by her curiosity, and Yōubái continued toward the deep-sea trench, which looked just as it had before, possibly lacking any areas that could have changed, a bottomless abyss of darkness. Upon surfacing, she attracted the attention of several individuals, including the knife-wielding man. "You went down. What was the seafloor like?" One of them immediately inquired, and Yōubái had no intention of withholding information. She turned to the few who had previously descended to the depths with her. "When you went down, the otherworldly creatures were still asleep, correct?" In unison, they nodded, one responding, "Yes, before we descended. The one who called us said he had seen them sleeping yesterday. Yes, he mentioned that if we struck one, we could run back without danger." Another added. Their conversation was not conducted in hushed tones, drawing the attention of the beach's players. And Yōubái calmly addressed everyone. "All the otherworldly creatures at the seafloor are no longer there. I just checked, and there isn't a single one. Then where have they gone?" "I don't know. You were down there for so long. What else was in the water?" A man in the crowd shouted, and Yōubái chuckled, recognizing his voice as the one who had promised her a diamond card. "Perhaps you should settle that debt first." The man immediately retorted, "You're talking nonsense. I never promised that." He then turned and sat down abruptly. Players have 3 days to complete the mission. After 3 days, the gray mist, having absorbed sufficient energy, will upgrade and indiscriminately attack all living beings. This chilling announcement echoed in the minds of all present, the emotionless electronic voice rendering the message even more terrifying. The test of humanity was about to commence. Should they venture into the sea to hunt the otherworldly creatures or eliminate 16 players here to become part of the last 50 survivors? Each individual weighed their options and decisions, and in such moments, moral dilemmas seemed to lose significance before the specter of survival. The blade-wielding man observed the expressions and attitudes of those around him, then turned to glance at Yōubái and her three companions. He said nothing, but chose to reseat himself in closer proximity to them. The winged woman and several other players instinctively gravitated towards this direction. And Yōubái, noting the reactions of the crowd, whispered that there were resting cottages amidst the coral reefs of the sea. Chapter 127, The Battle for Survival 20. Teaming up for swift kills, this revelation sent waves of exhilaration through all present, particularly among those who had recently sustained severe injuries. They promptly rose and began making their way into the water. However, after a brief moment, some hesitated, contemplating a grim possibility. The resting cottages might be time-limited, and if someone were to lie and wait outside, their demise would be inevitable. Yet, several of the more gravely injured players paid no heed to such concerns and plunged into the sea. The voice of the Diamond Man resonated lightly, audible only to their quartet. He reported that the electronic eye had located interdimensional creatures, urging them to proceed. There were 6 of them. He and his companions would first engage to assess their prowess underwater. Without a moment's hesitation, Yōubái turned and waded into the sea, for killing was not her method of fulfilling tasks. Once the 4 of them vanished beneath the surface, the blade-wielding man stood, calmly observing the players on the beach. He announced his intention to follow suit and search for interdimensional creatures, aiming to complete the task of slaying 100 within 3 days. He invited any willing to join him to form a team. The winged woman was the first to approach him, followed by several others who had previously collaborated with him. Soon, this group of around 10 embarked on their second descent into the depths. The remaining 30 or so players on the beach exchanged glances, and one finally remarked that this could not persist. The fewer they were, the more likely they would become targets themselves. Thus, a third team of around 10 also ventured into the water. The man who had been rebuffed by Yōubái wore a grim expression. He had attempted to join the previous 2 teams, but had been denied entry both times. His name was Mie Cheng. The earlier incidents had been instigated by him, and his ability to alter his appearance with a special card had kept him incognito thus far, proving invaluable. However, now, despite achieving commendable statistics with 82 interdimensional creatures slain, he found himself ousted from the team, all thanks to that accursed woman. His eyes burned with resentment and fury. How could she have recognized his voice? Such carelessness. Although his attack power was inferior to that of the blade-wielding man, he was by no means weak, often leading the charge in battles. Thus, when he sought to join the blade-wielding man's team, he never anticipated rejection. He had sensed a flicker of hesitation in the blade-wielding man's eyes, yet ultimately, he had been turned away, likely due to that woman's earlier remark. A similar fate awaited him when he attempted to join the second team. Despite being among the stronger members, he was again denied. As he observed the formation of a third team, Mie Cheng swiftly adjusted his demeanor and approached with an air of earnestness. He could not afford to miss this opportunity. A solitary warrior could no longer contend with interdimensional creatures, guided by the electronic eye of the Diamond Man. And Yōubái and her companions accurately located the first wave of interdimensional creatures. Just 3 minutes into the assault, it became evident that while they had perceived the creatures as formidable on land, the true challenge revealed itself in the water. Except for Yōubái, the others' attacks were significantly hampered, while the creatures remained unfazed by injuries, gradually recovering in the sea as long as they lived. The difficulty of this battle far exceeded the quartet's expectations. Ultimately, Yōubái was compelled to unleash her ultimate technique, employing poison king spider silk to immobilize the 6 creatures, thus alleviating some of the combat severity. Following the conclusion of this struggle, the swordsman proposed drawing the next wave to the surface, asserting that fighting underwater was not in their favor. The Phoenix woman nodded in agreement, affirming her support. She would lead the charge, as battling in the depths was exceedingly arduous. The Diamond Man promptly disclosed the location of the next wave, which consisted of 4 interdimensional creatures. The Phoenix woman surged ahead, drawing the creatures towards the shore, while the others continued their relentless assault. Along the way, they encountered players from the blade-wielding man's team. Observing the quartet leading the creatures toward the surface, the players seemed to comprehend the situation and promptly began discussing amongst themselves. Combat on the beach proved significantly more manageable than underwater. Although drawing the creatures ashore required considerable time, it paled in comparison to the struggles faced in the depths. By the second day, the quartet was nearing completion of their task, and Yōubái's system information indicated interdimensional creatures slain, 99. She was merely 1 type away from fulfilling her objective, while the Phoenix woman needed 3, the Diamond Man 1, and the swordsman had already completed his. Despite his accomplishment, the swordsman maintained an impassive demeanor, standing beside the others as they awaited the electronic eye to locate the next wave. The Phoenix woman gazed at him with her sparkling eyes, tilting her head and smiling. Though you may not be likable, you are quite commendable. The swordsman acknowledged her compliment with a fleeting glance, his expression remaining unchanged, merely nodding slightly. As the 4 prepared to plunge back into the depths, the blade-wielding man and his team emerged from the water. Upon spotting Yōubái, he joyfully called out, "Lightning, it's wonderful to see you. Please assist us. A swarm of interdimensional creatures is pursuing us, and there are far too many for us to handle." Lightning was the moniker these players had assigned to Yōubái, chosen for her formidable strength. And Yōubái lifted her gaze and indeed saw that the team had attracted a substantial horde of interdimensional creatures. Without hesitation, she raised her hand and unleashed Thunderstrike. "You cannot handle this many. If you see such a large group, keep your distance and engage smaller numbers instead. We still have time." The Phoenix woman chimed in, casting her Phoenix fire while critiquing the blade-wielding man. At that moment, he was fiercely wielding his blade, relentlessly hacking an interdimensional creature that had slipped out of Lightning's range, rapidly responding, "It's not us. There's another team drawing them in. And they couldn't team manage it, so they brought them right next to us, and then they vanished." Chapter 128, The Battle for Survival 21. Continuing to stir up trouble after Yōubái and her companions aided the blade-wielding man's team for a while. They observed that the team had formed a solid formation and their offensive was proceeding smoothly, prompting them to prepare for withdrawal. The blade-wielding man, noticing their retreat, called out loudly, "Aren't you finished yet? Are you not going to slay a few more?" And Yōubái did not turn back, but raised her hand to wave twice, shouting, "We have found them. You proceed at your own pace." The Phoenix woman also waved as they moved further away. The members of the blade-wielding man's team accelerated their offensive, and half an hour later, the battle finally concluded, leaving the entire team exhausted and sprawled on the beach, resting without any semblance of decorum. Captain of the Blade team, Lightning and her friends are quite admirable. They assisted us for so long without claiming any kills. Why not invite them to fight alongside us? In the team, one individual curiously inquired. The man wielding the machete cast a sidelong glance at him and retorted, "Have you considered their attack power? If you wish to follow, it must be their consent." The others in the team instinctively lowered their heads and chuckled, while the questioner sheepishly scratched the back of his head, grinning foolishly. After a light-hearted rest filled with laughter, they set off once more in search of new creatures from the otherworld. On the other hand, Chidian's mood was decidedly bleak, for the team's efficiency in eliminating foes had plummeted to an unexpectedly low level. 2 days had swiftly elapsed, and he found himself a staggering 7 kills short of the 100 required to complete their mission. Given their current pace, it was clear that finishing today was impossible. The other members of the team had come to this realization as well, and during the ensuing battles, a sense of wariness crept in among the players, each eyeing the others with suspicion, fearful of being ambushed by a fellow teammate during combat. Even what should have been minor attacks that could have dealt substantial damage were no longer employed. 1 or 2 players hesitated, and before long, the entire team began to grasp the situation. The captain urged everyone to attack with full force, yet no one obeyed as they had earlier. as the climax approached. No one wished to become a stepping stone for another. Combat, which was already half-hearted, slowed to a crawl, and their overall damage output diminished steadily. Distrust had taken root among the team members, who began to plot against one another. Yet the otherworldly creatures remained unyielding. They pressed forward with relentless assaults, their vigor unabated until the very moment of their demise. In the stark contrast of this situation, the tide began to turn unnoticed. What had once been a promising offensive, poised to secure kills, was utterly transformed by the players' lack of effort and the ferocious counterattacks of the otherworldly beings. Iron Man, deploy 3 shields. Ice Woman, freeze those 4 over there. The captain incessantly directed, pointing his long spear at any faltering front, calling for assistance from his teammates. Alas, the 2 he called upon did not respond. Iron Man failed to activate his shields, and Ice Woman neglected to cast her frost. Within 3 seconds, their formation, which had been held for nearly an hour, was breached by the relentless advance of the otherworldly creatures. 5 or 6 players from the squad suffered severe injuries from being trampled or bitten by the oncoming foes. In an instant, nearly half of the team could no longer continue the fight due to their wounds, while the remaining members, driven by self-preservation, began to retreat, abandoning those still under attack. The captain, recognizing the dire situation, swiftly dispatched a severely wounded otherworldly creature before shouting, "Retreat!" Quickly, the team hastened their retreat, but the otherworldly beings were relentless, harboring no intention of allowing them to escape. Each creature continued its fierce onslaught. One player stumbled and fell during his retreat. In the brief span of 3 seconds it took him to recover, the others had gained some distance, but he was overtaken. His fall was no accident. Though the identity of the individual who caused it remained unknown, the intent was unmistakably clear: to use him as a distraction to facilitate their own escape. This was evident, and none of his teammates would voice any complaints on his behalf, for everyone else stood to gain. Should he perish, they would simply remark on his ill fortune, questioning how he could have stumbled at such a critical moment. If he survived but was gravely injured, they would exclaim how lucky he was to have lived. In the blink of an eye, he made his decision, turning to charge at the approaching otherworldly creature. He was struck and sent flying, a plume of white smoke erupting from his legs as he soared through the air for 5 seconds, landing in front of the group in a graceful arc. With a smirk of cold mockery and a jetpack on his back, he shot forward without a glance back. His actions served as a wake-up call for those behind him, prompting several to hastily take to the skies with their flying apparatuses. Meanwhile, those without such items could only sprint desperately, hoping to outrun their comrades for a chance at survival. And Yōubái and her 3 companions had completed their mission after dispatching a wave of otherworldly beings and were now resting on the beach. The sword cultivator produced a high-grade upgrade card and handed it to Yōubái, calmly observing her. "I wish to see that cultivator wield his sword again." And Yōubái happily accepted the card and, utilizing her transformation skill, conjured the figure of Wu Wei Zhenren, while the sword cultivator resumed his research. The Phoenix woman stifled a smirk as she watched the sword cultivator's retreating figure, playfully remarking, "Wasn't he just following us for this?" Yet throughout our entire journey, he never once utilized that skill. And Yōubái paused, blinking in contemplation. The Phoenix woman had a point. Otherwise, she struggled to fathom why such a formidable attacker would choose to remain with them. Furthermore, his tally of kills had reached 100 before anyone else's. Yet he had not withdrawn, instead accompanying them to fulfill their mission. "Shall we exchange some items? Lightning, could I trade for one of your luminous pearls? I couldn't find any in my chests, while you seem to have several." The Phoenix woman promptly produced a chest brimming with various items. Chapter 129, Survival Battle 22. High-grade upgrade card, hurry. The Phoenix woman rummaged eagerly through the chest. "See if there's anything you want. I have plenty of good items here. You won't need the attack ones. Look for something else. There's plenty of food." The Diamond Man, seated on a floating chair, spoke softly. "I have several good items as well. Let's trade for some monkey wine. It's quite delicious." He produced 2 boxes from his backpack, retrieving a small tool. "This is an electronic lock picker. It can unlock any electronic lock. What do you think? You won't need this floating board, and this signal jammer ensures no one can pinpoint your location. Let me see what else I have. As Yōubái and her companions exchanged items on the beach, the fleeing team approached rapidly. The first to encounter them was the fallen man, who, upon spotting the group ahead, shouted, "Quickly, we need to go. 7 otherworldly creatures are coming." When he saw that they had not moved, he rushed towards them, continuing to shout, "You must run." Seeing that they still remained inactive, he anxiously implored, "I'm serious. I'm not lying. Run now." Within a matter of moments, he had reached their front, only to realize it was Yōubái and her trio, causing him to hesitate. Observing the 4 engaged in their exchange, he found himself rooted to the spot, his gaze flickering with both anticipation and fear as he glanced back at the pursuing horde. Locking eyes with Yōubái, he spoke rapidly, "Lightning, I heard you wanted to trade for intermediate and high-grade upgrade cards. I have 1 high-grade upgrade card and wish to exchange it for healing potions. Is that agreeable?" "That would be splendid." And Yōubái welcomed the upgrade card with open arms, nodding enthusiastically. The fallen man presented a golden high-grade upgrade card. And as Yōubái rummaged through her bag for potions, she realized she had relied solely on her healing spells, aside from some ginseng soup. She truly possessed no other medicines. This presented a dilemma, for the ginseng soup was remarkably effective, and should a throng of individuals covet it, the consequences could be dire. She might very well become the target of a mass assault. The advanced upgrade card is indeed indispensable. She still has 2 cards that require upgrading. After a brief moment of contemplation, she decisively produced a vial of ginseng soup and handed it over. The fallen man initially hesitated at the sight of such a small bottle, but his eyes lit up upon recognizing its efficacy. As long as he had a breath left, he would not perish, and it promised complete resurrection, essentially granting him 2 lives. Although advanced upgrade cards are rare, life holds far greater value. Without hesitation, he extended the card in his hand, fearful that Yōubái might retract her offer. Upon witnessing the benefits, the Phoenix woman also gasped in astonishment and shouted, "I want one too. Save one for me." The Diamond Man was even more direct, presenting a handgun, an S-rank card, certified as a laser gun. Its penetrating power is unmatched against both living beings and mechanical entities, and it operates silently. "I want to trade for 3. And Yōubái assessed the handgun, acknowledging its quality, and inquired, "What is the charging mechanism?" The Diamond Man swiftly produced an energy converter. "You can charge it using electricity. A full charge allows for 10 shots. The Phoenix woman immediately began to critique, "That's utterly useless. No wonder you don't use it yourself. It has incredible power. But after 10 shots, you need to pause and recharge. How ridiculous is that?" As they conversed, more individuals approached, pursued by roughly 10 otherworldly creatures. The group, in motion, spotted Yōubái and her companions and rushed toward them. The 4 of them, in perfect synchronization, sprang into action. And Yōubái first employed Poison King Spider Silk, paralyzing the creatures on the ground. The Phoenix woman summoned Xiao Huang Air, unleashing a torrent of phoenix fire, while the Diamond Man fired his laser gun. And the Sword Cultivator unleashed his sword energy. In no time, amidst the storm of attacks from thunder, phoenix fire, the laser gun, and sword energy, the otherworldly beings were on the verge of annihilation. Observing his incomplete kill task and the motionless creatures awaiting their demise, Qi subtly glanced at Yōubai's group, steeling himself before launching his own offensive. After another round of attacks, he successfully claimed 2 kills, drawing closer to the completion of his mission. His overt actions to seize kills stood out starkly among the crowd, who remained stationary on the beach. Some onlookers, witnessing his actions, contemplated joining in to snatch a kill, but hesitated, retracting the steps they had taken forward. After dispatching the wave of otherworldly creatures, and Yōubái and her companions turned it apart. The Phoenix woman continued to argue, "Lightning, look at my weapon. It's far superior to the Diamond Man's laser gun. What makes yours better? Its attack power is too weak, not comparable to Lightning's current output. Does it even hold any value?" The Diamond Man's voice was soft, yet his words were unyielding. "Lightning, you just witnessed the laser gun in action. What do you think? Impressive, right?" The Phoenix woman scoffed exaggeratedly, even with high attack power. "It's still half-baked. After 10 shots, you need to recharge. Mine requires no recharging and can sustain continuous attacks." As the 4 prepared to leave, the squad captain hurried over, positioning himself in front of a Yōubái. Lightning, could you assist me in subduing a wave of otherworldly creatures? Name your price. The others immediately reacted, cursing the captain's cunning, yet they eagerly listened for Yōubai's conditions. Faced with the helpless otherworldly beings, killing them posed no risk. It was merely a matter of time. If the cost remained within acceptable limits, the opportunity was too enticing. And Yōubái considered him and replied, I require an advanced upgrade card. For 1 card, I will help you incapacitate 4. Deal. Without a moment's hesitation, he agreed the instant she finished speaking. The Diamond Man revealed the location of the latest group, and they moved together. Upon arrival, and Yōubái swiftly incapacitated all 10 creatures within 5 seconds. Then instructed the captain, select 4 and pull them aside. The captain, elated, dashed forward, thrilled at the prospect of completing the task and safely departing. Who wouldn't be delighted? With the captain's lead, the other team members grew restless, unable to contain themselves as they rushed toward Yōubái. Lightning, is this an advanced upgrade card? Can I also select 4? Another individual approached, breathless, extending an advanced upgrade card as if fearing others would seize the opportunity first. Accepting the card, and Yōubái gestured, go ahead, choose 4. The man who had just traded for the ginseng soup also squeezed in, producing another advanced upgrade card. Lightning, I want to choose 4 too. And Yōubái accepted the card, noting that only 3 otherworldly beings remained, still needing 1 more. She called out to the others, is anyone else interested in trading? In a flurry of activity, she received 4 additional advanced upgrade cards. The others were not unwilling, but lacked advanced upgrade cards themselves. After the bustling exchanges, those who had traded departed joyfully to carry out their kills, leaving the rest enviously watching. Qijian, however, was the exception. After presenting his advanced upgrade card to Yōubái, she had rejected him. I'm not accepting your trade. Why? Qijian questioned, puzzled. He had changed his appearance, even altering his voice, confident he wouldn't be recognized. And Yōubái scrutinized him, smirking slightly. I didn't hear you thank me when you snatched those kills. She then accepted another player's upgrade card, leaving Qijian standing on the beach with a dark expression. Various emotions flickered in his eyes: anger, fury, fear, and finally, deep resentment. Because of Yōubái, he was first denied by the knife-wielding man when seeking a team and was now stuck with individuals of lesser combat prowess, failing to complete his mission. Now, publicly rejected by Yōubái, he watched as players moved 5 or 6 meters away from him, realizing that if he sought to form a team again, they would likely not accept him. All this animosity was directed at that wretched woman before him, consuming his thoughts. Yet he could not leave. It was too dangerous. Following closely behind the group, he observed their effortless kills, their joyous expressions. As some completed their tasks and began to exit the game, anxiety surged within him. If this continued, he truly would fail to complete his mission. What to do? At that moment, a wave of otherworldly creatures surged from the sea, the most striking of which was an octopus-like creature with numerous tentacles. As the others actively engaged, a particularly sinister thought formed in Qijian's mind. If only she would perish. The moment that thought emerged, it grew uncontrollably, flooding his mind. Abandoning all reason, he instinctively pretended to charge at the otherworldly creature, hastening toward Yōubai's back. In the split second that his skill activated, he altered his target from the creature to Yōubái. In that fleeting instant, his plan succeeded. In his line of sight, that wretched woman was struck by his attack, propelled forward into the grasp of the massive octopus, which ensnared her with a tentacle the width of a human. Amidst the gasps of the crowd, she was dragged into the depths of the ocean. His ears were filled with the astonished gasps of the crowd. Lightning. A smile of smug satisfaction spread across his face, a testament to his successful scheme. Yet, as this smile emerged, a sudden, intense pain gripped his chest, and with a gasp, he spat out a mouthful of blood. Though he was bewildered by the cause of his hemorrhage, the excitement in his heart could not be quelled by the pain or the blood, and the corner of his blood-stained mouth still curled upwards in triumph. When he lifted his gaze once more, he found that the players around him had distanced themselves significantly, their eyes filled with hostility and wariness. Although no one attacked him directly, the space they maintained was a clear indicator of their sentiments towards him. With a disdainful curl of his lip, he muttered a curse under his breath, a bunch of fools. Just as he was about to charge forward to seize a kill, the sea began to churn unnaturally. Amidst the astonished gazes of the onlookers, and Yōubái sat atop one of the tentacles of the octopus creature, surrounded by 3 or 4 more tentacles, rising in scathe from the depths of the ocean. At that moment, and Yōubai's expression was grim, her eyes fixed on Qi Dian with a calm, yet icy demeanor as she spoke with steady clarity. Drag the one who attacked me just now down into the deep sea and toss him in. The instant Qi Dian saw and Yōubai's arrival, he sensed that something was amiss and turned to flee towards the beach. However, before he could escape the water, he felt a tight grip around his leg, and in an instant, he was pulled backwards into the sea. He struggled desperately, but to no avail. The tentacles wrapped tightly around him, encasing his entire body. Initially, he managed to flail and fight back, attempting to sever the tentacles, but soon he was ensnared so tightly that even breathing became a challenge. Just as he felt he was on the brink of death, a flash of regret crossed his mind, swiftly followed by an overwhelming sense of resentment, all of which came to a halt in the depths of the sea trench. He was drawn into the ocean's depths, never to have the chance to complete his task. He had failed. On the beach, and Yōubái calmly bid farewell to the crowd, noticing the flicker of fear and caution in their eyes. She chose not to offer any explanations. If we meet again in the next round, let us join forces once more. The Phoenix lady cheerfully tucked away the ginseng soup she had exchanged, her radiant smile, paired with her enchanting visage, truly a sight to behold. With the Phoenix lady's departure, the Diamond Man also secured his ginseng soup, saying, lightning, thank you. Take care of yourself. The last to speak was the sword cultivator, who looked at Yōubái with a hint of regret. What else do you need? I'm prepared ahead of time. Have you learned it? And Yōubái inquired, her curiosity piqued. Not yet, he replied. His swordsmanship appeared simple and unadorned, yet it bore profound significance. Who is he? He is my master from another world. And Yōubai's gaze drifted into the distance, a touch of melancholy passing through her heart. It seems I will not have the chance to seek him out. I hope to encounter you again next time. The sword cultivator nodded, and for a fleeting moment, an expression of regret graced his usually impassive face, vanishing so swiftly that Yōubái almost doubted her own perception. Chapter 131. The Battle for Survival 24, Catastrophe in the Real World upon exiting the game. And Yōubái found herself back on her home sofa, reclining against the soft cushions, sipping cold water and savoring the sensation as it slid down into her stomach. Congratulations, player Yōubái, for successfully completing the sea-level advancement task, Survival Battle Advancement Match. Your performance has been rated as excellent. The rewards for clearing the task have been issued. Please log into the app to check. A game will be held every 10 days. We assure you that you will never feel bored again. Please remember our game philosophy. Cherish life and never be bored again. She had exchanged for several upgrade cards, which should be sufficient to upgrade 2 cards. With a joyful spirit, she picked up her phone and opened the app. Current points: 2,558, task reward, 1 advance card. With the successful completion of the sea-level advancement task, the points were credited. She opened the advance card in her backpack, and a flash of golden light revealed an item Yōubái had never encountered before. Electromagnetic explosive weapon card. Gold card. Usage instructions. Can only be used once. Skill description. Can set the explosion time at will. Upon detonation, it will cause widespread and intense electromagnetic interference. The effects of the advance card truly lived up to its designation, and Yōubái blinked in satisfaction. However, as she pondered, she realized that this wretched app had once again failed to grant her any cards during the game. The chest yielded no cards. Yet, the Phoenix, the Diamond Man, and even the Sword Cultivator had all managed to obtain cards, while she had not received a single one. The blatant malice and targeting of this game towards her were unmistakable, and she sighed deeply, lamenting, "Why must I be singled out?" Yet, reality was harsh. Circumstances often prevailed over individuals. Silently cursing a few more times in her heart, she refrained from voicing any of her grievances. In the discussion forum, the reactions to this sea-level advancement match were predictably filled with complaints. It was uncertain how many among them shared her experience of being targeted by the app. How did you all pass? I couldn't find a single otherworldly creature in the later stages. Where are the 100 types? They're in the sea. If you don't venture into the water, you won't discover them. There are so many in the sea. Every creature you strike attracts a swarm. I ended up being beaten to death. Seeing everyone else fail gives me some comfort. Did you all really engage with otherworldly creatures? We have been fighting since the beginning, and eventually, we all became bloodthirsty. I especially want to know why these otherworldly creatures seem to feel no pain. Indeed, unless they die, they just keep attacking. We formed a team, and everyone cooperated. Thanks to our captain's excellent guidance, each of us completed our kill tasks. Are you all really that harmonious? Is it true? Absolutely. The person above must have been on my team. I appreciate our captain, whose high attack and control skills dispatched anyone trying to stir trouble in mere seconds. Yes, thanks to our captain. You make me so envious. Everyone here is a killer. We're still slaughtering at midnight. Aren't there shadows at night? Why can't we kill them? They keep launching sneak attacks. It's so difficult. Right? I really want to know if anyone has killed a shadow. It seems no one has. We only managed to create a fire circle for safety. Can that creature be killed? Perhaps a big shot has taken one down? I'm just curious to ask. Regardless, I didn't pass. I just felt this round was too challenging. Fortunately, my points are sufficient, so I won't lose lifespan. I can only say that I admire my foresight in saving points. I'm truly clever. Sigh. Enough said. It's all tears. I've already been deducted. What more can I do? I sincerely hope that those players who killed to pass will meet their demise in the next round. You upstairs are overthinking. Those types are the ones who cherish their lives the most. When danger arises, they're the first to flee. Agreed. Your sentiment is good, but in reality, it's often these people who survive to the end. Yes, good people don't live long. Disasters harm the generations. Then let us hope they encounter an invincible big shot who takes them down. That could happen. Those who haven't passed can only vent here. If you have the ability, complete the task in the game. Brothers, the person upstairs must be among those who passed by killing. Let us rain down criticism on him. Come on, come on. Who is afraid of whom? A bunch of losers. I am a victor who has conquered the game. How could I possibly fear you failures? What the? This is outrageous. It's impossible not to berate you. Brothers, let us go to war. Insult him. What was once a forum for discussion swiftly devolved into a battleground of insults and vented frustrations. And Yōubái turned off her phone and quietly finished her dinner. The game had become increasingly bizarre, yet she had managed to collect sufficient upgrade cards in this round, which she deemed her greatest achievement, especially since the game had been stingy with card distributions lately. She upgraded the Qianbian Wanhua card from advanced to diamond level, and the sight of the card shimmering with a kaleidoscope of colors filled her with immense joy. Qianbian Wanhua, skill card. Diamond level, upgradable. Usage instructions. Usable 15 times within a day. Skill description. Can conjure items from your imagination. The clearer your vision, the more realistic the transformation. The conjured items last for 8 hours. This upgrade cost her 5 advanced upgrade cards, and with 4 remaining, she allocated them all to the healing card. Unfortunately, she fell short by 1 card for a diamond upgrade. However, it seemed adequate for the time being, and she could still explore the trading zone for potential surprises. Over the past 10 days, Yōubái had scoured the trading area daily in search of another advanced upgrade card. But alas, they were indeed rare. She had not found a single one in all this time. In the real world, the past 10 days had not been tranquil either, as an unexpected catastrophe had unfolded. A submarine volcano in a foreign region erupted without warning. The eruption propelled vast quantities of volcanic ash into the atmosphere, laden with sulfides and carbon dioxide, which lingered in the air and precipitated acid rain. The subsequent acid rain corroded the ocean, leading to the acidification of seawater, causing massive die-offs of marine life unable to adapt to the acidic conditions. Chapter 132. Invasion of Reality 1. Interstellar invasion while the tsunami rescue efforts were still underway. The submarine volcano incident caught many nations off guard, prompting a new wave of rescue operations. This time, more professionals were mobilized, and social aid was limited to donations. Anything more was impractical given the corrosive nature of acid rain, which posed a significant risk to untrained individuals. As people dined Gossiping about the event, online discussions proliferated, with many attempting to explain what a submarine volcano was, how it formed, and the reasons behind its eruption. Meanwhile, another dreadful incident struck without warning. A massive wildfire ignited, spreading uncontrollably as if fueled by an accelerant. Firefighting aircraft mobilized in increasing numbers, with pilots making repeated sorties to drop fire retardants. Yet, no matter how many times they flew, the flames only grew fiercer and more formidable. In an instant, every video circulating on social media was filled with images of raging flames, the inferno seemingly consuming the sky, while thick black smoke billowed ominously. Both humans and animals were rendered powerless in the face of such ferocity, as everything was mercilessly engulfed by the flames. Nature was demonstrating its power and might through such stark realities. Online and offline donations continued, and Yōubái and her colleagues once again contributed their heartfelt support, expressing relief that the calamity had not struck close to home, hoping for the safety of all. Messages of hope and blessings filled page after page online, as everyone offered their sincerest prayers, wishing for the swift end of the disasters and the safe return to normalcy for all. 10 days passed amidst these calamities, and once more, Yōubái found herself seated on the sofa, taking a deep breath in anticipation of the next game. Calmly seated, she awaited the teleportation, listening to the rhythmic ticking of the clock in the living room. After 10 seconds of waiting, she opened her eyes in surprise, raising her brows. This time, she had not been teleported, nor had she heard the app's notification sound. Could it be that the app had malfunctioned? The thought struck her as amusing. Yet when another 5 seconds passed without any occurrence, she straightened her posture and glanced around. Her eyes met the familiar warmth of her cozy home. On the small table before the sofa lay her dinner and a prepared beverage. Her phone rested beside her, and the clock on the wall continued its relentless ticking. As she pondered the oddity of the situation, a row of unmistakable text magically materialized in her line of sight. No matter which direction she looked, the text remained fixed in her view. Attention all life forms on Blue Star. This is a warning issued by the Interstellar Alliance. Your planet will soon be subjected to an interstellar invasion. All players of level C and above, prepare yourselves. You will be teleported to the front lines to resist the invasion. Other players, please be ready for backup. This invasion will be broadcast live. All life forms on Blue Star, brace yourselves for 3 months of catastrophe. Your planet will undergo tremendous changes due to the invasion. Rescue ships from the Interstellar Alliance will arrive in 3 months. During this time, you must do everything in your power to survive. If the front lines collapse, your planet will be occupied by the invaders, whose goal is to plunder all resources, leading to the planet's demise. As the warning concluded, Yōubái felt an unfamiliar pull and pressure. Just as she could not suppress a pained gasp, her body returned to normal, and she opened her eyes to find herself standing in a desolate wilderness, utterly alone. A map unfolded in her view, displaying a long line with bright dots spaced along it. Players on the front lines, you are the ones assessed with the highest combat power. If you fail to resist, the only outcome is death. Do your utmost to survive for yourself, your kin, and the planet that sustains you. As Yōubái grappled with her bewilderment, a group of creatures appeared on the horizon, too distant to discern their nature, yet they swiftly approached. On the map in the upper right corner, a tide of red dots emerged. Were these the interstellar invaders? Attention all players, the interstellar invasion has commenced. Prepare for battle. This blood-red warning flashed 3 times in every player's view, tightening the hearts of all on Blue Star. Taking a deep breath, Yōubái slowly exhaled, striving to maintain her composure. Despite having expressed her frustrations with the app many times throughout her gaming experience, she understood that this was beyond her comprehension of technology. What she needed to do now was to trust the app and give her utmost effort to repel the invaders. The dark swarm of interstellar invaders came into view, and the first sensation was the tremor of the ground beneath her feet as they charged forward, each one an unfamiliar creature. Some among them advanced by leaping on 4 legs, covering distances of 4 to 5 meters with each bound, while others ran upright like humans. A small group perched upon unfamiliar flying vessels, excitedly shrieking as they drew nearer. as they closed the distance. The small map in the upper right corner displayed a vast expanse of red tide, and Yōubái steadied herself, her hands poised with Lei Ting Wanjun, squinting as she calculated the distance in her mind. The moment the interstellar invaders fell within her calculated range, she unleashed her first attack, followed swiftly by a second, third, and fourth, her onslaught never ceasing. The defensive capabilities of these invaders were significantly weaker than the previous otherworldly creatures. Under several rounds of Lei Ting Wanjun, many had already succumbed. Recognizing the efficacy of this offensive strategy, and Yōubái continued unabated, successfully repelling this wave of attacks after an hour. A notification blared. Warning, Zone 241's defenses have faltered. Players still able to fight. Please apply for reinforcements to fend off the interstellar invaders. This alert, emblazoned in blood-red letters, flashed 3 times before everyone's eyes, and Yōubái bit her lip and clicked the application button below. Instantly, a powerful force enveloped her, reminiscent of the sensation experienced during her previous teleportation, transporting her to a location identical to the one where she had been battling. Here, there was only one injured individual and a throng of interstellar invaders, identical to those before. Without hesitation, she charged at the invaders, commencing her assault. Concurrently, about 10 others were also teleported in, and together they fought valiantly for half an hour, ultimately repelling this wave of attackers. Exhausted, they sat on the ground, weary from the 2 battles that had stretched over an hour. And Yōubái rose, gesturing for the assembled group to come closer and sit together. The weary crowd, too fatigued to move, turned to her with questioning glances. "Let me cast a group healing spell. It will help us recover more quickly," and Yōubái explained with a smile. Once she spoke, everyone instantly rose and gathered around her, their smiles brightening as they exclaimed, "What good fortune! You still have this skill. That's fantastic. Your attack is strong, and your support skills are impressive. Did the app grant you a backdoor?" "Huh. This is an upgrade skill card. I've seen it before, but I ran out before upgrading." "I can't believe you managed to upgrade it continuously. How did you know?" "I've seen it. Upgrade cards are such a hassle. It's better to buy more practical skills." While the others conversed, and Yōubái had already cast her healing spell, restoring everyone's vitality, and they all beamed with joy. Only the guardian present wore a grim expression. The crowd assumed he was simply in a bad mood and refrained from mentioning his inadequate defense. A girl in the group noticed him sitting silently and stepped forward to offer reassurance. "You needn't worry. Since the app can bring us here for support, there will surely be other ways for others to assist." However, her words did not garner agreement from the others, and then Yōubái observed the guardian with a hint of suspicion. This situation felt abnormal, since the app had already issued a warning. The first wave of defenders against the interstellar invaders bore the highest battle capabilities as assessed by the system. This implied that the Guardian's combat strength was not inferior to that of the others present. Why then could he not withstand the onslaught while the others managed to fend off the invaders? Initially, the urgency of the situation had left no room for contemplation. But with the invaders now repelled, this question loomed in everyone's mind as Yōubái scrutinized the man. The guardian of Zone 241 was a young man, appearing not much older than a boy, who sat silently with his head bowed, obscuring his expression. He offered no response to the girl as consolation. A tall man stepped forward, his sharp gaze fixed on the young guardian, his voice grave and low. 241. Why did you not exert your full strength to repel these interstellar invaders? Given the system's assessment that brought you here, it is evident that your combat prowess cannot be significantly weaker than ours. With this tall man's inquiry, another voice echoed through the crowd. Indeed, although this flawed system often misjudges, its evaluations are undoubtedly accurate. You cannot be far inferior to us. The 2 men's questions ignited a flurry of inquiries from the assembled group, all eyes now fixated on the guardian of Zone 241. We managed to eliminate this wave of invaders. Logically, you should be able to as well. Why then are you in such a disheveled state and injured? Yes, your situation is quite peculiar. What has transpired? Confronted with the crowd's inquiries, the guardian of Zone 241 continued to keep his head down, offering no response. Someone suddenly voiced a provocative suggestion. You can't possibly be doing this on purpose, can you? At this statement, silence enveloped the group as they regarded the young guardian with suspicion, contemplating the possibility. Finally, 241 reacted, slowly lifting his head and casting a cold gaze over the crowd. I did intentionally. Who knows what is true or false? I merely wanted to test the waters. His reply elicited a wave of outrage from the crowd. Are you out of your mind? Haven't we been warned? If we cannot hold this position, the others will perish. 241 regarded the speaker with disdain, smirking as he retorted. What does that have to do with me? We are all destined to die. Why should I care about others? His words left the crowd momentarily speechless. And seeing the dazed expressions on their faces, no one dared to counter his claims. 241 appeared like a victor, his gaze a mix of scorn and derision as it swept over the group. You all behave like obedient dogs, doing as you're told. Since being thrust into this wretched game, has anyone ever resisted? We are all led by the nose, compelled to participate in this dreadful game every 10 days. Whether we like it or not, why should we blindly follow it? And how can we be certain that its assertions are correct? What they are not? Who truly knows who they are? The crowd, comprised of the finest players, found merit in his words, yet some began to voice their dissent, whether right or wrong. We cannot verify that now. However, your actions, given the current circumstances, cannot be justified. Have you considered the consequences of your obstinacy? Indeed, your reckless behavior nearly led us astray. If the app's warnings are valid, your approach is far too perilous. 241's gaze remained laced with derision, filled with contempt. And what of it? If it is true, then we all face doom, and our resistance is futile. 241 stared at the crowd, his scorn unwavering as he proclaimed, Why should I risk my life for strangers? How can we prevent those individuals from recklessly throwing themselves in a battle? And Yōubái, feeling infuriated by the situation, was about to voice a rebuttal when the app's notification echoed in everyone's minds. All players, please return to your guardian zones. The invasion battle is about to commence. At that moment, there was no time for the crowd to engage in a debate with 241 regarding right or wrong. Each player promptly clicked the system's retreat option, returning to their respective guardian zones, preparing to withstand the impending onslaught. Only the tall man paused for a moment, and, as the others began to disperse, he fixed his serious gaze on 241 and sternly remarked, If you do not wish to defend, you might as well perish here. I believe that if you die, the app will select another to fill your position. Observing the contemptible and furious expression on 241's face, the tall man unreservedly pointed at him and scolded, Regardless, you are destined to die. It makes no difference whether it's sooner or later. Step aside from this defensive position for those willing to resist, allowing us to avoid unnecessary trouble. After hearing his words, the guardian of Zone 241, filled with rage, charged forward wielding a long knife, eager to teach the tall man a lesson. Unfortunately, his attack fell short as the tall man clicked on the retreat option, vanishing from sight the moment his words concluded. Left alone, 241 stood fuming, cursing at the sky and ground for quite some time. Meanwhile, the players who had entered the battlefield first were unaware that all these events, including their combat situation, were being transmitted to the eyes of others on launching. Initially, ordinary citizens found it hard to believe, but as events unfolded, skepticism turned into acceptance. And now, a majority of the populace had come to trust this notification. The government's response was swift. The consequences of an invasion war were grave. If the 3-month timeline proposed by the adversary was indeed real, it signified that launching would undergo unprecedented changes during that period. What those changes would be was anyone's guess. Various speculations arose, perhaps involving frigid temperatures or extreme heat, leading to potential disasters, wildfires, heat waves, water shortages, and beyond. Should the interstellar invasion introduce unexpected alien pathogens, it could provoke climate alterations on launching, likely resulting in the extinction of certain flora and fauna. While the nation diligently sought countermeasures, other players received a notification from the system. Those willing to participate in the resistance battle may click to apply. In an instant, some players, upon witnessing the invasion's ferocity, eagerly applied to join the resistance, while others hesitated and some rushed out to procure food and drink. Regardless of their circumstances, all players understood one crucial fact. This was indeed reality. As they pondered and prepared, they received a nationwide broadcast. The government issued a formal notice urging players to proactively contact them, offering professional strategies to collectively resist the impending interstellar invasion. By the time these events unfolded, Yōubái and her companions, as the first wave of combatants, had already reached the tail end of their second battle. This time, Zone 241 did not hold back, resulting in the app system not issuing a rescue notification. After the battle concluded, the players sat separately to rest, each producing their food supplies, showcasing their unique skills in the process. Yōubái summoned the Mie spaceship, its radiant hues providing a slight reprieve for her anxious and exhausted spirit. Lying within the spaceship, she glanced at the system's time display. If indeed they were to endure for 3 months, her current supplies might prove insufficient. She pondered whether the system offered a means to replenish her inventory. Opening the system interface, she discovered that discussions in the forum were fervently revolving around this very concern. Do we really need to sustain ourselves for 3 months? It seems so. I believe at least 3 months, and perhaps even longer. Can we truly endure this? If these are the interstellar invaders, the battles have been manageable, albeit numerous. Today marks the first day. Will there be more to come? Absolutely. Everyone, rest well and recuperate. Will we have reinforcements? My supplies are running low. I'm not sure. There should be, right? The issue at 241 earlier. Didn't the app send someone for assistance? Indeed. Those who went, what was the situation? 241 seems indifferent to others' survival, intentionally allowing the situation to unfold. No way. Seriously? Are you out of your mind? Exactly. What were you thinking? How could you act in such a manner? All right, enough chatter. The absence of a rescue notification from 241 indicates they put up a good fight. I thought those who made it here would be of sound mind. I didn't expect otherwise. Upstairs, the app assesses combat power, not intelligence. Don't conflate the two. Understood. That makes sense. Is anyone interested in trading? Discussing trivial matters is useless. We should focus on what is practical. The next battle may come swiftly. Indeed. Let us not waste time. I want to trade weapons. Who has extras to offer? Yōubái observed the lively exchanges as players bartered. Noting that she needed just one more advanced upgrade card, she quickly posted her request. Half an hour later, she exchanged a bowl of ginseng soup gifted by Yōubái for an advanced upgrade card, instantly elevating her healing card to diamond level. Healing card, skill card. Diamond level, upgradable. Usage instructions. Can be used 20 times a day, usable individually or within a 10m x 10m area. Skill overview. Upon usage, restores the user to full health. Can remove advanced negative statuses. The respite concluded swiftly. The sun's rays and the surrounding environment remained unchanged. Yōubái, relaxing her fatigued body, began to drift into a light sleep when the system notification abruptly roused her. The interstellar invaders were attacking once more, and the battle was set to continue. Chapter 135. The Reality of Invasion 4. How much longer can we endure? This time, the number of invaders launching an assault exceeded the combined total of the previous 2 encounters. As if those earlier battles were mere warm-ups and the true conflict was just beginning. Observing the tide of invaders surging ahead, Yōubái swiftly boarded her spaceship, propelling herself forward at full speed. Continuously unleashing thunderous might from her hands, she maintained her defense with unwavering determination. Undeterred and unscathed as she stood her ground against this wave of assault. Meanwhile, in other zones, players exerted their utmost efforts to withstand the onslaught of the interstellar invaders. During the intense clashes, injuries became an inevitable reality. This round of attack and defense persisted for a full 7 days, with the initial wave of defenders worn down by the relentless assaults. On the 7th day, several regions issued system prompts for rescue requests. Finally, during a brief respite, all participants in the discussion forum voiced a singular concern. How much longer can we endure? Every individual experiences fatigue. Prolonged battles of this nature impose an enormous toll. My body simply cannot withstand it. I barely managed 3 hours of sleep yesterday and almost dozed off during the fight just now. Who else has something to invigorate us? Coffee? Tobacco? If not, ice cubes will suffice. There should be ice cubes. I recall that among us, one individual possesses the skill to freeze. Who called for me? Allow me a moment to rest. If the interval between the next rounds is not extended, I fear I shall not endure. Is there anyone with restorative potions? The girl who can heal. Are you present? The one who supported us in District 241 on the first day. No way. Someone actually possesses healing magic. Indeed. And it's a group healing spell. We utilized it on the first day. Come forth, girl. And Yōubái observed the discussion and replied with a sense of helplessness. I am here, but we cannot see each other. Oh, I almost forgot about that. We should not be far apart. Why not attempt to run and see if we can meet others? I have tried. We cannot escape. If we go left, we return right. A time-space loop? What exactly is this app? Wasn't it mentioned earlier, the Galactic Alliance? It must be a higher dimensional entity. Surely, they cannot be too advanced otherwise. How could they allow interstellar invaders to reach us? They still require 3 months to arrive? Who can say? However, they are undoubtedly more technologically advanced than us. Nonsense. If they were truly that advanced, they might as well subject the interstellar invaders to this time-space loop. No matter how they attempt to flee, they would simply return to their original position, right? Precisely. Why are we subjected to this limitation while they are not? Perhaps the app is deliberately toying with us. We are entirely passive. All the information we receive comes from the app. How can we ascertain its authenticity? Is it possible that this looping technology is ineffective against the interstellar invaders? Or perhaps they can break through this technology. From what we've seen, they seem to be a group of low-intelligence beings. How could they possibly break through a technology that requires high intelligence? We cannot even break through it. It could be an innate skill of animals, or something else entirely. Is it conceivable that the entities currently attacking us are not the official interstellar invaders, but merely a diversion to exhaust our resources? This statement caused everyone to pause for a few seconds, and Yōubái raised her eyebrows, her heart momentarily halting at the thought. This notion, audacious and lacking justification, sounded like a baseless speculation, liable to be ridiculed at any moment. Yet, in this moment, it provoked profound contemplation among all present. I believe there's a real possibility. Yes, reflect on many historical wars. There have been instances where prisoners or death row inmates were used to assault the enemy's defenses, while the true assault remained in the rear. Indeed, this idea is feasible. They're interstellar invaders, unaware of our capabilities and tactics. By releasing entities of little significance to them, they not only exhaust us, but also discern our methods of attack. No way, I initially thought this idea was absurd, but after your discussion, it feels eerily plausible. The reality is becoming somewhat frightening. Your arguments are increasingly convincing me of this possibility. After all, such strategies are not uncommon in historical texts. So, we're the ones being exhausted, correct? If what you say is true, does that imply the forthcoming battles will be even more intense? Are there true forces preparing to launch an assault? Indeed, if this scenario holds, then the 7 days of conflict have provided them ample time to comprehend our tactics and weaknesses. Today, several defensive supports have been established, so they must have a clear understanding of our capabilities. What shall we do next? What else can we do? We must persist. Do we have any other options? What would happen if we allowed them to breach our defenses? Even if we employed all our skills from a game, we would be unable to withstand them. If they truly penetrate our defenses, the consequences need not be elaborated. However, I genuinely feel on the verge of collapse. My healing supplies are nearly depleted, and soon I shall have no food left. This somewhat poignant statement resonated with others, as they found themselves in remarkably similar circumstances. The toll of battle is immense. Even Yōubái noticed that her supplies were dwindling. She pulled out all her rations, meticulously gathering what remained edible. Gazing at the large, empty spaces in her inventory, she felt a momentary daze, taking out all her cards and counting them one by one, in search of anything still usable. Surprisingly, she uncovered a long-hidden card. Holding the SS level card, deemed a cheat by the app, the edges scratched against her fingertips, and she gazed at it with a complex expression. It is in a usable state. Does this mean she can return to that world through this portal? What about here? What will happen to launching? Chapter 136. Invasion of Reality 5. Yang Li's support. As in Yōubái contemplated the portal card, she became lost in thought when the app's notification flashed before everyone's eyes. The first batch of reinforcements has arrived. Please be advised, reinforcements will arrive in 5 seconds. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. As the countdown concluded, a figure appeared before Yōubái. A familiar face. Yang Li, tomorrow? How did you arrive? And Yōubái exclaimed in disbelief, gazing at Yang Li's radiant smile. Yang Li grinned at Yōubái, unabashedly praising her. I underestimated you. I never expected your offensive capabilities to be quite commendable. How did you know? And Yōubái inquired curiously. It's being streamed. Your battles and all the scenes are visible to us. Is this true? Although Yōubái had a strong suspicion that this was indeed the case. A flicker of hope lingered within her, that perhaps it was just another game by the app. It must be true, knowing you would be in need of supplies. The government summoned us players together and distributed a plethora of resources, with more supplies to follow. You need no longer worry about provisions. As Yang Li spoke, he began to produce various boxes from his backpack, revealing an assortment of food, supplies, and weapons within. And Yōubái, being a law-abiding citizen, had limited knowledge of weaponry and looked bewilderedly at the plethora of arms scattered about. What were these for? Yang Li's demeanor this time was far more amiable than before. He patiently explained, each of us from the first batch of reinforcements brought quite a few weapons, distributed across every defensive area. Firstly, to provide support, as your prolonged battles have been arduous. Secondly, to test whether our modern weaponry can inflict damage upon them. While explaining, he continued to unpack boxes, extracting numerous materials that Yōubái had never seen before. You should rest. You're unfamiliar with this. We, the first batch of reinforcements, underwent intensive training for 7 days, passing 3 rounds of examinations to secure our spots. Allow me to handle this. With that, he dashed outside, busily working away. Before long, a 5-meter-tall electric fence swiftly erected itself. Observing the abundance of supplies and Yang Li's industrious efforts outside, and Yōubái suddenly felt a warmth in her eyes. Her earlier sense of unease gradually dissipating. Knowing she was not fighting alone, but supported by so many others, felt truly wonderful. In the discussion forum, some individuals could not contain their emotions and burst into tears. Just a moment ago, I thought I was on the brink of exhaustion, ready to give in. However, now I feel a renewed strength to persevere. The healing supplies have arrived. How wonderful! This electric grid is truly remarkable. I'm so exhilarated that I no longer feel fatigued. What should I do? The minefield. Oh my, this is incredibly impressive. I cannot help but imagine the scene of the invaders rushing in. The flamethrowers, did you see them? Yes, and there are also those adorable little machines, spraying oil. So round and cute. There is support coming from behind. We are not alone in this battle. The arrival of backup reinvigorated everyone, dispelling the previous despair, and filled us with an excitement akin to being invigorated with adrenaline, our eyes sparkling with hope. As anticipation mounted, the battle reignited, and this time, the invaders were indeed not the same as those from the previous 7 days. Instead, they resembled armor machines akin to robots, charging in as soon as they appeared, with the first to cross being the minefield that had been laid out in advance. In that instant, the first wave of armored machines on the ground was sent flying into the air by the mines. Some of the mech units expelled the spherical object, swiftly retreating. Others continued their advance, drawing ever closer. And Yōubái immediately unleashed thunderous might, but to her astonishment, when the lightning struck this wave of armored machines, they were enveloped in a faint halo that seemed to shield them. The lightning strikes lost their previous effectiveness. This time, all the bolts appeared to sink into the halo, as if mired in a quagmire, yielding no response. Watching the invaders approach at the same relentless speed as before, it was as if they had suffered no harm or impact, continuing their assault on our defenses. Meanwhile, Yang Li persistently unleashed a hail of gunfire from a heavy machine gun upon the armored machines, the rhythmic sound of gunfire blending with the clatter of spent shells, resonating alongside the thunderous strikes. Observing these creatures that fear no lightning, and Yōubái's mind raced with the discussions that had transpired. They were probing our weaknesses, now aware of our capabilities, thus returning with preparedness. Indeed, one must not underestimate these invaders. A smirk tugged at her lips as she inwardly scoffed. Did they truly believe I relied solely on one method? How mistaken they are. Swiftly, she transformed her approach, conjuring the phoenix's true fire and unleashing a torrent of flames upon the armored machines. Under the relentless onslaught of the phoenix fire, the halo surrounding the armored machines flickered and faded, unable to sustain its protective efficacy. Groups of armored machines were ignited by the flames, the inferno raging fiercely, and soon more spherical objects were ejected, hovering in the air before hastily retreating. Timing her actions perfectly, Yōubái unleashed another wave of phoenix fire alongside lightning strikes. With the combined force of both attacks, a significant portion of the retreating spheres was shot down, while a few managed to evade and flee. One truly underestimates these interstellar invaders. They are far from mere barbaric intruders. This encounter reveals that they are likely beings of higher dimensional intelligence. Under the might of Yōubái's formidable phoenix fire, along with Yang Li's relentless assault, this region of defense was successfully repelled within half an hour. However, not everyone was as fortunate, for the interstellar invaders had tailored their attack strategies to counter each individual. At the onset of battle, many soon realized that their assaults were ineffective, or at best, yielded diminished results compared to their previous capabilities. Chapter 137, Invasion of Reality 6. Frenzied assault. Faced with such a dire combat scenario, anxiety crept into the hearts of many. Were it not for the support of backup weapons, instilling a sense of confidence, most would have faltered under the weight of exhaustion and lack of supplies. Yet now the situation was different. With the arrival of reinforcements and resources, morale soared, bolstered by the effectiveness of the weapons at their disposal. Despite the fierce nature of the battle, the defenders in various sectors held their ground, as those defending other areas continued their valiant struggle. Yōubái and Yang Li sat atop identical supply crates, indulging in a feast. Braised pork, grilled fish, spicy Sichuan stir-fry, and exquisite Cantonese soup filled the boxes Yang Li had brought, overflowing with a delightful array of dishes. Yang Li observed Yōubái, who was deeply engrossed in her meal, a smile flickering in his eyes as he recalled a similar scene on the cruise ship when she had devoured her food without a hint of decorum. At that time, he had found her behavior rather uncouth, enduring the discomfort of her table manners. However, now, witnessing the same woman in the same state, he could only find it amusing. When she choked, he swiftly offered her a glass of water, admonishing her to take her time, reminding her that there was plenty more food to enjoy. Yōubái was completely oblivious to his words, immersed in her meal with utter satisfaction, too preoccupied to engage in conversation. The intensity of the battle had taken a significant toll on her body. Upon her arrival, she had been unaware of the impending reinforcements and supplies. To conserve her limited resources for as long as possible, she had meticulously rationed her food, fearful of running out before resupply. Initially, it had sufficed, but as the battles escalated, she found her rations increasingly inadequate, yet she dared not indulge fully, living in a state of perpetual hunger. Oh, how she longed for a hearty meal! Now, with identical crates, Yang Li had brought 20 of them, alleviating her concerns about provisions. With this support, the group could sustain themselves for 3 months without worry. After a fulfilling meal, she plopped down against the crate, turning to Yang Li with a question that had been on her mind. We are still on our own planet, right? Yang Li nodded, explaining that those who came to assist had received notifications via the app, and anyone wishing to help could sign up. But rest assured, many more are waiting in line for the next wave of support. The live feed is continuously broadcasting our battle situation. Any supplies we lack will be promptly delivered. Everything we brought has been meticulously planned by everyone. You should take a break. You haven't rested properly in days. I will call you when the battle resumes. Yōubái nodded, leaning against the crate as she stood up and turned back towards the spaceship, standing at its edge to express her gratitude. Thank you, Xixiao. Yang Li looked up, and the two exchanged a knowing smile. Once again, the group united to repel the interstellar invaders, gaining a moment of respite. The discussion forum buzzed with excitement as the reinforcements arrived, each newcomer animatedly recounting their experiences in battle. While the first wave of players who had fought on the front lines succumbed to exhaustion, sleeping soundly in the darkness, oblivious to the world around them. The overwhelming fatigue had been alleviated by the arrival of backup troops. At last, they were no longer alone in their defense, allowing everyone to finally rest peacefully. This victory brought immense encouragement to the people of Lanxing, who, under the guidance of the government, were making their way to various underground shelters. Amidst the brief tumult on the bustling streets, normalcy swiftly returned, a testament to effective management. Those intent on sowing chaos were promptly apprehended. Whether they now regret their actions while confined within prison walls is uncertain, as those actively preparing for the next phase have neither the time nor the energy to contemplate such matters. Life's myriad forms and the ever-changing nature of worldly affairs mean that some individuals, in the face of calamity, resort to harming others for their own gain. Yet simultaneously, there are always those who rise to the occasion, positioning themselves as a shield against catastrophe, safeguarding others in the process. Our lives are never devoid of such individuals. They often blend seamlessly into the background, appearing unremarkable and neither particularly outstanding nor particularly endearing. With the comprehensive support of the government, the community united in defense for a month. During this protracted period, they faced multiple near breaches of their defensive line. However, through mutual assistance, they consistently transformed peril into safety. Through these repeated rescue missions, the reputation of Yōubái flourished, and more people began to remember her as the one skilled in group therapy. Throughout several rescue efforts, she encountered Jin Gang, Feng Huang, and Jin Xiu, all of whom remained steadfast. Upon their reunion, they exchanged smiles and brief words of caution and safety before plunging back into the fierce fray. Just when everyone believed the conflict would continue until federal aid arrived, a frenzied invasion assailed them like an overwhelming tidal wave. Faced with the relentless assault of interstellar invaders, the defenders struggled to maintain their ground. The enemy's aircraft launched a fierce attack on the ground's protective electric net, their formidable firepower suppressing the counteroffensive. 367, assistance required. 176, assistance required. 276, assistance required. 308, assistance required. Within the first hour of battle, alerts for assistance from the system flooded in, yet everyone was too occupied to respond. Each individual striving to eliminate the invaders encroaching upon their territory. And Yōubái retrieved the laser gun she had acquired in the previous encounter and commenced indiscriminate fire against the mechanical armor that had drawn near. The laser gun's immense destructive power was now fully unleashed, revealing a distinct difference from past encounters. There were no life forms aboard the enemy's aircraft. Every aircraft struck by the laser gun fell from the sky without a trace of escape. Alas, after 10 discharges, the laser gun depleted its energy and required recharging, rendering it unusable. In Chapter 138, Invasion of Reality, the defensive zone fell, and Yōubái stowed the laser gun and instantly summoned 4 ethereal figures of the Wu Wei Jinren. Dispersing them before her, she commanded the 4 phantoms to unleash sword energy, disrupting the formation of the advancing mechanical armors and unsettling their offensive rhythm. Yongli relentlessly fired small missiles, detonating them at the center of the mechanical armor horde, the thunderous explosions echoing incessantly. Attention! Defensive zone has fallen to 10. This notification flashed before everyone's eyes, yet those engaged in combat had no time to ponder its implications, their concentration unwavering as they continued their relentless assault. Meanwhile, those watching the live stream felt an urgent sense of anxiety. In the gathering hall of players, voices rose in frustration. Why can't we go in? Wasn't the first wave of aid supposed to be followed by a second? Indeed, why doesn't the system allow us to apply again? They had persevered for so long, exhaustion weighing heavily upon them. Why won't they let us in? Even if my attack power is inferior, I can still throw grenades. What about those who were defending the recently occupied area? Did anyone notice? I didn't see, only that it stated the area was lost. They must have been teleported. How do you know? I'm guessing. We're always teleported after completing tasks, so they must have been too. Regardless, we must prepare. Where are the players for the second wave of aid? Come on, Let us gather to discuss. Let us see if we need to modify what we're bringing. Our third wave is here too. The invaders are using a swarm tactic. Why don't we charge in together? We may not be able to do much, but we can still throw grenades. All right, you all come too. Let us strategize. Our fourth wave is ready. If needed, we'll go in immediately. Okay, let us see what weapons we can take. Attention, defensive zone has fallen to 20, and Yōubái struggled to fend off the relentless advance of the mechanical armors. Mindless machines that feared no offensive tactics. As long as they were not destroyed, they continued their advance. In the face of such overwhelming forces, one person's strength had its limits. Even the fiercest assault could only be executed by a single individual. Yōubái also felt the palpable pressure from the enemy's assault, yet neither spoke nor retreated. When Yōubái used her healing abilities for the third time to restore their physical states, the system notification echoed once more. Attention! Defensive zone has fallen to 30. The two exchanged a brief glance before inhaling deeply and returning their focus to the fight. Yet, despite how many they managed to eliminate, the overall numbers of the mechanical army showed no sign of diminishing. The enemy continued to deploy new aircraft, appearing like an unending stream. Within 5 minutes, the system alerts continued, and by the time the final notification sounded, a profound sense of helplessness enveloped the combatants. The defensive zone has fallen beyond 50. The first round of defense has failed. This message reverberated thrice, and those still holding out did not cease their assaults. However, following the ringing of the alert, they felt a familiar tugging sensation, a sign that the system was beginning to teleport them. In an instant, Yōubái found herself in a different location, surrounded by individuals seated on the ground, some tending to wounds, others quietly weeping, and many remaining silently in contemplation. This silence was permeated with an oppressive emotional weight, as the reality of their defeat settled in, leaving a sense of profound sadness and frustration in their hearts. Lightning, are you all right? Feng Huang approached, her gaze filled with concern, accompanied by Jian Xiu and Jin Gang. And Yōubái, feeling fatigued, managed a faint smile. Am right. Just tired. This doesn't feel right. Why are we fighting alone? Shouldn't battles be fought collectively? A sudden roar erupted from the crowd, infused with anger and resentment, tinged with heartbreaking sobs. Indeed, if we band together, we need not lose. Why separate us? Exactly. Why do the invaders attack in groups while we defend alone or in pairs? Our numbers are inherently unequal. Does anyone know where we are? The crowd voiced their frustrations, decrying the system's unfairness. Suddenly, a calm voice emerged, steadying the tumult and bringing a hush over the agitated crowd. Everyone, do not despair. The system's notification stated that the first round of defense has failed. Since there is a first round, there will surely be a second. I believe we have not yet lost. The crowd, in unison, turned their attention towards the man who had just spoken. He bore the marks of battle upon his face, appearing somewhat disheveled, yet his eyes sparkled with an extraordinary brightness. Calm yourselves and contemplate this carefully, he urged. I believe this is entirely feasible. Let us not succumb to pessimism and despair. Everyone should take a moment to rest and recuperate. I am confident that we will soon face a second round of combat. Indeed, there is merit in his words. Someone interjected. Such a confrontation cannot be accomplished solely through the strength of an individual, given that we have been placed at the forefront to withstand the initial wave of attacks. It is likely that this was intended to provide our rear guard with additional preparation time. We have endured for a month, which can be deemed as the completion of our first phase. That's correct. When our first wave of reinforcements arrived, the government had already instructed everyone to take refuge in the underground shelters, and all supplies were prepared. Another added, the second wave of reinforcements has yet to appear, indicating that the time for their assistance has not yet come. We must adjust our states accordingly. I too believe that there will certainly be a second round of defense. Well said. Let us gather our spirits, tend to our wounds, and take our medicine to restore our conditions. Who is in need of healing supplies? I still have 2 boxes here. I have provisions in my supply crate. Everyone should eat something and take a proper rest. Let us set up a few individual rest areas so that those severely injured can recuperate in peace. Excellent. This area will do. as they encouraged one another. Gradually recovering from the recent setback, they were engaged in animated discussions when the first man to propose this notion, bearing a face marked with scars, approaching Yōubái with resolute steps. He stood 3 paces away from her, his body taut and his expression earnest, his gaze imbued with sincerity as he inquired, "Hello, I am Lu, a D-rank player. Although we have not met before, I am aware of you. Could you assist everyone in restoring their conditions?" His voice was low, intentionally subdued compared to when he had previously commanded the attention of the crowd. This inquiry was only audible to him and in Yōubái, which undeniably heightened her regard for him. His consideration for her feelings, rather than pressuring her to heal everyone, marked him as someone worthy of association. Lewin continued, "I understand that healing spells require resources. What do you need? Those of us present can pool our resources and, if necessary, we can purchase what is required from the app marketplace." And Yōubái nodded in acknowledgement, not concealing anything. "I can use the healing spell a maximum of 20 times per day, with a healing radius of only 10 meters by 10 meters. What do you require?" Lewin persisted, remaining steadfast in his inquiry. "The healing spell is an upgrade card, and to continue its enhancement, diamond-grade upgrade cards are necessary." Lewin looked at Yōubái with a hint of astonishment. Her response exceeded his expectations. "Diamond-grade upgrade cards are only available through D-rank quests. There are not many D-rank players. Are you a D-rank player?" When the topic of ranks arose, and Yōubái could only twitch her lips in exasperation. "I am not a D-rank player. I barely passed the C-rank advancement quest in my last encounter." Though curiosity sparkled in Lewin's eyes, he refrained from probing further, simply nodding with a smile. "All right, I will inquire further. Thank you for your efforts. I will gather those who are heavily injured." Observing Lewin call over several individuals, they began to disperse and unite the others, and Yōubái and her companions moved closer together, exchanging their thoughts. Phoenix Girl, as always, lifted her head with a smile and said, "Lightning, I will follow you from now on. I do not have the upgrade cards you desire, but I do have plenty of other supplies. Let us see if there is anything you like." "I concur," Jean Gang added with a nod. "Phoenix is correct. I will accompany you. However, I have noticed that the mechanical armor attacking us is operated by intelligent machines, not by human control. What about the flying machines?" Yang Li Guoriet seriously, Turning to Jin Gang. "I do not have much knowledge about machines, but I felt that the latter attacks seemed odd, as if they were not right. We fought for quite a while, yet it seems we did not inflict much damage on them." Jean Gang, seated in his chair, spoke in a soft voice that conveyed a sense of fatigue. "They are likely war-specific robots, with front-facing eyes that serve as scanning devices capable of transmitting and analyzing data back. Are they remotely controlled?" Yang Li asked, half closing his eyes as he desperately recalled the appearance of those mechanical armors. Jean Gang reclined his soft chair, appearing weak and weary. "Uncertain, the technology varies across worlds, and some principles may not align, while others could be contradictory. My robots cannot detect their signal transmission, yet the fluctuations are indeed unstable, indicating that they are undoubtedly transmitting data." At this juncture, a question surged in Yōubái's mind. If they were truly mechanical constructs and did not belong to sentient life forms, would conventional attack methods be ineffective against them? What about fire? My Phoenix Fire seems to work quite well against them, and their built-in extinguishing devices do not seem to counteract it effectively. Phoenix Girl replied, her eyes gleaming with pride, enhancing her already vibrant demeanor. "Electromagnetic detonations," and Yōubái suggested, producing a card as she addressed the group. "If they come again, should we not test the efficacy of this?" All eyes turned to Jean Gang, for among their circle, he possessed the most extensive and professional knowledge regarding machinery. After reviewing the card's details, Jean Gang inhaled deeply. "We need to inform the others in advance. I am uncertain of the attack range of this electromagnetic detonation. It may affect some of our machinery." And Yōubái, feeling concerned, asked, "Will your machines be affected?" "Yes," Jean Gang affirmed without hesitation. "I will explain it thoroughly to everyone. I believe we should test it to see if it has any effect on their mechanical armor. If it proves effective, we can purchase more from the marketplace. Is there a possibility we could create it ourselves?" Yang Li turned to Jean Gang, inquiring further. Jean Gang contemplated for a moment before shaking his head with uncertainty. As far as I know, it should not be possible, but there may be aspects I am unaware of. However, I can confirm that in the mechanical city I visited, it could indeed be constructed. Alas, I cannot return. Are you certain? It can be created there? And Yōubái gazed intently at Jean Gang, her fingers tightly clenched where others could not see. Yes, my machines were created there. You all have witnessed the results. Jean Gang's voice was soft, yet his response was resolute, with a nostalgic glimmer in his eyes. Jean Gang murmured, "Regrettably, I can never return." And Yōubái stared at the ground, her mind swirling with tumultuous thoughts. Could this portal lead to that world? If it is defined as a portal, it should be capable of repeated use, implying that one can go and return. If she could return to her original world to locate Long Sheng and create another portal, would it still yield the same effect? If they truly could not withstand the onslaught, could they summon aid from individuals in other worlds? If the planet were indeed doomed, could they retreat to another world to continue their existence? All these thoughts crashed over her like relentless waves, tumultuous and chaotic, leaving her grasping for clarity. Lightning. Everyone is prepared. Could you please come over for a moment? Chapter 140. Invasion of Reality 9. Electromagnetic burst as the tempest of thoughts raged tumultuously within in Yōubai's mind. Lu Wen approached him. This man, exuding a dragon-like fierceness, spoke in a subdued tone, expressing gratitude and requesting in Yōubái to cast healing spells for everyone. Blinking to regain his interrupted train of thought, and Yōubái turned and followed Lu Wen, moving towards the gathering where all players had formed a perfectly aligned square. A 10-meter by 10-meter formation. With a few healing spells cast, the players instantly rejuvenated. Laughter erupted among them as they repeatedly expressed their thanks to Yōubái. Thank you. Indeed, your healing spells are remarkable. All fatigue has vanished. Truly wonderful. Many thanks. Lightning, thank you. Why do they call her Lightning? Her skill is to summon thunderstrikes. And in battle, her attacks are fearsome indeed. Yes, the lightning she conjures forms an interconnected web, showcasing formidable might. Oh, what an extraordinary individual, capable of both striking and healing. Thank you, Lightning. Amidst the chorus of gratitude, and Yōubái grasped Lu Wen's arm, presenting the electromagnetic burst they had previously discussed. He explained, Jean Gang mentioned we should give this a try. If it proves effective, employing this attack could alleviate the pressure on everyone. I found it in the marketplace. It's available for 2,000 points each. If it truly works, we could pool our resources to purchase a few. Lu Wen returned the card to Yōubái, whispering, Please wait a moment. He then rejoined his earlier team and shortly returned with 6 individuals, a mix of men and women, seemingly no different from the other players. Lu Wen earnestly introduced them. Lightning, we are currently all the D-grade players, a total of 7 of us. Upon hearing this, the others exchanged glances, their expressions indicating surprise. They had only just cleared the C-grade advancement task, and could at most be considered C-grade. Lu Wen continued, We also possess the card you just acquired, and are deliberating whether to test its effectiveness. Since you believe it merits a trial, we shall attempt it in the next battle, provided aerial vehicles or mechanical armors appear. We were discussing that the best placement for this device would be directly in the center of the enemy's formation for maximum impact, but regrettably, we have yet to devise a feasible plan for how to achieve that. A woman with long hair from the opposing D-grade team interjected. There are flying vehicles and mechanical armors in the enemy's attacking squad. Attempting to breach into their formation is futile. I have attempted it. In a soft and gentle tone, Jean Gang chimed in with his own observations. I too have tried. The mechanical devices are ineffective. They can detect an approach from 3 meters away and will shoot them down. The Phoenix Maiden pondered, I could fly a short distance on Xiao Huang, but it wouldn't reach the center. Phoenix Fire can only attack. It lacks defensive capabilities, preventing me from reaching the midpoint. Lu Wen scanned the crowd, expressing regret as he explained, After we dispersed earlier, we consulted with other players to explore potential methods to bring this to the enemy's center. Unfortunately, no practical solutions have emerged thus far. Another robust man from the D-grade team spoke up, If all else fails, we have no choice but to charge in. This is our last resort. And Yōubái regarded everyone and quietly declared, I shall attempt it. I believe I can get in. Instantly, all eyes turned to her, and the long-haired D-grade woman immediately inquired, "How do you plan to enter?" And Yōubái turned to Yang Li, without needing further explanation, understood her intent, and firmly stated, "With the speed and defense of the Mie Cheng spacecraft, it should withstand the onslaught. However, you cannot manage alone. Concentrating on both charging and controlling the ship would be too distracting. In this combat scenario, full attention is imperative." Upon hearing the possibility of a successful entry, the long-haired woman promptly affirmed, "I will accompany her." Yang Li turned, retrieving a box of high-grade spirit stones from her backpack, asserting, "Allow me to pilot. I constructed the spacecraft. I can maximize its speed. Utilizing spirit stones as energy means we can forego electrical charging, and if we are besieged, I can retaliate with lightning." This time, no one voiced opposition. Yang Li then addressed in Yōubái, "Bring out the spacecraft. I will conduct a thorough inspection to ensure it can accelerate to full speed when needed." Understood. While Yang Li examined the spacecraft, the D-grade group began explaining the situation to the assembled players, emphasizing that once the battle commenced, should they see the spacecraft take flight, all mechanical devices must be retracted to avoid damage. As players actively prepared for the upcoming defense, the individuals on Blue Star similarly reached a consensus. The second and third batches of reinforcements were fully prepared, their supplies and weapons ready for departure. The second round of defense begins. Please prepare. Before everyone's eyes, the scenery transformed, presenting a scene akin to the first round. Only this time, no one stood alone. They were united. Lu Wen dashed to the perimeter, shouting, "Prepare. Who can set up the electric net? Those who can deploy defensive skills, step forward." Immediately, a dozen individuals surged forth from the crowd, some erecting earthen walls, others deploying electric nets. A few released expansive patches of swamp. As the preparations unfolded, a dark horde of invaders surged ominously from the horizon. Everyone retreat. Prepare for ranged attacks. In a single line, the players braced themselves, feeling the palpable aura of impending doom, each eye gleaming with righteous fury, determined to reclaim victory after the previous defeat. The enemy's flying vehicles initiated the assault first, soaring through the skies with unmatched velocity. Lu Wen observed in Yōubái, now aboard the spacecraft, raising his hand and shouting, "Lightning, stay safe." And Yōubái did not look back. She merely waved, and Yang Li activated the spacecraft. The Mie Cheng surged forth amidst the cacophony of safety warnings from the crowd, leaving behind a trail of gentle and resplendent light. Chapter 141. Invasion of Reality 10. The effectiveness of the attack. As the Mie Cheng spacecraft reached the enemy's front line, several thunderous strikes were already unleashed by Yōubái. Yang Li expertly maneuvered the spacecraft, racing forward at full throttle, inevitably colliding with the approaching enemy vehicles. Despite the protective shield, both occupants felt the vessel shudder. The Mie Cheng did not decelerate under Yang Li's command. It barreled through the enemy's flying machines, advancing deeper into the heart of the opposing forces. As the spacecraft penetrated their ranks, a multitude of enemy vehicles converged, clearly forming a surrounding formation. The encroaching aircraft began shifting their formations, launching attacks against the spacecraft. The relentless onslaught and violent collisions intensified the turbulence during the high-speed flight. Yang Li's handsome visage remained composed as he continued to propel forward. Amidst the barrage of enemy fire, the spirit stones were rapidly depleting, barely sustaining the protective shield. The D-grade team members in the rear felt an unspoken tension rise. The long-haired woman murmured instinctively, "Hold on, hold on." Lu Wen felt a sense of unease as he gazed at the swaying spaceship. He turned to face the man with a crew cut in Team D, stating that if they could not hold on any longer and the spaceship failed to return, they would rush in to rescue the others. The crew cut man, his eyes fixed on spacecraft, simply replied, "All right." Meanwhile, Feng Huang, her expression tense, grasped Jian Xiu's arm and declared that she would go to rescue the others. Relying on her little phoenix's speed, she asked Jian Xiu to clear a path for her. Without hesitation, Jian Xiu nodded affirmatively, assuring her that he could keep up with her pace. As they were strategizing, the enemy's mechanized armors surged forward, signaling the commencement of battle. Jean Gang and a dozen others, all skilled in mechanical prowess, found themselves positioned at the rear, anxiously awaiting the effects of the electromagnetic blast while worrying about their inability to fight without their machines. They speculated whether they had already flown into the enemy's midst, but the angle they were at made it impossible to ascertain. Do you think the electromagnetic interference will affect their mechanized armors? One asked. It should be effective, another responded. If it truly works, can we produce it ourselves? The smaller ones should be manageable, but large-scale deployment might be beyond us. Yongli noticed fine cracks forming on the protective shield and turned to Yōubái, exclaiming that the shield was reaching its limit. Yōubái, surveying the dark mass of enemy forces ahead, cast a healing spell on the spaceship, which instantly rejuvenated it for another 5 seconds. Once those 5 seconds elapsed, Yōubái unleashed the pre-timed electromagnetic blast, announcing that it would detonate in 7 seconds. Upon receiving the order, Yongli sped back towards the spaceship while Yōubái continued to engage the surrounding aircraft, remaining vigilant of any movements behind. As she frequently glanced back, a cloud of dust arose from the spot where the electromagnetic blast had been cast, rapidly expanding in all directions. In just 2 seconds, the blast caught up to the spaceship, causing it to lurch violently before settling into calm. The aircraft encircling the spaceship ceased their attacks, instead flickering with electric sparks, and after a brief pause, began to plummet to the ground. The mechanized armors advancing on the ground also abruptly halted, collapsing after a brief display of electrical sparks. The onlookers erupted in cheers, celebrating the swift conclusion of the battle, which had lasted less than 20 minutes due to the effectiveness of a single electromagnetic blast. Yōubái and Yongli returned to a warm welcome, filled with applause and gratitude. Even those watching the live broadcast could not contain their excitement. Technical experts promptly began to study the properties of the electromagnetic blast. The 7 members of Team D rushed to the spaceship, with the long-haired girl joyfully pulling Yōubái aside, asking if she was hurt. "No, don't worry," Yōubái replied with a beaming smile, praising the utility of the electromagnetic blast. "Well done." Luwen heartily patted Yongli on the shoulder, expressing gratitude for their efforts. Indeed, it was a hard-fought battle. The effectiveness of the electromagnetic blast is truly remarkable. Let's exchange for a few more. Sure, let us discuss with everyone and see how many points we can gather. All right, I'll talk to the others. Lightning, will the spaceship still be usable for the next attack? Yes, my healing spells can repair the spaceship. As long as there aren't too many aircraft obstructing us or excessively powerful attacks, it should still be able to reach the midpoint. Jean Gang's soft voice chimed in, expressing concern that, upon receiving this information, the invaders would likely initiate a full-scale offensive when their spaceship next departed. Even if you can restore the spaceship's shield, they might employ other means to prevent it from advancing. While Jean Gang's comments elicited furrowed brows and eye rolls from some, others perceived him as unduly pessimistic. Nevertheless, Yōubái and her companions took his concerns seriously, contemplating this possibility. After a moment of reflection, Yōubái turned to Jean Gang with a proposal, inquiring if deploying 4 identical spaceships simultaneously could confuse the enemy's attack direction, potentially allowing them to break through. Jean Gang surveyed the group and uncertainly replied, "It's worth a try, but this method can only be used once. Once they gather information, they will devise new countermeasures." This victory seemed to exceed the invaders' expectations, as they refrained from launching any attacks for an entire week. Some individuals optimistically speculated that the invaders had lost their means to retaliate and were now too intimidated to attack again. Fortunately, the majority scoffed at this notion, recognizing that such a significant interstellar invasion could not be deterred by a single incident. Indeed, after a week of silence, the invaders resumed their assault. Chapter 142, Invasion Reality 11. Time-space cycle. Yōubái and Yongli followed the group's plan, piloting the Muxia Fei Chuan out of the defensive zone. Yōubái immediately employed her shape-shifting ability to conjure 4 identical spaceships, launching them simultaneously. 5 identical vessels departed from the defense point, soaring towards the advancing enemy forces. Every aspect, from their speed to their appearance, and even the aura surrounding them, was indistinguishable, as the onlookers struggled to discern the genuine from the false. A startling scene unfolded. The 5 identical ships, racing forward, successfully penetrated the skies above the enemy without encountering any attacks or obstructions. This success raised suspicions among the defenders. In contrast, the enemy aircraft appeared, albeit flying at a low altitude, matching the speed and height of the advancing mechanized armors, with some even landing on their shoulders or heads. As the defenders were left bewildered by the lack of attacks from the enemy aircraft, the 5 ships that had ventured out suddenly vanished after covering a distance, prompting gasps of shock from the spectators. Yet before their astonishment could subside, the 5 ships reappeared in front of the defensive line as if they had never departed. And Yōubái and Yongli experienced the same phenomenon, standing on their ship and observing the crowd behind them and the approaching invaders ahead. And Yōubái noticed the returned ships and turned to Yongli, narrowing her eyes with a troubled expression, suggesting they try again. Yongli, maintaining his composure, nodded, and they advanced forward once more. The other 4 ships, under Yōubai's control, followed suit at the same speed. Unsurprisingly, the 5 ships were once again teleported back to the starting point, leading Yōubái to ponder. Time-space cycle? Are they beings of a higher dimension than us? A wave of frustration surged within her. She stowed the Mu Xia Fei Chuan and turned to Yongli, commanding him to return first. With a composed expression, she gazed at the invading army, activated the Fengwulan, and charged forward at full speed. The figures of 4 Wu Wei Jinren materialized beside her, tightly encircling her in protection. The electric glow of her Sinipijia and Legia surged, and before she could discern the shouts from behind, she had already plunged into the enemy's ranks alone. The sword energy conjured by the Wu Wei Jinren cleared a path ahead as she raced forward on the Fengwulan, speeding deep into the enemy camp. In the blink of an eye, Yōubái vanished from sight. Lu Wan, stationed in the defense zone, could only shout in alarm, "Danger! Come back!" But by the time his voice fell, Yōubai's figure was already obscured by the mechanical armor. It was futile to hope she could hear him. The Phoenix Maiden raised an eyebrow, mounted her small phoenix, and called out, "Sword Cultivator!" Without uttering a word, the Sword Cultivator swiftly advanced with a single strike. Kririnha na ho passage. The Phoenix Maiden's flames ignited immediately. The two quickly pursued Yōubai's silhouette into the enemy's forces. Lu Wan observed the retreating figures of the two and followed suit a moment later. The crew member with a buzz cut from the D-Class team also raced after them, freezing their path as he leaped forward. Just as the 4 reached the halfway mark, they were besieged by the enemy forces. It was then they realized that the attacking army included sentient beings piloting mechas, seamlessly blending into the onslaught of mechanical armor. The 4 were forcefully impeded by the mechas, plunging into a chaotic battle. While they struggled to carve out an escape route, a powerful shockwave surged through them, causing everyone to stagger backward, nearly collapsing. Even the Sword Cultivator stumbled, retreating several steps. Following the shock, all the mechas in the enemy ranks ceased their assault, and Yōubái burst forth from the mechanical horde. As she passed the 4, she paused unexpectedly and shouted, "Hurry!" Seeing her safely emerge, they immediately turned to follow her back. But they could not match the speed of the Fengwulan, only catching a glimpse of her retreating silhouette. By the time they escaped the encirclement, Yōubái had already returned safely to the defense zone, eagerly awaiting their return. Lu Wan stared at Yōubái, hesitating to speak, his expression revealing he had questions. The sight of him left the others feeling uneasy. The long-haired female from the D-Class team rolled her eyes at Lu Wan and confidently approached Yōubái. "Did you get hurt when you charged in? How could you move so fast?" And Yōubái understood that everyone had rushed in out of concern for her, warming her heart as she smiled gently at them. "I wasn't injured. My armor has high defense, and my speed is enhanced by an equipment I possess." The long-haired female nodded, smiling in reply, "As long as you're unhurt. Thank you for your efforts. With your skills, even we D-Class members would struggle to keep up. Have you truly just crossed into C-Class?" The buzzcut man placed a hand on Lu Wan's shoulder, grinning as he queried Yōubái. The question made Yōubái recall the system's evaluation of her, eliciting a helpless smile. "Really? More genuine than pearls. This time, the enemy has adjusted their tactics against us. They will likely change again in the next round," Yongli said calmly, surveying the group. The Phoenix Maiden nodded vigorously, addressing Yōubái, lightning. Please don't rush in alone again. It's too dangerous. The sword cultivator nodded in agreement, affirming the phoenix's concern. Jean Gang, seated comfortably, added in a soft voice, "Indeed, with so many of us, we can always devise a plan. If you charge in alone and get surrounded, escaping will be quite challenging." And Yōubái felt a surge of warmth as she nodded, observing Yang Li's sullen expression, which clearly indicated his displeasure at her reckless charge. Just as everyone believed they could enjoy a moment of tranquility, the following day, a colossal battleship appeared overhead, nearly filling the sky. Chapter 143, Reality Invasion 12. Second round defense fails. The battleship loomed like a massive beast, startling everyone as it filled their view. After a brief moment of astonishment, they quickly regained their composure, readying themselves to unleash their strongest attacks. In an instant, a flurry of diverse assaults launched from various angles, each targeting the enormous battleship. Just as their combined forces struck the vessel, a pearlescent halo flickered around its exterior, stopping every attack in its tracks. None could penetrate this ethereal barrier. Witnessing this outcome, the crowd was left astounded, yet continued their onslaught, adjusting their angles and collaborating to intensify their efforts, relentlessly trying various methods of assault. Unfortunately, the pearlescent halo remained unchanged despite the collective barrage from over 100 individuals. It flickered occasionally, but otherwise stood resolute, as unyielding as when it first appeared. As they resolved to break through this protective layer, the battleship extended a dark cannon, unleashing a blinding beam of light towards the ground. In that moment, a system notification echoed in their minds. The second round defense zone has fallen beyond 50. Second round defense failed. This message struck like a heavy hammer, reverberating painfully in the hearts of all present. The players wore expressions of bewilderment, their faces blank as they struggled to comprehend what had transpired. Confused, they turned to each other, and every face reflected the same astonishment, their eyes filled with profound disbelief. A classic curse broke the silence, igniting the collective fury within the crowd, followed by a chorus of exclamations. What is happening? After all our efforts to resist, an enemy battleship appears. And it's all over. If we had known this would happen, we could have just laid down and awaited our fate. Some slumped dejectedly to the ground, gazing vacantly at the sky, their eyes clouded with confusion. Others seethed with rage, their faces flushed as they pounded the ground, venting their inner turmoil. Yet some, like in Yōubái, sat quietly, observing the chaotic crowd, overwhelmed by a sense of helplessness. It was the kind of disappointment that follows a tireless effort only to be told it was insufficient. It was the feeling of futility, of striving with all one's might, yet being unable to alter the course of events. It was akin to an adult effortlessly pressing down on a 2-year-old's back with minimal force, watching them struggle in vain, their little face reddened, unable to break free, ultimately bursting into tears of frustration and despair. Is this truly how it ends for us? Are we genuinely incapable of overcoming the invaders? The question lingered in the hearts of all, each person silently grappling with their own doubts. Lewin gazed at those around him and murmured, "We must have returned to the real world. Our phones have signal." Each time they entered the game, their phones were not by their side. So when Lewin announced that their phones had signal, it took a moment for the others to register. And Yōubái also took out her phone, and indeed, they had returned to reality. The phone had signal, and the game app was still present on the screen. The Interstellar Rescue Team will arrive in 42 days. All items from the game can be utilized in the real world. Strive to survive. This message filled everyone's vision, not only the players but also those watching the live stream. All of humanity, on launching, shared a singular thought. Were they truly on the brink of vanishing? As a somber mood enveloped the crowd, Jean Gang rose. Clad in his colossal armored suit, and his mechanical voice resonated in the air, echoing above the heads of the gathered individuals. All who have ventured into the mechanical world, come forth. Let's exchange information. His call was akin to cold water splashing into hot oil, igniting numerous echoes. Indeed, we have not yet failed. Yes, it is merely an invasion war. Throughout history, we have endured countless conflicts. This time, it is merely a different race. What is so remarkable about that? There have been many invasion battles in history. The enemies may differ, but nothing else has changed. Rescue is imminent. If we hold on, there is hope. Gulme, let us deliberate. Luwen observed the diverse array of mechanical entities surrounding Jin Gang and turned to the D-class individuals. Let us also confer. Feng Huangnu and Jian Xian joined them, and everyone began to share their thoughts and suggestions, regardless of their feasibility or how fanciful they might seem. Each person endeavored to contribute their ideas, hoping to harness collective strength to find a solution to their current predicament. And Yōubái watched the fervent discussions unfold, the air filled with the cacophony of voices. Even in such a passive position, having had their efforts shattered by the enemy's strike, everyone still refused to surrender and continued to resist. Despite the overwhelming sense of powerlessness after witnessing the invaders' might, they chose defiance, actively seeking a glimmer of opportunity and an escape route. And Yōubái remained apart from the throng, sitting quietly on the ground as she observed. She opened her system backpack and felt the SS-level teleportation card in her hand. It was usable. A tumult of emotions swirled within her, an indescribable conflict. This was a path to salvation. Should the battle on launching end in failure, this portal could allow her to return to that world and survive. But was that truly feasible? Could escape be achieved? Unfortunately, before she could ponder this further, the invaders' assault commenced. In the distance, countless flying vessels darkened the sky as they descended. The black-hulled invader ships formed from a single line to a vast array, filling the heavens like a giant lifting its foot, exuding a suffocating sense of impending doom. At that moment, an array of missiles launched from behind the crowd, targeting the black ships with pinpoint accuracy. Amidst the chaos, a voice shouted, "Everyone retreat!" Instinctively, the crowd surged toward the direction of the incoming missiles, and Yōubái activated the Mu Xia Fei Chuan, propelling a portion of the group forward at full speed. On the ship, Jin Gang and a man wielding a metallic sphere engaged in a discussion, the sphere darting around the man with remarkable agility. Their conversation quickened, growing louder, yet most present could not comprehend their dialogue. Only a few who had ventured into the mechanical world could occasionally offer suggestions. The sphere-bearing man clenched his fist, gazing at the smoke-filled sky, his frustrated glance transforming into a long sigh. If only I could return to that luminous world of intellect. If I could upgrade my 277, I would surely discover the weaknesses in that massive warship's defenses. This sentiment resonated with Jin Gang, who leaned back in his seat, gazing wistfully at the sky. The blue expanse had vanished, replaced by the turmoil of war. Peace and tranquility had become relics of the past. If only I could return to the mechanical city, I could enlist the help of the city lord. The mechanical army possesses formidable strength. At the very least, they could assist us in holding out until the interstellar alliance arrives. Feng Huangnu rolled her eyes at the two, unable to contain her disdain as she interrupted. What good is this futile discussion? We certainly cannot return now. Even if you could, those in that world cannot come here. What use is a mechanical army if they cannot assist us in our present plight? Her words brought an uncomfortable silence over the ship. They could only rely on themselves. Yet their current strength felt woefully inadequate. Even united, they could hardly withstand the impending threat. The harsh reality loomed before them, an oppressive silence enveloping the entire vessel, accompanied by a creeping sense of despair. And Yōubái clenched her fingers, pressing her palm against the ship's railing. Standing tall, as she took a deep breath to steady her racing heart, she raised the card. Perhaps this could work. Perhaps it could summon their aid. Upon seeing the SS-level teleportation card she held aloft, the crowd collectively held their breath, the air filled with the cacophony of explosions above. Lightning? How do you possess such an SS-level card? Feng Huangnu was the first to break the silence, her voice laced with astonishment and excitement. The long-haired D-class woman chuckled. No wonder you were sent here so quickly. It seems you're not only formidable in attack, but also possess hidden depths. Luwen strode to Yōubai's side, excitement evident on his face. Can it be used? Can it allow us to return to that world to seek assistance? And Yōubái observed the eager expressions of the crowd and felt compelled to interject. Everyone, do not rejoice too soon. I have never used this card. I do not know what its effects may be or what might happen. Let us descend and find a suitable place to test it. Lewin glanced down at the ship's underside. There, I can create a protective shield. Let's try it. Under the hopeful gazes of the crowd, and Yōubái finally activated the SS-level teleportation card she had kept hidden in her card box. A mysterious array adorned with various symbols appeared on the ground, seemingly unremarkable at first glance. To the left of the array floated a stone slab, etched with 5 teleportation circles. The smooth surface of the slab bore an inscription. The teleportation gate can link 5 worlds. To locate a world, an item from that world is required. Wonderful! Lewin exclaimed with joy, and upon hearing the news, the players who had followed them cheered in unison after understanding the situation. The spherical man rushed over immediately, standing before Yōubái, articulating his thoughts with clarity and precision. Lightning can help us pinpoint the locations I visited in the Guangnao world, a realm governed by a supercomputer where everything can be analyzed with utmost accuracy. With its assistance, we can identify the weaknesses of the invaders. This will enable us to mount a more effective counterattack, and perhaps we can indeed triumph over the intruders. As soon as he finished speaking, another voice chimed in, suggesting that since only 5 worlds could be connected, it might be prudent to seek a peaceful world as a retreat in case we do not receive aid from the Interstellar Alliance in time. Only 4 worlds remain available for transmission, and this one already occupies a slot, Jean Gang remarked, standing beside a floating stone and gazing at the 5 transmission discs above. Which world is this? How could it have already been claimed? And Yōubái inquired, noticing the character dragon inscribed on one of the discs, a faint smile gracing her face. It is the world where I obtained the portal, a realm devoid of spiritual energy, home to humans and beastmen who can no longer cultivate. This portal was gifted to me by a black dragon. Now there are 4 positions left. Let us analyze which of these worlds can provide us with tangible assistance in our current predicament to help us resist the invasion. Jean Gang asserted confidently while seated in his soft chair. The mechanical city can produce the electromagnetic mines we used last time. Anything related to machinery can be fabricated there, and they possess a substantial number of mechanical armors to aid us in fending off the intruders. Yongli turned to Yōubái, gazing at her with unwavering determination. Master and Shu can assist us, as can our fellow disciples, and Rui Chun will also be of help. What do you think? Chapter 145. The Invasion of Reality 14. 4 worlds to assist, and Yōubái addressed the rest of the group, raising her voice in inquiry. Are there any other worlds that could definitively aid us in this situation? Her question ignited a fervent discussion among the crowd, with suggestions flowing forth in a torrent. Lewin and the spherical man began to consolidate everyone's recommendations, which were then comprehensively analyzed by the spherical man S-277. They assessed which proposals were feasible. The battle against the invasion had commenced, and every minute was precious. Not a moment could be squandered. The discussion did not last long. Soon, the results emerged, confirming 3 additional worlds. While the final world was unanimously agreed upon as a reserve, should the war falter, serving as a last retreat for everyone. Although all hoped it would not be needed, no one opposed keeping this position open. The 4 stood before the portal, filled with the hopes and blessings of the crowd, and one by one entered the portal, returning to the 4 worlds they had previously traversed. As Yōubái stepped through the portal, she closed her eyes against the blinding light. Before she could open them, a girl's joyful exclamation reached her ears. Bei de rein. She turned her gaze to find the ginseng spirit Yōubái, astonished in her original courtyard. The expression on Yōubái's face shifted from shock to ecstatic joy, tears brimming in her eyes as she rushed forward to embrace her tightly. Bei de rein, you're back. I missed you so much. Yōubái's exuberant cries drew the attention of Long Sheng, who stood at the doorway, watching the two with a smile playing at the corners of his mouth. He nodded slightly at Yōubái. So you remember to come back after all this time. I thought you were too foolish to know how to use the portal. Confronted by Long Sheng's teasing, and Yōubái could not relax, holding Yōubái, who was sobbing uncontrollably, as she earnestly looked into Long Sheng's eyes and requested, Long Sheng, I need your help. A flicker of surprise crossed Long Sheng's eyes, but he did not ask further questions, responding calmly, all right. As Yōubái and Long Sheng appeared in the reality world, The others who had journeyed to the other three worlds began to return as well. The spherical man brought back the fully upgraded 277, which spun rapidly in the air, its speed surpassing that of before. Jean Gang returned with an entire squad of mechanical armors, casting a disappointed glance at the crowd. The transmission array can only bring over this many at a time. The mechanical armors stood in neat formation on an open field, while Jean Gang tirelessly retrieved various mechanical devices from his backpack, assembling unfamiliar contraptions. Yang Li, on the other hand, had returned with only two individuals, the two most formidable fighters, Wu Wei Zhenren and Wu Ming Zhenren. "Master, Shu," and Yōubái exclaimed, both excited and respectful as she performed a deep bow. Wu Wei Zhenren maintained his usual gentle smile, reaching out to pat her head. "I already know. Do not worry. Everyone will do their utmost to assist you. Mie Cheng is preparing the medicines, and the sect leader has arranged reinforcements from the sect." Wu Ming Zhenren, noticing the redness around in Yōubai's eyes, extended the Chinquan bracelet she had previously returned to him. "Keep it well. There should be useful items inside." Upon receiving the Chinquan bracelet and placing it back on her wrist, and Yōubái felt her vision blur, a chill on her face as tears began to slip uncontrollably down her cheeks. The moment 277 returned, it promptly commenced information analysis on the invaders in the sky, subsequently offering a series of suggestions. Meanwhile, the mechanical armors brought back by Jean Gang ascended into the sky, executing his commands in an orderly fashion. In an instant, brilliant explosions lit up the sky, accompanied by thunderous sounds, as Wu Wei and Wu Ming Zhenren soared into the air on their swords, causing the enemy's remnants to plummet from the sky. And Yōubái and the others joined the fray, and through their collective efforts, the tide of battle began to turn. Just as their confidence surged, the enormous battleship, which had previously dealt a devastating blow with a single strike, reappeared on the horizon. "Come back. Their battleship has shown up." A keen-eyed individual in the crowd shouted a warning, his voice tinged with a sharp tremor and an unrecognized hint of fear. The image of this battleship had left an indelible mark, having previously shattered their collective resolve with its overwhelming might, rendering their efforts to resist akin to a futile joke, and casting a shadow of despair over them. Wu Wei Zhenren and Wu Ming Zhenren quickly returned, and Yōubái and Yang Li stepped forward to explain the origins of this colossal vessel. "Master, Shu, it is this battleship that possesses immense attack power, and it is surrounded by a defensive shield that cannot be breached." While they were explaining, the spherical man released numerous small spheres that sped toward the battleship. The fighters below, engaged in fierce combat, began to retreat while keeping an eye on the battleship's movements. Perhaps due to having seen it a second time, or because they had received assistance, the fear among the crowd began to diminish. In this observation, they suddenly realized that the battleship also had its weaknesses. The speed at which it moved was decidedly slow, almost languid. The small spheres had already drawn near, and after transmitting various data, they commenced a localized offensive. Regrettably, as before, all assaults were once again thwarted by the outer layer of the battleship, a glimmering milky halo. The mechanical armor commanded by Jean Gang charged forth, equipped with a bomb. As the explosion echoed, the halo flickered and absorbed the blast. A flicker of disappointment crossed the faces of the observers. Unwilling to concede defeat, Jean Gang ordered one of the mechanical armors to absorb 5 bombs and propel itself into the fray. The impact and the subsequent explosions reverberated, leaving those present with a ringing in their ears for quite some time. However, even with the sacrifice of a mechanical armor, the explosion failed to inflict any damage upon the battleship. Chapter 146, Invasion of Reality 15, Master and Uncle Strike Together. The milky halo pulsated incessantly, steadfastly guarding the periphery of the battleship. The force of the impacts and the damage from the explosions were all still intercepted by the halo. The hopes of the crowd were once again dashed, and a blanket of disappointment enveloped them. Was there truly no way to overcome this obstacle? Wu Wei Zhenren stood with his hands clasped behind his back, calmly observing the imposing battleship in the sky that inspired both annoyance and dread. After witnessing several failed attacks, he turned his head and quietly inquired of Wu Ming Zhenren, Junior brother, did you see that? The attacks were neutralized, and the damage was restored. Wu Ming Zhenren's sharp gaze fixated on the battleship, and he nodded affirmatively. Indeed, it resembles a spirit energy defense formation. Yes, its defensive capabilities are extraordinarily high, but conversely, the consumption must also be considerable. Wu Weizhen replied, given its range and mobility, the energy expenditure would likely surpass that of the Hushan Grand Formation. It should not be a commonly employed tactic. Where's the formation's eye? From where can we breach it? Such formation cores are typically positioned internally. Attempting to breach from the outside proves to be quite challenging. Both masters squinted slightly, their focus glued to the battleship and the halo, their expressions mirroring one another's as they sought to identify the point of vulnerability. Yet, their conversation left the onlookers dumbfounded, especially the sword cultivator. Ever since Wu Weizhenren's arrival, he had rushed over and stood nearby, attentively observing the master's assault. Now, a look of respect and admiration surfaced on his typically stoic face, prompting Yōubái to raise her brows and smirk slightly. Were it not for the time, place, and circumstances, she might have laughed heartily. However, the dialogue between the master and the uncle ignited a train of thought within her. If what they spoke of were true, she turned to Yang Li and asked, "Do you remember how this battleship appeared before us last time? Did it materialize suddenly or fly in?" Yang Li pondered for 3 seconds before responding with certainty. It appeared suddenly. This answer aligned with the others. Feng Huang Nu also nodded affirmatively. It just appeared. It did not come from afar. The D-level crew cutman and the long-haired woman also confirmed this reply, and Yōubái regarded the assembly with earnestness. They possessed the ability to perform spatial jumps. They utilized it last time. Why have they not done so this time? If they were to appear as suddenly as before, catching us off guard, they should be aware we cannot withstand such an onslaught. Wu Weizhenren turned to Yōubái, a hint of confusion in his expression as he asked, "Spatial jump technique?" Longsheng's eyes were fixed on Jingyang's floating chair, responding with interest. "It's a form of teleportation array. However, the behemoth you refer to as a battleship is far too massive. The energy required for spatial transportation is certainly considerable. It cannot be utilized frequently." And Yōubái scrutinized Longsheng with skepticism. "So, they lack sufficient energy?" Longsheng continued to gaze at Jingyang's chair, a smirk forming on his lips, perhaps. "Did you not mention they came from another planet? While I am unsure of what an alien realm entails, it must be distant. Rapid energy depletion is to be expected." Jingyang felt uneasy under Longsheng's scrutiny. He stepped down from the chair and respectfully offered it to him, bowing slightly. For he had been cautioned that this was indeed a true dragon, one capable of creating teleportation portals. Jingyang thought to himself that maintaining a courteous demeanor was warranted. Alas, his understanding of Longsheng was far from comprehensive. Just as Yōubái prepared to intercept, the chair was already in Longsheng's hands. In less than 5 minutes, the chair was reduced to splintered fragments, truly becoming nothing more than debris scattered across the ground. Jingyang felt a sharp pang in his heart. His pallor intensified. He clasped his chest tightly, stumbling backward in shock. Just as he was about to retrieve a second spare chair, he abruptly abandoned the idea, retracting his hand and forcing himself to stand still. He resolved that, even if his strength waned and he could no longer stand, he would sit on the ground rather than producing another chair from his backpack. Therefore, the first task of their invasion must be to seize energy resources. If what you say is correct, they are currently energy constrained. It is highly likely that their existing energy reserves can no longer support the battleship for another spatial jump. Lewin analyzed earnestly. Longsheng rummaged through the remnants of the chair on the ground and casually nodded. "Is indeed plausible, and surely, you possess energy resources they require or can utilize." The analysis by 277 was also complete, and the spherical man reported loudly. The final conclusion of 277's analysis is that the function of this halo is to disperse all attacks, which is why we have been unable to breach it. 2 viable solutions have been proposed. The first is for all of us to launch an all-out assault from various directions and angles continuously until it is shattered. This may take a significant amount of time and incur considerable losses. The second is to concentrate our most potent attack methods at a single point on the defensive shield. If we can surpass the maximum threshold at that point, we can dismantle the halo's defensive effect. After the spherical man spoke, his expression grew animated as he gazed at the crowd, hope gleaming in his eyes. I believe the second solution is superior and holds greater feasibility. What do you all think? Lu Wen was the first to voice his agreement. I share your opinion regarding the second solution, but where is the maximum threshold? We are unaware. The explosion triggered by Jingang's mechanical armor earlier still failed to succeed, indicating that such a powerful attack did not reach its highest threshold. Feng Huang Nu turned to the seemingly frail Jin Gang seated on the ground. Shall we send 5 mechanical armors, each carrying 30 bombs, to try again? Jin Gang did not respond, deep in contemplation about the feasibility of this method, while the spherical man promptly provided the answer. No, 5 mechanical armors cannot simultaneously collide at the same point. Any lapse, even for a mere second, would allow the defensive halo to disperse the attack. Upon hearing this, Wu Ming Jinren turned his body, chuckling derisively at the battleship. Senior brother, shall we both attempt it together? Wu Wei Jinren gently nodded. Very well. Chapter 147, Invasion of Reality 16, and Yōubái perishes. The two moved with such swiftness that before Yōubái and Yang Li could voice their objections, they had already leaped into action, leaving the crowd with only the sight of their fluttering garments. And Yōubái, fully aware that her prowess could not compare to that of her master and uncle, could only look up and exchange glances with Yang Li, who had also chosen to remain silently in place. In their eyes, a profound concern for one another blossomed. The gazes of the two individuals incessantly followed the figures of their master and Yōubái, the two true practitioners, who embodied the essence of camaraderie that only true brothers could possess. To the onlookers, it was evident that the two practitioners stood side by side, executing their swordplay in perfect synchrony without the need for prompts or guidance. Their sword moves harmonized as one. The sword auras converged, and their blades struck in unison. Under the scrutiny of so many pairs of eyes, their movements exhibited not the slightest deviation. The thunderous impact of their assault caused the entire warship to tremble slightly. Everyone awaited the moment when the protective shield would dissipate, their eyes fixed on the warship, which was enveloped in a milky white barrier. As the barrier absorbed the onslaught from the two practitioners, it flickered multiple times. The warship swayed in the gaze of the crowd, the white light shimmering at an alarming speed. Just as everyone believed the shield was about to vanish, data from 277 was transmitted back prematurely. The round-faced man's expression shifted first, his voice tinged with regret and disbelief. The attack has been dispersed. Yang Li immediately refutó. Impossible. The master and Yōubái were struck at the same moment in the same location. Everyone saw it. The round-faced man pursed his lips, bowed his head, and cast a furtive glance at the two practitioners, explaining in a low voice. According to the data from 277, the two practitioners' attacks were separated by less than a microsecond. To the naked eye, they appeared simultaneous, but in reality, there was a distinction. Hence, the shield dispersed the attack. Let us try again. The unnamed practitioner responded impassively after hearing this explanation, and they launched another assault. Unfortunately, the same result unfolded once more. As the warship drew nearer, a heavy stone weighed upon the hearts of all present. When they saw the warship begin to reposition its cannon, just as it had before the last attack, fists clenched in dread and despair arose within them. There would be no miracle this time. All prior defenses would be insufficient to withstand the warship's strike, and this time would be no different. With the imminent attack, the gathered crowd faced a fate of certain demise, with no other possibilities remaining. Long Sheng, we must flee, and Yōubái shouted as she turned, urgently calling to Wu Wei and Wu Ming, Master, Yōubái, hurry back. We must go. And Yōubái anxiously propelled Long Sheng towards the teleportation portal, then swiftly turned to grab Wu Wei and Wu Ming, urging Yang Li. Take the master and Yōubái and leave. Quickly. There is no time. The warship's cannon is already aimed at the portal. The round-faced man, observing the data from 277, wore a complex expression tinged with regret. They've figured out our plan. This attack targets the teleportation portal. Upon hearing this, Yōubái hesitated not for an instant. She soared into the air, activating her Fengwulin, racing towards the warship at breakneck speed, leaving behind only her silhouette and a lingering voice. I'll try to hold it off for a few seconds. You all must hurry. This act, devoid of rational thought or conscious analysis, was instinctual, driven by the foreboding notion that her master, Yōubái, and Long Sheng might not escape and would perish alongside her. In that fleeting moment, a singular thought flashed in her mind. If she could delay the warship for 3 seconds, the three could safely retreat. To realize this thought, she activated her Fengwulin and charged towards the warship, centering herself to unleash thunderous wrath, simultaneously retrieving the Qian Kuan bracelet from Wu Ming, which housed the spatial lightning strike formation crafted alongside her sister, Bing Qing. The stacks of spatial lightning strike formations ignited in her grasp, unleashing a torrent of lightning that surged forth with her towards the warship. The invaders aboard the warship seemed to recognize the threat she posed. The previously positioned cannon pivoted towards Yōubái and the luminous lightning that accompanied her. No, Yōubái, come back. Lightning, return. Countless voices erupted behind her, filled with fury and desperation. Yet, Yōubái could do nothing at that moment. She saw the cannon aimed directly at her, even glimpsing the blinding white light that had once brought death. As the white light surged towards her, she felt it was not searing, but rather chillingly cold. A bone-chilling frost that rendered her unconscious in an instant. To the onlookers, Yōubái appeared to collide head-on with the warship's attack, her form dissolving into the white light, vanishing like smoke before their eyes. Yet, she had indeed bought time for her companions. After the warship's assault concluded, it did not advance or continue its barrage, but released countless flying vessels, initiating another wave of attack. A resounding dragon's roar echoed in the sky as a black dragon soared, surrounded by crackling thunder, unleashing lightning upon all flying vessels in its path. Wu Wei and Wu Ming unleashed their sword auras with great force, and before anyone could respond, the airborne vessels were already reduced by half. The round-faced man observed Lu Wan and Yang Li with sorrowful eyes, his voice trembling as he relayed, according to the data from 277, lightning, she was truly struck. Yang Li clenched her eyes shut. Biting her trembling lips, she told me to take the master and Yōubái away. I must return with them. Yet tears flowed unbidden, and her voice quivered. Can anyone explain what happened to Yōubái? Suddenly, 2 women clad in ancient attire appeared before the crowd, their expressions filled with confusion. The newcomers were Yun Yao and Hua Yang. Yun Yao, in the midst of drinking with Hua Yang, sensed the disappearance of the mark upon Yōubái. Such an occurrence signified but one possibility, and Yōubái had perished. Only when her life was extinguished would the ghostly mark imprinted upon her by Yun Yao vanish. In that moment, Yun Yao, unable to delay, swiftly sought the last traces left by the ghostly mark before its complete disappearance, hastily opening a passage to arrive here. Upon witnessing Yun Yao's sudden change in expression, Hua Yang immediately grasped the gravity of the situation. Recognizing the urgency from Yun Yao's swift actions, she followed closely behind, squeezing through the hastily opened passage. Just as she steadied herself, she heard Yun Yao's inquiry, and Hua Yang's expression turned grave as she scrutinized the gathered crowd, awaiting someone to speak and clarify the unfolding events. Her gaze swept across the crowd, noting the lowered heads and the unshed tears glistening in their eyes. Yun Yao seemed to comprehend the tragic truth and softly inquired, "Who killed her? Point out her killer." Although Yang Li did not recognize Yun Yao and Hua Yang, the expressions and words of the two indicated a close bond within Yōubái. Stepping forward, he emerged from the crowd to explain the events that had transpired. Hua Yang's white hair billowed as if caught in a windstorm. After hearing Yang Li's account, a sense of unreality washed over her. Turning to Yun Yao, she murmured, "This cannot be. It should not be." Her aura of merit and virtue should have safeguarded her from harm. If she wished to live, she would have certainly survived. Her words shattered the crowd's restraint, and the Phoenix Maiden choked on her emotions. Lamenting, she charged forth on her own. Lu Wan remained silent for a considerable time, struggling to stabilize his emotions. He took a step forward and turned to face the crowd. Everyone, please calm down. When a lightning surged towards the battleship, it redirected its cannon and altered its target, which ultimately struck her. I have been pondering why the battleship would change its target in such a short span. There must be a reason. Is it possible that if the lightning had indeed struck the battleship, it could have breached the defense shield? The battleship must have feared this potential outcome, prompting it to swiftly alter its attack target. The round-faced man contemplated for a moment and raised his head to address the crowd. There's a possibility. The information relayed by 277 confirmed that the battleship only repositioned its cannon after the lightning approached it. It was originally aimed at the portal. Where was she intending to attack? He questioned. Where was the intended target? Did 277 send back any information? The round-faced man shook his head in disappointment. No. He then turned to Yang Li. You were closest to her. Can you think of what kind of attack she might have used at that moment? Yang Li closed her eyes, straining to recall the earlier events, but certainty eluded her. The more anxious she became, the more chaotic her thoughts became, entangled like a ball of yarn, and she could not recall anything. Meanwhile, the resentment surrounding Yun Yao began to boil over. She turned and pointed at the battleship, demanding, "Is that the thing?" The Phoenix woman echoed back, "Yes, that is it." Following this affirmative response, the resentment that enveloped Yun Yao turned as dark as ink, and the crowd, unbeknownst to them, began to feel its influence, growing increasingly agitated. Damn it, forget it. Let's charge together. With that, 4 to 5 individuals rushed toward the multitude of flying machines. Others joined in, shouting, "Let us attack together. We can't break through individually. We all attack after all. We're doomed anyway." Lu Wan, in a state of urgency, pulled one and ran after another, his forehead glistening with sweat. Come back. The battleship might fire again. At that moment, Yin Yao's palpable resentment drew in Wu Ming and Wu Wei. As they landed, before they could inquire, they saw Hua Yang tightly grasping Yin Yao. Her voice weak yet insistent. "Yin Yao, Xiaobai won't die. Don't you remember? She has a substitute talisman of mine." Yin Yao turned to look at Hua Yang. "Say that again." Hua Yang, with her soft and feeble voice but a tone of certainty, replied, "Didn't you find a substitute talisman in my room? As long as Xiaobai is still around, she will be fine. Trust me. The forbidden spells of my sect are undoubtedly effective. Such life-saving items she must carry with her at all times." This declaration seemed to comfort both Yun Yao and Hua Yang herself. Yet in truth, Hua Yang was uncertain whether Yōubái would carry the talisman. At that moment, she just wanted to believe that Xiaobai would surely keep the talisman close. Meanwhile, Yōubái was indeed deceased. After being struck directly by the cannon, she was engulfed in a blinding white light, and then her consciousness faded away. In the ensuing moments, she realized she must have died, but oddly enough, just as Hua Yang had said, her thoughts did not perish. While she was in wonderment, a line of text appeared in her mind. "Detected player in Yōubái, 1 substitute card available. Would you like to use it?" Upon seeing this prompt, Yōubái paused for several seconds, suddenly remembering that she indeed had a substitute card in her backpack, which she had found in Hua Yang's handkerchief box. With a shift in her thoughts, she consented to use it. A cascade of colorful lights swirled in her mind, and with an intense sensation of being pulled, she returned unscathed to stand before the crowd once more. Seeing Yun Yao and Hua Yang standing before her, Yōubái widened her eyes in astonishment. "Yin Yao, Hua Yang, what are you doing here? It's dangerous. You must leave quickly." Turning her gaze, she noticed Wu Wei and Wu Ming still present, with a shimmering black dragon flying overhead. Understanding the intentions of the group, her eyes glistened with emotion as she implored, "You all should go." Yang Li rushed forward, grasping Yōubai's arm and examining her anxiously. "Are you all right? You were hit by the cannon." And Yōubái, observing the crowd's worried expressions, offered a reassuring smile. "I'm fine. No need to worry. I used a substitute card." Lu Wen stepped forward, standing in front of Yōubái, and asked earnestly, lightning, "What attack method were you planning to use when you charged?" And Yōubái blinked in confusion, looking at Lu Wen, unsure of the reason behind his inquiry. Yang Li quickly clarified, "Everyone believes that your attack, had it struck the battleship, could have breached its protective shield. This is precisely why it redirected its cannon towards you." And Yōubái smiled knowingly. I used the thunder strike formation given to me by my master. Lu Wen promptly inquired, do you still have any left? Chapter 149, Invasion of Reality 18. The battleship retreats and Yōubái and Yang Li exchange glances, both smiling as they replied, not anymore, but we can always get more. Under the puzzled gaze of the crowd, Yang Li nodded. I'll go retrieve it. Masters, you all should come back with me. Wu Ming snorted dismissively and waved his sleeve. Hurry up. Noticing the determination on their faces, Yang Li, not daring to waste time, turned and stepped into the portal. As soon as his figure vanished, the Phoenix woman voiced her opposition. No, this method won't work. The crowd, previously elated at finding a solution, was suddenly taken aback by this abrupt descent, turning to seek the source of the voice. Why won't it work? How could it not? Wasn't it feasible just now? On what grounds do you say it won't work? The Phoenix woman frowned at the crowd, then turned sharply to Yōubái, her tone stern as she declared. You used a substitute talisman to save your life when you charged earlier. If you go again, will you have another talisman? Her words fell like a bucket of ice water on the fervent hearts of the crowd, leaving even Yōubái momentarily stunned, as she had not considered this issue. After a brief silence, a small voice emerged from the crowd. It may not necessarily be dangerous. The battleship hasn't fired again. Perhaps there are limitations to its cannon. Another voice chimed in from a different direction. Yes, look, since earlier, we've shot down the flying machines, and the battleship hasn't attacked us. It might have run out of energy. Jing Gang, with a pale face, glanced toward the source of the voice and retorted weakly. Since you all say so, why don't you go ahead? After all, ascent, it's safe? A moment of silence passed before that voice timidly responded, but it's not the same. I can't attract the lightning. The Phoenix woman sneered, flicking her whip. Those who fear death find excuses quite well. Lu Wen, sensing the situation was amiss, stepped forward to shield the Phoenix woman. Please, let us discuss this calmly. We're not suggesting sending her. And if not her, then who will go? No one else will survive. Only she is unafraid of the lightning. Anyone else would perish, even if the battleship doesn't retaliate. Just the lightning attacks alone would ensure their demise. A voice echoed from the crowd. We can't let anyone else go. The Phoenix woman advanced a step, her whip leaving a deep mark on the ground, scorched by intense heat. Who dares to speak? Step forward, concealed and lurking like a beast? If you have the courage, face me openly and repeat your words. Lu Wen gazed at the Jinxiu with a pained expression, wishing for him to persuade the Feng Huangnu. But Jinxiu paid him no mind. Lu Wen, compelled by circumstance, turned to Jing Gang, signaling him with his eyes to intervene with the Feng Huangnu. Upon receiving Lu Wen's cue, Jing Gang rose from the ground, retrieved a spare chair from his backpack, and settled down firmly, declaring, I shall first attempt this with a mechanical armor. This suggestion met with unanimous agreement, as no dissenting voices emerged from the crowd. After Long Sheng descended from the sky, his face darkened, and he remained silent. Even when Yōubái approached him for conversation, he merely huffed in displeasure. And Yōubái, having calmed both Wu Ming and Wu Zhenren, was now explaining the current situation to Yun Yao and Hua Yang. Suddenly, a voice rang out from the crowd. Look, the battleship is deploying more flying devices. Everyone looked up, and indeed, the vicinity of the battleship was swarming with ominous flying machines, while the battleship itself began to slowly retreat. It intends to flee. Fantastic. It is finally departing. We must not let it escape. If it returns to recharge its energy, we may not withstand its next assault. Can you withstand it now? We will delay for as long as possible. Ascent rescue already on the way. Amidst the conflicting opinions and fervent discussions, Yang Li returned, accompanied by a group of individuals. As Ning Ruichen emerged from the teleportation portal, he quickly found Yōubái within the throng and rushed over, grasping her hands and inspecting her from head to toe, only relaxing when he confirmed her safety. With a face reflecting concern, he pointed at Yōubái, intending to scold her fiercely. Yet his affection overpowered his reprimand, transforming his irritation into a complaint. Why do you keep rushing forward alone? With so many people around, must you bear the burden yourself? You never make things easy. While his words chastised her, his hands were busy retrieving items. stuffing a plethora of medicinal pills into her arms. "Are you hurt? I brought you plenty of elixirs. See if any are of use." Despite the long separation, Ning Ruechen's demeanor remained unchanged, his tone and expression mirroring their previous interactions. Accepting the Chinquan bag he offered without hesitation, and Yōubái smiled brightly, replying, "Thank you." Second senior brother, Tian Xiao, aware of her need for thunder arrays, approached with a beaming smile, accompanied by a host of fellow disciples from the formation peak, all performing a unified bow. "Thank you, everyone," and Yōubái promptly returned the gesture, feeling warmth fill her heart. Jingang dispatched a mechanical armor, equipped with a stack of thunder strike arrays and spirit stones for activation, and amidst the expectant gazes of the crowd, charged towards the battleship. The spherical figure anxiously monitored the progress of the mechanical armor, and after 4 seconds of flight, the crowd observed the surrounding flying devices springing into action. "Some flying machines are attempting to intercept our mechanical armor," the spherical figure shouted in alarm. "Quick, clear path. Jingang, I'll guide you. Let the mechanical armor alter its route." Hearing this, Lu Wen was the first to leap into action, shouting, "D-class players, follow me." At his command, several D-class players sprang into the air, charging towards the multitude of flying machines. Jinxiu followed suit, soaring after them, drawing his sword and unleashing a wave of sword energy towards the flying devices. The Fenghuang Nu did not lag behind. She firmly pressed Yōubái down, calling forth Xiao Huanger, declaring, "Stay back. I will go." Amidst the continuous attempts to intercept, several flying machines still broke through the defenses, colliding with the mechanical armor. Chapter 150. Invasion of Reality 19, Assault, Breakthrough. Jingang relentlessly maneuvered the mechanical armor, dodging and advancing. Yet the sheer number of approaching flying machines was overwhelming. They would evade, one only to be struck by another. Eventually, the flying machines charged collectively in this direction, detonating themselves upon nearing. The speed of the mechanical armor noticeably diminished, and due to sustained attacks, it began to suffer minor malfunctions. After persevering for a stretch, it was finally struck down by 3 flying machines from above. At this point, it was still more than halfway from the battleship, which was evidently accelerating away. This realization simultaneously inspired great encouragement among the crowd, indicating that their offensive tactics were effective as the enemy was frightened. Conversely, it also instilled a profound anxiety. If they failed to deliver a significant blow this time, would they be able to withstand the next appearance of the battleship? If the enemy successfully gathered energy elsewhere and reappeared before them, they would have no means of defense against its barrage. Everyone recognized this dilemma, and they all took to the skies, launching relentless attacks, causing numerous flying machines to explode in the air, with many sustaining injuries from the blasts and falling down. However, despite the intensity of the battle, the mechanical armor still could not advance. When the first mechanical armor fell, a wounded figure let out a furious roar, filled with resentment and indignation. Ignoring the crowd's fury, Jingang quietly relaxed his body, reclining backward in his chair, closing his eyes, and taking a deep breath. His already pale complexion appeared even more ashen. He raised his hand and consumed an unknown medication, straightened his posture, and commanded someone retrieve that mechanical armor. Immediately, he took control of another armor, equipping it with 2 laser guns and preparing other necessary items, launching it once more. "Let us go again. Ensure the mechanical armor is protected." Lu Wen was still the first to charge forward, clearing a path for the mechanical armor to proceed. He shielded the mechanical armor's front, continuously attacking the troublesome flying machines. Meanwhile, several other D-class players followed closely behind, coordinating their assaults in unison. Wu Wei Jinren exchanged a glance with Wu Ming Jinren, and without the need for words, they understood each other's intent, launching themselves forward together. With their assistance, the pressure on everyone significantly lessened, and the mechanical armor quickly closed the distance to the battleship. Just as they neared, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. The invaders appeared to have sensed their intent, immediately rearranging their attack formation. The flying machines encircling the battleship swiftly shifted positions, forming a square to block the way, and unleashed a barrage of attacks. Amidst the chaos, the mechanical armor inevitably sustained hits. After enduring several rounds of onslaught, the mechanical armor began to suffer damage. Electrical sparks erupting from its joints, its speed decreasing, and its altitude gradually declining. If this continued, given the current condition of the mechanical armor, it was unlikely to achieve its objective and reach the front of the battleship. The situation was decidedly dire, and the attack seemed poised to fail once more. At that moment, Jianxiu sheathed his long sword and propelled himself forward, embodying the essence of the sword, crashing into the square formation of flying machines. His formidable strength created a breach within the enemy's defensive array. The descending mechanical armor was laboriously pulled upwards by the Fenghuang Nu, trailing closely behind Jianxiu. Continuing its forward flight, albeit at a significantly reduced pace, yet ensuring it did not plummet from the sky. The D-class crew-cut boy swiftly propelled himself on a skateboard, racing up from behind the Fenghuang Nu, shouting, "Fenghuang, let go! I'll take over!" Upon concluding his words, he seized a mechanical arm of the armored suit, propelling himself through the breach created by the swordsman, racing towards the battleship. As he burst forth from the defensive formation of the aircraft, the man with the flat head swiftly attached a booster to the mechanical armor, locking in his direction before letting go. He dove downward, grasping the injured swordsman who was plummeting, and quickly retreated, shouting loudly, "Fall back, fall back!" The spherical man received a transmission from 277, his face flushed with excitement, his eyes gleaming as he bellowed, "Jin Gang, prepare! 3, 2, 1, detonate!" At that moment, Jin Gang was drenched in sweat, his body trembling despite being seated, clearly exhausted. Nevertheless, he gritted his teeth, enduring until he heard the command to detonate. Instantly, he issued the explosion command, resulting in a resounding blast. The crowd eagerly turned their gazes towards the battleship, its surrounding white halo flickering before their eyes. Each flicker quickened their heartbeats, and with every dimming, they feared it might vanish, only for it to reappear after a second, escalating their tension and accelerating their pulses. After 10 consecutive flashes, the milky white protective shield remained intact, defying everyone's expectations. How could this be possible? The excitement that once adorned their faces transformed into disbelief and shock. Wasn't it supposed to be certain? 277. How did you calculate this? Why did it fail? The crowd immediately surrounded the spherical man, whose anxiety was palpable. Beads of sweat dotting his brow as he scrutinized all the data, several spheres whirling around him. The data from 277 was accurate. The attack power concentrated at the same point, yet the shield remained unbroken. What else could they do? Lu Wen observed the crowd's response and gently patted the spherical man's shoulder, speaking with unwavering resolve. "If everything checks out, let us double our efforts." He turned to the visibly fatigued Jin Gang. "Can you endure for another attempt?" Jin Gang swiftly downed a vial of medicine, straightened himself in his chair, and administered a shot, replying firmly, "No problem." Lu Wen then addressed Yōubái, "Lightning. Do we have more than double the number of lightning arrays we had before?" Chapter 151. Invasion of Reality 20, Another Failure. And Yōubái, without hesitation, laid out all the lightning arrays created with the assistance of fellow disciples from the Zhen Fa Peak. The mechanical armor was adorned with an abundance of lightning arrays, exceeding the previous quantity by at least double, as they charged once more towards the hastily retreating battleship. Although the ship's speed had increased since its arrival, its massive size limited its acceleration. This time, the offensive advanced swiftly, coordinated seamlessly among the group. Due to his earlier injury, the swordsman was left behind, and Yōubái continued to craft lightning arrays while also administering medicine from Ning Rue Chen to assist in his recovery. Mianwile, Huayang Wached Yunyao, who had taken to the skies to aid in the assault, then glanced back at the team diligently crafting the lightning arrays, her lips pressed together, brows furrowed in concern. The wind tousling her snow-white hair, obscuring her gradually drooping gaze. Long Sheng stood alone at the periphery, observing the direction of the battleship with half-closed eyes, as if contemplating something. On the opposite side of the battlefield, Lu Wen and the others had carved a path, propelling the mechanical armor forward once more. Even though the spherical man was not on the front lines, he felt an overwhelming surge of pressure, his body trembling and cold sweat streaming down as he anxiously proclaimed, "Prepare! 3, 2, 1, explode!" With another thunderous explosion, the retreating crowd was caught in the shockwave, those at the back being toppled from the air, while those in front were also swept off balance, rolling several times before barely stabilizing their descent. Regardless of their fate, all eyes were immediately drawn to the battleship, filled with hope that this attack would succeed. Under the watchful gaze of the crowd, Huaiyang raised her eyes, narrowing them as she focused on the milky white protective shield. After enduring such a powerful explosive attack, the halo continued to flicker, and after 16 flashes, it remained steadfast. This outcome presented an undeniable truth. The battleship's shield had not been breached, the assault thwarted once again. What are we to do now? 277. Can you provide a definitive answer? Everyone has risked everything. How can it persist this way? What calculations did you employ? Is that wretched thing even effective? Is there an alternative method? Faced with the crowd's inquiries and growing frustration, the spherical man looked helpless, sharing in their anxiety. However, after reviewing all the information, he confidently responded, "The data is accurate. Everything checks out. 277 does not err. But why that does not work? There must be a reason. Indeed, all criteria have been met. Why does it still fail?" Lu Wen inhaled deeply, his expression reflecting exhaustion. "Could it be that we need more? Shall we double it again?" Before the spherical man could respond, Jean Gang interjected with another query. "What if the impact point is too large? The mechanical armor's collision might disperse the attack's force. Are we to use a real person instead?" As the words left his mouth, the crowd instinctively turned their gaze toward Yōubái. Yangli immediately positioned himself in front of Yōubái, arms outstretched to shield her completely. His face darkened as he surveyed the surroundings. "Do not even think about it. The portal is hers. What then do you propose? This won't work. That won't work. Provide a feasible solution. Let us simply move to another world. We cannot withstand this any longer, can we? Nonsense. I have family here. If you wish to leave, do so far away. With your disposition, which world would accept you? Do you possess a solution? If you do not wish to depart, allow those who do to leave. Is that not acceptable? It is not over yet. How can you be certain we cannot hold out? How can we possibly endure? If the battleship strikes again, we are finished. Can you withstand it? Isn't everyone still brainstorming? After so long, have we not failed repeatedly? With this time, we might as well organize everyone to retreat to a safe world. Is that not better? Will escaping to another world guarantee acceptance? It is far better than waiting for death here. You are a coward, inept and timid. You boast of strength and virtue. Then take the lightning arrays and go. Who will stop you? Why do you not charge yourself? Are you seeking trouble? Come, let me teach you a lesson. You will not rest easy until you do. Kulme, are you afraid? Where were you when we charged earlier? What began as differing opinions devolved into verbal assaults, escalating to emotional outbursts, and ultimately culminating in physical confrontations. From problem solvers, they became new sources of conflict, and amid the chaos of attempting to mediate, the crowd descended into disarray. Meanwhile, the enemy battleship accelerated away amidst the tumult of their quarrel. Huaiyang observed the quarreling crowd, a hint of sardonic amusement gracing her features. Wherever humanity resides, such scenes invariably unfold, a testament to the passage of time and the shifting of circumstances. Regrettably, human nature remains unaltered, regardless of the setting. The might of Lei Zhen's attack is insufficient. Her ethereal voice prompted in Yōubái to turn and approach. The commotion continued unabated among the bickering individuals, and in Yōubái earnestly inquired, "Huaiyang, do you have a way to resolve this?" With a semblance of a smile, Huaiyang regarded the crowd with disdain. What is there to salvage in these people? They might as well accompany us directly. A position in the underworld can be arranged for them. And Yōubái paused, momentarily at a loss for words. Huaiyang was a true force to be reckoned with. Whatever she set her mind to, no matter how arduous, she would find a way to achieve it. Even if it required years of scheming and the sacrifice of her own soul, she would drag everyone down with her. Conversely, there was nothing in heaven or earth that could compel her to undertake what she did not wish. slightly exasperated, and Yōubái scratched her head, gazing sincerely at her. Her voice laced with pleading, "I implore you, help us, will you?" In Chapter 152, titled Invasion of Reality 21, Forbidden Spell, Shi Fang Tiangang Spell, Huayang cast a sidelong glance at Yōubái, her expression full of mockery as she regarded the tumultuous crowd. "They wish to send you to your demise. Yet you still harbor thoughts of saving them? Are you truly foolish or simply delusional? For their sake, this world is my home." And Yōubái could not find the words to articulate her complex emotions. However, one thing was clear: she wished to preserve this place, to protect her planet for as long as possible. Although she understood that regardless of whether she returned with Long Sheng, with Wu Wei Zhanren, or accompanied Yun Yao and Huayang, she would likely fare well, deep within her heart, she yearned to remain here, to safeguard this realm, for it felt like home. Home! Huayang lowered her gaze, murmuring softly, her voice tinged with a touch of tenderness and nostalgia, as if reminiscing about something dear. Her white hair fluttered in the air, and a smile graced her lips as she returned to her usual demeanor. "Do you recall my mention of the forbidden spell for my sect, the Shi Fang Tiangang spell?" And Yōubái raised an eyebrow, vividly recalling the incident when she, in a fit of anger, had slapped Huayang for threatening Yun Yao without reservation. How could she forget? Thinking back to the time when Huayang had held Yun Yao down and issued her ruthless threats, and Yōubái furrowed her brow. "You claimed it was specifically designed to deal with malevolent spirits?" Huayang curved her lips into a smile, a look of triumph crossing her face. "I was jesting. It can be employed against anything. Tiangong's righteous energy shatters with power, unmatched in strength. Can it be used?" And Yōubái grasped Huayang's arm excitedly, her eyes brimming with anticipation. "It can be used, but..." Huayang turned her head to glance at the retreating warship. "Casting the spell requires time, and this forbidden spell consumes immense energy. At present, I can summon only one strike. The warship continues to move, and there are obstacles constantly interfering." The unspoken words were understood by Yōubái. If the first strike failed, there would indeed be no second chance. Yun Yao stepped aside, his demeanor calm as he spoke. "I will send you over, Yōubái. You must instruct everyone to retreat to a safe distance. I will form a circle with the gathered resentment. They cannot enter." Huayang glared at Yun Yao, fury etched on her face. "Do you wish to perish? I'm about to unleash the Tiangang spell. Even if you're currently a high-ranking ghost officer in the underworld, do you truly believe your ghostly form can withstand the might of Tiangang?" As Yōubái attempted to dissuade Yun Yao, Wu Wei Zhanren approached with a gentle smile. "Allow me. My disciple can clear the path for us. I will carry you over. And with the defensive formation combined with protective spiritual treasures, you should have sufficient time to cast your spell without disturbance. What do you think?" Reflecting on Wu Wei Zhanren's offensive capabilities, Huayang, though lacking deep knowledge of cultivation, felt uncertain. However, considering his earlier display, she nodded slightly. "Tiangong's righteous energy. Are you certain you can withstand it? This part remains unclear to me." After listening to the discussion, Long Sheng, who had been standing apart from the group, strode forward with long strides. "In the continent where I reside, before the spiritual energy waned, the true Tiangang energy was something even ascended immortals might struggle to endure. You two are merely cultivators, untested by the trials of ascension, without having experienced the tribulations of elevation. You likely cannot withstand it and may suffer damage to your Tao roots." Upon hearing this, and Yōubái recognized that if Long Sheng spoke so, it was a certainty. She immediately countered, "Master, Shirbois, you cannot go." Wu Wei Zhanren maintained his gentle demeanor, ruffling in Yōubai's hair. "Do not worry. Master will be fine. Have you forgotten how I suppressed the demonic energy that once invaded my body?" "No." And Yōubái firmly retorted. Wu Wei Zhanren may not have realized, but she did. Had Yonglin not intervened, Wu Wei Zhanren's fate would have been death. She could not allow this to happen because of her. Turning to Long Sheng, she gazed at him intently, asserting, "Long Sheng, do you have a solution?" Understanding Long Sheng's notoriously irritable nature, she knew that if he remained silent or indifferent, he had nothing to say. Since he was now willing to speak, it signified he had conceived a resolution. "Long Sheng, after all, was a dragon who had existed for thousands of years, possessing the most experience among them. With a disdainful snort, Long Sheng replied, I can create a spatial transmission to send people over. However, whether those who go will be attacked by those little creatures, I cannot guarantee. Without a moment's hesitation, Yōubái inquired, how many people can you send over? Can it be 2? I want to go with Huaiyang. Long Sheng cast a sidelong glance at Yōubái, his expression clearly conveying, I knew it. He turned his head slightly and responded indifferently. Lu Wen had been standing aside since Huaiyang's initial utterance, several times attempting to step forward to inquire, but he restrained himself. Now, unable to contain himself any longer, he voiced his own proposal. Lightning, let us go together. We can attack once more, just like before, with mechanical armor. The Phoenix Maiden nodded, agreeing that this notion was commendable. A fine plan. We can feign an assault here. This way, the flying machines will rush back to attack us, providing you an opportunity to act. Even if they take time to respond, it will be several beats too late. Huaiyang stat that leak flee. I require at least 15 seconds to cast my spell. During this time, I cannot be disturbed or interrupted. Lu Wen gritted his teeth and declared resolutely, no problem. We will be ready at once. He promptly turned to organize the others for another assault. Yet the bickering individuals suddenly found themselves dumbfounded as they witnessed Lu Wen leading the D-class personnel towards the warship, unclear about what had just transpired. Yin Gong, Paul the Fawcett, commanded 3 mechanical armors to charge forward, with the sword cultivator and Phoenix Maiden flanking them, shielding them within. In an instant, they collided with the enemy's flying machines, all engaging fiercely in combat, their attacks relentless. The others, witnessing this turn of events, without waiting for further clarification, surged forward as well. Whether or not this approach was truly feasible, they were unwilling to remain idle. At this moment, Long Sheng looked at Yōubái and Huaiyang, proclaiming ready. Let's depart. Chapter 153. Invasion of Reality 22. United efforts as the faint glow of the teleportation array flickered, and Yōubái and Huaiyang were swiftly transported to the warship by Long Sheng. And Yōubái immediately summoned every ounce of her concentration, fiercely shielding Huaiyang behind her. At that moment, all the flying vehicles were drawn away by Lu Wen and his team's offensive. As soon as Huaiyang steadied herself, she began to softly chant an intricate and weighty incantation, each syllable resonating powerfully in the air. Every word seemed to stir the currents of energy in the surroundings, causing Yōubai's body to sway unsteadily under the invisible force. Meanwhile, the enemy flying vehicles, engaged in fierce combat, suddenly seemed to detect the presence of the 2 women. As if responding to an unseen command, several of the aircraft abruptly abandoned their original battles and careened towards Yōubái without hesitation. Lu Wen quickly sensed a shift in their trajectory, leaping to intercept 3 of the vessels. With one hand executing an attack, he shouted to the others still engaged in combat, urging them to block the incoming threats and buy time for Yōubái and Huaiyang. The Phoenix Maiden and the sword cultivators sprang into action, each desperately striving to delay as many flying vehicles as possible, alleviating some pressure from Yōubái and granting Huaiyang additional time. Observing the approaching swarm of aircraft, Yōubái pursed her lips, gripping her laser gun tightly. Taking a deep breath to steady herself, she employed her transformation skill, conjuring 10 identical copies of herself, all wielding laser guns, forming a protective barrier around Huaiyang. Regardless of the direction from which the aircraft surged, she fired at the first sight of an enemy. Although her laser gun could only discharge 10 shots, its destructive capability was formidable. Each strike sent the enemy vehicles billowing with smoke before crashing to the ground, while any that remained airborne were swiftly struck down by the following lightning. 10 seconds elapsed, and the atmosphere grew palpably tense, each individual experiencing an intense sensation of heat, discomfort swelling within their bodies. The Phoenix Maiden's little phoenix was the first to succumb to the oppressive heat, emitting mournful cries. Reluctantly, the Phoenix Maiden recalled it, plummeting downwards herself. The sword cultivator immediately summoned his sword to catch her falling form, while Jin Gang maneuvered a mechanical armor to join them. The Phoenix Maiden leaped onto the armor, joining the others as they began their retreat. Above Huayang, a blinding light appeared, forming a luminous void in the sky. As this phenomenon materialized, the warship seemed to sense impending danger and accelerated its retreat. The spherical figure, fully engrossed in observing the battlefield, suddenly shouted to the retreating group that they must prevent the warship from executing a spatial jump. He urged them to block the vessel, warning that it could escape into the spatial jump point. His frantic cries compelled the retreating individuals to halt and turn back, enduring the discomfort caused by the overwhelming force as they rushed forward, shouting about how to obstruct the warship. This posed a significant dilemma for everyone. The warship, immense in size, rendered humanity as insignificant as ants. Halting its advance seemed an insurmountable challenge. All their attacks were disregarded by the warship as it continued onward, and ahead lay a black hole akin to a spatial portal. The warship's objective was clear. Once it entered the black hole, it could initiate its temporal jump and escape the reach of the overwhelming force. The group's efforts were futile, as their attacks were effortlessly intercepted by the protective shield surrounding the warship, which maintained its relentless speed and trajectory. Meanwhile, Yōubái and Huayang endured the brunt of the onslaught. Every flying vehicle resumed its offensive, and, as the force intensified, Yōubái found it increasingly difficult to maintain her footing, even to open her eyes. The aircraft attempting to strike them were tossed about by the turbulence, but persisted in their assault, relentlessly targeting the two women. Yōubai's clones had already sustained multiple hits, yet thanks to the protection of Synopsis and labyrinth, she managed to endure. However, as the force grew stronger, she could no longer open her eyes, rendering her blind to her surroundings. In a desperate bid to shield Huayang from the incoming attacks, she and her 10 clones intertwined their arms, forming a human wall around her, intercepting any assaults that came their way. The flying vehicles ceased their chaotic bombardment, straining to breach in Yōubai's thunderous might, charging directly towards the two women. Upon impact, one of the clones vanished instantly, proving that it had reached the limit of its endurance. Should such an assault strike in Yōubai's true self, she too would meet an immediate demise. Unable to open her eyes, with the shrill winds drowning out all sound, Yōubái felt the loss of her clone, the protective circle tightening around Huayang. Unfortunately, in this self-sacrificial onslaught, the clones dissipated rapidly. Within 3 seconds, only 4 clones and her true self remained standing, yet the protective barrier continued to shrink, now exhibiting noticeable gaps. Huayang's chanting persisted, the lengthy incantation far from complete. In the final 2 seconds, despite the fleeting nature of time, it stretched endlessly, fraught with tension and suffering. Yōubái employed her transformation skill once more, conjuring 5 additional clones, each brandishing a laser gun, striking out blindly at any target. Determined to maintain the protective barrier and secure Huayang's safety until the incantation was complete. In that very moment, a colossal figure materialized before them, Longsheng's true form. A magnificent 5-headed black dragon, entwining itself around Yōubái and Huayang. Every incoming aircraft collided with its formidable body, exploding in a cacophony of sound, while Yōubái and Huayang remained entirely unscathed. At that moment, the warship had reached the threshold of the black hole. A mere step forward would initiate its spatial jump, allowing it to escape the grasp of the overwhelming force. Chapter 154, Invasion of Reality 23. We have triumphed just as the group felt utterly helpless in halting the warship. Fu Bingxing and the disciples of the formation peak suddenly materialized before the black hole. They split into 2 teams. One group simultaneously unleashed a formation that did not target the warship itself, but rather obstructed its forward path. To everyone's astonishment, this formation successfully halted the warship's advance. Meanwhile, the other team directed their efforts towards the black hole, continuously deploying formation plates and symbols, detonating them at various points within a void. Lu Wan and the others, witnessing their arduous efforts to no avail, were taken aback when the warship indeed came to a stop under the influence of the formation they did not comprehend. Lu Wan immediately grabbed Yang Li beside him, excitement brimming as he inquired how they achieved this. Yang Li, shaking his head in resignation, admitted that he was unfamiliar with formations and could not explain their success. He could only speculate, remarking that he had overheard them mention using a spatial extension formation, suggesting that the warship's speed had not diminished. Rather, they had elongated the distance before it. Lu Wan, as if deciphering an incomprehensible text, turned his head in disbelief and blinked. Before he could utter another word, he heard in Yōubai's voice calling out, "Retreat." Long Sheng activated the teleportation array, seizing one individual and returning within Yōubái and Huaiyang to their original position. Upon hearing the command to retreat, Fu Bingqing and the others swiftly turned, each grasping a resisting player, and seamlessly exited the battlefield. However, they did not retreat as far as Long Sheng, with most landing somewhere in the middle. Amidst the eager gazes of the crowd, the pure celestial force descended from the heavens, striking the warship. The milky white halo flickered thrice under the onslaught of this formidable power before vanishing. Yet the celestial force did not cease. It continued to assault the warship. Under this immense force, the vessel was pierced from top to bottom, a brilliant light penetrating straight through and crashing into the ground, causing a violent tremor beneath. The impact sent the onlookers tumbling to the ground. The fall painful enough to elicit tears, yet joy sparkled in their eyes, a manifestation of happiness and a fervent desire for life. The warship began to splinter, countless flying vessels erupting from within, ready to accelerate away. Simultaneously, the black hole they had opened for spatial jump earlier began to contract. Many flying vessels were drawn into the black hole. Some attempted to flee but ultimately succumbed, either getting sucked in or colliding with others, losing power and following suit. Even the small black spheres ejected from the vessels found themselves ensnared, a significant portion consumed by the black hole. As the black hole rapidly shrank, the part of the warship closest to it was torn apart by the tremendous gravitational pull, forcing the massive vessel to shatter into several large fragments. A small section was directly consumed by the black hole. As it continued to shrink, the disciples of the formation peak erupted in joyful exclamations, urging everyone to gather behind them. A line of individuals erected protective barriers, merging them into a cohesive shield that encircled the crowd securely. Excited discussions erupted about the recent assault and discoveries, each person elated. Brother Lin was right. There truly are connection points in time and space. Indeed, I believe it now. Brother Lin is remarkable. The enthusiasm and expressions of the crowd brought a shy smile to the face of the aforementioned Brother Lin. Fu Bingqing joyfully patted his shoulder, beaming with delight. "Well done. I shall report this to Master." Lu Wan, somewhat puzzled, inquired, "What does the connection point in time and space mean?" Fu Bingqing, smiling back, gestured for Brother Lin to elucidate further. Brother Lin appeared slightly reserved, explaining with a hint of shyness, "When spaces overlap, the larger the area, the more unstable it becomes. Such a vast spatial transmission requires the overlap of numerous spaces. Therefore, I sought the point where these spaces connect, aiming to strike there. If I can destabilize it, we can surely disrupt the spatial jump." This explanation, clear and comprehensible, enlightened the crowd, who then found themselves perplexed once more, pondering the underlying principles. However, they soon dismissed it with a smile, acknowledging that expertise lies in specialization. The mechanics of it all could be left aside, as long as it proved effective. "The black hole has vanished," came a jubilant shout from the crowd, and indeed, the spatial jump black hole had disappeared from view. Above, the skies were now filled with fleeing, flying vessels. "Chase them. Let none return. We must capture them all," someone in the crowd shouted, spurring the group into action. Lu Wan chuckled and joined in the pursuit, with Wu Wei Jinren and Wu Ming Jinren leading some disciples in the chase of the scattered invaders. And Yōubái had been tightly holding Huaiyang, supporting her entire weight. At the moment the warship fractured, Huaiyang clearly could not sustain herself and collapsed weakly. And Yōubái steadied her body, yet fear gripped his heart. His lips trembled, tears welling in his eyes as he gently sat her on the ground. "Huaiyang, please don't scare me. Drink this ginseng soup." His hands trembled as he held the soup, his fear surpassing all previous moments, his complexion pale, shivering with cold sweat. Yin Yao knelt beside them, grasping Hua Yang's limp wrist. Upon Long Sheng's return, he remained silent, head bowed. Ning Ruichen rushed over, producing a bottle of elixir. Junior sister, this is a top-grade recovery pill. She must take it. It will surely help. And Yōubái accepted the pill, pressing it to Hua Yang's lips, desperately trying to coax her to consume it, his voice laced with pleading and fear. Hua Yang, open your mouth. Just as he strained to pry her lips apart, Hua Yang half opened her eyes, filled with disdain, and weakly murmured, "Don't disturb my sleep. I am tired." Chapter 155. Invasion of Reality 24. Conclusion. Yun Yao withdrew her hand from Hua Yang's pulse, exchanging a look of helplessness with Yōubái, whose eyes brimmed with tears. "She is merely exhausted," she affirmed softly. Tears cascaded from Yōubai's eyes as he glanced down at the now slumbering Hua Yang, covering her with a cloak. Yang produced a soft mat, ensuring Hua Yang could rest comfortably, while Ning Ruichen set up a soundproof array around them, allowing her to recuperate peacefully. After settling Hua Yang, Yōubái turned to Long Sheng, recalling how he had shielded her from all harm during the last encounter. "Long Sheng, you were injured earlier. What does it hurt? Is it severe? Please, look at these medicines and see which might be useful for you." Long Sheng sat before the table Yōubái had prepared, examining the array of medicines she had laid out, discarding most of them. "None of these are suitable," Yōubái gazed at the vials with disappointment. "Most of Ning Ruichen's medicines are of high quality. Can any of them help?" Long Sheng smirked slightly. "These may be beneficial for you, but for me, they hold little value. My injuries are not severe. I shall recover with rest." Noticing the worry in Yōubai's eyes, he reassured her, "This world has spiritual energy. I can absorb it here, and my wounds will heal more quickly." And Yōubái remained concerned. "If you feel unwell, please tell me." Long Sheng nodded. "All right." The victorious group returned, each face aglow as they recounted the recent battle, their spirits lifted by the comprehensive triumph. The events indeed validated their successful counterattack, as the invaders had not re-emerged for 10 consecutive days. Hua Yang, who awoke after 5 days of slumber, received the most genuine care from everyone. Their heartfelt gratitude and the smiles adorning their faces seemed to evoke a memory within her. As night fell, she approached Yōubái. "I miss Master and the others." And Yōubái, noticing her wistful expression, replied, "Shall I take you to see them?" Together, they ventured to the peach grove of the Taoist immortal, where the immortal appeared unchanged, exclaiming, "You have returned. This time feels even better than the last." After expressing their gratitude to the Taoist deity of the peach tree, the two approached the graves of the Taoist practitioners. Observing the pristine surroundings, Hua Yang knelt on the ground, weeping inconsolably. It seemed that in this poignant moment, she comprehended the true essence of her master's and senior brother's guardianship, grasping the unwavering commitment they had upheld all along. While Hua Yang remained unconscious and Yōubái harbored concerns, she feared that the forbidden spell might have inflicted harm upon her fragile body, a consequence evident in her current weakened state. Additionally, she worried about the possibility of another invasion, pondering how they would respond should the adversaries deploy another battleship. Such apprehensions were not hers alone. Others shared them too, yet they conspired discreetly to avoid burdening her further, refraining from confiding in her. Each time, Yangli would join Ning Ruichen in offering her comfort, encouraging her to rest, assuring her that the senior brothers were there as well. During the waiting period, assistance from various factions continuously poured in. Xiaosa and Zizai arrived, laden with governmental supplies. And upon their reunion, laughter filled the air. Feng Er, the fool, also brought members of the Feng clan, rolling his eyes at Yōubái, but finally uttering, "You are somewhat better than I expected." The tone and manner of his words drew curious glances from those nearby, but Yōubái, accustomed to it, simply called Yangli over to ensure he took good care of his brother. In the absence of interstellar rescue, the invaders refrained from launching further attacks, leaving everyone to speculate whether they were deterred or simply devoid of energy. Regrettably, despite their advanced technology and means, they remained unable to locate the adversaries. After multiple fruitless searches, the spherical man sighed. "The interstellar civilization must be a higher dimensional entity than us." Jean Gang leaned back silently in his chair, lamenting that if they did not reveal themselves, they would remain elusive, a situation far too passive. The Phoenix Maiden offered a word of consolation, urging them to think positively. At least they had not attacked, indicating that even higher-dimensional beings possess vulnerabilities. Indeed, many ants can bring down an elephant. Furthermore, they had ample support. The newly arrived cultivators observed the mechanical armor patrolling orderly around the camp, curiosity prompting them to gather and watch. Even Feng Er, the fool, was immensely intrigued. Congratulations, everyone! The Federal rescue battleships have arrived. Please proceed to the rescue point. When this message finally resonated, a collective sigh of relief swept through the crowd. Each face bore a mixture of hope and trepidation, pondering whether the arrival of higher-dimensional beings was truly a fortuitous event. At that moment, no one had the answer to this question. They could only wish that this marked yet another new beginning in humanity's historical journey. This place became a nexus of worlds, as individuals from various realms returned to their respective homes, carrying with them items and information unlike anything from their own worlds. Long Sheng remained behind, finding the spiritual energy here beneficial for his injuries. After stabilizing, some orcs gradually arrived, and following negotiations with the government, they began their new lives. Meanwhile, the Sword Master applied to accompany Ning Ruichen back to the world of cultivation, becoming a disciple of the Nameless Immortal, subsequently immersing himself in the sword techniques he had longed for. Before their departure, Wu Weijinren and Ning Ruichen smiled and reminded Yōubái, junior sister, "If you ever need anything, do not hesitate to come find us. Both the master and your senior brothers are here for you." With reddened eyes, and Yōubái earnestly nodded in agreement. Yun Yao and Hua Yang returned without the need for a teleportation portal. As they left, Yun Yao once again bestowed a ghostly seal upon Yōubái, urging her to remain vigilant. Upon their return to the underworld, they received a summons from the Ghost Emperor, who commended them for their countless acts of benevolence during their journey, significantly enhancing their merit. Yun Yao distributed this merit among her kin, ensuring their safe reincarnation, while Hua Yang dedicated all her merit to her master and senior brothers, witnessing their rebirths firsthand. The Phoenix Maiden and Feng Er, the fool, shared a mutual disdain. Upon seeing her, Feng Er would launch into insults, advising Xiao Huang to leave the Phoenix Maiden and return to the Feng clan, prompting the latter to keep her distance. Unable to retaliate, she chose to avoid him instead. The government signed a peace treaty with the Interstellar Federation, leading to a rapid advancement in Earth's technology. Meanwhile, the trivial app on Yōubai's phone mysteriously vanished, and all player skills dissipated. When they occasionally gathered to reminisce about the past, everyone felt as if those days were but a fleeting dream. At such moments, they would all agree to visit a particular place, for only there could they feel the reality of their shared experiences. The teleportation portal. After all game items had vanished, the teleportation portal remained, heavily guarded by the government, preventing anyone from approaching. "Thank you." The Phoenix Maiden smiled at Yōubái, requesting her to ensure Xiao Huang returned to the Feng clan. "If I were to forcefully keep her, I fear it would be futile now." Jin Gang was fortunate. His mechanical armor remained intact. As for 277, it was requisitioned by the government. Haha, indeed. What a pity that I could not keep even a single luminous pearl within my space. As everyone departed, the teleportation portal stood steadfast, inscribed with a small line of text, "Holder," and Yōubái. The end.